Let me tell you, deep within the universe lies a planet called Vormer, a place so barren it defies imagination. The entire world is a desolate wasteland, devoid of any life, shrouded in a deathly silence. Yet in this forsaken land, there is a striking figure clad in red. Once upon a time, Thanos snapped his fingers with all 6 Infinity Stones, triggering the decimation. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, and Clint Barton, Hawkeye, used Pym particles to travel to a parallel Marvel universe in the year 2014. Our mission was to retrieve the Infinity Stones and save half of Earth's population that had vanished at Thanos' hand. This was a righteous cause. The other Avengers, Captain America, Iron Man, Hulk, Ant-Man, Thor, Rocket Raccoon, War Machine, and Nebula, all split up, each heading to different points in time to seek out their designated stones. Clint and I were tasked with the Soul Stone. No one could have guessed we'd encounter the Red Skull on Vormer. With chilling clarity, he revealed the truth. To obtain the Soul Stone, a soul must be exchanged. In other words, you must sacrifice someone you love, casting them from the cliff, and only through death would the stone be born. At that moment, a wave of helplessness washed over me. Such a cruel price to pay. Half in jest, I wondered if I should try falling in love with the Red Skull and push him over. Clint even joked about bringing Captain America, Steve Rogers, thinking maybe old enemies meeting would do the trick. But in the end, neither of us acted on those wild ideas. Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull, stood as a cold, indifferent sentinel. No matter how we argued, he remained unmoved, his demeanor saying, "Make the exchange or leave." We quickly realized this rule was unbreakable, and there was no way anyone could love a being so hard to even look at. For the sake of the vanished half of humanity and all life in the universe, Clint and I each fought to sacrifice ourselves for the Soul Stone, even coming to blows over it. In the end, I gained the upper hand. The moment I leapt from the cliff, I caught the look of utter despair in Clint's eyes. I knew he was tormented by his own helplessness. But just as life and death hung in the balance, a blinding light streaked across the sky. Out of nowhere, a young woman with golden, brown curls soared toward us at incredible speed, radiating an extraordinary power. She carried herself with elegance and breathtaking beauty, her figure graceful and strong. Surrounded by a white flame-like aura, she wore a blue bodysuit, golden feathered armor on her shoulders, and a dragon-headed belt at her waist. Her vivid red cape billowed dramatically behind her. In the blink of an eye, she swept me up princess style, saving me, leaving Clint wide-eyed in disbelief. She smiled and said, "Hey friends, it looks like you could use a little help." Her tone was light and mischievous, catching me completely off guard. With strength I couldn't resist, she scooped me up and carried me straight up the cliff. Red Skull was just as stunned, standing to the side, at a complete loss for what to do. Clearly, he'd never seen anything like this. Her strength, her speed, and that unique outfit all called to mind DC's Supergirl. Except there was no miniskirt, no black stockings, and none of the iconic S symbol. Clint and I were both filled with confusion and wariness at the sudden appearance of this Supergirl. After all, who would expect such a character to suddenly crash into the Marvel Universe? This wasn't some kind of parallel world crossover. Then, out of nowhere, she flashed a thumbs up, her teeth gleaming in a mischievous grin, and said something odd. "My friends, you are the real heroes." It felt like a mark of recognition between heroes. Meanwhile, in a hidden mine on the outskirts of a desert town, inside a spacious freezer room, several roughly dressed, armed men were gathered around an operating table. The metal frame of the table was rusted, and atop it lay a corpse, shrouded in a white sheet. A young man with a buzz cut, a leering smile on his face, carefully lifted the sheet, revealing the delicate features of a woman. Her golden brown wavy hair spilled across the bed, her slender brows, thick lashes, high nose bridge, and full, sensual lips blending the gentle grace of Eastern women with the bold beauty of the West. She looked like the break of dawn, breathtaking, almost unreal. The only flaw was her ghostly pale complexion, her lips drained of color, and a bullet wound her temple, still seeping blood. "Damn it, Wally, can't you rein in your disgusting habits for once? She's already dead." A middle-aged man beside him scowled in disgust. "But she's still as mysterious and alluring as the Northern Lights, isn't she?" The buzz-cut man replied, eyes filled with obsession as he reached out to touch the corpse's smooth cheek, only to be stopped at once. "For God's sake, do you always think with your crotch instead of your brain?" The middle-aged man shot the younger one a look of utter contempt, his tone thick with disgust. Talk about bad luck. She had a Western face, sneaking in here like she did, and just happened to see what she shouldn't have. Another middle aged man toyed with a broken camera, a trace of amusement curling his lips. But she was Chinese, after all. Killing her just like that, won't it cause some kind of international incident? The first man frowned, glancing uncertainly at the red passport lying on the metal cart next to the table. Hey, when has the 10 Rings ever been afraid of anyone? Those damn foreigners are squeezing our country dry, bullying our own people. They act all high and mighty on the surface, but behind closed doors aren't. They colluding with us all the same? Haven't you seen enough of their two-faced hypocrisy? The man with the buzz cut spoke with barely contained anger. This is different. China is no ordinary country. The middle, aged man's voice grew stern. Mangela, you're too timid. There's no way the Chinese government could know their female journalist sneaked into a desolate place like this to take secret photos. Why not just make her vanish for good? Isn't there a Chinese saying about it? When someone's alive, you can't find them. When they're dead, you can't find the body. Another middle, aged man, his face bristling with stubble, spoke with mocking amusement. Oh, get a rest. Stop showing off your lousy Chinese. The saying is, alive, there's no sign of the person. Dead, there's no trace of the body. The first man corrected him with a sneer. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. It's not that cold yet. The body's still got some warmth left. The buzz, cut man muttered to himself, rubbing his hands together, eyes gleaming with greed as he stared at the woman's corpse, his expression growing ever more revolting. He didn't notice that, as his mind wandered, the dead woman's eyebrows gave the faintest twitch. Lost in their own desires, none of them noticed a thing. Wally, you can have your fun, but you'll have to wait till night. As long as you don't freeze your precious bits off, do whatever you want. The middle, aged man gripped the gun in his hand, his voice thick with mockery. The group erupted in raucous laughter. Hey, why don't you all step outside for a bit? Come back later? Wally pleaded, rubbing his hands together like a depraved soul, his eyes burning with anticipation, his tone brimming with frustration. Give me some time. I promise I won't make a sound. Ought to throw you outside on the ground, let you see what it feels like to roast under the sun. It's 50 degrees out there. It'd burn off what little chest hair you have left. Who'd want to go out in that kind of heat? The middle-aged man snarled. Those kids in the surveillance room have it easy. Not like us, stuck here babysitting a pile of corpses. Wally see gid helplessly. Shut up. Don't let me hear you say things like that again. If the boss finds out, you'll be done for. Do you understand? The organs inside those corpses could turn straight into cold, hard cash and gold. Mangela grabbed Wally by the collar, his voice full of menace. The Ten Commandments gang had ruled this area for years, dabbling in every sort of illegal trade that promised a quick profit. From kidnapping and extortion to murder and armed robbery, there was nothing they wouldn't dare try. Their business even stretched into arms dealing and organ trafficking. Ordinarily, after a person dies, the organs inside their body quickly begin to fail, turning into useless, decaying tissue. But the 10 Rings possess a unique freezing technique that keeps the body's outer layers supple, while the internal organs remain hard and fresh as stone. This rapid freezing preserves the organ's vitality, so that when the time comes, they can be thawed with special methods and used for transplantation. That's why, after they kill, they always appear calm and unhurried. There's no rush at all to dispose of the bodies. How much longer do we have to wait? Has Tony Stark even built that Jericho missile yet? Another middle-aged man sighed impatiently. Don't worry. Today is the final deadline. If he doesn't finish on time, he dies, and not a quick death either. Death might even be a mercy for him. Someone sneered. Don't you get it? The precious organs in these corpses are just stacks of cash gold, you idiot. Mangela seized Wally by the collar, his expression fierce as he snarled. The 10 Rings has dominated for years, dabbling in every imaginable trade. If it makes money fast, they'll do it. Kidnapping, extortion, murder, robbery, nothing is too extreme for them. Their business even extends to arms dealing and trafficking in human organs. Normally, after death, a person's organs deteriorate rapidly, turning into worthless, decaying flesh, absolutely useless. But the 10 Rings have mastered a special freezing process that keeps the corpse's surface soft while the insides grow as hard as stone. By flash, freezing at extremely low temperatures, these internal organs stay fresh, and even after thawing, they're fit for transplants. That's why they never hurry to deal with bodies after a killing. How much longer do we have to wait? Hasn't Tony Stark finished the Jericho missile yet? The other middle-aged man asked with a weary sigh. Patience. Today's the final deadline. If he fails, he's a dead man, and his end won't be pretty. Maybe death would be a relief for him, someone quipped. The group burst into raucous laughter. To fall into the hands of terrorists is a fate worse than death, especially when those terrorists are the infamous 10 Rings. But before their laughter could fade, a thunderous explosion tore through the air. A massive hole was blasted open in the freezer's wall. Shards of debris shot everywhere as the terrorists instantly raised their guns, but shock quickly overtook their faces. There, striding in through the breach, was a towering figure, encased head to toe in gleaming metal armor. "Hey fellas, did I come in the wrong door?" The armored man glanced around, his tone laced with irony. At that moment, Lu Tai felt utterly lost, as if he'd been dropped into a dream. He was surrounded by countless white bubbles, soft and weightless, as though he'd fallen into a world of cotton. He found himself in a world of pure white, endless and empty in every direction. There was no change in temperature, no need to breathe, yet he could breathe freely all the same. At that moment, a white light streaked in from afar. Twisting energy, alive with purpose, whirled rapidly around Lu Tai's body, spinning faster and faster. Enveloped by the white light, bubbles began to burst around him. The water mist from their rupture evaporated in the air, dispersing and vanishing without a trace. As more and more bubbles faded away, Lu Tai slowly opened his eyes. "Where's this place? Wasn't I just at work? How could I suddenly end up here?" Just a short while ago, he'd been slacking off in the office, idly scrolling through a shopping site when he happened upon an art book. Normally, Lu Tai had little interest in such art books. What truly caught his attention were the innumerable tiny white dots, each no bigger than a grain of rice, scattered across its pages. At first glance, the painting resembled a black sheet of paper covered in countless white specks, reminiscent of Dalmatian spots, or the kind of dense pattern that might unsettle someone with trypophobia. But upon closer inspection, he realized these dots were actually miniature galaxies, countless worlds scattered throughout the universe. He was still at work, staring blankly at the art book on his phone. Then, as he rode the elevator from the 20th floor to the open-air parking lot, a luxury car lost control, crashed through the barriers, and sent him flying. His memory ended there, cut off in an instant. Isn't this just like one of those insurance scam accidents? He couldn't help but complain inwardly. He vaguely remembered the terrified face in the passenger seat of that car. Wasn't that his girlfriend, Xin? Well, at least it was over quickly, one jolt of pain, and then nothing. Lu Tai gave a bitter smile and instinctively tried to move, only to realize his body felt as heavy as lead, utterly immobile. Panic began to rise within him. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice rang out in the white expanse. New physical host detected. Initiating fusion. Soul compatibility, 100%. Please wait patiently. Lu Tai was stunned. Was this the legendary transmigration? Sure enough, car accident, transmigration, and now a system. Not a single element missing. Fusion complete. Absorbing cosmic rays. Modifying human genome. Abilities acquired. Super strength, super speed, super durability, super hearing. Additional abilities: self, regeneration, flight, heat vision X, ray vision, telescopic vision, enhanced cellular activity, extended lifespan. Lifespan limit, 200 years. Ability template, Homelander. Similarity, 90%. Energy level, surface class. Genetic integration complete. Original memories will now be transferred. Awakening in progress. Lu Tai was struck speechless with shock. He had actually gained superpowers akin to Homelander's? Could the new world be so dangerous? Or is this the world of the boys? He barely had time to ponder when a massive surge of memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave. The searing pain knocked him out instantly, plunging him into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, inside a cold storage room, Tony Stark was maneuvering the one manhwarecap Iron Man suit, crouched behind a refrigerator to avoid gunfire. Bullets poured down like rain, striking the armor with sharp metallic clangs. Yet, the relentless impact made him feel overwhelmingly uncomfortable. 3 months earlier, Tony had demonstrated the formidable power of the Jericho missile to the military. He had planned to return home for some rest, but on the way, he was ambushed and kidnapped. Trapped in a cave, Tony witnessed, with his own eyes, the very weapons he had designed, intended to protect the innocent, being used by terrorists to massacre civilians. He burned with the desire to escape, making a silent vow to stop his company from producing such weapons any longer. The terrorists had ordered him to build a Jericho missile, but Tony knew they lacked the technical knowledge. Seizing the chance, he secretly constructed a groundbreaking suit of armor, the Iron Man suit. As the name suggests, it was a full-body armored exoskeleton, boasting formidable defense and an integrated weapon system. The one manhwarecap armor had been hastily assembled during his captivity, built with one purpose: escape. Simple in function and extremely heavy, its weaponry was limited, and most critically, it lacked an effective shock absorption system. Had it not been for the missile-grade steel, he would have already been injured by the constant impacts. His original escape plan was almost flawless, However, fate took a cruel turn. The terrorist checked in early and discovered he hadn't been making a missile as ordered, unraveling his plan. Ensign rushed out to buy him time, but Tony, to his dismay, lost his way in the twisting underground passages. Frustrated, Tony wished he could open up his own head to see if something had gone wrong inside. Now things were even worse. The armor's leg actuator chain was broken. The weapon system had malfunctioned, and he was completely unable to move the cumbersome one Malawian kwacha. He was trapped where he was, forced to wait and see what would happen next. For now, the thick steel suit and the advantage of the terrain could still hold off the fierce assault from outside. But if things dragged on any longer, the situation would only grow more dire. Tony racked his brain for a way out. Suddenly, his eyes flew open as he noticed the operating table in the center of the cold storage room shift ever so slightly. A figure abruptly threw off the white sheet, rising into the air in a way that defied all logic. It was a blonde woman in a thin hospital gown, floating in mid-air in complete defiance of the laws of physics. She looked disoriented, her gaze unfocused, as if she hadn't fully awakened from her coma. The Ten Rings terrorists, who had been firing non-stop just moments before, now froze in place. Their actions halted as they stared in stunned disbelief at the woman before them, someone who had seemingly come back from the dead. Through the narrow visor of his one Malawian kwacha suit, Tony Stark watched the entire scene unfold, his shock plain as day. He was no stranger to legends of superpowers and inexplicable phenomena, but to witness such a spectacle with his own eyes was another matter entirely. How could a human being float in mid-air without any visible support? The blonde woman gave her head a slight shake, her gaze clearing as she regained her senses and surveyed her surroundings. Smoke filled the air of the cold storage room, shattered. Walls loomed around her, a dozen armed men stared with weapons at the ready, and a hulking suit of iron armor stood nearby. All of this registered instantly in her mind. Her eyes, bright as emeralds, narrowed. In that moment, the world seemed to slow, every sound and movement dulled. She could feel the beads of sweat on her skin, and even catch the faintest breaths from hundreds of meters away. She looked down at her hand, clenching it into a fist. Instantly, a surge of explosive power coursed through her body. So this was what it felt like to possess 90% of the Homelander's abilities? It felt incredible. She had been reborn, but the thing she found hardest to accept was that this time, she had awakened in the body of a woman. There was a coolness between her legs and a heaviness on her chest. Instinctively, she touched her chest. The sensation was round and firm, too much to hold in one hand. It left her momentarily at a loss for words. She couldn't help but laugh at herself. Why couldn't she keep her hands to herself? Her soul meshed perfectly with this new body, without a hint of rejection. It felt as if she had always belonged here. Now, it seemed more fitting to think of herself as she. All the memories of this body rushed into her mind. This world was called Blue Star, or more precisely, a parallel version of Blue Star. The original owner of this body was named Lu Yunming, sharing the same surname as before. She was of mixed Chinese and American heritage. Her father, an American, had died young from heart disease. Her mother, a Chinese woman, had lost her life during childbirth. In short, Lu Yunming had no family left in this world. She herself was an international freelance journalist, earning a doctorate in journalism at a young age. She often traveled between countries, reporting on local customs and unique stories from every corner of the world. This time, she had taken on an assignment to enter a war-torn desert region in Asia, gathering material for an exposé titled, "How Deeply Does War Wound Civilians?" Fearing harassment from local terrorists, she had even gone so far as to obtain a forged Chinese passport, just in case. But things had gone awry. After venturing deep into the desert, she had inadvertently wandered onto the Ten Rings turf and witnessed, with her own eyes, how these terrorists, armed with weapons manufactured by Stark Industries, slaughtered civilians indiscriminately. While she was hiding behind a rock to take photos, she accidentally dropped her camera. In that split second, a terrorist bullet struck her head. She didn't even have time to pull out her fake passport before collapsing, gravely wounded and losing consciousness. The terrorists dragged what they thought was her corpse back to their hideout, storing her in a freezer. Using rapid, freezing technology, they intended to preserve her body and sell her intact organs. Already severely injured, the original body could not withstand this ordeal and died on the spot. The Ten Rings, Stark Industries? He found himself momentarily stunned. The woman's predecessor had ventured alone into the war zone, so devoted to her work it bordered on recklessness. Instantly, he caught the crucial detail. Was this the Marvel Universe? This world was far more dangerous than any ordinary one. Mighty beings moved unseen, and the universe was rife with peril, teeming with alien civilizations. Even on Earth alone, countless extraordinary, dangerous elements lurked in the shadows. Not to mention the superheroes and villains, though, for now, the world still appeared relatively normal. As her vacant gaze lingered in mid-air, her mind adrift, Tony Stark, crouched in the corner, raised an eyebrow, and couldn't help but speak. "Hey, miss, how are you feeling after waking up? Need a hand?" Tony had always been a lively character. Even when trapped in desperate circumstances, he never forgot to ease the tension with humor. Noticing the young woman's unusual state, he decided to break the ice. The beautiful blonde girl paused, turning to look toward the bulky suit of iron in the corner. Her gaze seemed to pierce the armor, recognizing the face within. "Tony Stark?" Liu Yunming asked, curiosity lacing her voice. At that moment, it all made sense. She knew exactly where she was in the timeline. Wasn't this Robert Downey Jr. from the films? No doubt about it. His looks and demeanor were identical to the character on screen, as though fiction had stepped into reality. The sensation was almost surreal. The One Malawin Kwacha, Tony's first ever Iron Man suit, had been built in Afghanistan, while he was held captive by the Ten Rings. She had to admit, the brilliance of this billionaire, genius inventor was astonishing. For months, he'd fooled the terrorists by staring at surveillance cameras, pretending to work on a missile, only to create the iconic suit that would change everything. Before crossing over, Liu Yunming had watched a few Marvel movies, but oddly, her memory of them had grown foggy. It was as if a mist now veiled those recollections, making it impossible to recall the details with clarity. Yet the events unfolding before her eyes seemed to drift from the storyline she remembered, deviating from the original plot. "Hey, gorgeous, I didn't expect to be this famous," Tony quipped with a teasing grin, his tone light, but his nerves wound tight beneath the surface. Tony Stark was already a household name around the world, celebrated for his bold personality, brilliant intellect, and illustrious family background. Yet now, his entire body was encased in steel, his true face hidden from view. So how had the other party recognized him? What truly worried him wasn't the possibility that some fanatic could identify him by voice alone, but that someone had known his identity all along. Surrounded by enemies on every side, the prospect of running into someone with supernatural powers left him with little hope of escape. The girl before him was stunning. Her beauty surpassed even the cover models of glossy magazines. He could only hope she was a devoted fan rather than a potential threat. Thankfully, his quick observation assured him that at least she wasn't a terrorist. After all, she too had been abandoned in the freezing vault, left waiting to have her organs harvested. "There are 17 metal fragments inside your body," Liu Yunming said, her eyes narrowing. Ray vision really was a convenient gift. "What?" Tony blurted out, momentarily stunned, the question slipping from his lips. But before she could answer, what happened next utterly shocked Tony. In his line of sight, the breathtaking blonde gave no reply. Her expression remained cold, her eyes gradually glowing red. Then, a searing red beam burst forth from her eyes with a deep, ominous hum, sweeping mercilessly across the room. Neither Wally nor Ventura had time to react before the beam cut them down where they stood, their bodies sliced cleanly in two in an instant. Blood and viscera splattered across the floor, painting a scene of utter horror. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so terrorists met the same gruesome fate. Wherever the scarlet heat ray passed, bodies lay scattered, flesh mangled beyond recognition. Thick blood splashed in every direction. Organs and intestines spilled from severed torsos, turning the entire scene into a vision of carnage and brutality. The ground was strewn with severed limbs, blood staining everything in sight. It was as if the gates of hell had been thrown wide open. Heat vision, the signature power of both Homelander and Superman, could reach temperatures from 3,000 up to 15,000 degrees Celsius. Although Liu Yunming hadn't inherited the full extent of Homelander's abilities, she could still unleash heat vision from her eyes at a blazing 3,000 degrees Celsius. Such intense heat could slice through human flesh with ease. Even steel alloys would be powerless to resist. In the original host's memories, the Ten Rings terrorists were notorious for their heinous crimes, ruthless and cold-blooded, slaughtering innocent civilians without mercy, sparing neither the old nor the young. She hadn't died instantly when struck by bullets. Instead, she had endured even more savage torment, her body nearly defiled after death. So now, incinerating these villains with her heat vision brought her no guilt or hesitation. Some things become easier once you take the first step. For her, killing terrorists felt not just justified, it felt inevitable. Of course, the bloody scene before her eyes was truly unsettling, especially with her enhanced vision. Every detail, the charred bones, the melted flesh, the spray of blood, was laid bare in horrifying clarity. Although the original owner of this body had witnessed many brutal scenes on the battlefield, this was the first time she had personally reduced someone to meaningless fragments. Still, after the two sets of memories had merged, and under the influence of her super genes, she adapted to all of it with surprising speed. Tony nearly vomited inside his suit. Staring at the carnage before him, his face was drained of color, terror etched across his features. What kind of monster was this? Someone who could fly and shoot lasers from her eyes. This power felt eerily familiar. My God, isn't this Superman? He had read countless superhero comics as a child, and the most famous among them was Superman. Just thinking of those frightening superpowers from the comics made Tony's scalp tingle with fear. Miss Superman. He forced down his nausea and managed to ask, I'm not Superman. What do you want from me? Lu Yunming hovered in midair, her expression cold as she shook her head. She knew perfectly well that the abilities of Homelander were just a watered-down version of DC's Superman. Though they seemed similar, the actual power gap was vast. There's a saying that Superman could easily blend in among a world full of Homelanders. That alone spoke volumes about Superman's terrifying might. Besides, she wasn't even at Homelander's peak, let alone on par with Superman. So, don't you feel cold dressed like that? Maybe you should find something to wear, Tony Stark stammered, his nerves getting the better of him as he blurted out whatever came to mind. If you have something to say, just say it. Lu Yunming replied calmly, glancing at him. Oh hell, can you get me out of here? Help me leave this area. I can pay you. Tony slapped his forehead, hurrying to clarify. The one Malawian Quacha's suit's systems were functioning, but the lead connections were severed. He couldn't even stand. Repairing the suit would require materials, a relatively safe environment, and, most crucially, time, which Tony sorely lacked right now. If he waited any longer, the noise would surely draw more terrorists, making the situation even worse. So, as a billionaire, Tony decided to persuade this powerful superwoman to act as his bodyguard with money. $1 million. Lu Yunming frowned, thinking for a moment before naming her price. In her previous life, she'd always lived on the edge of poverty, scraping by on a $3,000 monthly salary, barely enough for rent and food. The original owner hadn't saved much either. Her bank account held less than $50,000. It was just enough to get by, but in high-priced America, life was far from easy. Since there's a chance to improve her living conditions, why wouldn't she seize it? Especially when such a generous patron was standing right in front of her. Still, she wasn't greedy. Having enough money to get by was enough. Anything more could easily bring trouble. I'll give you $10 million. Tony raised his hand without hesitation, his voice resolute. Deal. Lian Ming's eyes sparkled as she accepted immediately. Heavens, in her previous life, she had never seen so much money. Oh God, and Ethan. Tony suddenly remembered something, his tone turning anxious. Miss Superwoman, could you save my friend while you're at it? He's in his 40s, wears glasses, and he covered for me just now. Before Tony could finish, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. The thick stone wall was smashed open by the blonde girl, leaving a gaping hole where she'd vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Superwoman returned to the cold storage. Clutching a blood-soaked, barely conscious man in her arms, her speed was nothing short of astonishing. Tony nearly choked on his own words, swallowing hard. He couldn't help but imagine this lady must be running on a 36-cylinder engine. But when he finally saw the man's face, his expression turned grave. It was Dr. In-sun, the brilliant physicist who'd helped him build the Iron Man suit. This was the great doctor who once pulled him back from the brink of death after a devastating attack, and now he lay here, clinging to life by a thread. Gunshot wounds to the chest and abdomen, severe trauma to the intestines and lungs. With her X-ray vision, Lian Ming quickly assessed the severity of the man's injuries. In-sun, oh God, why didn't you listen to me and stick to the plan? Tony struggled to move inside his Iron Man armor, his eyes full of grief and guilt. Even though he wasn't a doctor, it was clear his old friend was hanging by a thread. Stark, I was always worried about you, but now, I can rest easy. In-sun managed a stiff smile, turning his head to glance at Lian Ming as blood bubbled at the corners of his mouth. Homelander's power level chart. Official data, available for verification. This setting follows the official standards and is for reference only. Strength, 5 out of 5, planetary scale, can effortlessly lift an airplane, shatter concrete buildings with a punch, only slightly below Superman. Speed, 4 out of 5, supersonic. Flight speed reaches Mach 2 to 3, about 2,400 to 3,600 kilometers per hour, with reflexes fast enough to intercept bullets. Defense, 5 out of 5, nearly invincible. Skin can withstand conventional weapon attacks, including missiles and armor, piercing rounds, though the eyes remain relatively vulnerable, as shown by laser injuries in the series. Flight, 5 out of 5, capable of hovering and supersonic flight, able to carry heavy loads such as an entire passenger jet. Thermal vision, 5 out of 5, extremely high precision. Both eyes can emit intensely hot lasers capable of slicing through metal and vaporizing human bodies, with temperatures nearing the surface of the sun. Super hearing, 4 out of 5, able to eavesdrop on conversations from several kilometers away, but vulnerable to high-frequency noise interference, such as the sonic weapon scene in Season 2. Regeneration, 3 out of 5, can rapidly heal non-fatal injuries like gunshot wounds, but this ability relies on compound V and cannot regenerate lost organs. For example, an eye lost in the comics could not be restored. Mental resilience, 1 out of 5, markedly narcissistic, quick-tempered, lacking empathy, and easily manipulated, exhibiting a strong dependency on Madeline's motherly love. Note, this character's abilities are a variant of Homelander's, with minor differences in detail, but generally similar overall. Dr. Ethan's life was drawing to a close, but upon seeing Lu Yunming arrive, he was finally able to find peace. He watched with his own eyes as the leader of the Ten Rings terrorists was split cleanly in two by the golden-haired girl's crimson laser gaze. Several heavily armed terrorists who tried to intervene were also swiftly defeated, leaving them utterly powerless to fight back. With someone so powerful at their side, Tony's safety was beyond question. "Ethan, we have to go. Listen to me. I'm going to save you. I'll find the best doctors, get you to the most advanced hospital. You can't give up. For me, please hang in there. Stick to our plan." Tony Stark refused to give up, desperately trying to get his gravely wounded friend to safety. "This is my plan, Stark." Ethan's face was ashen, his voice growing fainter with every word. "Hold on. You still have your family." Tony pleaded, refusing to let go, doing everything he could to encourage him. "My family, they're already gone. I'll be seeing them soon." Ethan managed a weak smile, feeling a sliver of comfort that his lie had eased Tony's worry. In truth, his loved ones back in the village of Gulmira had perished long ago, killed when the Ten Rings took them. "Don't worry, I have nothing left to hold me back." Ethan's lips curled in a faint, reassuring smile, trying to set Tony's mind at ease. "Thank you for saving my life." Tony tried to force a smile, but it simply wouldn't come. "Then you must cherish it. Don't let it go to waste." Ethan's voice faded to a whisper, his face drained of all color. Tony's pain and grief were written all over his face, his eyes shining with unshed tears. Even a genius knew that in this moment, words could change nothing. "If you're not afraid of the pain, I can get that bullet out and stop the bleeding for you." At that moment, as the two men faced their final farewell, a voice cut in, somewhat abrupt, yet calm. "A little first aid should keep you going until we get to the hospital," Li Yunming added coolly. She couldn't help but think these two were mourning a bit too soon. The abilities of the Homelanders include super speed, super strength, and X-ray vision. She could pinpoint the exact location of the bullets. With her current physical prowess, she could easily extract the bullets with a swift movement of her fingers. She could move so quickly that the nerves wouldn't even have time to react, though stopping the bleeding might prove a bit painful. "You can save him? Oh my God, what are we waiting for? I'll add another $10 million. Tony's eyes widened with hope. For Tony, Ethan was already beyond saving. But the Superwoman before him claimed she could pull him back from a brink. For a billionaire, spending a little extra was nothing if it meant saving his friend's life. "Deal." Lu Yuming's lips curled into a subtle smile. A reward of $20 million. This unexpected windfall left her more than satisfied. Ethan looked at them with mixed emotions, wanting to say it was unnecessary. This was far from a safe surgical environment. Danger lurked all around, and outside the cave, terrorists kept a predatory watch. No matter how you looked at it, this decision seemed wildly unrealistic. He had long given up hope, resigned to his fate due to his grievous wounds. Yet Lu Yuming's words sparked a faint glimmer of hope in his heart. "Fantastic. I'll stand guard for you. Just block me at the entrance. I swear, I won't let so much as a fly get past me," Tony said, his excitement barely contained. "No need for all that." Lu Yunming shook her head and, with lightning speed, her fingers darted toward Ethan's body. In a blink, several deformed bullets lay in her palm. Then, her eyes flashed with a crimson light, and two laser beams, finer than a strand of hair, shot precisely into Ethan's wound. The lasers worked from inside out, instantly cauterizing the ruptured blood vessels and sealing the surface wound with exquisite precision. The entire procedure took less than 2 seconds, so fast that Ethan barely registered it before a wave of searing pain radiated from his wound. "I've removed the bullets and sealed the wound, but he'll still need surgery to fully recover," Lian Meng said, tossing the bullets aside and wiping the blood from her hands with the corner of her shirt, her tone unruffled. Cosmic rays had altered her genes, and with her background in precision work, there was hardly anyone who could rival her finesse in such delicate operations. She could regulate the laser's temperature from 3,000 degrees Celsius, hot enough to slice through steel, down to just a few hundred degrees, using it solely to close wounds. Ethan's injuries were manageable, but Tony's situation was beyond her abilities. After the Jericho missile exploded, shrapnel had become deeply embedded throughout Tony's body, and there were too many fragments to count. It wasn't simply a matter of plucking them out by hand. Even if the world's top surgeons attempted it, the odds of success would be no better than 20%. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. You're a genius. This is even more shocking than my grandma teaming up with O'Neill for a basketball game. Tony was visibly shaken, mumbling to himself in awe. Anyone witnessing a scene like this would be left in utter disbelief. This woman seemed to have superhuman powers. What once seemed impossible, she had turned into reality. Today, he had truly glimpsed another side of the world. His mind was now overflowing with questions and wild imaginings about Li Yunming's abilities. This unexpected kidnapping had unveiled an entirely new world to him. So what are we waiting for? Let's get out of here now. Tony beamed, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Ethan was out of immediate danger, and Tony had no desire to remain in this gloomy cave a second longer. Liu Yunming nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly with Tony's suggestion. Without hesitation, the three began their escape. Their so-called breakout was led by Li Yunming, who charged ahead, using her X-ray vision and laser eyes to clear out any enemies lurking in the shadows, then guiding Tony and Ethan out of the cave. No one could stand in their way along the route. The enemies were either sliced apart by searing beams or felled instantly by her crushing blows. The scene was nothing short of brutal. Li Yunming wasn't bloodthirsty by nature, but she felt absolutely no mercy for these terrorists. After all, the world never lacked evildoers hiding in its darkest corners. Before long, the three finally reached the cave's exit. Waiting outside, they saw over 100 armed militants crouched behind barricades, clutching heavy weapons as if firepower alone could drive away their terror. They had no idea what had happened inside the cave. Everyone who knew was already dead. No matter how many people they sent in, not a single one returned. Even their leader had vanished without a trace, leaving them on edge and hyper-vigilant. Yet, any attempt at resistance was destined to be futile. The heavy machine gun unleashed a torrent of blazing fire. No order was given, but the instant the militants spotted Li Yunming's figure, they all opened fire almost by instinct. Fire! Don't let any of them leave here alive. But as the bullets struck Li Yunming, sparks flew in all directions, as if they were hitting a slab of reinforced alloy steel. The constant impact of bullets rang out in sharp metallic notes. Apart from the holes torn in her clothing, her skin remained unscathed, not a single scratch to be seen. Though she hadn't quite reached the level of Superman's invulnerable body, her physical resilience was already enough to shrug off nearly all firearms, barely a step away from the likes of Homelander. Standing her ground, Li Yunming arched an eyebrow ever so slightly, feeling the impact of bullets against her skin. To her, it was no more than the sensation of plastic BB pellets bouncing off a leather jacket. If anything, it tickled a little. She figured that even a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle wouldn't pose a threat to her. Tank shells and rockets might cause some pain, but they would still struggle to break through her defenses. She couldn't help but wonder, could her body withstand a missile strike? Ever since Li Yunming gained her abilities, she'd wanted to test her limits. Unfortunately, there were no weapons here that could truly threaten her. Suddenly, she noticed a missile installation not far away, and a flicker of anticipation sparked in her heart. Meanwhile, everyone around her was stunned. Tony held Ethan in his arms, staring blankly at the scene, utterly unable to comprehend it. Weren't they all carbon-based life forms? Why was she so astonishingly different? The terrorists, too, had descended into panic, frantically pulling their triggers until their gun barrels started to smoke. This woman is a monster. She's a real demon. She must be sent by the gods to punish us. Some of the terrorists were already rambling incoherently. Liu Yunming decided there was no need to drag things out any longer. She didn't want her clothes to be completely ruined. After all, though she'd been a man in her previous life, she didn't have a penchant for exposure and preferred to keep a low profile. Without hesitation, she activated her laser vision. Red light flared in her eyes, and in an instant, 2 searing beams shot forth, piercing straight through a terrorist's skull and blasting his head apart. Immediately after, her heat vision swept across the front like a cutting torch, tracing a semicircle outside the cave. Nothing could withstand its path, and the 10 Rings terrorists fell one after another. The surrounding ammunition, exposed to the intense heat, set off violent explosions. Deafening blasts echoed through the air, sending thick plumes of smoke billowing skyward. All the terrorists were wiped out, none survived. Before long, a figure clad in surgical scrubs shot out of the smoke. Ethan slung over her back, Tony carried in her hand. She soared upward at tremendous speed. "Wow, that was incredible," Tony shouted, his voice brimming with excitement. Although the one manhwarecap suit had some flight capabilities and was designed for escape, it was far from perfect due to limited materials and time. Based on Tony's judgment, that suit would likely short-circuit after only a short flight. So, the sensation of being carried aloft and soaring through the sky was indescribably marvelous. Ethan clung tightly to Liu Yunming's neck, trembling all over. After all, he'd never experienced anything so unbelievable. Liu Yunming didn't fly at full speed. Her body was strong enough to withstand tremendous centrifugal force and air resistance, and Tony, protected by the suit, could just about manage. But Ethan couldn't. In theory, someone with powers akin to the Homelander could reach speeds of Mach 2 to Mach 5, 2 to 5 times the speed of sound. However, Liu Yunming didn't possess superhuman physical defenses and couldn't effectively protect ordinary people. She didn't want to risk having someone she just saved get hurt mid-air because they couldn't withstand the stress. So, she decided to postpone truly testing her limits. There would be time for that later. Just as Liu Yunming pondered which direction to fly, a sudden wave of intense dizziness swept over her. Her body lost all control and plummeted straight downward. Hungry, she felt utterly powerless, her mind razor, sharp and clear, but her body refused to obey her will. At the same time, Tony and Ensign noticed something was wrong. They shouted anxiously, desperately trying to snap her out of it, but to no avail. Liu Yunming wanted so badly to tell them that her mind was completely lucid. The problem was only with her body. Damn it! Is this the side effect of using superpowers? Tony cried out in frustration, but no one could answer him. If things continued like this, a fall from such a height would be fatal for both him and Ensign. Tony quickly activated the one manhwarecap armor's propulsion system, doing his best to adjust his position. With one hand, he grabbed onto Liu Yunming and Ensign, struggling to keep them balanced. As they fell, he fired the thrusters in short bursts to slow their descent as much as possible, trying to minimize the impact. At last, the three of them crashed into the desert. Fortunately, none of them suffered fatal injuries. The massive impact completely wrecked the one manhwarecap suit, reducing it to little more than a pile of scrap metal. Left with no other choice, Tony fashioned a makeshift stretcher out of the armor's remains. Dragging the now deeply unconscious Liu Yunming and supporting the wounded Dr. Ensign as they trudged through the desert. Finally, just as his body was about to give out from dehydration, he heard the distant whir of helicopter blades. A weary smile of survival crept across Tony's face. Two armed helicopters swooped in from above, landing on the sand not far away. Major Rhodes, accompanied by several Special Forces soldiers, rushed toward them. Seeing Tony still grinning, Rhodes shook his head and said, "Still want to keep enjoying your little desert jeep adventure?" Originally, after the weapons demonstration, Rhodes had planned for Tony to travel back with a military convoy along a secure route. But Tony, always stubborn, insisted on experiencing the desert landscape and chose a remote road instead, only to run straight into a terrorist ambush. The entire U.S. military escort was wiped out. Tony himself was gravely injured and missing, his fate uncertain. He was lost for 3 whole months. Stark Industries' stock price plummeted, while the military, FBI, CIA, and countless government agencies fell into chaos, all desperately searching for the missing genius billionaire. At this moment, Tony didn't feel like saying much. He merely let slip a wry, self-mocking smile. He couldn't help but internally complain about his own inexplicable good luck. As the CEO of Stark Industries, he had traveled halfway across the world to this desolate region just to demonstrate the latest Jericho missile. He never expected to be kidnapped by terrorists and pushed to the edge of survival. What was even more unbelievable was that he had personally witnessed a blonde woman floating in midair, her eyes firing red lasers that utterly defeated every single terrorist. The scene defied all logic. After everything he'd been through, all he could hope for was never to encounter anything like this again. "Next time, can you promise to take me along?" Rhodey said with a teasing tone, patting Tony on the shoulder and grinning. Tony curled his lips, still unwilling to say much, and simply gestured toward the stretcher behind him. Rhodey glanced back in confusion and saw 2 people lying on a makeshift stretcher cobbled together from scrap metal. The rubber straps meant to secure it had snapped, leaving only palm-sized fragments. One was a middle-aged man with glasses, his face pale and clearly gravely injured. He managed to crack his eyes open and nodded to Rhodey. But it was the other, injured, person who caught Rhodey's attention. When he got a clear look, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his gaze. He looked around, then leaned in close to Tony and spoke in a low voice. Bro, since you went missing, things outside have turned upside down. Every branch is searching for you, and for her. Li Yunming's tightly shut eyes twitched ever so slightly, betraying that she was actually listening to every word. But at this moment, Tony had just narrowly escaped death, Eunsun was still unconscious, and Rhodey was explaining how dire the situation had become. No one noticed her reaction. In truth, she hadn't lost consciousness at all. If attacked, she could still react in an instant. Tony's usual playful expression vanished, replaced by a serious look. He narrowed his eyes at his old friend. What are you trying to say? The military has issued an order. Whatever it takes, they're to find freelance journalist Yunming Liu and bring her in, Rhodey said, then pointed meaningfully toward the sky above. Tony instantly caught on to the hint. The superhuman abilities that the superwoman had displayed had already been captured by surveillance satellites. And the military had quickly uncovered every detail about the reporter's identity and background. Their intentions for bringing her back were all too clear. As Howard Stark's son, Tony had heard a thing or two about the super soldier program. He also knew the military's research methods were extremely aggressive, though their technical expertise was lacking. It seemed all they'd managed to produce was a green monster, though by all accounts, that creature's destructive power was nothing short of terrifying. No, she's the exclusive reporter for Stark Industries' news division. The military has no authority to give her orders. Tony raised an eyebrow, shaking his head in denial as he invented a position for her on the spot. He had no intention of letting the person who saved him be turned into a test subject. Are you sure about that? Wasn't she your bodyguard? Didn't she only pose as a reporter to get into the desert and rescue you? Rhodey looked Tony in the eye, reminding him gravely. All right, that's exactly it. Taking out terrorists isn't illegal, and neither the government nor the military has any right to interfere with my employees. Tony nodded, responding instantly and smoothly following up. All right, Tony, I can hold off the military side for you. But you know as well as I do, dealing with the other departments won't be so easy. Rhodey lowered his voice, giving Tony a quiet warning. Let them come to me directly. Right now, immediately, make sure they're taken to the best hospital available for treatment. Absolutely no hospitals with special affiliations. Understood? Tony flashed a confident grin, patting his chest. In capitalist America, sometimes the word of big money speaks louder than the president's. And as it happened, he was the biggest capitalist in the country. Oh, and while you're at it, arrange something for my treatment too, preferably with a doctor who's easy on the eyes. As you wish. Rhodey could only sigh, resigned to Tony's whims. And don't tell Pepper. Meanwhile, in the director's office at the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, Nick Fury sat back in a soft chair, brows furrowed as he leafed through a stack of documents. Red beams, supersonic flight, able to withstand heavy weaponry. Do people like this really exist? Are we sure God isn't just messing with us? He muttered under his breath. Agent Phil Coulson stood respectfully at the desk, a faint smile on his face. Director, we've pulled up the satellite surveillance, crystal clear footage. She wasn't wearing the iconic blue suit or the red cape, but the abilities this lady reporter has shown are almost straight out of the comics. My God, are you telling me she could actually move tectonic plates, lasso the earth with a chain, or snuff out the sun with a single breath? Fury's jaw dropped, his face filled with shock. Everyone had read Superman comics. The idea of such powers in real life was enough to make your skin crawl. Fury even felt a twitchy urge to slam the emergency alarm. You're thinking of the Silver Age Superman. From what we've seen on video, this Super Miss's abilities aren't quite that outrageous, at least, not yet. Agent Coulson analyzed the situation carefully. As a fan of both Captain America and Superman, the appearance of someone like this on Earth filled him with an almost childlike excitement. Then what are you waiting for? You're in charge of this. Find a way to approach her as soon as possible. Nick Fury issued the order without a moment's hesitation. S.H.I.E.L.D. needed new blood, more people with supernatural abilities. It would do wonders for his Avengers initiative. If they could recruit her, that would be ideal, but even if she wouldn't cooperate, she had to be brought under surveillance. He would never allow an individual with Superman-level power to roam unchecked on Earth. He still remembered the crisis brought by the Skrulls and Kree over a decade ago. The threat of extraterrestrial civilizations never truly faded. He didn't want to experience that sense of helplessness and fear ever again. Earth needed to have its own defenses. Understood, Director. Agent Coulson nodded with a reassuring smile. And another thing, help that female reporter out of her troubles. Keep the military and those government types who want to interfere at bay, got it? Fury emphasized once more. In this world, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't only watching people with superpowers. Rest assured, our people are already on it, Coulson replied with a nod. 3 days later, inside a private intensive care ward at Stark Industries' exclusive medical facility, Lu Yunming slowly opened her eyes, taking stock of her physical condition. A faint smile tugged at her lips. Because the system had forcibly infused her with cosmic rays, her genes had mutated, causing her cells to remain in a state of intense activity. When she first woke from cryogenic stasis, the mutation and her body's adaptability hadn't yet reached equilibrium. The moment she used her superpowers recklessly, her body's self-protection kicked in, and she slipped into a brief dormant state mid-flight. Her mind had been clear the entire time, but her body was utterly drained until her genes and physical form gradually achieved balance, allowing her to finally awaken. Even so, as the host of the Homelander template, her strength was nothing to scoff at. If anyone had tried to harm her while she was weak, she would still have been able to unleash enough force to deter them. Silently, Lu Yunming intoned, "Open system panel. Name, Lu Yunming. Energy level, surface level, status, weak, gender, female, ability template. Homelander, 100% similarity, source of superpower. Gene mutation triggered by cosmic rays, super strength maximum. Muscle force, 350 tons, super speed, top ground running speed. Mach 13 for 1,420 meters/second. Super durability, can withstand most conventional firearms, but not nuclear blasts. Super regeneration, cellular. Activity increased 10,000-fold. Rapid absorption of energy for healing, but cannot regenerate severed limbs. Flight, maximum speed, Mach 35, 12,000 meters/second. Laser vision, temperature up to 4,000 degrees Celsius. X-ray vision, can penetrate the human body, metal materials, and reinforce concrete buildings, but cannot penetrate special metal zinc. Super hearing, can capture all sounds within a 5-kilometer radius. Looking at the abilities displayed on the panel, Li Yunming felt fairly satisfied. These powers, while similar to those of the Homelander, had some distinct differences. The Homelander's abilities came from a special compound V, whereas hers were the result of gene mutations triggered by cosmic rays. The core abilities were much the same, but she also had the added gifts of super regeneration and energy absorption. It's worth noting that in the boys, the Homelander's body was incredibly resilient and nearly impossible to injure. Because of this, his cells never evolved the need for super regeneration. They simply didn't require it. Li Yunming couldn't help but pout a little with regret. She couldn't grow stronger just by basking in the sun like the Homelander could. Still, having already come to terms with being reborn as a woman, she knew resistance was futile. Adaptation was her only choice. As for her gender, she'd long since grown disillusioned with love. Whether male or female made little difference to her now. Ding! The obsession of your previous self has been resolved. Gene mutation is now complete. The system will not assign missions. The path to becoming stronger must be discovered by the host alone. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in her mind. This world is full of unknown mysteries. The host is free to explore. The system will retain only the data panel. System consciousness will now depart completely. Host, take care. What? Wait. Li Yunming blurted out in surprise. She hadn't expected that after her rebirth, there would be no set goals, no tasks. Everything would depend on her own exploration. No matter how she called out, the system didn't respond again. Only the cold, data-driven display remained in her mind. All right, you win. Li Yunming sighed. If she had to rely on herself, then so be it. After all, venturing into the unknown wasn't exactly new to her. From the system's final guidance, she understood that once her body had fully recovered, she could use her powers without worrying about adverse reactions like fainting. Her body was strong enough that even a fall from hundreds of meters wouldn't harm her. Still, this incident had caused quite a bit of trouble for Tony and Ethan. Wait, what about those two now? Supergirl, you're awake? That's fantastic. Just then, a voice rang out from beside her. Tony, his injured arm in a sling, walked into the hospital room with excitement glowing on his face. Upon returning to Los Angeles, Tony immediately held a press conference at Stark Industries headquarters. Right then and there, he announced the closure of the company's weapons division. No more manufacturing of lethal arms. The kidnapping ordeal had left a deep impression on Tony. Seeing terrorists wielding weapons made by Stark Industries, he was desperate to put an end to it all. The original intention behind manufacturing weapons was to protect the nation from the ravages of war, allow people to enjoy peace, never to create instruments of killing. Tony understood this deeply, which is why he decided to halt weapon production and supply altogether. His decision sent shockwaves throughout society. After Tony returned as CEO, Stark Industries stock had soared for a time, but with his announcement, the share price quickly plummeted. Faced with media mockery, public skepticism, angry investors, and fierce opposition from shareholders, Tony remained unfazed. He stood firm in his decision, unwavering no matter how much the world talked. Obadiah Stane, one of the company's major shareholders, came to persuade Tony himself, stressing that shutting down the weapons division would cost Stark Industries its most important source of profit. Tony was unbothered. Pointing to the arc reactor on his chest, he declared he would now focus on the field of new energy, hoping his research could benefit all of humanity. After several days under the media spotlight and relentless questioning, Tony gradually returned to his regular life, often visiting the hospital to check on the person who had saved him. Dr. Insun was recovering after his surgery, but the superwoman remained unconscious. The doctors say your body is exceptionally strong. Even needles can't pierce your skin, so they've had to use a tube to give you nutrients, Tony remarked, dragging over a chair and sitting down with an easy air, his tone teasing. All your tests are perfectly normal. You just won't wake up. I'm tempted to fire all these doctors. Is there anything to eat? Lu Yunming asked, looking at the familiar face. She was relieved Tony hadn't tried to cut her open with a saw, and realized that strange taste in her mouth was from the nutrient solution fed through a rubber tube. The nutrients barely met her basic needs, but after her awakening, she had burned through a tremendous amount of energy. Now, she was ravenous. She could practically devour a whole cow. Oh, heavens, that's my oversight. I can't let Superwoman go hungry. Tony smacked his forehead in chagrin. Can you handle a cheeseburger right now? I mean, maybe your stomach needs something soft first, like soup or porridge. Do you have Lanzhou beef noodles? Or maybe some barbecue? Lu Yunming tilted her head, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Though her new body was used to Western food, her soul longed for the flavors of Chinese cuisine. Oh, come on. You've got to try my favorite cheeseburger. It's the taste of my happy childhood. Tony winked, recommending it with absolute confidence. I know you have an Eastern background, but there's no authentic Lanzhou noodles in Los Angeles. You'll have to adapt. Well, maybe you can find something, but it won't be the real deal. And the Greek barbecue here is nothing like the kind you're imagining. As for the taste, well, it might not really be to your liking. Watching Tony chatter on and on, Li Yunming couldn't help but burst out laughing. The mood in the room suddenly felt a lot lighter. Hey, it's settled. Happy, go order 10 combo meals. You know what I like? Tony gave no room for refusal, and simply ordered his friend, who was waiting outside the intensive care unit, to do as he said. An hour later, everyone was finally full and satisfied. Between Li Yunming, Tony, and Happy, they managed to polish off 50 cheeseburger meals. Of those, Li Yunming alone ate 45, including both burgers and sodas, leaving Tony and Happy completely dumbfounded. Happy, in particular, was stunned. He'd initially thought this girl, prettier than any Time magazine cover model, was just another new companion his boss had met. How wrong he was. With an appetite like that, she was clearly no ordinary woman. Only Tony himself, the military, and certain government officials knew Li Yunming's true identity. Not even Pepper, Tony's most trusted confidant, had any idea, let alone Happy. Li Yunming patted her stomach with satisfaction, her hand brushing over the firm muscles beneath her hospital gown. Despite all she'd eaten, her abdomen hadn't bulged in the slightest. In fact, it felt astonishingly toned. The genetic mutation that had sculpted her already graceful figure into something almost impossibly athletic left her with sharply defined lines and hardly any excess fat, save for a few subtle curves in just the right places. This meal left her thoroughly satisfied, her metabolism working at a phenomenal rate. She could already sense her strength returning at an incredible pace. Miss, I have to say, your appetite really shocked me. Honestly, I think you could probably eat a person whole, Tony quipped, wiping his mouth as he spoke. The last time he'd witnessed anyone eat like this was at a competitive eating contest, where a man weighing over 300 pounds had downed more than 50 hot dogs in one sitting. But even that paled in comparison to what he'd seen today. Li Yunming simply smiled softly, offering no reply. She continued to quietly revel in the sensations of her newly awakened superpowers, feeling the surge of energy coursing through her body. So what's next? Are you planning to keep working as a freelance journalist? Tony asked, feigning a casual tone. Haven't decided yet. Maybe I'll just travel around for a while. Li Yunming replied, her voice calm and even. The truth was, ever since gaining the powers of a Homelander, she'd been itching to try venturing into outer space. Humans had always dreamed of exploring the cosmos, and she was no exception. She also wanted to find out if she could really draw strength from absorbing sunlight. She still held on to that hope. In theory, with a body as strong as a Homelander's, she should be able to survive in the vacuum of space. Although she didn't possess the kind of biological force field that protected Superman, her extraordinary genes allowed her to barely survive in a vacuum. Just how long she could hold out remained uncertain. Moreover, her maximum flight speed could reach Mach 35, well above Earth's escape velocity, more than enough to break free of gravity and enter orbit. I like to be straightforward. Would you be willing to stay at Stark Industries as my bodyguard? Tony finally made his request, laying it out plainly. After all, having witnessed Lian Ming's formidable abilities, he had long been tempted by the idea. After discovering that Stark Industries' weapons had been illegally sold to terrorists, and experiencing an attack and abduction firsthand, Tony had become far more vigilant. He realized he needed a much stronger security force. Though the development of the Iron Man suits was already underway, it was still far from enough for now. Tony had Jarvis investigate Lian Ming's background. This mixed-race superwoman had a spotless record. She was 24, unmarried, and held a doctorate in journalism from Brown University. While her achievements didn't quite match Tony's own, she was still a genius in her own right. Dissatisfied with her boss's constant nitpicking at the New York Times, she had resigned to become a freelance journalist. She was active in charity work, eager to help victims in war zones, and though still young, had traveled the world, reporting on all kinds of injustices. She never backed down from the powerful, always standing with the vulnerable, an outlook that resonated deeply with Tony's own ideals. So, he resolved to keep this fiercely principled journalist by his side, no matter what. As for the military's covetous interest, Tony hardly gave a second thought. What he didn't know was that the soul of the journalist before him actually hailed from another world, Blue Star, and that the original Lian Ming was long gone. Don't be too quick to say no. The offer from Stark Industries is simply impossible to refuse, an annual salary of $50 million. Tony smiled, clapping his hands lightly, his tone relaxed. We have a media relations department, so you can keep pursuing your interests and your career. The job is flexible, with very few restrictions. All you need to do is check in at the news department once a month. The rest of your time is yours. All I ask is that you protect me whenever I'm in danger, of course. That means you'll need super hearing, able to know instantly if I'm in trouble. So what do you say? A superwoman working at a newspaper, doesn't that fit your story perfectly? Tony's personality was unpredictable and his words often unexpected, making it difficult to guess what he might be thinking. But his intentions were clear. He needed a bodyguard with superpowers. At the same time, he was deeply curious about this superwoman's abilities, hoping to study them while respecting her wishes. Do we have a deal? Tony extended his hand solemnly. He was certain hardly anyone would turn down an offer like this. Deal. A faint smile played at the corners of Lian Ming's lips as she slowly sat up, then rose from the bed and shook Tony's hand. As a billionaire, Tony already had a formidable security team at his disposal. Her job was to handle the dangers that ordinary people simply couldn't face. Possessing powers akin to a member of the Homelander's kind, there shouldn't be many threats in the early days of the Marvel Universe that could truly endanger her. She would also need time to figure out how to become even stronger and how to explore this new world. Aside from her curiosity about outer space, she wanted to visit China, the one place that always felt like home, even if this world was different from the one in her memories. As for whether she showed up for work on time, that wasn't something that really mattered to her. Lian Ming had once asked the system why she had no recollection of the Marvel movie plots. The system explained that her soul had been damaged during the crossing. In time, her soul would gradually recover, and the memories she'd lost would slowly return. This is fantastic, Lou. May I call you that? I have to say, you made a very smart decision. Tony was so excited, he rubbed his hands together in delight. Spending $50 million a year for a superwoman to be his bodyguard was, in his mind, a bargain he couldn't pass up. You won't be wasting your money, boss, Liu Yunming replied with a gentle smile. Take some time to rest first. You'll officially start work in a week. With that, Tony turned and left the hospital room. Out in the hospital corridor, Happy hurried after him. At last, he couldn't hold back and asked hesitantly, Tony, you're making this beautiful lady your personal bodyguard. So what about me? I feel like you're rushing into this. Honestly, she doesn't look all that strong. Shouldn't a bodyguard at least have some muscle? To Happy, it seemed this mysterious woman was taking his job, and it sure looked like Tony's latest tactic to impress women. From the outside, the young woman had a striking figure. Maybe she'd done some martial arts or hit the gym, but that was about it. He really didn't believe she was cut out for bodyguard work. If Tony just wanted to flirt, he could have put her in PR. There was no need for all this elaborate arrangement. Happy, from now on, you're the new head of security for Stark Industries. Tony smiled, giving Happy a reassuring pat on the shoulder. First, I don't make decisions on a whim. Her abilities are far beyond anything you can imagine. Second, it's my call, so you don't have to worry. Tony thought to himself, if you'd seen her take out a bunch of terrorists with her heat vision like it was nothing, you wouldn't be having these doubts. All right, you're the boss, whatever you say. Happy threw up his hands in resignation, but in his mind, he still couldn't shake the question. Lee Yun-ming had once asked the system why she was missing memories of the Marvel movie plots. The system had explained this was because her soul had been damaged during the crossing. However, as time goes by, the wounds of the soul will gradually heal, and the lost memories will slowly return. This is wonderful, Lou, may I call you that? You've made an incredibly wise decision. Tony rubbed his hands together in excitement. Hiring a superwoman as a bodyguard for $50 million a year was, by any standard, a fantastic deal. You'll never be wasting your money, boss, Liu Yunming replied with a gentle smile. Get plenty of rest. You'll officially start work in a week, Tony said, and with that, he turned and left the hospital room. Out in the hospital corridor, Happy could no longer hold back his doubts. He spoke up, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Tony, you're hiring this beautiful lady as your personal bodyguard. So what about me? I think this decision is a bit rushed. She doesn't look very strong. A bodyguard should at least have some muscle, don't you think? From Happy's perspective, this mysterious woman was taking his job, and to him, the whole thing looked just like another one of the boss's attempts to win over a new love interest. Judging by her appearance, the young woman was in good shape. Maybe she'd practiced some martial arts or worked out a bit. But that was about it. Happy didn't believe she was cut out for the job of a bodyguard. If Tony was just interested in chasing women, he could have gone to the PR department. There was no need for all this elaborate arrangement. Happy, from now on you're promoted to Chief of Security for Stark Industries. Tony grinned, giving Happy a reassuring pat on the shoulder. First of all, this isn't a whim. Her abilities are far beyond anything you can imagine. Second, it's my call, so you don't need to worry about my decisions. Tony thought to himself, if you'd seen her effortlessly take out those terrorists with her heat vision, you wouldn't have any doubts now. Well, you're the boss, so it's your call, Happy said, spreading his hands in resignation. Still, he remained unconvinced, thinking this was just Tony's way of pursuing a new girlfriend. But with a promotion on the table, he decided it wasn't worth making a fuss. Why not just go with the flow? Pepper, known as Little Pepper, was Tony Stark's personal assistant and one of the people he trusted most. She was beautiful and poised, capable and efficient, and had long helped Tony navigate all sorts of affairs. In Tony's life, she was his closest confidant. Hello, Liu Yunming said with a warm smile, nodding in greeting. She'd always had a fondness for Pepper. After all, in the original story, Pepper was a truly admirable character. At this moment, Pepper looked at the young woman before her, someone even more beautiful and delicate than herself, almost like a porcelain doll, with a complicated expression. She had to admit, in her heart, that this time the boss's choice was indeed better than those previous cover girls she had removed from his circle. Even so, she still couldn't accept Tony's habit of bringing attractive women home under the pretense of needing a personal bodyguard. That excuse was far too flimsy for her liking. Miss Liu, I apologize for disturbing your rest. I hope what I'm about to say won't come across as too forward. Pepper's tone was calm, her manner sincere, displaying a great deal of poise and good manners. She hadn't told Tony she was coming here on her own, and truth be told, she was a little nervous about it. Go ahead, Liu Yunming replied, raising her brows slightly as she leaned casually against the edge of the hospital bed, her voice gentle and soft. Though she didn't have any superpowers, she could easily guess the reason for Pepper's visit. I hope you'll turn down Tony's invitation, Pepper said bluntly. May I ask why? A glimmer flashed in Liu Yunming's green eyes, her lips curving into a faint, elusive smile. I don't think you're suited to be a bodyguard. I can't entrust Tony's safety to a freelance journalist, Pepper answered seriously. Even if her words sounded unfriendly, she knew she was simply stating the truth. Since becoming Tony's personal assistant, Pepper had always managed his daily life and work affairs, but had never interfered with his private life. But this time was different. Tony had just survived a terrorist kidnapping and had been missing for a full 3 months. Now, danger lurked around every corner of his world. To address this, Pepper had already contacted a professional security company to arrange comprehensive protection for Tony. She had also taken the time to look into Liu Yunming's background, discovering that she had neither experience as a bodyguard nor any combat training. In Pepper's eyes, this so-called personal bodyguard was nothing more than an excuse Tony had come up with. Pepper felt Tony's decision was reckless this time, and, out of a sense of responsibility, she had to step in personally to set things right. I have to say, your eyes are very beautiful, Liu Yunming said suddenly, gazing earnestly at Pepper after a brief moment of silence. Pepper blinked in surprise, thinking, I'm trying to have a serious conversation, and you're complimenting me out of nowhere? Liu Yunming only smiled and didn't elaborate further. She truly thought Pepper was beautiful, especially those eyes, so full of intelligence and resolve. Well then, since that's the case, I won't say more. I just wanted to offer you some advice. Ultimately, the final decision rests with the boss. Pepper shook her head, feeling a bit exasperated by her own impulsiveness. Truthfully, there were other ways to handle this situation. There was no real need to confront the person directly. Taking the initiative to apply pressure like this wasn't her usual approach. Perhaps it was the immense pressure brought on by Lu Yunming's presence, or maybe there were other reasons. Whatever the case, she had come here on an impulse. Pepper sighed helplessly and turned to leave the hospital room. As she reached the door, Pepper looked back and reminded her, "I hope you'll carry out your duties responsibly." Lu Yunming nodded in acknowledgement. She knew that, in Tony's life, Pepper held an irreplaceable place. Pepper was the only one who cared nothing for fame or status, genuinely concerned only for Tony's well-being. Lu Yunming didn't mind this at all. In fact, she admired Pepper's frankness and sense of responsibility. More importantly, Lu Yunming had not realized just how much her appearance had affected others. She still approached problems with a man's mindset, simply thinking that the original owner's profession wasn't suitable for a bodyguard. Of course, after merging with the Super Gene, everything had changed. With the abilities she now displayed, Lu Yunming's protection far surpassed any security system or elite team. 5 days later, Lu Yunming made a full recovery and was officially discharged from the hospital. Tony personally came to pick her up and arrange for her to stay in a luxurious villa near the Malibu coast. To her surprise, this villa was only a few kilometers from Tony's own home, and he had purchased it himself after returning from Afghanistan. During the 10 days Lu Yunming spent in the hospital, Tony had even hired a construction team to completely renovate the villa. In the end, a top-tier mansion costing tens of millions of dollars awaited her. The villa boasted a circular, cloud-shaped roof with undulating tiles. Open, plan floor, 2 ceiling windows looked out to the sea, and the first floor featured a spacious living room and a modern kitchen, covering more than 400 square meters. Upstairs, there were 3 bedrooms for bathrooms and an open balcony. The basement was built into the hillside, offering ample space with 2 open bedrooms, their ceilings made of high transparency, ocean blue tempered glass. The villa was also equipped with a gym, swimming pool, studio, and private beach, luxurious in every sense. The only thing that made Lu Yunming feel awkward was the pink wallpaper adorning the walls. She was no little girl, and living alone in such a large house felt just a bit too extravagant. Originally, she had planned to rent an apartment downtown. After all, with a $20 million salary, she had no worries about living expenses. But then she thought as a bodyguard, it made sense to live nearby. So what do you think? Do you like it? I hired a designer to incorporate some Eastern elements into the renovation. Took quite a bit of effort, Tony said proudly. How could I possibly say I don't like it? Thank you, boss, for your generosity. I'm very satisfied. Lu Yunming replied with a smile, standing in the sunlight. She wore a casual shirt, jeans, and sneakers. A pair of black sunglasses perched atop her golden, brown curls, giving her an air of confidence and poise. Her beauty was dazzling under the sunlight, so much so that Happy couldn't help but stare in awe. Hey, no need to be so formal. As long as you can keep me alive, that's all I ask. Tony waved his hand nonchalantly, his tone brimming with ease and self-assurance. To him, money was nothing more than a number. If something was worth it, no price was too high. Oh, by the way, you really have supervision and super hearing, right? Tony suddenly leaned in, lowered his voice, and asked with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. That's right. I can sense everything within a 5-kilometer radius, Lu Yunming replied, nodding without a hint of hesitation. She could even clearly see every detail inside Tony's villa from 3 kilometers away, from the cars in the basement to the scattered armor parts on his workbench. So long as Tony was within her range, she could reach him in the blink of an eye if trouble arose. That's amazing, but just a heads up, don't go peeking when I'm in the shower, right? I'd still like to keep some private space. Tony grinned, teasing her. Lu Yunming arched an eyebrow and let out a disdainful chuckle. What's so interesting about a man taking a shower? If she really wanted to watch, she'd much rather watch Pepper. Oh, and I've also prepared some transportation for you. I hope you like it. So what do you think? Not bad, huh? Perks and benefits like these aren't something you find just anywhere, Tony said as he led her to the villa's garage. He pressed a button on the remote, and the garage door slowly rose to reveal a red Lamborghini sports car. Even though Lu Yunming wasn't a car enthusiast, she could tell at a glance that this was no ordinary vehicle. Boss had it custom, ordered straight from Lamborghini headquarters. Limited edition, only 10 in the world, Happy whispered from the side. Lu Yunming couldn't help but think to herself. Tony Stark, living up to his name, his wealth was truly staggering. This kind of luxury was a whole new world to her. If it were up to me, I'd just fly. But considering your abilities, let's call this car a little window dressing. Tony handed her the keys, his voice playful. Once the new house pranks were over, Tony and Happy left the villa, Tony to continue his work on the Iron Man suit, and Happy back to the office. Liu Yunming didn't waste any time either. She strolled around the area, taking in the experience of the wealthy lifestyle. In her previous life, she'd always lived a 9-to-5 routine, so this world of luxury was both unfamiliar and intriguing. Now, at last, she had the chance to savor it for herself. After familiarizing herself with the surroundings, she began preparing her own space mission. Ordinary clothing simply couldn't withstand the air friction and intense heat brought on by high-speed flight. No matter how many layers she wore, her outfit would be incinerated before she even left Earth's atmosphere, leaving her utterly exposed. Therefore, she asked Tony for a special suit made from toughened fibers and heat-resistant metals. To be honest, the suit looked a bit bulky, almost like an oversized winter coat, but its performance was outstanding. Liu Yunming had tested it with her heat vision and discovered that the suit could withstand temperatures of over 1,000 degrees for a short period, far superior to any heat-resistant gear available on the market. Since blazing through the atmosphere at high speeds would generate extreme heat, the suit's limited endurance was already more than sufficient for her needs. After all, her rapid flight could make up for any shortcomings in the suit's protection. In fact, the preparations were rather simple. What mattered most was her own formidable physical strength. Liu Yunming decided that today would be the day she attempted to fly into space. Just as she was studying how to put on the heat-resistant suit, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. With her X-ray vision, Liu Yunming peered through the wall and saw someone familiar, yet slightly strange, standing outside. She got up, walked to the door, and opened it to find a middle-aged man in a suit, his hairline a bit high, smiling warmly at her. "Good afternoon, Miss Liu. My name is Phil Coulson from a Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Here's my card." The man introduced himself politely, handing her a business card striped in black and gold. Liu Yunming glanced at the SHIELD logo printed on the card and accepted it without much thought. "How can I help you?" she asked. Liu Yunming was no stranger to SHIELD, the organization tasked with handling all sorts of extraordinary incidents, currently led by the one-eyed director, Nick Fury. Unlike ordinary government agencies, SHIELD answered directly to the International Security Council, supervised by multiple countries. But ever since the end of World War II, SHIELD had been deeply infiltrated by HYDRA. Truly loyal agents were few and far between, hence, some people mockingly called it Snake SHIELD. These facts flickered through Liu Yunming's mind, though she had no way of knowing which SHIELD agents were actually Hydra operatives. For that reason, she felt no particular fondness for SHIELD. To her, it was an arrogant organization, pretending to safeguard the world, even the cosmos, yet rarely living up to its own claims and often struggling to keep up. SHLD's history could be traced back thousands of years, all the way to ancient Egypt. According to legend, a great hero once led humanity in repelling the alien insectoid invasion. His shield became a symbol for future generations, eventually inspiring the creation of a secret organization dedicated to countering major threats, the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield. Throughout history, the Brotherhood counted among its members such illustrious figures as Leonardo da Vinci, Galileo, and Newton. Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father, was also one of their ranks. The modern SHIELD was established after World War II as an official military and intelligence agency, similar to the FBI or CIA. SHIELD operates with a centralized authority and clear objectives, holding classified intelligence from all corners of the globe, and takes particular interest in supernatural phenomena. This meeting today is primarily because of your use of supernatural abilities in the Afghanistan region, Agent Coulson said, maintaining his polite smile and courteous tone. Liu Yunming immediately understood the purpose of his visit. In fact, after escaping the desert, she had overheard every word of Tony and Rhodey's secret conversation. Though her body had been in deep hibernation, her mind remained fully alert. During the days she spent recovering in her hospital room, she'd occasionally used her superhuman hearing, inadvertently picking up a great deal of information. Given that the government and military had already taken notice of her, it came as no surprise that SHIELD had managed to uncover related intelligence. After all, their unique information network spanned the entire globe. "Miss Liu Yunming, I realize this sudden contact may catch you off guard, but SHLD's mission is to respond to all manner of supernatural incidents," Coulson continued. "We've reviewed your records and background, and I must say your file is impressively clean. Personally, I deeply admire your courage and actions. We are truly sorry for what happened to you in Afghanistan. That lapse was a failure on our part." Coulson spoke slowly, his gaze steady as he discreetly sized up the remarkable young woman before him. The sense of pressure she radiated was formidable. He dared not underestimate someone who had been shot dead, miraculously revived, and handedly defeated over 200 terrorists, no matter how young and beautiful she appeared. After receiving authorization to access her file, he had spent the night coordinating with intelligence and analysis teams, first confirming the authenticity of the surveillance satellite footage. Next, the technical department reconstructed the scene, attempting to assess this superwoman's upper limits. The results, however, were frustratingly inconclusive. The truth was, the Ten Rings terrorists were simply too weak to push Liu Yunming to reveal the true extent of her powers. With those mixed feelings, he had resolved to meet this supernaturally gifted individual in person. The reason they didn't take immediate coercive action was because her record had always been spotless, showing her to be a kind-hearted person by nature. After coming back from the dead, she awakened superpowers. Driven by fury, she wiped out all the terrorists present, a response that was, to some extent, understandable. Even more importantly, she had also managed to rescue the famous entrepreneur and billionaire, Tony Stark, who had been kidnapped. S.H.I.E.L.D. preferred to handle the situation with a gentle touch instead of resorting to force. Their main objective was deterrence, recruitment, and forging good relations. As director Nick Fury put it, as long as Li Yunming didn't become a threat because of her powers, they were more than happy to work with her. Agent Phil Coulson, ever the model of courtesy, spoke in a warm and dignified manner, or at least that was how Li Yunming perceived it. His tone was neither aggressive nor evasive, striking a balance that put people at ease. This sense of restraint in his words stemmed from his calm and disciplined character. It's all right. I've moved on from the shadows of my past. The blood of those terrorists has already washed away my shame. A dangerous glint flickered in Liu Yunming's eyes, carrying an air of menace. But just as quickly, she offered a faint smile, shook her head candidly, and spoke directly. She was no longer the original Liu Yunming. Although the lingering memories still influenced her, she bore no resentment. Her reckoning with the terrorists wasn't driven by personal rage. Miss Liu, I completely understand your actions. A world with fewer terrorists is a better place for everyone. I haven't come here to hold you accountable. Rather, I'd like to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. as an official agent. Coulson felt a brief wave of pressure, but he quickly collected himself and stated his purpose plainly. One way or another, S.H.I.E.L.D. could not simply ignore a superpowered individual like her. I think this is something you might want to discuss directly with my employer, Tony Stark. After all, I'm in his employ right now. Liu Yunming shrugged, her words carrying a subtle meaning. Tony was a good boss, wealthy, superpowered, and granting her plenty of freedom. If given the choice, she'd rather keep her distance from S.H.I.E.L.D., which was riddled with Hydra's influence. Being watched was a minor annoyance. The real trouble would inevitably come later. Perhaps you don't know yet, but there are quite a few people in this world with extraordinary abilities. You're not alone. To avoid unnecessary complications and public panic, S.H.I.E.L.D. provides guidance and a certain degree of oversight for all superpowered individuals. Coulson paused for a moment, then explained once again. The role of bodyguard was merely a superficial excuse. For a superhuman of her caliber, she could easily become the target of countless global powers vying for her allegiance at any moment. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already investigated her background. An annual salary of $50 million was indeed impressive, but for many major tycoons and heads of state, personal security far outweighed any sum of money. If possible, Coulson would have much preferred to learn more about this superpowered woman's future intentions and plans. Of course, we're not here to restrict your freedom. We simply hope you'll cooperate with us on some preliminary procedures. Miss Liu, even if you don't intend to join S.H.I.E.L.D., we would still like to work together on a capability assessment. We need to understand your abilities and collect relevant data for our records. Coulson's attitude was sincere. He didn't expect to persuade her to join S.H.I.E.L.D. on their very first meeting. He understood clearly that such matters required time and patience. By the way, do you have access to satellites? The kind that can keep an eye on this place. Liu Yunming fell silent for a moment, then looked up at the sky. She didn't answer directly, but instead posed an unexpected question. S.H.I.E.L.D. does have access to certain satellites. If you need our assistance, we can discuss it. Coulson wasn't quite sure what she was getting at, but he still responded truthfully. Within SHLD's authority, they could mobilize almost any kind of satellite, and even hack into some private ones if necessary. You can activate a satellite now and monitor this place in real time. After saying this, Liu Yunming turned and went back inside the house, calmly beginning to put on a heat-resistant suit. I'm not sure I understand your request, Miss Liu. Would you mind explaining in more detail? Coulson shook his head, puzzled. Although he didn't know her exact plan, he relayed Liu Yunming's request to Nick Fury through his earpiece. Didn't you want to see what I can do? There's no way to test my abilities in a confined space. Liu Yunming glanced calmly around, her tone matter of fact. Once she donned the special heat-resistant suit, she looked rather bulky, almost like a little marshmallow. Then she strode out to the open ground in front of the villa, dropped to one knee, leaned forward, and pressed a fist firmly to the hard concrete ground. Coulson, still at a loss, watched with a face full of confusion, but he had already begun streaming the scene live to SHLD systems. What happened next left him utterly speechless. Lu Yunming took a deep breath, gathering energy from within, feeling that intangible force gradually envelop her. The earth began to tremble ever so slightly, and the pebbles and sculptures scattered on the ground suddenly rose into the air, as if manipulated by some invisible power. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion shook the air as powerful energy tore several cracks across the ground. Like a rocket launching skyward, Lianming shot straight into the clouds. Dust billowed everywhere, and a mighty shockwave swept Coulson off his feet, sending him tumbling across the earth in a series of clumsy rolls. He looked utterly disheveled. A faint smile played on Lu Yunming's lips. Since you're so eager to watch, I'll give you a real show. A live performance. Don't blink, or you might miss it. Damn it. Meanwhile, in the director's office at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion headquarters, Nick Fury shot to his feet the moment he saw the surveillance footage, an expletive escaping him before he could stop himself. He saw, with his own eyes, a human being take flight from the ground with no equipment whatsoever, climbing ever faster through the sky. SHLD speedometer showed that this superwoman's velocity had already broken Mach 10, and she was still accelerating. Was it even possible for a human to do this? Even though he'd braced himself for something extraordinary, witnessing such near, superhuman flight in real time still left Nick Fury thunderstruck. Agent Hill, reroute every surveillance satellite we have over that region. I want complete visual coverage now. Without taking his eyes off the streaming data on his computer screen, Fury issued the order. Understood, Director. I've already diverted 6 monitoring satellites to blanket the target area. A capable female agent responded crisply, swiftly pulling up SFLD system data. Any progress from the analysis team? Can they estimate the upper limit of her abilities? Nick Fury, gnawing at his finger, pressed for more answers. She's still accelerating. The analysts report they need more time. Agent Hill replied, her tone grave as she watched the ever-changing data. At that same moment, in a lavish Malibu beachfront villa, Tony was tinkering with armor components in his underground workshop. The first-generation Mark I suit was rough and rudimentary, a product of necessity, constrained by the environment and time. Now, Tony was working to integrate fresh ideas into his designs, laying the groundwork for an entirely new Iron Man suit. Ever since the harrowing attack and his kidnapping, Tony's trust in those around him had all but evaporated, leaving him with a lingering sense of insecurity. Only when he donned the armor he'd built with his own hands did he feel the slightest bit at ease. Lately, he'd barely left his house, devoting himself to armor development, except for the occasional drive to take Li Yunming to her new home. Sir, you should take a look at this. The voice of his AI butler, Jarvis, suddenly chimed in. Jarvis, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't interrupt me when I'm thinking. Right now, there's nothing more important than designing this suit. Got it. Tony rolled his eyes in exasperation, clearly annoyed. I'm sorry, sir, but I believe you'll be interested in Miss Li Yunming's situation, Jarvis insisted. Tony paused for a moment, then waved his hand to call up the projection video. In an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. On the surveillance satellite's footage, Li Yunming, clad in a heavy heat-resistant suit, was ascending straight into the sky, already soaring beyond the stratosphere. My God, what on earth is she doing? Is she trying to get to space? Tony was so stunned he could barely speak. This special heat-resistant suit was something he'd commissioned from the Weapons Development Department. At first, he hadn't known what Li Yunming intended to do with it. Now, at last, the pieces began to fit together. In fact, Miss Li Yunming has already entered outer space. She's leaving Earth's gravity at Mach 30, gradually approaching the second cosmic velocity, Jarvis explained earnestly. Is she not worried about running out of oxygen? Or can her body actually survive the vacuum of space? Tony asked, skepticism in his voice. In the past, if anyone had told him a human could enter space with nothing but their body, he would never have believed it. But now, the evidence was right before his eyes, forcing him to rethink everything he thought he knew. Based on the time Miss Yunming withstood heavy fire in Afghanistan without injury, I surmise her cells are extremely active and her genetic structure is extraordinarily robust, Jarvis analyzed from the available data. It's possible that Miss Lu's genetic mutations have changed her need for oxygen, making her different from ordinary humans. My God, this is unbelievable. I mean, it's something anyone would envy. Tony exclaimed. Jarvis, we need to speed up development of the 2 Malawian Quatches. I want to experience the feeling of free flight too. He clenched his fist in excitement, his expression turning determined. After all, The human longing to fly has always been hard to resist. Sir, with the current materials and design, the two Malawian Quatches is still not capable of reaching space, Jarvis reminded him. Then make it capable. I'm an engineer. If I say it's possible, it's possible. Tony answered with conviction. At that moment, Lian Ming's face showed no emotion as she tilted her head back and shot upward at breathtaking speed. An invisible energy formed a thin membrane over her skin, not the same as Superman's biological force field, but more like a protective layer pressed close against her body. This shield minimized air resistance while propelling her higher, covering only her own form. With a series of sonic booms echoing in her wake, the city below shrank rapidly until the lights on the ground glimmered like distant stars. The air grew thinner and thinner, yet she felt no discomfort at all. It was as natural as walking on flat ground. Before long, she had slipped free of Earth's gravity, entering a stable orbit in space, just as she had hoped. The darkness of space felt a bit cold, but it didn't affect her bodily functions. In the absence of oxygen, the cells within her body began to divide and multiply on their own, producing the oxygen she needed to survive. She didn't even need to breathe. After a moment's assessment, she realized that staying in space for several days would be no problem for her, though her stamina would be depleted more quickly. Lu Yunming straightened her posture and bathed in the sunlight, unfiltered by the atmosphere, sensing the slow increase of energy within her body. When she remained still, the energy she absorbed almost balanced what she consumed, but as soon as she started moving, her recovery rate couldn't keep up with the expenditure. Long-distance interstellar travel was almost out of the question, but simply enjoying the breathtaking view of Earth was effortless. After all, she wasn't a true superhero yet. Her body still had a long way to go before it reached the strength of steel. Soon, Lu Yunming spotted a satellite orbiting Earth, emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo. She flew over and, with a playful grin, flashed a peace sign at the camera. Before long, she encountered other nations' space stations as well, including a satellite adorned with a bright red 5-star flag. In theory, the vacuum of space meant zero friction, so she could accelerate at will, darting through the cosmos at incredible speeds. In reality, though, her body simply wasn't built to withstand the strains of such extreme velocity. A trip to the moon was clearly out of reach. The distance from Earth was hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and even at Mach 35, it would take several hours to get there. Such a journey would be utterly exhausting. Feeling a touch bored, she turned around and headed back to Earth. The heat-resistant suit she wore, crafted from special materials, was already battered and worn. If she kept going like this, it would soon be ruined for good. She needed to replace it with something far more durable. That was a problem only her boss could solve. The thought made her envy Superman's iconic suit. Not only was it beautifully resilient, it could even repair itself. It wasn't long before Lu Yunming, in her tattered attire, descended from the sky and landed in front of the Los Angeles villa. Coulson found himself speechless as he watched the beautiful woman touch down without a scratch. Meanwhile, in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury was massaging his temples, a deep headache settling in. The screen before him displayed an astonishing flight speed and a body that seemed unfazed by the vacuum of space. Nick realized he had seriously underestimated the threat posed by this new superpowered individual. Compared to her, even the Hulk seemed gentle. At least the big green guy couldn't fly. At her speed, their current arsenal was utterly incapable of keeping up, let alone striking her with conventional weapons. Hill raised the security threat level of this superpowered individual to the highest, and keep the option of deploying nuclear weapons on the table. After a long silence, Nick Fury spoke with calm deliberation. Director, I don't think such extreme measures are necessary yet. According to the preliminary psychological assessment from the analysis team, this female superhuman hasn't shown any destructive tendencies. At least since gaining her abilities, she hasn't committed any crimes or broken the law. She continues to abide by societal order. Agent Hill analyzed objectively, feeling that the director was overreacting. No, Hill, you don't understand. We have to prepare for the worst. If any conflict breaks out, the disaster could sweep up countless civilians. The consequences would be unimaginable. So far, we only know how fast she can fly. But what about the limits of her strength? How hot can her heat vision get? How much can she withstand? We know nothing about these things. The unknown always breeds fear. No one is immune to that. And don't forget, she wiped out hundreds of terrorists in Afghanistan. I don't want her to become another potential threat. Only absolute preparation can help us deal with dangers that may arise. Nick Fury's tone remained steady. He had always acted out of necessity, never letting personal feelings cloud his judgment. Understood, Director. Agent Hill nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, does she have any relatives? Nick Fury asked, his words carrying a deeper meaning. According to our investigation, Miss Liu Yunming's parents have passed away. She has an aunt in China. Agent Hill replied truthfully. Use our channels to clarify her relationship with this aunt. If necessary, take special measures, Nick Fury said, his voice low. He needed to be ready for the worst possible scenario, prepared for whatever sudden crisis might arise. Director, our jurisdiction in China is limited. As you know, they have the Spear Bureau, Agent Hill reminded him cautiously. In this world, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not the only organization of its kind. The mysterious Eastern nation had its own agency for superpowered individuals. To intervene recklessly in another country's affairs could lead to unnecessary conflict. Then notify them, coordinate and communicate. Cooperate wherever possible. I believe a good exchange will solve the problem, Nick Fury said matter of factly. Understood, Director, Agent Hill replied, then left the office. Coulson, loosen the requirements for cooperation. Allow for mutual assistance, and consider an employment arrangement if necessary. Nick Fury added after a moment's thought, relaying further instructions through his communicator. In the past, S.H.I.E.L.D. usually held the upper hand when dealing with superpowered individuals, but it always depended on the strength of their opponent. Take the woman before them. For example, she possessed powers on par with Superman, and Nick Fury wasn't at all sure he could keep the situation under control without escalating things. Unless they called Carol back, but this woman hadn't shown any signs of aggression or emotional instability. If S.H.I.E.L.D. revealed all their cards too soon, it might trigger consequences that couldn't be undone. Understood, Director. Coulson nodded, replying through his earpiece. He thought the boss's judgment was spot on. Liu Yunming ignored Coulson, went straight home to change her clothes, grabbed something to eat from the fridge, and then collapsed onto the sofa, falling asleep. Even though she'd just been on a journey through space, her strong body still felt weary and hungry, a sign of just how much energy she'd burned this time. Coulson stayed outside the villa from morning until dusk, finally seeing her emerge in pajamas and slippers, shuffling out slowly. Hey, do you still need something? Liu Yunming yawned lazily, gazing at the man before her. Thanks to her super hearing, she'd known all along that he was waiting outside. She just hadn't bothered to acknowledge him. After all, she had already made her powers public and shown a strong sense of independence. She'd pretty much made it clear she wouldn't accept the so-called supervision. Wasn't that obvious enough? She had no intention of explaining herself any further. Miss Liu, I'm sorry. I have no intention of interfering with your life, Coulson said, still wearing his gentle smile and speaking with remarkable patience. I just wanted to say that there are always different ways of looking at things. Liu Yunming narrowed her eyes slightly, strolled over to the swing chair on the lawn in front of the villa, and sat down carelessly, leaning back as she said, All right, let's hear your take on it. She didn't have a bad impression of Coulson and figured there was no harm in hearing him out. We deeply respect your privacy and your way of life, Coulson replied. If joining S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't suit you, would you consider working with us on a contract basis instead? Coulson cleared his throat, earnestly explaining his proposition. He decided to stop beating around the bush. After all, this superpowered woman wasn't hot-tempered, but she was direct and decisive. He remembered how she had taken down those terrorists without a second thought. He couldn't afford to be careless, so he chose his words with extra caution. Before coming here, S.H.I.E.L.D. had thoroughly analyzed Liu Yuming's personality and concluded that she'd likely appreciate straightforward, honest communication. Since the director had already agreed to relax the original requirements, there was no need to stick stubbornly to the old rules. That does sound interesting. Is it the kind of arrangement where you get paid for every mission you complete? Liu Yunming asked with genuine curiosity. Wasn't that just the mercenary model? That's right, you can think of it as a non-binding employment relationship, Coulson nodded. S.H.I.E.L.D. issues missions of varying difficulty, and the rewards are adjusted accordingly. You're free to decide which assignments to accept, based on your own circumstances. Since its inception, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been responsible for handling all supernatural incidents worldwide, from superpowered crimes to alien threats. In addition to its regular agents, S.H.I.E.L.D. often commissions special tasks to private organizations or individuals when the situation calls for it, ensuring the success of sensitive operations. Usually, these missions fall within the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but require unique abilities to resolve. Every year, the World Security Council allocates special funding to hire such specialists, an internal convention that S.H.I.E.L.D. has long observed. In your day-to-day life, you'll have complete freedom. Just keep an eye on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dedicated line for notifications and mission postings, Coulson added. Liu Yunming reached out, absent-mindedly toying with one of the ornaments hanging from her swing chair. She actually found this collaborative arrangement quite appealing. With the government's endorsement and an official identity, plus her own superpowers, as long as she didn't threaten humanity as a whole, there was little to worry about. Becoming an external collaborator for S.H.I.E.L.D. was essentially a form of protection. she would be legitimized, her actions justified. Her memories were still somewhat hazy. Some faces stood out vividly. Others lingered as little more than blurred impressions. In the Marvel Universe, a world teeming with crises and hidden dangers, she knew peril lurked everywhere. But she was no bloodthirsty killer. Rather, she was an ordinary person who, after gaining extraordinary powers, chose to quietly observe from the sidelines. Far more people preferred caution over reckless action. 9 years of compulsory education had instilled in her a moral baseline. She could never bring herself to raise cities or slaughter innocents, nor did she believe she could single-handedly challenge the entire world. Supreme power and ruling the world, those were just ideals, goals that would take time to explore and realize. Of course, she also understood that her abilities and relevant intel would inevitably be collected, but that didn't trouble her. Even if the system's consciousness vanished, leaving only the data panel behind, even if there were no more system missions, no guidance, no rewards, it didn't matter. She trusted that she'd find her own path to strength, all while taking time to appreciate the beauty of the world. If anyone thought they could rely on old data to predict or control her, they were hopelessly deluded. Deal. After a moment's thought, Lu Yunming snapped her fingers and smiled softly. Wonderful. Thank you so much for your cooperation, Miss Liu, Coulson said, finally letting out a breath he'd been holding. He had genuinely worried he wouldn't be able to persuade her. He knew Nick Fury all too well, suspicious, cunning, and never to be underestimated. If every path of retreat were blocked, the current S.H.I.E.L.D. director would likely resort to forceful measures. But if such drastic actions provoked the other side, it would only lead to a pointless conflict. He had no desire to chase after and arrest a superwoman who could fly into space with nothing but her own body. Afterward, Coulson carefully explained the relevant regulations to Lu Yunming, handing her an encrypted phone and instructing her to keep an eye out for calls and messages. Before their conversation could finish, an R8 sports car sped in from the distance, executing a stylish drift before coming to a stop at the villa's entrance. Tony stepped out elegantly, dressed in an expensive suit and patent leather shoes trimmed with gold. Hey, you're from that agency, right? The one with the ridiculously long and annoying name. Tony squinted at Coulson, pointing at him bluntly, but couldn't be bothered to recall his full title. Good afternoon, Mr. Stark. I'm Agent Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. A lot of people have mentioned our name is too long. We're considering a change. Coulson put on his professional smile as he introduced himself. Phoenix. Next time, don't barge into private property and bother my personal bodyguard. Now, I'd like to invite Miss Superman to dinner. You can go. Private dinners don't need outsiders. Tony curled his lip in annoyance, making no effort to hide his disdain for government agencies. Moments earlier, Jarvis had detected an intrusion attempt. Out of pride, Tony had quietly patched every vulnerability without mentioning aloud. If it weren't for Jarvis's vigilant surveillance, this uninvited guest would have been discovered long ago. All right. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Stark. Miss Lu Yunming will be in touch. Maintaining his polite smile, Coulson gave a courteous nod and turned to leave. Not long after, Lu Yunming's encrypted phone buzzed with a new message, and her expression darkened at once. Using her superhuman vision and X-ray sight, she quickly spotted 3 fully armed Special Forces teams within a 3-kilometer radius of the villa. These operatives were highly trained and moved with such stealth that they had silently formed a perimeter. Without Coulson's earlier warning, she might not have detected their presence at all. Unlike her super vision and super hearing, which she could never turn off, Lu Yunming could freely control her other abilities. When not in combat, she generally preferred to keep her senses at normal levels to avoid the overwhelming noise that could disrupt her hearing. After returning home, her guard had lowered and she hadn't actively scanned her surroundings, which allowed the teams to get so close without her noticing. This lapse made her feel rather embarrassed. Her recent flight straight into space had clearly caught more than just S.H.I.E.L.D's attention. The military, top government officials, and all sorts of powerful agencies had received related intel. Her flamboyant gestures, like flashing a peace sign at satellite cameras or even waving at an astronaut aboard a certain nation's space station, startling him completely, made it inevitable that eyes would turn her way. Unlike S.H.I.E.L.D's somewhat restrained approach, the military responded with outright aggression. The moment they pinpointed her whereabouts, troops were immediately deployed to set up an ambush. Even knowing full well that Lu Yunming possessed formidable superhuman powers, they showed no hesitation, a decision that could only be described as reckless. At this moment, Lu Yunming, still in her pajamas, began to float gently upward, her gaze icy as she looked down ahead. Her eyes gleamed with a crimson light, and in an instant, 2 searing beams of laser shot forth. Seeing this, Tony glanced off into the distance, a knowing, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. The intense heat, reaching 4,000 degrees Celsius, sliced effortlessly through the tough asphalt, carving out a deep trench. The Special Forces soldiers, who had thought themselves expertly concealed, were left stunned by the sudden appearance of those red beams in the distance, utterly at a loss for what to do. With pinpoint precision, Lu Yunming used her laser vision to trace a massive circle around the villa, neatly isolating all 3 Special Forces teams outside its perimeter. The red light swept past less than half a meter in front of the soldiers' feet, sending a chill down every spine. Her warning couldn't have been clearer. Any American soldier attempting to approach her or act against her would meet a fate as grim as the terrorists of the Ten Rings. Lu Yunming was never one to submit to fate, nor would she choose to run or hide like Dr. Banner. The message she sent was unmistakable: either prepare for battle or withdraw immediately. The Special Forces had never witnessed anything so supernatural. Though they managed to maintain some composure, the tension and unease were evident. The commanding officer quickly reported back to headquarters, and after a tense, silent discussion, the decision was made to pull out. This kind of military action was, in essence, a test to gauge the limits of the Superwoman's patience. It now appeared that this Superwoman did not adhere to an unyielding code against lethal force like the comic book Superman. She was clearly more inclined to issue a warning before resorting to violence. After everything was done, Lu Yunming landed steadily, her expression composed as she looked toward Tony. Coulson had made it clear. As long as there were no casualties, Lu Yunming was free to judge and act as she saw fit on the scene. S.H.I.E.L.D. would handle the aftermath. This whole incident also made Lu Yunming realize that, even with superpowers, she could not afford to be arrogant. Every little move served as a reminder that she was still far from invincible. Lu, are you all right? Don't pay any mind to those little figures hiding in the shadows. These chaotic forces are only good at making trouble for others. Tony walked over, his voice filled with concern. He knew perfectly well why Lu Yunming had acted the way she did just moments ago. Jarvis had also noticed the military's involvement. He had planned to drive over and warn her discreetly, but he hadn't expected his bodyguard to handle everything so decisively. Tony was deeply satisfied with how things had turned out, though he didn't let it show. Of course I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, my dear boss, Lu Yunming replied with a gentle shake of her head and a smile. All she wanted was to stay out of trouble. S.H.I.E.L.D. was eager to maintain a good relationship with her, and as for the military, they were nothing but minor players. No need to thank me. In fact, I was just about to invite you to dinner to the finest restaurant in Los Angeles to celebrate your recovery. Tony gave a playful wink, pride evident in his voice. He added, to be precise, it's actually the most expensive restaurant in L.A. You used to live in New York, so you probably haven't had a chance to experience the food scene here. Even within the United States, different cities can be worlds apart. Lu Yunming rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking Western cuisine was hardly as varied as Chinese food. The difference, in her mind, was night and day. Still, she kept a polite smile and nodded, since he clearly meant well. After dinner, we could hit the casino for some fun. And if you'd like, I could even find you a few handsome men. Top quality, I promise. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm talking about professional companions, Tony clarified, his invitation warm and enthusiastic. Lu Yunming's expression grew a little complicated. In her mind, Tony Stark had never been this chatty, but she politely waved him off. Thank you for your concern, boss. I'll go with you to the casino if you want, but I'll sit out on the rest. If she were to look for company, it certainly wouldn't be men. Since arriving in this world, she'd never given such things much thought. She liked women, but her current body made that impossible, so there was no point dwelling on it. Come on, don't be shy. You can always reconsider. Tony pressed, undeterred. But Lu Yunming shook her head firmly, her determination clear. She was focused on growing stronger and had no interest in anything that wouldn't help her achieve that. In the end, the two couldn't reach an agreement. Lu Yunming changed into something more casual, and Tony drove her to a private restaurant, renting out the entire floor for them. She couldn't help but marvel. Tony truly was loaded. When they arrived, Lu Yunming saw that Pepper Potts had been waiting for quite some time, with Happy by her side. Happy was as friendly as ever, though this time his smile had a hint of flattery. Pepper, meanwhile, took Lu Yunming's arm and chatted with her warmly, far more affable than she'd been at their first meeting. The reason was simple. Earlier that afternoon, both of them had received a video from Tony. What they saw in that footage was nothing short of astonishing. If you're just a little better than others, you might provoke envy or resentment. But when your abilities are far beyond what most people can comprehend, all that remains is admiration and a sense of awe. Tony was well aware of how the two had acted earlier, so he came prepared. Lu Yunming thoroughly enjoyed this kind of close physical contact, especially when someone linked arms with her. it brought her genuine happiness. The atmosphere at dinner was relaxed and cheerful. Li Yunming introduced everyone to many aspects of Chinese culture. Pepper listened with great interest, and the conversation flowed effortlessly among the group. After dinner, Tony drove home alone to continue his work on the suit, with Happy giving him a ride. Before leaving, Tony promised Li Yunming that he would design her a new outfit capable of withstanding the intense heat and friction of re-entering the atmosphere, so she wouldn't have to worry about her clothes burning up every time she traveled into space. Her previous heavy, heat-resistant suit had already been scorched down to half its original length, unsightly and far from practical. In response, Li Yunming emphasized that the new outfit had to be stylish, and she shared her ideas and requirements with Tony. Tony, brimming with confidence, told her that this was exactly his area of expertise. Afterward, Li Yunming took on the responsibility of escorting Pepper safely back to her place. Of course, she could have simply flown there. It would have taken only seconds, but she worried that such an experience might be too overwhelming for Pepper. So instead, they strolled back at a leisurely pace. Along the way, they talked at length. Li Yunming could easily sense the deep love and concern Pepper harbored for Tony, even if she kept it well hidden. When it was time to part, they agreed to meet again soon. With everything taken care of, Li Yunming felt a sense of ease wash over her. She soared into the night sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the boundless darkness. In the military bio-research facility, General Ross sat in his office, his face dark with anger. Shards of glass littered the floor, leaving the room in utter disarray. The orders he'd just received from his superiors replayed in his mind, fueling the fury blazing in the eyes of this veteran soldier, now well past 50. A subject who had died and come back to life, awakening superhuman powers. What perfect experimental material. No political connections, just a laughable freelance journalist who nearly lost her life for the so-called cause of justice. A truly ideal research subject. Normal emotions, abilities akin to Superman, clear-headed reasoning, a highly controllable mind. This target was far more stable than the Hulk ever was. If only he could pinpoint the source of her abilities, he could create a whole army of super soldiers for the military. And in terms of potential, studying this superwoman promised far greater benefits than any super soldier serum ever could. To let her slip away like this, resentment gnawed at his heart. Though General Ross served the military, even he could not ignore a direct order from the Security Council. Damn that shield. Their reach seems to know no bounds. Just minutes ago, the target's background had grown unexpectedly complex, a situation now far beyond the military's jurisdiction. With no choice left, General Ross could only accept his fate. Irritated, he rifled through the scattered documents on his desk, when suddenly, his eyes caught a report about a soda factory in Brazil. Inspiration struck. Send word to Captain Emil Blonsky. Tell him to report to my office immediately. General Ross pressed the intercom button, his voice grim and commanding. Meanwhile, in the underground garage of a luxurious Malibu beach villa, Day 11, test number 37, version 2.0 of the suit, Tony Stark announced. Standing in the open space, Tony wore his intricate mechanical armor. To be precise, only his limbs were encased in a complex web of circuitry and cold metal. There really aren't any better options, Tony sighed, resignation in his voice. Ever since he'd escaped from that cave in Afghanistan, a profound sense of insecurity haunted him. He longed for a suit of iron to shield his entire body, hoping it would spare him the nightmares that tormented his sleep. As it turned out, Tony managed to do just that. The one Malawian Kwacha was born from this desperation. Still, in terms of features and versatility, it fell short of what a genius like him expected. So, Tony set out to build a second set of Iron Man armor, planning a significant overhaul on the original design. To that end, he even crafted a new, far more powerful miniaturized arc reactor to replace the outdated relic in his chest. During the terrorist attack, Tony had been riddled with countless pieces of shrapnel. To save his life, Dr. Eunsun used his medical expertise and ingenuity to carve a hole in Tony's chest. They implanted an energy cell connected to an external power device, right into the cavity. Its purpose was to keep the deadly shrapnel lodged too deep to remove from traveling through his blood vessels and piercing his heart, which would have meant instant cardiac arrest. Building upon his previous work, Tony brought his genius to bear and created a miniature arc reactor capable of producing 3 billion joules per second. This technology was essentially a scaled-down version of the massive arc reactor that powered Stark Industries' headquarters. It sounded simple in theory, but in practice, almost no one in the world could master such technology. The first-generation arc reactor could only power the one Malawian Kwacha Iron Man suit for about 50 minutes, far short of Tony's requirements. This led to the now iconic scene known as the Valley Flight suit. In the original story, the one Malawian Quacha suit lost power and crashed just after takeoff. Aside from the insufficient energy capacity of the early satellite arc reactor, the hurried construction of the one Malawian Quacha suit resulted in instability and subpar quality, which were significant issues as well. To support the energy demands of the upcoming next-generation Iron Man 2 Malawian Quacha suit, Tony built a second-generation miniature arc reactor. This new reactor generated energy faster and provided more sustained output. As a result, Tony's early flight tests were plagued by excessive thrust. He'd shoot into the air and slam into the ceiling, leaving him covered in bruises. "Dummy, you're on fire duty. But if I'm not actually burning and you dare spray me with CO2, I'll donate you to a college lab," Tony snapped, pointing at the mechanical arm nearby. Dummy was the earliest pseudo-artificial intelligence robot he had created, designed to assist with loading and unloading. Unlike Jarvis, who could think and reason, Dummy could only follow a limited set of commands. It was rather clumsy. During previous suit tests, Dummy had sprayed him even when there was no fire. "Let's play it safe this time. Start with 1% power output and test the axial support strength," Tony said, determined to avoid another close encounter with the wall. Counting down from 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the Iron Man suit's thrusters erupted with a white jet of energy, and Tony successfully hovered in midair. After a slow, low-altitude flight, he completed the test, though at the cost of scorching the paint off several luxury cars parked in the garage with the reactor's flames. Having confirmed his theories, Tony wasn't interested in sticking to the usual testing routine. Instead, he decided to take things straight to the field, commanding the system to assemble the two Malawian Quacha's Iron Man suit. He had to admit, this suit looked spectacular, sleek and metallic, fitting closely to his body, a far cry from the bulky and clumsy one Malawian Quacha. Most importantly, the upgraded power system made flight possible. Ever since he witnessed Li Yunming soar into space with nothing but her own body, Tony had been obsessed with experiencing that kind of thrill himself. Unfortunately, the two Malawian Quachas still couldn't meet the standards required for space travel. Its materials and current technological limitations held back the suit's capabilities. But Tony was done waiting. There would be plenty of time to develop the next generation of suits in the future. Right now, he wanted to take flight. "Sir, there's still a substantial amount of data to process, and the MK2's experimental results are incomplete. I advise against attempting." Jarvis's warning was cut short by Tony's interruption. "Jarvis, sometimes you have to learn to run before you can walk." The two Malawian Quacha's Iron Man suit launched smoothly, performing admirably. Both its speed and endurance exceeded expectations. Tony hooped with excitement mid-air, fully savoring the thrill of high-speed flight. But trouble was just around the corner. Because he hadn't prepared adequately, when testing the MK2's limits by climbing to 40,000 feet, the suit's weak shell couldn't withstand the pressure. The converter malfunctioned, and the bitter cold caused the suit to ice over. All power to the suit was lost, and Jarvis could no longer receive signals or guidance from Tony. Meanwhile, Li Yunming was at home, trying her hand at making hot pot. As she pondered whether to add more or less Sichuan peppercorns, her phone rang unexpectedly. Seeing Jarvis's urgent message, she immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. In the original plot, Tony had managed to manually deploy the suit's air brake, rebooting the MK2 systems and regaining flight just before hitting the ground. But with Li Yunming in this world, there was no telling how things might turn out. The butterfly effect was not to be underestimated. She clicked her tongue, leapt out the window in her loungewear, and with a rush of wind, shot straight into the sky. Within a couple of seconds, she spotted the two Malawian Quacha's suit plummeting rapidly, less than 300 meters from the ground. Adjusting her trajectory, she swooped in and caught the two Malawian Quachas in one smooth motion, safely lifting Tony away from the earth. "Boss, are you all right? Need an ambulance?" Hovering in midair, Li Yunming grinned, tapping her finger playfully on the faceplate as she teased. But just as she finished speaking, the ice on the two Malawian Quachas began to break off, and the reactor's light flared on once more. It seemed that, even with her arrival in the Marvel Universe, the timeline and the course of events hadn't diverged much. Almost as if some force was determined to keep things on track. "Hey Lou, my heart just about jumped out of my chest. You showed up right on time. Any later and I'd have ended up as a Papa John's pizza." Tony burst out laughing, showing no hint of fear. If anything, the adrenaline rush seemed to have fired him up even more. He truly had no idea whether he would land safely, but he relished the thrill of adventure. After all, every adventure held limitless possibilities. "As long as you think spending $50 million a year is worth it," Li Yunming said, levitating in midair with the two Malawian Quachas' suit cradled effortlessly in her arms. In her hands, The iron suit seemed almost weightless, like an oversized toy. They flew back to the Malibu beachside villa, and with a metallic thud, she set Tony down on the garage floor. During the trip, Tony had tried to persuade her to let him take another flight, but his request was firmly refused. Once you take the money, you have to do the job. Nothing is more important than the boss's safety. Besides, this guy was hardly ever honest, a real headache. With no other choice, Tony could only ask Jarvis to dismantle the two Malawian quatches. He kept the icing issue in mind, determined to fix the flaw in the next upgrade. All in all, he was quite satisfied with this flight. Lou, how about we go out for a nice dinner to celebrate? Tony glanced at the sky, extending the invitation. Celebrate the fact that you managed to fly? Liu Yunming shot him a teasing look, her amusement plane. All right, I know you can fly higher and faster, but I can too. I just haven't gotten that far yet. Trust me, give me enough time, and I'll perfect this technology. Tony rolled his eyes and replied with stubborn determination. Whenever he thought of the superwoman standing before him, who could break through Mach 35, he felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness. Not even a space rocket could reach that insane speed. His Iron Man suit didn't stand a chance. According to the data, the Mk2's maximum speed was Mach 1.6. Factoring in everything else, it was already a leap ahead of its time, but it simply couldn't compare to a superwoman. He needed better materials, more ideas, to realize his ultimate dream. I believe in you, Tony. But instead of going out for dinner, why not come to my place? Liu Yunming shook her head, smiling as she made her suggestion. That man, cold on the outside, passionate within, seemingly selfish, yet full of compassion. She would never forget how, as a mere mortal, he dared to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods. Oh, you're saying you'll cook yourself? Then I have to taste your skills, Tony said with a mischievous wink. Well, you could call it authentic Chinese cuisine, Liu Yunming replied with a soft sigh. For some reason, whenever the night grew quiet, memories of her old hometown always surfaced. She wondered if she'd ever have the chance to return in this lifetime. Tony was puzzled by his bodyguard's sudden change in mood. If it were him, if he had such incredible powers, he'd be jumping for joy. The two of them quickly returned to Liu Yunming's luxurious villa and invited Pepper and Happy to join them. Tony even picked up the phone and called Major Rhodes and Dr. Eunsun, asking them to come over as well. It was the second time Dr. Eunsun had met Liu Yunming, and he was overjoyed. He strode forward, gripping her hand tightly with excitement. Had it not been for the appearance of Superwoman, the caves of Afghanistan would have been his final resting place. Rhodes was visibly tense. He knew a bit about the military's movements, and could only hope that General Ross's heavy-handed, unreasonable tactics hadn't truly enraged the other side. Fortunately, Liu Yunming showed no sign of agitation. Instead, she set out an aromatic Sichuan hot pot and graciously welcomed everyone. Buddy, you have no idea. Just a few days ago, there were 3 special forces teams surrounding this house, Tony said casually, crumpling an empty soda can in his hand as he slung an arm around Rhodes. The spicy hot pot had him sweating, and he kept gulping down apple-flavored soda to cool off. Rhodes nodded gravely, stealing a cautious glance at Liu Yunming. Only when he saw her expressionless face did he finally relax. Damn military idiots, messing with those super soldier projects, unstable and not even environmentally friendly, Tony muttered after another sip of soda. Rhodes looked a bit awkward. Strictly speaking, he was also with the military, albeit the Air Force, quite different from the experimental army unit led by General Ross. Lou took to the skies, shot red beams from her eyes, and drew a huge circle right in front of those special forces guys. They all scattered and retreated, Tony boasted with relish, as if he'd done it himself. Pepper covered her mouth in amazement, while Happy listened with rapt attention, as if hearing a thrilling tale. They had all seen the footage of her flying into space and flashing a peace sign at the satellite cameras, but the idea of red beams from her eyes carving circles in the ground sounded downright science fiction. Could Lou actually be a robot, firing lasers from her eyes? Dr. Eunsun, who had witnessed firsthand how Liu Yunming had effortlessly wiped out hundreds of terrorists, remembered how nothing survived wherever that red light swept. The terrorists were sliced into grisly chunks. Even now, the memory left him awestruck. Rhodes's mouth twitched, forcing a strained smile. In a certain sense, this was no laughing matter. To single-handedly force back 3 well-equipped, well-trained special forces units, such power was simply too dangerous. The country hadn't issued any regulations for controlling superpowered individuals yet, but he was sure it was only a matter of time. He had no desire to ever face Superwoman's fists. By the way, Lou, I've got a gift for you. Tony, caught up in the conversation, suddenly remembered something. He tapped a few times on his phone as he spoke. Soon, a drone operated by the Jarvis system flew in, carrying a gift box. Come on, Take a look at what I got you. See if you like it, Tony said with a wink, handing over the box. A new suit. Lu Yunming raised an eyebrow, her X-ray vision easily seeing through the gift box and its contents. Oh, Lu, are you using your X-ray vision again? That's cheating. You'll ruin the surprise. Tony covered his face with a helpless sigh. He knew all about his bodyguard's superpowers. She possessed almost every ability Superman had, differing only in strength. Tony had even asked Jarvis to create a dedicated database and write a special program to track and calculate Lu Yunming's power growth. Even though the model was still preliminary, the results left him puzzled. Calculations suggested that Lu Yunming's abilities had already reached the limits of the human body, with little room left for growth. Yet even so, her power as a superwoman was undeniable. His Iron Man suit was nothing more than a toy in her presence. After several conversations and casual chats, Tony understood why Lu Yunming was so determined to grow stronger. A mere $50 million salary and a $20 million bonus could hardly be worth her risking her life for him. Tony, arrogant and unruly as he was, still knew how to repay kindness. Lately, he'd been considering ways to help her strengthen herself through his expertise in mechanical technology. Aside from relying solely on her own abilities, it was the best solution he could imagine for now. When the words X-ray vision came up, Pepper looked a bit awkward. Though they were both women and she didn't worry about being seen, it still left her feeling uneasy, as if her sense of security was diminished. Happy's reaction was the most amusing. He actually puffed out his round belly, showing off his broad frame, utterly unconcerned. After all, Lu Yunming was strikingly beautiful, blending the best of Eastern and Western features. Like an elf from another world, she drew every eye in the room. Happy was single, and, as the saying goes, when you're single, even pigs look attractive, let alone a fairy. He'd steal an extra glance now and then, harboring a few harmless thoughts, but never acted on them. Her terrifying superpowers were a constant reminder. As for Ian's son, he didn't mind in the slightest. His life had been saved by Lu Yunming. She had plucked a bullet from his body with impossible speed and used her heat vision to stop the bleeding. Who else on Earth could boast such an experience? Rhodey just grinned awkwardly the entire time. If she looked, she looked. He couldn't outfight her or stop her. What else could he do? Don't worry, I don't use my X-ray vision on purpose in daily life. Lu Yunming explained with a reassuring smile, sensing everyone's concerns. A Homelander's X-ray vision could see through more than just clothing. She could look right past flesh and bone, seeing crowds of skeletons tangled in nerves and blood vessels wandering down the street, if she wished. All right, open it up and take a look. This is my masterpiece. I put a lot of work into it, Tony said offhandedly, shamelessly promoting his own creation as he urged her on. Everything you asked for is in there. All the portable functions included. Rule number 1 for bodyguards: never use your superpowers on the boss without explicit permission. Violate this, and your pay gets cut in half. He trusted that Superwoman would stick to these rules. Lately, aside from building the Tumalawing Quatch's Iron Man suit, he'd also been personally crafting a brand new, multi-functional battle suit, multitasking at its finest. Lu Yunming nodded and opened the gift box. Inside, a blue bodysuit was revealed for everyone to see. The design featured a side-opening zipper, seamlessly connecting the top and bottom. Golden phoenix feather-shaped shoulder plates and a golden dragon head belt adorned the suit, while the forearm bracers were made from extremely resilient titanium alloy. A red cape, unadorned by any pattern, completed the look, paired with deep red composite boots and gloves, the full ensemble, ready for action. I used heat-resistant polymer materials, blended with some metallic elements and reinforced fibers. It's got great stretch, and it's heat-proof. Should be enough for you to rock it into space several times over, Tony explained. Besides that, it's bulletproof, explosion-resistant, waterproof, and the insulation layer offers some degree of protection against electric shocks. Of course, it's not going to hold up forever against constant electricity, he added with a chuckle. Tony gave a thoughtful introduction, explaining that he designed the suit based on his own understanding and expertise. It came with all the essential functions and was built to last. Although it was simpler to make than the Iron Man armor, the materials weren't cheap by any means. Yet, the outfit didn't quite match the comic book image of Superman, and Tony found that baffling. When he suggested printing the cape with the stars and stripes, he was promptly shot down. Lu Yunming didn't want any national or political overtones. After all, a flag is solemn and sacred. Though this suit resembled the one worn by the Homelander, she had no intention of soaring through the city cloaked in a national flag, looking like a ridiculous clown. The dragon and phoenix motifs, of course, symbolized the mystique of the East. What she yearned for was not the celestial empire of this world, but her true homeland. I made 3 sets in total. I had Jarvis store them in the supply room, Tony said. Once you try them out, Give me feedback. Suggest any features you can think of, and I'll handle the rest. I know you can withstand heavy firepower, but this suit should help ease your burden a little. And by the way, that'll be $2 million, deducted from your salary, Tony added quietly, grinning as he leaned in. He didn't really care about the money, but he believed in fairness, give and take, following the rules. Of course, boss. Thank you for looking out for your employees, Liu Yunming replied with a gentle smile. Naturally, I'm a model employer, Tony declared proudly, giving his chest a hearty pat. Rhodey couldn't help but shake his head and think. If the military hadn't come on so aggressively from the start, maybe they could have just paid a salary and brought in such a powerhouse. After all, that money was nothing compared to the massive funds burned by General Ross's Special Operations Unit. Now, everything was in shambles. They'd managed to ruin a winning hand. The group continued enjoying their hot pot feast, undeterred by the fiery heat that had them gasping and fanning their mouths. They just couldn't stop fighting over the meat. Tony was the slyest of them all. With a single chopstick, he'd spear several slices of meat at once, eating with unabashed delight. Ethan and Rhodey fumbled with their chopsticks, clearly out of practice. Before they could even get hold of the piece, the meat had already been snatched away. Happy, overwhelmed by the spiciness, gulped down water in quick succession and temporarily withdrew from the fray. All the meat on Pepper's plate had been picked out for her by Liu Yunming, so she ate at her own pace, feeling quite content. Laughter and playful banter filled the room, making it lively and warm with cheer. But there's always something, or someone, to shatter a perfect moment. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone broke through the merriment. Liu Yunming pulled out her phone, glanced at the screen, and saw it was a call from S.H.I.E.L.D. Her brows furrowed at once. Agent Coulson, what's going on? She gestured to the others at the table and stepped out onto the balcony to take the call, her voice tinged with curiosity. Her arrangement with S.H.I.E.L.D. was strictly on a consulting basis. She wasn't under their command, merely an external specialist. Normally, S.H.I.E.L.D., with its formidable resources, could handle supernatural incidents on its own. They'd only reach out to her if things were truly dire. Liu Yunming disliked complications, especially when she was trying to enjoy a party. I'm sorry, Liu. We may need your help. Coulson's voice came through, breathless and urgent. Meanwhile, in Harlem, uptown Manhattan, New York, chaos reigned. Flames lit up the streets, which were littered with debris and shattered walls. The roads looked like a war zone. Panic-stricken crowds fled in all directions, while the mangled remains of cars smoldered under thick clouds of smoke. Two hulking, muscle-bound monsters were locked in a brutal brawl, each blow landing with a thunderous crash, pulverizing anything that stood in their way. Not even the NYPD or the National Guard could withstand their rampage. The violent tremors from their clash rippled outward, leaving devastation and casualties in their wake. At that moment, a military transport helicopter hovered in the air, its searchlights fixed squarely on the battling giants. General, we can't stop Bruce Banner and Captain Emil Blonsky. The destruction is spreading. Should we call in more support? An officer at the Strategic Operations Command Center shouted anxiously. Vulcan missiles and heavy Gatling gunfire from the helicopter couldn't even scratch the monster's defenses. Armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopters were as fragile as toys before them. The specialized troops could do nothing to regain control. I believe in Banner. He can win. Betty Ross gazed down at the chaos below, her voice unwavering with hope. With her encouragement and support, Banner had managed to resist the effects of the serum. If Blonsky hadn't suddenly transformed into the abomination, none of this would have spiraled out of control. Miss, this is no longer about who can win. What matters now is making sure the situation doesn't spiral any further out of control. The officer from the Strategic Operations Command spoke with grave seriousness, then cast a glance at General Ross standing nearby. Let's turn back the clock a few days. General Ross had received intelligence that, in a city in Brazil, someone had died horrifically after drinking a bottle of fruit soda. Their body had exploded. Tests revealed the victim had absorbed an excessive dose of gamma radiation, and there were precious few creatures in the world capable of producing such energy. From this, the Intelligence Division deduced that Bruce Banner, the man at the center of a scandal that had rocked the world, destroying laboratories and city blocks alike, was hiding in a soda processing plant somewhere in Brazil. The Strategic Operations Command dispatched a Special Forces unit, led by Emil Blonsky, to Brazil to apprehend Banner. No one could have predicted what happened next. During the pursuit, a gang of local thugs provoked Banner, triggering his transformation into the terrifying Hulk. Hulk rampaged through the area, and the gang leader was crushed on the spot, reduced to a grisly, pitiful corpse. Blonsky saw it all with his own eyes. The green giant hurled a massive cargo loader, dozens of tons in weight, as if it were nothing more than a toy ball. The sight left him utterly stunned. As an elite member of the Special Forces, He had never witnessed anything so outrageous. Capturing this monster? If they so much as angered it, none of them would make it out alive. After the failed mission, Blonsky returned to base and began digging into Bruce Banner's background. He discovered that this mild-mannered, seemingly frail scientist had been involved in a gamma collision experiment gone awry, an accident that had given him the ability to transform into a monster. Exposed to gamma rays, Bruce Banner had mutated, developing two distinct personalities. One was Banner himself, the other the ever-furious Hulk. Haunted by the fear and profound helplessness the Hulk inspired, Blonsky felt a burning desire to become stronger than he'd ever imagined. He went so far as to persuade General Ross to let him be injected with the super soldier serum. Even in small doses, absorbed into muscle and spine, this serum could turn an ordinary, scrawny man into someone as tough as Captain America. Blonsky was already a top-tier Special Forces operative. With the serum enhancing his natural abilities, he became even more formidable. His strength and speed now rivaled those of Steve Rogers in his prime. Armed with this ace up his sleeve, General Ross resolved to launch a second operation to capture the Hulk. Meanwhile, driven by unbearable longing, Dr. Banner secretly went to see his former lover, Betty Ross. Leonard Sampson, Betty's current suitor, discovered this clandestine meeting and, without hesitation, secretly contacted General Ross. General Ross began monitoring his daughter, and through her, he quickly regained track of Bruce Banner's whereabouts. Thus, the experimental unit surrounded the entire campus of Culver University, laying a meticulous ambush, biding their time for the Hulk's arrival. But the result was yet another crushing defeat for them. The Hulk's power was beyond imagination, especially when enraged. They threw everything at him, mounted heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, RPGs, even sonic cannons, but none of it made a dent. The Green Goliath was like an indestructible force of nature, tearing apart every vehicle with his bare hands as effortlessly as shredding paper. If it weren't for Bruce Banner's conscious restraint, his unwillingness to harm, this experimental unit would have lost far more than just vehicles and weapons. It would have been a massacre. Blonsky, after injecting the super soldier serum, was indeed formidable, far stronger than an ordinary soldier. His enhanced reflexes allowed him to hold his own against the Hulk for a time. But the gap between them was insurmountable. They were simply not of the same order of being. With a casual swing of his foot, Hulk sent Blonsky flying, shattering every bone in his body. After the helicopter exploded, Banner shielded Betty and leaped into the forest, vanishing without a trace. Such an outcome was undoubtedly a heavy blow to General Ross, and even more so for Blonsky. Miraculously recovering from his injuries, Blonsky chose to inject himself with a full dose of the super soldier serum, seeking even more power. The result was disastrous. The serum wasn't perfect. It amplified whatever lay hidden deep within the subject's heart. Those with unwavering resolve, like Captain America, Steve Rogers, became even stronger after the injection. But Blonsky was fiercely competitive and quick-tempered. The serum only magnified these traits. Worse, the excessive dosage triggered uncontrollable mutation. His bones began to twist and deform in grotesque ways. Desperate to become stronger, Blonsky seized the opportunity while Bruce Banner was suppressing the Hulk with an inhibitor. He obtained the Hulk's blood and forced Dr. Stearns to assist in completing his transformation. Soon, a monstrous abomination was born, a giant brute with power to rival the Hulk. The epic battle on the streets of New York broke out because Blonsky, now Abomination, forced Hulk to appear by wreaking havoc on purpose. With no other choice and the inhibitor in his system, Banner reluctantly agreed to fight. He plunged from a great height, breaking through the effects of the inhibitor at the moment of life and death, and transformed back into the Hulk. "General, what are your orders? What should we do next?" The officer at the Strategic Operations Command Center anxiously repeated his question. "Easy, soldier. I've already called for reinforcements. Someone will handle this disaster soon." General Ross shook his head, signaling everyone to hold their positions. The helicopter hovered at a safe altitude, out of reach of the chaos below. "But sir, many people are trapped in buildings that are about to collapse. Should we attempt a rescue?" The officer pressed, unwilling to give up. The battle between Hulk and Abomination was spreading chaos far and wide. These two monsters, each wielding tremendous power, could destroy roads with a single leap and bring down homes with a swing of their fists. Their massive, solid bodies were like two mountains crashing through the city, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. If this went on any longer, the casualties among New Yorkers would multiply exponentially. "Shut up and follow orders. This isn't our concern. The National Guard will handle public safety." General Ross snapped impatiently. To him, nothing was more important than his research on the Hulk or the mass production of super soldiers. The officer had no choice but to use his communicator to relay orders to all units. Yet inwardly, he scoffed. If a National Guard really had the power to stop these monsters, the streets wouldn't have ended up in such ruins. He had just witnessed Abomination lift a military Humvee and smash the soldiers on another vehicle into pulp. How was that supposed to be maintaining public order? Betty nervously rubbed her palms together, her eyes locked on the chaos below. She was anxious, but also knew there was nothing she could do now. After so many disappointments with her father, she no longer held any hope. All she wished for was that Banner would win, that the people of New York would suffer less, and that this disaster would end soon. Perhaps the universe heard her silent prayer, for suddenly a shrill whistle tore through the sky. In the blink of an eye, a figure streaked toward the heart of the battlefield. She was stunning. This was Betty's first impression. Golden brown wavy hair framed a tall, striking figure. Her blue bodysuit accentuated her captivating curves, with hints of defined abs showing through. She was breathtakingly beautiful like a sprite in the night. Golden phoenix feathered shoulder guards and a dragon head belt adorned her outfit. Her boots and gloves were a deep crimson, and a blood-red cape billowed dramatically in the wind. The dazzling blonde woman descended from the sky, landing squarely in the street between Hulk and Abomination. The ground cracked deeply beneath her feet from the force of her landing. Where'd this little bug come from? Playing superhero, are we, lady? Abomination sneered, twisting his mouth into a mocking grin as he lumbered menacingly toward her. Hulk, on the other hand, was baffled by the sudden arrival of this woman, though his hostility toward Abomination remained undiminished. It was Banner's fierce protective instinct that had brought Hulk forth, to defeat any creature that might threaten Banner or Betty, to drag Banner out of the fire, so to speak. Seeing Abomination on the move, Hulk instantly tensed, unleashing a thunderous roar at the sky and spreading his arms wide in a menacing stance. Liu Yunming shot Hulk a cool glance, then fixed her gaze on the grotesque figure of Abomination. She understood that Hulk was in many ways just a child. He looked unbearably strong and dangerously wild, but in truth, he could be reasoned with. In contrast, Emil Blonsky, transformed into the Abomination, was consumed deep inside by the bitterness of being defeated by the Hulk and an unrestrained, burning desire to become stronger. He was in every sense a truly dangerous being. No wonder S.H.I.E.L.D. called her in urgently. A monster brawl like this on city streets was far beyond what ordinary people, or even well-trained soldiers, could handle. She had been annoyed at having her gathering interrupted, but when Agent Coulson named a staggering reward of $10 million, Li Yunming immediately felt that this job was worth her while. Who would say no to more money? Her salary was nothing to scoff at, especially with Tony's personal endorsement. Each year, she earned more than what 99% of families in the world could hope to make in a lifetime. That kind of money was more than enough for a comfortable life. But if she wanted to follow through with her ambitions to become stronger, it might fall a little short. Li Yunming was not one to take advantage for nothing. She would use her powers to protect Tony Stark. She wasn't here to freeload, and certainly not to exploit him maliciously. She might dress like Homelander, and her abilities matched his, but she was not that kind of person. All she longed for was freedom. Living without boundaries was worse than never having had these powers at all. Having finally gotten another shot at life, she was determined to live it brilliantly and to live it powerfully. Good evening, gentlemen. I'm here on official orders to stop you from destroying the city any further. Would you mind standing down? Li Yunming's expression was calm as she slowly floated upward, hovering in the air, hands spread in a gesture of peace, her tone even and unhurried. Officially, she wore the mantle of authority, acting under government orders, and that was the story for the public. But anyone in the know understood the truth. S.H.I.E.L.D. was simply eager to win her over, giving her an almost honorary, non-binding position. If she wanted to take on a job, she could, and the pay was excellent. If not, she was free to rest. No one could force her. But with an incident of this magnitude, how could she possibly sit it out? Hulk wrinkled his nose, unusually silent, even a bit wary. He sensed that this woman floating before him was very dangerous. The Abomination, on the other hand, was lost to reason, convinced of his own limitless power, the mightiest being on Earth, free to do whatever he pleased. Anyone who dared oppose him would face his fury. With a furious roar, the Abomination shifted from a lumbering walk to a full-on charge. Each footfall pounded against the pavement, sending tremors through the entire block. In an instant, he was upon Liu Yunming. His enormous body loomed like a mountain, radiating pure menace. A thick, muscled arm rose high, and with all his strength he hurled a massive fist straight at the insignificant bub before him. Witnessing this, Betty, sitting in a helicopter, gasped in shock, her hands flying to her mouth. She had already witnessed how powerful Abomination could be. Even when Banner transformed into the Hulk, he could barely gain the upper hand, and was in fact being subtly suppressed. How could a slender young woman like her possibly defeat the monster before them? Chances were, she'd be lying dead on the street the very next second. So, this is the backup you spoke of, father? She turned her gaze towards General Ross, as if she were staring at a murderer. Betty, don't worry. This woman is no ordinary character, General Ross replied, shaking his head slightly, his eyes lingering meaningfully on the woman who looked so much like Superman. The military had stacks of data and analysis reports on this superwoman, enough to tower like a mountain. Almost as if to prove his point, the scene that followed stunned everyone present. A slender arm and graceful hand calmly blocked Abomination's heavy fist. The air trembled with the force of the blow, winds howled and dust billowed. Yet she stood there, unmoved, as if rooted to the spot. Blonsky was shocked. It felt as if he'd struck an immovable mountain. A sensation so unreal he could hardly process it. Refusing to give up, he launched a flurry of heavy punches, but every strike was either effortlessly caught or easily dodged. After all that, the woman didn't even have a scratch on her. Negotiations have failed. In that case, I'm afraid you'll have to forgive me, Li Yunming declared, her eyes suddenly blazing with a searing red light. She grinned, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth, and looked utterly delighted. The enemy hadn't surrendered. Worse, they'd dared to open fire on her side. With a sudden, explosive punch, she struck Abomination square in the chest. The impact was so tremendous, it unleashed a shockwave, sending nearby trees toppling like dominoes. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Abomination's mind went blank, and his gigantic body was hurled away as if struck by a freight train. He didn't stop until he crashed violently into the shell of an unfinished building. From where everyone stood, that single punch had sent Abomination flying almost 100 meters. This was her first time displaying her strength in public, and her arm, which could now exert a force of 400 tons, completely overwhelmed even a Hulk-blooded Abomination. In truth, Abomination's power didn't surge dramatically right after his transformation, nor did he possess the Hulk's terrifying ability to grow stronger with rage. So, he was virtually powerless to resist. The monster was stunned senseless. The world spun as he struggled to get up, his cells rapidly dividing to heal his shattered bones. But Li Yunming gave him no chance. She soared into the air, and in a blink, hovered above Abomination. Then she landed with the force of a falling mountain, pinning his massive body beneath her foot, and bent down to deliver another devastating blow. Abomination was hammered straight into the ground, leaving a crater over 2 meters deep. Li Yunming lowered her head, her eyes blazing red. Twin beams of scorching heat shot from her gaze, searing into Abomination's chest and charring his flesh. Abomination let out a howl of agony. Hulk was utterly stunned, and Betty's eyes widened in shock. Both the crowd of onlookers and the soldiers maintaining order stared intently at the battlefield, unable to tear their eyes away. What on earth is going on? How could a slender, delicate woman possess such tremendous strength, able to pummel a monster like Abomination, leaving him utterly powerless to fight back? This world was beyond belief. She's a superhuman, a savior. I've seen her in the comics, a teenage boy shouted excitedly. Her costume's a bit different, but her powers are almost identical. Look at those blazing red beams, added a middle-aged man, clearly a DC Comics fan as well. Oh my God, she's here to save us. More and more people in the crowd began chanting for Superwoman, their voices growing louder with each passing second, until the entire area was cheering for her. Only General Ross's face grew darker and more grave. Damn it, none of this matched up with the data. Abomination's regenerative abilities were formidable. In just a few breaths, he had stabilized his wounds and was now struggling with all his might. Though Li Yunming's laser vision burned at a scorching 4,000 degrees Celsius, it had only managed to pierce Abomination's outer defenses. One had to admit, the Hulk's genes were truly powerful. Unless she could maintain her attack for long enough, it would be difficult to defeat him. But if she tried, she might exhaust her energy and risk collapsing from weakness. To be ready for any new threats that might arise, Li Yunming had no choice but to halt her laser assault for now. Abomination let out a furious roar to the sky, trying desperately to rise. His massive hands gripped the edge of the crater, and his mutated, monstrous muscles strained with all their might. But fate had other plans. No matter how much strength he summoned, even as veins bulged on his bald head, he simply couldn't budge the seemingly delicate woman holding him down. Li Yunming stood as immovable as a mountain, rendering Blonsky utterly helpless. Cease your struggling, and stop damaging the surrounding area. Otherwise, I will be forced to take further measures. Red light flickered in Liu Yunming's eyes as she drove her fist down once more, slamming Abomination back into the crater. She spoke calmly, her tone official, even as her actions never paused. Her words were formal, but her blows were relentless. Pain, unbearable pain, far heavier than any punch Hulk had ever thrown. Abomination glared at the woman before him, resenting her deeply. He wanted to shout, "You're already using force, you maniac." The relentless barrage of punches left his bones shattering one after another. Every attempt to fight back was instantly overpowered, followed by another storm of brutal attacks. His healing couldn't keep pace with the destruction. Blonsky grew dizzy, green blood spilling endlessly from his mouth. All around them, the crowd continued to cheer for Superwoman, offering her their encouragement, even as their homes and cars were reduced to rubble, and some mourned the loss of loved ones. In the face of an unstoppable monster, the people were plunged into despair. The arrival of Superwoman was like a beacon of light, illuminating the hearts of those lost in the depths of darkness and fear. At that moment, the image of the woman in a blue bodysuit and red cape was seared into the minds of the survivors, a memory that would remain with them for years to come. Liu Yunming flashed her signature smile, took a moment to wave at the crowds gathered in the distance, and then resumed her fierce assault on Abomination. She gripped Blonsky's throat with one hand, effortlessly hoisting his massive, heavy body into the air, then launched a brutal uppercut that landed square on the monster's jaw. Weighing hundreds of kilograms, Abomination was utterly powerless, sent flying high into the air. Liu Yunming's eyes glowed with a brilliant red light. She unleashed searing beams that struck Blonsky midair, driving him higher and higher. His agonized screams and furious roars echoed through the sky, sending chills down every spine. Bending her legs, Liu Yunming pushed off with explosive force and soared upward, catching up to Abomination in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she hammered a savage elbow strike down on the crown of the monster's head. Blonsky crashed to the ground like a kite with its string cut, plummeting at breakneck speed. With a thunderous crash, he landed square in the center of Manhattan Square. When the dust and smoke finally cleared, Abomination lay in the bottom of a deep crater, barely clinging to life. His limbs twisted at unnatural angles. He had lost all ability to fight back. As the monster fell, the crowd erupted in an even louder wave of cheers. Some people even tried to break through the National Guard's barricade, desperate to get close to Superwoman. Liu Yunming landed back on the ground, glanced at the pitiful state of the giant monster, and paid it no further heed. She certainly had the power to finish Abomination off, but it would have drained much of her energy. There was no need, better to leave him for the military to deal with. Now, the greater concern was Hulk. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion, in the director's office, Nick Fury watched the footage on his screen, lost in thought. For the first time, Superwoman displayed power beyond anyone's wildest imagination, capturing the attention of the entire world. She had shown humanity that Earth was home to beings of truly incredible might. The rampaging monster that had torn through the streets was utterly helpless in her hands, subdued as easily as a parent disciplines a misbehaving child. "Coulson, it seems we need to redefine Superwoman. My plans require her." Nick Fury spoke gravely into his communicator, his expression darkening with resolve. On the outskirts of Manhattan Square, Agent Coulson, tasked with monitoring the situation, turned pale as the implications set in. He now understood why the director had assigned the highest possible threat level to Superwoman. Looking at it now, even that assessment seemed too low. After all, Abomination had nearly overpowered Hulk, but Superwoman had crushed him with ease. "Understood, boss. I'll do my best to build a stronger relationship with her." Coulson wiped the sweat from his brow and replied with solemn determination. In the past, Liu Yunming was merely considered an external contractor for S.H.I.E.L.D., and at best, their relationship could be described as that of superior and subordinate. But now, things could no longer be handled so carelessly. On the battlefield, the Hulk had been watching the fight from the sidelines for some time. The green glow in his eyes was no longer as fierce and menacing as before. Instead, there was a surprising gentleness to them. Whether it was the effect of the antiserum or Banner's mind gradually returning, Hulk no longer wished to fight. His massive form lumbered over, casting a glance at the barely breathing Abomination. With a curl of his lip, he displayed a look of utter disdain, then turned as if to leave. Liu Yunming's face was expressionless. She didn't try to stop him, simply floating quietly in midair. In a sense, she was the more dangerous one here. To ask her to go another round with the Hulk would be a tall order for anyone. Unlike Abomination, the Hulk's genes had been altered even more profoundly by gamma radiation. No one could say for sure how powerful Hulk could become in his rage, but at the very least, he was far stronger than Abomination. If the problem could be resolved peacefully, that would be the best outcome. Unfortunately, not everyone saw it that way. Aboard the helicopter, General Ross's brow was deeply furrowed. Right now, all he wanted was to haul every member of the analysis team before a military tribunal. What the hell did they mean by the subject abilities are under control? And what nonsense was strength is her weakness? They thought the Superwoman was merely similar to Superman, possessing laser heat vision, flight, and a seemingly indestructible body, yet at least in terms of strength, she was nowhere near her comic book namesake. According to the latest calculations from the experimental team, by analyzing Superwoman's physique and muscle density, the military's researchers concluded that strength was actually her Achilles heel. But look at things now. Just look at Blonsky, barely alive. What terrifying things had Superwoman done to him? Strategic Operations Command, have Alpha Team and the experimental unit get into position. Prepare to close the net. After a long silence, General Ross picked up the communicator and, all of a sudden, issued an order that left everyone utterly stunned. General, are you sure about this? The officer responsible for coordination was visibly shocked as he sought confirmation. Yes, we're going to catch them all in one sweep. Hulk, Blonsky, and this so-called Superwoman. This world has no place for uncontrolled superhumans. They're simply too dangerous. General Ross's eyes blazed as he nearly roared his command. Betty stared at her father in disbelief, feeling as if he'd completely lost his mind. Even with the Hulk, Abomination, and Superwoman displaying overwhelming power, did he really believe the military could keep them under control? Father, you'll regret this decision. Betty's face was grim. She knew it was pointless to argue now, but she still spoke, her voice cold as ice. My dear, you're far too naive. Ross smiled, offering no further explanation. Betty looked deeply at her father, then finally chose to shrink into the corner of the helicopter, falling silent. Meanwhile, Coulson suddenly received word that unidentified armed forces were converging on Manhattan. He quickly reported this to Nick Fury. You're telling me 4 squads are surrounding Harlem? Are you serious? Nick Fury frowned, his voice laced with suspicion. Boss, our people have detected electromagnetic signals. They're fully armed, equipped with heavy tanks, armored vehicles, and squads of attack helicopters. They don't carry any obvious insignia, but my guess is it has something to do with General Ross. Coulson, hidden at a vantage point, scanned the streets below through his binoculars and shared his suspicions. Nick Fury felt as if he'd just been slapped in the face. His mind buzzed with frustration. Abomination has been defeated. Hulk has lost the will to fight and is preparing to leave, and Supergirl has clearly taken control of the battlefield. And now, of all times, someone wants to cause more trouble? Typical of you, troublemaker general. God damn it. I'm sending Clint in. Coordinate with him, and use whatever means necessary if the situation demands it. Nick Fury slammed his fist onto the table, barking the order in exasperation. There are always those fools with delusions of controlling the world. S.H.I.E.L.D. exists precisely to deal with maniacs like these. In Manhattan Square, Liu Yunming was dragging the massive body of Abomination with one hand, tossing him at the feet of the National Guard. She had worked hard to keep the destruction to a minimum. In the original story, the Battle of Harlem left several streets in ruins thanks to Abomination and the Hulk, but now only one street had suffered, and civilian casualties were at their lowest. The rest was up to the military. She planned to leave. She was exhausted and just wanted to go home and sleep. But just then, her super hearing picked up a sudden burst of noise. Liu Yuming's brow arched slightly. Using her X-ray vision and super sight, she swept the area and immediately sensed something was off. A large military force was approaching, and not just from one direction. It seemed some people were not satisfied with how things had turned out. Hulk sensed it too. His animal-like instincts, always sharp, made his previously calmed emotions flare with agitation. He picked up a stone and hurled it at a nearby building, smashing the searchlight on its roof. The blinding light had been making Hulk let out a series of deep, guttural growls. He was clearly on the verge of losing control again. Hey Hulk, how about we have a chat? Liu Yunming flew to the green giant's side, giving him a gentle smile as she spoke. Hulk, not like talking. The giant was clearly irritated, awkwardly turning his back and breathing ever more heavily. Although, deep down, he knew the woman before him was not an enemy. Though she was extremely dangerous and unlikely to attack, he still found it difficult to speak calmly. Liu Yunming paused for a moment, then gave a look that said, just as I thought. It turned out that Hulk could communicate after all, couldn't he? Don't be so quick to refuse. If you can control your emotions this time, how about I let Banner take the initiative to let you out and have some fun next time? Liu Yunming grinned mischievously, coaxing him as if he were a child. But no one wants to play with Hulk. Hulk seemed tempted, sneaking a glance at Lu Yunming, his voice low and gruff. Hulk was simple, but that didn't make him any less terrifying, especially with that overwhelming strength, enough to make anyone tremble. When he lost control, he could toss tanks weighing dozens of tons into the sky like toys. Ordinary people were as fragile as tofu. A single touch, and they'd be done for. Who would dare play with him? However, when Lu Yunming heard the sadness in Hulk's words, his sense of being rejected by the whole world, her heart softened a little. I can play with you. Next time you come out, I promise I'll find you, she said, effortlessly slipping into the role of comforting a child. Considering the destructive power of the Hulk, she decided it was wise to set some boundaries. Better for her to seek him out when he reappeared rather than waiting for him to come looking for her. Who knows how much damage he might cause in the meantime. In terms of strength and resilience, only Lu Yunming, with her Homelander-like abilities, could truly keep up with the Hulk. Friends, play together. Play together, Hulk exclaimed happily, his voice booming with excitement. All right, it's a deal, Lu Yunming replied, her eyes curving with a smile. She made a mental note to talk to Dr. Banner once this was all over. As the two chatted, a rocket suddenly shot toward them from afar at astonishing speed. Lu Yunming narrowed her eyes. With her superhuman visual acuity, she reacted with lightning speed, easily catching the incoming RPG in her hand before tossing it skyward. Attendre explosion échouée overhead. The rocket lost momentum midair and was struck by a searing laser beam, detonating in a brilliant fireball high above the ground. The explosion occurred dozens of meters above, so most of the onlookers only heard the blast. No real harm was done. They attacked my friend. Hulk is angry, Hulk roared with fury, seeing the rocket fired straight at Lu Yunming. He became frantic. After all, she was the only one willing to talk to him. He wouldn't let anyone hurt her. Hulk, do you remember what you just promised me? Lu Yunming brushed the dust from her hands, smiling as she fixed her gaze on the big guy. Unless you possess the power to challenge the world itself, it's best not to make the world your enemy. Wreaking havoc and spreading panic will only deepen the fear and resistance ordinary people feel towards superpowered individuals. The people of the motherland are powerful, but by no means invincible. She's certainly not a madman like Aatrox, hell-bent on waging war against the world. At least, until she has a superhuman body of steel, she would never claim she could go anywhere she pleased. On the contrary, Lu Yunming much preferred to have the support of the majority of ordinary people. Only then could she truly avoid troublesome situations. Sometimes, reputation is everything. That's why she couldn't go on a senseless killing spree, nor could she allow the Hulk to rampage unchecked. For the sake of my little goals, Hulk, I need you to behave, all right? Hulk, remember, control yourself. Hulk had a decent memory. Clenching his massive fists, he bared his teeth in a show of anger. Still, he was being obedient enough. He didn't leap straight toward the RPG launchers or roar smash at the top of his lungs. That's better. We're friends, Hulk. Trust me. I can handle this, Lu Yunming said, winking and beaming with a cheerful smile. If some people were courting trouble, it was time they learned just how strong Superwoman really was. Meanwhile, a large contingent of troops poured into Manhattan Square. Soldiers in black uniforms, shielded by heavy tanks and armored vehicles, moved to encircle the area. In the sky, several armed helicopters circled, their heavy machine guns trained on Lu Yunming and the green giant below, as well as the battered, half-conscious abomination. All units, this is your final warning. Disarm and surrender immediately, or we will take action. General Ross's voice blared from the loudspeakers, mounted on a helicopter overhead. In light of your unprovoked destruction of streets and buildings, damage to national property, and the civilian injuries and deaths you've caused, do not resist arrest. If you do, we are authorized to open fire. Lu Yunming's lips curled into a scornful smile. That old schemer was full of ambition, desperate to build a super soldier corps and dreaming of controlling and studying the Hulk. In her view, if Dr. Bruce Banner hadn't been kind-hearted enough to reign in the Hulk's mind, that stubborn brute would have died 100 times over by now. Did these people really not understand how destructive the Hulk could be? No, they understood better than any ordinary citizen. They just refused to give up. General, I'm afraid I don't quite follow your logic. First of all, I'm here to clean up your mess. And now that it's done, you want to stab me in the back? You're seriously telling me I'm under arrest? Floating high above, Lu Yunming looked down with a cold, detached gaze. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to everyone present. To win, you must first claim the moral high ground. Ross's experimental troops were trouble. She couldn't simply deal with them openly, but she could certainly undermine their credibility with the public. We don't need superpowered vigilantes to protect this city. Frankly, I see you and the Hulk as the greatest threats of all. For the safety of the public, surrender at once and submit to an official investigation. General Ross stood at the helicopter's hatch, his face stern as he spoke in a commanding, unwavering tone. He knew perfectly well that Liu Yunmeng had come to quell the chaos. After all, he was the one who'd sent the distress call to S.H.I.E.L.D. But his true aim was to let these three monsters tear each other apart, so the military could then swoop in and arrest the survivors on charges of city destruction and interfering with official duties. Unfortunately, Superwoman was far stronger than anticipated. The abomination was utterly outmatched, and the Hulk had lost his fighting spirit. The stage was set. How could the play go on with no one left to perform? He had to force everyone to stick to his script. As for S.H.I.E.L.D. and those so-called authorities, he couldn't care less about them. Damn them all. The New Yorkers watching on the sidelines murmured among themselves. Some believed Superwoman had saved lives by defeating the monsters. Others argued that General Ross made a good point. Superpowered beings were simply too dangerous, and the public would never feel safe unless they were kept in check. Instead of dispersing, the crowd only swelled. The National Guard was struggling to keep them at bay. Liu Yunmeng remained silent, her eyes continually scanning the scene, assessing the enemy's troop placements. The Hulk grew even more uneasy beside her. With her enhanced vision and X-ray sight, she quickly determined that the encircling force numbered over 30,000, and they were elite troops at that. The soldiers were equipped with advanced weaponry, specialized capture gear, and even special response units bearing biohazard insignias. Compared to this, the 1,000-odd special forces hiding near the villa seemed utterly insignificant. Liu Yunmeng frowned in clear distaste. What a nuisance. Cooperating with the investigation is in your best interest, and Hulk's as well. General Ross pressed, his tone growing heavier, especially when he stressed the word public. If you start a fight here, it's the innocents who will suffer. Liu Yunmeng's expression was unreadable. She gave no reply, only offering a comforting gesture to the Hulk. This was nothing but bait, a superficial solution at best. If she accepted, it would likely signal to the highest levels of government that it was time for war. But the real culprits were those watching from the shadows. Their game was clear: put her on display and threaten innocent lives to force her hand. A despicable tactic. The American system, steeped in self-interest and darkness, revealed its true nature. Without approval from the highest echelons, even a general like Ross would never have been granted command over so many troops. This was a calculated test from those in power, probing how she would respond to an uncontrollable variable. Would she keep playing the role of Superwoman, or finally reveal her true self? If she fought back, it would alert the people of New York, and everyone watching the live television broadcast, to the uncontrollable power of superhumans, further proving the military's claims, since the military represented authority. If she didn't resist, she certainly wouldn't just surrender. She could simply take off at any moment. With her flying speed, modeled after Homelander, capturing her using current Earth technology was pure fantasy. The best plan was to take Hulk and fly away immediately. With her speed, ordinary troops wouldn't stand a chance against her. There could be no battle in Manhattan, but from now on, hawks like Ross would have her in their sights. Should she just come out and wipe them all out? Hey, making such drastic changes to the timeline and the main plot. Who knows what consequences that might bring? She didn't dare act recklessly. Her memories were still scattered fragments. Would the Ancient One appear? Would those lurking in the shadows seize the chance to stir up trouble? No one could say. If she remembered correctly, there was a race called the Watchers on a higher cosmic level. Maybe they just watched the show for fun, or maybe they'd intervene. She had no idea whether, acting with abandon, would bring her more trouble and uncertainty. It was like feeling her way forward, crossing the river stone by stone. Every step was a cautious test. Killing could only solve the problem on the surface, never at its root. She was using Homelander as a template. Not actually Homelander, not a twisted soul desperate for love and terrified of losing fans. If she killed recklessly, she could never settle anywhere again. As long as she remained human, she could never truly break away from society, from normal human life. Always being hunted was just too exhausting. Killing was easy. A sweep of her heat vision and the fight would be over. But what would happen after? Living that way would be neither comfortable nor satisfying. It would only bring endless trouble. She disliked trouble, but she chose to face difficulties head-on. So, between wholesale slaughter and hiding on the sidelines, she chose to play along and turn the tables. Let those prying audience members see just how powerless the military really was. If you refuse to cooperate with the investigation, we are authorized to use force to arrest you. Are you sure you want to stand against all of America? General Ross, growing impatient, shouted again through his loudspeaker, slapping a heavy label on her. Suddenly, he felt that maybe superhumans weren't so hard to deal with after all. Hulk, remember, protect the civilians. Fight back if you must, but try not to kill anyone. Liu Yunming couldn't be bothered with the petty antics of the clowns in uniform. She leaned in and whispered softly, "Hulk, tired but friend. Hulk can do it." The Hulk broke into a goofy grin, startling to children, perhaps, but Liu Yunming was very satisfied. "General Ross, we haven't broken any laws, so we won't surrender. What you're doing is an illegal arrest, so we refuse to comply. If you insist on using force, we'll have no choice but to resist. We ask all bystanders to please evacuate and leave the area." Liu Yunming's eyes sparkled with determination. Standing tall and proud, her exquisite face radiated righteousness as she spoke with unwavering conviction. "You're fond of using moral coercion, aren't you? Well, I'm not above it myself. However, when it comes to reason, I prefer to hold a sword in hand." As soon as she finished, the gathered citizens of New York could feel Superwoman's concern for them. Many began shouting that the military was acting like a dictatorship, insisting it was time to stand up against brutality. Hundreds, even thousands, surged forward, crashing against the National Guard's barricades, only to be met with a barrage of shields and batons. In the land of the free, law enforcement and military have never been gentle with rioters. Tear gas and rubber bullets are just standard procedure. This only stoked the crowd's anger. After all, their homes had been destroyed, buildings reduced to rubble, and their brand new cars smashed to pieces. They were already feeling stifled and helpless. Now, just when they found a glimmer of hope, the military was about to arrest the superheroes under the guise of control, getting beaten and driven off simply for speaking a few words of conscience. This was unforgivable. The fury of the people mounted, and they unleashed it upon the military and police. The scene descended into utter chaos. "We can't wait any longer. Order the troops to attack. Target Superwoman and Hulk." Seeing public opinion spiral out of control, Ross wasted no time issuing the command to strike. "But General, the crowd hasn't been dispersed yet." The deputy officer hesitated, torn with reluctance. "Damn it. No, but soldiers, execute the order immediately." General Ross bellowed. After confirming the orders several times, each time receiving firm affirmation, the deputy had no choice. Duty bound to obey, he reluctantly dialed the command center. Within moments, tanks and armored vehicles opened fire. Armed helicopters unleashed their Vulcan cannons, and rockets rained down like a storm. Explosions erupted across Manhattan Square, sending pillars of fire shooting skyward. The terrified crowds scattered in panic. Many, unable to escape in time, could only crouch on the ground, clutching their heads, exposed to the raining shells. A little girl sobbed for her mother, but the stampeding masses swept her away, leaving her lost and alone. "Hulk, time to get to work." Liu Yunming's brow furrowed as she growled, then shot into the sky. She hadn't expected the military to be so ruthless, to open fire even with civilians present. With a furious roar, Hulk leapt high, crashing down atop a tank. With a mighty twist, he ripped the turret clean off. He tossed the crew out and hurled the turret at another tank. Then, using the same method, Hulk leapt onto the next armored vehicle, systematically destroying vehicles and weapons, reining in his rage to avoid harming people. Liu Yunming zipped through the air at lightning speed. She scooped the crying little girl into her arms and soared off toward her next target. In the blink of an eye, she had rescued 7 or 8 New Yorkers caught in danger. She placed them safely on the rooftops of buildings before diving back into the fray. Suddenly, an old building collapsed, its support pillars shattered by the tank's heavy artillery. The enormous roof tilted and came crashing down, threatening to crush the civilians taking cover below. There were too many people, and obstacles were everywhere. Liu Yunming couldn't unleash her full flying speed, so she was a split second too late. She could only watch as those people teetered on the brink of death. She even caught a glimpse of the fear in the eyes of a young woman beneath the eaves. Hulk! Smash! A green figure lunged forward, slamming hard into the falling rooftop. With a thunderous force, Hulk shattered the massive stone slab completely. He landed purposefully, shielding all 5 civilians beneath him, using his back to absorb the rain of debris. "Well done, Hulk." Liu Yunming flew over, gave him a big thumbs up, and beamed with delight. Kids need proper praise. Sure enough, Hulk flashed a savage grin, showing his satisfaction. At that moment, Manhattan was already engulfed in chaos and explosions. The deafening booms echoed through the sky. Streets that had been painstakingly protected were now reduced to rubble. Fortunately, with the combined efforts of Liu Yunming and Hulk, every civilian affected by the battle was safely relocated. So far, there hadn't been a single casualty. The two of them looked utterly battered by the fight. Hulk was a mess for real. Missiles, rockets, and shells had left him filthy and charred all over. In the darkness, you'd never spot him unless he smiled. He had some wounds, but not many. Thanks to the gamma-induced genetic mutation, his healing abilities were beyond imagination. His injuries were almost healed by the time the explosions faded. Li Yunming looked worse for wear too. She had gritted her teeth and taken 3 direct missile hits and over a dozen shells, leaving her uniform damaged in several places, a true image of a superhero sacrificing herself for her country and people. It was as if, for the safety of the public, she was willing to take the blows without complaint. But in reality, for someone like her, dodging shells at superhuman speed was child's play, and even destroying enemy weapons directly would have been effortless. So why didn't she dodge? Simply because she wasn't afraid. And why wasn't she afraid? There was just nothing to fear. Even if she wasn't quite as invincible as Superman, her biofield could easily protect her body. The worst that could happen was some torn clothing. The wounds looked dramatic, but felt like nothing at all. Sometimes she even deliberately stepped into the blasts, emerging from waves of fire and smoke like a blossoming rose, crafting a spectacle of blood and fire, war and peace. And who was this performance for? The people, of course. Only by establishing the right image in the hearts of the people could she ensure a comfortable future for herself. Morality cannot restrain the people of the motherland, but it can righteously launch a crusade for justice. Only by exposing the ugly face of the American military can one stand at the true moral high ground. If you can't win a fight, and you can't out-argue your opponent, then this is exactly the effect you're after. Ross may be stubborn, but he's not reckless. If he wants to label Supergirl and the Hulk as dangerous individuals, he must avoid becoming one himself. Otherwise, who would dare protect him? With the firepower of an entire Army Corps, unless they bomb indiscriminately, it's impossible to deploy such force comprehensively on the streets of Manhattan. The symbolic bombing is merely meant to throw these 2 young superhumans off balance. As for civilian casualties, the blame can be conveniently pinned on them. At worst, the government can settle it with compensation. What can these clueless civilians do besides organize large-scale protests? Perhaps they should get acquainted with the military police's batons. A firebomb exploded, its flames shooting straight into the sky, and out of the thick smoke, Lu Yunming soared with cold determination in her eyes. Enough is enough. Even a clay figure has a temper. Just because she's not afraid of getting hit doesn't mean she enjoys it. The next instant, she plummeted to the ground at lightning speed, hooked her foot under the tread of a heavy tank, and with a powerful jerk, she sent the massive hunk of metal soaring into the air. The tank, weighing dozens of tons, was flung up, and then she landed a crushing kick right on its undercarriage. With a thunderous crash, the gigantic tank hurtled away like a cannonball, plunging straight into the most heavily fortified enemy position. A violent explosion erupted, shaking the heavens as thick smoke billowed skyward. The experimental unit's carefully established stronghold was wiped out in an instant. Over 100 fully armed, well-trained Special Forces soldiers were instantly swallowed by a sea of fire. General Ross's face grew darker by the moment, yet he still ordered his troops to intensify their assault, unleashing sonic cannons and sleep gas. Neither had much effect on the Hulk, and they were utterly useless against Lu Yunming. Supergirl's incredible speed allowed her to evade almost any attack. She had only taken the explosion head-on earlier to protect the civilians. Armed helicopters fired high-explosive shells at Lu Yunming, but to her, the attack was as slow as molasses. Whether she dodged, destroyed, or simply endured the blast, it made little difference. But the Hulk, eager to protect his new friend, leaped up and smashed the missile mid-air with a mighty slap. The resulting shockwave shattered the windows of a nearby skyscraper, sending a torrential rain of glass shards cascading from above. Directly below lay a cleared evacuation route, where many civilians and injured soldiers were retreating in an orderly fashion. No one could have anticipated such a sudden disaster. Lu Yunming reacted instantly. Hovering in the air, her eyes flashed with a crimson glow. With a low, electrifying hum, her blazing gaze swept across the falling glass shards, incinerating them midair. At a scorching 4,000 degrees Celsius, the shards of glass dissolved in an instant, swelling and shattering from the intense heat, exploding into sparks even smaller than grains of rice. Yet, despite every precaution, there was a single oversight. A massive piece of tempered glass remained untouched by the laser eyes, refusing to break apart. Even after splitting into two, one half, still as large as half a person, hurtled straight down toward the crowd below. The disaster struck too suddenly. With a chaos of gunfire, explosions, and panicked people fleeing all around, Li Yunming was distracted. She didn't have time to react. At the very last moment, a piercing whistle cut through the air from afar. A suit of iron armor, gleaming with a silvery metallic sheen, breached the sound barrier, and shot across the sky. It collided head-on with the glass fragment, shattering it to dust, and saving the people beneath from harm. "Hey, did you miss me, Lou?" A teasing voice echoed from the suit's loudspeaker. That familiar silhouette, that infuriatingly smug voice. It caught Lian-Ming off guard for a moment, but then she breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss!" She watched as the two Malawian Quatch's suit darted through the air, clearing away any leftover glass shards with beams of energy from its palms. Lian-Ming couldn't quite figure out why Tony Stark had appeared here of all places. "Seems I showed up just in time. From now on, just call me the Timely Rain," Tony quipped with an easy confidence, landing the armor with a resounding thud. Instantly, a crowd gathered in awe. "Glad to see you, boss." Lian-Ming broke into a wide grin, her teeth flashing brilliant white. In fact, the MK2's true public debut didn't happen until Iron Man 2, when Tony, poisoned by palladium, spiraled into despair, and Rhodes took the suit to later modify it into the real War Machine. She was sure Tony never brought the two Malawian Quatches to the Harlem incident in Manhattan. It was as if the flutter of a butterfly's wings had stirred up an unseen breeze. Still, he'd arrived just in time. No one had been hurt by the falling glass. The butterfly effect had long since begun. Lian-Ming's arrival in this world had already set new branches sprouting along the timeline of many stories. But she wasn't worried. She'd learned to make herself at home wherever she landed. "Actually, you flew a bit too fast, you know. I pushed it as hard as I could. It still took me over an hour to get here," Tony replied, catching his breath, a note of exasperation in his voice. Ever since Lian-Ming had suddenly left the hot pot dinner, Jarvis had been tracking her via satellite. When trouble broke out in Manhattan, Tony didn't hesitate. He immediately assembled the two Malawian Quatch's suit and tore through the sky in a storm of sparks. The two Malawian Quatches could reach a top speed of Mach 2, the fastest way he could think of to arrive. "Tony, help evacuate the civilians first. Leave the rest to me." Lian-Ming knew the MK2's defenses were lacking. In fact, none of the Iron Man suits before the six Malawian Quatches could really withstand heavy punishment. The main issues lay in the materials and design. Since the suit was built from traditional titanium alloy, its toughness and strength were nowhere near the level of the later iterations of the armor. After all, there was an army of tens of thousands stationed here. Even though Tony could move swiftly, he still couldn't withstand the immense energy drain for long. "All right, but before we go any further, General Ross, I have to say, you've committed a crime. You ordered your troops to open fire in a bustling city and tried to arrest Stark Industries' private bodyguard on trumped-up charges. Someone's on their way here right now. I hope you're ready to face the consequences of your actions," Tony declared indignantly. Without waiting for a response from General Ross, he directed his Iron Man suit to begin assisting civilians with their escape. From Tony's perspective, Ross's actions were nothing short of suicidal. Trying to handle Supergirl with the same methods used for the Hulk was sheer folly. One was a brute, always angry and not exactly a genius. The other was clear-headed, rational, and just as powerful. Both could unleash devastating force, but there was simply no comparison between them. Besides, since when did the military have any say over Tony Stark's private bodyguards? "Father, have you really never thought that Supergirl could easily capture you and end this pointless war?" Betty slumped in her seat, gazing at the chaos consuming the city below. Her voice was low and hoarse, each word forced out with quiet resignation. "I'd welcome it. That would only prove my point. For the military, reputation was everything, and a general's authority was not to be trifled with. To attack an active general, even to threaten one, would cause an immense public uproar. People with superpowers must be controlled by those in power. If left unchecked, they pose an uncontrollable threat and can cause massive destruction. I don't deny Supergirl's strength, but if she wants any semblance of a normal life and doesn't intend to fly off to Mars, she must play by the rules. Unless she can eliminate every single witness and wipe this event from history, she'll be facing a tidal wave of public pressure and condemnation." General Ross's face was grim as he fixed Betty with a disappointed stare. Tony Stark was by no means an easy opponent. His connections and influence reached far and wide, and even the military wouldn't dare move openly against him. But in this matter, there was no room for negotiation. Ross was determined to have his way. "Order the troops. Secure both experimental subjects at any cost," he commanded in a deep, resolute voice after a brief pause. Under General Ross's strict orders, the surrounding area was swiftly evacuated. Only the encircling military remained. All civilians had been cleared out. Now, Liu Yunming could finally unleash her full power. Beams of searing heat vision swept out again and again, the crimson rays obliterating tank after tank, armored vehicle after armored vehicle. Thunderous blasts erupted one after another, fire roaring skyward and thick smoke billowing over the battlefield. Everywhere, the charred wreckage of destroyed weaponry lay strewn in the chaos. The formation of helicopters in the sky was not spared either. All of their rotors were severed, sending them plummeting from heights. Liu Yiming was not bloodthirsty by nature, but that didn't mean she had never taken a life. Most of these soldiers were simply following orders. They were not irredeemable terrorists. She had already given them a chance. If they insisted on remaining hostile, then being scorched to death by the thermal vision was simply the consequence of their own choices. The annihilation of the experimental unit was inevitable. This special force, numbering in the hundreds, had been formed specifically to deal with superhumans. From the moment they schemed against her and Hulk and set foot on the battlefield, they should have been prepared for this outcome. True, every soldier had a family behind him. Killing one meant destroying the pillar of a household. But when lives were at stake, all she could do was offer her regrets. That's why she did her best to control both precision and force. As long as a soldier didn't attempt anything reckless, she would fling them out of doomed aircraft or exploding armored vehicles in the blink of an eye before disaster struck. If someone couldn't be saved, then fate would have to decide. By this point, the performance was almost over. There was no need to paint herself as a flawless, heroic figure. Half an hour later, all the armed vehicles had been destroyed. Most of the rocket launchers and firearms had been twisted into useless metal, no longer of any value. The majority of the soldiers laid down their weapons, signaling surrender, for there was no point in fighting any longer. They understood the truth. Their opponent was a monster who walked unscathed through a hail of bullets. At this stage, guns and heavy weapons had become utterly meaningless. Manhattan's Harlem district was left in ruins. The area swept by the battle burned in a sea of fire, thick smoke billowing into the sky, with firefighters at the perimeter battling to contain flames. Stunned by shockwaves or overcome by smoke, unconscious soldiers, along with those who had surrendered, were being carried off the field one after another. Liu Yiming kept busy as well, darting back and forth at incredible speed to evacuate the wounded. With the fighting finished, there was no need for further complications. Hulk was also lending a hand, scooping up bundles of people as if gathering firewood and tossing them to safety. In the end, only the armed helicopter carrying General Ross remained hovering above the battlefield. Subconsciously influenced by Banner, Hulk kept his distance from it. After all, his beloved Betty was on board. Liu Yiming, on the other hand, had no such reservations. Normally, she wouldn't kill without reason. She didn't want her infamy to spread unchecked. But even if this battle posed no real threat to her life, the persistent mosquitoes were still incredibly vexing. Now that the field was cleared, it was time to deal with the true culprit behind it all. General Ross sat in a daze, staring down at the blazing ruins below, an infernal landscape, and for a moment, he seemed at a loss for what to feel. He was defeated, utterly and completely. 3 entire mixed combat divisions, plus a special experimental unit, were wiped out within half an hour by just 2 monsters. Yes, those infuriating heroes, Superwoman and the Hulk, didn't kill a single person. Instead, they braved a hail of bullets to save countless civilians and soldiers. That, above all, was the most maddening part. He was like a clown, deluded into thinking he controlled everything, daring to peer into the world of giants, only to be crushed beneath the giant's awakening stride. Now, as Superwoman hovered slowly in front of the helicopter, her eyes glowing red and fixing him with a cold stare, Ross felt a twinge of regret. But it wasn't regret for the operation itself. It was regret that he had acted so recklessly, without fully investigating Superwoman's abilities. At that moment, an armed helicopter approached, its loudspeaker blaring an icy, impersonal voice. "General Ross, this is Major Rhodes. Disarm yourself and cease all action immediately. The Secretary of State has been informed of your conduct. The Department of Defense has issued a warrant for your arrest. You are under arrest." A bitter smile creased Ross's weathered face. It was over. Both his military and political careers had come to an end. He had endangered civilians, mobilized troops without authorization, opened fire in the heart of the city, and caused widespread destruction. Even if no one had died, there was no escaping punishment from the highest levels of government. Ross glanced at those in the helicopter. Aside from a few loyal soldiers who had stuck by him, only his daughter remained. "I accept my arrest." After a long silence, as if drained of all strength, he sighed and slumped weakly into his seat. The crimson light faded from Liu Yiming's eyes as she ended her laser gaze. She'd never intended to attack the armed helicopter. It had only been a show of force. As for what fate would befall the now-arrested General Ross, she didn't care. In her mind, he was already gone forever. America was all too skilled at finding scapegoats. A quiet disappearance was, in many ways, merciful to all involved. Morality could save lives or destroy them. The Hulk, still restless after the fight, chatted with Li Yunming for a while. She promised that next time they met, she'd be sure to join him for another round. Satisfied, the Hulk finally withdrew, allowing Bruce Banner's consciousness to return. Betty, in tears, hugged Banner tightly, apologizing over and over. She had never imagined things would spiral so far out of control. Li Yunming cast Betty a thoughtful, almost sympathetic glance. One could call her lucky, perhaps. General Ross had never been a model father, but at least he had tried to do right by his daughter. Unfortunately, his overreaching ambition brought her down with him, and everything had fallen apart in the end. Betty had seen it coming from the moment her father, desperate and nearly unhinged, tried to capture both her boyfriend and Superwoman in one fell swoop. She harbored no hope for Superwoman's forgiveness. She didn't even know from which perspective to judge her father anymore. Most of all, she knew he had crossed a line no one could repair. No one could save him now. Banner was deeply grateful to Li Yunming, and he still retained his memories from after the transformation. The fact that she managed to persuade Hulk not to go on a rampage brought him a great deal of comfort. Li Yunming didn't reveal the truth that Hulk could actually communicate. She simply smiled and let it pass. She invited Betty and Banner to Los Angeles. Tony would never turn down two brilliant scholars. Banner agreed. After all, it made no difference where he went, and with Superwoman around to keep the Hulk in check, staying by her side felt even safer. Betty didn't refuse either. With her father arrested and her job gone, she had nowhere else to go. The happiest of all was none other than Tony Stark himself. "Hey, this is fantastic. Dr. Banner, I've heard of your reputation for a long time. Dr. Betty, I'm really interested in your field. Welcome to the team. By the way, I promise you won't be disappointed with Stark Industries' benefits." With a flourish, Tony lifted his Iron Man helmet, exchanged a playful glance with Li Yunming, and smiled as he spoke. The battle in Harlem, Manhattan, New York had finally come to an end, closing with the arrest of General Ross for allegedly mobilizing troops without authorization and causing massive destruction in the city. The Abomination, upon regaining consciousness, was also locked away in one of the world's most secure prisons. The next day, General Ross died in prison, bitter and defeated, with no visible wounds on his body. According to the medical examiner's autopsy, General Ross suffered from heart disease and died of natural causes. Yet, the incident was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning to spiral out of control. The 21st century is the age of the internet, where news spreads at lightning speed. Despite strict government orders forbidding any public sharing of information online, plenty of people still took the risk. In less than an hour, countless photos and videos flooded the internet across America, with views and comments multiplying at an astonishing rate. Although there were no casualties in this shocking event, over 16 city blocks and hundreds of homes were destroyed. The number of cars smashed into twisted heaps of scrap metal was beyond counting. Harlem looked as if it had been pounded by heavy artillery and missiles. Anyone seeing the devastation would think it was the aftermath of war in Syria. Who could imagine that this was actually one of the most prosperous cities in America? The blame, which was originally about to be pinned on Li Yunming and Hulk, was instead cleanly shifted onto the scapegoat, General Ross. Public outrage boiled over, and all eyes turned toward the one who started the Manhattan incident. In response, a senior spokesperson for the United States even made a public apology to Superwoman, stating that General Ross's unauthorized actions were not directly connected to the government or the military. Of course, the public reaction to the chaos caused by a battle between superpowered beings was sharply divided. A small minority believed it was sheer fantasy, insisting that any destabilizing force possessing powers beyond human limits should be nipped in the bud. Individuals with superpowers need to be regulated, abide by the national constitution, and even have relevant countermeasures established. Only then can ordinary citizens feel safe and gain trust in their government. On the other hand, a large portion of people believe that superpowered individuals can better protect the public and reduce urban crime. The debut of Superwoman, in particular, sent DC comic fans into a frenzy. They continuously voiced their support for her, expressing their unwavering approval. They even bestowed upon her the title Goddess Among Mortals, hoping Superwoman would continue her fight against crime and uphold justice. Especially striking were the videos showing Superwoman unleashing overwhelming power, pummeling Abomination, and firing red beams from her eyes to shatter falling glass. These moments were edited into a variety of short clips. With stirring background music, viewers felt as if they were right there in the action. The number of views, likes, and comments soared at an astonishing rate. Some even heaped praise on Hulk's heroic rescue. Though he may look like a brutish savage and, admittedly, isn't easy on the eyes, The moment he carried people out of the blazing inferno, he became a symbol of boundless security. Major television networks scrambled to cover the events, their opinions sharply divided. Reporters from government-controlled channels posed challenging questions, focusing on whether superpowered individuals should be held fully responsible for city-wide destruction and public panic. Others, eager for ratings, sensationalized the dangers of superpowers and disparaged both Superwoman and Hulk. Such narratives ignited the fury of supporters and sparked a fierce online battle. Some networks, striving for objectivity, hoped to interview those involved, but not a trace of them could be found. In short, Superwoman and Hulk went viral. Explosively so. They dominated every trending list across major online platforms, pushing other celebrity news to the sidelines. Even international websites pinned these stories to the top. As a result, the appearance of the two Malawian Quatches' Iron Man suit barely attracted any attention. This left Tony Stark thoroughly displeased. Always one for grand entrances, he had hoped to make a splash with his new armor, only to find that not even Abomination got less press than he did. Where was the justice in that? Night fell over SHLD's Triskelion headquarters, inside the director's office. Nick Fury sat with furrowed brows, replaying footage of the New York street battle over and over. In his hand, he clutched a strangely shaped pager, as if wrestling with indecision. There was no denying Superwoman's immense power. More than half the International Security Council wanted her placed under control. But Nick Fury was no fool. Some people could be managed, but others simply couldn't. To face true monsters, you had to wield real power. Otherwise, you'd end up like General Ross, the perfect cautionary tale. He sat in silence for a long time before finally stowing away the metal pager. Before long, the heavy knock of the door echoed through the room. A stunning woman with a graceful figure stepped inside. She wore a cascade of burgundy curls, her face exquisitely beautiful. Her eyes were captivating and deep, her delicate nose perfectly shaped, and the slight upward curve of her lips lent her beauty a hint of playful charm. Agent Romanoff, how does it feel to be part of S.H.I.E.L.D. now? Nick Fury rested his hands naturally on the desktop. He looked up at the striking woman before him and spoke in a measured tone. It's not bad. The food's good, the benefits are decent, and my colleagues are friendly. Most importantly, I finally have control over my own mind. She smiled brightly, but her eyes remained calm, a strange, almost unsettling contrast. Natasha Romanoff, born in 1984. Her real name, Natalia Romanova. Once a Soviet Red Room operative, codenamed Black Widow. During a covert mission assigned by the Red Room, she crossed paths with Clint Barton, a top S.H.I.E.L.D. agent known as Hawkeye, and the encounter turned into a fierce showdown. She was defeated and captured. Later, she betrayed her former organization and joined S.H.I.E.L.D., where she now serves as a Level 7 agent. She possesses extraordinary infiltration skills, mastery in hand-to-hand combat, linguistic prowess, mimicry, marksmanship, and expert driving abilities. In every area, she has achieved the highest level of professional expertise, some skills even at a master's level. Among SHLD's field operatives, she is the elite of the elite, without exception. This is why, after defeating her in their mission, Clint Barton couldn't bring himself to finish her off. Instead, he saw her potential and chose to spare her. I'm glad to hear that. I thought it might take you a while to adjust, Nick Fury said, his lips curling into a small smile. So, calling me in at this hour, there must be something important? Romanoff playfully flipped her hair, getting straight to the point. Since joining S.H.I.E.L.D., she no longer worried about fighting for the wrong side, or about carrying out those grim, bloody assignments. SHELD's mission is to safeguard world peace. It sounds grandiose, and the tasks are daunting, but that's precisely her area of expertise. She doesn't mind fighting for a cause, for justice and conviction. At the very least, it gives her a way to atone for past sins. The Dreykov matter is settled. Now, I have a new assignment for you. Nick Fury drew a thick folder from his drawer, his tone tinged with unspoken meaning. Romanoff took the folder and skimmed through the contents at lightning speed. A curious expression flickered across her face. After double-checking, she closed the file. You want me to go to China, posing as a relative, and make contact with a 50-year-old woman? Are you serious? Romanoff asked, puzzled and incredulous. She had carried out countless dangerous covert missions and faced all kinds of adversaries, but she had never encountered a target quite like this one before. That's right, Nick Fury replied, using only as many words as necessary. Director, you must be joking. I don't even look Asian, Romanoff protested. She had received special training and mastered the languages of many countries, even able to infuse the most difficult Chinese dialects with the authentic flavor of a local. But appearance was another matter altogether. It was plain for all to see. The physical features distinguishing Westerners from Easterners were pronounced. People weren't blind, after all. Ordinary disguise techniques wouldn't cut it. Prolonged use of chemical agents to mask her face would ruin her looks for good. And there would always come a time to remove the makeup. In a world where secrets had a way of leaking out, nowhere more so than in the mysterious Eastern nation, there was no such thing as a wall without a crack. The Weapons Research Division has developed a new photon capture mask. That device can make you look like anyone, including someone from the East, Nick Fury explained calmly and unhurriedly. Romanoff raised an eyebrow, instantly recalling what he was talking about. A few years ago, the technology had been little more than a prototype, riddled with flaws. Now it was already ready for field use. All right, boss, but I still have to ask, what's so special about this middle-aged woman in China? After all, the mission briefing wasn't very clear. All it said was to get close to her, not eliminate her. Romanoff asked, her curiosity piqued. There is an unspoken rule in the intelligence world. All missions should steer clear of the Eastern superpower. Agents who tried to infiltrate it tended to vanish without a trace, never seen alive or dead. Even a mighty Russian bear treated its neighbor with extreme caution, let alone the United States, separated by an ocean. To infiltrate China, just to get close to an ordinary middle-aged woman? Clearly, this mission was nowhere near as simple as the briefing suggested. She certainly hoped she wasn't expected to just wine and dine with the target. Have you heard if she had carried out countless dangerous covert missions and faced all sorts of adversaries, but she had never encountered a target quite like this before? That's right, Nick Fury replied tersely, never one to waste words. Director, are you serious? I don't even look Asian, Romanoff protested. She had undergone special training and mastered the languages of many countries, even managing to speak the most complex Chinese dialects with native fluency. But appearance was another matter entirely. Some things were just obvious at a glance. The features of Westerners and Easterners were too distinct. You couldn't just assume people were blind. Ordinary disguise techniques would be useless. If she relied on heavy chemical makeup for a long time to conceal her face, she'd have to kiss her looks goodbye. Besides, there's always a moment when the mask comes off. In this world, nothing stays hidden forever, especially not in the enigmatic Eastern powerhouse. The Weapons Research Division has developed a new photon capture mask. That device can make you look like anyone, including an East Asian woman, Nick Fury explained calmly, his tone unhurried. Romanoff arched an eyebrow, instantly recalling what he was referring to. A few years ago, that technology was still in its infancy, riddled with flaws. Now, it was apparently ready for field use. All right, boss, but I still need to ask, what's so special about this middle-aged Chinese woman? After all, the mission briefing was pretty vague. We're only supposed to make contact, not eliminate her? Romanoff asked, curiosity piqued. There was an unspoken rule in the world of espionage. Missions in the Eastern superpower were to be avoided. Agents who tried to infiltrate there tended to vanish without a trace, alive or dead. They were simply never seen again. Even a mighty Russian bear treated their neighbor with the utmost caution, let alone the United States, separated by the Pacific. To risk sneaking into China just to get close to an ordinary middle-aged woman. This mission was clearly far more complicated than the briefing suggested. Surely, she wasn't being sent as a dinner companion. Have you heard of the superwoman that's been blowing up on the internet? Nick Fury didn't answer directly, but instead posed a question. Of course. The one who took down a whole squad of muscle-bound thugs on the streets of Manhattan, defeating General Ross's 30,000 elite troops without killing a single person, Romanoff replied. She's stunning, honestly. Even I can't quite compare, she added with a wry smile and a raised brow. Of course, she had heard of the most talked-about superhuman online, a powerful young woman with abilities on par with DC Superman. To be able to talk the Hulk down with nothing but words, no one could do that without real strength to back it up. As a SHIELD agent, Romanoff knew all too well just how unstoppable that rampaging beast could be once unleashed. Our target this time is a relative of Supergirl. Do you understand what I mean? Nick Fury spoke with a deep, meaningful tone. What? Romanoff was stunned, disbelief written all over her face. Boss, you must be joking, an international joke. Have you even considered the consequences? Supergirl could wipe out General Ross's troops with ease, and she could destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. just as effortlessly. What could possibly come from provoking her? Romanoff stared at Nick Fury, her expression clearly saying, Are you sending me to my doom? She couldn't make sense of it at all. She truly couldn't see any upside to this mission. It was an utterly foolish decision. Supergirl wasn't like Hulk, who lost control when angry. On the contrary, she was driven by a strong sense of justice. But that didn't mean she was incapable of rage. When a normally rational person loses their composure, they can be more terrifying than anyone else, especially when, by any measure of power, Supergirl was someone who could level an entire city. As an agent, Natasha considered herself second to none, but when it came to opponents like this, she would much rather keep a respectful distance. For heaven's sake, I'm not sending you to kill anyone. All you need to do is make contact and establish a good relationship. There's no downside for us. If we can bring Supergirl in a shield, it all depends on how well you handle this mission. Most importantly, I'm responsible for national security. Sometimes we simply don't have a choice. Nick Fury answered gravely. This was no easy task, possibly the most difficult S.H.I.E.L.D. had ever faced. Compared to other agents, he believed only Black Widow was truly up to the challenge. Have you spoken with Spear? Natasha pressed her lips together, her unease obvious. Spear was China's Homeland Security Intelligence Agency, created for the nation's protection. Staffed with agents, analysts, supervisors, and equipped with formidable aerial forces, their numbers exceeded 150,000. Like S.H.I.E.L.D., they were responsible for handling all kinds of supernatural incidents. They answered to the UN Security Council, operated throughout Asia, and were notoriously reluctant to engage with outsiders. No, I haven't. Zheng isn't the easiest person to deal with. If a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent tried to slip into their territory, you can guess what the answer would be. Nick Fury shook his head, completely candid. Spear had a home field advantage in China. In terms of influence and intelligence, they matched S.H.I.E.L.D., and they had their own superhuman combat teams as well. On that last point, S.H.I.E.L.D. actually lagged behind. To meddle in China's domain rashly would only backfire. As director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury understood all too well how risky this was, yet he had no other choice. The threat posed by this superwoman was simply too overwhelming. A backup plan was absolutely necessary, or else he wouldn't even be able to sleep soundly at night. Then why are you sending me? I've just joined S.H.I.E.L.D., and you're already giving me a hard time, Nick? Eager to throw me deep behind enemy lines and stir up trouble, are you that desperate for me to die? Romanoff's face fell, and she slapped the table with a heavy hand, her voice filled with frustration. Back when she worked as an agent for the Red Room, there had been infiltration missions into the Great Eastern Nation, but those were always top tier in terms of difficulty. Normally, unless interests clashed directly, the Red Room would never have chosen to provoke them. She could already imagine just how dangerous this mission was going to be. Natasha, I have no other choice. You should understand my plan. Nick Fury spoke with grave seriousness. S.H.I.E.L.D. can't simply let someone with such powerful supernatural abilities go unchecked. His expression darkened. If he could, he would have preferred for General Ross's plan to succeed. SHLD's intelligence network stretched across the globe. There was no way they hadn't caught wind of the experimental unit's plan to catch their quarry in a trap. The Manhattan incident, in a sense, was a result tacitly approved by those at the top. S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't intervene directly, but they would do everything possible to test the limits of the threat. Those so-called elite squads were nothing but cannon fodder. If they could push Hulk and the Superwoman to the brink, forcing them to kill, that would be ideal. Then S.H.I.E.L.D. could negotiate from the moral high ground. In this regard, they were true professionals. But in reality, all the analytics team managed was to record more data on extraordinary individuals. The outcome was far from ideal. The moment Lian Meng thrashed Abomination, Nick Fury knew the plan had failed. That kind of raw power had already surpassed what the higher-ups could psychologically tolerate. So he simply went along with the current and gave General Ross the ending he deserved. This was just another round of strategic maneuvering. No other way. Romanoff pressed, unwilling to give up. If she could, she'd have wanted nothing to do with this damned mission. The operation lasts just 1 year. Your main task is simply to build good relations through day-to-day life. That's it. Nothing more. Nice and simple. Nick Fury smiled faintly as he went on. He had made everything crystal clear. This mission was hers and hers alone. There was no escaping it. Agent Romanoff, I hope you can complete the mission smoothly. That's an order. He paused, then added, Fina, here's hoping I make it back in one piece. Natasha let out a helpless sigh, resignation in her voice. Good luck. Nick Fury raised his brows, confident that his best agent could see it through. After Natasha left, Nick Fury turned on his computer and pulled up an encrypted document from the hard drive. A document titled Avengers Initiative appeared before his eyes. He deleted a few words and, at the top of the team roster, added 3 characters, Liu Yunming. In a seaside villa in Los Angeles, by the basement window, Liu Yunming lounged on the sofa in her pajamas, holding a glowing circular device in her hand. Blue energy twisted the air, continuously swirling around her arm. If one examined it under a microscope, they would find the energy seeping through the pores of her skin. The impact of the New York incident was enormous, and the outside world was in an uproar. Liu Yunming declined all interviews. After informing Tony, she simply stayed home as though nothing had happened, focusing all her energy on researching ways to become stronger. Ever since she had fought Abomination, she noticed her body responded to the radiation energy produced by gamma rays. In simple terms, she could absorb pure energy within a certain range and distance. Energy that included various types of radiation, but only to a limited extent. As she absorbed more energy, her body gradually grew stronger, though the increase in strength was neither fast nor significant. She had asked Tony for several miniature arc reactors, which she squeezed in her hand every day to absorb energy, never letting it interrupt her meals or her sleep. After some calculations, she determined that a single miniature arc reactor could only increase her system stats by about 10 to 20 points. Moreover, it took a full day to completely absorb one reactor's energy, far too slow. Expressionless, Lu Yunming casually tossed aside the arc reactor, its lights now dark, energy spent. She then closed her eyes, sinking her consciousness in her mind to access her system panel. Name: Lu Yunming. Energy level: Surface class: Advanced. Status: Active. Gender: Female. Reference template: Homelander. Similarity: 1-15%. Source of superpowers: gene mutation caused by cosmic rays. Super strength: maximum muscle force, 500 tons. Super speed: maximum running speed on land. Mach 15, 5,100 meters per second. Super defense: can withstand most thermal weapons, but not nuclear explosions. Super regeneration: ordinary human cell activity x 15, 000, can absorb energy for rapid healing, but cannot regenerate lost limbs. Flight: Mach 37, 12,600 meters per second. Laser vision: 4,300 degrees Celsius. X-ray vision: can see through human bodies, metal materials, and reinforced concrete buildings, but not special metals like zinc. Super hearing: can catch all sounds within a 5,500-meter radius. Lifespan: 230 years. Energy absorption: can increase physical strength by absorbing various radiation energies through close contact. These past few days, she tried sneaking into the nuclear power station's reactor, slipping in quietly to absorb nuclear radiation up close. After crouching there for several hours, she discovered that no matter how strong or weak the external radiation was, her body absorbed energy at the same steady rate, showing no change. Unwilling to give up, Li Yunming wondered if her absorption posture was wrong. She tried actively focusing her consciousness to deepen the energy intake. The result was a sharp, searing pain that shot through her body, as if she were being ripped apart. The torment left her weak and drained. Only after checking her system panel did she realize that absorbing too much radiation was destroying her cells from within. Pushing past her body's limits would simply cause her cells to die off faster and faster. Her resemblance to the template of the Homelander had already surpassed 100%, but at the genetic level, she hadn't yet broken through or reached any sort of true evolution. Li Yunming felt a pang of frustration. At this rate of energy absorption, it would take at least 100 years to achieve a body as unbreakable as iron. The Marvel Universe was home to many hidden, unimaginable powers. Even those that operated in the open would be far beyond what she could handle right now. As she continued to absorb energy, her body slowly grew stronger and fragments of missing memories began to resurface. Although these fragments were scattered and incomplete, leaving many gaps in between, she still managed to recall a good deal of what she'd once seen in her previous life. For example, the hierarchy of life forms in the Marvel Universe. Surface level: characters who hold significant roles on a planetary surface, such as the Hulk in his usual movie form, Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Winter Soldier, Hawkeye, Black Panther, and so on. Among them, Hulk clearly operated above the standard. While he couldn't destroy a planet, given enough time, he could certainly lay waste to continents. Within the surface level, Hulk would be considered among the very strongest. Planetary level: beings capable of destroying a planet in a short burst of full power. Examples include Captain Marvel from the movies and Thor wielding Stormbreaker, as well as the enraged Hulk from the comics. Skyfather level: those who can harness cosmic energy and shatter multiple planets, such as Binary Captain Marvel, the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, Odin the All-Father of Asgard, and Thanos of Titan. Single universe level: entities who can destroy entire star systems and wipe out advanced civilizations with ease. This category includes the Celestials, the Judicator Erishem, one of the supreme beings at this level, and Thanos with all 6 Infinity Stones, who stands at the threshold of this power. Multiversal level: terrifying beings with the power to affect multiple universes at once. Beyond that lie the super-universe level, omniversal level, transcendent level, and, at the very apex, the one above all. Good grief. She couldn't even imagine those heights. To survive in a world this terrifying, Relying solely on the Homelander's abilities was nowhere near enough. At best, Lian Ming was just a relatively weak Earth-level being, maybe strong enough to arm wrestle Captain Marvel, though she certainly wouldn't win. Even Superman's Man of Steel form would only qualify as upper tier on the Earth-level scale, merely a starting point. Beyond that, there were Silver and Golden Supermen, and even more astounding beings. The road to true power was long, arduous, and far from its end. With her newfound ability to absorb energy, Lian Ming had considered the Infinity Stones. After all, not only did they contain extraordinarily pure cosmic energy, but they also held the mysterious essence of fundamental laws. Currently on Earth, the Space Stone was hidden away in a SHIELD laboratory, where it was being quietly used for groundbreaking energy weapon research. The Reality Stone, or Ether, had been sealed in a secret location by King Odin after he defeated the Dark Elves, only to reappear in Paris, France when the rare Nine Realms convergence occurred. The Soul Stone was on the enigmatic planet Vormir, while the Power Stone rested on the abandoned planet Morag, both at unknown coordinates and far beyond her current reach, even if she knew where to look. As for the Mind Stone, at this point in time, it should be in Thanos' possession, not yet causing trouble for the three princesses of Asgard. The Time Stone was safeguarded in the mystical sanctuary of Kamar Taj, protected by the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, a being with power on par with the gods themselves. She stood no chance there. Of all the Infinity Stones, the Space Stone would be easiest to obtain. SHIELD's strength was feeble at this stage. With powers on par with Homelander, Lian Ming could snatch or steal it with ease. But she had no intention of doing so, not before she grew much stronger. Earth was already under the watchful eyes of countless powerful beings. At the very least, she couldn't afford to draw too much attention to herself. After all, the Infinity Stones were a hot potato. So many forces coveted them, it was impossible to count. Such a move would only paint her as a global enemy, a risk far outweighing the reward. Ever since arriving in this world, Lian Ming had realized she was in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Though not as perilous as the comic book universe, it was still dangerous enough to keep her on edge. Based on fragmented memories, she knew that in a few years Thanos, the Purple Gourd, would wield the Infinity Gauntlet, snap his fingers, and instantly erase half of all life in the universe. The thought alone gave her a headache. Even in a straight-up fight, she might not win, and Thanos was clearly more than just brute force. She had to grow stronger and fast if she hoped to survive the dangers that lay ahead. After much thought, she decided to set the Infinity Stones aside, for now. Instead, Lian Ming resolved to visit the magical sanctuary of Kamar Taj and seek the wisdom of the sages. She was deeply intrigued by the Trinity magic system of the Vishani. After all, this world was not limited to science alone. However, before she could set out, she received a desperate call for help from Tony. This story begins several hours earlier. After the incident in New York, Tony returned to his Los Angeles home and buried himself in the research and development of the next generation of Iron Man armor. He conducted a detailed analysis of the Mk2's shortcomings encountered in real combat, incorporating these insights into the design of the new suit. He upgraded the weapons system, swapped out the body materials, enhanced the exhaust valve compatibility, reinforced the outer armor's adaptability and strength, and improved the power-to-weight ratio. Thus, the Three Malauinquatch's Iron Man suit was born. This new armor was crafted from a gold titanium alloy, painted in a striking red and gold, a vivid reflection of Tony's bold and flamboyant personality. Every aspect of its capabilities was optimized based on the two Malauinquatch's prototype, making it a finished product for its time. As a side note, the two Malauinquatch's Iron Man suit was nearly riddled with bullets during the Manhattan incident. Although Tony himself was unharmed, his perfectionist nature would never allow him to be satisfied with such a flawed creation. While tuning the Three Malauinquatch's, Tony happened to catch a news report. The small town of Migra had been attacked by Ten Rings terrorists. The terrorists had brutally slaughtered the men of the town, forcibly taken away the women and children. Women reduced to objects of exploitation, children trained to become warriors. This kind of savage, bloody colonization had left countless civilians homeless and destitute, with hundreds, even thousands, dead in agony. The Ten Rings again. The news infuriated Tony. Migra was, after all, Dr. Eanson's hometown. He simply couldn't stand by and watch these monsters destroy his friend's old home. Once kidnapped and attacked by terrorists, held captive in a cave, never knowing if he'd live to see another sunrise, Tony deeply empathized with the plight of these refugees. So, without informing Lian Ming, Tony assembled the Three Malauinquatch's and set off at the site of the attack. Of course, besides the desire to uphold justice and punish evil, he also wanted to redeem himself after the New York incident, a bit of unfinished business. He made short work of the terrorists, destroyed the Jericho missiles that Stark Industries had secretly sold to them, and, feeling rather pleased with himself, piloted the 3 Malawian Quatches to leave. On his way back to Los Angeles, his presence was picked up by the local military radar. Since he hadn't filed any prior clearance, he now found himself being chased by 2 F-22 Raptors, scrambling to evade them. It wasn't that the 3 Malawian Quatches couldn't take on fighter jets. Far from it. With the suit's superior performance, downing them would be easy. But in truth, Tony didn't want to clash with his own country's Air Force, nor did he wish to reveal his identity. Left with no other choice, he dialed his personal bodyguard. "Lou, help. Get your bosses, but out of the fire." Tony's anxious voice came through the phone. That's what you get for going out without telling me. Get ready for a scolding." Li Yunming replied with a wicked grin, mercilessly teasing Stark. "With just a little recollection, it's clear this guy put on a show playing the hero, and now he wants me to clean up his mess. He acted alone without alerting his bodyguard, and now he's in trouble. Serve him right." To be fair, the debut of the 3 Malawian Quatches was truly a showstopper. Absolutely stunning. "Oh, come on, I was just carrying out justice, and then got mistaken for an illegal intruder on my way back. New York, I helped you before. How about you give me a hand this time? Besides, I pay your salary. You can't just stand by and watch your boss go down, can you?" Tony muttered under his breath, fully aware he was at fault, and could only try to win her over emotionally. "All right, boss. I'll have Jarvis tag your location on my phone," Li Yunming replied, barely suppressing her laughter. Honestly, it didn't really matter whether she win or not. With the performance and defenses of the 3 Malawian Quatches' Iron Man suit, the proud Raptor F-22 jets of the U.S. military couldn't really do much to him. But since her boss was calling for help, the bodyguard had to do her duty. Moments ago, she just wanted to tease this attention-seeking playboy. California, Edwards Air Force Base Command Center. Suddenly, the radar detection system blared with alarms. A fast-moving, unidentified flying object was invading U.S. airspace. The soldiers in charge of identification were thrown into chaos, frantically working the controls at their computers. What on earth is that thing? Do we authorize anyone to fly in this sector? The soldier monitoring the situation looked utterly baffled. From the flight path, it was clear the object came from the Migra region. "No, the terrorists are using civilians as human shields. We've been ordered not to go in." Another soldier shook his head and replied firmly. "Get the Department of Defense on the line. They must know something about this," the duty major in the command center ordered. "Pull up the surveillance feed and check the identification codes." "Confirmed. It's an unidentified flying object." "It's not one of ours," responded the detection officer quickly. "Are we in contact with the CIA?" the duty major pressed. "Sir, the CIA is on the line. They're asking if we've sent any aircraft on a mission," the communications officer turned to report. "No, that is definitely not one of ours," the detection officer answered without hesitation. The system couldn't identify the code at all. This aircraft simply didn't exist in the Air Force inventory. "It's not a Navy plane either, and it's not Marine Corps property," another detection officer chimed in. "I need a definitive answer. Can we get a clear visual on the target?" the duty major asked sternly. "No, we can't confirm its identity. Its code is unknown." The detection officer shook his head and replied honestly. "Go. Fetch Major Road from Weapons Development. Now." Immediately, the duty major in command barked. The incursion on unidentified flying object into U.S. airspace was a matter of national pride and homeland security. There was no room for carelessness. Rod received the news with a face full of confusion and hurried to the Air Force Command Center. "We've searched all known databases. There's no matching information," the soldier in charge of detection confirmed again. "Do we have high-altitude surveillance in that area?" Rod raised his eyebrows, his gaze fixed on the red dot moving steadily across the radar screen. Both the aerial early warning systems and global hawk surveillance cover that zone. The black soldier nodded in response. "Did this thing just pop up out of nowhere? Why didn't the Homeland's main radar station detect it?" Rod asked, his puzzlement deepening. "Logically, any force not belonging to the U.S. military will be detected by border radars the moment it entered national airspace. For something to suddenly appear deep within U.S. territory made no sense." "It's odd. The radar cross-section is extremely small," answered one of the monitoring soldiers. "Is it stealth technology?" Rod pressed further. "No, sir. It's just very small, most likely a drone or something similar," the soldier replied. "Colonel, do you know what this thing is?" the duty major at the command center asked, a note of suspicion in his voice. The Air Force's Weapons Development Department had a habit of making all sorts of bizarre prototypes, and unless an item had officially entered production, it wouldn't be logged in any information database. The major had every reason to suspect that the weapons division might be playing both sides. Rod furrowed his brow, a potential explanation forming in his mind, a possibility that only grew more convincing the more he considered it. Without delay, he dialed Tony Stark. Rod had already witnessed the two Malawian Quatch's suit during the Manhattan incident in New York. A sleek, form-fitting suit of iron that was, in a word, spectacular. Afterward, he'd privately asked Tony if there were plans to supply this technology to the military, but Tony had flatly refused. Now, this mysterious object had appeared out of nowhere, flying at supersonic speeds and barely showing up on radar. Everything about it felt eerily familiar. The call went through, and Tony tried to brush him off, but it didn't take long before the truth slipped out. Meanwhile, the Air Force Base ordered two F-22 Raptors stationed at a military airport in Afghanistan to scramble immediately and intercept the unidentified flying object. Rod was furious, threatening to have the thing shot down. Only then did Tony come clean. It was in fact the same type of Iron Man suit he'd used during the New York incident. Rod intended to have the Air Force Command call off the interception, but the duty major on shift was stubborn and insisted on opening fire. Although Rod's rank was higher, the duty major technically had operational command over the interception mission. He was, by all rights, following protocol. Left with no other option, Tony picked up the phone and called Liu Yunmeng for help. The three Malawian Quatch's iron armor has the absolute capability to take down two F-22 Raptor fighter jets, but it lacks the ability to escape right under their noses. While the armor's flight speed is enough to shake off the jets, it can't outrun missiles. Very soon, the three Malawian Quatches was locked onto by the fighter's fire control radar. A Sidewinder missile shot out, blazing a direct path toward Tony. As the missile was about to catch up with the flying armor, and Tony prepared to deploy flares, a figure streaked through the sky with a piercing howl. Clad in a blue bodysuit with a blood-red cape and golden-brown curls, a stunning woman suddenly appeared just behind the three Malawian Quatches. With a swift punch, she unleashed a powerful blast of air that shattered the sound barrier, striking the missile and causing it to explode in midair. The violent explosion twisted the air, scorching heat erupting as flames and thick smoke billowed and spread in an instant. As the smoke slowly cleared, everyone watching the scene was left utterly stunned. Floating unscathed in midair, the mysterious figure even brushed the dust from her clothes, perfectly composed. The F-22 pilots were left dumbfounded. A person had suddenly appeared, punched a missile out of existence, and remained completely unharmed. It didn't take long for them to recognize her. This was the superwoman who was all over the internet, a sensation sweeping the world. Guys, take it easy. My boss is just testing out his new equipment. We didn't have time to report in advance. Entering the civilian no-fly zone was a mistake, and we apologize for that. Liu Yunmeng kept pace, flying side by side with the two F-22 Raptors, offering them a friendly smile. To her, the fighter jets moved painfully slow. If she wanted, helping Tony shake them off would be child's play. But, as the public's beloved superwoman, she needed to maintain her image. All she could do was explain and hope the planes wouldn't open fire on her. Of course, just by showing up, government agencies would quickly be able to trace the origin of Iron Man's three Malawian Quatches. So much for keeping secrets. After all, when Tony called for help, he should have realized this would be the outcome. But unlike the original story, with Liu Yunmeng's protection, Tony no longer needed to worry about all the troubles that might follow if his identity was exposed. The two fighter pilots, unsure how to react, immediately reported their findings and footage back to Air Force Command. The duty major frowned deeply, obviously displeased. To him, national security trumped everything. Not even Superwoman had the right to interfere in a military operation. Just as he was about to give the order to open fire, Rhodes interrupted him. "Hey, Major, I don't know what you're thinking, but are you really ready to fire on the nation's idle and enraged Superwoman? Can you handle the consequences?" The Major was about to argue, but Rhodes waved him off, not giving him a chance. Congress, the Department of Defense, CIA, FBI, every agency you can name upholds peaceful coexistence with Superwoman. What makes you think you're special? By now, footage of the battle in Manhattan, New York has spread across the globe, and Supergirl has become almost synonymous with strategic nuclear weapons. Some believe that nuclear arms are enough to kill a superpowered being like her, but who would really dare to try? Besides, if you provoke her, are you ready to lose two F-22 Raptors? Have you seen how she tears through tank armor like it's nothing but paper? Do you really think you can handle her? As long as there's no threat to public safety, let's keep things low-key. Do you understand? Rhodes spoke with absolute seriousness, his words coming down like a hammer. After that, he turned on his heel and left. At this point, if the Major still insisted on opening fire and something went wrong, it would no longer be Rhodes' concern. Since Liu Yunmeng was here, Tony's problem was effectively solved, and Rhodes needed to get back to warn that troublemaker not to bring civilian machinery onto the battlefield ever again. The rapid-fire questions left the duty major reeling, his head spinning until he suddenly realized he was drenched in cold sweat. Just moments ago, he'd nearly given an irreversible order. In truth, Supergirl's presence had earned her both many admirers and plenty of detractors. Terrorists, criminals, anyone on the wrong side of the law hated her with a passion. There were also those who, driven by envy, would make snide remarks about her extraordinary powers. People are simple creatures. They yearn for freedom, and no one wants to live under an unmovable mountain. Most of the time, of course, that mountain is invisible, but when Supergirl steps into the spotlight, she becomes the perfect target and symbol. The Major immediately ordered the jets to return to base, but the pilots, for once, wanted to stay in the air a little longer. After all, Supergirl was truly a sight to behold. Ma'am, if you have a moment, could I take a photo with you? My kid is your biggest fan. Every night she begs me for your autograph. One of the pilots, maintaining his flight path, gave an awkward smile and asked nervously. He knew his request was a long shot. By the time their mission ended, Supergirl would be long gone, and he had no idea where he could even find this superhero. Of course, I'd be delighted. I'm so happy the kids like me. Liu Yunmeng replied with a gentle smile. Tony, that sly fox, was already far away, probably almost home. It was about time for her to slip away too. Liu Yunmeng adjusted her flight, settling steadily by the cockpit of the F-22 and gave a big thumbs up. The pilot was ecstatic, quickly snapping a photo with his onboard camera, afraid she'd vanish in an instant. The other pilot couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He wasn't exactly a fan, but now, footage from the battlefield in Manhattan, New York has already spread across the globe, and Supergirl has become almost synonymous with strategic nuclear weapons. Although some believe that nuclear arms are enough to kill someone with her powers, who would actually dare to try? Besides, do you want to risk provoking her? Are you ready to lose 2 F-22 Raptors? Have you seen her rip through tank armor as if it were paper? Can you really handle her? As long as there's no public safety issue, keep things low-key and don't escalate. Understand? Rode was stern, his words coming down like a hammer. After this barrage, he turned and walked away. He'd said all he needed to say. If the Major still insisted on opening fire and something went wrong, it would no longer be his responsibility. Now that Liu Yunmeng had arrived, Tony's problems were solved as well. Rode had to hurry back and warn that bastard. Never bring civilian machinery onto the battlefield again. The succession of tough questions left the duty Major reeling, and only now did he realize he was drenched in cold sweat. Just moments ago, he'd almost issued an irreversible order. In fact, with Supergirl's appearance, there were plenty who adored her, and just as many who didn't. Terrorists, criminals, and all kinds of lawbreakers hated her with a passion, while others, envious of her incredible power, would make sly, sarcastic remarks. Human nature is simple. People crave freedom, and no one wants an immovable mountain pressing down on their heads. Most of the time, though, that mountain is invisible, except when Supergirl stands in the open, becoming both a target and a beacon. The Major immediately ordered the jets to return to base, but the pilots, for once, wanted to stay in the air a little longer. Supergirl was simply too dazzling to miss. Ma'am, if you have a moment, could I get a photo with you? My kid is your biggest fan. Every night she begs me for your autograph. One of the pilots kept his plane steady, offering an awkward smile while nervously making his request. He knew it was a long shot. By the time their mission ended, Supergirl would have vanished without a trace, and he had no idea where to find her. Of course, I'd be delighted. I'm so glad the kids like me. Liu Yunmeng smiled gently as she replied. Old Tony had already flown off into the distance, probably halfway home by now. It was her cue to leave as well. She slowed her flight, hovering steadily outside the cockpit of the F-22 Raptor, and gave the pilot a big thumbs up. The pilot was thrilled, quickly snapping a screenshot with his aerial camera, terrified he'd missed the moment. The other pilot felt a pang of envy. He wasn't exactly a Supergirl fan himself, but this chance was too rare to pass up. At his request, Liu Yunmeng obliged with a peace sign. One more photo for the road. After all this, the pilot who had first asked for a photo still seemed a little reluctant to see her go. Superwoman, you're a real superhero. I wish you all the best, he said sincerely, his voice full of admiration. He was recalling that epic battle in Harlem, Manhattan, where this young woman before him had managed to rescue every trapped civilian, including those soldiers who had fired their weapons at her. Returning good for evil. If that's not the mark of a hero, then what is? If Liu Yunmeng were to hear such praise, she would surely scoff. To win the public support and protect herself, she had no choice but to spare even those who had shot at her. Otherwise, did they really think she was some saint? Her laser vision could give them a taste of what it meant to cross her. Those who take lives should expect the same fate. It's only right. If you shoot at me, you'd better be prepared to have your head blown off. Thank you for your kind words. But honestly, my friend, I think you're the real heroes. It's not about your job or your abilities. It's about the responsibility you bear, protecting your country. Liu Yunming flashed a bright smile and gave the pilots a thumbs up in genuine appreciation. The moment those words left her lips, the two pilots felt a surge of energy, as if they had just been injected with pure adrenaline. When they finally snapped out of it, Superwoman had already vanished without a trace. Man, I can finally brag to my daughter about this. What about you? I'm definitely heading to the bar to show off. Who else can say they took a selfie with Superwoman? Both men grinned from ear to ear, elated that they'd been chosen for this mission. In a shadowy alley off the bustling bar street of downtown Los Angeles, three burly men dressed in flashy, outlandish clothes were circling a mother and her young daughter, their faces plastered with sly, mocking smiles. The young woman, in her 20s, was strikingly beautiful, dressed in a summery camisole and a short skirt that accentuated her graceful figure. Her long, pale legs balanced elegantly on a pair of high heels. With looks like that, she was bound to draw attention wherever she went, which was precisely why she caught the wrong kind of eye tonight. Her little daughter, barely 5 years old, was clearly terrified. She clung to her mother's leg for dear life, trying to hide behind her. Ariel, come on, give us a chance. How about joining us for dinner? The ringleader's eyes roamed hungrily over the woman cornered against the wall, his tone oozing with sleazy confidence. John, you can't keep pestering me like this. I have a husband and a daughter. We're just not meant to be. The young mother was clearly uncomfortable under his predatory gaze, her voice evasive as she tried to deflect him. Ariel Havard was a reporter at a Los Angeles newspaper. 3 months ago, her job had brought her and her family to this bustling city. She had a stable job, a loving husband, and an adorable little girl. In every sense, a picture-perfect, happy family. But ever since she crossed paths with this man during an interview, her life had spiraled into chaos. Every time she went out, this man would follow her like a relentless ghost, always hovering close by and feigning a gallant attentiveness. Ariel had no wish to disrupt her family or her life, and she certainly didn't like John. She'd even gone out of her way today, taking a longer route, but to her dismay, she still ended up cornered here. Ariel, this is the last time I'll ever stand before you. Could you give me a chance, just once? John flashed what he believed to be a charming smile, and for a fleeting moment, a glint of greed flickered in his eyes as he stared at the woman before him. This isn't right. Or maybe we're just not right for each other. Will you let me go? Ariel forced a smile, trying her best to remain polite. John was a drifter, jobless, and of unremarkable looks, though he had a strong, burly build. He spent his days loitering in alleys and street corners, selling a bit of powder, collecting protection money, and had countless entanglements with various underground gangs. Her husband, a police officer, had investigated all this, but since John hadn't actually committed any serious crimes, and with the LAPD always stretched thin, he'd simply issued a warning and hadn't thought much more about it. Who could have guessed that this man had no intention of backing off? He latched onto her like a repulsive viper, pestering her every single day. Today was the first time he'd ever cornered her like this, trapping her in a narrow alley. John licked his lips, ignoring Ariel's rejection entirely. From the moment he'd met her, he'd fallen hopelessly in love, or at least, that's what he told himself. Of course, he could fall for many women at once, if that could be called love at all. Using his connections with the local gangs, John dug up information about Ariel, and would coincidentally appear near her at different times, hoping for a chance encounter that might spark something romantic on the city streets. But unlike the heavily made-up girls at the bar who were quick to throw themselves at his muscular frame, this woman only kept her distance, treating him with cold reserve. That only made him more curious. Wasn't it thrilling to conquer a married woman who had no interest in him? Truth be told, he'd never sampled the charms of an older woman before. Your husband's a cop, but I think we can compete fairly. I haven't broken any laws, and I haven't hurt you. I want you to see how sincere I am. He doesn't have time for you, but I do. What do you say? John inched closer, pushing his luck. Ariel's husband had indeed threatened John, warned him not to do anything foolish or he'd make him pay, but John wasn't the least bit afraid. Anyone who lived on the streets knew people. Some dealings were so shady, they even reached inside the police department itself. A rookie cop with no connections and no backing? John was confident he could ruin the man's life if he wanted to. Ariel shook her head, retreating a step and shielding her daughter behind her. Right now, her only thought was how to get them both safely back to the bustling main street. When she returned this time, she would submit her resignation to the newspaper and leave this damn place for good. Listen, Ariel, I'm not asking for your opinion here. Either you agree to be in a relationship with me, or I'll make you be in a relationship with me. I don't like using force, but my patience has its limits. Ma'am, you wouldn't want a little girl to see something she shouldn't, would you? John's face darkened. He had lost all patience. At this moment, only one wild thought remained in his mind: to possess the woman standing before him. "You can't do this. My husband will never let you get away with it." Ariel was backed into a corner, shouting in desperation, hoping her words would keep him at bay. But unfortunately, she underestimated his resolve. Striding forward, John slapped her hard, sending Ariel to the ground. Right in front of the little girl, he dragged her mother by force into the depths of an abandoned warehouse down the alley. Moments later, Ariel's gut-wrenching cries echoed from within. Two gang members stood guard outside, indifferent to the horror unfolding, while the little girl stood at the door, tearful and calling out for her mother. Such acts of violence were a daily occurrence on the busy city streets. If you were lucky, the police might show up. If not, you could only swallow the injustice in silence. Some paid for it with their lives. Some chose to let things slide. Some reported it to the police afterwards, but by then, the damage was already done. There's an old saying: the police in Los Angeles always arrive when you need them the least. The little girl cried uncontrollably. She didn't know exactly what was happening to her mother, but she knew it was something terrible. Worried the noise would draw unwanted attention, the two gang members moved to silence her, covering her mouth. But their adult hands were much too large. They covered not only her mouth, but her nose as well. The girl's face grew more and more ashen. She was on the verge of suffocation. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through, the sound of it roaring down from the sky. A young woman with golden brown wavy hair and striking beauty descended from above, landing lightly on the ground. Today, Li Yunming was still dressed in her signature Patriot battlesuit. Her arrival instantly startled the gang members at the door. The two burly men's faces filled with panic. Who hadn't heard of Superwoman? Lately, her name had been all over the media and the internet. But it was only now, standing face to face with this superpowered being, that they truly understood what real intimidation felt like. The invisible pressure that radiated from her made it almost impossible for them to breathe. Even though her face was more beautiful than a movie star's, what lay within her was as fierce as a wild beast. "Gentlemen, you're breaking the law." Through her X-ray vision, Li Yunming saw what was happening inside the abandoned warehouse, her voice cold as ice. These days, she had been flying all over the city, doing good deeds while pondering how to further improve her powers. She put out fires, taken down bank robbers, rushed accident victims to the hospital, and even helped elderly folks cross the street. Today, the weather was pleasant. Out for a casual stroll, she picked up something unusual with her super hearing. "Hey, Superwoman, we didn't mess with you." "You can't." One gang member tried to stall for time with words, but before he could finish, a delicate fist flashed before his eyes. With a heavy thud, the gang member was knocked to the ground without the slightest chance to resist. His eyes rolled back and he passed out cold. "You'd better let her go, or I'm going to rough you up." Li Yunming scooped the nearly suffocated girl in her arms, her voice righteous and stern, conveniently leaving out the fact that her fists always flew before her words. Though she held back her strength, the burly thug she knocked out still ended up with a face swollen like a pig's head, teeth scattered across the floor, and blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Seeing this, another gang member reached for the gun at his waist. Li Yunming gave a cold, dismissive laugh, and without a second thought, sent him flying with a swift kick. He crashed into a wall over 10 meters away, losing consciousness instantly. With that handled, she didn't pause for a moment. In a blur, she vanished from her spot and reappeared, now holding the unconscious John by the collar. The brute hadn't even had time to pull up his pants. Ariel had struggled desperately, but her resistance had just barely bought her enough time to avoid the worst. Li Yunming gently covered the little girl's eyes, shielding her from the disgusting scene before them. "Are you all right?" she asked softly, cradling the child as she walked into the warehouse. She glanced at the woman collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, her voice gentle and concerned. "Thank you for saving me." Ariel's cheeks were red and swollen. She looked at Superwoman with complicated emotions, gratitude shining in her eyes as she spoke sincerely. She'd taken a couple of punches, but aside from that, she was mostly unharmed. In fact, Ariel's heart was filled with guilt. After the Manhattan incident in New York, she'd once gone online to warn everyone about how dangerous Superwoman was, calling her a ticking time bomb, a menace to society. But now, thinking it over, maybe having a hero who stood for justice and could save people from disaster in a moment of crisis wasn't such a bad thing after all. Li Yunming had no idea what Ariel was thinking. If she did, she'd probably burst out laughing. Sometimes, the truth just can't be denied. "Do you need me to call the police for you?" Li Yunming ruffled the little girl's hair, her tone warm and full of concern. "And no, it's all right. He didn't succeed. I'm just a little hurt," Ariel replied, lowering her head in shame. She'd nearly lost everything today. If Superwoman hadn't shown up, she wouldn't have known how to face what came next. But John was a gang member, and though what he'd done seemed despicable, it wouldn't be enough to convict him. Reporting this could bring a world of trouble down on her husband. In the end, she chose to let the matter rest. "All right, leave it to me. I'll take these people to the police station," Liu Yunmeng replied with a gentle smile, her words full of kindness. After resting for a while, Ariel thanked her once more, then gathered her daughter in her arms and hurried away from the scene of trouble. She planned to go home and write a heartfelt, positive article about Superwoman, as a way to repay her kindness. After that, she would quit her job, move away, and start anew in a place where no one knew her. Once everyone had gone, Liu Yunmeng dragged the now-awake John and the two gang members into the warehouse, preparing to call the police. Superwoman, you can't judge me. I haven't committed any real crime. There's no solid evidence, is there?" John sneered, running his hand across his cheek with smug arrogance. He had connections, people inside the police force who would protect him. Even if today didn't go his way, there would always be another chance. John brazenly sized up the striking woman before him, his mind burning with desire. She was simply a rare beauty. Li Yunmeng regarded him with icy indifference, then tapped her earpiece. "Jarvis, pull up all records on these three. Every documented offense and corroborating evidence you can find." "Certainly, Miss Liu. Please hold a moment." Tony had extended Jarvis's support functions to Liu Yunmeng's mobile device, allowing her easy access to simple assistance whenever she needed it. Based on recent online data, John Stone has committed 16 offenses, including drug trafficking, inciting minors to use drugs, fatal assaults, violent rape, and more. Vander Cullens and Ron Seafield have also been charged with fatal street fights, shootings, robbery, extortion, and similar crimes. All were ultimately released due to insufficient evidence. For Jarvis, hacking the Pentagon would be routine. Pulling up dirt on petty criminals like John took less than a dozen seconds. "Thank you, Jarvis," Liu Yunmeng murmured, her gaze growing ever colder, her smile turning almost cruel. She turned her head, and a sudden red gleam lit up her eyes as she fixed her gaze on the swaggering John and his two defiant accomplices. Before any of them could utter a word, terror flashed across their faces. Their heads were severed by searing heat vision. Blood and brain matter exploded like a melon struck with force, splattering everywhere. "If neither the police nor I can judge you, perhaps the God you claim to believe in will have that right," Liu Yunmeng said, her smile tinged with a chilling strangeness. After vaporizing all traces of the scene with her heat vision, she vanished without a trace. All that remained was a pile of scorched black ash, swirling into the air and disappearing on the breeze. For nearly a week afterward, Los Angeles saw a sudden drop in crime rates, leaving the LAPD completely baffled. Robbers had their arms shattered, their forearm bones crushed into fragments no bigger than fingernails. Rapists have lost the very tools of their crimes. Some have simply slipped into a vegetative state. Murderers have vanished without a trace, disappearing as if into thin air. Even with the city's top surveillance systems, not a single clue has turned up. Gang members, in the middle of turf wars and business disputes, suddenly lost consciousness as if struck by magic, only to awaken and find themselves dumped right in front of the police station. All these bizarre incidents, without exception, seem to point toward the famous Superwoman. Many criminal organizations are left trembling with fear. Those involved in illicit trades and shady dealings have gone into hiding, behaving as meekly as Tom the Cat after a thrashing from his cousin Jerry. LAPD headquarters, Chief's office. Michel Diesel sat at his computer, brow furrowed in deep thought. His hand propped up his chin, as though weighed down by an unsolvable dilemma. A young blonde officer stood quietly nearby, stealing uneasy glances at the computer screen. "Fredson, what do you think I should do about these mysterious attacks and disappearances?" Michel Diesel asked with a cool, solemn expression. The young officer stared at the floor in silence for a long moment before shaking his head. "I know your wife and daughter were saved by Superwoman, but those three assailants have vanished without a trace. The bloodhounds we sent out didn't find a single clue. I'm sure you know something I don't, isn't that right?" Michel pressed on, unwilling to let it go. As the chief of the LAPD, Michel had never felt so much pressure. Suspects were vanishing one after another, and many criminals who attempted crimes were left paralyzed. Interrogating those suspects led nowhere. They all claimed they never saw the attacker's face. There was simply no way to investigate these cases. Michel had inadvertently learned that Officer Fredson's wife, Ariel, had once been stalked and attacked by a gang member named John Stone, who then disappeared without a trace, just like the others. Ariel, Fredson's wife, is a reporter, and she'd been rescued by Superwoman during the attack. Detectives took her statement, concluding that Ariel hadn't witnessed the three attackers die on the spot. Coincidentally, the Surveillance cameras in the area malfunctioned at the exact time of the incident. A stroke of luck that seemed almost too convenient. Chief, I don't think we should get bogged down by these questions right now, Fredson said, shaking his head earnestly. And why is that? Michelle asked, puzzled. I've looked into these cases. Other than criminals who've evaded justice through legal loopholes, the rest were caught in the act. So what? Are you trying to defend Superwoman? Michelle narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Fredson, as if trying to make sure his subordinate wasn't turning into a vigilante himself. No, sir, what I mean is that we have no direct evidence linking Supergirl to these incidents. So why give ourselves a headache over it? Fredson explained calmly and unhurriedly, showing no sign of being intimidated. But my superiors are calling and demanding answers. Michelle shouted furiously. Of course he knew there was no evidence, but did they really need to investigate to guess who was behind all this? You know, I serve in the Army. I've seen footage from Manhattan, New York, 20mm 12-barrel Gatling guns blazing away at her, sparks flying, and not even a scratch on her skin. What I'm saying is, we have absolutely no way to deal with Supergirl. Fredson admitted frankly. His implication was clear. She wasn't even a carbon-based life form, existing far beyond the realm of humanity, utterly beyond the control of ordinary people. He was just a lowly police officer. Asking him to arrest someone with the power to defeat 30,000 regular troops single-handedly. Wasn't that a joke? And deep down, he was grateful to Supergirl for saving his wife. He truly didn't want to see a hero like her locked away behind cold, steel bars. Fredson, how the hell am I supposed to respond to my superiors with that? Michelle's face darkened. I think you can tell them just that. After all, even the FBI, CIA, the military, and the government itself can't handle this. Why should they expect you to? Fredson sighed and answered rationally. Michelle was briefly stunned, then suddenly realized the truth in his words. Superpowered individuals like these were never really under the police department's jurisdiction. Besides, with Supergirl fighting crime, the pressure on LAPD had dropped significantly. Why complain about that? Just look the other way. Who couldn't play dumb if needed? By the sea, in a villa, Tony was in his workshop tinkering with components for the 3 Malawian Quatches. He took a sip of his green drink, eyes fixed on the data displayed on the screen, lost in thought. Jarvis, has Lou been fighting crime a lot lately? He asked suddenly after a long silence. Yes, sir. Miss Lou has been using the Global Crime Record Census database to check if offenders have criminal history, Jarvis replied truthfully. How many criminals has she eliminated? Tony paused for a moment, pondering as he asked. Sir, I'm not sure. Miss Lou moves at over Mach 35. She can't be tracked by cameras or surveillance systems. All right, then how many acts of justice has she carried out? Tony set down his glass and sighed. In the past week, Miss Lou has intervened in 796 crimes in progress. Among those, 298 individuals have gone missing. Hearing that number, Tony's mouth twitched, and he pressed his hand to his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He wasn't sure anymore if this was the right thing to do. A week ago, Li Yunming asked to borrow access to the Jarvis intelligence system. Tony didn't think much of it and connected it to her phone. To his surprise, Supergirl had flown out every day to fight crime, and kept it up for an entire week. After wrapping up all her heroic deeds, Li Yunming told Tony that she'd be leaving for a while to seek her own path to strength. Tony didn't take it too seriously. He thought she'd just take a quick spin and be back soon. After all, Supergirl could fly at incredible speeds. But looking back now, it seemed more like a temporary farewell. She had swept through Los Angeles, cracking down on crime everywhere she could, and only left after the city's crime rate had dropped. His personal bodyguard was off duty, but it wasn't a big deal. After all, he now had his Iron Man suit and could fully protect himself. Jarvis, can you hack into Obadiah's system? Remembering Liu Yunming's warning before she left, Tony suddenly asked. He had always been a sharp man. The Ten Rings terrorist attack and his own abduction clearly had a mastermind pulling strings behind the scenes. They never intended to let him go home. The military's convoy route had been encrypted, and very few people knew about it. Coincidentally, just before departure, Obadiah had made a phone call. Tracking and intercepting digital signals, Stark Industries was more than capable of that kind of tech. He didn't want to believe that his uncle, who had always looked after him, could be the secret mastermind behind the kidnapping. Sir, I can't hack indirectly. Obadiah's server is independent from the company's, and breaking the encryption would trigger trap programs. The Jarvis program was advanced, but not limitless. It still hovered between pseudo-artificial intelligence and true AI. All right, get in touch with Pepper for me. Ask her to come to the lab, Tony said, rubbing his brow in frustration. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, high above the Himalayas in Tibet, China, Lunming gazed down at the vast land below. According to her memory, somewhere around here should be a mysterious place called Kathmandu. But even after using her supervision for quite some time, she couldn't spot anyone or anything familiar. The sky itself seemed shrouded by an invisible mist. Staring at the familiar borderlines, Li Yunming couldn't help but sink into deep thought. She'd only been in this world for a few short months, yet time felt as if it had stretched on forever. A yearning for home welled up inside her, an urge to visit her homeland that she could not suppress. But she quickly realized that while this place looked familiar, it wasn't truly her home. Earth, for all its splendor, was but a tiny speck in a vast universe, and perhaps there were countless other worlds just like this one. Li Yunming couldn't help but wonder, would she ever find her way home? After resolving the crime cases in Los Angeles, Li Yunming decided it was time to officially embark on her path to becoming stronger. She didn't remember the plot of Iron Man all that well, but she did know that Obadiah was a problematic character, though she couldn't recall exactly what the issue was. So, before leaving, she warned Tony to be careful and told him to contact her if he ever ran into a problem he couldn't solve. There are some things that one must experience personally to truly appreciate the scenery along the way. Li Yunming had no intention of interfering too much, and Tony was no fool. Tony, for his part, took it in stride. He grinned, gave her a leave of absence without pay, and proudly showed off the progress on his Iron Man suit, vowing that a genius like him would have no trouble at all. Yet, the existence of countless powerful enemies in the universe left Li Yunming feeling uneasy. Until she reached the pinnacle of strength, she wouldn't allow herself to stop moving forward. This was both her obsession and her goal. Kathmandu was her next destination. Since ancient times, there has existed a sacred land for those who practice the mystic arts, Kamartaj, with its long and storied history. Within Marvel's Multiverse, the material universe represents the ordinary world in which humans live, a tangible, visible reality recognized by most people as the real world. But in truth, at the edge of reality lies the product of the intersection between the spiritual and the material, dimensional space. Each dimensional space represents an entirely different universe. Within these alternate dimensions lurk forces of evil and slaughter, and the powerful beings who rule over these realms are constantly seeking to invade other universes. The sorcerers of Kamartaj exist to defend against such dimensional invasions. They form pacts with mighty entities from across the dimensions, borrowing their power to wield mysterious spells. Unlike worlds where reality is shaped by thought, these sorcerers use wondrous mystic arts, capable of striking down and eradicating enemies hidden within dimensional space. The sorcerers established 3 major sanctums, in New York, London, and Hong Kong, forming a massive planetary magic barrier that shields the entire globe from the malevolent threats of other dimensions. To put it simply, it's a different display of power. In the real world, people use firearms to inflict physical harm, while in the dimensional realms, sorcerers use magic as their weapon. The energies they draw upon are different, and their methods even more fantastical, yet at their core, both are cut from the same cloth. As Li Yunming grew stronger, fragments of her memories about Marvel after resolving the criminal case in Los Angeles, Li Yunming decided it was time to truly embark on her journey to become stronger. She didn't remember the plot of Iron Man all that clearly, but she did know there was something wrong with Obadiah. The exact problem escaped her, though. So, before leaving, she warned Tony to be careful. If he ever faced a problem he couldn't solve on his own, he should reach out to her. Some roads must be walked alone to appreciate the scenery along the way. Li Yunming wouldn't interfere too much, and Tony was no fool. Tony took it all in stride, grinning as he granted her an unpaid leave of absence. Then he proudly showed off his research on the Iron Man suit, patting his chest and declaring that a genius like him had everything under control. Yet, the universe was teeming with powerful enemies, which left Li Yunming with a constant sense of unease. Until she reached the pinnacle of strength, she refused to stop moving forward. This was both her obsession and her goal. Kathmandu was her next destination. Since ancient times, Kamartaj had stood as a sanctuary for sorcerers, steeped in a long and mysterious history. In the Marvel Multiverse, the material universe is the world where humans live their daily lives, the concrete, tangible reality recognized by most. But at the edge of this reality lies a realm born from the intersection of the spiritual and the material, a dimensional space. Each different dimension represents a separate universe. Within these universes, forces of evil and slaughter exist, and the powerful beings that rule them continually seek to invade other worlds. The sorcerers of Kamartaj exist to resist these dimensional incursions. They forge pacts with powerful entities from different dimensions, borrowing their strength to wield magic. Unlike worlds where reality is shaped by thought, these sorcerers employ wondrous spells capable of striking down and eradicating enemies hidden within the dimensional spaces. The sorcerers have established 3 great sanctums, in New York, London, and Hong Kong, forming a massive planetary magic barrier that shields the world from the evils of other dimensions. At its core, it's a different display of power. In the real world, physical attacks are made with advanced weaponry, while in the dimensional realms, magic is the weapon of choice. The energies they use are different, and their methods are varied and strange, but at their root, both are born from the same source. As Li Yunming grew stronger, fragments of her memories of Marvel gradually returned. Her understanding of Kamartaj and the dimensional realms, however, remained only surface deep. Her abilities, reminiscent of those from her homeland, had granted her a formidable body, but her soul might not be so unbreakable. To become stronger, Li Yunming chose to start with sorcery. Her true aim wasn't to master the dazzling spells themselves, but to understand the very essence of power. Only after grasping that essence could she carve out a path that was truly her own. After reincarnating into this world, the consciousness of the system had vanished, leaving behind only a cold, mechanical interface of data. Lu Yunming always remembered the final words the system had spoken before its departure. Without system missions, the path to power would have to be explored on her own. Simply absorbing radiation energy was too slow a way to grow stronger. To prepare for the disasters that might one day come, she needed to draw upon magical knowledge and the strength of arcane arts. Yet just as Lu Yunming was pondering how to find Kamartaj, a flicker of golden sparks caught her eye. A circular, golden portal materialized beside her. Lu Yunming stared wide-eyed, curiosity brimming as she examined the portal hanging in midair. Its form and style matched what she remembered, but facing it in person was still a marvel. The sorcerers of Kamartaj wielded magical energies with a mastery that defied imagination, changing forms at will, truly worthy of being called guardians on the dimensional scale. She hesitated for a moment, then flew straight into the portal. As she stepped through, she found herself in a hall that exuded both ancient tradition and mysterious power. Standing ahead was a bald woman in a yellow sorcerer's robe. The woman's frame was slender, yet she carried herself with the gravity of a mountain, unyielding, steadfast. Though her face looked youthful, her eyes held the weight of years, revealing a profound depth of experience. "Greetings, traveler. Welcome to Kamartaj," the sorceress said, her lips curling into a faint smile as she spoke gently. Though the woman appeared friendly, Lu Yunming thought she'd be much more convincing if she'd put away that energy-formed fan in her hand. Lu Yunming couldn't shake the feeling that she was about to get beaten up. "Your soul does not exist on this timeline, nor in this universe. Who are you really?" The bald sorceress's smile faded, her voice calm as she asked. An invisible pressure swept toward Lu Yunming, as if the world was collapsing and time itself was shattering around her. She could barely catch her breath. Fortunately, her body was resilient enough, and after a moment, Lu Yunming gradually adjusted to the overwhelming force. Impressive. She'd seen through her hidden secret in an instant. "Interesting. You managed to break free from dimensional influence in such a short time," the sorceress observed, fixing her gaze thoughtfully on the blonde young woman before her. From start to finish, Lu Yunming had remained silent, unsure of what to say. She could sense that this person was immensely powerful, perhaps unrivaled on Earth. "You must be the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme?" After a moment's thought, Lu Yunming pursed her lips and spoke. "You know me?" The Ancient One's curiosity was piqued, her interest clear in her eyes. She took a single step, and in the blink of an eye, crossed more than 10 meters, arriving right in front of Lu Yunming. Gu Yi reached out in puzzlement, gently brushing her hand against the face of the person before her, as if trying to confirm something. After a moment, she lowered her hand. "Your existence somehow doesn't disturb the sacred timeline, yet I can't see the reason behind it," she said, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. In truth, the moment Yunming arrived above the Himalayas, Gu Yi had already sensed the presence of this unexpected guest. At first, she assumed it was just another superpowered being passing through or having wandered in by mistake. But the instant she tried to use her mastery over time to glean information about this person, she was left utterly astounded. As the Sorcerer Supreme, guardian of the magical dimensions for centuries, she found herself unable to trace this visitor's origins. It was as if some invisible, overwhelming force had rewritten the rules of the universe, making this person's existence not only plausible, but essential. In fact, were this person to disappear, reality itself would lose its coherence, like a puzzle missing a single, irreplaceable piece. There had never been anyone like her before, and there would be none after. Her past was a blank, her future shrouded in mist. The path ahead was utterly obscure. "Master Gui, I'm sorry. I suppose I don't really belong to this world," Li Yunming replied. She didn't shy away from the hand reaching toward her, nor did she resist. After a long moment of contemplation, she decided to speak honestly. She had no desire to deceive the person before her, nor did she believe she could fool someone as powerful as the Sorcerer Supreme. So you admit it. Then, where do you come from? Gui's lips curled into a smile as she asked. From a world much like Earth, a place with similar mountains, rivers, and weather. But the timeline there has unfolded in a completely different way, Li Yunming answered truthfully. A parallel universe, then? No, that doesn't seem right. You have no source. There's no trace of you even in other universes of the multiverse, Gui mused, tilting her head and studying Li Yunming from head to toe, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Or perhaps, with my abilities, I simply can't perceive your origin. Even if Li Yunming had come from another universe, there should have been some sign of her existence. The only explanation was that she hailed from a realm even higher than the multiverse itself. I'm telling the truth, but it's not just that I'm from outside your multiverse. Everything is both different and similar at once. Li Yunming tried to explain, but the more she spoke, the more confusing it became, and eventually she simply gave up. Her understanding of dimensions, space, time, the universe, and parallel worlds was only surface level, the stuff of conversation. In a sense, she was someone from behind the fourth wall from the world that had created all the myriad universes. There everyone was ordinary, with no superpowers or mutations, but they could weave dazzling, radiant worlds of dreams, a kind of creator in their own right. But she wasn't one of those creators. She could hardly tell a story, much less draw a comic. Her best effort would be the old tale. Once upon a time, there was a mountain. Gui's expression showed she had expected as much. She nodded, then smiled and asked, so, traveler from another dimension, what brings you here? Li Yunming was pondering how to state her purpose. Taj was not a shelter, and the Ancient One was hardly a benevolent soul who welcomed every stranger with open arms. In the film, Stephen Strange had come because the Ancient One had foreseen his future. He was destined to become the next Sorcerer Supreme, the strongest candidate for the role. But she was not. I've come to Taj seeking wisdom, hoping to learn the mystical arts. Li Yunming spoke after a long silence, her voice as calm as she could manage. If you wish to become stronger, that could be arranged. The Ancient One smiled, noticing the surprise flicker across Li Yunming's face before continuing. Did you think I would refuse you? Yes, Master Ancient One. After all, I am not of this world. Appearing here so suddenly might disrupt the balance that should exist, such as your future disciple, Stephen Strange, the next Sorcerer Supreme. Li Yunming nodded, deciding to reveal a few things she knew, using them to test the waters. So you know about Strange as well. But that's still 9 years from now. The Ancient One offered a gentle, untroubled smile, betraying no surprise that her guest knew of the future. You truly are a great sage, Li Yunming said with genuine admiration. The Ancient One's abilities were far beyond those of ordinary sorcerers. Her wisdom was profound, which had allowed her to safeguard Earth for centuries. I do not know your true purpose, nor can I predict the path your future will take. Though you seem like a good child, you must understand, sorcerers never judge gain or loss by notions of good or evil. I only hope my decision will not bring disaster upon this world. The Ancient One shook her head, her tone tinged with resignation. I'm just someone who wants to survive, Li Yunming replied, her expression serene and her words earnest, choosing not to over-explain. There was another purpose she kept to herself. She wished to go home, to return to her true homeland. But now is not the time to reveal something so unbelievable. There's no need. I hope you find the answers you seek here, child. Taj welcomes you. The Ancient One's expression softened as she put away the ring of Ragador, her manner warm and welcoming. Thank you for your generosity. Li Yunming nodded, offering a respectful half-bow. Then let us begin and explore the essence of magic. The Ancient One stepped back, gesturing to summon the mirror dimension. As the crystalline, transparent walls shimmered into place, Li Yunming's eyes shone with anticipation. Her curiosity for the mystic arts was boundless. Yet, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The Ancient One attempted to use a spell to draw Li Yunming's soul from her body, but to her astonishment, no matter how much dimensional energy she summoned, the young woman before her remained firmly anchored. Her soul simply would not leave her body. Li Yunming's soul was like a stubborn rock, clinging tightly to her body. She could sense it, but there was simply no way to pull it out. It was utterly unbelievable. Your body seems a bit different. No human soul can achieve complete harmony with its own flesh, but you've somehow managed it, the Ancient One said, frowning as she examined Li Yunming from head to toe, sounding genuinely perplexed. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Normally, it didn't matter whether someone had an innate talent for arcane arts. She could always help them sense the energy of a higher dimension. In reality, the physical and spiritual realms could never fit together perfectly. There were always tiny, invisible gaps to exploit. No matter how strong a person's soul was, she could always draw it out with the right secret arts. But now, faced with this reality, even the Ancient One found herself at a loss. Lian Ming was just as baffled. What was going on here? She just stood there and taken the brunt of a barrage of mystical blows, only for nothing at all to happen. Was this some kind of joke? I can sense that your body is incredibly resilient, perhaps even more so than the Asgardians of the Nine Realms. The Ancient One admitted, I'm afraid I can't draw out your soul. Regrettably, this doesn't mean you lack magical talent. It means that, for you, the very concept of magic does not exist as an option. At last, the Ancient One shook her head, her tone tinged with regret. She had wanted to see what sort of future this extraordinary person might create, but the very first step had ended in failure. If it were just a lack of magical talent, there would still be ways to guide her. But if she had no right to use magic at all, that meant this gift simply did not exist within her from the start. It was like one person being able to eat and digest food with their stomach, while another person had no stomach at all and couldn't eat even if they wanted to. It was utterly unfathomable. Could it be that this young woman wasn't even human? Li Yunming glanced down at her own hands, wondering if the system was to blame. Was she being set up? This was ridiculous. She pulled up her system interface and checked her stats, only to suddenly notice something different. At the very bottom of her abilities, a new description had appeared: anti-magic physique. She was completely stunned. What did this mean? That she could never learn secret arts? Frantically, Li Yunming used her mind to probe further into the system panel, and beneath the anti-magic physique label, she found a further explanation. Immune to magic, unable to learn any secret arts related to dimensional energy, forever severed from the world of magic. What on earth is this system playing at? Li Yunming was starting to fall apart. This trait had never existed before. It had only appeared after the Ancient One attempted to guide her soul out of her body. So this was the trigger. The Ancient One looked at Li Yunming with genuine sympathy. She had never anticipated such an outcome. Master Ancient One, I like to study the magical texts to see if there might be another way forward, Li Yunming said at last, after a long moment of contemplation. She wasn't ready to give up yet. She would wait and reconsider after studying the magic tomes. She couldn't think of a quick way to become stronger in the Marvel Universe. Was she really supposed to storm shield and snatch the Space Infinity Stone? The Ancient One hesitated on the verge of speaking. She wanted to point out that someone without a magical circuit could never learn magic. Yet, at the same time, a strange sense of hope stirred within her. Perhaps the person before her might just create a miracle. The Library of Kamartaj will be open to you. You may read any book you wish, including the dark arts of the Dark Dimension, the Ancient One said with a welcoming gesture, smiling as she spoke. For those without the ability to wield magic, even reading the black books of the Dark Dimension would amount to nothing more than skimming written words. They could form no connections or contracts. She had no reason to worry. One early morning, the apprentice sorcerers studying the mystic arts at Kamartaj suddenly noticed a newcomer in their sanctuary. A young woman with golden-brown wavy hair, breathtakingly beautiful, hovered in midair within the Kamartaj library, leafing through tomes of magic. Unlike the other sorcerers, she didn't wear their traditional robes. Instead, she was clad in a blue, form-fitting battle suit and a crimson cape, an attire that quickly drew attention. Every day, before the sun had even risen, she would appear in the library, undeterred by wind or rain, steadfast as ever. Master Mordo, who was responsible for training apprentice sorcerers in both mystic arts and combat, found himself helpless as his students grew increasingly distracted. This woman was simply too striking. Even the most dedicated scholars of dimensional lore couldn't help but lose focus, and Mordo himself would occasionally steal a glance. He once asked the Ancient One about her origins, only to receive the same answer as always. Everything would proceed as usual, and there was no need for unnecessary action. Left with no other choice, Mordo decided to approach her himself. Unfortunately, before he could step forward, he was intercepted by Wong, the library's vigilant curator. Master Mordo, the Ancient One has instructed that no sorcerer of the sanctuary is to communicate with her, Wong said, his face grave and his tone earnest. Wong, who is she really? Mordo asked, unable to contain the question that had been troubling him for so long. From his perspective, this young woman wasn't a sorcerer, yet she floated in the air, carried by an energy he couldn't identify. Moreover, she had free access to the library's magical tomes, unobstructed by anyone. Mordo's curiosity was now at its peak. Consider her a tourist here to sightsee. Mordo, you know as well as I do, the Ancient One's wisdom is beyond either of us. There are times when knowing less is for the best, for both you and me. Expressionless, Wong shook his head, refusing to answer further. Left without the answers he sought, Mordo could only walk away, but the doubts swirling in his heart refused to settle. In truth, Wong was just as puzzled in his heart. He couldn't understand why the Ancient One would permit someone who wasn't an apprentice of the mystic arts to freely browse these secret magical tomes. When did Kamar Taj become so open? They were the sorcerers who safeguarded the Earth's dimension, a line of defense, warriors, not some damned staff at a tourist attraction. Kamar Taj wasn't one of those flashy, overrated destinations where you could just waltz in after buying a ticket and toss banana peels around. Still, Wong's deep sense of discipline and trust in the Ancient One kept him from questioning the matter further. Even when this woman went beyond the books of the Vishanti and began perusing the tomes of dark magic, Wong simply pretended not to notice. His duty was to facilitate, to provide what was necessary, and avoid unnecessary interaction as much as possible. In a quiet corner of the library, Li Yunming lifted her eyes slightly, casting an inexplicable glance at Mordo's departing figure. She had absolutely no interest in any conversation. Carl Amadeus Mordo, she knew the name, a disciple and ardent follower of the Ancient One, a senior sorcerer who upheld the rules of Kamar Taj with unwavering resolve. He possessed a formidable mind and ironclad convictions, but his rigidity was almost legendary, unyielding in his pursuit of what he called truth. He could be Kamar Taj's strongest shield, or he could become the cold, merciless blade turned against his fellow sorcerers. The Ancient One had seen this fatal flaw in Mordo's character and hoped that, by having him interact with the future Sorcerer Supreme, Stephen Strange, he might learn to balance his strengths and confront his weaknesses. But in reality, Mordo eventually changed completely. In his eyes, anyone who broke the rules deserved to be purged. He became more terrifying than any terrorist. Li Yunming had no favorable impression of him. She kept a respectful distance. After all, she wasn't a Kamar Taj apprentice. There was no need for any exchange. The Ancient One, unable to foresee what impact she might have on the real world, had ordered the other apprentices to minimize their interactions with her, hoping to reduce any potential karmic entanglements. As for why she hadn't been outright expelled, that was because even now, the Ancient One couldn't clearly see the changes in the timeline. The haze obscuring it seemed thin, but was impossibly tough. A whole week had passed since she arrived at the sanctum, and Li Yunming had been trying to solve her own predicament, but so far, she'd made no progress whatsoever. Whether it was the Book of the Vishanti or the Darkhold, at their core, they were contracts, agreements where the caster borrowed power from higher being, using secret incantations to reshape reality and ultimately unleash the desired magic. In the end, it all came down to one word: borrow. But as with any loan, you had to pay back what you took. The more you borrowed, the more you owed in return. Otherwise, why would Dormammu of the Dark Dimension bother to cultivate so many followers? The problem was, these beings weren't even willing to lend her anything. None of them, whether it was Hogarth, Agamotto, or Ashtar from the Vishanti's Trinity of Magic, nor even Dormammu of the Dark Dimension, Mephisto, or Sidorak, paid her the slightest attention. Li Yunming had pored over countless arcane tomes, yet still couldn't find a way to learn any secret arts. Her anti-magic constitution, as the name implied, meant she was fundamentally disconnected from anything related to magical dimensions, unaffected by magical charms or harm, but equally incapable of tapping into any magic herself. Put simply, she was immune to magic and utterly talentless in it. She didn't even possess the basic circuits to draw forth magical energy. It was enough to make one despair. The good news was that magical attacks couldn't hurt her. The bad news was that she couldn't even sense the existence of the magical dimension. What's more, she faced significant hurdles in reading and comprehending magical texts. She simply couldn't recognize the characters. Confronted with a jumble of convoluted symbols and obscure English terminology, her doctorate in journalism and formidable linguistic skills were of no help whatsoever. It was like expecting a grade schooler to grasp the intricacies of quantum mechanics, a complete exercise in futility. Li Yunming spent a whole week and, thanks to librarian Wong, managed to learn a handful of magical symbols. The rest, she could only guess at from the illustrations. She recalled that line from the Doctor Strange movie, how the acupuncture and pressure point diagrams looked like something out of a gift shop, hideous and utterly abstract. With a heavy sigh, she snapped shut the ancient tome. In a blink, her figure vanished from sight. Wong hadn't even seen her move before realizing she was gone. The chubby librarian's cheeks quivered as he stared in shock. Bursting out of the library, Lu Yunmeng soared straight into the sky. She desperately needed to release her pent-up frustration. She triggered a barrage of sonic booms as she flew, pushing her speed to the very limit. In no time, she had broken through the atmosphere and into orbit. Arriving in the vastness of space, Lu Yunmeng stopped and floated motionless in the vacuum, closing her eyes and emptying her mind. The blazing sunlight bathed her body, but aside from a gentle warmth, it brought no discomfort. Her physical strength was still increasing, but at a crawl, hardly making any real difference. If she couldn't grow stronger through secret arts, her only option was to find a place to hide and pray she wouldn't be caught in the next extinction event. Suddenly, she felt a cool rush in her mind, her thoughts growing sharper and faster. But as time passed, that newfound clarity tangled into a chaotic mess. The more she tried to sort it out, the more confused she became. Startled, Lu Yunming's body tensed and her eyes snapped open. She had no idea what was happening, and the dread of the unknown sent her heart racing. With a flicker, her figure hastily left space and flew back to Kamar-Taj, slowly descending into the center of the training ground. It was midday, and most of the apprentice sorcerers had gone to the dining hall for lunch. The field was completely deserted. Rubbing her temples, Lu Yunming glanced around, unsure of what she was supposed to do next. "You look confused. Has something happened?" A voice suddenly came from nearby in a flash. Her figure vanished, hastily leaving space and soaring back to Kamar-Taj, where she gently descended in the center of the training grounds. It was noon, and most of the apprentice sorcerers had gone to the dining hall for lunch, leaving the field completely deserted. Lu Yunming rubbed her temples, glancing around in private, yet found herself at a loss for what to do next. "You seem confused. Did something happen?" A voice suddenly called out from nearby. Turning around, Lu Yunming saw the Ancient One standing at the edge of the field, looking at her with a gentle, caring gaze. She hadn't even noticed when the Sorcerer Supreme had arrived. I don't know." Lu Yunming's expression was troubled. She shook her head honestly, as if trying to shake loose the tangled thoughts swirling in her mind. "It seems there's something different about you. Your reality is undergoing some kind of unknown change." The Ancient One frowned, watching her with a trace of uncertainty. As the Sorcerer Supreme, she could perceive things beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The young woman before her radiated a formidable biological energy, but there was something discordant about it, almost as if certain threads of causality and time had been forcibly unraveled, impossible to fully articulate. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Lu Yunming's mind. She quickly summoned her internal system panel and finally noticed the source of the change. Beneath the data entry for anti-magic physique, a new line had appeared: Superbrain, awakening level, 2%. Isn't this Superman's ability? Lu Yunming was utterly astonished. But as she glanced at the comparison template, she saw the similarity to the Homelander template had reached 145%. Could it be that prolonged study was causing her brain to evolve? Or perhaps the more challenging and profound the knowledge, the faster her mind developed? Judging by that 2% figure, she was still far from possessing a true superbrain. It's well known that in the DC universe, Superman's mind is like a finely tuned cosmic computer, capable of lightning-fast calculation and perfect recall. No matter how advanced or esoteric the knowledge, he could grasp it in an instant, even with no prior exposure. He could read at a glance, process information 10 lines at a time, and instantly devise optimal solutions to sudden dangers. Personally, Lu Yunming believed that the superbrain was more efficient and powerful than any of Superman's other gifts, perhaps even the most useful of them all. Could it be that deciphering those arcane runes and spells was accelerating her mind's evolution? Excitement surged within her. Suddenly, those damned magical symbols seemed utterly fascinating and beautiful. She couldn't wait to dive back in. "Thank you for your concern, Master. I'll be on my way." Before she finished speaking, Lu Yunming had already vanished in a rush, leaving the Ancient One standing alone on the training grounds, a puzzled expression on her face. What a restless spirit. Looks like she's already found the answer to her change. Gu Yi's lips curled into a gentle smile as she spoke softly to herself. The night was deep. The cold wind howled outside, and most of the mystic mages had already drifted into warm dreams. Only a handful remained steadfast in their cultivation. By harnessing dimensional energies to deepen their understanding of magic, these mystic mages could let their souls wander, leaving their bodies to rest while their minds continued to learn tirelessly. Within the library of Kamar-Taj, a faint candlelight flickered. The librarian, Wang, wore headphones and listened to music as he pored over the convoluted and arcane magical texts in his hands. After a while, he looked up absent-mindedly and stretched, hoping to give his mind a brief respite. but soon his brow furrowed. A constant rustling sound came from the corner of the library, piquing Wang's curiosity and drawing him over for a look. There he saw a blonde girl sitting cross-legged on the floor, flipping through books at an astonishing speed. "Are you tearing out the pages for fun?" The more Wang watched, the deeper his frown became. This isn't reading, he thought. This is child's play. To truly grasp the knowledge within magical tomes, one must absorb every word with focused intent, savoring each sentence, allowing insight to accumulate and deepen over time. Sensing his scrutinizing gaze, Li Yunming glanced up with a wide grin, nodded in greeting, and then began flipping through the pages even faster. "If you need help, just call me. I'd much rather see you approach this knowledge with the seriousness it deserves," Wang said, nodding politely, his expression stern as he couldn't help but speak up. "Thank you, but I'm doing just fine," Li Yunming replied casually, her lips curving in a smile as her eyes scanned the complex text before her. In the end, Wang shook his head, closed the book in his hands, and left the library. A lack of reverence for magic would eventually lead to being consumed by it, he thought to himself. But if the Ancient One had nothing to say, he certainly had no intention of meddling further. Li Yunming caught a glimpse of Wang's departing figure out of the corner of her eye, but didn't give it another thought. She simply turned back to her book, flipping the pages even faster. At this moment, her system panel showed that her superbrain was already developed to 4%. The clarity of her thoughts and the strength of her memory had improved tremendously. What once seemed unfathomable, those mysterious magical symbols and scripts, now felt easy to comprehend. She could read a dozen lines at a glance, imprinting the knowledge in her mind as if her eyes were a scanner. In 3 hours, she could memorize an entire arcane tome. For more difficult magical scrolls, perhaps 5 or 6 hours would suffice. No one else could truly understand this miraculous sensation. Her mind was clear, undistracted, able to focus on 2 or even 3 things at once. While unraveling the mysteries of Sidorak, Lord of the Dark Dimension, she could also keep track of how many pages Wang had turned, and even which line he was reading. Even without using her clairvoyant vision, she could sense it all intuitively. So, although Li Yunming appeared to be going through the motions, in reality, only a dozen hours after returning from space to Kamartaj, she was already able to transcribe from memory 4 volumes of arcane texts. If anyone else found out about this, they would surely think she was lying. After all, even copying them word for word, no one could do it that quickly. But a super brain simply defies all logic. Even with just 4% of its potential unlocked, its power was already beginning to show. Li Yunming couldn't help but imagine what it would mean if her super brain reached full development, 100%. Suddenly, she recalled the film Lucy, where terrifying comprehension unfolded as humanity's brainpower soared. Li Yunming had a feeling that, as her super brain developed further, she might one day possess abilities beyond imagination. She passed a sleepless night, the gentle rustle of pages turning in the library never ceasing for even a moment. Her physical constitution meant she didn't need to eat or sleep. On the rare occasion she cooked herself a meal, it was merely to satisfy a craving, nothing more than a moment of indulgence. As for sleep, she did it only to make herself seem more human, to avoid crossing a dangerous line and losing her humanity. And so, day after day, she immersed herself in the library at Kamartaj, spending her time reading or deep in thought. Never eating, never sleeping, she started to worry Wang, who feared she might suddenly collapse. When he tried to gently persuade her, she simply replied that she wished to keep swimming in the sea of books. For a moment, Wang's expression was rather strange. He didn't quite know how to respond. To call her frivolous didn't fit. After all, this had gone on for several days, and still the sound of pages turning echoed on. To call her diligent didn't fit either. He'd never, in his life, seen anyone study quite like this. During this time, the Ancient One herself came to visit twice, but the wise master simply stood by with a silent smile, thoughtfully brewing a cup of honey tea. Finally, on the morning of the 10th day, Li Yunming closed the books on mirror dimension theory and illusion spells, and sprawled unceremoniously on the floor. Beside her, the magical tomes she'd finished reading formed a small mountain, covering all manner of light and dark magic. The beginner's volumes of Foundations of Magical Practice were nearly worn to shreds, yet she still hadn't found any method for using forbidden magic with her unique constitution. This left Li Yunming feeling dejected. With a sigh, she quickly returned the scattered books to their proper places, then waved goodbye to Wang and left the library. Passing the training grounds, she watched a group of apprentice sorcerers conjuring glowing yellow shields, and couldn't help but feel envious. What good was memorizing dozens of books by heart? She still couldn't find her own path. Li Yunming walked through the corridors to the dormitory wing, pushed open the last door at the end, went inside, and collapsed onto the bed, closing her eyes and lying as still as a corpse. This dorm room had been prepared for her by the Ancient One long ago, yet she had never once slept here, having spent every night with her nose in a book in the library. Inside the rustic, old house, the furnishings were remarkably simple: a single table, a single stool, and a wooden bed. Though it looked quite bare, the place was spotlessly clean. A faint scent of incense drifted through the air, enveloping everything in a soothing calm. A blanket made from animal fur lay, soft and inviting, as if it could swallow a person whole. Lu Yunmeng slowly opened her eyes, fixing her gaze on the wisps of blue smoke that curled upward, gradually spreading out as they reached the ceiling. The smoke traveled along the uneven, knotted patterns of the ceiling, winding itself into a lazy spiral, the center circling outward in slow motion. Witnessing this, Lu Yuming's expression grew odd. She narrowed her eyes, then suddenly reached up, grabbed her bangs, and began winding the hair around her finger, twisting it inward again and again. Almost without realizing it, she sat up. Her eyes shifted from the swirling incense above to the hair coiled around her finger, and she couldn't help but open her eyes wide in surprise. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, inside the headquarters of Stark Industries, Pepper sat at a computer desk in Obadiah Stane's office, her face frozen in terror as she stared at the documents on the screen. A few days earlier, Tony had piloted the 3 Malawian Quachas to the small town of Migra to wipe out terrorists and destroy the Stark weapons that had been sold to them in secret. When he returned to the lab and began to dismantle the suit, Pepper happened to walk in, and the sight of him nearly gave her a heart attack. The Iron Man suit was riddled with bullet holes, every inch peppered with marks. Scorch marks from intense flames streaked across the armor. Pepper never wanted to see Tony get hurt. She voiced her deep concerns and even considered resigning. She couldn't bear the thought of waking up one day to news of her boss's death flashing across the television screen. The two of them had a frank conversation. Tony admitted his regrets about fueling war through weapons sales and revealed his resolve to shut down the weapons division. Pepper agreed to help him, even if it meant risking her own safety to steal company files. She loved Tony, and there was nothing she wouldn't do for him, even if it meant putting her own life on the line. Obadiah was trouble. Lu Yunming had warned Tony about this before she left. Pepper herself wasn't directly involved in sales or production. As the chairman's personal assistant, her job was to compile and pass on departmental statistics, so she wasn't familiar with the deeper workings of the company. But after she used Jarvis's external program to break into Obadiah's private server, the file she uncovered left her utterly shaken. Blueprints for Stark Industries' most advanced weapons, records of secret sales, quantities sold. All of it showed the weapons had been sold under the table, at bargain prices, to the 10 Rings terrorist group. Among them was the latest Jericho missile. There was even a video. The terrorists had filmed themselves after ambushing Tony's convoy and taking him hostage, claiming responsibility for the attack. Everything pointed to one man, Obadiah Stane. In Sector 16 of the Ministry of Industry, they were even secretly designing and producing steel armor that she couldn't quite understand. It looked strikingly similar to Tony's, though a bit larger in size. But just as Jarvis was downloading the relevant data, Obadiah unexpectedly returned. Pepper felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her chest. She forced a smile while listening to Obadiah reminisce about the past, all the while discreetly concealing the external device beneath a newspaper. "I know what you've been through, Pepper." With a faint smile on his face, Obadiah poured himself a glass of whiskey, seemingly at ease. "Tony, he always manages to create something remarkable, doesn't he?" Pepper nodded stiffly, her smile barely holding. The files on the computer were still downloading. Obadiah hadn't come close enough to see the screen yet, so all she could think about was how to buy more time. "To be honest, when he came back, I was truly happy." Obadiah walked over unhurriedly, carrying 2 glasses of whiskey. At the very last second, Pepper managed to switch the computer to the screensaver. It was like he clawed his way back from hell. Obadiah cast Pepper a meaningful glance as he sat down beside her. "But now I realize the Tony we once knew didn't come back. He left his soul behind. I am truly sorry." When Tony announced the closure of the weapons development division, it marked the official split between the two of them. With the reduction in weapons manufacturing and sales, Obadiah and the other shareholders lost vast sums of money. Without shared interests, the relationship between the chairman and the major shareholder could only turn hostile. He couldn't bear to see the business empire he had built with his own hands destroyed by an immature upstart. "Well, I know he's hard to understand. He's been through so much, but I believe he'll pull through," Pepper replied, glancing cautiously at the external device and struggling to stay calm. "You really are an exceptional woman. Tony simply doesn't appreciate what he has." Obadiah studied the beautiful woman in front of him, a glint of calculation flickering in his eyes. Taking the chance, Pepper rose to excuse herself. Jarvis had finished extracting all the incriminating evidence against Obadiah, and she couldn't bear to stay a moment longer. As she left, Pepper deliberately used the newspaper to shield her hand as she unplugged the USB drive. Obadiah's suspicions were immediately aroused, and he insisted on taking the newspaper from her. When he finally sat down at the computer, he discovered that all the secret files hidden in the folders had been completely downloaded. His face twisted in rage. Damn it, Obadiah wanted to go after Pepper. A lone woman wouldn't be able to escape him. But as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he saw Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. waiting there. Left with no choice, he had to let her go. Thinking of checking the progress on the secret weapon in the lab, he hadn't expected that his scientists were nowhere near Tony Stark's league. The gap between geniuses was clear as day. They couldn't even crack the miniaturization technology behind the arc reactor. No one would be able to pull it off for at least another 20 years. Obadiah spared the poor researchers and cast a determined glance at the massive arc reactor. Perhaps in this world, there would only ever be one Tony Stark, but some things had to be settled, and the time had come. At the sanctuary of Kamar Taj, in a quiet tea room, the Ancient One leaned back in her seat, sipping honeyed tea with an air of leisure. The tea was bamboo leaf green, sourced from Mount Amay in Sichuan, made from the tender shoots and the freshly sprouted leaves. Its pure, refreshing taste left a lingering sweetness, lifting one's spirits with every sip. In truth, she had a fondness for sweet flavors. Whenever she had the chance, she'd open a portal to New York or the London Sanctum, quietly indulging in a couple of drinks. The tea itself was a touch bitter, but the addition of honey made it just about perfect. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the Ancient One's delicate brow furrowed slightly. She glanced toward a certain part of the sanctuary. But a moment later, she allowed herself a gentle smile and continued to enjoy her tea, unconcerned. Not long after, Mordo strode urgently into the room. "Master, I've sensed a dark energy within the sanctuary," he said, grave and resolute. The dark energies, the very forces of evil that the sorcerers of Kamar Taj had always stood against, were now present within their own sacred halls. Clearly, someone had crossed a forbidden line. Mordo wasn't a fool. He knew every student here, so it didn't take him long to suspect who it might be. He had originally planned to go investigate directly, but after a moment's thought, he decided it would be better to inform the Ancient One first. After all, as the Sorcerer Supreme and the greatest guardian of the mystical realms for centuries, she couldn't possibly have missed such a blatant surge of energy. "Mordo, don't be anxious. Let her be. There's no need to worry about any consequences." The Ancient One waved her hand lightly, her tone relaxed, and her smile easy, as if nothing could trouble her. "Master, you can't be so dismissive. This could lead her down a dark path and corrupt the other apprentices at Kamar Taj." Mordo shook his head sternly, his voice unwavering in its conviction. He disagreed with the Ancient One, but he couldn't understand why she remained so unmoved by the presence of dark energy. It seemed to go against everything the mystic traditions of Kamar Taj stood for. "She has no magical pathways, so there's nothing to fear," the Ancient One replied, at first not intending to elaborate. But knowing Mordo's stubborn adherence to the rules, she paused before offering a brief explanation. Mordo hesitated, clearly not following her reasoning. How could someone without magical channels possibly draw on the energies of the dark dimension? It made no sense at all. She is a special existence, or rather, she has an anti-magic constitution. Do you understand what I mean? The Ancient One looked at her disciple's bewildered face. She wasn't annoyed. Instead, she explained with remarkable patience. "That's impossible. How could someone with an anti-magic constitution communicate with the dark dimension?" Mordo's face was filled with astonishment, his disbelief plain to see. He knew about anti-magic constitutions, rare phenomena that might appear once in a century, or even a millennium. Those with such a constitution were unable to use any arcane arts or magic, but at the same time, they were entirely immune to the effects of magic. However, this kind of constitution was fundamentally incompatible with dimensional magic. The two paths should never cross. Hearing that it was an anti-magic constitution, Mordo clearly breathed a sigh of relief, though his mind was still clouded with questions. Yet, suddenly a thought struck him. Unless... Mordo parted his lips, struggling for a long moment before uttering just two words. "Unless it's Thon's forbidden secret art, the life exchange." The Ancient One calmly sipped her tea, finishing his sentence. The Darkhold was created billions of years ago by Thon, a primeval god who had fallen and become a great demon, in order to escape the predation of the God-Eater. It was an evil, forbidden magic. He recorded these spells on parchment, naming them the Thon Scrolls. Later, these parchments were compiled into a book, which came to be known as the Darkhold. This was no child's play like waving a wand and shouting a spell. It was a force capable of overturning the cosmos itself. Before his exile, Thawne left the Darkhold on Earth, establishing channels for the release of energy between Earth and other dimensions. The Darkhold contained the origins of many sinister spells, including the Book of the Dead, and its contents were astonishingly easy to understand. No matter the language, there would be no barrier to reading it. Its magic was easily accessible, and the spells within held immense destructive power. One reason so many arcane practitioners so easily succumb to darkness. Yet, despite the Darkhold containing many powerful dark spells, its corrupting influence was overwhelming. To gain such enormous power, one had to pay a price equal to, or even beyond, the limits of endurance. Overusing dark magic would result in one soul being offered up to Thawne as a sacrifice. In a sense, the Darkhold was the very antithesis of the Book of the Vishani. Because the cost was so great and the consequences so dire, Kamar-Taj strictly forbade any contact with the dark dimension or the use of dark magic. Nevertheless, the library at Kamar-Taj did hold documents on dark arcana for study and deciphering by those with the strongest will. Generally, apprentices were allowed access only to books within established guidelines, as most people simply couldn't resist the temptation. Master, using the Darkhold's forbidden spell will cost her life. We must stop her, Mordo urged passionately. Among Thawne's forbidden arts, most required the donor to absorb the contractor's soul and life force, though there were exceptions. For example, there are special dark spells that grant immense power in exchange for one's lifespan. The threshold for such sinister secrets is extremely low. The practitioner doesn't even need to understand the workings of magical circuits. Even without any innate magical talent, they can forcibly trade their remaining years of life for magical energy. No contracts are required. It's direct and brutal, but almost no one is foolish enough to dabble in such forbidden arts. After all, vitality can be replenished, and even soul damage can sometimes be healed, but once lifespan is lost, there's no way to regain it. No, the path she walks is hers alone. We are merely spectators. The Ancient One gazed out into the distance, her expression deep and thoughtful. She shook her head, smiling as she gently refused. In the apprentice sorcerer's dormitory at the sanctum, Li Yunming sat cross-legged on her bed, eyes tightly shut. Strange red and black energy seeped from her body, wrapping her completely in what resembled a cocoon of magical power. Dense black magic burrowed into her skin, drawing out some invisible, intangible force, then oozed outward from within. The magic that emerged turned red and black, thickening the cocoon layer by layer. Soon, more black magic split off, repeating the process in an endless cycle. Li Yunming had once possessed the classic fair skin of a Westerner. Her features hinted at mixed heritage, but overall, she looked no different from any other beautiful white woman. Especially striking was her golden brown, wavy hair and flawless face, which made her stand out brilliantly in any crowd. But ever since she absorbed black magic, her life force had been rapidly draining away. Her complexion turned deathly pale, almost bluish, and her once lush lips lost all color. Her entire state became alarmingly frail. The bed was strewn with fallen, lifeless strands of her long hair, as if she were suffering from radiation poisoning, her cells decaying by the day. Consider this. In her homeland's original form, even blades or fire could hardly harm a single strand of her hair. To see it falling out now was almost unimaginable. It's common knowledge that human cells can divide about 50 times over a lifetime, a slow process accompanied by gradual aging. Once a cell's energy is depleted, a person's life comes to its natural end. The body dies, and the story is over. Zysorn's dark spell comes at the cost of lifespan. Practitioners who enter such a temporary pact have their cell's vitality stolen away. Cells that might have divided 50 more times are now left with only 25. The loss is irreversible. A vast number of cells, right down to the genetic level, lose their ability to divide ever again. Someone who could have lived to 100 years old might now see only 50 after using such black magic. Aging, illness, and death still remain. Only now, the limit on life itself is drastically shortened. This is the price for wielding dark magic that burns away one's years. After spending days in the Kamar-Taj library, Li Yunming had developed a superhuman mind, her memory and comprehension abilities far surpassing the norm. Yet, she still couldn't find a way to learn real secret arts. The anti-magic constitution completely isolated her from any energies related to magic and arcane arts, leaving her to merely stare helplessly at dozens of books on magic and secret techniques, unable to do anything with them. As the name suggests, She could only memorize the contents, nothing more. Yet just moments ago, a sudden spark of inspiration flashed through Li Yunming's mind. Drawing upon a magical text she had read, she thought of that forbidden tome, the one the king had deemed taboo. This book was in fact a copy of the Zisorn Book of Dark Gods. Its contents were incomplete, and some pages had even been violently ripped out and destroyed, lest an unwary mage stray down a dark path. Li Yunming had committed every word of it to memory, including a section about forbidden magic that required no magical threshold, only the sacrifice of one's lifespan. In short, the price was steep enough that Zisorn would somehow grant his followers the ability to unleash black magic for a fleeting moment. But its destructive power was rather modest. It was more akin to temporarily boosting all of one's attributes, or perhaps like a berserker's explosive surge of strength during a frenzy. Ultimately, the frenzy would burn through the berserker's very life. The more often it was used, the faster death would come. This was the core principle behind such dark, forbidden magic. When the black magic faded, the surge of power vanished along with a portion of the caster's lifespan. An utterly chilling thought. When Zisorn first inscribed this secret on a parchment, he likely never expected anyone would actually attempt to learn it. Perhaps he only hoped a few madmen desperate enough would gamble their lives for a chance to wield such magic. For most, lifespan is the most precious thing of all. Only by living longer can one witness more of the world's wonders. Yet this so-called irreplaceable treasure meant nothing at all to Li Yunming. Reborn into this world, her system panel had granted her a lifespan of 200 years, and it continued to grow as her physical strength increased. The longer she lived, the more her lifespan expanded. For her, it was practically worthless. To squander her years for a fleeting boost in power through forbidden black magic seemed utterly pointless. What truly mattered was gaining power she could keep. With an awkward gesture, Li Yunming channeled black-red energy into a myriad of shapes: a wine glass, a pistol, a gold bar, a blade, and even a human figure that danced at her fingertips. She needed to observe the flow of magic, to fully comprehend the true nature of this forbidden dark sorcery. If Master Mordo were here, he would be shocked to discover that someone who had studied the arcane for less than half a month was already wielding magic with far greater skill than he, even surpassing the guardians of the three great sanctuaries. As time passed, her enhanced state climbed ever higher, while the lifespan displayed on her system panel steadily dwindled. Surely, Zisorn himself would be thrilled to encounter such a devoted follower. At that very moment, Li Yunming's tightly shut eyes flew open. With a gentle twist of her slender, fair fingers, the encasing shroud of dark energy vanished completely, revealing a black magic artifact in her palm that looked uncannily like a miniature star. It was a red-black sun, about the size of a golf ball, shining with dazzling brilliance. In an instant, the dim room was illuminated as brightly as day. Scorching flames churned endlessly across the sphere's surface, while a faint halo, like Saturn's ring of asteroids, encircled it, mysterious and beautiful. Li Yunming gave her fingertips the slightest motion, and the tiny sun began to spin. A section of the sphere started to unleash a torrent of energy, raising the temperature and emitting subtle electromagnetic pulses. As the particle radiation intensified, this little star performed a miniature version of a solar flare. The air shimmered with heat, the room's temperature soared, sparks began to flicker from the dry fur rug, and wisps of black smoke curled up from the wooden furniture. With a sharp focus in her eyes, Li Yunming wrapped the little fireball at her fingertips with her own bioenergy, forcibly containing its power before it could set the house ablaze. After all, she had conjured a true star, using the genuine principles of science, manifesting it through Sithorn's dark magic. Don't be fooled by its tiny size. Inside, its processes, radiation, and energy were no different from those of a real sun. Li Yunming already possessed powers akin to a superhero, and by now, she had even surpassed the original strength. She could manipulate her internal bioenergy, altering its form, though it was difficult and the effects subtle, just a bit stronger than the thin energy membrane that shielded her during spaceflight. In practical terms, she could mold her bioenergy like clay, shaping it into various forms, but nothing too complex. Relying on bioenergy alone, it would be utterly impossible to confine and sustain a celestial body as intricate and energetic as a star. But dark magic made it possible, especially with the forbidden energy drawn from the Sithorn Dark Codex. Li Yunming could trade lifespan to trigger extraordinarily complex transformations in energy. Yet, dark energy was always fleeting. Once the connection to the dark dimension was severed, this tiny star would collapse and vanish without a trace. Right now, Liu Yiming's mission was to grasp the essence of this miniature star before the dark magic faded. Keeping the tiny star spinning at her fingertips, she began channeling her bioenergy, probing into the heart of the little fireball. The structure of a star was extraordinarily complex, and understanding every channel and operational principle would take immense time and effort. But fortunately, Liu Yunming possessed boundless stamina. Take the sun, for example. For billions of years, it has shone steadily upon the Earth, driving the processes of natural life. At its core, the sun is composed primarily of hydrogen and helium. Hydrogen accounts for about 71% of the sun's composition, helium about 27%, and all other elements make up the remaining 2%. Structurally, the sun can be divided from its center outward into the core, where nuclear reactions occur, the radiative zone, the convective layer, and the atmospheric layer. Internally, from the innermost to the outermost, it consists of three main regions: the energy-producing core, the radiative zone, and the convection zone. Beyond that, the solar atmosphere itself can be split into the photosphere, the chromosphere, and the corona, arranged from the inside out. The photosphere forms the innermost layer of the sun's atmosphere, where sunspots and faculae frequently appear. The chromosphere is the middle layer of the sun's atmosphere. It can only be seen during a total solar eclipse or with specialized telescopes, and it is here that flares and prominences erupt. The corona, the outermost layer of the solar atmosphere, is faint and only visible during a total solar eclipse or with a coronagraph. The sun's internal dynamics are incredibly intense, with hydrogen and helium constantly undergoing nuclear fusion. Through fusion, hydrogen atoms combine to form helium, and it is this very process that radiates light and heat throughout the solar system. Nuclear fusion refers to the process by which lighter atomic nuclei combine to form a heavier nucleus, a principle also at work in hydrogen bombs. Fusion demands extremely harsh conditions. Both ultra-high temperatures and ultra-high pressure are required. Only when these criteria are met can an object truly be called a stellar body. Li Yunming's extraordinary mind grasped these principles and facts with ease. Yet, attempting to create a sun using only bioenergy was an almost insurmountable challenge. So, she chose the path of a thief, using dark magic to construct a miniature star, then gradually replacing the dark energy with bioenergy through painstaking, frame-by-frame experimentation. This was a terrifyingly draining process. Li Yunming could feel her body being pushed to its limits, her cellular vitality visibly declining. At the same time, the lifespan displayed on her system panel began to plummet. Yet, she paid this no mind. To be honest, the reason she chose to create a small star in the first place was to accelerate her own energy production in the future. Imagine having a stellar engine running inside your body, constantly absorbing and generating energy. Every cell, every microscopic structure would steadily grow stronger, closing the gap toward her ultimate goal, the power of Kryptonian blood. After a full day, Li Yunming, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, finally dispersed the crimson-black miniature star hovering in her palm. Over 20 hours of non-stop manipulation had left her utterly exhausted. She collapsed onto her bed without a care for her appearance, her sweat soaking both her clothes and the animal fur blanket. She had forged a simple contract, constructed a temporary magical circuit, drawn on the forbidden dark magic of the Cezanne Black Grimoire, and sacrificed 53 years of her life. The creation of the fingertip-sized star cost her another 26 years. Factoring in the time spent on research and comprehension, Li Yunming's lifespan was reduced by a total of 150 years. Now, the system panel showed she had only 80 years left. If this were an ordinary human, they would have been on the verge of death in the very first phase. At the second, they'd have perished on the spot, let alone surviving any further stages. Fortunately, Liu Yunming was anything but ordinary. The cosmic rays had triggered a genetic mutation within her, granting her extraordinary vitality. Aside from a lingering weakness, there were no other aftereffects. Now, in her inner vision, a tiny, rice grain-sized sphere, radiant with dazzling white light, hovered inside her heart, a faint halo swirling gently around it. The dark energy had dissipated, but biotic energy was something she possessed from birth. She replaced the dark energy with biotic energy, deciphered the underlying principles with her superbrain, and thus completed her creation. Magnified, the tiny glowing orb revealed intricate energy currents within, like a miniature, self-contained world. Liu Yunming could feel a continuous surge of biotic energy streaming from this sphere, flowing through every meridian and vessel in her body. It was as if she were bathing in warm sunlight. After the ordeal her body endured, draining her life force to create a fingertip star, this replenishment felt like long-awaited rain after a drought. In just 1 hour, Her life expectancy on the status panel had returned to 130 years. The rate of recovery was astonishing. She sat up, flexed her joints and limbs, and with a gentle motion, pointed her finger forward. A wave of pure, white energy, rippling like water, seeped from her fingertip. This energy drifted slowly through the air like mist, yet radiated a brilliant white glow. Lu Yunming knew, without a doubt, that she had succeeded. Within her, she had created a miniature biological sun, composed entirely of biotic energy. Her ability to absorb, convert, replenish, and self-generate energy had increased exponentially. Without hesitation, she darted out of the room and soared straight into the sky, reaching the summit of Mount Everest in the blink of an eye. Gazing out over the snowbound earth, the icy wind howling around her, Lu Yunming's eyes flew wide open. A blazing beam of white light erupted from her pupils, sweeping down toward the mountains below. The rock face liquefied into magma at the mere touch of the beam, and scalding steam billowed skyward. A massive boulder, half the size of a football field, was effortlessly sliced in two as if nothing stood in its way. With the formation of this microscopic star within her, even her laser vision had evolved. Before, even at full strength, her red heat vision was barely 2 fingers wide. Now, the white laser beams were as thick as her arm, more like energy cannons than mere rays. And this was with her energy output deliberately restrained, nowhere near her peak state. Had she unleashed her full power, Mount Everest itself might not have survived. She had no wish to damage the environment of Huagua, even if this Huagua was not truly her homeland. Lu Yunming named the newborn sun within her the microscopic biological star. She played for a while, before flying back to her dormitory at the sacred site of Kamartaj, eager to explore other uses for this living star within her. During this time, Lu Yunming conjured all sorts of magical forms. But now, instead of relying on energy channels from other dimensions, she could simply consume her own energy to construct entirely new types of biological magic. White flames appeared out of nowhere. Streams of liquid white energy flowed invisibly, and she created glowing platforms of earth in midair. She compressed the white energy inward, increasing its density until it became a solid energy shield. Most astonishing of all, she could even use her white bioenergy to revive withered flowers and plants, restoring them to vibrant life. After pulling up her current system status panel, the following appeared. Name, Lu Yunming. Energy level, Pseudo-Earth class. Status good. Gender, female. Template reference, Superman, man of steel body 15%. Source of superpower, genetic mutation caused by cosmic rays. Super strength, maximum muscle strength, 1,500 tons. Super speed, maximum running speed on land. Mach 30, 10.2 kilometers per second. Super defense can withstand the vast majority of conventional and energy weapons, but not nuclear explosions. Super regeneration, human cell activity increased by 30,000 times. Can rapidly heal wounds and regenerate limbs by absorbing energy. Flight, Mach 74, 25.16 kilometers per second. Super laser vision, 10,500 degrees Celsius. X-ray vision, can see through the human body, metal, and reinforced concrete structures, but not special metals like lead. Super hearing, can pick up all sounds within a 10,000-meter radius. Lifespan, 376 years. Magique résistant physique. Super brain, 9% evolved. Microscopic biological star, 1% developed. Energy absorption, energy conversion, energy refinement, energy feedback. Biomorph magic, 12% developed. The first thing that thrilled Lu Yunming was that her template had finally shifted from the Homelanders to the Man of Steel. Even though she'd only developed 15%, she was convinced that as long as she kept absorbing energy, reaching 100% was just a matter of time. Her super strength had soared by an extra 1,000 tons. A leap of an entirely new magnitude. Dealing with Abomination now would probably take just a single punch. Both her flight and movement speeds had greatly increased, and the temperature of her laser vision had soared past 10,000 degrees. Incredible! Her X-ray vision, which once couldn't penetrate zinc, now only failed against lead, just like Superman. Her lifespan, previously depleted by more than half, had not only recovered, but now exceeded her previous peak. Even her superbrain had nearly reached 10% development. An additional function for shaping biological forms with magic had appeared. This must be an ability she had unlocked earlier when she tried to activate the arcane arts. The construction of a microscopic biological sun had nearly doubled all her superpowers, and this gave Lu Yunming a long-lost sense of security in the Marvel Universe. She planned to stroll near the sun when she had time, Now, venturing into space no longer felt as strained as before. The strength of a Homelander was only suitable for use within Earth's confines. Going into space was still far too much. But the invincible body of Superman was something else entirely. It could absorb stellar energy and grow stronger at an incredible pace. Once her development reached 100%, Lian Ming was even ready to experience the thrill of flying at the speed of light through the universe. Just as she floated in the air, contemplating the future, a sudden voice sounded at her side. "It seems the library at Kamar-Taj has truly helped you. You've changed a great deal." The Ancient One stood there, a small white fan in hand, smiling as she fanned herself gently. "It appears you can use, well, let's call it magic for now, or something akin to it. Yet I still sense no trace of a magical circuit within you. Certain aspects of your body seem to have been forcibly altered." The Ancient One narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Li Yunming, her tone uncertain as she continued. She could sense just how much this young woman before her had changed. A few days ago, she had been absolutely confident she could suppress her, but now, she actually felt a faint sense of threat emanating from Li Yunming. Mordo had also arrived at the training ground, curious about what this non-apprentice had managed to learn. When he saw Li Yunming, his expression grew somber. If before, she had simply felt like a formidable opponent, now she was a mountain, so immense, it left him struggling to breathe beneath its weight. "What exactly have you created?" The Ancient One's voice was puzzled, her curiosity clear. "Master, it's a star," Li Yunming replied, the corners of her mouth lifting in a subtle smile. "Inside your body." The Ancient One raised an eyebrow, her eyes flickering with surprise. "Yes, it's right here." Li Yunming lifted her hand and pointed without a hint of hesitation to the spot over her heart. The Ancient One was someone worthy of trust. As the Sorcerer Supreme, she had drawn on the Dark Dimension's energy for centuries to prolong her life. Yet she had always safeguarded Kamar-Taj, protecting Earth's dimension from the ravages of darkness and war, never once losing her clarity of mind. That alone was something few could ever achieve. "It seems you found your own path," the Ancient One said with a satisfied smile, her tone gentle and approving. This was a remarkable young woman, her origins a mystery, her future shrouded, yet with her anti-magic constitution, she had managed to carve out an entirely new chapter. That was truly rare. "And for that, I have you to thank, Master." Lu Yunming's expression was solemn as she landed gracefully, cupping her fists before her abdomen and bowing slightly in a unique gesture of respect practiced by the mystic masters of Kamar-Taj. "I will make good use of this power," she pledged. Though she herself was not a master of the mystic arts, the Ancient One had still been a mentor to her, even if it was only by opening the doors of the library. The Ancient One nodded, returning the bow with equal respect. "Master, I won't disturb the cultivation of the mystic masters any longer. I'll take my leave now," Lu Yunming said politely, waving in farewell. Since she had already achieved her purpose for coming here, there was no need to linger in this place of quiet reclusion. Truth be told, she was starting to crave some Sichuan cuisine. "If you ever need anything, you're always welcome here. With your speed, you should have no trouble coming and going," the Ancient One replied with a gentle, kindly smile. Unknown power meant unknown paths, and unknown risks as well. She hoped Lu Yunming would wield this power wisely and for the right cause. Over the past 2 days, Lu Yunming's astonishing speed in flight had not gone unnoticed. While it might have escaped the notice of other masters, as the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One was fully aware. "Of course, next time, I'll be sure not to barge in so recklessly," Lu Yunming replied with a sheepish smile, a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. She remembered how she'd once flown straight into the Himalayas, inadvertently shattering the barrier around Kamar-Taj, completely oblivious to her blunder until she created a microstar and finally realized her own foolishness. The Ancient One truly had a gracious temperament. The fact that she hadn't been thrown out on the spot was more than she could have hoped for. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Yunming turned, tracing a gentle line in the air with her finger. Instantly, a portal flared open, sparks bursting forth, though the fire was white rather than gold. It was almost identical to the spell used by the mystic masters of Kamar-Taj, distinguished only by the color of the sparks. With the Ancient One's approving gaze upon her, Lu Yunming stepped through the portal and vanished from the sanctuary. There was a tacit understanding between them. From beginning to end, the Ancient One had never used access to the Kamar-Taj library as leverage, never demanded that Lu Yunming stand as Earth's protector in times of crisis. Nor had Lu Yunming forgotten her own responsibilities or the reason she had sought to resolve her troubles in the first place. It was only after the portal closed completely that Master Mordo finally snapped out of his daze. His face was filled with shock as he turned urgently to the Ancient One. Master, did you see that? She created a portal without even using a sling ring. He could scarcely believe it. A newcomer to Camartage for only a handful of days, faced with the insurmountable obstacle of an anti-magic constitution, had now mastered spell work without even needing a sling ring. It was astonishing, so much so that his awe was tinged with deep unease. Yes, it is her gift, the Ancient One replied, turning to leave without looking back, her tone light and unconcerned. She has broken the rules, violated the forbidden. We should imprison her, to protect our dimension from unknown dangers. Mordo furrowed his brows, refusing to give up as he pressed on. From beginning to end, his unwavering adherence to the rules of the sorcerers left him incapable of accepting how things were unfolding. In his mind, heresy must be judged, and no one is allowed to break the rules. What Mordo failed to realize, however, was that his face now betrayed a deep jealousy. His expression, shaped by his inner turmoil, had grown somewhat twisted. You're being much too harsh, Mordo. Sometimes you need to try looking at things from another perspective. The Ancient One waved her hand dismissively, her tone light and unconcerned. She walked away, growing smaller and smaller, until she disappeared at the far end of the corridor, leaving Mordo standing in place, torn and at a loss for what to do. That evening, at a seaside villa in Malibu, Los Angeles, Tony had just finished tuning his armor and wanted to take a break. He settled onto the sofa in the living room, only to hear his phone ring out unexpectedly. Picking it up, he saw Pepper's name on the screen. He answered immediately. He'd asked her to help look into some files in Obadiah's office, and it was about time for an update. But Tony was careless. The moment he picked up the call, a loud buzzing filled his ears. An indescribable numbness swept over his entire body in an instant, leaving him paralyzed and slumped helplessly on the sofa. A dark silhouette emerged from behind the sofa and slowly stepped in front of Tony. It was Obadiah. Breathe. Relax, Tony. Do you remember this device? Obadiah's lips curled into a sly grin as he revealed a mechanical gadget in his hand, something like a remote control. Tony couldn't utter a word. His whole body was locked in place. He couldn't even move his eyes. Of course, he recognized it. This was a portable sonic paralysis device developed by Stark Industries' weapons division. Small and easy to use, it was considered so dangerous that they worried about what might happen if it ever leaked out. The government had refused to approve production, and Stark Industries had managed these devices strictly, claiming they were all destroyed. But Obadiah had secretly kept several for himself. Once activated, if it was held close to someone's ear, it could instantly paralyze a full-grown adult, stripping away any ability to resist. Tony had let his guard down. Even before Lianming's warning, he'd started to suspect that something was off about Obadiah. But facing the uncle who had always treated him well since childhood, his father's closest friend, Tony still clung to a shred of hope. He hadn't immediately told Jarvis to revoke Obadiah's access to his home, and now he found himself in grave danger, completely at Obadiah's mercy. Tony, I wanted to kill you back then, but I was worried I'd be killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Obadiah gripped Tony's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. It was under Obadiah's orders that Stark Industries' weapons ended up in the hands of the Ten Rings terrorists. No matter how dominant Stark Industries was in America, it was never enough for Obadiah. He wanted more money, no matter the cost. He orchestrated terrorist attacks and kidnappings, all with the intention of killing Tony and seizing the entire business empire for himself. But who could have foreseen the insatiable greed of the Ten Rings? In secret, they delayed Tony's death, hoping to use this genius playboy to produce even more Jericho missiles. This gave Tony the slim chance he needed. So if you managed to survive, you should be thanking God and me. As Obadiah spoke, he pulled out an extraction device and ruthlessly pried the reactor from Tony's chest. Hey, this thing is truly beautiful. You've laid your last golden egg. This will be your legacy. Obadiah's face was lit up with satisfaction as he gazed at the glowing arc reactor in his hand. Tony glared at the uncle who had watched him grow up, his heart filled with regret. If only he had been willing to set aside some of his pride and listen to others' advice, perhaps things would not have come to this. Now he was like a fish on the chopping board, powerless to escape his fate. Obadiah lounged casually on the sofa, chatting about his thoughts as though victory was already in his grasp. He spoke of his vision for the future and revealed to Tony that he had also built a powerful suit of armor. As long as he could replicate the technology inside this tiny device and mass-produce it for his armors, he would possess the next generation of weapon cores and command an entire ironclad army, taking the lead in the world of super-advanced weaponry. When that time came, rivers of money would flow straight into his pockets. In truth, Tony cared little for any of this. What truly haunted him was the thought that Obadiah intended to eliminate Pepper as well. Obadiah talked himself hoarse, then cast a final glance at Tony, slumped on the sofa like a dead man, before turning and leaving the villa without another word. The effects of the portable sonic paralyzer would last about 15 minutes. As soon as he regained the ability to move, Tony made his way toward the underground lab as quickly as he could manage. Originally, after creating the 3 manhwarequach's Iron Man suit's arc reactor, the first-generation reactor was supposed to be destroyed. But Pepper had kept it, turning it into a gift for Tony, inscribed with the words, "Proof that Tony Stark has a heart." Now, it had become his lifeline. Tony felt overwhelming gratitude for both God's mercy and Pepper's thoughtfulness. He still had time to replace his heart and cling to life. Without the miniature arc reactor, the shrapnel hidden in his blood vessels began drifting towards his heart. A crushing tightness filled his chest, making it nearly impossible to breathe. He struggled, inch by painful inch, to the lab, but at the threshold his strength gave out. He collapsed heavily onto the floor, unable to move another inch. Staring at the first-generation reactor, so close yet impossibly far, Tony's eyes widened in despair. He stretched out his hand, but it might as well have been 1,000 miles away. He didn't even have the strength to call Lian Ming now. He imagined that once she saw her boss's corpse, she would fly into an uncontrollable rage. After all, the one who paid her salary was gone. Tony let out a bitter smile. Obadiah was finished. There was no way Superwoman would let him go. Even if that guy managed to build a suit as well, he'd probably end up crumpled into a pile of scrap metal. Just thinking about the terrifying strength in those slender arms, Tony still couldn't wrap his head around how it was possible. At that moment, a shadow blocked the light overhead. "Mr. Stark, are you all right? Do you need help?" A warm, earnest voice rang out, tinged with confusion and concern. Tony forced his eyes open and saw Bruce Banner looking down at him, clearly a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, in the office, Pepper stared at the phone she'd just hung up, a sharp sense of foreboding prickling at her. Something had happened to Tony. She was still shaking after stealing confidential data from Obadiah's computer and quickly reached out to Agent Phil Coulson, whose meeting she'd scheduled in advance. Originally, Pepper had no interest in the so-called Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. But Coulson's sincerity and persistence in trying to get in touch with Tony Stark had worn her down. Out of courtesy, as Tony's personal assistant, Pepper finally agreed to meet with Coulson, wanting to see what his real intentions were. It happened to be the very moment when Obadiah discovered her stealing files and was about to make his move behind the scenes. The moment Coulson learned of Obadiah's crimes, he didn't hesitate. He used his authority to mobilize S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the area. A team of elite agents, all ready to arrest Obadiah. Very soon, Pepper led 5 agents to District 16 of Stark Industries, the location mentioned in the secret files. Her access card had already been deactivated, so after blasting open the door and entering, they discovered the 1 manhwarequach's suit hidden inside. "You were right. He really did build an iron suit," Coulson said heavily, staring at the 1 manhwarequach. He had a rough idea of what this thing could do. Although it didn't look as advanced as the suit Tony had secretly used to rescue refugees in Mill Creek, it was certainly nothing an ordinary person could handle. Supersonic flight capabilities, nearly immune to gunfire. Even if struck by a tank shell and sent plummeting from the sky, its powerful armor offered near-unmatched protection. Add to that the firepower to obliterate a terrorist munitions depot with ease. This was not something to be underestimated. Fortunately, Obadiah hadn't put on yet, so they still had a chance. Pepper stood to the side, a little puzzled. She'd seen the blueprints in the hidden folder and remembered the iron suit being much bigger than this. Coulson immediately grew wary. Without hesitation, he ordered S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to fan out and search the weapons lab. But just then, a massive figure burst out from the darkness. A humanoid armored giant, at least 3 meters tall. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were completely caught off guard. They were only equipped with basic gear, thinking they were going to arrest a human. Now, what could their small handguns possibly do against the steel colossus? 2 agents were sent flying by the giant's tremendous force and instantly lost consciousness. Sensing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Coulson quickly dove for cover, ready to wait for the right moment to act. But to everyone's shock, the iron behemoth charged straight for Pepper, intent on capturing her. At this moment, Obadiah felt a surge of excitement like never before. His Ironmonger suit was an upgraded version based on Tony's original Mark I armor. It was larger, more powerful, with a brute force mechanical design that, while simple, unleashed even greater strength. With Tony's miniature arc reactor forcibly installed, the Ironmonger's output reached its peak. These few agents didn't stand chance. All Obadiah wanted now was to catch Pepper and make her regret ever trying to steal his files. Pepper darted through the narrow space, fleeing as fast as she could. She knew staying behind would do no good. In moments, she burst out of the laboratory building. Obadiah was right on her heels, piloting the ironmonger straight through the underground lab ceiling. He crashed onto the surface, landing directly in Pepper's escape path. "Where do you think you're going, little bug?" Obadiah sneered, his voice as cold as ice, staring up at the hulking figure towering over her, easily 5 heads taller than herself. Pepper was overwhelmed by a sense of dread and helplessness. She was just a personal assistant, working at Stark Industries for a better paycheck. She'd never imagined she'd end up stealing files or being hunted by something out of a Transformers movie. As the ironmonger raised its arm, lining up the barrel of a heavy Gatling gun at her, Pepper's nerve broke. She screamed, panic-stricken. "You're useless to me now." Obadiah's voice was icy. If only Tony were still alive, he could have witnessed this, a scene of utter carnage, bullets raining down in a storm. Stunné! A sharp whine split the air in the distance. A flash of red, iron armor rocketed toward them. Obadiah barely had time to react before a tremendous impact knocked him aside, sending him crashing into a deep pit. The two armored titans grappled, slamming into each other and crashing down onto the main road. Obadiah quickly piloted the ironmonger to its feet, seizing the opportunity to heft an Audi over his head. The sheer power thrilled him. Inside the car, a woman and child shrieked in terror. "I really like this suit, Tony." Tony, of course, wasn't about to give him such a chance. He channeled all his energy into his chest and unleashed a powerful repulsor blast, sending Ironmonger crashing to the ground once again. The Audi, which had been suspended in midair, plummeted down, but Tony deftly maneuvered his Iron Man suit to catch it safely. "Sir, your modifications to the power system have worked. The suit can now withstand forces exceeding 40 tons. Jarvis's voice echoed through the system. "Yes, naturally. This is exactly the kind of thing a genius should be doing," Tony replied, a note of satisfaction in his voice, as he gently set the 2-ton Audi down on the street. The hydraulic rods on the outer arms of the 3 Malawian Quatch's suit slowly retracted. This inspiration had struck him after witnessing the 2 monstrous creatures brawling on the streets of Harlem in Manhattan. The sheer force and devastation they unleashed convinced him that an ordinary gold titanium alloy suit simply couldn't withstand such monstrous power. It would likely be torn to shreds in moments. But it was precisely this realization that sparked Tony's inventive streak. Now, the 3 Malawian Quatch's suit looked bulkier than ever. In addition to the newly installed external drives on the arms, the legs and waist were equipped with complementary gear. The external parts kit, which could be swapped in and out depending on the situation, was a recent innovation he'd come up with, using the Iron Man suit as a base. It was proving to be incredibly practical, especially when facing heavyweights, allowing him to match their strength, at least for a short while. This 3 Malawian Quatches was leagues beyond the original from the comics, a true engineering heavy machinery version. "Sir, I'm sorry to say this, but the first-generation arc reactor simply can't sustain the 3 Malawian Quatches engineering heavy machinery version's energy requirements," Jarvis reported with clinical precision. "Currently, you have 19% power remaining, and it's still dropping. I recommend you finish this quickly, before the energy runs out." Tony couldn't help but grimace at the situation. If that damned Stain hadn't stolen the second-generation arc reactor, he wouldn't have been forced into this awkward position, relying on the outdated first-generation reactor in the heat of battle. Half an hour ago, a shrapnel blockage in his heart had left Tony gasping for breath, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Just as he was preparing to say his final goodbyes, Bruce Banner miraculously appeared in the lab. Ever since the New York incident, Dr. Banner and his girlfriend Betty had been protected by Superwoman's unyielding intervention, shielding them from any military repercussions. Both were geniuses in the field of physics, and Tony had enthusiastically arranged for them to join Stark Industries, while also helping to deflect the relentless rumors swirling outside. Tony, after all, was a free-spirited playboy, blessed with a brilliant mind and unshakable nerves. He never worried about the gossiping journalists slandering his name beyond those walls. Dr. Banner was deeply grateful for Tony's hospitality. After all, ever since the gamma-ray accident that transformed his body, he'd been on the run from the military for 5 long years. He'd been forced into hiding, unable to see the woman he loved, his heart weighed down by pain and torment. But after the incident in Manhattan, something miraculous happened. His wild, uncontrollable nature improved dramatically, all thanks to Supergirl's brave attempt to reach out and communicate with the Hulk. Even so, his identity remained highly sensitive in the outside world, and he truly had nowhere else to go. Tony's invitation felt like rain in a drought. Not only could he see his beloved Betty every day, he also had the chance to immerse himself in the work he loved. For a moment, it felt as if he'd stepped out of hell and into paradise. Originally, after work today, Dr. Banner had planned to spend a quiet evening with Betty at their place. Just as he was about to leave, He thought it would be nice to invite Tony along, so he hopped on his electric scooter and headed out to Tony's Malibu beachside villa. As he was about to knock, Jarvis automatically unlocked the door and guided him straight to the underground lab. Previously, when a system had been disrupted and locked down, Jarvis hadn't been able to alert anyone in time when Obadiah broke in to attack Tony. However, the AI still retained some access and control. With Banner's help, Tony had managed to install the first prototype arc reactor, which saved his life. Sensing that Pepper might be in danger, Tony hastily assembled the Mark III Iron Man suit and, for the first time, deployed its adaptive external parts package. He arrived just in the nick of time, right before Ironmonger could kill Pepper. Forget all those distractions. Put the data on the screen. I'll handle it. Activate heavy load mode, and let's teach him a lesson. Tony, suited up in his armor, soared forward, charging straight at Ironmonger. Warning lights flashed on the hydraulic external drives, and the mechanical actuators extended to their limits, sweeping powerfully at the giant's legs. Obadiah, still dazed, barely managed to get Ironmonger upright before his balance was knocked out from under him once more. The massive armored suit stumbled into the highway guardrail and tumbled down into the waterway below. Tony gave chase, the Mark III's heavy-duty mechanical arms unleashing their full power, raining blow after blow onto the giant's head. Obadiah was left utterly stunned. Ironmonger's strength was clearly outmatched, and its lack of agility and design made it no contest for the nimble, yet powerful Mark III. Obadiah simply couldn't comprehend it. He'd built a suit more advanced and imposing than Tony's, so why was he utterly helpless? If Tony knew what was going through his mind, he'd probably burst out laughing. After all, the heavy-duty adaptive parts package was designed precisely for confrontations with monsters on the level of the Hulk. Compared to that, Ironmonger's strength didn't even measure up to Abomination's. It was no surprise he was taking such a beating. "Sir, remaining energy at 3%, Jarvis reported promptly. The heavy assault mode was burning through power at twice the rate of the standard 3 Malawian Quatch's armor, and lasting even a few minutes was already impressive. But if this continued, the 3 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit would very likely shut down completely. Don't talk back, Jarvis. Keep hitting him." Tony maneuvered the suit, swinging a heavy fist down hard on Ironmonger's head. The thick metal plating was already dented and warped. Give him a little more time, and he'd break through this damned shell. He couldn't always rely on someone else to save his life at the last critical moment. He wanted all danger to remain within his control. But fate has a way of proving you right at the worst moment. Just as Tony tried to force open Ironmonger's cockpit with brute strength, the arc reactor on his chest began to flicker, and then went dark. The Iron Man suit instantly lost all power. Without energy driving the armor, the heavy metal shell left Tony unable even to move. Ironmonger seized the opportunity, hauling himself upright. His massive claw clamped around Tony's helmet. "Tony, I have to admit, you're a genius. The things you create are truly astonishing. I almost regret having to kill you." Obadiah controlled the Ironmonger, relentlessly crushing Tony's helmet. With each passing second, the added force began to twist and deform the metal. He envied how Tony could whip up a new suit in no time at all. The beating he'd taken just moments ago only intensified Obadiah's thirst for revenge. Luckily for him, Ironmonger's defenses were formidable. Otherwise, he'd have been smashed into scrap metal by now. But now it was his turn. "Jarvis? Can you hear me? Jarvis?" Tony struggled desperately against Ironmonger's crushing grip, feeling his body weaken by the second, calling out over and over. But with the energy depleted, Jarvis couldn't even connect to the suit systems. Looking at its design, Ironmonger was clunky and awkward, but tough as a tank. Its simple, efficient structure allowed it to unleash tremendous power. The 3 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man armor, by contrast, was leagues ahead in technology, but it was never meant to be a weapon of destruction. 3 Malawian Quatches excelled in agility. Tony knew that if he could just take to the skies, Ironmonger wouldn't even come close to laying a finger on him. But on the ground, and especially without power, this was a contest of brute strength and armor. With its smaller frame, the 3 Malawian Quatches was at a clear disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before Ironmonger crushed it. "Damn it, am I really going to die here, in some dark corner where no one can see me?" Tony looked around and realized that both suits had fallen beneath the overpass, completely out of sight. A vicious grin spread across Obadiah's face. Confident of victory, he decided to toy with his opponent instead of finishing Tony off right away. He wanted to savor the moment, to draw out the torment. But just then a massive green fist came crashing in from the side. The force behind the blow was monstrous. Ironmonger was hurled through the air like a shot put, completely out of control, and slammed into a bridge pillar with bone-jarring impact. Obadiah's head rang with a deafening buzz, and he nearly blacked out from the shock. A trickle of blood slowly ran from the corner of his mouth. Even with the protection of his armored suit, his internal organs had clearly taken a beating. What the hell was that? Obadiah's face twisted in pain. He forced himself upright, desperate to see what kind of demon or monster had intervened this time. It didn't take long for the hulking, muscle-bound green giant to reveal himself. With a roar that echoed into the night, Hulk spread his arms wide, muscles flexed, and unleashed his fury toward the sky. Damn it! Isn't that the monster behind a Manhattan incident in New York? The Hulk. Obadiah knew very well just how terrifying this creature was. Back then, he had been too focused on shadowing Tony to get involved. It was only after he saw the silver 2 Malawian Kwacha's suit launch from Tony's mansion that his attention shifted to New York. The news had exploded, flooding every channel and paper. Footage of the Hulk battling another monster in the streets of New York was all over the internet. If he didn't recognize this beast by now, he really would be out of his mind. But why was the Hulk here? Obadiah couldn't figure it out. Did this have something to do with Tony? Hulk! Help! Friend! The Hulk spread his arms, taking up a fighting stance, and bellowed at Ironmonger with primal rage. The ferocity of his roar made Obadiah's head spin, leaving him dazed and reeling. Hey, big guy, Banner let you come out and play, huh? Tony, sprawled on the ground, grinned and waved at the towering brute. Hulk! No need. Permission. Banner. Annoying. Hulk! Out! Hulk shot Tony a menacing glare. For a moment, Tony nearly jumped out of his skin at the sight of that savage face and those wild, furious eyes. All right. Hulk comes out whenever he wants. Tony quickly waved his hands in surrender, coaxing Hulk as if calming a child. He had no desire to get pounded by Ironmonger, only to be smashed again by the Hulk. Finally satisfied, Hulk turned his attention back to Ironmonger in the distance. In truth, from the moment Tony piloted the 3 Malawian Kwachas over, Dr. Banner had been following closely behind. He was worried about Tony and wanted to see if he could help. Now, with shelter from Stark Industries and General Ross under arrest, Banner no longer had to live in constant fear and on the run. He called Betty to apologize and cancel their dinner plans. His girlfriend was understanding. She just urged him to stay safe and come home soon. When Banner finally caught a taxi and rushed to the vicinity of Stark Industries headquarters, the air was already ringing with the sounds of fierce fighting and metal clashing. He quickly vaulted over the highway guardrail and arrived just in time to witness the moment when the 3 Malawian Kwacha's Iron Man suit lost all power. Banner struggled internally for a long while before deciding to unleash the Hulk. After all, in the face of such a battle, none of his 7 PhDs were going to be much help. Next, Tony received a free front row seat to what true destructive demolition looked like. Naturally, Ironmonger was no match for the Hulk. The terrifying strength that could crush a heavy tank into a ball made short work of the suit, tearing it apart piece by piece. Mechanical limbs were ripped off one by one, and even the cockpit cover was wrenched away, exposing a terrified Obadiah. This could hardly be called a fight. The gap in strength between the two was simply too vast. The Hulk was far from satisfied. He lifted his head and let out a thunderous roar, beating his chest again and again, eager to continue the rampage. After a brief moment of thought, Hulk made up his mind. He wasn't going to give the enemy a chance to catch his breath. He raised his massive fist, intent on ending Obadiah's life right then and there. Hey, big guy, you can't kill him. Even if he's done wrong, he should be brought to justice and face the law. Seeing this, Tony called out hurriedly, trying to stop him. The truth was, Tony would have preferred if Obadiah simply disappeared for good, but that would only lead to more trouble. Besides, for Hulk, killing was never a good idea. It would only further destabilize his already fragile mind. But the Hulk, driven by rage as he was, could hardly be swayed by such reasoning. Ignoring Tony's protests, he dragged Obadiah out of the mangled remains of the Ironmonger. Hoisting him by the throat and lifting him high into the air, Hulk tightened his grip as Obadiah struggled desperately. Just then, a dazzling beam of light streaked across the sky. A figure, radiating with white light, appeared on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Hulk froze instantly, his deadly grip pausing, while Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. What was he seeing? A glowing person? It's been a while, boss. Looks like you've taken quite a beating. A familiar voice rang out, and Tony's face broke into an exaggerated grin as he finally relaxed. Lou, damn, you finally showed up. The guy who signs your paychecks was about to get killed by that maniac. Sure enough, as he spoke, the white light gradually faded, revealing a graceful figure in a blue skin-tight suit and a red cape standing before him. Hulk, we meet again. Having fun. Liu Yunmeng smiled, ignoring Tony, and greeted the green giant standing off to the side. Hulk, not fun. Little bug. Too weak. Hulk pouted with a childlike expression, replying in his deep, rumbling voice. Li Yunming glanced at the ironmonger, now reduced to a pile of scrap metal, and at the pitiful-looking Obadiah. She couldn't help but click her tongue in astonishment. This thing isn't even good enough to be Hulk's toy, she thought. No wonder he wasn't happy. A day earlier, after bidding farewell to the Ancient One and leaving Kamartaj, Li Yunming had soared back into space. Within her, a microscopic artificial star constantly generated a surging white, mutated bioenergy, enveloping her in a comprehensive biological force field. The vacuum of space could no longer wear her down. Supported by this energy, she pushed her flight speed to near light speed and successfully landed on the moon. Truly, a body of steel was far superior to even the mightiest of her homeland's heroes. Even with only 15% of her potential unlocked, Li Yunming could feel the tremendous energy delivered by sunlight. Her artificial biostar absorbed the rays from the outside world, transformed them, and then refined the bioenergy, feeding it back into every cell of her body. With each cycle, Li Yunming could sense herself growing stronger, her rate of progress at least tenfold what it once was. She had originally planned to stay in space and bask in the sun to grow even stronger, but a sudden thought made her decide she ought to inform Tony. So she returned swiftly to Earth, and, as she arrived above Los Angeles, she happened upon the scene before her. Hulk's mind was fragile and his temper unstable. Li Yunming was a bit worried for Tony's safety, so she took the initiative to soothe the green giant's emotions. No worries. Next time, I'll take you somewhere else. There are some truly powerful opponents there. She turned her gaze to the stars, tapped Hulk lightly on the head, and smiled as she spoke. Fun. Hulk wants to go. The Hulk grinned, clearly delighted, and casually tossed Obadiah aside. A little bug wasn't any fun at all. It's a promise. Li Yunming flashed a dazzling smile, her teeth gleaming as she made her cheerful pact. With that reassurance, Hulk lingered no longer. His massive frame rapidly shrank until he once again took on the appearance of Banner. By now, Tony had already emerged from his suit. The arc reactor glowed faintly, but it no longer had the energy to power the Mark III. He hesitated as he walked over to the ironmonger's wreckage, casting a complicated look at the fallen Obadiah, unsure what to say. By all rights, this man had threatened his life and even tried to kill Pepper. Tony ought to wish him dead 100 times over. Yet, deep down, Tony was at heart a man whose wild exterior masked a kind soul. He simply couldn't bring himself to harm someone completely defenseless. You've won, Tony. Now you have it all. Obadiah clutched his wounded chest, struggled to sit up, and spoke in a calm, weary voice. Stain, do you still believe in your old ways? Tony fixed his gaze on the man who had cared for him like an uncle since childhood, unable to completely erase the last traces of goodwill in his heart. The victors get to write history, don't they? Spare me your pity and hand me over to the authorities for judgment. That's what you should do, Tony. Suddenly, Obadiah was overcome with a furious rage, his voice booming as he roared. He had lost. There was nothing more to say. After running into a monster like the Hulk, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Besides, even without the Hulk's appearance, it seemed that Tony's missing bodyguard, Superwoman, would have arrived at the battlefield soon enough. He never had a real chance. The only reason Obadiah dared to make a move against Tony was that his men, assigned to keep watch, had discovered the Superwoman wasn't by Tony's side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to try something so reckless. Not in a million years. Tony fell silent. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of turning Obadiah over to the justice system, where a fair trial would await him. The sentence would likely be severe. Obadiah could forget about ever leaving prison alive. But at least he'd keep his life. Yet, that outcome wasn't what Tony truly wanted. He found himself torn, wondering if he should let go of certain things for the sake of others and for himself. But before he could make up his mind, a searing beam of white light suddenly shot from the side, striking Obadiah squarely in the chest. With a blood-curdling scream, Obadiah's body was instantly consumed by the blindingly hot laser vision, the intense heat vaporizing him in less than a second. The mastermind behind all the destruction didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy before he was reduced to nothing but ash. Dream on. Li Yunming switched off her heat vision, her expression calm as Tony stared at her in shock. Tony, don't be so naive. She glanced at the stunned Tony, her voice as composed as ever. Under the sudden assault of that dazzling, searing beam, Obadiah's life of crime came to an abrupt and final end. As for his request, Li Yunming scoffed at it. Did he really think he'd get a just trial in court? His intentions were written all over his face. Only someone as soft-hearted as Tony could fall for that. A centipede doesn't die easily. She knew that well enough. That's why she refused to give Obadiah any chance at all. Humane destruction was the only fitting end for such a criminal. My God! Tony's words caught in his throat. For a long moment, he couldn't speak. Watching his own uncle turn to ashes before his eyes, it was a bitter feeling. Truth be told, Tony understood why Liu Yunming did what she did, but that didn't make it any easier to accept. It wasn't Obadiah's death that troubled him most, but rather Liu Yunming's cold indifference. To take a life as casually as stepping on an ant. He couldn't help but worry about what that meant for her state of mind. Liu, are you all right? I mean, do you feel anything unusual or uncomfortable? Tony frowned deeply, took a long breath, and tapped his temple as he asked seriously. Seeing Tony's concern shift toward her, Liu Yunming couldn't help but find it a little amusing. She understood exactly what he was worried about. She also knew that once power surpassed a certain threshold, reverence for life could easily be lost. Still, in Liu Yunming's eyes, this worry was unnecessary. She had never grown so cold as to lose all compassion. She simply held to her principles. Showing mercy to an enemy was cruelty to herself and those close to her. Someone like Obadiah was nothing but a menace. The American judicial system was already riddled with loopholes. If he managed to slip through one and stir up more chaos, the consequences would be disastrous. That's why, when dealing with criminals, you have to be as merciless as the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Don't worry, Tony. I'm not suffering from PTSD. People like him deserve far worse, and one day, you'll understand, Liu Yunming said with a reassuring smile, patting his shoulder. All right, I'll take your word for it, Tony answered after a long silence, finally deciding to trust his own bodyguard. If he couldn't trust the person who had saved his life in a moment of crisis, was he really supposed to trust the criminal who had tried to harm him? He realized, with a wry smile, how absurd it was that he'd even felt a twinge of sympathy for Obadiah. Hey, it's over now. How about we go out for a great meal? My treat, Tony said, his cheerful nature quickly returning. The scene under the overpass was still a mess, but that was hardly his problem. As long as no one had died, money could cover the damages, and there were people to handle the cleanup. As for a certain someone who'd already gone to hell, Tony chose to conveniently forget Obadiah had ever existed. I'm in. Why not invite Dr. Banner and Dr. Betty too? The more, the merrier, Liu Yunming suggested, glancing at Banner, who lay on the ground with little more than rags for cover. No problem, we'll go to the best restaurant. Tony agreed. After all, Dr. Banner had ditched a date with his girlfriend to rush into a dangerous battlefield, and, as the Hulk, had risked everything to take down Ironmonger. He deserved a proper thank you. As for his own bodyguard, he could always just add a bonus. But could you drop me and my suit off at my place first? And maybe swing by the company to pick up Pepper? She's probably worrying herself sick by now, Tony said after a moment's thought, rubbing his chin. It was best to keep the Iron Man suit's tech under wraps, avoiding the attention of prying eyes. As for the remains of the Ironmonger suit, he no longer cared. They'd been smashed to pieces by the Hulk, most of the parts twisted beyond recognition. Even if someone carted off the wreckage to study, it would amount to nothing more than scrap. But the battle, just now, had surely drawn plenty of attention, and Tony could already imagine the headlines that would hit the news the next morning. You're the boss, whatever you say goes. Liu Yunming smiled gently, showing she had no objections. Hey, so, Liu, could you maybe fly a little slower? My armor's out of power. I can't get into it anymore. So, Tony looked a little embarrassed, lowering his voice as he tried to negotiate. He still remembered vividly how, back when they escaped from that cave in Afghanistan, Liu Yunming had carried him and Dr. Eanson skyward while wearing a surgical gown. The wind pressure was so intense he could barely breathe, and when they landed, he almost lost his lunch. It was an experience he'd rather not repeat. Of course, boss. You're paying me quite handsomely, after all. I promise, it'll feel like you're walking on solid ground. Liu Yunming's lips curved into a smile as she drew a circle in the air with her finger. In an instant, a portal shimmered open, glowing with white light. You're not about to call a cab, are you? I mean, this place is a bit out of the way. Tony didn't even finish his sentence before he was utterly stunned. He stared in disbelief at the portal, radiant and conjured from thin air, and then glanced through to see the familiar furnishings of his own villa on the other side. It all felt unreal. What the fuck? Wow, this is absolutely insane. How did you do that? Is this one of your superpowers? Tony's jaw dropped as he fired off questions, excitement lighting up his face. He'd never seen energy manifest in this way before. It felt like a brand new path opened up before his eyes, a road completely unexplored. When energy evolves to a certain field, could it really manifest in ways like spatial teleportation? Dr. Banner, who had just regained consciousness, rubbed his eyes and looked at the sparkling portal, half convinced he was still dreaming. You could think of it as sorcery. Liu Yunming smiled mysteriously. offering no further explanation as she stepped through the portal. Truth be told, this wasn't the sorcery of Kamar Taj, nor did it resemble any known magic in the Marvel Universe. Though the energy form looked similar, the source was entirely different. The surging power of the microscopic star within her body. No need for incantations, no balancing sling rings, no borrowing power from other dimensions. All it took was a single thought, and she could unleash a magic that belonged to her alone. This was what the system's data panel displayed as biomagic shaping. If she wished, Li Yunming could wield all sorts of secret arts, including Kamar Taj's classic Seraphim Shield or the Rings of Ragador, the white magic from the Book of the Vishani. She could even simulate the crimson bands of Sidorak, the illusions and dark magic from the Darkhold of Thawne. The appearance and effects were nearly identical. The only thing that determined the strength of the spell was how much energy she was willing to expend. This is also why Master Mordo felt jealous, and the Ancient One felt gratified. She had already graduated. Her super brain retained everything she saw, and the microstar within her provided abundant energy. Casting secret spells and magic came as naturally to her as eating or drinking. Of course, using this kind of bioenergetic sorcery against ordinary foes was perfectly sufficient. But when facing powerful adversaries, its effectiveness diminished significantly. This was especially true for mental magic. Her magic-resistant constitution prevented her from connecting to magical circuits, meaning that Li Yunming could only mimic the outward form without any real substance. It looked impressive, but was ultimately useless. Naturally, in battle, nothing beat overwhelming force. Her sheer physical power and the pure energy of her laser heat vision always proved most effective. Her blazing lasers, reaching temperatures of over 10,000 degrees, could melt any material on Earth, while her muscle strength of 1,500 tons allowed her to tear apart almost any formidable enemy with ease. Secret arts were mostly for convenience. When it came to fighting, it all depended on how hard your fists were. After escorting Tony and Dr. Banner to the Malibu beachfront villa, Li Yunming flew over to bring the shaken Pepper back home as well. It was a funny thing to imagine. When Pepper saw her glowing from head to toe as she landed, the look on her face was truly priceless. Of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents assigned to this mission, 2 were seriously injured, while the remaining 3 were unharmed, mainly because Obadiah hadn't considered them a threat. Li Yunming found Coulson and asked him to clean up the mess under the elevated bridge. Coulson didn't say much in response to her request. He simply reported to his superiors, then dutifully set about tidying up after the incident. And so, this near-catastrophic event was quietly swept under the rug, with barely a whisper. Afterward, Tony hosted a dinner party at home, ordering dishes from the most expensive restaurant in Los Angeles, on the grounds that he was exhausted and couldn't be bothered to go out. Pepper, Dr. Ian's son, Dr. Banner, and his girlfriend Betty were all invited to gather together. During dinner, Betty showed a keen interest in Li Yunming. She found it remarkable that someone could communicate with the Hulk and calm him so easily. Li Yunming welcomed her curiosity and gave a brief explanation of her understanding of the Hulk's consciousness, which left both Banner and Betty deeply astonished. It turned out that the Hulk was just an overgrown child who needed care and affirmation, just like any other kid, only stronger and bigger. Banner's years of rejection and resentment had caused the Hulk's consciousness to accumulate a great deal of anger. This was also the reason why every time the Hulk appeared, he would go on a rampage. Li Yunming suggested that, when it was safe, Banner could let the Hulk out more often, and she would take responsibility for communicating with him. Dr. Banner hesitated for a moment, but then agreed. He understood that one of the reasons the Hulk behaved himself was simple. He just couldn't win against Superwoman. Tony, meanwhile, was hiding off to the side, whispering to Pepper. After all they'd been through together, the two of them had finally managed to define their relationship. Dr. Ethan became fascinated by the adaptive external components used in the 3 Malawian Quatch's suit. He barely ate a bite before dashing off to the underground lab. The group enjoyed a delightful conversation, their gathering lasting late into the night. Incidentally, Colonel Rhodes, who had originally shown up during the epic clash between Ironmonger and Iron Man, was nowhere to be seen this time. The radar monitoring and air traffic control at the Air Force Base were being coordinated by S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Yunming's arrival in this world was like a butterfly flapping its wings, quietly setting off subtle changes. The main storyline of the Marvel Universe, however, had a powerful, self-correcting force. Nothing major had shifted, but some side branches had started to deviate. Li Yunming once asked Tony whether Rhodey had been to his house. Tony looked puzzled, explaining that Rhodey was away on business, far out of town. There was no way he could just drop by, unless Li Yunming opened up one of those shimmering energy portals she just demonstrated. The next afternoon, in the Stark Industries conference hall, Colonel Rhodes stood at the podium in full dress uniform, reading out an official press release. The previous night's incident had far-reaching effects. Many vehicles on the highway had suffered varying degrees of damage, and both road infrastructure and pavement were severely affected. As a result, Stark Industries was forced to pay enormous compensation. I believe you've all received the official statement regarding last night's incident at Stark Industries, Colonel Rhodes announced, his voice steady and authoritative in an effort to calm the tense atmosphere. Eyewitnesses claim that robots battled on the streets of Los Angeles, causing widespread chaos and panic. In truth, this was the result of a malfunction in Stark Industries' latest intelligence systems. Fortunately, Supergirl and the Hulk arrived in time to prevent a disaster, minimizing the damage. Backstage, Tony Stark sat watching Rhodes on TV, delivering his official speech with a straight face. Tony couldn't help but crack a mischievous smile. He glanced at the newspaper in his hand. The front page headline screamed, "Who is Iron Man? Look at that, Iron Man. Not a bad name." Tony mused to himself. But it's not quite right. This thing's made of gold titanium alloy. Iron Man sounds a bit off. Still, it does have a nice ring to it. He raised his eyebrows, feeling reasonably satisfied with the headline. Then he pulled out his phone and scrolled through online comments. Hey, get a load of this. Supergirl and the Hulk clobber the terrormonger, dispensing justice and keeping the peace. Tony frowned, clearly displeased at being cast as the villain. In truth, Tony felt he'd done pretty well. If it hadn't been for the first-generation miniature arc reactor running low on power, the engineering heavy-duty external component kit, 3 Malawian kwaches, would have torn that pile of scrap metal into 8 pieces. Pepper was touching up his makeup, shooting a playful, exasperated look at this boy who never seemed to grow up. Here's your speech. Just read it as written, Coulson said, approaching and handing Tony a sheet of paper. All right, Tony replied with a resigned sigh as he took it. Covering up the truth to contain the social impact of incidents like this was all too common. At the time, you were on your yacht, spending the night with Pepper on England's Avalon Island. Over 50 tourists can vouch for your whereabouts, Coulson recited, his face unreadable as he repeated the official account written on the page. Last night, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents dispatched on the mission had been utterly useless, defeated by Ironmonger without breaking a sweat. Afterward, it fell to Coulson to clean up the mess left by the brawling superheroes. Disposing of evidence, covering up the truth, the whole night had been consumed with the dirty work, and no one could feel good about it. All right, but are you sure this is okay? I mean, there's no mention of Stain at all. Tony flipped through the speech, puzzled not to find a familiar name. Obadiah was the second largest shareholder in Stark Industries, holding a 25% stake, and he wielded considerable influence in both finance and the media. Even if he'd been reduced to ashes, wasn't it a bit disrespectful not to mention him at all? We've taken care of it. Obadiah's gone on vacation. Small aircraft have a notoriously high failure rate, Coulson replied, his tone full of implication. Making someone like that vanish without a trace posed no difficulty for S.H.I.E.L.D. Sounds like it's all been scripted. We solved the problem, yet we have to hide it and spin this flimsy lie. Tony grumbled, annoyed. He was never one to keep his light hidden. It felt like a waste not to shine brightly in this world. Mr. Stark, that's not my priority right now. Superwoman and Hulk have already made a strong impression on the public after the New York incident, but you haven't. We don't want to hear more rumors and confusion. Just stick to the script and things will quiet down, Coulson patiently explained. The arrival of superheroes could send crowds into rapturous cheers, but it could just as easily plunge others into the terror of the unknown. S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted a stable society, especially with someone as flamboyant as Tony Stark. Any further commotion would only disrupt the peace. Tony's lips twitched in irritation as he turned his head away. Sometimes being in the spotlight was everything to a man. 1.5 minutes until you're on. I hope you're ready, Coulson reminded him. Inside the venue, Major Rhodes had just finished reading the required speech. He'd been jolted awake at the crack of dawn by Tony's relentless barrage of calls, barely managing to board the Stark Industries private jet with his eyes still half shut. From south to north, he'd spent the entire flight rehearsing his lines, and now his nerves were frayed. Now, Mr. Stark will deliver a live statement. He won't be taking any questions from the press. Thank you for your understanding, Rhodes announced. Tony strode up to the podium, looking uncharacteristically composed. He glanced at Lee Yun-ming, sitting among the reporters, and gave her a playful wink. There had been no arrangement for an interview or statement from Superwoman today. As a superhero committed to justice and fighting crime, Lee Yun-ming didn't need to address the media. The public support and admiration spoke for themselves. She was here merely to show support for Tony. And, truth be told, she was eager to witness that iconic moment firsthand. Yet, as her gaze swept across the press section, Lee Yun-ming thought she spotted a familiar figure. Meanwhile, Dr. Banner, the other key player in this story, was conspicuously absent. Given all the baggage that comes with the Hulk, it would be unthinkable to parade him in front of the world's media. Bringing a ticking time bomb of a giant brute to a live press conference? That would be sheer madness. It didn't take a genius to see that the Hulk would never respond calmly to reporters' questions, and Dr. Banner would be hard-pressed to explain anything that happened. One could easily imagine the headlines the next day. Is the Hulk the enemy of all humanity? Well, if I recall correctly, the last time I held a press conference was, well, the last time, Tony said, glancing at the sea of reporters in front of him, clearly struggling with the fact that he couldn't go off script. Oh, forget it. I'll just read the statement. Tony conceded at last. Most of the journalists present responded with a good-natured, knowing laugh. After all, everyone knew what kind of person Tony Stark was. Playboy, genius inventor, billionaire, philanthropist. These titles weren't just empty words. They were badges of social recognition. Reporters understood Tony's tendency to defy convention. If they had his array of titles, they'd probably do the same. Sorry, Mr. Stark, do you really think we're buying it? A female reporter in the crowd suddenly interrupted him. Tony squinted at her, thinking she looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. To be honest, most of us here are just waiting to hear you read your script, she continued. It's just like those official statements, the kind you wipe with and toss away when you're done. Her words were sharp and unabashedly confrontational, leaving Tony momentarily at a loss. For a second, he wondered if he'd forgotten to pay for something he'd bought. To be honest, I'm not particularly interested in your personal story. If possible, I'd much rather interview Superwoman, the female reporter continued. Sitting in the very last row, Lu Yunming's eyelids twitched. She could tell this person wasn't here with good intentions. If you want to interview Superwoman, you might want to try a burning building or a shop in the middle of an armed robbery. You just might run into her there. Need me to call her over for you? By the way, I happen to have Superwoman's number. Tony wasn't one to back down. He grinned and teased. He wasn't exactly known for his manners, but he did try to be polite to women. But this reporter started off by dragging his friend into things. Well then, no need to hold back. Oh, please, Mr. Stark, you don't need to show off how well you know Superwoman. Strictly speaking, I've known her longer than you have. The reporter shook her head, a sly smile on her lips as she spoke. Tony paused, suddenly remembering that Lu Yunming had been a journalist herself. A freelancer, yes, but still bound to know people in the field. In a flash, he understood what the reporter was after. He quickly shot a glance at Rhodey. This wasn't the place to expose Superwoman. Even if everyone had seen those blurry videos of Lu flying around online, her face was never clearly visible. Rhodey caught on immediately and got ready to step forward and shut down the press conference. But before he could open his mouth, the reporter cut him off, her voice loud and clear. Superwoman is here with us today. As one of the key figures in last night's Stark Industries incident, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Would you mind? The female reporter stood up, turned around to look directly at Lu Yunming, and shot her a playful wink as she spoke, her tone dancing with mockery. Lu Yunming slapped her own forehead. Damn, what are the odds? She never imagined someone here would actually recognize her. It all came back to her, Christine Everhart, a fellow Brown University alum, a year ahead, technically her senior. Now she worked for Vanity Fair, and she was a top-tier reporter. Lu, are you really going to pretend you don't know me? It's been forever since we last met, Christine said with a bright smile, stepping forward to greet her. It's been a long time, Christine. Lu Yunming sighed and stood up to reply. The moment her words fell, the whole room exploded in an uproar. Reporters who'd only come expecting to watch Tony brag suddenly erupted with excitement, surging forward in a frenzy. Microphones crowded in from every direction, so many that there wasn't even room to squeeze another in. Superwoman, the very embodiment of a superhero. The one who, during the Manhattan incident, stood alone against tens of thousands of troops, saving every civilian without a single casualty. With unimaginable speed and overwhelming strength, the blazing red heat vision capable of melting steel, and that iconic blue bodysuit. With a crimson cape, it was as if she had stepped right out of the comic books themselves. How could anyone not feel exhilarated? Witnessing this spectacle, Tony felt a pang of envy. He deeply regretted inviting Lu Yunming to the scene. After all, he was supposed to be the center of attention. Now, not a single reporter cast him a glance, as if he hadn't even shown up. Yet, Tony wasn't jealous in the least. Instead, he began to consider whether he should make the press conference even more extravagant. Since Supergirl's identity had already been revealed, why not make the moment shine even brighter? Tony, you never told me Supergirl would be here, Rhodey muttered with exasperation, lowering his voice. So what now? Just let those reporters ask whatever they want. Why not? Tony shrugged, winking mischievously. Lu used to be a journalist. She knows exactly which questions to answer and which ones to sidestep. She's miles more professional than the two of us. Lu Yunming was dressed casually today, a white shirt jeans, and a pair of flip-flops, her hair in a complete disarray. In stark contrast to her usual air of heroic confidence, she exuded a rare sense of laziness today. After all, she'd slept straight through to the afternoon and had barely gotten out of bed when Pepper called her over. Caught in the flurry of flashing cameras and rolling news crews all around, she managed an awkward yet polite smile. Caught red-handed, right in the spotlight. Liu Yunming had never cared much for dressing up. The soul of a man simply wouldn't allow her to do something so out of character. What's more, her formidable physique and genetic gifts left her naturally beautiful, without a single flaw to be found. Even if someone tried to make her look bad on purpose, it would be a tall order. Even in this disheveled state, she radiated a beauty that was impossible to ignore. Having once been a reporter herself, she'd wielded sharp words and shown no mercy during interviews. Now, facing the cameras and microphones turned on her, she remained completely at ease, composed and timelessly graceful. Liu, we haven't seen each other since graduation. I heard you went to Afghanistan as an independent war correspondent, Christine, standing closest to her, said with a friendly smile, trying to break the ice. The original Liu Yunming had indeed met this senior a few times. They weren't exactly close, acquaintances at best. Both had graduated from the School of Journalism. Christine had earned her master's degree and was considered quite the star. But she couldn't compare to Liu Yunming, who had earned her PhD in journalism by the age of 24, a true prodigy. Wherever there are people, there's rivalry and intrigue, so their relationship had always been rather lukewarm. Yes, I wanted to show the world the brutal reality of the war zones, but unfortunately, I was never able to fulfill that wish. Liu Yunming raised her eyebrows lightly, reached up to gather the stray hairs from her shoulder, and quickly tied them into a simple ponytail. She answered with an easy, natural grace. In truth, her predecessor had faced obstacles at every turn during her time as a reporter. First of all, she suffered discrimination from some people because her Caucasian heritage wasn't seen as pure. But it seemed the original owner of this body never cared about that at all. For people from China, what mattered most was cultural inheritance. Bloodlines were something you talked about when describing pets, like a purebred Komodo dragon or something. Secondly, the Afghan region was riddled with terrorist infiltration. Generally, these people avoided provoking journalists, not wanting unnecessary trouble. So when they saw this blonde, blue-eyed foreigner arrive, their first reaction was to put up their guard. Trying to learn anything about the local situation was almost impossible. Few would tell her the truth. Her situation at the time was dire. She had braved countless dangers to enter a war zone, only to be met with rejection and hostility from the locals. Some even went so far as to suggest they'd only share their secrets if she agreed to sleep with them. An utterly outrageous demand. Finally, after great effort, she managed to uncover traces of the Ten Commandments gang. She tried to follow them in secret but ended up being discovered by terrorists. She was killed on the spot, her body frozen and prepared for organ harvesting and trafficking. If not for Liu Tai's soul crossing over and being reborn in this body, the original owner would have died a lonely death, her body never to be found. Liu, did you gain your superpowers during the incident in Afghanistan? I recall you had no particular abilities before, Christine asked, her tone laced with hidden meaning. You could say that. I died once, and then came back to life, Liu Yunming replied with a calm, easy smile. There was nothing shameful about it. She truly had died and come back, though her soul was no longer the same. As for the source of her powers, she saw no need to explain in detail. So if I understand you correctly, without official government permission, you entered the Afghan war zone on your own and ended up risking your life. Is that about right? And after dying once, you gained superpowers. Could you elaborate on how that works? Christine pressed on, unsatisfied with the answer, her questions clearly leading the conversation. Tony, standing on the sidelines, frowned deeply. This was pure nonsense. Whether it was her academic credentials or her professional accomplishments, Liu Yunming was one of the very best. And speaking of looks, Tony was certain he'd never met anyone more beautiful. The hardships and dangers faced by a freelance war correspondent were on another level entirely. How could some entertainment reporter from a magazine, whose main job was prying into people's private lives, even presume to judge her? Honestly, are you just determined to stir up trouble, no matter what? It was even more absurd if the government gave its approval. He knew all too well the nature of capitalism. If a war correspondent entered a conflict zone through official channels, then the news reported would naturally be exactly what those in power wanted the world to see. The grim truths hidden deep within, the filth and horrors, would remain out of sight. What did it even mean to say there was nothing special about that? To speak so brazenly of someone else's suffering, with such a blatant undertone of prejudice, he couldn't stomach it. In his view, Liu's experience, if he put it nicely, was a brush with death and rebirth. If he was blunt, it was sheer survival against the odds. Taking a bullet to the head and not dying on the spot, only to awaken with superhuman abilities and barely cling to life. What was there to brag about in such a harrowing ordeal? Pepper, call the editor-in-chief of Vanity Fair later. What was their name again? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Just tell them that Stark Industries expects the magazine to offer an explanation and an apology for a certain journalist's inflammatory remarks. If not, then either fire her, or we'll just buy the magazine, Tony said, his face darkening as he lowered his voice. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Pepper replied, nodding, for once agreeing to one of Tony's unreasonable demands. Normally, things like this happen often enough, but it was usually just banter. Today was different. Liu Yunming was a friend to both her and Tony. She wouldn't allow anyone to insult her. And from now on, I don't want to see that person at any Stark Industries press conferences, Tony added, his expression cold and unreadable. Pepper nodded her understanding and quickly made a note of it in her list of urgent priorities. She planned to meet with the people from Vanity Fair as soon as the press conference ended and resolve the issues swiftly. I imagine everyone here today is a colleague of mine, so you must all be well aware of the risks and opportunities that come with being a journalist, Liu Yunming said, taking a steady breath and explaining in an unhurried tone. The crowd nodded in agreement. She was right. To get the important stories, sometimes we can't always play by the rules. When necessary, we have to pay a price, don't we? Liu Yunming continued, speaking with poise and candor about the unwritten rules of journalism, striking a chord with many in the room. Miss Superman, I agree with you. Back in the day, I once spent 2 days crouched in a filthy ditch just to get the first scoop, a male reporter chimed in, clearly empathizing. Recalling the ordeal of being covered head to toe in filth and dirty water, he felt a wave of nausea. Everyone had their share of hardships in this line of work. But in the end, he didn't get what he wanted. The person he hoped to interview never even passed by. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Thank you for your understanding. As for how I got my abilities, honestly, I have no idea, Liu Yunming replied. Returning from the dead is something that defies comprehension. I think it's best to leave such questions to the specialists. Experts in genetics and biology can give you a more professional answer. You agree with me, don't you, Miss Christine? Liu Yunming's expression remained calm as she looked at the somewhat unfamiliar senior before her, quietly posing the question in return. How could she possibly explain it all? Her soul crossing into a corpse, system tapping into cosmic rays, causing genetic mutations. She figured that if she told the truth, this place would probably be surrounded by police and military in no time. All right, Liu. While I'm not exactly satisfied with your answer, we're short on time. So let's move on to the next question, shall we? Christine nodded perfunctorily. Before Liu Yunming could reply, she pressed on. Not long ago, during the incident in New York, everyone saw you single-handedly take on a large military force. Christine began laying out her premise. My question is, when ordinary people suddenly acquire superpowers, is there a tendency to abuse those powers? Or to put another way, have you ever broken the law or done anything that caused public panic while carrying the Supergirl title? A faint smile tugged at the corners of Liu Yunming's lips. It was clear this woman had come prepared, her inexplicable hostility evident right from the start. Liu Yunming recalled that during university, she had barely interacted with his senior. Aside from a few encounters at debate tournaments, they had almost no contact in daily life. With so many pointed questions, it was obvious Christine was trying to paint her as someone who, after gaining superpowers, had become arrogant and used them unlawfully. No, all my actions have been compliant and above board. Liu Yunming lied through her teeth, her face composed and unblushing. As for whether the public is fearful, I like to ask everyone here. Has anyone looked up Supergirl's online approval rating? The room fell silent, people exchanging glances. Supergirl's approval rating was public knowledge, an astonishing 89%, a figure beyond doubt. People's longing for superheroes, their gratitude for being saved. These have made Supergirl almost spotless online. Even if a troll tried to smear her reputation, their post would be drowned out by a wave of supporters in less than a minute, unable to make even the slightest ripple. Christine pursed her lips, sensing that her former junior had changed. She had hoped to stir up some scandal, but her opponent deflected every question with composure, answering so candidly that there was nothing to latch onto. All right, Liu. It seems you've grown far more composed since I last saw you. Now, you attended Tony Stark's press conference today. Is it because you're thinking of returning to your old line of work? Or is there some other connection between you and Mr. Stark? I noticed you arrived in a luxury car. Does that have anything to do with Mr. Stark? The public knows nothing about your relationship. Would you care to clarify? Christine's questions became more probing and more unpleasant. We're good friends. I'm here simply to support him. Throughout it all, Liu Yunming remained perfectly unfazed, even flashing a peace sign in Tony's direction. Tony, ever the joker, raised his eyebrows in a playful manner and gave a thumbs up, while Pepper stifled a laugh behind her hand. There is no need to explain the relationship between the two of them. On the surface, they might appear to be employer and employee, but in truth, they were as close as comrades in arms, bound by life and death. No outsider had any right to judge. All right, since you don't wish to elaborate, Lou, we'll leave that question behind, Christine said, an unreadable glint flickering in her eyes as she brushed the matter aside with studied nonchalance. Moving on, let's address what we all know. Superpowered individuals possess formidable abilities, making them capable of great destruction. Even the slightest misstep could lead to disaster. To prevent social unrest and public outrage, it's inevitable that Superwoman will need to accept government oversight in the future. That, I believe, is a key issue she must face. My final question, are you willing to submit to government regulation? Christine asked, her smile holding a hint of challenge. This was a loaded question. No matter which way it was answered, trouble would follow. After all, superpowered individuals earned the title because their abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. For such extraordinary beings, ordinary laws were often insufficient restraints. The only way to reassure the public and politicians alike seemed to be government oversight. But that would mean surrendering all freedom, perhaps even living a life more restricted than the average person. Miss Christine, your question is certainly intriguing. Am I not already living within the bounds of the law? Liu Yunming looked at her in surprise, as if she had just heard something outrageous, her voice full of genuine confusion. If she didn't follow the law, she really could go wherever she pleased. Government oversight? Let's be honest. How could you possibly regulate someone who could fly faster than a rocket and had the strength to topple a skyscraper? On the other hand, as long as every action remained within the confines of the law, or at least didn't cross any moral lines, people would simply turn a blind eye to the rest. Christine clearly wasn't satisfied and seemed ready to press the issue, but Liu Yunming wasn't about to give her another chance. This woman was clearly here to stir up trouble. Best to shut her down before it got out of hand. All right, everyone, I'm hardly the star of today's show. There'll be plenty of opportunities for interviews in the future. For now, let's give a warm welcome to Iron Man, Tony Stark. Liu Yunming said with a mischievous wink, deftly steering the conversation in a new direction. Thanks to her intervention, Tony's press conference had descended into chaos. It was high time to get things back on track, or else her visit here would have been for nothing. Mr. Stark's story isn't really what interests me. I'd rather. Christine tried to interject, determined to keep pushing her agenda. Enough. Tony shot her a cold, dismissive glare, then turned to face the crowd, arms outstretched. That's right. I am Iron Man. Instantly, the room erupted into pandemonium. The Shield Triskelion, a building that stood as a symbol of global security and order, towered above the New York skyline. On its top floor, inside the director's office, a stifling sense of unease filled the air. Nick Fury gripped a satellite phone, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out over the distant city. His brow was tightly furrowed, his mind weighed down with anxiety about the future. Okay, Phil, I got it. Your next task is to keep an eye on that reporter from Vanity Fair, Christine. Watch who she's meeting with. If anything suspicious comes up, don't tip them off, understand? I'll have Clint back you up. Without delay, Nick Fury ended the call. Lately, all this chaos was giving him a massive headache. The Manhattan incident had left lasting damage, and the aftermath was far from settled. The defeat of more than 30,000 troops and the arrest of General Ross had thrown the upper echelons of government into a state of fury and unrest. As the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury found himself facing an unprecedented challenge. Tony Stark, Iron Man, the very definition of a troublemaker, had complicated matters further by going public with his identity. His actions had only made SHLD's cleanup efforts more difficult, spawning countless new problems. Fury's eye twitched involuntarily. Sure, Tony Stark was a billionaire and a titan of industry, but he just couldn't grasp the meaning of keeping a low profile. Did he really think those in power would ever allow a private citizen to possess such advanced weaponry, something far ahead of its time? Fury had spent at least half a day on the phone over this, and sat through 3 days of endless meetings. S.H.I.E.L.D. was drowning in the mess they'd been left to handle. At this point, they might as well rename themselves the Cleanup Bureau. He wasn't surprised when a Vanity Fair reporter suddenly targeted Superwoman at the press conference. In a world this vast, there would always be a few restless souls, and it was his job to make sure such people disappeared in a reasonable way. Of course, that reckless young reporter was being used by someone, but the real agenda behind it remained a mystery. Superwoman was of extraordinary significance to S.H.I.E.L.D. With abilities beyond imagination, she was as strategically important as a nation's nuclear arsenal. especially after her recent disappearance and sudden return. A return that caused SHLD's energy detection devices to go off the charts. Literally, those machines exploded from the overload. The analysis and research teams stared, dumbfounded, at the readings that shot past the maximum and into the unknown, frozen in place for a whole minute. She had clearly grown stronger, with her power increasing at a rate that defied logic. Since its founding, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been constantly upgrading its detectors, and last time, the levels hadn't even come close to the peak. This kind of unreasonable surge in power left Nick Fury feeling both baffled and powerless. He had encountered superpowered individuals before. There were some right in the agency, and he had even seen aliens, but none had ever been as utterly bewildering as the Supergirl. He remembered the last person on record whose upper limits had yet to be measured, Carol Danvers. But without a doubt, he realized that Supergirl's existence was already far beyond SHLD's ability to control. Hill, any updates from Natasha? Nick Fury fell silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the tall woman organizing files in his office, before finally speaking. Director, Agent Romanoff sent me a message through a secure channel. She asked me to relay a few things. Agent Hill replied coolly. Nick Fury nodded for her to continue. With the strict oversight in that Eastern nation, communication devices and computer networks weren't safe, so Natasha had to resort to more old-fashioned means to send word. Nick, I managed to get in touch with Aunt Liu. She's a wonderful person, very kind to me. She even signed me up for a traditional Chinese medicine course. The neighbors here are warm and friendly, always eager to help. Downstairs, the streets are bustling with life, and at night, there are all sorts of foods I've never seen before. Hill recited the words without a hint of emotion, as if she were a machine on repeat. And? Nick Fury frowned in puzzlement, pressing for more. He hadn't sent SHLD's top agent to the East just to make family connections and friends. Aunt Liu has some distant relatives who are a real headache. They took a fancy to her house and played some tricks to get her tangled up in a legal dispute, forcing her to mortgage her home. Of course, I gave them a good thrashing, and the house is safer now. But the wheels of justice here are turning painfully slow. Isn't this country supposed to be efficient? Hill continued, her tone unchanged. Fury ground his teeth in frustration. Using encrypted channels for messages like these, it was just the sort of payback Natasha would pull. There's something I thought you'd find interesting. When Li and Meng was reporting from the war zone, she sent several letters to her aunt. In those letters, she mentioned feeling uneasy, as if she were being watched. Someone was keeping an eye on her. The last letter, sent just before she was gunned down by Ten Rings terrorists, included a strange sketch. Below the drawing was a line. Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place. I think there's more to this than meets the eye. She recommends a thorough investigation. So that's what she said. Agent Hill had just recited almost half an essay in one breath. Only she knew how close to panic she'd been when she realized she had to memorize it all in just 2 minutes. Nick Fury's expression darkened at once, suspicion and shock flickering in his eyes. Who else knows about this? He demanded in a low voice, fixing Hill with a steely stare. Don't worry, Director. After memorizing it, I destroyed it. The only people who know are Agent Romanoff, myself, and you. Hill noticed the change in Nick's expression and answered honestly. From this moment on, you must forget everything you've learned, as if you never received any message at all. Nick Fury spoke with utmost seriousness. Understood, sir. Hill could sense the gravity of the situation. No one knew yet what the graffiti meant, and the encrypted channel they used was outdated and couldn't transmit images. But that phrase, Nick Fury recognized it instantly. Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place. Wasn't that the infamous slogan of Hydra, the Nazi organization that once almost brought the world to its knees? He recalled that before World War II ended, Captain America and the Howling Commandos had already wiped out Hydra's forces. In the aftermath, during the rebuilding and the founding of S.H.I.E.L.D., quite a few former Hydra scientists ended up joining their ranks, though they had all been rigorously screened. Nick Fury's expression grew increasingly grave, as if he had just realized something truly troubling. An invisible, creeping fog now seemed to shroud all of S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, one more thing, sir. Bill was just about to leave the office, but stopped at the door. What is it? Fury's train of thought was interrupted, and he responded instinctively. Natasha says there have been a lot of unfamiliar faces near Liu's home lately. They're likely from the Spear Bureau and are investigating her background. Natasha says she can barely keep her cover. God damn it. Why didn't you say so sooner? Fury was taken aback, unable to believe what he was hearing. Such a critical piece of information. Save for the end? Was she serious? He couldn't help but think, truly, the mysterious power of the East was not to be underestimated. It hadn't taken him long at all to sniff out Natasha's presence. After all, Black Widows trained in the Red Room weren't known for being easily discovered. Sorry, sir. Hill saluted crisply, then turned and left. Watching her go, Fury was at a loss for words. He muttered a curse under his breath, then immediately connected to the satellite phone. "Give me the Spear Bureau. Director Zhang." It seemed their own Superwoman had been hiding some crucial details. Meanwhile, the very person occupying Fury's thoughts, Liu Yuming, had already slipped out of the crowd of reporters. At this stage, her biofield was still weak, far from the power of a true superhuman. Tony's custom high-resistance suit helped, but if she soared skyward in everyday clothes, the sheer speed and lack of field strength would burn them to ashes. The secret portal was her trump card, something she would only use as a last resort. And driving her luxury car would draw too much attention. In the end, she opted for the most down-to-earth solution. She hailed a taxi and headed home. The vast majority of reporters had their attention captured by Tony. That single line, "I am Iron Man," set the whole room ablaze, carrying more information than anyone could process at once. With such a public announcement, Liu Yunming could already foresee the trouble that was about to descend on Tony. Yet her own troubles were even greater. Christine had exposed her identity on live television, and naturally, the world now knew about Superwoman. Her phone kept buzzing with notifications. Messages on forums, websites, and Twitter skyrocketed at an explosive pace. Her Brown University alumni circle kept tagging her, eager to strike up a conversation with Superwoman. Some messages were friendly, some were requests for loans, others wanted her help in settling disputes, and a few audacious souls even wished Superwoman could toss their boyfriends to the moon. As for love confessions, there were far too many to count. Her former self had been rather reserved, apparently only experiencing a puppy love at 16 that didn't go beyond holding hands. People she knew, and plenty she didn't swarmed her inbox. Liu Yinming remembered that most of these folks barely knew the original her. Perhaps they had only met a handful of times at best. She chose to reply to just a few acquaintances she recognized, though even these responses were met with overwhelming enthusiasm. Even the president of Brown University reached out via email, hoping to extend a grand invitation for her to give a lecture. She declined politely. What a joke. What could she possibly teach? Returning from the dead to gain superpowers and taking down criminals? Was she supposed to inspire students to follow that example? She was, if anything, a cautionary tale, not exactly a model worth emulating. Christine's behavior today was odd, unexpectedly aggressive. Liu Yinming wasn't foolish. She could see Christine was trying every trick in the book, using insinuation and leading questions to tarnish her reputation. Ever since she'd awakened in that frigid cave, parts of her memory had gone missing. Not just the canon memories from the Marvel Universe, but also portions that should have belonged to her original self. Liu Yinming instinctively sensed something was off, as if she'd forgotten something important. Still, it hardly mattered. She was ready to meet any challenge head-on. Given her current abilities, there were few beings on Earth who could pose a real threat to her. There was the Ancient One, master of unfathomable arts, able to transcend dimensions and manipulate time itself. Then there was Hulk, whose rage only fueled his power, making him a walking disaster capable of leveling cities. Beyond them, the remaining oddball superpowers simply didn't measure up. Liu Yinming already had a clear plan. Once the chaos of the moment died down, she would travel to outer space, harnessing the sun's energy to further strengthen herself. She understood perfectly well that only by advancing her abilities to the peak, reaching the true Man of Steel stage, could she remain invincible against whatever greater threats the future held. This is not just a journey to unlock her own potential. It is also a way to prepare for the unknown challenges that lie ahead. She firmly believes that only by continually pushing past her limits can she truly seize control of her destiny and become strong enough to protect everything she holds dear. The taxi cruised smoothly along the road. The driver, an elderly man well into his years, would glance back at Li Yunming from time to time, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Noticing his peculiar gaze, Li Yunming pulled herself out of her reverie and returned to the present. When she finally got a good look at the old man, surprise flickered across her face. Truth be told, the driver bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary creator of Marvel Comics. This world, she thought, is truly bizarre. "Are you the singer who released the album Dangerously in Love?" the old man suddenly asked, uncertainty in his voice. "Of course not. You must have mistaken me for someone else." Li Yunming gave a wry smile and shook her head. If she remembered correctly, Dangerously in Love was Beyoncé's album. She's unmistakably a black woman. Even by the standards of black people, Beyoncé's skin was considered fair, but she was nothing like someone with blonde hair and fair skin. What was this old man thinking? Just then, her phone chimed with a new notification. Li Yunming narrowed her eyes in puzzlement. This message wasn't from any of her so-called friends. Instead, it was a backstage note on Twitter, sent by someone with the username Eastern Red Star. What was even stranger was that Lu Yunming had set her Twitter account to block all messages. For someone to bypass these restrictions and send her a message directly, they were clearly no ordinary individual. Most striking of all, the name Eastern Red Star was written in unmistakable Chinese characters. Sitting in the taxi, Lu Yunming stared at the message on her phone, momentarily lost in thought. Someone had bypassed cross-border network restrictions and firewalls, ignored her privacy settings, and sent a single line to her Twitter account. A message both startling and profound. The East, the Celestial Empire, the Divine Spear Bureau, long-lost relatives she hadn't seen in decades. This message was like a stone tossed into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through her heart. Not only did it awaken memories of her homeland, it also prompted her to reconsider her place and sense of belonging in this world. In the Marvel Universe, the Great Eastern Nation is a land shrouded in mystery and steeped in history. Unlike the United States, where power comes from genetic engineering and cutting-edge technology, the East draws its strength from centuries of tradition and profound cultural heritage. 5,000 years of civilization have forged a people both resilient and unyielding, a nation that never gives up. Yet, within the Marvel narrative, this vast expanse often appears blurred and indistinct, as if deliberately left out of focus. Lu Yunming's father was American, while her mother hailed from the Celestial Empire. Her surname followed her mother's line, serving not only as a symbol of identity, but also as a vessel for cultural inheritance. Although she had once contemplated returning to her ancestral homeland, in this world, that great nation in the East was not, in the truest sense, her home. Oriental Red Star, who called himself Zheng Xian, claimed affiliation with Celestial China's National Security Department, known as the Divine Spear Bureau. This special bureau bore a resemblance to S.H.I.E.L.D., mainly tasked with handling supernatural occurrences and crimes involving superhuman abilities. The Divine Spear Bureau boasted an extensive logistics and support team covering areas such as weapons development, superpower, research, aerospace technology, and electronic engineering. It was, by all accounts, the most formidable official force in China. Yet to Lu Yunming's surprise, the Divine Spear Bureau was supposed to exist in the world of American comics, while this place was unmistakably the Marvel Cinematic Universe, MCU. Her arrival seemed to have altered many established truths, so much so that she began to doubt whether this universe was truly the Marvel Cinematic Universe officially designated as Earth 199999. After the original host's death at the hands of the Ten Rings, the resurrected soul found many memories missing. She didn't even know she had a relative living in Celestial China. Lu Yunming pressed her lips together, a storm of conflicting emotions and hesitation whirling inside her. She didn't know how to respond to this message. Yet deep within, an irresistible urge compelled her to accept the invitation. Her recent high-profile actions had clearly caught the attention of the Chinese authorities. They had investigated her identity and past in meticulous detail. After a long silence, she finally made up her mind to accept the Divine Spear Bureau's invitation and visit the homeland of another world. It was not only to soothe the measure of her homesickness, but also to help fulfill the unresolved wishes of the soul she now inhabited. When Lu Yunming gave her affirmative reply, the other party was visibly elated. Zheng Xian, in a display of thoughtfulness, offered several options. If she required transport, the Divine Spear Bureau would arrange a private jet and car with routes and timing meticulously planned. If she didn't need an escort, the authorities would send her the coordinates for the meeting place and clear all civilian aircraft from the airspace at the appointed time. If she wasn't familiar with the route, they would even dispatch fighter jets to escort and guide her. Such hospitality and care left Lu Yunming both flattered and astonished. By comparison, the American government seemed to watch her every move with suspicion, always seeking to control her. General Ross had even mobilized tens of thousands of troops, willing to lay waste to entire city blocks just to capture Superwoman and the Hulk. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., they remained secretive and guarded, showing little trust and treating her more like a mercenary to clean up their messes than an ally. Lu Yunming didn't exactly feel heartbroken. She had never truly felt a sense of belonging in America, but she couldn't help feeling a bit disgruntled. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yunming told Zheng Xian that she would fly directly across the Pacific to China, and there was no need to send anyone to pick her up. The reply came quickly. He assured her that everything would be arranged, and promptly sent over the coordinates of the meeting place. Lu Yunming wasn't worried about any tricks. With her abilities, getting out of trouble would be a breeze. She was confident that the Chinese authorities wouldn't risk sabotaging themselves. Having decided to accept the Divine Spear Bureau's invitation, Lu Yunming told Tony she'd be out for a while, making no attempt to hide anything. She quickly informed Tony Stark of her decision, and Iron Man's reaction was rather amusing. Oh my god, I almost forgot you have Chinese heritage. So what do you think should I go with you? Stark Industries has plenty of factories in the East. I could take the opportunity to check up on things. Tony had just finished his workout. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and lounged on the sofa, sipping, well, some kind of green vegetable juice? Didn't they invite me to China? I could do some tech exchanges with them. Honestly, my Iron Man suit technology is at least 20 years ahead of anyone else. Tony wore a look of unabashed pride, like a big spender sitting on a mountain of cash, ready to hand out money to the needy. Of course, anyone who knew him understood that this was just Tony being Tony, flamboyant as ever, but with no ill intent. Tony, you have to know your place. My reputation totally overshadows yours, Li Yunming joked, unable to hide her amusement. So much had happened recently that, if she hadn't remembered the original story was called Iron Man 1, she'd have thought it should be called Superwoman Reborn in Marvel, cutting all family ties with style. Lately, the media and online news have been flooded with stories about Superwoman and the Hulk. Iron Man, by comparison, only stole the limelight last night, a level of low profile that almost made people feel sorry for him. Normally, a press conference from Stark Industries would have taken the world by storm, but Christine, that reporter, had thrown everything off track. And just as the dust was settling, Superwoman's news was everywhere again, especially now that her real name and background had been made public, making her feel more relatable and down-to-earth. As a result, people felt a stronger connection to her. In just a single day, all sorts of letters had piled up at the gates of Liu Yunming's mansion, fans apparently eager to step right into Superwoman's life. Fortunately, her villa had been rebuilt by Tony on an island, far from the city center, and the security system, thanks to Jarvis, the AI butler, ran around the clock. It was exceptionally safe. Breaking in would be about as easy as robbing the Federal Reserve. Hey Lou, you know fun? In China, what I'm doing would be called being humble and modest. Besides, if you weren't such a superstar, Iron Man would definitely be trending in the top 10 right now. After all, who could ever say no to a charming robot, right? Tony blinked with a teasing grin on his face. Liu Yunming offered a half-hearted smile, her lips curling without any real warmth. She truly couldn't see any trace of humility or modesty in him. Ever since his identity was revealed, Tony, always the show-off, wouldn't even step out for fast food without donning the full 3 Malawian kwacha suit, as if he were terrified someone might miss the fact that Iron Man was in town. His flamboyance was on full display. I don't mind, but don't you have more pressing things to do? Liu Yunming coughed lightly, her tone uncertain. She was free to go wherever she pleased, a lone wanderer untouched by the reach of the American government. Tony, though, was different. He had a vast family business to run. After the Iron Man incident, Stark Industries' stock had soared, and there were more and more ventures to manage. As the CEO, shouldn't Tony be at work instead of planning a getaway? A few days won't make a difference. Pepper will handle everything. Tony replied carelessly, completely unfazed. Man, Pepper must owe you a fortune from her past life. Liu Yunming rolled her eyes, unwilling to argue with this rich brat. Some people are born to work hard their entire lives. Others are simply born in Rome. The Stark family owned the most cutting-edge technology and the largest assets in Marvel's world. Even if this man lay around doing nothing his whole life, he'd never go hungry. I think you've got it wrong, Lou. In a previous life, someone could have been anything, a chicken, a sheep, or even a chattering monkey. Memories don't carry over from one life to the next, so they're not even the same existence. Tony's expression turned serious as he offered this earnest, almost scholarly analysis. Liu Yunming decided she had no interest in talking to him and vanished from the room in the blink of an eye. Americans, with their limited cultural background, would never understand the depth of China's long history and traditions. In the heart of New York City, a black SUV waited at a red light on the main thoroughfare. Zheng, I have to tell you, Superwoman falls under American jurisdiction. Even if she has Chinese blood, she was born here. You can't try to force her into some kind of moral obligation like this. Nick Fury was visibly furious, his voice low and gruff as he growled. Nick, I think you're missing the point. Jurisdiction sounds so harsh. First and foremost, she's an independent, free individual. True, she was born here in America, but her mother is thoroughly Chinese. What's wrong with returning to her mother's homeland to visit family and friends? Superwoman doesn't represent a single nation. She stands for the global village. With her abilities, she could never be confined to one city or continent. We are approaching Superwoman with genuine goodwill, hoping for an exchange on superhuman abilities. There's no coercion involved. You can't stop a child who wants to go home to visit her relatives. After all, she's down to her last family in this world. The voice on the other end of the phone was calm and unhurried, presenting its viewpoint clearly and simply. The Celestial Empire had sincerely invited Supergirl to be their guest, to exchange knowledge and skills, and, incidentally, to visit family and friends. Although Liu Yunming was born in America, she still had blood relatives living in the Celestial Empire. To Nick Fury, this was a subtle game of power. The Celestial Empire wanted to claim Supergirl as their own, using soft tactics that left S.H.I.E.L.D. helpless. Yet all they did was present the facts and reason things out. There was not the slightest violation or overstep. After all, is there any law forbidding a country from inviting a foreign citizen for a visit? Absolutely not. Nick, our position is clear. We haven't even considered holding your foreign agents accountable for their covert, suspicious activities on our soil. The voice on the other end continued, just as gentle as before. Nick Fury was left speechless, pounding the steering wheel in frustration. He now deeply regretted ever sending Natasha on this damned mission. It was nothing but shooting himself in the foot. And now, the tables had turned. The other side had all the moral high ground, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was at a total disadvantage. If it were any other agency, S.H.I.E.L.D. could wield its authority and power its way through. But this was the Spear Bureau, an organization on equal footing with S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury had nothing to say. Zheng, remember your words. You cannot force her in any way. Right now, she's employed by S.H.I.E.L.D. and under our jurisdiction. Do you understand? Nick Fury's face was dark as a thundercloud, his words squeezed out through gritted teeth. If I recall, Ms. Superman is technically an external consultant, right? She enjoys a high degree of freedom. We have similar staff too. Usually, we don't restrict their movements. The other voice remained cheerful, as if nothing could ruffle his composure. She's still a S.H.I.E.L.D. employee, damn it. I'm responsible for her safety. Nick Fury snapped, refusing to back down an inch. Relax, Nick. The great Eastern nation has always been known for its civility and sense of propriety. There's no need to keep harping on this. You'd better remember what you just said. Fury growled, his tone venomous. Ah, by the way, there's one more name on this entry application. The other side added with a hint of mischief. Tony Stark. And with that, the line went dead. Mother. Above the vast Pacific, dark clouds pressed down from all sides. The storm raged like a monstrous beast, churning the sea in its fury. Colossal waves crashed down one after another, displaying the terrifying might of nature with brutal clarity. Where the typhoon swept, ships scrambled to escape, not a soul daring to defy the wrath of the elements. Even a mighty aircraft carrier, tossed in the surging black waves, seemed like nothing more than a fragile, lonely boat. At any moment, it could be swallowed whole by the dark, hungry depths. At this moment, across the vast expanse of the stratosphere, two figures streaked by like shooting stars. Liu Yunming wore her signature national hero suit, perfectly hugging her form and accentuating her athletic physique. A blood-red cape billowed behind her, blazing like fire, snapping and cracking in the wild winds. She flew forward in parallel, her posture agile and strong, each burst of speed accompanied by the thunderous boom of the sound barrier being shattered. Brilliant white light slowly seeped from her skin, high-density pure energy surging freely, winding around her entire body. She became a dazzling white streak, slicing through the sky at a speed nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye, leaving behind a fleeting, radiant trail. Her golden-brown hair streamed out behind her, dancing wildly in the wind like leaping flames. Despite the razor-sharp currents slicing through the air at such high speeds, they posed no threat to her. Within her, the powerful bioenergy nurtured by microscopic star acted as an unbreakable shield, cocooning her and blocking out all external interference, letting even the fiercest resistance slide harmlessly away. This was the power granted by her invincible body, the signature ability of DC's greatest hero, her biological force field. Although compared to Superman's fully developed field, hers was still in its infancy. Even so, Liu Yunming could already keep her suit pristine against the searing friction of supersonic flight, soaring freely as though the skies belonged to her alone. In contrast to her effortless grace, Tony was having a rough time of it. Struggling to keep up, Tony pushed his 3 Malawian Quatch's high-speed armor to its limits, as if trying to wring out every last drop of power. The arc reactor was practically spewing sparks, its energy output skirting the edge of overload, and yet he could barely manage 4 times the speed of sound, a truly humiliating at this moment. High above in the vast expanse of the stratosphere, 2 figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars. Liu Yunming was clad in her signature national hero uniform, the fabric fitting her perfectly and outlining her athletic physique. A blood-red cape billowed behind her, flaring like a blaze of fire, snapping fiercely in the howling wind. She soared forward with graceful strength, each surge in speed accompanied by the resounding boom of the sound barrier shattering. Dazzling white light slowly seeped from her skin, pure energy of incredible density swirling freely, wrapping around her entire form. She became a brilliant white streak, slicing through the sky at a speed almost impossible to follow with the naked eye, leaving behind only the faintest, fleeting trail. Her golden brown hair streamed wildly in the wind, dancing like flickering flames. Though the rush of air from her supersonic flight slashed past her like invisible blades, it posed no challenge to her at all. The immense bioenergy nurtured by the microstar within her body formed an unbreakable shield, sealing her off from any disturbance, rendering all resistance powerless to even brush against her. This was the power of an indestructible body, one of the signature abilities of DC's Superman, the biofield. Though compared with Superman's fully developed biofield, hers was still in its infancy. Even so, Lu Yunming could already fly at tremendous speeds without her clothes suffering the slightest damage, soaring freely as though the world offered no obstacles. In sharp contrast to Lu Yunming's effortless flight, Tony's experience was nothing short of grueling. Desperate to keep pace with her, Tony pushed his 3 Malawian Quatch's high-speed flight armor to the very limit, as if he intended to wring every last drop of power from it. The arc reactor was practically smoking, energy output teetering on the edge of overload. Yet the best he could manage was a meager Mach 4, which was honestly humiliating. From early morning, the two had set out from Los Angeles, hoping for a cool, cinematic transoceanic flight. But now, they hadn't even made it through a tenth of the journey. Damn it, I should never have chosen to fly across in this tin can. Tony yelled, struggling against the crushing air pressure. I should be lounging on my private jet, sipping on a couple of chilled whiskeys, and watching a gorgeous lady put on a spicy dance. Not up here eating wind like some flying monkey. Although the Iron Man suit absorbed most of the drag, and its shock absorbers fought against the pressure, flying at full speed was still a miserable ordeal for him. Nobody made the choice for you, Tony. This was all yours. Lu Yunming turned her head, teasing him with a wicked grin. They spoke effortlessly through custom-made earpieces, their voices crystal clear. She was already doing her best to slow down, but Tony was still struggling just to keep up. Clearly, the Mk3's tech needed another serious upgrade. After all, if she flew at her top speed, Lu Yunming could make the trip from Los Angeles to Beijing in just a matter of minutes. Tony's face twisted into a look of constipation. If only he could say aloud how much he regretted this decision. Just to show off, he'd chosen to pilot the Iron Man suit himself, flying straight across the Pacific at top speed. Even so, it would still take 2 hours to reach their destination. It feels like the exhaust and drag systems could use another upgrade, and maybe the armor material could be swapped out for a lighter outer shell. We could reduce the hardness of each layer a bit and use more multi-layered thin armor. That'd be way more efficient. The leg armor is taking up too much weight. Sure, it balances things out, but it means we can't minimize drag as much as we'd like. Streamlining the design is crucial. And as for the arc reactor, we should also look at the frequency of power output. As Lu Yunming turned to observe the 3 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit in flight, her analysis flowed out effortlessly. The development of her superbrain was gradually allowing her to grasp knowledge she'd never studied before. She didn't need books or classes. Most of the time, just observing and reflecting was enough for her to understand. The 3 Malawian Quatches was Tony's most iconic Iron Man suit, the foundation upon which every later upgrade was built. Its defenses were pretty solid. Though made of gold titanium alloy, it could withstand tank shells and mini-missiles, and its shock absorption tech was truly advanced. But the weaknesses were just as obvious. The internal structure was complicated and prone to malfunctions. The exterior was all sharp angles and lacked flexibility, and the weapon system was rather basic. The external armor was hard enough, but not tough. Against specialized weaponry or heavy firepower, the 3 Malawian Quatches could be easily damaged and couldn't hold up in prolonged battles. Thinking ahead to the dazzling suits Tony would build later, each one pushing the limits of what was possible, he still had a long way to go. Wow, Lu, aren't you a journalism major? Do reporters really need to know so much about engineering? Tony asked, genuinely surprised. He actually agreed with Lu Yunming's suggestions. These were exactly the kinds of challenges he needed to overcome next. It just caught him off guard. Most people couldn't come up with advice like that. For example, the so-called scientists in Stark Industries' R&D department had only managed to help Obadiah build the Ironmonger by copying the internal structure of the 1 Malawian Quatch's suit. But if you ask those same people to upgrade the Ironmonger any further, they'd need at least a year before coming up with anything decent. By comparison, Lu Yunming wasn't even an amateur in this field, yet she'd pinpointed the Mk3's shortcomings at a glance. Impressive. I'm just making small talk here. This is your area of expertise, Lu Yunming replied with a self-conscious smile. She really could only chat about it. If she were asked to build a groundbreaking Iron Man suit all on her own, honestly, it would be out of her reach. But as for the future, it's hard to say. After all, the development of the superbrain is only 10% complete at this stage. Upgrading the palladium arc reactor, even just following the original design, should give it a speed boost. I agree that the appearance should be more streamlined. I've already applied multi-layered thin armor technology, but adding more would just make the suit bulky and defeat its purpose. I already have plans to improve the exhaust valves and the aerodynamic system. As for changing the material, that's off the table for now. There just isn't anything to replace gold titanium alloy at the moment. Tony spoke with confidence and ease. When it came to his area of expertise, he was second to none. At least, he didn't believe anyone could outdo him here. You could use vibranium, Lu Yunmeng suggested, as if struck by a sudden thought, though she sounded a bit uncertain. Her memory had significant gaps, and whether it was Marvel movies or comics, she could only recall scattered fragments. From what she remembered, vibranium was a rare metal brought to Earth by a meteorite from outer space. Vibranium was incredibly tough, its unique molecular structure making it nearly indestructible. Because the molecules remained almost perfectly still, it barely conducted kinetic energy or heat, and could even absorb most external energy and heat. I know, vibranium really is a great option, Tony mused aloud, deep in thought. My father used that metal to forge Captain America's indestructible shield. But unfortunately, there's no surplus, not even close. The amount of vibranium available is extremely limited, making the shield already push the limits. Of course, Tony knew about vibranium. In fact, the total global reserves were so scarce that even half a suit of armor would be hard to make. And it was outrageously expensive. 30 grams of vibranium could fetch as much as $10,000 on the black market. Money wasn't the issue for Tony. What really stung was that even with all his wealth, he still couldn't get his hands on it. He'd often fantasized about building an Iron Man suit out of vibranium. The level of protection and adaptability would be unmatched. Compared to vibranium, gold titanium alloy was little more than child's play. If I'm not mistaken, there should be quite a bit of vibranium in Africa. I'm not sure exactly where, but you'd have to go looking for it, Lu Yunmeng said after racking her brain. No exact coordinates. Tony's eyes lit up, his interest thoroughly piqued. To tell you the truth, no. It's just a rumor I picked up back when I was freelancing as a reporter in Africa, Lu Yunmeng replied firmly, shaking her head. Come on, Lu. You can't get me all worked up and then let me down. That's just cruel. Tony complained, clearly frustrated. Africa was vast, without a clear target. Even if he used Stark Industries satellites and had Jarvis searching around the clock, it could take years to find anything. Still, he decided that once he got back, he'd start pushing Stark Industries to expand into Africa and use the opportunity to search for vibranium. In fact, influenced by the events in New York ahead of time, Tony has already created a replacement parts kit similar to the 44 Malawian Quatch's Hulkbuster armor. But technological progress and upgrades require steady steps. Take too big a leap, and you'll trip on the threshold. At present, Tony is just entering the era of diversifying and upgrading his Iron Man suits. It will take time and experience for his technology to progress to a greater level. In the capital city of China, within Tiananmen Square, a large number of individuals in black suits and dark sunglasses are pacing around the area. Every movement they make exudes professionalism and vigilance. At the head of the group stands a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. His sharp eyes seem to see through everything, radiating a deep, penetrating light. He stands tall in the center of the team, commanding respect with his mere presence. Behind him are 3 men and 2 women, all dressed in identical black suits. Their faces are serious and focused, and no one utters a word. The entire group resembles a well-trained elite unit. Before long, a capable young woman hurries in from the side. Her steps are light, her gaze unwavering. She leans in close to the middle-aged man, whispers a few words in his ear, and then quickly steps away. Everyone get ready. The target has just crossed the border, the middle-aged man announced solemnly. Director, this doesn't match the intel. She should have arrived long ago. By rights, Superwoman doesn't have the speed to break through the atmosphere, murmured a man wearing a 6-hole green helmet, lowering his voice. She can't be as powerful as the rumors say. Otherwise, crossing the Pacific from Los Angeles should have taken only 10 or 20 minutes, based on the information we have, agreed a black-haired woman in a metal mask. The others remained silent, but their expressions showed they leaned toward the idea that the intelligence was inaccurate. You're underestimating Western superhumans. You've all seen the footage from the Battle of New York. Tell me, who among us could do what they did? The middle-aged man shook his head and spoke slowly. Stormwitch. She kept tens of thousands of civilians safe in a hail of bullets. Could you do that? He asked, turning to the black-haired woman in the metal mask. No, but I suspect that video was exaggerated, she replied with certainty, shaking her head. She was the most destructive member of the Super God Squad, able to control lightning, summon rain, and conjure hurricanes out of thin air. Her body was strong enough to withstand most conventional firearms, but she couldn't possibly shield ordinary people from every bullet in the chaos of battle. At the very least, her speed fell far short, and this was what she found most unbelievable. What kind of superpower could let someone withstand heavy fire and scathe, all while saving others at the same time? That kind of strength seemed simply over the top. All right, enough with the small talk. They've arrived. Activate the signal beacon. The middle-aged man tapped his earpiece and then issued the command in a loud, clear voice. The black-clad figures who had been loitering near Tiananmen Square promptly drew out their custom-made, fist-sized luminous beacons and held them high above their heads in perfect unison. These lighting devices were a technological aid developed by the Shinmao Bureau's research division. Even in broad daylight, they shone with an unmistakable brilliance. When several hundred people simultaneously raised their lights, the spectacle was truly breathtaking. After about 10 seconds, a piercing sound tore through the sky. Moments later, two figures descended gracefully, landing precisely at the marked spot in Tiananmen Square. Liu Yuming's iconic national attire sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. She moved like a bolt of lightning, speeding in from a distance, plunging downward at tremendous speed, and then landing steadily with a textbook one-knee kneel, one hand braced against the ground. Rising, she gave a thumbs up and flashed a warm, friendly smile at the crowd. Tony Stark followed right behind. With a heavy clang, his 3 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit landed squarely beside her. However, perhaps because he was coming in too fast, the sheer force of his landing left several cracks spidering across the square's stone floor. He stood up, a little sheepish, and waved at the welcoming party, his tone apologetic. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. This thing's a bit tricky to handle." He paused, then added, "If I need to pay for the damage, that's fine by me." Back in America, Tony was used to solving problems with money. So long as no one got hurt, any mess could be cleaned up with a check. But this was not America. This was the mysterious land of the East. It was his first time arriving here as Iron Man, and Tony couldn't help but feel a touch anxious and out of place. "Relax. It was just an accident, wasn't it? There's no need for compensation. My team can have this restored in 10 minutes. A middle-aged man stepped forward, speaking fluent English and smiling reassuringly. His gentle tone was clearly meant to put Tony at ease. Tony shrugged, his voice laced with a bit of dry humor. "Well, where I'm from, any kind of damage like this is left to the construction crew. All you need is enough money and it gets taken care of." 5 minutes is all we need," the man replied with a confident smile. Tony raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the response. He shook his head and chuckled. "Sounds like a challenge. I do love a challenge." The middle-aged man didn't think much of it and stepped forward to shake Tony's hand, his tone carrying a hint of respect. "Hello, welcome to China, Mr. Stark. Or perhaps I should call you Iron Man now." Then, his gaze shifted to Liu Yunming, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. "So, this is Superwoman?" His first impression was that she was exceptionally refined in appearance, perfectly in line with East Asian standards of beauty. Yet, her blonde hair, blue eyes, and striking features were unmistakably Western. Was there truly half-Chinese blood running through her veins? His second impression was of her youth. She looked just like a university student. However, the cosmic rays had awakened her super genes, keeping both her appearance and physical capabilities at their absolute peak. "Hello, Miss Liu." The man introduced himself with a broad smile. "I'm Zheng Xian, the current director of the Divine Spear Bureau. It's a pleasure that you accepted our invitation to visit China." Compared to his calm greeting with Tony, Zheng Xian was noticeably warmer and more enthusiastic toward Liu Yunming. "Hello, Director Zheng. I'm delighted to have received your invitation." Liu Yunming shook his hand with a bright smile. Her Chinese was flawless, flowing from her lips with the poise and precision of a seasoned broadcaster. Zheng Xian's face lit up with surprise, and the members of the Fengshan squadron standing behind him were momentarily stunned. Was Superwoman's Chinese really this fluent? After all, Chinese is known as one of the hardest languages in the world. Its intricate characters, nuanced contexts, and shifting tones have discouraged many foreigners from even trying. It was almost unimaginable that a blonde, blue-eyed Westerner could speak with such perfect pronunciation, even carrying a hint of local accent. In truth, Liu Yunming's mastery of Chinese came from memories of her previous life. She'd grown up north of the Yellow River, with Mandarin as her native tongue. English was merely a remnant of the body's original memories. As a result, switching between the two languages felt completely natural to her. "Oh, come on, Liu, you've been secretly practicing Chinese behind my back. You've been planning this all along, haven't you?" Tony stared at Liu Yunming in shock, as if he'd just discovered some kind of prehistoric relic. He didn't understand a word of Chinese. Before coming here, he'd only managed to learn a handful of basic greetings like hello, have you eaten, thank you, and goodbye. Even so, that had taken him a heroic effort. I know a lot more than that, Liu Meng said with a self-satisfied grin, tapping her head. When we get back, you have to teach me Chinese. It's a deal. Tony insisted, unwilling to be outdone. As a genius, he couldn't stand someone else having a skill he hadn't mastered. Miss Liu, your Chinese is incredibly standard, even more fluent than many locals, Zhang Xian said in Chinese, his tone filled with genuine admiration. According to the Spear Bureau's investigation, Superwoman was never known to have lived in China, yet her Mandarin was so fluent that it piqued his curiosity. You see, my mother is Chinese. Although I wasn't born here, I grew up bilingual from a very young age, Li Yunming explained with a gentle smile. Hearing Chinese again after so long, she felt a wave of unexpected warmth and familiarity. Your accent leans toward the capital. If I recall correctly, your mother was originally from Jinling, wasn't she? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes, asking as if in passing. I actually grew up in an orphanage. I don't usually talk about that part of my life, but the gatekeeper, there was an old gentleman with a heavy northeastern accent, Li Yunming replied smoothly, weaving her story without missing a beat. The truth was, her parents had passed away when she was very young, and she had been raised in an orphanage. The old gatekeeper, there was a Chinese man from the north, so her explanation wasn't far from reality. My apologies. I shouldn't have brought that up, Zhang Xian said, giving himself a light slap on the head, his tone sincere. It's fine, really. Curiosity is only human, Li Yunming said with a shrug, showing she didn't mind at all. Ever since her rebirth in this world, how many people had tried to investigate her in the open and in secret? I have to say, Miss Liu, your Chinese is impeccable. It's a real pleasure to listen to, Zhang Xian added, his face openly admiring as he smiled. The arrival of Superwoman and Iron Man in China was a major event. While it might not be a matter for the nation's top leaders, China still went to great lengths to show its goodwill and hospitality. The Spear Bureau cleared out the bustling Tiananmen Square and treated the two of them to roast duck at the most authentic restaurant in the capital. Tony devoured the meal, grease running down his chin, declaring that all the so-called Chinese food he'd eaten in America was garbage by comparison. The three Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit, in its high-speed flight version, could be disassembled. It was a portable powered exoskeleton, easy to take on and off, requiring no special mechanical arms or setup. This technology was already ahead of where Iron Man's tech stood at the same point in the original story. The only inconvenience was that suiting up took a bit of time. For now, Tony wore an expensive Armani suit, his table manners completely forgotten as he tucked in heartily. Meals, after all, were a favorite way for Chinese people to build and maintain relationships. The conversation was lively and pleasant, with Zhang Xian and Li Yunming doing most of the talking. He gave Li Yunming a brief introduction to the Spear Bureau, and then to the members of the Divine Warrior team. Tony was quite curious about these superpowered individuals, but unfortunately, they didn't seem much inclined to chat. Thankfully, Zhang Xian kept the conversation flowing, and the two female supers, Weather Witch and Vector, Grace Tan, would occasionally join in, making for a comfortable atmosphere. Li Yunming also had a good idea of Zhang Xian's main reason for inviting her here. It was quite simple. The real purpose was to test just how capable the newly established Fengshen squad truly was. Liu Yunming was genuinely surprised. In the fragments of her memory, the Fengshen squad only appeared in the world of Marvel Comics. The Weather Witch was an expert at controlling lightning, hurricanes, and other weather phenomena, making her a formidable fighter. When she first appeared, she was supposedly affiliated with the Celestial Dynasty, China's superhuman organization. During the Infinity War, when Thanos invaded Earth and killed the Celestial Dynasty's captain, Red Giant, the team disbanded as a result. After that, the Weather Witch joined the Spear Bureau, and her debut was supposed to be in 2012, the year the Avengers first assembled to repel an alien invasion. But now, it was only 2008, still 4 years before the Weather Witch was supposed to be recruited into the Spear Bureau. Yet the Fengshen squad had already come together. The timeline was a complete mess. To make things even more absurd, one of the Fengshen squad members was the Ravager, a Skrull, and not just any Skrull, but one who only arrived on Earth after the Avengers Endgame, when the secret invasion storyline unfolded. Yet here he was, appearing years ahead of schedule. How was that even possible? Liu Yunming was now almost certain. This place definitely wasn't the Marvel Cinematic Universe with the designation Earth 199999. More likely, it was some other parallel world. No wonder everyone here wore such grim expressions and kept quiet. Anyone would feel uneasy being put through a one-sided test by foreign powers. After all, they were all superhumans. How could any one of them be considered inferior to another? But because their country needed them, these proud Chinese superheroes had thrown themselves into this without hesitation. Of course, there was also a clear motive for China. They wanted to gauge the true strength of Superwoman. Yet when viewed from the outside, it truly showed the mark of a great nation. While other countries went to great lengths to keep their super teams hidden away, China laid theirs out in the open, letting everyone see just what these superhumans could do. There was no secrecy. Everything was for the safety of the planet. By contrast, some Western nations truly defied explanation. Miss Liu, we're absolutely sincere, Zhang Xian said, setting his teacup down, his eyes full of anticipation. If you agree to help us test the function squad, please don't hesitate to name your terms. As long as it's within our means, we'll support you fully, no reservations. Before Liu Yunming could respond, Tony scooted over and lowered his voice. Hey, Liu, you really don't have to force yourself. Strictly speaking, your home is in the West. The Chinese side can't make you do anything you don't want to. He was worried that Liu Yunming might feel pressured because of her Chinese ancestry. After all, Superwoman's true abilities were a top-level secret. Even what the world had seen thus far was only what they wanted outsiders to see. Tony was well aware that after Liu Yunming had disappeared for a few days and returned, her abilities had increased dramatically. So much so that even Jarvis's algorithms couldn't calculate her upper limits. If they agreed to the testing request, even though the Chinese side would be exposing the true strength of the function team, it would be just as impossible to keep Superwoman's power a secret. Relax, Tony. No one can force me to do anything. But the authorities here are showing real sincerity, aren't they? I have an aunt living here, and if showing my abilities can get her better care, I think it's worth it. Li Yunming gestured for him not to worry, her smile easy and unguarded. After all, a home in the West was just another place in this world. The feelings tied to one's true homeland are never so easy to set aside. All right then. Tony let out a sigh. He had actually wanted to suggest bringing her aunt to Los Angeles. With his resources, he could offer her the best possible life and care. But then he reconsidered. Someone who grew up in China might enjoy visiting Los Angeles, but making her leave her homeland and never return, that would be cruel. Brother, thank you. Liu Yunming's expression was earnest as she bumped fists with Tony. Pepper was right. Stark did have a warm heart. Oh, you're getting sentimental, Liu. This is just your employee benefit. Just remember to save your boss if things get dangerous. Tony replied with a dramatic flourish, tossing in a touch of mischief. Liu Yunming was about to agree, but before she could speak, Zhang Xian suddenly received a call. His expression grew more and more serious as he listened. At Beijing International Airport, inside the ground control tower, the tension was so thick you could almost wring it from the air. Zhang Xian strode into the hall, his face ashen, footsteps hurried, with several members of the function team following close behind. Their faces were marked with the same anxiety and strain, the atmosphere heavy with an invisible pressure that made it hard to breathe. The dinner gathering was cut short. Something had gone wrong. Liu Yunming and Tony were escorted to a reception room to rest for a moment. Zhang Xian apologized, but his mind was already consumed by thoughts of the passenger plane on the verge of disaster. His brow was tightly furrowed, a trace of barely concealed worry flickering in his eyes. Director Zhang, the situation has been confirmed. Flight CY-3462 is experiencing engine failure, and we can't rule out human involvement, the tower supervisor reported, hurrying to keep pace with Zhang Xian. Captain Liu and his crew are working as fast as they can to fix the issue, but given the extent of the damage, there's little chance. The plane will make a safe landing. The supervisor's voice trembled, betraying his awareness of the gravity of the situation. Zhang Xian paused for a moment, frowning even deeper. In a low, steady voice, he asked, "How many passengers are on board? How long until the plane enters Chinese airspace?" There are 320 passengers on flight CY-3462, and with the crew included, the total number of people on board is 331. The staff member responsible for data in the control tower hurriedly replied, a hint of panic audible in his voice. At the current speed, the airliner will enter the airspace over Shangjing City in just 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes? Why wasn't this reported sooner? Zhang Xian's voice rose sharply, his anger clear as he demanded an answer. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. From the time the civil aviation company reported the issue to the relevant authorities, to the moment they requested support from the Divine Spear Bureau, it was clear the aircraft had been malfunctioning for some time already. And now, there was barely any time left. According to Captain Liu's report from CY-3462, they were confident they could contain the disaster and land the plane safely at a suburban airport. The control tower supervisor murmured, lowering his head in shame, his voice growing softer and softer. But ultimately, All attempts to fix the malfunction failed. Both turbine engines caught fire and shut down completely, and the left wing is burning and severely damaged. The plane has lost its balance. Zhang Xian's face grew even darker, as if a storm cloud had descended upon him. He drew a deep breath, doing his best to steady himself. This was not the time for blame. He had to find a solution, fast. Based on the analysis team's calculations, if the damaged aircraft stays on its current flight path, there is a high probability it will crash in the bustling Tiananmen Square district. The control tower supervisor's voice trembled with despair. It's midday. The area around Tiananmen Square is packed with people. According to surveillance data from the Sky Eye satellite, there are at least 100,000 civilians currently in the crash zone. Military, police, and fire units have already been deployed, but to fully evacuate the area would take at least an hour. We simply don't have that much time. Zhang Xian's face instantly turned deathly pale, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Evacuate 100,000 people in 10 minutes? That was simply impossible. Desperately, his mind raced through every conceivable solution, but each one seemed hopelessly inadequate. Among the Divine Spear Bureau's espers, only Grace Tan, the vector manipulator, possessed the ability to move people en masse, but even she could only teleport a dozen or so at a time. Even if she pushed herself to the limit, it would be impossible to save everyone in the disaster zone before the plane went down. Director, I could try to alter the plane's course. The weather which spoke, her expression hidden behind a cold mask, but her eyes burned with urgency. She possessed the power to ride the wind, and just might be able to catch up with the aircraft. With her weather-controlling abilities, she could summon fierce winds, possibly enough to shift the plane's trajectory. Can you hold the plane up? Slow, its descent. Zhang Xian asked, his brow furrowed, a flicker of hope in his voice. No, I can't. My superpower has its limits. The airliner is just too heavy. The weather which explained concisely, a hint of helplessness in her voice. A large passenger jet easily weighs several hundred tons. There was simply no way she could lift it with her abilities and gently set it down on the ground. Zhang Xian's expression darkened further. In reality, after receiving the distress call, the Spear Bureau had dispatched several powered airships to the scene. However, whether they tried using grappling hooks or mechanical arms, there was no way to tow the airliner without damaging it. After all, with different materials and overwhelming gravitational force, even if they managed to latch onto the plane midair, the most likely outcome would be tearing off the fuselage. In the face of an air disaster, among the superpowered task force, only the weather witch and Vector could truly be of use. Ravager's powered armor didn't have enough strength. Lifting a few-ton vehicle was no problem, but a several-hundred-ton airliner was utterly beyond him. Saber was an assassin, a master of ground combat, but had little experience with air disaster rescues. Her role in this crisis would be minimal. Soldier 1 could be equipped with flight gear, but even then his raw strength was less than Ravager's. The Divine Spear team couldn't resolve the air disaster perfectly. At best, they could minimize casualties. That was Zhang Xian's conclusion. But now, the pressing question was how to respond if the plane crashed into the heart of the city and unleashed a catastrophe. Weather Witch, Ravager, head out immediately and do everything you can to divert flight CY 3462's course. Zhang Xian's voice was steely, a note of final resolve ringing through his words. Vector, use your powers and assist the military and police in evacuating civilians from any areas that might be affected by the crash. Saber, Soldier 1, you're in charge of coordinating the evacuation on site. Make sure no troublemakers or criminals hinder the process. If you find any, you're authorized to use force. Just keep them alive. Zhang Xian issued his commands one after another, his tone brooking no argument, radiating an unmistakable authority. Yet a flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes. With this order, he was relinquishing hope for the 300 lives aboard. But there was simply no other solution. They had to focus on protecting the lives and property of the city's many citizens. Director, I could try overloading my powers. Maybe I can slow the plane's descent as much as possible. The Weather Witch hesitated for a moment. Determination flashed in her eyes as she lowered her voice in suggestion. Her powers could be pushed into overload mode, allowing her to conjure several mid-sized tornadoes out of thin air. But the after-effects would ravage her body, gradually robbing her of her powers and dragging her toward a slow, painful death. In the face of more than 300 innocent lives, she chose to give up her own hope of survival. A superhero is called a superhero precisely because they must shoulder the immense responsibility of safeguarding the lives of the people. It is the people who create heroes, and heroes, in turn, must protect the people. Though her voice was soft in the quiet command hall, the Weather Witch's words rang out clearly. Many of the control tower staff looked over, and even her teammates wore expressions of disbelief. Captain Yu, Grayston couldn't help but speak, her voice catching with emotion. The weather which simply raised her hand, signaling her not to try and dissuade her. Beyond that, no one said a word. No one had the right to make such a decision for someone else. Zhang Xian fell silent for a moment, then spoke gently, his tone unusually tender. Do what you can. The nation and its people are your strongest support. With determined eyes, the weather which nodded, ready to act. The members of the Celestial Vanguard wore looks of sorrow. Their captain was heading towards certain death, and there was nothing they could do to help. The sense of helplessness was crushing. Hey, I think you're all being far too pessimistic. Honestly, I think there's a better way. Just then, a teasing voice came from the doorway of the control tower command room. Every eye in the room turned toward the sound, brimming with anger, only to see Tony Stark, the Iron Man, who had come to China as an honored guest. Mr. Stark, you should remain in the lounge. If you need anything, you can call for assistance. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes, his voice low but laced with fury. He had read enough about the American billionaire's eccentric personality to know what to expect. Arms dealer, genius inventor, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, one of Forbes' top 10 most influential people of the 21st century. His titles were endless. The Iron Man armor was impressive, its technology and energy supply far surpassing the Ravager's power-driven suit. But this was an impending passenger plane disaster. No child's play. Zhang Xian had little faith that Iron Man could offer a real solution. There were only 7 minutes left before the plane would crash into the bustling Tiananmen Square. He didn't want to waste a single moment on idle conversation. All right, no need to get angry. You all look so heroic. Are you really planning to die? Tony spread his hands and gave a sheepish grin. I've really enjoyed my time in China. Beautiful scenery, delicious food, and such warm hospitality. I'd like to help if I can. That's why I already told Lu. She's on her way. What did you say? Zhang Xian was stunned. He strode forward and grabbed Tony by the shoulder, disbelief in his eyes. Superwoman had set out on her own, attempting to handle a disaster with such far-reaching consequences, and without seeking backup, going alone? Is this some kind of international joke? Once a plane crash happens, public outrage will erupt like a boiling cauldron. Even if they try to control the narrative, it'll be impossible to hide the truth. By then, all the blame will be directed at the Superwoman for her mishandling of the situation. All the hard-won bonds we've built will be destroyed in an instant, and that's the last thing Zhang Xian wants to see. All right, Zhang, you're hurting me. Your grip's a bit much. Tony frowned and quickly pulled his hand away. Though he looked slender, there was no doubt that beneath his tailored suit, he was all muscle. Honestly, you don't need to worry so much. Lu wouldn't wade into trouble unless she was sure of herself. Maybe you don't know what she's capable of. Have you heard of the New York incident? Tony kept arguing, words tumbling out one after another, but Zhang Xian cut him off with a sharp wave of his hand before he could finish. Function squad, full mobilization. Head to the incident airspace immediately. Intercept the Superwoman at all costs. She cannot get involved in this. Zhang Xian's eyes widened as he barked out the order, his voice ringing with urgency. Director Zhang, Lu Bingren just radioed in. He says there's a foreign woman flying ahead of the passenger jet. He's asking if she's reinforcements. Sent by the Divine Spear Bureau. At that moment, the tower's communications officer spoke up in surprise, her voice tinged with disbelief. Who did you say? Zhang Xian's brows furrowed, his tone edged with suspicion and vigilance. Captain Lu of Flight CY-3462. He says there's a flying foreign woman right in front of the plane. The staffer repeated the message in a rush, her voice trembling with tension. Zhang Xian's face grew clouded, a storm of emotions flickering across his features. He drew a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil inside. He knew that things had already spiraled beyond his control. Now, all he could do was pray that the Superwoman truly had the power to avert this disaster, and wouldn't make things worse. Everyone, proceed as planned. Zhang Xian's voice was laced with grim determination, as if he were making one last desperate stand. He understood that every second from now on was critical. Any hesitation could lead to irreversible consequences. Inside the tower's command room, the air was so tense it felt almost suffocating. Every eye was fixed on the passenger jet hurtling toward disaster, as if waiting for fate itself to pass judgment. Pull up the surveillance feed now. Zhang Xian barked, his tone sharp and urgent. The tower staff sprang into action. With the Divine Spear Bureau involved, the process for accessing the Sky Eye system was fast-tracked. In moments, satellite surveillance footage flickered onto the screens. On the feed, the left wing of the massive plane was little more than a jagged stump, its fuselage battered and torn. Thick smoke and flames were pouring through gaping holes, licking their way into the cabin. The enormous aircraft bucked violently, plunging toward the Earth at terrifying speed. Suspended in midair, just ahead of the plane's nose, was a familiar figure, keeping perfect pace with the aircraft. The Weather Witch's eyes widened in shock, her heart pounding with disbelief. She couldn't comprehend how this person could remain aloft and move in sync with a plane plummeting at such speed. Even at her own maximum, pushing her powers to the limit in overload mode, she could only just barely outpace a passenger jet. Saber and Soldier, one stood frozen, mouths agape in silent astonishment. Vector Grace Tan, her face painted with incredulity, muttered under her breath. So this is the power of a superwoman? It seems the speed she showed crossing the Pacific from Los Angeles was nowhere near her real limit. She must have slowed down just to keep pace with Iron Man. Even if she matches the plane's descent, she can't stop it from crashing, the Weather Witch said, shaking her head, a trace of resignation in her tone. What's the point of flying fast? At best, she'll just have a front row seat to the wreckage. It looks like she's planning to brace herself in front of the plane and try to catch it. Grace Tan sighed, her voice certain. That's a foolish move. She'd punch right through the whole thing. Saber and Soldier, one remained silent, knowing they could do nothing to help and unwilling to offer any opinion. Only the Ravager's eyes flashed with a sudden glint. Something about Superwoman's posture and movements reminded him of a familiar figure from his past. Zhang Xian also doubted that Superwoman could prevent the disaster. No matter how he ran the numbers, the crash seemed inevitable, a calamity set in stone. You ought to have a little more faith in her, Tony said casually, lifting his teacup and taking a slow sip, his tone relaxed. I know you don't really understand Superwoman, but believe me, what she's capable of goes far beyond this. Zhang Xian was about to suggest Tony return to the VIP lounge when, suddenly, something extraordinary happened. Liu Yunming frowned, studying the damaged aircraft carefully. In a flash, she darted to the front of the plane, thrusting both hands out to brace against the nose. An immense force, like a tidal wave or an avalanche, crashed over her, a weight she actually felt pressing down. Clenching her jaw, Liu Yunming's arm muscles tensed violently, veins bulging beneath the skin as if they might burst at any second. By rights, with the plane weighing over 100 tons, it should have been a trifle for someone with 1,500 tons of muscle strength. But factoring in gravity and the fierce impact of the fall, the effective weight multiplied many times over. Worse yet, Liu Yunming had nothing solid to push against. No leverage, which brought an unprecedented strain. The instant her palms touched the metal hull, it began to buckle and deform. If things continued this way, she really would, just as physics predicted, punch straight through the entire aircraft. However, Liu Yunming was not like those countrymen who relied on external leverage like overgrown infants born of chemical synthesis. Ever since she had gained the power of mutated bioenergy, her biological force field had undergone a dramatic transformation. Almost immediately, a surge of white energy welled up from within her, flowing out as if it were alive. It raced along the fuselage of the passenger plane, quickly sealing up the ruptured section of the cabin. In just moments, the white energy enveloped the entire civilian airliner. With time, the white light grew brighter and more dazzling. Those standing before the display screen couldn't help but shield their eyes from glare. To see a single, seemingly insignificant figure holding back the massive bulk of a commercial jet. This was a scene so astounding that everyone in the command center stood frozen in disbelief. Director Zhang, the plane's rate of descent is slowing, the observation officer exclaimed with delight. Zhang Xian strode quickly over to the data analysis computer, bending down to scrutinize the numbers on the screen. Just as expected, the plane's fall was clearly decelerating. Quick, send out the entire Fengshen squad. Weather Witch and the Ravager. Provide aerial support. Mobilize all airships. Get them over there. Even if you have to squeeze in, do whatever it takes to stop that plane. Zhang Xian barked out orders, his voice brimming with hope. Yes, sir, came the resounding reply from all present. Weather Witch and the Ravager shot straight out the control tower window, while Saber, Soldier 1, and Vector dashed downstairs at top speed. Suspended in midair, Liu Yunming gradually adapted to the downward force of the falling jet. She drew a deep breath, then pushed herself further, channeling even greater power. The mutated bioenergy proved incredibly effective. Even when the force was concentrated at a single point, the plane's structure held firm. Her biological force field was nearly as potent as Superman's. As the airliner neared the ground, less than 30 meters above the city, its descent slowed further, until finally she managed to push it back up into the sky with a surge of counterforce. Below was the bustling Tiananmen Square, but Liu Yunming decided to steer clear of the crowds and look for an empty spot to land. At that moment, people on the Tiananmen Square food street, gaped at the sky in utter shock. A massive passenger jet was dangling nose first in midair, held aloft by a woman in a blue bodysuit and red cape, floating past, as if defying all logic. "What the heck is this?" came the chorus of bewildered exclamations from the baffled crowd, none of whom had any idea what was happening. But as the plane drifted closer, they began to notice the gaping hole in the fuselage and the terrified faces of the passengers, and the gravity of the situation finally dawned on them. Suddenly, the air was filled with clamorous shouts. Some people cheered her on, others cried out in fear, but most were silently praying for the plane to land safely. "Superwoman, there's an open space at 12 o'clock, Weather Witch called out, having arrived at the scene and pointing ahead. Lu Yunming tensed her nerves and nodded, concentrating as she enveloped the passenger plane in biokinetic energy. With deft control, she shifted its direction, swiftly steering it away from the bustling city center. Before long, she was guiding the enormous aircraft to hover above the city park. Gently, she withdrew the biokinetic energy, allowing the plane to tilt and finally setting it down, steady as a rock, on the park's grassy field. The entire maneuver was executed with unshakable calm, but the Weather Witch, who had been following close behind, felt her heart pounding in her chest. As soon as the malfunctioning plane touched down safely, the cabin erupted with a thunderous cheer. Laughter and shouts filled the air as passengers jumped from their seats, unleashing the joy and relief of surviving disaster. Inside the control tower, celebration broke out as well. Staff tossed whatever they had at hand into the air, rejoicing at the flawless resolution of the crisis. A faint smile played at the corners of Zhang Xian's lips, a genuine expression of happiness. "I told you Lu is just like the superheroes you see in comics, but you all wouldn't believe me." Tony leaned casually against the doorway, teasing. "Here's a saying from China for you. Seeing is believing. Hearing is misleading," Zhang Xian replied, eyes crinkling with amusement. He had to admit, he'd underestimated this superhuman with Chinese heritage. At first, he simply wanted to learn some combat skills from her, maybe get a sense of her powers for reference. But now, he realized those ambitions had been a bit naive. The strength Lu Yunming had just displayed was far beyond the reach of any ordinary person. A wise man adapts to the times, he thought. It was time to shift his strategy and try to bring this powerful ally to his side. What is seeing is, well, guess it's a little tough for me, but I'll learn it soon enough. Tony raised his brows, making a valiant attempt at repeating the phrase, but found his Chinese still left much to be desired. Though the plane was safely on the ground, engine damage had caused aviation fuel and lubricants to leak, and small fires still burned in some areas. Firefighters and medics were racing to the scene, and after their initial cheers, the passengers now waited quietly for rescue. Lu Yuming's eyes sparkled with an idea. She parted her lips ever so slightly and blew toward the damaged plane. A wave of icy air swept across the area, instantly snuffing out the remaining flames, leaving a delicate layer of frost glistening on the aircraft's exterior. "How did you do that?" the Weather Witch asked, her expression grave, unable to hide her awe. "Oh, that's just one of my powers. You should read more comics. They have all the answers," Lu Yunming replied with a yawn, brushing off the question. The Weather Witch fell silent for a moment, choosing not to press further. She recognized the gulf between their abilities, and to dwell on it would only bring frustration. Before Superwoman had arrived in China, she'd harbored a spark of competitive spirit, unwilling to accept defeat. Now, she fully understood her own limitations. The power of Superwoman was far beyond what she had ever imagined. "I'll leave the rest to you. I just want to go home and get some sleep. I'm a little tired," Li Yunming said, waving her hand as she prepared to leave. Lifting a passenger jet weighing over 100 tons had truly left her exhausted. "Thank you for saving them." The Weather Witch came to a halt, bowed deeply, and thanked her with heartfelt sincerity. The other members of the deification squad quickly followed suit, expressing their gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. Superwoman had averted a terrible air disaster and saved hundreds of innocent lives. A quiet sense of admiration began to grow within these superpowered individuals. So this is what a true powerhouse looks like. Lu Yunming drifted leisurely back to the VIP reception lounge of the control tower, and air was instantly filled with enthusiastic cheers. All the staff in the tower, led by Director Zhang Xian of the Divine Spear Bureau, broke into applause, offering the highest respect to this superhero who had saved 331 innocent lives. "Lu, you're a hero. Well done." Tony cheered from the side, giving her a big thumbs up and showering her with unabashed praise. "Did you feel the warmth of the people here?" Lu Yunming leaned over, giving him a sly wink and whispering softly. "I definitely did. You can tell they mean it. All things considered, you just saved hundreds of lives." Tony nodded with mock seriousness, agreeing wholeheartedly. In America, there were also flowers and applause, but more often than not, it was all about the spectacle. People would join in the commotion even if they didn't understand what was going on. By comparison, the people here might be more reserved and understated, but their well wishes came from a place of true sincerity. Miss Liu, I have to say, you are the most powerful and charismatic superhero I have ever met. You absolutely deserve the title of Superman, Zhang Xian said gravely, clasping both of Liu Yunmeng's hands in his own, his tone solemn and respectful. If it hadn't been for Superwoman's timely intervention, not a single passenger on that plane would have survived. The entire flight would have been lost in a tragic disaster. How many families would have been shattered as a result? The reputation of the Divine Spear Bureau would have plummeted to rock bottom. After all, who would need a superpowered organization that couldn't save the people? Liu Yunmeng had not only rescued hundreds of passengers, she had also preserved the image of the Chinese government. It was a deed of immense significance, worthy of the highest respect. This was not mere adulation of someone with great power, but a tribute to noble deeds. With great power comes great responsibility. Liu Yunmeng smiled modestly, borrowing a famous line and offering a silent apology to a certain friendly neighborhood spider. In truth, she wanted to say, I'm not really Superwoman. If you like, you can call me Homelander. Do whatever you want. But of course, that was just her little joke to herself. If she were really to take on such a politically charged Western name, it would change everything. Let her be Superwoman, then there's nothing wrong with that. Thinking of Homelander's twisted antics and the boys, she consoled herself that she hadn't sunk nearly so low. With great power comes great responsibility. What a brilliant saying. Zhang Xian savored the significance of those words, slapping the table in admiration. If all superheroes and those with extraordinary abilities could truly understand this, the world would know lasting peace, and there would be no need for special agencies like the Divine Spear Bureau to tackle superpower crime. Miss Liu, you look a bit tired. Have you perhaps overexerted your powers? Zhang Xian asked with genuine concern. He noticed the blonde beauty before him, stifling repeated yawns, as if she might doze off at any moment. That's right. After all, my abilities aren't unlimited. Everyone gets tired. We're only human, aren't we? Liu Yunmeng answered calmly, her expression unchanged. Simply relying on raw muscle to channel biomutant energy and hold up a plummeting commercial airliner was indeed exhausting. Even for her, it was no small feat. Though Liu Yunmeng had flawlessly recreated that iconic scene from Superman Returns, there was still a considerable gap between her and the Man of Steel. After all, he'd basked in the sun for 20 years, and by Kryptonian standards, that kind of progress was truly staggering. In truth, Liu Yunmeng had easier ways to save people. She could have shifted the plane into a mirror dimension, opened a few spatial portals, and effortlessly rescued every passenger. But to showcase her strength, she'd chosen the most direct and showy method. It's like having $1 million and buying yourself a tank, while someone else with the same fortune tries to kill people by burying them under stacks of bills, a classic case of making things harder than they need to be. Of course, this approach produced a far more striking effect. People tend to remember the most dramatic scenes. Just picture it. A delicate-looking woman lifting a 100-ton airplane with her bare hands. The image alone was spectacular. Besides, Liu Yunmeng wasn't about to reveal her biological, shape-shifting magic so soon. It's always wise to keep some cards hidden for when they're truly needed. Zhang Xian's eyes flashed with a subtle glint. From Superwoman's words, he picked up on two key things, fatigue and humanity. I'll arrange accommodations for you right away, Miss Liu. Please get some rest, and when you're ready, just let me know. The government is planning a commendation ceremony and a banquet for you. I hope you'll be able to attend, Zhang Xian said with his trademark warm smile. Liu Yunmeng waved her hand to show she understood. Right now, she needed deep sleep, or if she could resist the drowsiness, a quick flight into space to soak up some sunlight. Only then could she truly recover her strength. She chose the former, giving in to her laziness. In a sense, she could hardly be called a true human anymore, yet she still retained that quintessentially human habit, sleep. From here on, there was nothing more for Liu Yunmeng to worry about. Guided by someone, she was brought to a lavishly decorated suite, where she collapsed onto the bed and slipped straight into hibernation. 3 hours later, she was completely restored. In fact, the system's energy data panel even showed a slight increase. The microscopic biological star within her could continuously generate energy on its own. If it weren't for the tiny size of this unique star, she would have been able to return to peak condition in even less time. All muscle aches and fatigue melted away without a trace, and her cells returned to a hyperactive state. Name: Liu Yunmeng. Energy level: pseudo-Earth grade. Status: active. Gender: female. Reference template. Superman's Man of Steel physique 16%. Source of superpower. Genetic mutation caused by cosmic rays. Super strength. Maximum muscle strength. 1,550 tons. Super speed. Maximum land speed. Mach 30, 10.2 kilometers per second. Super durability. Can withstand most thermal weapons and energy attacks, but not a nuclear explosion. Super healing. Human cell activity X40, 000, absorbs energy for rapid healing. Limb regeneration possible. Flight Mach 74, 25.16 kilometers per second. Un super laser vision, 11,000 degrees Celsius. X-ray vision, can penetrate the human body, metal, and reinforce concrete structures, but not special metals like lead. Super hearing, detects all sounds within an 11,000-meter radius. Lifespan, 396 years. Antimagique constitution. Super brain, evolution level 11.5%. Microscopic biological star, development level 1.5%. Energy absorption, energy conversion, energy purification, energy feedback. Biomimicry magic, imitation, development level 12%. Memory fragments, 11%. Aside from her super speed, flight speed, and biomimicry magic development level, which remained unchanged, all other stats had improved. Interestingly, there was now an additional indicator, memory fragments. These included the original body's memories from the Marvel film universe, and those from Marvel Comics. As the fragments gradually pieced together, Li Yunming would eventually recall everything. The Man of Steel template was already an individual of immense potential, and with time, she was now a completely different person from the one who had first awakened in that Afghan cave. Of course, compared to Silver Superman or Golden Superman, she still had a long way to go. Lu Yunming had no idea that while she was resting, the internet had once again erupted into chaos. Netizens from China, the West, America, Russia, Japan, and Korea were engaged in an unprecedented online war. The spark was ignited when a Chinese netizen posted a video online showing Superwoman lifting a passenger jet to save people, captioning it, "My Superwoman, my pride." This statement instantly set off heated discussions among netizens from other countries. An American netizen wrote, "Superwoman is a symbol of America. Lu is America's guardian. Please, people of China, show some respect." But Chinese netizens were not to be outdone. Superwoman saved a passenger plane. When she lifted that massive aircraft weighing over 100 tons and flew right over my head, she was my hero. Heroes know no borders. Another excited American chimed in, "See, I told you she's Superman, just like in the comics." Japanese netizens expressed hope that Superwoman could come to Japan to fight crime and uphold justice. Korean netizens, less scrupulous, jumped in to claim that Superwoman's great-grandfather's grandfather was of Korean descent. Russian netizens, on the other hand, simply hoped Superwoman would visit Russia, enjoy the finest vodka, and savor the tastiest pickled cucumbers. There were those who praised her, those who questioned her, those who fought over her nationality, and even some who swore eternal loyalty. In short, you could find every kind of comment imaginable. There were even people itching to challenge Lu Yunming to a contest. In any case, Lu Yunming was famous once again. Across the ocean, Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., felt a headache coming on. Wherever this Superwoman went, she became the center of attention, her high profile outshining even Tony Stark. With so many supporters, there were just as many detractors. After all, anyone would be instinctively shocked to see someone who could lift hundreds of tons and soar through the sky with ease. Nick Fury was now considering the possibility that China might try to win Superwoman over. After all, Lu Yunming was an American of Chinese descent. To prevent this, to minimize the impact and boost Superwoman's goodwill towards America, he dispatched S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to leverage their connections, and even took real action to send a clear warning to any organization thinking of studying Superwoman's powers. Don't even think about it. What followed was only natural. Lu Yunming and Tony were invited to attend an awards ceremony, where the relevant authorities presented her with the title of honorary hero. As for Tony, he was given a plaque inscribed with China's eternal friend, Mr. Tony Stark, Iron Man. Tony was over the moon with excitement, eagerly telling Lu Yunming that he would hang the plaque right next to the Stark Industries logo so that everyone could see it. His family was wealthy, and he never lacked for anything, but this was the first time he'd received a gift so meaningful, even though it seemed he hadn't really done anything to deserve it. The banquet was dull. Aside from a few speeches from the country's top leaders, the rest of the evening was spent exchanging toasts. Lu Yunming accepted every toast with gracious ease. Her fluent Mandarin made her feel completely at home, and she was immensely popular. Her extraordinary constitution meant she couldn't get drunk no matter how much she drank. There were no cliched pickup attempts, nor were there any troublemakers blind to the situation. After all, when someone becomes powerful enough, people respond with respect and, inevitably, a measure of fear. The atmosphere at the banquet was somewhat tense. High-ranking officials from across the country had gathered primarily to express their sincere gratitude to Superwoman. During that harrowing air disaster, Superwoman's bravery and decisive action turned the tide, minimizing the impact of the catastrophe. She had successfully prevented a public outcry and further threats to national security. Besides the officials, many leading figures from the scientific community had also been invited to the banquet. They were eager for the chance to meet the legendary Superwoman. After all, at the upcoming Divine Spear Bureau's Ability Exchange Conference, Liu Yunming would be a guest of honor, and most of these scientists would also be attending. Making her acquaintance in advance was a good way to lay the groundwork for future collaboration. Throughout the evening, Liu Yunming enjoyed a lively conversation with several members of the Conferred Gods Task Force, the mood light and cheerful. Yunming, you'd better go easy on us during the training tomorrow, Vector Greystan said, winking playfully with those lively eyes of hers, half joking. I really don't want to end up paralyzed because of you. She genuinely liked Superwoman. They were close in age, their personalities seemed to click, and they'd always gotten along well. Still, when she remembered that Liu Yunming could catch a commercial airliner with her bare hands, Grace figured it was safest to keep a little distance during their sparring. Don't worry, I'll take this exchange seriously. I wouldn't want to let Director Zheng down, Liu Yunming replied, putting on a mock-serious face as she flexed her fist, but a mischievous smile tugged at her lips and a glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes. No please. Grace covered her head dramatically and let out a theatrical wail. Are you trying to kill me, you devil? Her exaggerated expression and antics drew a ripple of laughter from those nearby. At that moment, Tony walked over, balancing a glass of wine with effortless charm. Ladies, may I have the honor of sharing a drink with two such radiant beauties? He said, his most charming smile in place. Every bit the gentleman. Grace lifted her glass with confidence, clinked it lightly against Tony's, and downed her drink in one swift motion, utterly decisive and unhesitating. Tony frowned, a look of discomfort flickering across his face. Clearly, he was not used to the sharp, burning taste of the local liquor. The fiery spirit hit his stomach all at once, leaving him unsettled. But he had no choice but to grit his teeth and drink it down. After all, he had flitted through the banquet hall like a butterfly, drawing attention and trouble upon himself. No sooner had he finished his glass than Saber and Soldier No. 1 approached, each holding a drink with enthusiastic smiles, inviting Tony to join them for another toast. Tony managed a wry, helpless grin and forced himself to down 2 more rounds of this blazing nectar. Afterward, he stuffed grapes into his mouth one after another, desperately trying to soothe the intense burn of the alcohol. The contorted expressions on his face made for quite a comical sight. Seizing the moment, Tony sidled up to Liu Yunming and lowered his voice. Liu, someone's looking for you over there. Chief Zheng asked me to quietly let you know. It seems to be a very important person. Security is extremely tight, and just the visible agents and bodyguards number over 50. He had originally wanted to take this chance to plant a listening device on Liu Yunming, but after searching for an opening, he found no suitable opportunity. Liu Yunming furrowed her brow slightly, suspicion welling up in her heart. Still, she nodded and headed toward the VIP room of the banquet hall. She activated her X-ray vision, hoping to get a look inside before entering, but to her surprise, her gaze couldn't penetrate the room at all. At a closer glance, she realized the walls had been specially treated with metal lead, a clear precaution aimed at countering her Kryptonian abilities. This discovery only piqued her curiosity further. Even though the room was tightly shielded with lead, her extraordinary hearing could still pick up the sounds from within. She could clearly make out 2 heartbeats and 2 breathing patterns. One heartbeat was slower, unmistakably belonging to someone older. The other was strong and steady, like that of an athlete or someone with rigorous special training. How interesting, Liu Yunming thought with a silent chuckle, deciding to see for herself what awaited inside. Led by several bodyguards in black, she pushed open the door to the VIP room. Inside, 2 women, one older, one younger, sat anxiously on the sofa, waiting. The older woman was plainly dressed, her face marked by the passage of years, evidently past 50. As soon as she saw Liu Yunming enter, she sprang to her feet, only to halt 3 steps away, her lips trembling as if she wanted to speak but didn't know how. The younger woman was the very picture of classic Chinese beauty, graceful arched brows, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and thin lips, her features strikingly refined. She wore an expression of just the right anticipation, but to Lu Yunming's super hearing, her heartbeat remained remarkably steady. Clearly, her composure was a mask, belying her true feelings within. Auntie Lu Yu? Lu Yunming hesitated for a moment before tentatively calling out. She was not the original Lu Yunming, and she wasn't familiar with the woman before her. She could only rely on the scattered, fragmented memories in her mind to guess the other's identity. Xiao Lu. The middle-aged woman's eyes welled up with tears in an instant. She stepped forward, gripping Lu Yunming's hand tightly, so overcome with emotion that she could barely speak. A wave of emotion swept over Lu Yunming, a feeling at once both familiar and foreign rising in her chest. There was something wondrous about that sense of kinship, something that made her instinctively let down her guard. It's been a long time, Auntie Lu Yu. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she spoke softly. At that moment, she finally understood why the authorities had gone to such great lengths, planning every security detail so meticulously. Clearly, they were trying to protect her family, shielding them from any possible threat that might arise. Oh, it's been ages since I've heard you call me that. Aunt Lu Yu stroked Lu Yunming's cheek tenderly, her voice thick with emotion. The last time I saw you, you were just a little girl, as sweet and adorable as a porcelain doll. And now you've grown into such a beautiful young woman. Memories flooded back to Aunt Lu Yu, and her eyes glistened once again. Years ago, her younger sister Lu Qi had met Witterson while studying in America. The two had fallen in love and settled down there after getting married. Aunt Lu Yu had often wished her sister would come back home to live, but Lu Qi had always refused. Later, Lu Qi tragically passed away in childbirth, leaving her young daughter, Lu Yunming, behind. Aunt Lu Yu had tried to bring her niece back to China to raise her, but Witterson had adamantly refused. It wasn't until many years later, after Witterson died of heart disease, that Aunt Lu Yu finally learned what had become of Lu Yunming. All these years, have you been well out there? Aunt Lu Yu asked, her eyes filled with a loving warmth. I'm doing well, Aunt Lu Yu. Lu Yunming replied with a smile, allowing the older woman to gently caress her cheek. Even though she wasn't the original Lu Yunming, she could still truly feel the genuine affection this elder had for her. A new spirit in an old shell. She would make do for now. Oh, by the way, this is your cousin Lu Qinyu, Aunt Lu Yu said, gesturing to the young woman standing behind her. She was once a student I sponsored, and later, I took her in as my goddaughter. Lu Yunming looked at her cousin with a half-smile, her gaze carrying a hint of mischief and the sense that she saw straight through everything. From the moment she had walked in, she had already uncovered the girl's true identity. Hello. Lu Qinyu seemed a bit shy, greeting her softly and with great care. Thank you for taking care of my aunt, cousin. Lu Yunming narrowed her eyes, deliberately putting extra emphasis on the word cousin, her tone laced with a subtle, unmistakable implication. She chuckled inwardly, amused at how far S.H.I.E.L.D. was willing to go, sending one of their top agents to pose as a poor student from the mountains seeking her roots. Such elaborate scheming truly took some effort. Lu Qinyu kept her head low, her previously steady heartbeat now quick and erratic. She cursed her luck in silence. This mission Nick Fury had assigned her was a real dilemma, truly a case of being caught between a rock and a hard place. Lu Yunming paid her no more mind and turned to chat with Lu Yu, engaging in some lighthearted talk about family affairs. The two chatted for quite a while, reminiscing about past memories and sharing little details of their current lives. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. As the evening wore on, Lu Yu began to look tired. Thoughtfully, Lu Yunming arranged for an attendant to escort her to her room to rest. Lu Qinyu was about to leave with them, but Lu Yunming called her back. Agent Natasha Romanoff, what a surprise you gave me at our very first meeting. Lu Yunming walked over with a mischievous smile, reaching out to toy with the other woman's wig. Her tone was teasing, tinged with a hint of mockery. All right, you got me. Natasha sighed helplessly, dropping her disguise to reveal her signature cascade of crimson hair. Next time, I'll suggest S.H.I.E.L.D. add lead lining to those synthetic masks. She shrugged, a wry, resigned smile on her lips. You're mistaken. I have excellent hearing, too. Lu Yunming snatched up the synthetic mask, examining it with great interest. There was a playful glint in her eyes. Super hearing that comes with a body of steel was no mere joke. So tell me, what exactly has Nick Fury sent you here to do? Her gaze suddenly turned cold and razor-sharp, her words brooking no argument. Don't even think about lying. I'll know. A chill ran down Natasha's spine, sweat beating instantly on her skin. Even for a battle-hardened top agent accustomed to facing death, the pressure in that moment was overwhelming, so dense it seemed to freeze the very air. It was the terror of being stared down by a true apex predator. Damn it, Nick. This is the mission you insisted I take. Dangerous, reckless, and utterly maddening. Her pupils trembled ever so slightly, her face tense as she fought back the urge to draw her gun. Deep down, she had to admit, Superwoman was far more formidable than she appeared on the surface. This was Lee Yun-ming's first face-to-face encounter with the legend herself, the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Natasha's hair, a waterfall of deep crimson, shimmered enchantingly under the lights. Her delicate features were crowned by a pair of lively, deep eyes. With every glance, she radiated a natural blend of allure and intelligence, her very presence captivating those around her. Even dressed in simple, casual clothes, she could not hide the unique charm that radiated from her, a magnetism that was both innate and unmistakable. As Liu Yunming's gaze fell upon Natasha, a series of hazy images suddenly flickered through her mind. It was as if fragments of memories, long buried by the passage of time, were drifting out from the corners of her consciousness, quietly piecing themselves back together. With each fragment becoming clearer, Liu Yunming could distinctly feel her memories slowly returning, as though a locked door within her was being gradually pushed open. Natasha, without hesitation or concealment, laid out the details of her mission with complete honesty. Her assignment was not particularly complicated. She was to pose as Liu Yu's adopted daughter, wait for the right moment to get close to Liu Yunming, and in doing so, gather relevant intelligence. At the same time, she was to take on the responsibility of looking after the only blood relative of Superwoman in this world. Nick Fury hadn't given her any further detailed instructions, since in his view, Superwoman was not an enemy, at least not for now. His actions were simply a precaution, a safety net, just in case. However, Natasha's carefully crafted infiltration plan didn't last long. In less than a week, the seasoned and highly trained agents of the Department of Divine Spear had seen through her disguise. Her cover was completely blown. Yet, interestingly, the Department of Divine Spear chose not to inform Liu Yunming of this discovery. After recounting her mission in detail, Natasha drew a deep breath and stood silently, awaiting Liu Yunming's judgment. She was acutely aware that, for someone as powerful as Liu Yunming, having outsiders secretly monitor her family was utterly intolerable. She had already prepared herself to accept any punishment, as long as it wasn't fatal. She could handle anything short of death. If Liu Yunming did decide to act, Natasha had no intention of surrendering easily. Hidden in her high heels were 2 micro-lead powder bombs. If triggered, they could reduce the entire room to rubble. Though killing Superwoman was a nearly impossible feat, with those 2 bombs, she could at least sow chaos and buy herself a slim chance at escape. As for the possibility of being hunted down by the Department of Divine Spear or pursued by Superwoman herself, those were problems for another day. Given the terrifying power Liu Yunming had displayed in Manhattan when she thrashed Abomination, Natasha guessed that even her own enhanced body would be reduced to nothing more than a meaningless heap of flesh in an instant. Yet, Liu Yunming didn't respond right away. Instead, she fell into a long, contemplative silence. Her attention was completely absorbed by the ceaseless tide of memory fragments flooding her mind, as if she had been drawn into a mysterious new world. These scattered fragments gradually pieced themselves together, forming a more complete picture. Though the image still seemed a bit fragmented, it was much clearer than before, like a puzzle slowly coming together. Natasha looked at the silent Liu Yunming with a hint of confusion, trying to catch any flicker of emotion on her face. Yet, at that moment, Superwoman's eyes were empty, her gaze hollow and unfocused, as if her spirit had drifted far from her body, like someone not yet fully awake. Natasha Romanoff, birth name Natalia Alienova Romanova, born in 1984, Liu Yunming suddenly spoke, her voice calm and even. Natasha's eyes widened in surprise, but as a top agent who'd weathered countless storms, she quickly regained her composure. She understood perfectly well that, while this information was relatively well-guarded, for someone with Superwoman's powers, uncovering it wouldn't be much of a challenge. But what Liu Yunming said next left her utterly stunned. You were once a secret agent of the Soviet Red Room. Amid the icy training grounds, you rose above the other 20 trainees, becoming the best of the best. You meticulously planned and carried out numerous assassinations of high-profile targets and acts of sabotage. Each mission showcased your formidable skills and decisive nature. After the Budapest incident, you were moved by Hawkeye, Clint Barton, and chose to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Later, through the young girl Antonia, you successfully located Dreykov, the head of the Red Room, and orchestrated an explosion in an attempt to assassinate him. In an instant, all color drained from Natasha's face. These were the most tightly guarded secrets kept in SHLD's deepest, most secure vault, known only to a select few. She fixed her gaze on Liu Yunming, her eyes filled with suspicion. Her voice was low and icy as she demanded, Who are you, really? Superwoman. Homelander. Freelance writer. Journalist. But more than anything, I hope people will remember my name. Lu Yunming. A subtle, ambiguous smile tugged at the corners of Lu Yunming's lips as she introduced herself. As the conversation unfolded, more memories about Black Widow surfaced in Lu Yunming's mind. Those secret agents, known as widows, were, in truth, orphans Dreykov had gathered from all corners of the world, some even acquired through illegal human trafficking. Dreykov used unspeakably cruel psychological conditioning to control these innocent girls, forcing them through unimaginable brutality, so that, in the end, they became lethal tools in his hands. Later, in his madness, he went so far as to develop a chemical mind control agent. This serum can penetrate directly into the neural circuits of the girls' brains, rendering them unable to control their own actions even while fully conscious, leaving them entirely at his mercy. Upon hearing this, Natasha's expression grew impossibly complex. She had once conducted an exhaustive investigation into Lu Yunming's past, and the files she found were spotless, so immaculate, in fact, that it was as if Lu Yunming was someone utterly without secrets. Yet here and now, Superwoman seemed to know every dark secret of the Red Room, even down to the details of Natasha's own graduation exam, leaving her shocked and deeply unsettled. Oh, and let's not forget, you have a non-blood-related sister, Yelena Belova. Aren't you planning to save her? Lu Yunming looked at Natasha with a meaningful glint in her eyes, as though she was hinting at something more. Natasha fell silent. How could she not want to rescue Yelena? That little sister with whom she'd shared a makeshift family back in Ohio. Even if their original mission had been to steal classified intel, over time Natasha had come to regard Yelena as her closest kin. Yet, despite leveraging every resource S.H.I.E.L.D. had to offer, Yelena had vanished without a trace, as though she'd simply evaporated from the face of the earth, leaving behind no clue, no sign, no evidence she'd ever existed at all. I don't intend to blame you for infiltrating my family's life, but as a consequence, you'll need to complete a special task with me, one that only you can accomplish, Lu Yunming stated bluntly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Natasha knew she had no right to refuse. She was well aware that she was in the wrong this time, and besides, Nick Fury would never risk angering Superwoman for her sake. This mission must remain absolutely secret from everyone, including those closest to you, especially Nick Fury. Lu Yunming lounged back on the sofa, gently waving her finger, her eyes flashing a subtle warning. Natasha nodded her assent on the surface, but inwardly, she was already scheming, calculating how she might secretly pass this information along through discreet channels. Her loyalty to S.H.I.E.L.D. ran deep, her sense of belonging unshakable. There was no way she would turn traitor over a few words from Lu Yunming. Help me destroy the Red Room. Kill Dreykov. Lu Yunming's voice was calm but resolute, her gaze brooking no argument. Natasha couldn't help but frown. Then, a faintly mocking smile tugged at the corner of her lips as she replied. Miss Superwoman, perhaps you haven't heard, Dreykov vanished from this world for good this January. I was the one who personally sent him on his way. Lu Yunming let out a soft chuckle, crossing her legs with a hint of playful mischief in her eyes. Oh, that's really going to disappoint you. Dreykov is still very much alive. Right now, he's hiding in some shadowy corner, using new technology to recruit, train, and control those poor widow agents. That's impossible. I saw him consumed by the flames with my own eyes. There's no way he's still alive. Natasha's voice trembled, betraying her unwillingness to accept what Lu Yunming was saying. Did you find his body? If you didn't see a body yourself, you can't be sure he's really dead. Lu Yunming's tone was calm, her gaze brimming with a confidence that seemed to see straight through everything. The fire burned everything to ashes. There wasn't a trace of a body left. Natasha frowned, doubt creeping into her heart as Dreykov's sinister face flashed again and again through her mind. Dreykov isn't that easy to kill. And your so-called mother, Melina, she's already developed a neural control serum. This serum can infiltrate the brain, directly controlling the Red Room's female agents. Even if they seem awake, their bodies are no longer their own. Lu Yunming's voice remained composed, but her words sent a cold chill rising from the depths of Natasha's heart. That's not possible. Melina died long ago, and Dreykov, I killed him. You're lying to me. Natasha's composure began to unravel. She couldn't accept that all her struggles and hard-won victories might have been for nothing. Red Guardian, Alexei, he might know something. You should look into it. Lu Yunming shook her head, her tone tinged with pity, as if sympathizing with Natasha for being kept in the dark for so long. With my abilities, how could I possibly deceive you? Natasha was stunned. Alexei had been her father in that makeshift family in Ohio, the man who once gave her warmth and protection. Superwoman seemed to know far too much, Her knowledge was so vast and thorough, it was downright chilling. If Dreykov truly was still alive, then all those victories she had believed in would be nothing but a cruel joke. You wouldn't want any more girls in this world to suffer the same tragic fate as you, would you? Liu Yunmeng leaned in close to Natasha, her voice low and almost intimate, as if whispering a secret only the two of them could share. Natasha fell silent. She knew she had no other choice now. She could only follow Liu Yunmeng, uncover those hidden truths, and destroy the Red Room, to spare more girls from pain. In the end, Natasha agreed. The memories of the Red Room were etched into her soul, a pain that would never fade, a nightmare she could never escape. Those cold, unfeeling walls, the merciless training, and the brutal elimination system. They were like a razor-sharp blade, slicing open the deepest wounds in her heart again and again. Whenever the night grew still and silent, she could still hear the screams of those girls, still see their bodies lying motionless in pools of blood. Those innocent lives, so fragile, flickered like candle flames trembling in the wind, snuffed out in an instant, reduced to ashes, forgotten by the world. If the Red Room still existed, it had to be eradicated, utterly and completely. She could no longer bear to watch those girls die in savage training, could no longer stand to see them sacrificed on missions, their bodies left cold and unclaimed, meeting such a tragic end. A steely resolve flashed in Natasha's eyes. She knew she had to act, even if it meant facing the darkness of her past once more. Liu Ming's goal was simple: dismantle the power of the Red Room. Those Black Widows, if they wished to stay, they could continue their work. If they wanted to leave, they would be free to go. She would even provide severance pay and make arrangements for their future lives. Liu Ming understood well that alone, her strength was limited. No matter how powerful, a lone fighter was always vulnerable. She needed to build her own force, to face the dangers that might lie ahead. After all, this world never lacked enemies, and she needed more allies. Tony probably wouldn't object to a group of beautiful, highly skilled female agents working at Stark Industries, would he? Liu Ming's lips curled into a sly smile, a glint of mischief in her eyes. She knew that despite Tony Stark's carefree facade, his hunger for talent had never diminished. These Black Widows were precisely the kind of support he needed most. Liu, you really aren't the shining superwoman people imagine you to be. Natasha rolled her eyes, her tone teasing. After opening up to each other, she felt much more at ease, even relaxed enough to joke around in a casual, light-hearted way. She had no intention of reporting this to S.H.I.E.L.D., not only because she feared Liu Ming's formidable fists, but more importantly, because she understood no intelligence agency would willingly give up this kind of power. Rather than hand them over to the government, it was better to let these widows choose their own path. I never claimed to be a good person, did I? Liu Ming arched an eyebrow, responding with amused interest. Her tone was easy, as if discussing something of no great consequence. She truly wasn't a perfect hero in the traditional sense, but she knew exactly what she was doing and understood her goals. If your fans knew what kind of superwoman you really are, I bet they'd be bawling their eyes out in the restroom. Natasha grinned, her teasing playful and light. In truth, she knew very well that Liu Ming had saved in truth. She was well aware that Liu Ming had saved the lives of tens of thousands during the Manhattan incident in New York. She might not be that lofty, perfect hero, but she was most certainly a worthy superhero. After getting to know her, Natasha discovered that Liu Ming was unexpectedly easy to talk to, down to earth and genuine. She had her little schemes and calculations, but that only made her feel more relatable, more human. They're not paying me to play the part of some great savior, Liu Ming said with a mischievous grin, a glint of mockery in her eyes. She never believed she needed to play a role. She simply did what she thought was right. So, when do we move? Natasha asked, a hint of impatience in her voice. She was eager to confirm the truth about Dreykov, the Red Room, and the widows as soon as possible. Her fingers tapped unconsciously on the table, betraying the anxiety she was trying to keep in check. Relax. It's not time yet. We need more strength on our side, Liu Ming replied, waving her hand dismissively. Though her tone was casual, there was a heavy seriousness in her eyes. She knew that the Red Room's airborne base hovered somewhere in American airspace. With her speed, finding it wouldn't be difficult. However, Dreykov was a master of cunning. He had just survived Natasha's attempt on his life. Even if it was only a body double that had been blown up, it was enough to make him extremely vigilant. Liu Ming couldn't be certain if Dreykov was actually hiding in the Red Room's floating stronghold, or if the man sitting in the office was just another decoy. A sly fox always has more than one den, and Dreykov was the craftiest old fox of them all. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. How much more so when facing Dreykov, who was no rabbit, but a wily old fox. One failed strike might send him into even deeper hiding, making it nearly impossible to catch him again. That's why, without absolute certainty and thorough preparation, she would never act rashly. Besides, Li Yunming recalled the Black Widow film, where Yelena, during her training in the Red Room, spent every day hoping Captain America would burst in with a shield to rescue them. She decided she would grant that young woman's wish. First, she needed to find the Captain America who was still frozen somewhere in the Arctic, Steve Rogers. That wouldn't be too difficult. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D., under Peggy Carter and Howard Stark, had launched several searches, they had ultimately failed due to technological limitations and the harsh, unpredictable conditions of the Arctic. The 21st century was an era of explosive growth in electronic information, with all kinds of cutting-edge technology constantly emerging. With the search and detection capabilities of the Jarvis AI system, combined with the technology of Stark Industries, finding Captain America would only take a bit of time. Of course, there was always the option of proceeding step by step. First, they would need to find and rescue that blockhead Alexei, then head to St. Petersburg to look for Melina, the scientist specializing in neural control technology, and slip past the Red Room guards by deception. The technology Melina possesses could offer much better assistance to those Widow agents. Li Yunming couldn't help but amuse herself with the mental image of Steve Rogers meeting Alexei, one the legendary Captain America, and the other the former Soviet Red Guardian. Two men from opposing camps. What kind of sparks would fly when they finally collided? In the end, she decided to have Natasha wait in reserve for now, and only make further plans after their trip to China was finished. In the meantime, Natasha could investigate any intelligence related to the Red Room on her own, but she was strictly forbidden from taking action without approval. After settling some of the details and plans, Li Yunming quickly left the banquet hall. Natasha, now back in the guise of Lu Qinyu, returned to their lodgings to continue protecting Lu Yu. In their government hotel room, Tony, who had drunk more than a little and was struggling to keep his eyes open, snapped to attention the moment he heard about the Red Room, Black Widow, and Dreykov. In a sense, Tony was someone who enjoyed being in the thick of things, and when faced with a den of horrors like this, he was all for seeing it destroyed. Lou, those widows are valuable assets. You can't hog them all to yourself. Tony put on his trademark wheeler-dealer grin, his tone teasing, but his eyes serious. If they're willing, I'll arrange positions for them at Stark Industries and offer them a generous compensation package. As long as it's their own choice, I'm fine with it. You know me. I hate forcing anyone, Lu Yunming said with a shrug, her tone resigned. But I want a Red Room base. If any widows choose to stay, I'll have them continue their missions, but only after we break their neural conditioning. Li Yunming's voice was firm, a cold glint in her eyes. As for those who put up fierce resistance, it's better not to leave any loose ends. Tony winced, suddenly recalling those terrorists in the Afghan caves being diced to pieces by Cyclops' laser. He nodded in agreement. I'll provide the tech and help track down America's frozen relic, Tony said. Deal. Li Yunming smiled faintly and shook Tony's hand. With their partnership sealed, Li Yunming embarked on her own superpower exchange journey in China. Every day, she shuttled between the specialized training grounds of the Divine Spear Bureau, suppressing her powers to spar and exchange techniques with members of the deification squad. During this time, the Bureau collected a wealth of data on the abilities of the Superwoman, but still couldn't determine her upper limits, a fact that left Zhang Xian and the other Bureau higher-ups deeply impressed. At least in their eyes, Lu Yunming's existence was on a level far above ordinary humans. Even those with supernatural abilities were, in her presence, nothing more than especially robust ants. This only made the authorities in Celestial Dynasty all the more convinced that they needed to maintain a good relationship with Superwoman. During this time, Lu Yunming made time to visit Aunt Lu Yu several times. Tony suggested bringing her to Los Angeles, but Lu Yunming felt that Celestial Dynasty was a better fit for Lu Yu. When she agreed to the technology exchange with the Divine Spear Bureau, Lu Yunming's sole condition was that her blood relative be well cared for. There was no hesitation from the Chinese side. Zhang Xian promised that, without interfering in Lu Yu's daily life, dozens of Divine Spear Bureau agents would discreetly guard her around the clock. The security detail rivaled that of a national leader, with conveniences provided both at work and in daily life. The visit lasted a full 7 days, and the exchange concluded successfully. Members of the deification squad made significant progress in both tactical coordination and personal strength. After all, Superwoman was akin to a powerful enemy boss, and the deification squad had to push themselves to their limits under the most challenging circumstances. Such training and opportunities were rare and invaluable. Every member gave it their all, desperately absorbing every bit of experience. At last, with all the members of the Divine Spear Bureau seeing her off with great ceremony, Lu Yunmeng soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. To express their gratitude for her generosity, the Divine Spear Bureau vowed that anytime, anywhere, should she need it, the deification squad would support her unconditionally and with full force. Meanwhile, the Bureau also established a trade partnership with Stark Industries, deepening their relationship and engaging in exchanges and discussions about advanced, cutting-edge technologies. Tony was generous as well, opening up some of Stark Industries' weapons development technologies to them as a gesture of thanks for that grand plaque. Celestial Dynasty also expressed high praise for SHLD support. Lu Yunming herself cared little for these rewards. More than anything, she simply wanted to do what she could to help Celestial Dynasty, a place so much like her own hometown. Perhaps, in this unfamiliar world, this was something she could hold on to. On a side note, this time Tony was absolutely resolute about flying back to America by private jet, swearing he'd never again attempt high-speed long-distance flight in the armor. Trying to race Superwoman, he realized, was pure fantasy. His muscles were still aching all over. Natasha's mission, playing the role of Lu Qinyu, had also come to an end. Protected by the relevant national departments, she made a show of accepting an offer to teach in Africa, then bid farewell to Aunt Lu Yu and quietly slipped back to the United States. Once Tony returned to Los Angeles, he immediately began his secret search for Captain America, Steve Rogers. Natasha, meanwhile, evaded the watchful eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. and used her own network to investigate places where secret agents might be hiding. After several days of investigation, she did uncover a few subtle clues. In some state governments across America, and among seemingly ordinary private companies, there were always a few elements that fell out of place. Some companies clearly weren't in business to make a profit. The female CEOs in charge of these firms were constantly seen at elite gatherings, not to negotiate deals, but rather to seduce, their behavior highly suspicious. After returning, Li Yunming took to the skies, scouring the air above the United States at Mach 75, combing every inch with her incredible speed. At last, soaring 10,000 meters above Alaska, she spotted the airborne steel fortress wrapped in a swirling, ominous cloud. A glint of icy determination flashed in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled ever so slightly. Red Room, I'm the master you've been waiting for, though perhaps a little late. The Red Room's aerial fortress, home to its secret agents, hung in the sky like a colossal beast forged from steel, majestic and shrouded in mystery. Its sheer size was breathtaking. Towering over 500 meters tall and more than 1,000 meters in diameter, it hovered above the clouds like a city in the sky. This fortress relied on a turbine-based anti-gravity system and high-yield thrusters to maintain its steady suspension at such altitude. From afar, its massive form was half hidden by thick banks of cloud, looming in and out of sight, oppressive as a mountain range. Li Yunming hovered quietly at a distance, her figure melting into the mist, as silent and elusive as a specter. Shrouded by a biotic force field and cloaked in the interference of mutated bioenergy, she was utterly undetectable. Her eyes glimmered with a pale, energetic light, a fusion of supervision and X-ray sight. Her gaze sliced effortlessly through layers of mist and the thick steel walls, etching every detail of the Red Room's airborne fortress in her mind. With the faintest twitch of her ears, she caught every whisper carried on the air. The way sound bounced back allowed her to distinguish the illusions created by holographic projections. Combining her supervision and X-ray sight, she could ignore all external barriers and concealment. To Li Yunming, the Red Room sky fortress was like a frog stripped of its skin, every secret exposed, nothing left hidden. The Black Widow training grounds, the arsenal, the fighter hangar, chemistry labs, the generator room, infirmary, central command, surveillance center, detention cells. Every kind of facility was present, a self-sustaining miniature kingdom. Yet Li Yunming's brow furrowed lightly. Her gaze swept back and forth through the fortress, but she could not find the office belonging to Dreykov, the one she remembered so clearly. Something's not right, she murmured, suspicion flickering in her eyes. Dreykov's office was not small, spanning over 200 square meters, with a ceiling height of more than 3 meters. By all accounts, it should have been highly conspicuous. Yet, no matter how hard she searched, the office seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving not a single trace behind. A flurry of possibilities flashed through her mind. Could it be the wrong year? Was Dreykov's office not yet constructed? She recalled the moment when Natasha Romanoff first encountered Taskmaster, which was around 2016. The operation to turn Melina and infiltrate the Red Room by deceiving the guards, however, took place 8 years later. Clearly, the plans for Dreykov's airborne Red Room fortress had been in motion long before. Judging by what she saw now, the fortresses. Logistics and support facilities were exceptionally comprehensive, far from something that could be built in just a year or two. Wait, the ceiling is more than 3 meters high. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up in Lian Ming's eyes. She immediately focused her X-ray vision, carefully scanning the upper levels of the airborne fortress. Sure enough, she found a flaw. The flooring between the top and lower levels was unusually thick, reinforced with no less than 12 layers of composite steel plates. Directly below was the armory, stocked with vast quantities of ammunition and highly explosive materials. The thick steel plating made sense as a safeguard against potential explosions in the weapon's cache, preventing disaster from spreading to the rest of the complex. Such a structure seemed logical at first glance, yet it was easily overlooked. Lian Ming's sharp instincts picked up on something amiss. She examined the composite steel plates closely and noticed that soundproofing panels and shock-absorbing materials were sandwiched between the layers. However, her X-ray vision was unable to penetrate these so-called soundproofing and shock-absorbing materials. There could only be one explanation. These materials had been laced with lead. Lead was far too heavy and inflexible for use in blast-resistant steel plates, so its presence here was a deliberate ruse. In reality, what lay hidden was a mysterious space, completely encased in blast-resistant steel and lead, a space that was almost certainly Dreykov's office. Well, the old fox is as cunning as ever. Lian Ming's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. She realized that Dreykov had likely begun disguising his office with lead shielding the moment she, as a superwoman, appeared in the public eye. Such caution and craftiness commanded a grudging respect. But it also presented a new problem. She couldn't confirm whether Dreykov was hiding inside the office unless she forced her way in. Yet if Dreykov wasn't there, such a move would only alert the wily old fox, prompting him to burrow even deeper, or perhaps vanish from the world altogether. Lian Ming pondered for a moment, then decided to bide her time and wait. She quietly placed the miniature smart tracking device Tony Stark had given her on the outer hull of the Red Room's floating fortress, then slipped away from the skies above Alaska without a sound. Now that the precise location had been confirmed, her next task was to plan the perfect operation, to wipe out this den of evil once and for all. Meanwhile, across the Arctic ice fields, a bitter wind swept through as a blizzard raged, shrouding the landscape and dropping visibility to almost nothing. 3 icebreakers, each bearing the Stark Industries logo, struggled forward against the storm. Overhead, 5 helicopters and 25 surveillance drones circled relentlessly, while a red and gold suit of Iron Man armor darted nimbly through the snow-laden air. Sir, according to the records, Captain Steve Rogers crashed a Hydra-heavy bomber in the Arctic region in March 1945. Jarvis's voice sounded in Tony Stark's ear. S.H.I.E.L.D. sent multiple search teams for a thorough sweep, but they only found fragments of the aircraft. There was no sign of Steve Rogers' body. Piloting the 4 Malawian-Quatch's Iron Man suit, Tony's gaze scanned the ice fields below through his visor. His voice was calm and resolute. Jarvis, keep scanning. Focus on the vibranium shield. That metal will stand out more than anything else on the Arctic ice. Jarvis's voice came again, steady as ever. Sir, considering the unpredictable climate of the Arctic Ocean, glacial drift, snowstorms, ocean currents, the environment must have changed dramatically over the years. I recommend expanding our search radius by at least a factor of 10. Tony nodded, guiding the suit in a wide arc through the air, continuing to scan the glacier below. If Lou said Captain America was still alive, then the old popsicle had to be alive. Tony trusted her word. He was willing to spare no expense, even to the point of assembling an entire oceanic research fleet, if that's what it took. Jarvis's analysis was logical and thorough, but Tony's gut told him Lian Ming would never lie to him. In such cold conditions, with the super soldier serum in his veins, it's not impossible for Cap to have gone into some kind of deep freeze. Tony murmured to himself. Maybe the old guy is just napping in an iceberg somewhere. But the Arctic was vast, and the search was proving anything but easy. 10 days passed, and all Tony found were a few rare fish and some polar bears. No sign of the man he sought. His mood grew more irritable, even a little despondent. With a helpless sigh, he continued piloting his suit deeper into the Arctic wilderness. Lou, you really know how to get me into trouble, Tony said with a wry smile and a shake of his head. To think that the genius inventor, billionaire, and Iron Man himself would be personally doing this kind of grunt work. Superwoman was truly one of a kind. In the distant eastern continent, deep beneath the ground in the secret base of the Bureau of Divine Spears, inside the Electronic Information Processing Center's office. Director, we found out. Someone sabotaged the engines of Flight CY-3462. The Ravager's massive figure seemed completely out of place in the confined room. Have you identified the culprit? Zhang Xian's eyes darkened as he stood with his hands behind his back before the observation deck's glass, his sharp gaze cutting straight through the other man as he asked in a low, steady voice. All the undercover investigators have been silenced. The last message we received was just a single symbol. The Ravager's face showed no emotion as he handed over an old-fashioned manila envelope. Zhang Xian took the envelope, drew out the sheet of paper inside, and his pupils contracted abruptly. Without hesitation, he set both the envelope and the paper alight with a lighter, watching as they burned to ash. Remember, officially, this incident never happened. Zhang Xian fixed the Ravager with a stern look, his tone calm but commanding. Internally, you'll be in charge of the investigation. After a moment's thought, he continued, his voice low and deliberate. At the same time, deep in a forest on the outskirts of St. Petersburg, Russia, a farm hidden in a hollow lay shrouded in silence. Melina sat before her computer, concentrating on perfecting the formula and dosage of a neurochemical agent. Her eyes were cool and unwavering, as precise as the workings of a machine. 13 years ago, after Alexei acquired a mysterious biological code in a SHIELD laboratory in Ohio, Melina had, on Dreykov's orders, begun research into electronic control over living organisms. After years of experimentation, the first batch of Black Widow operatives controlled by special agents was finally a reality. They were cold-blooded, efficient, and deadly, executing assassinations and infiltration missions under the influence of the serum. This method of neural control was gradually replacing the old technique of psychological brainwashing. Yet, Melina's heart was far from calm. She had heard that Natasha had defected, turned by SHIELD, and had even orchestrated an attempt on Dreykov's life with a deadly explosion. The news left her with a whirlwind of emotions. Though their family had been a fabrication for the mission, she had truly lived with Natasha and Yelena, sharing their lives as a mother. To say she felt nothing would be a lie, but she dared not let those feelings override her duty. Melina herself had been a Black Widow. She, too, had suffered the same horrors: forced sterilization, relentless psychological manipulation. She knew, better than anyone, the pain these two girls would endure. Yet what could she do? Compassion alone changed nothing. There was nothing Melina could do. Suddenly, a piercing alarm from the signal device on her desk shattered the silence. Startled, Melina quickly set aside her work, retrieved a heavy sniper rifle from another room, and took up position at the window, scanning the distance with cold precision. The alarm of the signal device blared, signaling that the farm's perimeter had already been breached. Her gaze sharpened, and her finger rested lightly on the trigger, ready at any moment to face combat. Yet, just as she adjusted the direction of her scope, darkness suddenly swallowed her vision. She jerked her head up and saw, to her shock, that at some point a blonde woman in a blue bodysuit and a red cape had appeared in the room, smiling as she covered the front of the scope with her hand. Melina reacted instantly, kicking out, but her foot met only empty air. The blonde woman moved sideways, ghost-like and in defiance of all physical laws, evading the attack with ease. In the next moment, Melina realized that her sniper rifle had somehow turned into nothing more than a twisted, charred stick of firewood. "You!" Melina's heart pounded in alarm. Only someone with supernatural abilities could pull off something like this. "Relax, Melina. I won't hurt you." Lu Yunming raised her hands in a gesture of peace, her voice calm and her smile easy. A flicker of wariness flashed through Melina's eyes. She knew at once that this woman before her was anything but ordinary. Melina sat frozen in her chair, head bowed, eyes fixed on her own restless, fidgeting hands. An invisible pressure weighed down on her, making her too afraid to look up at the figure before her. The air itself seemed to have thickened, heavy enough to make breathing a struggle. The only sound in her ears was the frantic pounding of her own heart. She recognized the superwoman standing before her, the most talked-about supernatural figure on the internet right now. Rumor had it that Superwoman possessed immense strength, a host of superpowers, and a body that could not be harmed. Any opponent who faced her would feel the sting of despair. There had been sightings of her turning the tide during the Manhattan incident in New York and the catastrophic air disaster over Shangjing, the capital of the Eastern Celestial Empire. Countless scientists, the alarm from the signal device blared, signaling that the farm was already under attack. Her eyes turned sharp, fingers curling lightly around the trigger, ready at any moment to face a fight. But just as she adjusted the direction of her scope, darkness suddenly swept before her eyes. She jerked her head up, only to see, at some point, a blonde woman in a blue bodysuit and red cape had appeared in the room, her hand playfully covering the end of the scope, grinning from ear to ear. Melina reacted instantly, kicking out with force, but struck nothing but air. The blonde woman, ghost-like, moved sideways in a way that defied all laws of physics, easily dodging the attack. It was then Melina realized the sniper rifle in her hands had somehow twisted and warped, turning into nothing more than a crooked fire poker. You! A surge of dread shot through Melina's heart. Only someone with supernatural powers could pull off something like this. Relax, Melina. I'm not here to hurt you. Lu Yunming raised her hands in a gesture of peace, her voice warm and easy, her smile unfaltering. A flicker of wariness flashed across Melina's eyes. She knew, without a doubt, that this woman before her was anything but ordinary. Melina sat frozen in her chair, head bowed low, eyes fixed on her restless, fidgeting hands. An invisible pressure pressed down on her, making her too afraid to look up. The air around her seemed to grow thick, so stifling she could barely breathe. All she could hear was the frantic pounding of her own heart. She recognized the superwoman standing before her, the internet's latest sensation, the most famous superhuman out there. Rumor had it that Superwoman possessed immense strength, a myriad of extraordinary abilities, and a body nothing could break. Any opponent who faced her would be consumed by despair. She had been seen turning the tide in the Manhattan incident in New York and the catastrophic crash over the Eastern Capital. Everywhere disaster struck, Superwoman was there. Countless scientists coveted Superwoman's power, seeking her DNA for research. The Red Room was no exception. Dreykov, the mastermind behind the Red Room, longed for Superwoman's strength, but never dared send his widow agents against her. Like a vampire lurking in the shadows, he watched her from afar, waiting for the perfect moment. After all, even the mighty Red Room would crumble instantly before Superwoman's near-invincible power. Melina herself had been a Black Widow agent, retired for years, now focused solely on research. She had no idea why Superwoman would come looking for her. But the answer soon became clear. At that moment, the front gate creaked open. Natasha was the first to step inside, followed by the burly Alexei. What? Melina couldn't help but leap to her feet in shock. She would never have dreamed she'd reunite with Alexei here, of all places, at this very moment. In her memory, Alexei had vanished after offending Dreykov, locked away in a secret Russian prison, never to be heard from again. Oh, Melina, it's been so long. I missed you so much. As soon as Alexei walked in, his eyes lit up. Overcome with emotion, he rushed forward and hugged Melina, his voice trembling as if he wanted to pour out all his longing in that one moment. Natasha, standing to the side, looked thoroughly unimpressed and curled her lip in disdain. If Li Yunming hadn't mentioned that Yelena would be happy to see Alexei, she never would have bothered to break this oath out of prison. After all, prisons in Siberia are notorious for their harsh terrain, terrible conditions, and impenetrable security. It had taken every ounce of her resourcefulness just to pinpoint the exact location. Fine, bursting into a maximum security prison under heavy fire to rescue a notorious inmate wasn't even her job. All she had to do was get the escape gear ready and keep watch from a safe distance. Her mind drifted back to that failed mission in Ohio, when they tried to steal SHIELD intelligence. Afterward, Alexei's family fled to the island airport, and 12-year-old Natasha and 5-year-old Yelena were handed over to Dreykov, destined for the brutal training in the Red Room that would turn them into operatives. Natasha had always resented Alexei for not stopping it back then, so when they finally broke him out of prison, her first action was to land a solid punch right on his nose. Luckily, Alexei was a former member of the Soviet super soldier program, known as the Red Guardian. One punch might have hurt, but it certainly didn't do any lasting damage. Life in prison had left Alexei worn down and disheartened. Faced with Natasha's fist, he simply grinned sheepishly, then launched into a flood of words about how much he missed everyone. Lou, I don't think this plan is necessary. He's useless. Natasha couldn't stand Alexei and Melina's affectionate reunion. She walked to the door, sounding defeated. You and I alone could destroy the Red Room. Why bother with the extra baggage? Huh, don't you want to see the Soviet Red Guardian go toe-to-toe with Captain America? I know I do. Li Yunming grinned mischievously, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You have such twisted tastes. All I care about is killing Dreykov, saving Yelena and the other widows, and wiping out the Red Room. Nothing else matters. Natasha rolled her eyes, unable to hide her exasperation. You know what those girls are yearning for? When you were suffering in the Red Room, didn't you ever hope a superhero would come save you? Li Yunming narrowed her eyes, her words full of deeper meaning. I did. Someone like Captain America, or even this pig right here. Natasha glanced at Alexei, resignation coloring her tone. She was different from Yelena. Before they ever posed as a family to steal secrets, Natasha had already spent time in the Red Room. Back then, she dreamed of a happy family, but that had always been an illusion. Not everything in the past was a lie. Most of the time, we don't really have a choice. Li Yunming shrugged, her voice calm and steady. Melina didn't dare to resist. Alexei had no strength left to rebel. Yet, both had been loyal to their country, even if that meant hurting the children indirectly. Of course, someone like Dreykov, who treated human life as worthless, was beyond forgiveness. He deserved the harshest punishment. Fine, I hope Captain America beats this pig, until he really looks like one. Natasha shot Alexei a scornful glare. In truth, she remembered the look of reluctance and helplessness in Melina's eyes when the Red Room took her away all those years ago. Melina, this is Superwoman. She's so powerful, she kept Soviet officials up at night. Alexei pulled Melina in front of Liu Meng for a formal introduction, then leaned in and whispered in Melina's ear, "Don't mess with her. I can't take her." He could still recall how Superwoman smashed open the prison gates with her bare hands, as easily as tearing through a sheet of newspaper. Then she had blasted a solid watchtower in half with beams of white-hot energy from her eyes, and even taken RPGs and close-in cannon fire head-on, without flinching. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Compared to that, Alexei began to suspect his own superpowers might just be a sham. Listening to Alexei's words, Liu Meng nearly burst out laughing, finding his sincerity almost painfully naive. "It's not like I don't know," Melina replied with a gentle smile. Back when Tony Stark was kidnapped, Superwoman had single-handedly wiped out the terrorists. The Red Room had taken notice of her since then. Later, Superwoman made a peace sign in space, thrashed Abomination and the Science Division's troops in New York, and lifted an airliner to save lives over Shangjing City. Her heroic feats were already legendary. "Are you planning to destroy the Red Room?" Melina looked at the group calmly, her tone certain. "That's where my nightmares began. It's only right that they end there too, Mother Melina." Natasha's voice was low, laced with a chilling resolve. "Superwoman is faster than radar can track. The Red Room's defenses are useless. She could fly over and wipe it out in minutes. Why do you even need me?" Melina spread her hands, her face a picture of puzzlement. She had studied Superwoman's powers and knew just how far beyond ordinary they were. Truthfully, Melina wished she could leave all this behind and just live a quiet life. "It's part of the plan. Yelena wants you and me working together," Alexei explained. When he first heard about the plan, guilt for his daughter's past made him decide to join in. After all, he had nowhere else to go. Being a hero didn't sound so bad. "All right, I'm in. Are we leaving now?" After a long silence, Melina finally relented, resignation in her voice. Seeing how determined everyone was, she realized that refusing would only make things harder. She had no other choice. She knew the location of the Red Room's airborne base, and she wanted to be rid of its shadow to save those girls. Once, Melina thought Dreykov was unbeatable. But now, with Superwoman as an ally, things felt different. Maybe she would only need to help out behind the scenes. "No, we're still waiting for the rest of the team," Liu Meng said, pouring herself a glass of water and settling casually onto the sofa. She needed to confirm Dreykov's presence at the Red Room's flying fortress, as well as Yelena's and the other widows' locations. Her earlier reconnaissance hadn't turned up Yelena. Clearly, she'd been sent out on a mission. Melina grew even more puzzled. With Supergirl being so powerful, did she really need any teammates at all? "We're waiting for Captain America. Yelena has admired him since she was a child. If he shows up, she'll be thrilled," Natasha said, gazing at Melina and speaking slowly. "Captain America is still alive." Melina's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she was sure Natasha must be joking. Everyone knew Captain America had fallen in 1945. How could there be a Captain America now? He's not dead. He's been frozen somewhere in the Arctic. The super soldier serum slowed his metabolism to almost nothing, so all we need to do is find him and thaw him out, Natasha replied, her face expressionless as she repeated the intelligence she'd heard from Tony Stark. Of all the things she'd learned, this was the one she just couldn't wrap her head around. It didn't sound like intelligence. It sounded more like prophecy. But considering Tony Stark's access to cutting-edge technology, Natasha didn't press further. The truth would come out soon enough. "Then we'd better hurry. Yelena's about to take her graduation assessment," Melina said, glancing at Natasha in surprise. She chose not to ask more, simply nodding and revealing this crucial detail. Natasha's expression darkened instantly. She could never forget the Red Room's brutal graduation test. Dreykov would drop 20 girls in a desolate place with supplies for only one, forcing them to fight each other to the death. Before graduation, he'd even remove their wombs and fallopian tubes. She couldn't bear the thought of Yelena enduring all that. A wave of bitterness welled up inside Melina. Memories of her own days in the Red Room, being trained, manipulated, living through a waking nightmare, rose up unbidden. Though many years had passed since she left, those memories still clung to her like a shadow. Now, with Supergirl's arrival and the looming operation to destroy the Red Room, Melina's feelings were a tangled knot. Part of her longed to do something for the girls still trapped inside, but another part dreaded being pulled back into danger. But when she saw the resolve in Natasha's eyes and Alexei's earnest, clumsy but sincere demeanor, a new sense of courage slowly swelled within her. Most importantly, this time Dreykov had truly met his match. Or perhaps, it would be more accurate to say that this unbreakable wall had come knocking on his door. To have caught Supergirl's attention, Dreykov's luck couldn't have been any worse. Natasha, standing nearby, watched Alexei and Melina, her thoughts drifting far away. She remembered the suffering she and Yelena endured in the Red Room. Every training session, every injury, each one a scar etched deep in her heart. Her hatred for Dreykov burned like a fire that would never go out. This time, she was determined to make the Red Room pay for everything it had done, and to rescue Yelena and the other sisters. As for Alexei, although she complained about him, deep down in her heart, there was a trace of complicated emotion. After all, they once shared the experience of pretending to be a family. Those memories, though partly false, were not entirely painful. Liu Yunming sat quietly on the sofa, observing everyone's reactions. She knew this mission wasn't especially difficult, but Dreykov was by no means an easy opponent, cunning and ruthless. Back then, Natasha hadn't managed to blow up Dreykov, largely because of his sharp instinct for danger. He had prepared a double in advance. Waiting was agonizing, until suddenly the shrill ring of the phone shattered the silence. "Hey Lou, guess what I found?" The moment the call connected, Tony's eager voice burst through, excitement barely concealed. A vibranium shield with a star on it. Liu Yunming lifted her eyelids slightly, sat up from the sofa, a faint smile at her lips, her tone light. "Come on, Lou. You've ruined the whole surprise." Tony's frustration was unmistakable. His voice shot up an octave, laced with obvious complaint. "All right, my fault. Next time, hot pot's on me," Liu Yunming replied, shaking her head with a soft chuckle, her voice soothing. "Deal. I want the numbing pepper broth, extra fresh duck blood, and lotus root." Tony's tone immediately softened, even tinged with anticipation. Ever since he'd tried authentic Sichuan hot pot at Liu Yunming's place, hot pot had shot to second place on Tony's favorite foods list, just below cheeseburgers. "We've dug up a real popsicle, an American Captain frozen in ice, plus a shield." Tony's voice carried a teasing edge, his words half mocking, half amused. "Lucky for us, it seems Steve Rogers is still alive after all. Guess that super soldier serum really does the trick." "All right, Tony, even if Howard had nothing but praise for Steve, the truth is you're impressive too," Liu Yunming said, her lips curving into a playful smile. "No, I'm even more impressive." Tony protested instantly, then paused, suspicion dawning. "Wait a second, Lou. How did you know my father talked up the old popsicle? Only kids try to bring others down to lift themselves up. Come on, Tony, Captain America never did anything to you." Liu Yunming laughed, flashing a dazzling smile, her tone teasing. "Fine, you've got me there," Tony admitted grudgingly, though his voice still carried a note of stubbornness. "I'm thawing him out now. I want to see if Captain America really is as noble as they say." Their call ended. Liu Yunming tucked the specially designed phone into the pocket of her battlesuit. Finding Captain America was good news for her. It also meant the official plan to eliminate the Red Room could finally begin. Steve Rogers' life was nothing short of legendary. His character was impeccable, making him the only superhero in the Marvel Universe without a shadowy side. He grew from frail, undersized young man into a self-reliant Captain America, becoming a pillar of hope for countless people. To protect his country, he sacrificed his own life without hesitation. Frozen beneath layers of ice, he slept for decades, missing out on the love of his life. Integrity, kindness, courage, unwavering determination, responsibility, sacrifice, and selflessness. All of these qualities were embodied perfectly in Captain America. His spirit could inspire everyone around him during battle, strengthening his teammates' resolve. Captain America didn't possess some magical aura that guaranteed him an even match with any foe. Rather, he always gave everything he had, creating miracles, even if those miracles lasted only a fleeting moment. The super soldier serum could enhance a person's body and genes, but it could never strengthen the heart. Steve Rogers, however, was a genuine man with noble character and an unbreakable spirit. Such perfection made some people dislike Captain America's persona, feeling he was not quite real enough. But in this world, he was undoubtedly the best comrade in arms, someone to whom you could entrust your back without a second thought. Liu Yunming had managed to find Steve Rogers, Captain America, a full 5 years ahead of schedule, forcibly altering the timeline. Although regrets couldn't be fully erased, at least he would be able to adapt to modern society more quickly. Normally, Peggy Carter still had 8 years to live, Perhaps Steve could use this opportunity to spend more time with the love he had lost. Did you find Captain America? Natasha leaned in, her tone tinged with curiosity. Yes, you won't regret meeting him. Liu Yunming nodded, her words carrying a hint of deeper meaning. Natasha tilted her head with a non-committal shrug. She'd heard plenty of stories about Captain America even before joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Her younger sister Yelena had idolized Captain America since she was a child. Alexei, standing nearby, immediately perked up at the news, a not-so-bright grin spreading across his face. Once on opposing sides due to conflicting politics, as the former Red Guardian of the Soviet Union, he yearned to return to the battlefield and face off with Captain America. He dreamed of open combat, not sneaking around as a spy, stealing damn files, and ending up in prison for reasons he never understood. A real man should fight head-on. With the help of Dr. Banner and Dr. Ethan, plus the cutting-edge technology of Stark Industries, the process of reviving Captain America went smoothly. However, Tony's mission in the Arctic hadn't gone entirely unnoticed by SLD's watchful eyes. Coulson showed up the very next day, eager to find out what exactly Tony had discovered in the Arctic. He was, however, brushed off with a convenient excuse. Tony fabricated a story about Stark Industries planning to set up a high-tech research station at the North Pole, leaving Coulson with no choice but to report back to Nick Fury. Liu Yiming wasn't about to let S.H.I.E.L.D. get involved with Captain America so soon. More importantly, Steve needed time to adjust to his new surroundings and to truly find his place on the stage that was about to unfold. It took Steve Rogers only 2 days to regain a normal heartbeat. A week later, in the intensive care unit of Tony's private medical facility, Steve's eyes slowly fluttered open. He found himself surrounded by people at his bedside, faces filled with anticipation and concern. Confused and startled, Steve shot upright, instinctively searching for his shield. Hold on, Cap, don't get worked up. Let's keep this civil. No need for any physical moves. We can talk, Tony said quickly, taking 2 steps back and raising his hands in a placating gesture. He had no desire to get punched, especially without his armor. No ordinary man could stand against Captain America, enhanced by the super soldier serum. Steve, face impassive, said nothing. His muscles were taut, eyes sharp with suspicion as he scanned the unfamiliar environment. What he saw only deepened his unease. The room was filled with advanced technology he couldn't recognize, and the sleek, modern-day core was unlike anything he'd ever seen before. Much of the equipment didn't even have names he could guess. For a moment, he wondered if, after crashing his plane into the sea, he'd fallen into the hands of Hydra. After all, it was early 1945, the Second World War wasn't over yet, and Hydra hadn't been wiped out. Hello, Captain. It's an honor to meet you. I'll explain everything in a moment, and then you're free to take your time to verify it all. But first, please stay calm. Is that all right? Liu Yunming stepped forward, her tone gentle and reassuring. Steve fixed his gaze on the strikingly beautiful young woman in front of him, his fists still clenched, his guard raised even higher. Yet, for reasons he couldn't explain, perhaps instinct, he was certain he didn't stand a chance against her. She looked young, but the aura she exuded was overwhelming, like a mountain bearing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Steve's body, strengthened by the super soldier serum, was sending him clear warnings. This woman was extremely dangerous. After a long moment, he gave a small nod, though he remained perched warily on the edge of the hospital bed, ready to spring into action at any second. Liu Yunming offered him a faint smile before she began to recount the entire story, from beginning to end. In 1945, Captain Rogers piloted a Hydra bomber into the Arctic, sacrificing himself to utterly thwart Hydra's plot to use nuclear weapons to destroy the cities of the world. That same year, World War II officially came to an end. Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan were defeated and forced to sign the unconditional surrender. By 1949, S.H.I.E.L.D. was formally established, with Peggy Carter and Howard Stark among its founding members, both continuing to play active roles in its operations. During this time, they expended immense resources and manpower in their search for Steve Rogers, but ultimately their efforts ended in failure. As a result, Captain America remained trapped in the frozen wastelands, locked in icy slumber for over 60 years, only recently seeing the light of day once more. When Rogers heard he had been asleep for more than 6 decades, disbelief filled his face. He stood up, determined to prove this was some cruel trick, but the sight of the modern cityscape outside the window left him utterly speechless. I missed a date, Steve finally murmured after a long silence, his expression forlorn. These were the first words he spoke upon fully awakening. He had come to terms with the reality before him, even though the whole situation felt impossibly surreal. It's truly unfortunate, Captain, but life is about moving forward, isn't it? Liu Yunming replied softly, keeping a respectful distance rather than approaching him. Thank you for saving me. Steve turned around, intending to salute. But realizing that none of those present were military personnel, he instead offered a solemn bow. In fact, it was Tony Stark who found you and brought you back, Liu Yunming said with a smile, pulling the reluctant Tony out from behind her and introducing him. His father is Howard Stark. I believe you two were quite familiar. Steve stared, somewhat dazed, at the middle-aged Tony. He could indeed see traces of Howard in the man's features. I can't believe Howard's son is already this grown-up. How is Howard doing? It was a bizarre feeling. His old friend's son now looked older than himself. My father passed away many years ago, Tony answered awkwardly, his pride showing as he retorted. Captain, you might look young, but in reality, you're a 90-year-old relic. I just grew up a little faster, that's all. I'm sorry, Rogers replied, his brow lifting as he sensed an inexplicable hostility from his old friend's son. But his mind was in turmoil, leaving no room to ponder such things. During his years of sleep, he had missed so much. The war was over, his familiar world gone, friends departed, and his beloved now elderly. He had originally planned to see Peggy right away, but realizing she would now be well in her 90s, a wave of dread swept over him. Missing a date was a terrible thing. Steve had no idea how to face the woman he loved. Meanwhile, Natasha exchanged glances with Alexei, eyes clearly saying, "Can't you read the room and stop stirring up trouble?" Alexei, though, visibly disappointed, obediently said nothing. After all, he had donned his Red Guardian suit specifically for Captain America's awakening. Melina, on the other hand, gazed up at the ceiling, pretending not to notice. Everyone knew that challenging someone to a duel at a time like this would be utter foolishness. Captain, there's a purpose for waking you up this time. Liu Meng walked over, her tone serious. What do you need me to do? Steve nodded, growing solemn, and asked directly. Finally, they were getting to the point. He didn't believe these people had dug him out of the Arctic just to take photos, get autographs, and collect signatures. We had planned to let you recover for a month, but unfortunately, time is not on our side. There are people out there waiting for you to save them. Liu Yunming's expression was grave, and she made no effort to hide the seriousness of her words. She went on to explain in detail all the intelligence about the former Soviet Red Room secret agent organization, including its historical development and origins. These fragments of information stood out with exceptional clarity in her memory. The Red Room's operations ranged widely, covering assassination, infiltration, espionage, disrupting financial markets, and manipulating officials in various countries. This organization posed an immense threat to global security. Its menace rivaled that of Hydra at its height. That was the true reason why this secret organization had to be destroyed. I'm in. The Red Room does need to be taken down. After a moment of silence, Captain Rogers spoke with unwavering resolve. Just imagining a group of highly skilled, deadly female agents lurking in the shadows, masters of assassination and experts in every field, made his skin crawl. This was completely at odds with the ideals of peace and freedom that Captain America stood for. Moreover, if nothing was done now, more innocent girls would be forced to join this inhumane organization in the future, a scenario Steve absolutely could not accept. After all, hadn't he enlisted in the army to defeat Nazi Germany, so that people could live in peace and security? Excellent, Captain. I've prepared a special combat suit just for you, Tony said with unmistakable pride, then clapped his hands. Jarvis, show Captain America. Yes, sir. As Jarvis's mechanical, AI voice responded, a metal door slid open in the private medical facility's examination room, and a transparent glass cabinet was wheeled out. Liu Yunming glanced at the blue, white, and red suit inside the case, clicking her tongue in admiration. Tony never disappoints. The suit is both elegant and highly functional. This battle suit had been commissioned by her after they found Captain Rogers, crafted by Tony from the same material as the Homelander suit she wore. Heat-resistant, bulletproof, incredibly tough, and remarkably flexible. Oh, and there's the shield, too. Tony smacked his forehead, then pulled off the black cloth covering the table, revealing that familiar vibranium shield. My father made this for you back in the day. We recovered it from the ice along with you. It should feel just right in your hands. Although Tony was deeply envious of the vibranium in the shield, the unfortunate truth was that there simply wasn't enough of the material to go around. Jarvis had yet to locate any vibranium mines on the African continent. So for now, the Iron Man armor could only use gold titanium alloy, a material whose durability and defensive qualities couldn't hold a candle to vibranium. Thank you, Stark, Steve nodded at Tony in gratitude. As he ran his fingers over the red, white, and blue shield emblazoned with a star, that familiar rush of passion seemed to surge back into his veins. What are we waiting for? Let's get moving. Steve's eyes shone with an unwavering resolve. As long as he stood for justice, his enthusiasm never wavered. Captain, you might want to consider some recovery training first, Natasha advised, her brow creased in concern. After all, your body is only just awakened from the ice. You may run into issues with stamina. The Widows and the Red Room's guards are elite, arguably more formidable than Nazi soldiers or Hydra operatives. Steve considered this for a moment and realized she had a point. He'd never fought enemies born of the post-war 21st century, nor did he understand their true strength. If Natasha was right, it made sense to acclimate himself to the modern battlefield. For the next 3 days, Tony opened up the Stark Industries training facility, recruiting a number of elite security staff to spar with Captain America and help him regain his form. Natasha joined in as well, though after a few bouts, she gracefully bowed out. She found Steve's strength overwhelming. No matter how refined her grappling techniques, they simply couldn't subdue him. What's more, Steve's resilience and recovery were extraordinary. Thanks to the super soldier serum, his body was tough as steel, and he bounced back quickly from even the heaviest blows. But as an opponent, Captain America's fists were the stuff of nightmares. Even among the Black Widow operatives, Natasha was the best of the best. Her endurance and agility were far beyond ordinary people. Yet during a sparring match, she took an unexpected kick to the abdomen that nearly knocked the wind out of her, and that was with Steve holding back. She concluded that, in close combat, Captain America had an innate advantage. The Widows and Red Room guards would have a hard time posing any real threat to him. Interestingly, Alexei also joined the training as a sparring partner. He didn't reveal his true background, simply stepping into the ring as another training partner for Steve. The result? He took quite a beating and was left struggling to get up for a long while. Though both men had been injected with super soldier serum, there was a sizable gap between them when it came to experience and sheer grit. Melina, Tony, and Lu Yunming stayed out of the action. Melina, though once a Black Widow herself, hadn't fought in earnest for years. Her days were now spent more in research than on the battlefield. Tony was well aware of his own limits. His basic fighting skills would have gotten him knocked out with a single punch. As for donning the mark armor, he had his own sense of pride. He wouldn't stoop to bullying an old man. Lu Yunming was on an entirely different level. She hardly needed elaborate combat techniques. Even without resorting to biomorphic magic, just her raw physical power combined with that phantom-like super speed was enough to overwhelm everyone present, no matter how many there were. Perhaps only an enraged Hulk could put up a bit of a fight against her. Meanwhile, Jarvis was constantly using satellite surveillance and signal trackers attached to the Red Room's airborne fortress to keep a lock on Yelena's location, ensuring nothing unexpected happened. Finally, after 3 days, "Sir, I've intercepted information that Miss Yelena is about to take the Red Room's graduation exam. They're planning to send a group of Black Widow trainees to the Siberian tundra." Jarvis's voice suddenly broke through the comms. "Lou, it's time for us to move," Tony said, checking the satellite feed with a grave expression. "Captain Rogers, are you ready?" Lu Yunming nodded impassively, then turned to Steve, who was toweling off sweat on the training field. Under the lights, Captain America's powerful, corded muscles seemed to radiate explosive strength, so much so that even Natasha couldn't help but take a second look. Melina's eyes went wide with admiration, leaving Alexei sulking at her side. "What? I'm just looking." "Nothing more?" Melina arched an eyebrow, spreading her hands with a hint of annoyance. "I used to be that buff too," Alexei muttered under his breath, glancing down at his own round belly and resolving, once and for all, to go on a diet. "I'm always ready," Steve replied with steely resolve, tossing his towel into the basket with deliberate solemnity. Even though he'd only just woken from the ice and hadn't regained his peak condition, he could still hold his own against these criminals all day long. Tony assembled the 4 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man armor, switching to the heavy firepower external equipment pack. Natasha slipped on the Widow's bite, high-tech gauntlets capable of firing tear gas, electric shocks, and microbombs. She'd also equipped herself with a pair of NAA Guardian pistols, sleek, metallic silver, compact handguns, .38 caliber, easy to conceal but packing impressive penetration, designed especially for female agents. Melina's gear was much the same as Natasha's, with the key difference being her preference for electrified batons. This time, the plan was to sneak past the Red Room's security and infiltrate the airborne fortress, so her equipment was relatively simple. With so many superheroes on their side, there was simply no need to overdo it. She only needed to confirm Dreykov's identity and location, then coordinate with Iron Man to hack into the aerial fortress's central control system from the outside. Alexei asked Tony for a large-caliber shotgun and a gold titanium alloy shield. Though he had lost the sparring match, he was determined to prove himself during this mission. Once everyone was ready, they boarded the latest model of Quinjet developed by Stark Weapons Research Division. Because attack helicopters couldn't reach the Red Room's airborne fortress at its operating altitude, and fighter jets were unsuited for troop transport. Tony had activated this cutting-edge military marvel, originally designed to capitalize on the American government's defense budget. The inspiration for the Quinjet actually traced back to the 1960s in Britain to a vertical takeoff and landing aircraft known as the Harrier. In the 1980s, SHIELD, NASA, and the United States Air Force jointly studied the recovered Tesseract, launching the comprehensive Project Pegasus. Howard Stark, as one of SHIELD's founders, also participated in this research. The Quinjet was one of the technological fruits of that project. Although Howard passed away in 1995, the technological legacy he left behind in Stark Industries was undeniable. With his genius, Tony took the earliest prototype of the Quinjet and gave it a complete upgrade. And so, this epic-making multifunctional combat aircraft came into being. Though it resembled the Quinjets used by SHIELD, the technological development paths diverged. Project Pegasus focused more on overwhelming firepower and combat capabilities, while Stark Industries prioritized versatility and functionality. After announcing the closure of the weapons division, Tony split off Stark Industries' military sector and sold it to other defense giants. Still, quite a few of these special aircraft remained in the warehouse. Since the Tesseract was now in SHIELD's possession, the Quinjet faced a technological bottleneck. Lacking key breakthroughs and refinements, its combat performance was not quite on par with the F-22 Raptor or the F-35. But for transporting a special team on a strike against the Red Room, it was clearly the perfect choice. Before departure, Dr. Banner approached Lian Ming to ask if the Hulk's help would be needed for this mission. Lian Ming felt that, while the Hulk could communicate, he was like an oversized child, restless, quick to anger, and hard to control. If the Green Giant were unleashed in the Red Room base, the aerial fortress would likely end up as nothing more than a heap of scrap metal in a junkyard. She still had plans for the base's facilities, so she politely declined Banner's offer. She only needed to confirm Dreykov's identity and location, then coordinate with Iron Man to hack into the aerial fortress's central control system from the outside. Alexei requested a large-caliber shotgun and a shield made of golden titanium alloy from Tony. Although he lost in the sparring match, he was determined to redeem himself in this mission. Once everyone was ready, they boarded the new model of Quinjet developed by the Stark Weapons Research Division. Because attack helicopters couldn't reach the flight altitude of the Red Room's aerial fortress, and fighter jets weren't suitable for personnel transport, Tony deployed this latest military product designed, in his words, to milk the American government for all it's worth. The inspiration for the Quinjet actually traced back to the 1960s in Britain to the vertical takeoff and landing Harrier fighter jet. In the 1980s, SHIELD, NASA, and the U.S. Air Force collaborated to study the recovered Tesseract, fully launching the Project Pegasus joint initiative. Howard Stark, as one of SHIELD's founders, also participated in the project. The Quinjet was one of the many technological fruits born from this effort. Although Howard passed away in 1995, the technological legacy he left behind at Stark Industries was very real and substantial. With his genius mind, Tony took the earliest Quinjet prototype as a foundation and gave it a comprehensive upgrade. Thus, this epic-making, multifunctional fighter jet was born. Though it resembled the Quinjets used by SHIELD, the technological development paths had diverged. Project Pegasus prioritized superior firepower and combat capabilities, while Stark Industries focused more on the jet's versatility and utility. After announcing the closure of the Weapons Development Division, Tony split up Stark Industries' military branch and sold it off to other defense giants. A fair number of these specialized fighter jets remained in the warehouse. Since the Tesseract was in SHIELD's possession, the Quinjet had hit a technological bottleneck for the time being. Lacking a key breakthrough, its actual combat capabilities didn't quite match up to the F-22 Raptor or F-35. But for transporting a special team to raid the Red Room, it was clearly an excellent choice. Before departure, Dr. Banner had sought out Lian Ming to ask if the Hulk's assistance was needed for this mission. Lian Ming felt that, though the Hulk could communicate, he was like an oversized child, restless, easily angered, and difficult to control. If the Green Giant charged into the Red Room base, the result would surely be the aerial fortress being smashed to scrap metal. She still had plans for the base and its facilities, so she politely declined Banner's offer. 10,000 meters above Alaska, at the Red Room base, the airborne steel fortress. Dreykov sat at his desk, leisurely puffing on a cigar and sipping red wine. Although the former Soviet Union had collapsed, the Red Room, after years of development, had produced Black Widow agents now scattered across the globe. The advent of the biological control serum meant that Dreykov could effortlessly decide the fate of these secret operatives with a single keystroke on his computer system. He could do anything he wished, seizing oil and gas resources, profiting from wars, manipulating gold prices, orchestrating assassinations, infiltrations, and espionage, even toppling the governments of small nations. Dreykov was like an ancient warlord, ruling his dominion from the shadows, unseen yet omnipotent. He reveled in the sensation of absolute power. The dissolution of the Soviet Union only fueled Dreykov's growing ambition. No longer content to serve a nation, he now sought to build a nation of his own, a shadow empire under his sole command. After surviving Natasha Romanov's betrayal and a deadly bombing attempt, Dreykov had grown even more cautious, strengthening his grip over his operatives. He had intended to immediately issue a kill order for Natasha, the traitor, but upon learning she had joined S.H.I.E.L.D., Dreykov decided to bide his time. For now, the Red Room's strength was not yet sufficient to take on a colossal organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. head-on. He needed to proceed step by step, expanding his influence, tightening his control over more people, and waiting for the right moment. General, the latest group of trainees is ready for their final exam. Would you like to observe the proceedings in person? At that moment, a guard in tactical gear and a helmet entered, bowing respectfully as he spoke. In the past, Dreykov took a keen interest in every trainee who survived the graduation test and became a true Black Widow. He also harbored a twisted fascination. He enjoyed watching these young women turn against each other in brutal fights for survival. Proceed as planned. I won't be attending in person. Just route the surveillance feed to me, Dreykov said coldly, his face expressionless. Yes, General. The guard snapped to attention with a crisp salute. One more thing, General. The Iron Maiden has requested permission to dock. She says there's something she needs to report to you in person. What is it? Dreykov frowned, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Melina Vostokov, who had undergone the Red Room's training program 4 times, was one of his most loyal operatives, one of the few Black Widows who had not been injected with the control serum. She didn't specify, sir. Only that it concerns solving the upper limit issue with the control serum, the guard replied honestly. Dreykov fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. He was not worried about Melina's loyalty. After all, even without the serum rewiring their brains, his pheromone-based inhibition technology ensured that none of his Black Widows could ever raise a hand against him. Anyone who had ever caught a whiff of Dreykov's distinctive scent would, over time, find it difficult to truly strike him down. Still, a flicker of doubt stirred within his heart. Why had Melina specifically requested access to the airborne fortress right on the eve of the trainee's final exam? Was there some hidden agenda at play? Grant her entry to the fortress. Activate the Taskmaster program. Dreykov finally decided after careful deliberation. He was always meticulous, planning every move ahead to guard against the unexpected. Yes, General. The guard saluted crisply before leaving the office. Dreykov stood alone by the window, gazing out at the sky, enveloped in a long, contemplative silence. Before long, the heavy office door swung open, and a figure completely encased in a specially designed combat suit and helmet stepped inside. Meanwhile, high above Alaska, a Quinjet developed by Stark Industries soared through the clouds like a swift eagle, swiftly reaching its designated airspace. Lou, Jarvis is trying to breach the Red Room's main control system, but we'll need Melina's help from the inside to fully seize control of the airborne fortress, Tony said, piloting his 4 Maloyan-Quatch's Iron Man armor, his voice over the comm channel tinged with a hint of disdain for Soviet-era tech. Honestly, I don't get it. Such an advanced anti-gravity system, yet they're still using primitive propellers. The floating tech looks impressive, but it's actually pretty crude, and the central control system is hopelessly outdated. If I'd built this thing, it wouldn't be so easy to hack, he added. Understood. Now we wait for Melina's signal. I'll handle the fortress's external defenses and their fighter jets head-on. Tony, you focus on stabilizing the power system. Whatever happens, don't let the fortress crash. Steve and Alexei will storm the inside. Natasha will cover the rear. The 3 of you must neutralize the Red Room's guards and subdue those Black Widows who are under the influence of the neural agents and can't act on their own. Lian Ming's eyes glimmered with white rings as she scanned the fortress interior using her X-ray vision, issuing precise and orderly commands. Copy that, came the crisp, unified replies over the channel. Steve Rogers, clad in his custom suit and gripping his shield, stood in the Quinjet's rear bay. Every so often, his gaze would linger on the poised and unruffled Lian Ming, as if he had something on his mind. Captain, if you have any thoughts, don't hesitate to share them, preferably before the operation begins, Lian Ming said with a knowing smile, having caught his glance. I think it's too risky for you to take on the fortress's external defenses by yourself, Steve replied frankly, his concern plain and without pretense. Since waking up, Steve had come to know his teammates and realized that not all of them hailed from the government or the military. Most of them were independent of official control, yet they had come together voluntarily, driven by noble character and a shared pursuit of justice and fairness as superheroes. Steve wasn't familiar with the current American government, so he kept his thoughts to himself when it came to the team's tendency to act without reporting to the authorities. Still, he'd gained a general understanding of his teammates' abilities. Tony was a master of engineering, clad in his Iron Man suit and capable of feats far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Natasha Romanoff, once a secret agent trained by the Soviet Red Room, now served S.H.I.E.L.D. Melina, also a product of the Red Room, but since turned, was both a formidable fighter and a gifted scientist. But the one who caught Steve's attention most was Alexei, a burly, bearded man in middle age who, astonishingly, was the Red Guardian of the former Soviet Union, the USSR's answer to Captain America. Alexei had received the Super Soldier Serum. Though his combat skills and experience were a bit lacking, his raw strength easily surpassed that of a normal man. The only mystery was Li Yunming, a strikingly beautiful young woman about whom Steve knew absolutely nothing. He wasn't opposed to the plan to destroy the Red Room's secret spy organization. His concern was that those with extraordinary powers often underestimated their own limits, making them vulnerable in the heat of battle. During this period, Steve had spent his time regaining his physical conditioning and poring over every scrap of intel. He now knew the details of the Red Room's airborne fortress inside and out. The fortress's formidable external defenses had made a particular impression on him. By his estimation, this airborne stronghold could easily repel even America's most advanced squadrons of F-22 Raptors. On top of that, the Red Room was equipped with dozens of state-of-the-art Quinjet fighters, a terrifying aerial force by any measure. Even for Steve, facing such firepower alone would be a daunting challenge. Ironically, Obadiah was largely to blame for this. The Quinjets used by the Red Room were almost identical to the latest models developed by Stark Industries' weapons division. After Tony invented them, Obadiah wasted no time hawking them far and wide, never caring who the buyer was as long as the price was right. Now, seeing Lian Meng about to face such overwhelming firepower alone, Steve couldn't help but feel uneasy. At the very least, Tony Stark should be providing backup. Tony shot Steve a mischievous grin and teased, Lou, you're being underestimated. Cap, the world's changing faster than you think, and there are things you might not quite grasp yet. All I can say is, you really have no idea what true power looks like. Lian Meng's might was known around the world. Everyone could see it, except for this newly awakened Captain America, who was still in the dark. I agree with Tony, Captain Rogers. This isn't the World War II era anymore. A lot of things are beyond the understanding of even top agents like us. Take her, for example. Natasha nodded subtly in Liu Yunming's direction, her tone calm as she joined the conversation. Brother, there's no need to worry. She's strong. How should I put it? Stronger than you could ever imagine. Alexei threw an arm around Steve's shoulder, grinning as he explained. In his mind, if there was anyone you should never doubt, it was Superwoman. She was truly extraordinary. If America had possessed such a terrifying force during the Cold War, the Soviet Union might have surrendered long ago. All right, enough teasing the old man who just woke up. Tony clapped Steve on the arm, flashing a wide grin. You probably haven't had a chance to get online these last few days, Cap. I'll send you a video later. Then you'll understand. Steve scratched his head awkwardly, suddenly feeling like an outsider. He really did know very little about the modern world, and a surge of curiosity welled up inside him. He also realized that these people were nothing like his old howling commandos. They certainly weren't going to follow his every order. Captain Rogers, you've been a soldier. You've seen war. You know the one thing you never want on the battlefield is baseless suspicion. Try trusting us, even if we're not your brothers in arms. Lian Ming bumped her fist lightly on Steve's shoulder and raised an eyebrow as she spoke. All right, I understand. Steve replied, a little disheartened. He felt, perhaps, truly out of step with the world, like a misfit. But deep down, he resolved that if anything went wrong on this mission, he'd do everything in his power to save his teammates. Sir, signal received from Miss Melina, came Jarvis's voice once more. Okay, let's begin, Steve said, his expression turning serious as he gave the order. After all, he was a soldier, and when it came to tactics, everyone had agreed to put Captain America in charge for this mission. Watch me, Captain. Lian Ming flashed a mysterious smile at Steve, then, like a streak of lightning, shot out of the jet's rear bay, vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. She can fly. Steve was stunned, staring at the others in disbelief. All he'd seen was Lian Ming in her custom combat suit. No weapons, not even a parachute. Captain Rogers, flying is just the beginning, Natasha replied with a knowing look, gesturing at the Quinjet system display. What happened next was a sight that none of them, including Steve, would ever forget. Lian Ming hovered in front of the steel fortress, her gaze icy as she looked down at the chaos below. Alarms blaring, guards scattering, and anti-aircraft guns swiveling into position, ready to fire. A gentle white glow flickered within her emerald-green pupils, as mutated energy surged out from her pores, growing ever stronger and enveloping her entire body. The white energy thickened, becoming almost tangible, dazzling and brilliant, like scorching flames blazing with intensity. As time passed, the air itself began to ripple and distort all around her. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes wide open, unleashing a piercing white radiance. With a mere thought, hundreds, even thousands of energy forms split from her body, rapidly fanning out in every direction. In the blink of an eye, the airborne fortress was surrounded on all sides, not a single gap left unguarded. The illusory form of Icon was unleashed. Countless superwomen hovered in the air, blotting out the sky and casting the world below into awe, a spectacle beyond compare. Everyone, whether still aboard the fighter jets or watching the surveillance feeds elsewhere, including Dreykov, was left utterly speechless, eyes wide with shock. You must be kidding. How is this even possible? Steve stared blankly at the screen. He couldn't help but press his face to the cockpit window, half suspecting he was hallucinating or that the equipment had malfunctioned. To be honest, Captain, none of us expected Lou to have a trick like this up her sleeve. Are these clones? Or something else? I'm completely lost, Tony admitted, his face a mask of disbelief. This was nothing like the powers Superman had in the comics, and Liu Yunming had never displayed such abilities before. Clearly, this was a brand new superpower. Jarvis, analyze this energy for me. What is it made of? Tony's curiosity was instantly ignited, and he asked urgently. Sir, I'm unable to determine the source of Miss Liu's energy. The elemental makeup of these clones does not correspond to anything on the periodic table, Jarvis replied after trawling every database, finding nothing that matched, not even within the world's most advanced scientific archives. Captain, I don't know how many powers Liu truly possesses, but most people just call her Superwoman, Natasha said, staring at the swarm of figures on the screen, at a loss for words. In that moment, she wholeheartedly agreed with Nick Fury's decision to raise the security threat level for Superwoman. It was remarkably prescient. The Superman from the comics? Steve asked, his eyes wide with confusion. That's right. According to SHELD's files, all of Superwoman's powers are extremely similar to those of Superman in the comics, though their strength may differ a bit, Natasha nodded, explaining. So this multiple bodies thing, is that one of Superman's powers too? Steve frowned, clearly sensing something was off. I don't think so, Natasha replied with a wry smile. It looked like SHELD's records would need a serious update. All right, enough chatter. Let's move. Came Liu Yunming's voice crackling through their earpieces, tinged with a hint of playful pride. Everyone exchanged anxious glances. In the end, they steeled their nerves. Just do it. There's nothing to be afraid of. After all, this was about their teammate. Inside the high-altitude fortress of the Red Room, in his office, Dreykov was like a cornered, ravenous beast, his agitation reaching a fever pitch. He smashed every glass object within reach, sweeping everything off his desk in a wild fury, desperate to vent the tidal wave of terror churning inside him. The sudden appearance of a Superwoman had caught him completely off guard. Her overwhelming strength and invulnerable body were enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Even the 30,000 regular troops and special forces stationed in Manhattan, New York, found themselves utterly helpless against her. Countless bullets rained down like a torrential storm, yet not a single one even grazed the hem of her clothing. It was absurd, beyond belief. Tanks and helicopters proved as fragile as paper in her presence, torn apart and reduced to scraps with disturbing ease. According to the Red Room's scientific analysis, her powers most likely stemmed from an extraordinary genetic mutation. She could not possibly be a Kryptonian. After all, no such civilization existed in this world. And yet, she possessed an overwhelming power that rivaled the legendary Superman. There was simply no way the Red Room could contend with such a being. Dreykov had never even considered provoking her. And yet, today, Superwoman had appeared out of nowhere outside the airborne fortress, conjuring thousands of identical clones that completely encircled the entire base. Now Dreykov's mind was in utter chaos. Should he deploy the Black Widow squad, or send out the base's guard units? But the moment that thought surfaced, he scoffed at himself. Who was he kidding? This was Superwoman. All Dreykov could think of was peaceful negotiation. Perhaps they could resolve this through dialogue. He clung to the hope that, as long as someone was human, there would always be something they wanted. Even Superman, surely, was no exception. Hadn't comic book Superman once lost his countryside villa to the bank because he couldn't pay the mortgage? Money, power, luxury cars, mansions, he'd even throw in a few male models for Superwoman, if that was what it took. As long as there was room to negotiate, there was still a sliver of hope. But who could have predicted that, before he could even issue the order to disarm and hold fire, the guards who hadn't been dosed with chemical control agents had already panicked and pulled their triggers. In an instant, the fortress's close-in defense cannons roared to life, unleashing a furious barrage. All manner of weaponry locked with deadly precision onto the Superwoman floating in the air. Yet the outcome was enough to plunge anyone into utter despair. All that overwhelming firepower, enough to level a small town in under a minute, couldn't so much as touch her. Bullets and shells struck her body, but all they managed to do was send out invisible ripples of energy, leaving her completely unscathed. Immediately, the eyes of 1,000 superwomen blazed with dazzling white light, and scorching beams swept through the air from all directions, crashing down like a raging storm. All the anti-aircraft weaponry on the steel fortress, including the Quinjet fighters that had just taken off, were instantly sliced into glowing, molten wreckage. The relentless roar of explosions thundered in their ears, echoing high into the sky. Dreykov completely lost his mind. The defensive force he had prided himself on couldn't even hold out for a single second. It was you, Melina. You betrayed me. You led the superwomen here. Dreykov fixed his furious gaze on Melina, his voice rising in a furious roar. He was certain that the superwomen had come for the Red Room, but even now, he couldn't fathom the reason. After all, the agents controlled by the Red Room had never gone out of their way to provoke the superwomen. Dreykov, in truth, this airborne fortress had already been discovered by the superwomen. I was merely bait, Melina replied calmly, spreading her hands in a resigned gesture, her expression utterly unruffled. When the superwomen, together with Natasha and Alexei, had first come to her, she had been genuinely startled and had not intended to get involved. But the temptation of leaving the Red Room was simply too great, and with such formidable allies by her side, she doubted Dreykov could put up any real resistance. What is it that the superwomen want? Dreykov struggled to rein in his fury, forcing himself to speak more slowly. Isn't it obvious? She wants to destroy the Red Room organization. Melina leaned back in her soft chair, her tone cool and composed, showing not the slightest sign of anxiety. To her, a shrewd man like Dreykov ought to know better than to ask such a foolish question. Why? The Red Room has never offended the superwomen. We haven't even crossed paths. Dreykov shouted, stomping his feet in frustration, baffled to the core. It was as if someone passed by your house, held no grudge or quarrel, and yet decided to tear it down, a madness only the deranged would commit. I have no idea. Perhaps she simply can't stand what the Red Room does. After all, she came to me with Natasha, Melina replied, shaking her head with an air of indifference, making it clear she knew nothing more. Natasha? That damn traitor. I raised her, trained her, gave her a home. And this is how she repays me. Dreykov erupted in fury, slamming his hands repeatedly on the desk. If he'd known it would come to this, he would have risked the wrath of S.H.I.E.L.D. and gotten rid of Natasha back then. Now, his actions had only drawn in a force far more terrifying than S.H.I.E.L.D. Enough of your posturing. Maybe I'll die, but plenty of others will die with me. Let's see who comes out on top. Dreykov's eyes turned icy and venomous as he spat out the words. He strode to his desk, pulled open a drawer, and a touchscreen control panel slid into view. He traced the ring in his hand across the display, and in an instant, the world map data flashed onto the office's enormous screen. Dotted with shimmering white lights scattered across the globe, this was the grand blueprint and plan that the Red Room had pursued all along. Today, Dreykov intended to activate these Black Widows stationed around the world to show everyone what true madness really looked like. He had never been known for his patience, and now he was eager to see whether Superwoman could stand idly by while innocent people suffered. Yet strangely enough, Melina showed not the slightest sign of panic. Her expression remained as calm as still water, leaving Dreykov puzzled and suspicious. You need to understand, with just the press of this button, every Black Widow on the planet will unleash a storm of blood and chaos. They'll destroy oil fields, sabotage military installations, even assassinate presidents and government officials around the world, Dreykov said, narrowing his eyes and fixing Melina with a steely gaze. By all means, go ahead, try it if you dare, Melina replied nonchalantly, leisurely lifting a glass of whiskey and taking a delicate sip, utterly unfazed. Meanwhile, in the training room of the Red Room's high-altitude fortress, a group of Black Widows were gathering, ready for their daily regimen. The base was in utter chaos. Alarms blared, sharp and piercing, echoing through the corridors. The women exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion, having no idea what was happening. Without orders, the Black Widows typically remained in a standby state, awaiting Dreykov's command to activate the mind control serum. "What's going on?" Yelena asked, her face full of confusion as she turned to the woman beside her. "I'm not sure. It seems like the base has been infiltrated," another Black Widow replied uncertainly. "Really? So what should we do?" The widow standing by the door exclaimed in surprise. "We haven't received any orders, so we just wait here. Maybe it's just another drill," Yelena said with a resigned sigh, running her fingers through her hair, a look of boredom on her face. She had been trapped here for more than a decade. Now 16 years old. Life felt like a dream. Yelena had transformed from a naive little girl into a seasoned agent through years of relentless, hellish training. Those innocent, carefree dreams had long since been crushed and swept away by the brutality of this place. Now, all she longed for was a chance to step outside, to see the world for herself, and maybe enjoy a glass or two of vodka. That make-believe family from years ago had, at least, left her with a handful of beautiful childhood memories. But when the dream ended, harsh reality crashed over her like a raging tide. Yelena wondered when she would see her sister Natasha again. She'd heard the rumors that Natasha had managed to escape. How wonderful that must be. To this day, the highest records set by Natasha still stand in the Red Room. Whether it's her combat skills or survival instincts, she remains unmatched. Perhaps everyone understood that their so-called family was merely a facade, crafted to steal national secrets. Yet Yelena always chose to believe that their shared affection had once been real. With no mission directives, a dozen Black Widows sat cross-legged at the center of the training room, chatting idly out of sheer boredom. On a mission, they were ruthless, cold-blooded assassins. But in these moments of calm, they were just a group of young girls, not much older than teenagers. "Yelena, do you have a favorite superhero?" asked a sweet-faced girl named Alojal, curiosity lighting up her features. "Of course I do. Captain America," Yelena replied proudly. "That's odd. You're Slavic. So why don't you like the Soviet captain?" "Why are you drawn to Captain America?" another Black Widow asked, confusion plain in her voice. "Captain America is upright, brave, and unyielding. He's never afraid to make sacrifices. Why shouldn't I like him? That's Soviet. Captain is just a fool and a jerk. Just thinking about him gets me riled up." Yelena rolled her eyes, annoyance clear on her face. She had grown up in Ohio, where she'd heard countless stories about Captain America. In the darkest days of World War II, it was Captain America who led the Howling Commandos in a courageous stand against the Nazi Hydra organization. Stories meticulously chronicled in books. As a child, Yelena often struggled with a sense of insecurity. Captain America's tales always gave her strength, inspiring her to face life with courage. As for the Soviet captain, wasn't he just that goofy guy, Alexei? How could he ever compare to Captain America, who faced death without fear and embodied true valor? Yelena pursed her lips in disdain, making her feelings perfectly clear. "Well, I actually prefer Superman. Have you heard about that new Supergirl who's appeared lately? Oh my gosh, she's not only gorgeous but insanely strong. She can lift an entire passenger jet with her bare hands. That's hundreds of tons." Alojal's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if she were lost in a wonderful daydream. "Superman is just a character from comic books. He doesn't exist. But from a woman's perspective, Supergirl really is impressive," Yelena said seriously, nodding in agreement. She stroked her chin thoughtfully before continuing. "But Captain America doesn't have any superpowers. He earned his hero's title as an ordinary man. Supergirl, on the other hand, has formidable supernatural abilities. At their core, she and Captain America are fundamentally different. Come on, Captain America was part of the Super Soldier program. His physical abilities were dramatically enhanced. How can you say he doesn't have superpowers? By the way, doesn't anyone here like Iron Man?" the petite blonde girl asked, her face full of puzzlement. "That exoskeleton armor is definitely cool, but Tony Stark? He's notorious for being a huge jerk," Yelena commented mercilessly. "I wish all the superheroes could join forces as one team. Unfortunately, reality is always harsher than dreams." Aloxiel sighed, resignation heavy in his voice. "Supergirl and Iron Man actually know each other. They even attended a Stark Industries press conference together. But my idol, Captain America, has long since sacrificed himself. That dream team is never going to happen." Yelena wrinkled her nose, a hint of sadness shadowing her face. Yet, just as her words faded away, an enormous crash erupted. The door to the training room was blasted apart, as if struck by a speeding train, splintering into fragments in an instant. A figure, clad in a red, white, and blue combat suit and wielding a shield, burst into the training room like a bolt of lightning. A surge of overwhelming force slammed into the thick bulletproof glass doors. The explosive impact shattered them with a thunderous roar. Shards of glass sprayed in every direction like a hail of deadly projectiles. The sudden upheaval struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly alerting every Black Widow trainee in the room. Instinctively, they grabbed the nearest weapons, their eyes sharp with vigilance as they fixed their gazes on the intruder. At the front, Yelena's eyes widened in astonishment. Before them stood a man in a tight-fitting suit of red, white, and blue, holding the iconic star-spangled shield, broad-shouldered, strikingly handsome. That figure, it was so familiar, so achingly nostalgic. "Are you pretending to be Captain America?" Yelena asked warily. Though caution laced her voice, the excitement in her eyes was impossible to hide. Was it April Fool's Day? Did God actually hear her deepest wish and send her a Captain America? But then again, how could that be possible? It had to be another one of the Red Room's tricks, maybe a new training simulation. Even so, seeing someone look so much like him stirred a flicker of joy in her heart. "Kid, I've been asleep for over 60 years. I've only just woken up. I'm not pretending to be anyone," Steve said, tightening his grip on the shield. Sensing the young women weren't about to attack, he allowed himself to relax a little, a playful smile appearing on his face. His mission this time was to break into the Black Widow agent training room in the Red Room, and in fact, he had already accomplished it smoothly. Along the way, dozens of guards tried to block his advance. These guards were indeed stronger than ordinary people, but in front of Steve, they were hardly worth mentioning. Wherever his sound-absorbing shield swept, the guards would fall one after another, unable to get back up. As for the fact that the shield could be thrown across the mess hall, ricochet back and forth, and still return his hand, Steve himself couldn't quite explain it. He chalked it up to muscle memory from all his training. Impossible. Captain America, Steve Rogers, died back in 1945. There's no way he's still alive, and certainly not young like you. You may be handsome, but please, don't tarnish my idol, Yelena declared, raising her electric baton and biting her lip, her words tinged with stubborn defiance. She so desperately wished that everything before her was real, not some cruel prank. "I'm glad you remember so clearly. You're Yelena, right? Alexei, help me prove that I'm really me." Steve sighed, wedging his shield onto his back and dropping his guard, then called out loudly toward the door. At the mention of that name, Yelena's pupils contracted ever so slightly, a flicker of hope and resolve flashing in her eyes. The two emotions tangled together, leaving her deeply conflicted. In that instant, her thoughts drifted back to those happy days in Ohio, memories of a strong father, a gentle mother, and a sister who always cared for her. Deep down, Yelena prayed sincerely. If all of this was just a trick, then please, don't let her wake up from it too soon. Yet, when that familiar figure finally appeared, her fantasy shattered completely. A large man strode in from the hallway, clad in a tight red combat suit, sporting a protruding belly and a bushy beard, his face etched with the weariness of time. "Yelena, my daughter, come to your papa." His voice boomed, thick with affection. "Fuck, who the hell are you?" Yelena snapped, baring her teeth and glaring at the hefty man before her. If the fake Captain America was a convincing imitation, this Soviet captain was clearly just some imposter. Meanwhile, in the office aboard the airborne fortress, Dreykov was frantically trying to activate the control panel with his ring. But the interface coldly flashed. No authorization. He was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the ring on his finger, even suspecting he might have put on a fake one that morning. "No need to check. Tony Stark already rewrote the Red Room system. Your last trump card is useless now," Melina said leisurely, sitting to the side, taking an elegant sip of whiskey, her voice calm and unhurried. From the moment she entered the airborne fortress, she discreetly scattered external program modules containing Jarvis throughout the entire office, laying the groundwork for a system breach. Now, the signals here had long since been cut off. Dreykov could forget about sending out any commands. Iron Man, Supergirl, Captain America, Red Guardian, and Black Widow had joined forces in this battle. "Dreykov, I'm afraid your days of triumph are over." "Tony Stark," Dreykov cried out in disbelief. Had he offended some vengeful deity today? Supergirl and Iron Man, teaming up to destroy the Red Room? This was utterly absurd. He hadn't even crossed these freaks. That's right. And Alexei, and Captain America. "It's over, General Dreykov. Give yourself up." Melina set down her wine glass, stood up with an icy calm, her voice cold as a winter frost. Dreykov froze, panic flooding his mind. He'd thrown Alexei into prison, and for him to appear here now, he must have been rescued. That man wasn't the brightest, but he never forgot a grudge. Surely he'd come seeking revenge. And Captain America, wasn't he declared dead back in 1945? What on earth was happening here? But Melina was not one to lie about the impossible. He knew that much. That left only one explanation. Something beyond his control was drawing ever closer. Before they break in here, you'll be dead. Dreykov snarled, recovering his composure. With a sharp gesture, Taskmaster sprang out from behind the office's screen, twin blades gleaming in hand. The cold steel caught the light, casting a chill across the room. I have no intention of resisting. The one who'll deal with you is already here, Melina replied, utterly unruffled, waving her hand in a dismissive gesture. She had no desire to face Taskmaster head-on. With unparalleled learning abilities and the power to mimic any combat style, Taskmaster was Red Room's top-tier weapon, a force no aging Black Widow could ever hope to challenge alone. What? Dreykov frowned, utterly perplexed. He barely finished the word when a deafening explosion ripped through the air, as if the wrath of a thunder god had struck just beside them. A massive hole blasted open in the reinforced alloy wall of the office, torn apart by sheer force. Li Yunming swept in from outside like a meteor, her expression steely and resolute as she hovered in midair before the desk. Supergirl, Dreykov's soul nearly fled his body. In terror, he scrambled behind Taskmaster for cover. Yet even he knew, deep down, that the Red Room's masterpiece could never truly mimic the power of Supergirl. But at this moment, this was the only lifeline he could cling to, the one thing offering him a faint sense of security. Lu Yunming's gaze was sharp as lightning as she looked down at Dreykov, her entire being radiating an overwhelming aura. There stood a man whose face bore the marks of hardship, with features typical of the Slavic people. Now, he cowered behind the Taskmaster, trembling with fear. The Red Room's seemingly robust defenses proved as fragile as paper in the face of her immense power, unable to hold for even a minute. Over 40 anti-air weapons and more than 120 smaller defensive structures, all obliterated by her hand. Of the 20-odd Quinjet fighters, more than half had been shot down. The rest, their pilots all fallen in battle, never made it off the ground, and now sat silently on the tarmac. These were valuable assets. Lu Yunming had no intention of inheriting a fortress that was little more than a hollow wreck. The moment the invader appeared, Taskmaster acted without hesitation, darting forward like a streak of black lightning. In her hands, two sharp blades thrust straight toward Lu Yunming's eyes. The attack was swift and merciless, aimed to kill. The chip system had analyzed that this opponent's body was nearly indestructible, capable of withstanding heavy firepower. So Taskmaster launched an all-out attack from the start, wasting not a single movement. Yet Lu Yunming stood there, unshakable, like a towering mountain. She didn't even blink as she landed firmly on the ground. Then, under Dreykov's incredulous gaze, she blocked Taskmaster's military knife with nothing but her eyeball. There was a sharp metallic snap as the blade struck her eye. The moment it made contact, the knife began to bend and twist, finally snapping into pieces and clattering to the floor. What kind of monster is this? Taskmaster froze, her mind going blank. After finishing the attack, she stood rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. The computer chip in her brain spun into confusion, unable to formulate a plan for overcoming this opponent. The calculations were already nearing overload. Melina, too, was left dumbstruck by the spectacle before her eyes. By all logic, the eyeball is the most vulnerable part of the human body. Even if a superwoman's physical strength is off the charts, she shouldn't be able to ignore such a deadly attack aimed at her eyes. But reality was staring her in the face. She had to admit she'd underestimated her opponent. The woman had used her weakest spot to withstand the sharpest assault. Such overwhelming power. Lu Yunming blinked, as if she'd merely been bitten by a mosquito, a slight itch, nothing more. Even without unleashing her mutated biomorphic energy, she could completely ignore any physical attack Taskmaster threw at her. Taskmaster might be able to mimic fighting styles, tactics, and even flawlessly replicate her opponent's moves. But the absolute gap in strength between the two sides was like an unbridgeable chasm, rendering his mimicry utterly meaningless. With a flash, Li Yunming's figure moved so swiftly it was nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye. In an instant, her hand struck the Mimic Master on the neck with a precise karate chop. There was a heavy thud as the Mimic Master collapsed to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Antonia Dreykov, the biological daughter of General Dreykov, was also the greatest regret for the Black Widow after she joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and attempted to assassinate Dreykov. She was a pitiful child. Even after being gravely injured and rescued, she was still turned into a puppet by Dreykov, forced to act through an implanted electronic chip. Superwoman, I believe everything can be resolved through negotiation. Can it? Dreykov pleaded. Whatever you need, I can offer you the entire resources of the Red Room. I can help you solve any trouble you face. money, power. The Red Room can help you attain them all. What do you say? As Dreykov spoke, his excitement grew. Sweat trickled down his face, soaking his collar. Even as his last hope crumbled before his eyes, he refused to give up, desperately trying to tempt Li Yunming with promises of profit. Not interested. I never negotiate with monsters, Li Yunming replied coldly. As soon as her words fell, her eyes blazed with dazzling white light. Two scorching beams, thick as a child's arm and raging like furious dragons, shot forth and sliced Dreykov cleanly in half from head to toe. In an instant, intestines, organs, and all manner of body parts splattered across the floor. The stench of blood mingled with the foul odor of waste, quickly filling the air. The once arrogant General Dreykov, the mastermind behind the Red Room, who ruled the Soviet Union's elite spy organization, abducted orphans from all over the world, trained them into secret agents, and orchestrated assassinations of world leaders, met his end right there in his office. He had no time to utter even a single last word before he was reduced to a meaningless heap of flesh. In truth, before taking action, Steve had objected to executing Dreykov without trial. He believed Dreykov should be handed over to the authorities for a fair judgment. However, Li Yunming insisted that handing Dreykov to so-called authorities would only be another injustice to his victims. The Red Room had once been under Soviet control, but after the Soviet Union's collapse, Russia had no absolute legal right to judge Dreykov. Moreover, with such a powerful force as the Black Widows, envy and greed would inevitably arise. If not handled properly, history could easily repeat itself. Therefore, Dreykov had to die. Final judgment belonged to God. As for her responsibility was simply to send Dreykov to meet him, and sparing him torture before death was the last shred of mercy she could offer. Let's clean up a bit. From now on, this will be my office. Li Yunming glanced coldly at the incomplete corpses scattered on the floor, her voice calm and unwavering. Me? Melina looked utterly surprised, first pointing to herself, then at the remains on the floor, her voice laced with disbelief. It's not mandatory. If you wish to leave the Red House, you're free to go at any time. However, someone else would have to take over the tech research. Li Yunming's gaze was sharp and unwavering as she spoke with certainty. The Red House's airborne fortress boasted top-tier configurations, with facilities that surpassed even the most advanced international standards. As a future base, it was more than ideal. As for whether anyone wanted to stay, that would be left entirely to personal choice, especially for those poor girls whose minds and actions had been manipulated. Li Yunming had decided to grant them the freedom to choose their own paths. Melina stood in silence for a long moment before finally walking to a small closet by the door, from which she retrieved a bucket and a mop. Despite the fortress's dazzlingly modern appearance, the way it was cleaned remained surprisingly primitive, not even a single cleaning robot in sight. Looks like I need this job, boss. Melina looked up at Li Yunming, a faint smile appearing on her lips. As one of the Red House's most senior members, she had always dreamt of escaping this hellish place. Yet now, faced with the real possibility of leaving, she suddenly realized she had no idea what to do with herself afterward. To become a Black Widow, she had undergone comprehensive training. Singing, dancing, piano, painting, combat, marksmanship, seduction, psychological suggestion, acting, and more. Though none of her skills were truly world-class, she was highly proficient in all of them. Melina could enter any field she wished, or simply retreat to a quiet life in the mountains. Yet, none of those choices seemed to promise the life she truly wanted. Oddly enough, the thought of hiding away at a rural farm, researching biotechnology and raising pigs, seemed to offer her a rare sense of inner peace. Of course. Welcome aboard, Melina. You'll be taking on your first mission soon. Li Yunming sat in her office chair, her expression serious. At your command, boss, Melina replied, instantly adopting a solemn demeanor. A subtle tension rippled through Melina's heart. The Red House now had a new master, and this new boss was no ordinary person, but a supernatural being of extraordinary power. The mere presence of this superwoman could instill fear in her subordinates, without the need for any further intimidation. Her senses were unimaginably keen, and her abilities bordered on the miraculous, enough to let her control the entire airborne fortress with ease. Naturally, any order from the superwoman would be met with absolute obedience. She was the complete opposite of Dreykov. Dreykov was nothing more than a coward, skilled only in deceit and manipulation. If Dreykov could be likened to a vicious and cunning weasel, then Li Yunming was a lion standing atop a towering cliff, gazing down with regal might, unafraid of any challenge. There was a gulf between their strengths. They belonged to entirely different leagues. In the face of absolute power, all trickery was nothing but a futile struggle. Begin research immediately on breaking the neurochemical control of the biotic agent. Develop an antidote, then recall all the black widows and free them from their restraints. Lu Yunming tapped her finger lightly on the table as she spoke, her tone calm and composed. She had unwavering faith in their ability to accomplish this task. Besides, she couldn't bear to witness the Black Widows continue as puppets, their wills suppressed by drugs, forced to carry out perilous missions under cold, inhuman orders. A sudden light shone in Melina's eyes, and in that moment, she felt her earlier decision was more than justified. At the very least, this new leader was not the kind of villain who would abuse her powers and authority to harm the innocent. The Red Room is finished, as of today. From now on, this place will be called Black Watch, Li Yunming declared without hesitation, revealing a name she had deliberated over for a long time. Names like Justice League or Avengers were far too common and uninspired. Nothing compared to a name that could strike fear into the hearts of many. Black Watch, inspired by the world of Prototype. In that world, it held terrifying mutated creatures in check, confining them to the heart of the city. Just a single street separated ordinary people from the deadly blacklight virus. Yet somehow, a strange balance of coexistence and non-interference was maintained. Its effectiveness and technological prowess were beyond imagination. The Marvel Universe was like a swirling vortex of endless crises. Supernatural beings, alien civilizations, mighty gods, monstrous creatures, marauding space pirates, and despair-inducing demons from other dimensions. All these hidden enemies lurked in the shadows like ravenous wolves, constantly eyeing the vulnerable planet Earth. Compared to the countless and mighty civilizations beyond the stars, humanity seemed primitive and fragile. Armies that appeared formidable were, in truth, so weak they couldn't withstand even a single finger of their adversaries. Should an alien invasion arrive, mankind would be helpless to resist. The Kree called Earth C-53. The Asgardians called it Midgard. These extraterrestrial races looked down on the planet with utter disdain, finding humanity hardly worth a thought. With every outbreak of war, Earth was always the first to suffer, inevitably becoming the hardest-hit battlefield. In the year 965 AD, the frost giants of Jotunheim launched a fierce invasion of northern Europe. Odin, the king of the gods, led the Asgardian army to drive back these extraterrestrial beings who sought to turn Earth into a new ice age. In 1995, if not for the timely intervention of Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, the high-tech missiles fired by Kree Accuser Ronin's fleet would have utterly destroyed Earth. Yet, these incidents are only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the threats from beyond our world. In truth, there are far more hidden dangers lurking in the shadows, unknown to most. Lu Yunming never put her faith in Odin, the so-called king of the Nine Realms, truly caring about the fate of Earth. To her, the notion of gods is more an abstract concept, a spiritual anchor for people in times of helplessness, something to strengthen their resolve when resistance seems impossible. Even if Odin acted with benevolence, it was nothing more than a condescending charity from a higher being to a lesser civilization. The only thing Lu Yunming truly believed in was power she could wield with her own hands. Determined to take precautions and prepare for the unknown, Lu Yunming resolved to build her own force. By accelerating Earth's technological progress, she would strengthen her own hand, a purpose that stood at the very heart of her rebirth into this world. Of course, Blackwatch was never meant to be an instrument of foreign aggression. Its very name revealed its core mission, to defend against external threats and ensure that if alien civilizations ever waged war on Earth, humanity would have the means to survive. In its initial conception, Blackwatch shared many similarities with the Avengers, both in structure and in spirit. But Lu Yunming scoffed at S.H.I.E.L.D. and the so-called International Security Council. The fact that they would later concoct the Sokovia Accords was, to her, the height of absurdity. It was comical, really, ordinary people imagining they could control and contain forces far beyond their grasp. Blackwatch's philosophy was clear: protect Earth, repel alien invasions, and combat supernatural crime. It had to remain free from government control, acting only according to its own code and collective will, a truly independent organization. Blackwatch. Melina repeated the name softly. Her curiosity piqued as she pondered its hidden meaning. That's right. The Black Watch will be Earth's first and strongest line of defense against any future invaders, Lu Yunming replied. This airborne fortress will serve as our headquarters. You can think of it as a large-scale enterprise. Every member will receive fair compensation and benefits. Joining is entirely voluntary. There's no coercion. Ordinary members can leave at any time, but core personnel are required to serve Blackwatch for at least 5 years. As long as you're a member of Blackwatch, you are required to fulfill your responsibilities, Lu Yunming explained earnestly, her fingers intertwined. After all, without compensation, who would willingly devote themselves to the work? Passion alone is far from enough. Medical coverage, social security, fair wages, and benefits. None of these can be neglected. Supernatural beings are still human, after all. Why should they risk their lives on the front lines, shed blood, make sacrifices, win victories, and then return home unable to even put food on the table? Even horses need to be fed if they are to work. Mercenaries receive payment for their missions. So why should superheroes be expected to work for free? Beyond the essential costs of maintaining the airborne fortress, funding research and technology, and keeping weapons in working order, there are the salaries of the members and the fuel that powers the stronghold itself. All of this comes at a steep price. For now, the scattered businesses once run by the Black Widows around the globe barely manage to keep the books balanced. After all, the Red Room's original operations included oil and gas companies, a wide range of industrial production, and resource trading. But Blackwatch is not what it once was. Those women whose minds were once forcibly controlled, the Black Widows, are unlikely to ever again rely on seduction or threats of violence to earn their living, and Li Yunming would never force them to do so. So, relying on the old industrial chain to stay afloat is no longer realistic. In these early days, Blackwatch will likely depend heavily on Tony Stark's generous support. Will Captain America and Iron Man both be joining us? Melina asked curiously. It's hard to say about Steve, but Tony shouldn't be a problem. Li Yunming replied thoughtfully, lightly tracing her fingers across the control panel on her desk and stroking her chin. At his core, Captain America is a soldier. He holds the lives and safety of the people in the highest regard, yet he is also an idealist and a steadfast champion of freedom. Most of the time, he prefers to follow his own judgment when deciding which path to take. It might be difficult to convince someone else, but Steve is a man of high moral character and unwavering justice. As for Tony, Li Yunming was confident that this plan would truly resonate with him. Compared to the Avengers, who always seemed to be scrambling to recover after every setback, the vision behind Blackwatch was far more reliable. Blackwatch stands apart from governments and nations. In the future, I believe it will draw even more supernatural individuals, and those the world calls superheroes. Li Yunming paused, her gaze drifting thoughtfully to the sky and the drifting clouds outside the window, her voice soft as she murmured. Inside the training room of the Red House's airborne fortress, Yelena's eyes shone with excitement as she fixed her gaze on Steve. Her small hands fidgeted nervously, rubbing together over and over. After taking quite a beating, Alexei had finally managed to explain everything clearly. Though he put on a lot of weight and lost his hair, his face hadn't changed much. Yelena simply couldn't accept that her foster father had turned into such a mess. Only after Alexei recounted every detail, how things started and how they unfolded, did she realize it had all been a misunderstanding. Yelena could hardly believe that the raid on the Red House had actually been organized by the superheroine she so admired. Captain America, Iron Man, Superwoman, even her sister Natasha, and their parents Alexei and Melina, all of them had joined forces for this mission. It was nothing short of a miraculous dream come true. Yelena's face practically glowed with delight, her joy bubbling inside like a volcano about to erupt, leaving her utterly incapable of describing her feelings in words. She hopped and skipped around Captain America like a teenager, her behavior playfully childish. Steve, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his nose. Surrounded by a group of young women, the World War II veteran, just awakened from a long sleep, was clearly out of his element. Yelena, my daughter, after all this time, don't you even miss your father? Alexei's round face scrunched up as he spoke, a trace of jealousy coloring his tone. He'd been the Red Guardian of the Soviet Union. How could he possibly lose out to Captain America? No, you were just a fake dad, a bumbling fool stealing secrets, and you handed me over to Dreykov. He's the real hero. Yelena frowned, not even sparing her foster father a glance, her eyes fixed on Steve as she retorted bluntly. Her words might have sounded harsh, but her expression and tone couldn't quite hide the joy she felt at Alexei's arrival. Thank you for your admiration, Yelena, Steve replied courteously. After all these years in slumber, it amazed him that someone still remembered him. His heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Could I get a photo and an autograph? I'd love to have something to remember this by. Yelena's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as bright as stars, her voice full of hope. Of course, Steve answered with a wry smile. In that moment, he felt as though he'd been transported back to the old days, touring the army camps, knocking out Hitler over 200 times, sharing the stage with a whole troop of dazzling women. Back then, the crowds would watch him from the audience, though he couldn't help feeling like a clown on display. Natasha, her heart heavy with uncertainty, stepped inside. When her eyes landed on her now-grown, changed little sister. A surge of emotions overwhelmed her. She fought to contain her excitement, choosing to stay silent for the moment, and quietly waited as Yelena enthusiastically wrapped her arm around Captain America, striking a pose for the camera. At this point, all the defensive forces in the Red Room had been completely wiped out. Tony was now piloting the airborne fortress, slowly steering it away from the skies above Alaska. Although the fortress boasted top-tier stealth technology, lingering for too long over American territory just felt inappropriate. Liu Yunming had already mapped out a plan. She intended to fly the fortress above international waters. Seize. After snapping the photo, Yelena turned, her satisfied smile freezing as she caught sight of Natasha, eyes rimmed red. She stood stunned in place. After more than a decade apart, Yelena had recognized her sister in an instant. Overwhelmed, the two embraced tightly, 1,000 unspoken words poured into that single hug. All the suffering they had endured over the years suddenly seemed trivial in that moment. Witnessing this, Alexei smiled with relief. For a fleeting second, it was as if he had been transported back to that long-ago summer in Ohio. Oh, come on, Yelena, you're having all the fun by yourself. I still want to meet Superwoman. Elohir pouted, half joking as he spoke. The other dozen or so Black Widow trainees nodded in agreement. They knew full well that they had finally gained their freedom and would never again be under anyone's control. All of this was thanks to Superwoman. Right now, what they wanted most was to rush into the office and express their deepest gratitude to her. And, incidentally, to pay their respects to Dreykov's corpse. Hey, I'm not late, am I? Looks like you all know each other pretty well already. At that moment, Tony, piloting his former Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit, flew in through the doorway, greeting them with his trademark easygoing charm. You must be. Yelena peeked over Natasha's shoulder, curiosity in her eyes. Yeah, I'm Iron Man. So, little sister, would you like my autograph? Tony flipped open his faceplate, revealing the handsome, if slightly self-absorbed, face of a middle-aged man, grinning as he spoke. Maybe you should keep the mask on. That way, I can at least hold on to some of my illusions. Yelena wrinkled her nose in obvious distaste, making no effort to hide her thoughts. Ah, don't get me wrong. I mean, your armor is really cool. As expected, Natasha gave Yelena a gentle knock on the forehead, prompting her to quickly change her tune. All right, no need to explain. For the record, my suit is made of gold titanium alloy, not iron. And besides, you can't possibly appreciate the charm of a mature man. Tony rolled his eyes, exasperated. This kid really knew how to bruise a man's ego. Inside the office of the airborne fortress base, Lin Ming stood tall on a raised platform, her arms crossed in front of her chest, quietly gazing down at the people below with calm, steady eyes. The Black Widows, standing straight and proud, were arrayed neatly not far from her. Their heads were held high, their bearing fierce and impressive, like an elite unit undergoing a solemn inspection. Ladies, I want to tell you something important, and I want you to hear me clearly. You are free. Liu Ming's voice rang out, clear and resolute, echoing through the spacious hall. From this moment on, you can do anything your heart desires. Whether you want to relax and watch a movie, lose yourself in the world of games, go on a wild shopping spree, enjoy a pole dance show, or meet someone special at a bar. Whatever you long for, you are free to pursue it. The Red Room has been utterly destroyed. From today on, this wicked organization will vanish forever into the currents of history. I will be recalling all Red Room operatives for missions around the world, and will devote every resource to developing an antidote for the chemical mind control agent. From this day forward, you will never again have to live in fear. No one will ever threaten or control you in any way. Liu Ming's demeanor was grave, and every word she spoke carried the weight of sincerity and solemnity as she delivered this momentous announcement. The Red Room, a dark, hellish entity, had at last been brought down. Moments ago, within the airborne fortress, two individuals had been discovered who were almost identical in appearance, bearing, and manner to Dreykov. Using genetic analysis, Melina confirmed that both were decoys. One of them tried to sneak onto a Quinjet and escape, but was caught red-handed by Tony, who was assessing the damage to the fortress. During interrogation, it was revealed that both men had undergone plastic surgery to serve as Dreykov's doubles, but their knowledge was extremely limited. Liu Ming immediately ordered them detained, planning to hand them over to the authorities once the fortress landed. For the sake of secrecy, the destruction of the Red Room had been kept under wraps before the operation. But now, Liu Ming had no intention of hiding this from S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, it was time to lay all her cards on the table. The founding of the Black Watch organization was, in a sense, a declaration of sovereignty and independence. As for how the International Security Council might react, she couldn't care less. If they liked playing games of balance and calculation, then let Nick Fury worry about it. A thorough tally now revealed that, including the trainees inside the base, there were 67,892 Black Widows scattered across the globe. They could be found everywhere, in government offices, corporate institutions, hospitals, schools. Even the most inconspicuous bar might be a place where they traded secrets. This number is truly staggering. It's hard to imagine what kind of chaos and panic would sweep the world if Dreykov had succeeded in ordering terrorist attacks and economic sanctions. Don't underestimate these 60,000 individuals. While they may seem like a drop in the ocean compared to the world population, tugging at a single thread can set the whole fabric in motion. Liu Yunming offered every Black Widow a chance to choose their own future. They could leave the Red Room and start a brand new life, or they could join Blackwatch. The decision was entirely up to each of them. Superwoman, I want to stay. Alasher's eyes sparkled with excitement. She threw her arm up and shouted out loud. I don't know what I could do out there. All my life, my training has been about one thing. How to kill. Another Black Widow echoed, her tone tinged with confusion. I heard that working for you means flexible hours and real pay. Is that true? Yelena looked at Liu Yunming with eager curiosity lighting up her face. Of course. As long as you complete the missions assigned by the organization, the rest of your time is yours to do as you wish. Doesn't that sound liberating? Depending on the difficulty of the job and your performance, you'll receive bonuses and commissions accordingly. Even if there are no assignments, you'll get a base salary every month. Liu Yunming explained patiently with a gentle smile, sneaking a quick glance at Tony beside her. That's right, ladies. Let's just say I'm your generous benefactor. Tony grinned in his Iron Man suit, flashing his trademark smile and striking a playful peace sign for good measure. If you choose to join, your salaries will be handled by Stark Industries from now on. In addition to your pay, you'll get health insurance, accident insurance, death benefits, and a whole range of employee perks. I never cut corners when it comes to these things, Tony chimed in, his voice brimming with enthusiasm as he played up his role. Liu Yunming had already discussed everything with Tony in advance. This brilliant, flamboyant heir was eager to throw himself into this operation, not just to eliminate the dangerous Red Room, but also because he'd quickly sensed the hidden opportunities within. Even if these Black Widows chose to walk away, the information they held and the assets under their names could all become part of Stark Industries' network. Instead of the old method of infiltration, they could now compete fairly, turning a threat into a win-win situation. Why not take advantage of it? After all, whoever complains about having too much money? Most importantly, he admired the idea of a superpowered organization independent of any government or nation. Natasha joined the mission to rescue her sister Yelena and put an end to those nightmare childhood memories. Melina, for her part, longed for nothing more than to break free from the Red Room's grip once and for all. Alexei sought revenge on Dreykov for sending him to prison, and at the same time, he hoped to make amends for the pain his poor choices had caused his adopted daughter, to atone for his own mistakes. Steve Rogers, Captain America, was roped into this simply as extra muscle. Of course, his motivation came from a desire to save the many girls who had suffered at Dreykov's hands. Naturally, Steve was also a man who never forgot a kindness. Liu Yunming had provided him with crucial information, and Tony had poured tremendous effort into waking him from his long sleep. Gratitude filled Steve's heart, impossible to conceal. But for now, adjusting to the many changes of modern society was proving a challenge for Steve. He seemed a bit downcast. I'm in, Elohir exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. He shot his hand up high, the first to declare his intent. We never abandon our comrades. One of the Black Widows clenched her fist, her face set in determination, her voice unwavering. Haha, I'm going to buy myself a dress I've always wanted. Yelena practically bounced with excitement, her eyes shining with hope for the future. Almost every Black Widow present voiced their decision in unison. They would join Blackwatch. All of them had grown up as orphans, with no one to rely on. Now, here was an organization that could offer them a safe haven, a place to belong. Welcome to Blackwatch. You won't regret your decision. Liu Yunming spread her arms wide in a gesture of warm embrace, her face aglow with a genuine, welcoming smile as she spoke. Yeah. In an instant, the room erupted in cheers and laughter. Everyone was swept up in a wave of jubilant celebration. Natasha watched these younger women and couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy. They were lucky, spared from the brutal, unforgiving graduation test. Out on some desolate tundra, or within the endless reaches of a deadly desert, only one would survive out of more than 20. Friends from yesterday, in that moment, became rivals, enemies in a fight for life and death. And even those Black Widows who graduated had to endure the loss of their ability to ever bear children. Watching Yelena's beaming, carefree smile, Natasha thought to herself that at least her sister would still have the chance to become a mother one day. Lou, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you've done. Natasha walked up solemnly, bowed deeply, and expressed her gratitude with utmost sincerity. If not for Li Yunming, she might still be kept in the dark by Dracov's elaborate deception, and who knew how many more innocent girls would have to die. No need to be so formal, Natasha. After all, we didn't truly know each other until we traded a few blows. Li Yunming chuckled, threw an arm around Natasha's shoulder, and gave her a gentle squeeze. Natasha offered a slightly awkward smile, thinking, since when does getting punched count as getting acquainted? One punch, and you're seeing your ancestors. Calling that a fight is just plain wishful thinking. That's more like getting KO'd on the spot. Boss, may I call you that? At that moment, Ailua Sir hopped over like a cheerful little rabbit, suddenly appearing in front of Li Yunming. She looked up at Li Yunming, who was half a head taller than herself, and asked cautiously, "Of course, the way you address me is not a problem," Li Yunming replied with a smile, finding the young woman thoroughly amusing. "Can I fly just once? I mean, could you hold me and fly?" Ailua Siena's eyes were filled with anticipation as she timidly made her request. Ever since she learned that Superwoman could soar through the sky at will, unaided by any machine, her heart had been brimming with envy. That was an experience no aircraft could provide, a marvelous sensation of pure, boundless freedom. "Oh my gosh, Sierra, you beat me to it. I was just about to ask the same thing." Yelena, upon hearing this, immediately came over, suddenly finding Captain America much less appealing. She too yearned for a taste of flight. Li Yunming looked at these adorable young women, a wave of emotion washing over her. If not for Dracov's cruelty robbing them of their rightful lives, perhaps each of them could have enjoyed a happy, carefree childhood. Her eyes flickered with inspiration, and an idea flashed through her mind. "Ladies, how would you like to see outer space?" The room exploded with excitement. They had only hoped to experience what it was like to fly without a jet. Never did they imagine they might have the chance to travel to space itself. Steve, hearing this, was taken aback, a flicker of longing in his eyes. He'd been overseas, but never beyond the world itself. Still, he was a reserved man, far too embarrassed to ask Superwoman to carry him into the sky. That would be far too awkward. "Are you serious?" Yelena's eyes widened in shock, her face full of disbelief. The Red Room had always had extensive intelligence on the outside world. She knew Superwoman possessed a body of incredible strength, capable of reaching space, but she'd never heard about her taking others along for the ride. "Lou, you can bring people into space? Why didn't you ever mention this before? Count me in." Tony perked up instantly, shamelessly volunteering. His Mark IV Iron Man suit could reach 30,000 meters, but as for breaking free of Earth's gravity and entering orbit, the current arc reactor simply couldn't supply the energy needed to reach escape velocity. Worse yet, the armor's space adaptability was still lacking. Going up now would be asking for trouble. "I've always been able to do it. You just never asked," Li Yunming replied with a sidelong glance at Mr. Stark, a playful smile on her lips. "Fly into space, as in the vacuum of space?" Alexei asked in bewilderment, standing there in a daze. Clearly, the concept was far beyond anything he'd ever imagined. "Haven't you seen the related videos online?" Melina rolled her eyes with a look of disdain. "What videos?" Alexei scratched his head, utterly confused and at a loss. During his time in prison, his main source of information was newspapers. Television programs were only organized for viewing once a week, and the only thing he'd seen was news about Superwoman thrashing Abomination. Upon hearing this, everyone became eager and restless, each wanting to be the first to experience the wonders of traveling to space. "All right, let's not argue. Consider this a special perk for everyone. Let's all go and witness the majesty of the universe together." Li Yunming thought for a moment, then pressed her hands downward, signaling everyone to calm down and assuring them that she could handle it. Next, on the hangar deck of the airborne fortress, Superwoman demonstrated how to wield the power of the biofield. A strange radiance shimmered around her, gradually expanding until it enveloped more than 20 people in a stable, protective cocoon. In a flash, they shot into the sky like a bolt of lightning. As they soared higher and higher, the sky deepened from blue to a dark, inky shade. Unable to contain her excitement, Arrow Hill let out a piercing shriek. Yelena, even more exhilarated, danced with joy, twisting and turning happily within the biofield. Captain America, Black Widow, Tony, and even Alexei were struck by a profound understanding of what it truly meant to possess superhuman abilities and the vast, insurmountable gulf such power created. At a staggering speed of Mach 74, they left the pull of gravity in mere seconds, swiftly reaching the edge of Earth's orbit. Looking down, everyone gazed in awe at the jewel-like blue planet below, their hearts thunderstruck by the sheer beauty and grandeur of the sight. "This is the most unforgettable view I've seen in my entire life," Steve said with a wry smile and a shake of his head, his heart filled with emotion and genuine admiration. "Old man, I can take you flying anytime," Tony chimed in, never missing a chance to make his presence known. Yet his attention was drawn more to the invisible energy field enveloping the group. Unfortunately, Jarvis couldn't analyze the composition of this mysterious energy at all. As for the others, at first, they were captivated by the novelty of the space vista, elated and wide-eyed. But as time passed, surrounded by the endless darkness, most gradually lost interest. Liu Yunming had originally planned to take them to the moon for a look, but the generation and consumption of bioenergy were far from proportional. To keep everyone at a stable temperature and ensure smooth breathing, the mutated biofield not only enveloped them completely, but also expanded its range, maintaining a plentiful supply of air inside and thoroughly shielding them from the frigid vacuum outside. About 10 minutes later, Liu Yunming returned to the Blackwatch airborne fortress with her team, her face showing clear signs of fatigue. She had to admit to herself that she might have pushed too far this time. The energy produced by the microscopic biological suns within her was simply not enough to sustain such an extraordinary expenditure. She had already begun to overdraw her reserves. If she hadn't stored up enough bioenergy beforehand, she might have been forced to turn back to Earth just after breaking through the atmosphere. Without her biofield, everyone would have been at the mercy of the vacuum, frozen and suffocated, doomed to die in the cold void of space. Still, this experience of carrying people through flight gave Liu Yunming a much clearer sense of her own limitations. Sometimes, the numbers displayed on the system's data panel don't quite capture what happens in reality. With Dreykov's death, the Red Room, a sinister organization that had cast a shadow over so many lives, was finally uprooted, its evil legacy brought to an end. Natasha Romanoff, a spy who had been reborn in the crucible of the Red Room's brutal training, returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., resuming her true calling. Yet when it came to the newly risen Black Watch, she chose to remain silent. This organization, founded and led by Superwoman, had only just begun to make its mark, but it already stood as a powerful force, one that could stand shoulder to shoulder with S.H.I.E.L.D. Through a network of hidden channels, Liu Yunming quietly recalled the scattered Black Widow agents from every corner of the globe. When these agents first heard that the Red Room had been destroyed, their initial reaction wasn't joy, it was deep suspicion. Was this just another elaborate deception? It wasn't until they stepped into Dreykov's old office and saw Superwoman standing before them, alive and real, that they began to believe. Now, facing a new leader, these Black Widows found themselves at a crossroads, forced to make a choice about their future. The vast majority decided to stay with Black Watch, embracing new assignments and a new beginning. Working together, they meticulously consolidated and organized the resources under their control before handing everything over to Tony Stark. Stark Industries took over these assets, and the sheer breadth was staggering, from education and medical research to manufacturing, energy, high-tech sectors, aerospace, heavy and light industry, even ventures into genetic research. Beyond that, there were illegal operations such as human trafficking and clandestine weapons manufacturing, as well as smaller businesses like bars, restaurants, and nightclubs. Even Tony, with all his experience, couldn't help but marvel at the Red Room's astonishingly wide reach. Of course, there were also some Black Widow agents who chose to walk away, leaving behind a life where their fate had never truly been in their own hands. They wiped their records clean, trying to begin brand new lives as ordinary people. Liu Yunming respected each person's wishes, never resorting to force to keep them by her side. Those who resolutely chose to join Blackwatch, the Black Widows, were granted a new title, Shadow Guards. Just as light and shadow are born together, they would become the mysterious force lurking in the darkness of Blackwatch. Washington, S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion. Inside the director's office, Nick Fury was presiding over a meeting when the security desk called with an unexpected message. Superwoman had arrived. He paused, surprise flickering in his eyes. "Are you sure?" Superwoman came alone. His tone carried a hint of doubt, yet there was a trace of anticipation beneath it. Ever since the Manhattan incident in New York, most organizations had curbed their surveillance and probing of Superwoman. After all, there are limits to testing boundaries. Those with wisdom know when to retreat and bide their time. Following the tragic air disaster over the Imperial City in China, the Divine Spear Bureau made a public statement. They would stand firmly behind Superwoman. Any act of persecution against her would be considered a blatant provocation against the entire Bureau, and they would not hesitate to strike back with force. The moment this statement was released, the world was stunned. Nick Fury was so anxious he felt like his mustache might fall off. Others might not understand, thinking the East was weak and fond of reasoning, but he knew all too well that these people preferred to give fair warning before showing their true might. China's history stretched back 5,000 years, its profound cultural heritage shrouding the nation in mystery. No one truly knew how much hidden power lay within. On the surface, China was already ranked among the world's top 3 superpowers. The Divine Spear Bureau's public statement was the equivalent of a firm declaration at the national level, undeniably a powerful deterrent to those lurking in the shadows with ill intentions. In comparison, the American stance seemed ambiguous and uncertain. Because Liu Yunming's abilities defied belief, with no discernible limits, Western governments had always kept their distance, neither daring to provoke her, nor attempting to win her over. Nick Fury had been racking his brain for a way to invite Superwoman to join the Avengers. Now it seemed opportunity had quietly arrived. Superwoman is not alone. She's brought someone else. I think you might want to come down and greet them in person. The security guard's voice wavered with uncertainty. All right, I'll head down and welcome her myself, Nick Fury replied, hanging up, heart brimming with anticipation. 5 minutes later, Nick Fury, dressed in black, stepped out of the elevator flanked by Agent Coulson and Agent Hill. The moment he reached the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was completely stunned. A living, breathing Captain America was standing right before him. The man standing before them was strikingly handsome, tall, and powerfully built. He wore a form-fitting combat suit in blue, white, and red, the colors of the American flag, clutching in his hand the iconic vibranium shield. Nick Fury could not have been more familiar with this World War II hero. Steve Rogers was more than just a man. He embodied an ideal. He represented the spirit of freedom, unyielding courage, willingness to sacrifice, and selfless devotion. Since 1945, his story had inspired countless people. Although Captain America was once declared lost in action, his legacy lived on in people's hearts. Even now, in 2008, he remained a hero to many, including Agent Coulson. At this moment, Coulson's eyes were wide with astonishment. After all, he still kept a limited edition set of Captain America trading cards tucked away in his desk drawer. Surprised Director Fury? Liu Yunming approached with a gentle smile, a playful note in her voice. In truth, she had dearly hoped that Captain America would join Black Watch, but after consulting Steve, he had ultimately chosen S.H.I.E.L.D. In Steve's own words, "I'm a veteran of the Second World War. Since fate has brought me to the present, I want to do something for this world, even if it may no longer need me." S.H.I.E.L.D. was not under military control, but it had been founded by 2 people Steve cared for deeply, Peggy Carter and his old friend Howard Stark. Steve's decision to join S.H.I.E.L.D. was a tribute to departed friends, Howard, Bucky, and the entire Howling Commandos, and a way to witness the continued legacy of the organization. Of course, the most important reason was that Peggy Carter was still alive. He wished, while his beloved still drew breath, to see that the organization they had built together would not fade away with the passing of time. Mother, Fury couldn't help but mutter an expletive under his breath, quickly regaining his composure as he reached out to shake Liu Yunming's hand with a sense of formality. "First of all, it's a pleasure to meet you, Superwoman. Secondly, who is he? Don't tell me he's actually Captain America." Fury's gaze shifted towards Steve, his tone thick with skepticism. Even though SHLD's big data analysis system reported a 99% match between this man and Captain America, Nick Fury's rational mind could hardly accept it. It was almost impossible. After all, Steve Rogers was born in 1918. By 2008, he should have been 90 years old. Yet the Captain America standing before him looked exactly as young as the Steve Rogers who had sacrificed himself all those years ago. It simply defied all reason. Even though the super soldier serum can unlock human potential and enhance every aspect of the body, and while it might slow the aging process to some extent, it's absolutely impossible for a 90-year-old man to look as young as a man in his 20s. The first thing Nick Fury suspected was why Superwoman had brought someone who appeared to be a fake Captain America so openly to S.H.I.E.L.D. What exactly was her intent? "Lou, I told you already. If you brought me here without notifying them in advance, there's no way they believe you," Steve said, lifting his hand to his forehead in resignation, his tone carrying a touch of dry humor. "Oomph. And here I thought the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be wiser than the rest," Liu Yunming muttered, pursing her lips as she reluctantly fished a $10 bill out of her jeans pocket and handed it over to Steve. It turned out they'd made a bet earlier. Liu Yunming had believed Nick Fury would accept that Steve was Captain America, while Steve himself thought it would be far more complicated. "So, are you telling me you came here just to mess with me?" Nick Fury asked, looking utterly perplexed and full of doubt. Having lost the bet, Liu Yunming was feeling a little sore and didn't want to say much more. With a blank expression, she tossed a file folder over to Nick. The group followed Agent Coulson to SHLD's reception room, where Agent Hill served them 2 drinks. Throughout, her gaze kept drifting to Lu Yunming, quietly marveling at how this superwoman not only had striking looks, but also a flawless figure. Women often have their own unique points of interest, and even a female agent is no exception. But what made Lu Yunming stand out was that, at heart, she possessed a male soul, never wore makeup, paid little attention to fashion, and dressed with understated simplicity. When she wasn't in her combat suit, it was always just a shirt and trousers. Ironically, it was precisely this unadorned style that made Hill feel that Lu radiated a kind of effortless, natural beauty. All right, I'll admit I wasn't wise enough, but honestly, anyone else in my shoes would have reacted no better, Nick Fury said, gripping the file, his expression calm as he let out a sigh. In truth, a storm of emotion was raging inside him. From the elevator ride upstairs all the way to the reception room, his eyes had never left the file in his hands. Now, at last, he understood the real reason behind Stark Industries' so-called scientific expedition to the Arctic. So, you found Captain America, frozen in the Arctic ice for decades, and managed to revive him. Is that right? Nick Fury handed the file folder to Coulson, whose eyes were practically glued to Captain America. That's right. I know you want to ask about the source of this intel, but all I can say is it came from Blackwatch. Everything else is classified. Lu Yunming replied, lifting her eyes slightly, her expression composed and cool. Today she had 2 main reasons for coming. First, to escort this elderly person with a poor sense of direction to S.H.I.E.L.D., and second, to discuss matters concerning the Blackwatch organization. If Blackwatch was to become a legitimate, law-abiding entity, it would need the full support of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even though, in the fragments of her missing memory, Lu Yunming always sensed that there was something amiss with S.H.I.E.L.D., she couldn't recall the exact course of events no matter how hard she tried. So, having Captain America, Steve Rogers, join S.H.I.E.L.D. was actually a way to test the waters, a calculated move to see what would happen. So, you're saying you've joined the Blackwatch organization? Would you mind telling me exactly what kind of group this is? Nick Fury's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke, in a calm, conversational tone, a far cry from his usual forceful demeanor. He was deeply curious about this Blackwatch organization that had appeared out of nowhere. Why was it that SHLD's intelligence network had absolutely no information about them? Ordinarily, Nick Fury wouldn't pay much attention to every new group or organization that popped up. After all, some of them were nothing more than children playing games of make-believe. His daily workload was already overwhelming, and he had little time to waste on inconsequential little clubs. But the Blackwatch was clearly different. If Superwoman had chosen to join them, they must be a force to be reckoned with. In the eyes of the public, Superwoman held a position of unparalleled importance. Her influence had even surpassed that of Captain America in modern times. The return of Captain Rogers was a cause for universal celebration. At least, that was how Coulson saw it. Nick Fury, too, held this legendary figure in the highest regard. He had never imagined that Stark Industries would one day discover Steve's place of slumber. Back then, S.H.I.E.L.D. had poured massive amounts of manpower and resources into the search, yet the whereabouts of Captain America remained a mystery. This situation even made the chief spy consider tearing up and rewriting his assessment report on Tony Stark, Iron Man. You know I can fly into space, don't you? Lu Yiming's expression was calm. Instead of answering Nick Fury's question directly, she paused, then offered this fact by way of response. That's right. I also know you made a peace sign in outer space. Nick Fury replied with a small, playful smile. I have a certain degree of familiarity with extraterrestrials, Lu Yunming continued, taking a sip of cola. Oh, so, what kinds of aliens have you encountered? A spark of interest lit up in Nick Fury's eyes as he asked. Asgard, Vanaheim, Alfheim, Nidavellir, Midgard, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, Hel, and Muspelheim. Of course, there are also the Kree and the Skrulls. Lu Yunming cast a meaningful glance at Nick Fury, then began listing them out as if she were reciting a menu. From the fragments of her memory, she recalled that after Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, appeared on Earth in 1995, the Skrulls arrived soon after. And Nick Fury, as it happened, was a direct witness to the entire affair. The Asgardians refer to our Earth as Midgard. Along with the other places I mentioned, they collectively call these the Nine Realms. Lu Yunming explained patiently. In her mind, she wasn't lying. After all, those movies hadn't been watched for nothing. This was a staggering amount of information. At the very least, Coulson and Hill listened in stunned disbelief. To think that outside of Earth, there were so many alien powers lurking beyond their knowledge. They had no reason to suspect Superwoman of making up stories. After all, someone with her power to fly into space, I will hardly needed to resort to deception. Nick Fury's brow was deeply furrowed. He was no stranger to aliens. In fact, he had even faced them in person. Yet he never imagined that Superwoman's knowledge would so vastly outstrip that of S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, he seemed to catch a vague glimpse of what kind of organization Blackwatch truly was. Earth is far too weak, so weak that even alien races don't bother invading us. In their eyes, we're little more than backward primitives, subjects to be observed, or at worst, experimental samples. Liu Yunming's expression grew even more grave. After a brief pause, she continued, "Wait, aren't these guardians just characters from ancient mythology? Are they actually real?" He couldn't help but interrupt. Of course, the Asgardians have incredibly long lifespans. To ancient humans, they were indistinguishable from gods. You can think of them as an alien race with advanced technology. And by the way, King Odin, Thor the god of thunder, and Loki the god of mischief, they all exist. And make no mistake, they are not opponents any human can hope to challenge. Liu Yunming explained with patience. Even you can't stand against them. Nick Fury didn't question the existence of aliens. He simply found it hard to believe. He'd encountered the Kree before, and their technology was light years beyond anything on Earth. Yet, in terms of supernatural powers, the Kree's abilities were relatively subdued. At least, Captain Marvel had no trouble handling them. To Nick Fury, the Asgardians and the Kree were, at most, on par with each other. If Captain Marvel could take on the Kree, Superwoman should have no trouble with the Asgardians either. In his mind, Superwoman was at least on the same level as Captain Marvel, a powerhouse who shouldn't fear any extraterrestrial civilization of that caliber. I should be able to defeat Thor, but Odin is probably out of my league. After all, he's a god who's existed since the dawn of human civilization. Liu Yunming spread her hands and spoke frankly. With her current strength and her iron body developed to 16% of its potential, she had no reason to fear the Asgardians in a contest of sheer power. However, the Odin of the Nine Realms legends was clearly no mere brute. Especially at his peak, as the All-Father, Odin could wield cosmic energy powerful enough to destroy an entire planet, something she was still far from achieving. By comparison, the only one on Earth who might stand toe-to-toe with Odin would be the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar-Taj. Nick Fury was visibly stunned. The Superwoman's formidable power had long been etched into everyone's mind, and yet even she couldn't claim victory over Odin with confidence. What kind of terrifying race was this? Steve was equally shocked. After decades of slumber, waking to this new world felt as though everything had been turned upside down. Now, it seemed the threat posed by extraterrestrial civilizations far surpassed anything a local group like Hydra could muster. To face these alien threats, to keep power firmly in our grasp, and to give humanity a fighting chance against civilizations from beyond, the Black Watch was born. After a short silence, Liu Yunming shifted to the main topic. Nick Fury was caught completely off guard. Damn it, this was almost identical to his own Avengers initiative. How could someone be even more forward-thinking than him? So are you the leader of the Black Watch? Nick Fury looked Liu Yunming up and down, and after a long pause, finally asked. He wasn't a fool. The facts were clear. Any organization that could count Superwoman among its ranks must have someone even stronger at its core, or so it seemed. But as far as Nick Fury knew, aside from Captain Marvel, no one else on Earth could rival Superwoman's power. You're very perceptive, Director Fury. Today, I'm here for two reasons. First, to help the old man get acquainted with his new surroundings. Second, to inform S.H.I.E.L.D. of the Black Watch's existence. Liu Yunming grinned mischievously, catching Captain America's frustrated gaze. So you're saying that if aliens ever invade Earth, the Black Watch will stand up and fight back, organizing resistance. Is that it? Nick Fury narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with skepticism. That's right. Among those extraterrestrial civilizations I mentioned, tell me, which do you think S.H.I.E.L.D. could actually handle? At most, all you could do is throw a few more nukes their way. But that would only ruin Earth's environment. It would do nothing against truly powerful alien races. Liu Yunming's laughter was cold, her contempt for S.H.I.E.L.D. barely concealed. The reason she chose to speak so candidly was that she believed Nick Fury and the others genuinely cared about Earth's well-being, rather than seeking fame or glory for themselves. Laying everything out clearly would pave the way for future cooperation. Nick Fury fell silent. He had seen the Kree with his own eyes, those massive ships, stretching for several kilometers, able to annihilate Earth with a single casually launched missile. According to the Superwoman, the Asgardians and other civilizations from the Nine Realms were even mightier than the Kree. How could they possibly stand a chance against that? This was precisely the nightmare that had haunted Nick Fury from the beginning, the very reason he decided to form the Avengers. He had to admit, at humanity's current level, short of launching nuclear weapons to destroy themselves, they could, at best, eliminate a tiny fraction of invading alien forces. And then what? Would they just wait for the next invasion and fire off more nukes? How is that any different from collective suicide? I'd like to know, what government does the Black Watch organization answer to? Is it under American jurisdiction? Coulson asked, his curiosity piqued. Nick Fury and Hill instantly turned their gaze to Lu Yunming, eager to know whose hand held this blade, and which way its edge would turn. Black Watch operates independently, outside any government or national control. Lu Yunming's eyes were deep and unfathomable, as if infinite shadows lurked within them, and she spoke slowly. She had never compromised. She'd merely concealed her true strength. In the past, she'd played political games for amusement, but now there was no need for such pretenses. The initial plan for Black Watch was to force S.H.I.E.L.D. to acknowledge their status. No more hiding, no more games. With the legacy of the Red Room, Stark's technology, Hulk's friendship, and the support of S.W.O.R.D. in their hands, there was neither reason nor time left for endless debate. The fact that she hadn't yet confronted S.H.I.E.L.D. over their surveillance and manipulation of her predecessor's family was already more leniency than they deserved. S.H.I.E.L.D. could not prevent the founding of Black Watch. They had no choice but to accept its place. When Nick Fury felt the sharpness of her gaze sweep across him, the air seemed to freeze. Each breath became a struggle. It was as if an invisible hand gripped his throat, leaving him paralyzed. He had never before felt such overwhelming, domineering pressure from the Superwoman. Then tell me, how can we be sure Black Watch won't turn its guns on ordinary people? Nick Fury drew a deep, shaky breath, trying to steady himself as he asked, his words laced with challenge. How to ensure that? And to whom am I supposed to provide that reassurance? Should we hand our weapons over to the United Nations? Let Black Watch become a tool for politicians? When civilians are in mortal danger, am I supposed to write a report and wait for approval before moving to help? Those who dream of wielding power far beyond their grasp, have they ever asked themselves if they're truly worthy of it? Lu Yunming showed her sharp edge, firing off several pointed questions one after another without the slightest restraint. Isn't the reason the Avengers fell apart precisely because ordinary people forced all sorts of restrictions on superheroes and those with supernatural abilities? The so-called Sokovia Accords, to put it nicely, just added another layer of approval for better management, to prevent those with supernatural powers from running amok. But if we're being blunt, it's nothing more than being afraid of the blade in your hand hurting you, while still wanting to use it. It's pure hypocrisy, wanting to play both sides to have it both ways. Nick Fury was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to come up with a response for a long stretch. He had to admit, Superwoman's words rang true. There were indeed many unstable factors and loopholes in the situation. But Earth is, after all, humanity's home. We ought to, he tried to argue his case, but Lu Yunming mercilessly cut him off. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Are you saying I'm not human? Or deep down, do you all see me as a monster? A dangerous glint flickered in Lu Yunming's eyes, her presence becoming so overwhelming that everyone in the room found it hard to breathe. Hill's first instinct was to reach for her pistol at her waist. Coulson stayed motionless, while Nick Fury maintained a calm facade, though beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn it, that's not what I meant, you've misunderstood. Nick Fury quickly signaled for Hill to stand down, waving his hands in an attempt to explain. Start a fight with Superwoman here? Was he out his mind? Even if everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. joined forces, they wouldn't last a single punch from her. If I didn't consider myself human, a part of this world, do you think I'd bother to inform you at all? Lu Yunming clenched her fist, ignoring Hill, and shot back with a cold sneer. Lu, don't be angry. You know, ordinary people are always a bit fearful of those with supernatural powers. Steve stepped in to smooth things over. He'd experienced similar wary gazes before, though his situation was nothing like Superwoman's. The difference in scale was worlds apart. All right, I was being narrow-minded. Steve, you're right. Lu Yunming fell silent for a moment, and the suffocating tension around her vanished in an instant. She smiled naturally, as if the charged confrontation from moments before had never even happened. Lu, people just need time to adjust. I hope you can understand, Steve said with a warm, friendly smile. He considered himself her comrade in arms, having completed missions alongside Superwoman. He believed Lu Yunming was inherently kind, just young and a bit impulsive. See, that's Captain America for you. Even a 90-year-old man knows how to talk to people better than you lot, while all you can do is reach for your guns. And you really should pay him all the back wages you owe for the past several decades. Lu Yunming curled her lip in disdain and gave Steve a hearty slap on the back, so hard that it sent him into a coughing fit. That look of scorn made Nick Fury break out in a cold sweat. All right, he had to admit, he'd lost control of the situation right from the start. Steve was visibly embarrassed, managing only a wry smile as he struggled to find the right words. He had no idea how to respond. Who would? have thought this superwoman would joke about 90-year-olds being talkative? Clearly, she had a mischievous streak to her character. Over the past few days, he'd been desperately trying to catch up on modern knowledge via the internet. Online, videos of Superwoman's feats, delivering justice and saving civilians, were everywhere. Liu Yunming's fame on the web far surpassed that of any other known figure. Countless people had created forums and message boards dedicated solely to her, with every discussion revolving around her every move. In truth, Steve's impression of Liu Yunming was quite favorable, especially after hearing about her destruction of the Red Room and her rescue of those persecuted young women. Compared to Nick Fury, he found himself more aligned with Liu Yunming's ideals. All right, I'll notify the relevant departments to make sure your back pay is issued. I doubt anyone would dare shortchange Captain America, Nick Fury said with a helpless smile, though his eyes kept drifting, intentionally or not, between Steve and Liu Yunming. Do you know, Liu Yunming sighed, her face shadowed by melancholy, that every morning when I wake up, I feel as if I'm facing a world as fragile as paper? The corners of Nick Fury's mouth twitched, and he nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, in the face of her monstrous strength, this world might as well be made of paper. Against such overwhelming power, ordinary people were as vulnerable as soft cheese. One false move, and they'd be wiped out. Yet ever since awakening her abilities, Liu Yunming had devoted herself to saving lives and fighting crime. She always acted with restraint and never crossed the line. Whatever her true motives, at the very least, she held herself to a high standard. If someone else were to gain such immense power, who could say what they might do? In fact, Nick Fury wasn't particularly worried about those who became arrogant and reckless after gaining superpowers. What truly unsettled him were the seemingly harmless, yet terrifyingly powerful ones like her. Let's put ourselves in someone else's shoes, Liu Yunming continued calmly, raising an eyebrow. If others obtained the same powers, do you really think they'd all abide by the law? Nick Fury almost choked at that. He thought to himself, good grief, could those criminals who mysteriously vanished in Los Angeles really be the so-called law-abiding outcome she talks about? Still, he didn't dare say anything rash. At the very least, when someone like her is willing to reason with you, you'd better listen, otherwise you might just get a taste of her fists. Liu, may I call you that? Nick Fury paused to consider his words, then asked politely. Liu Yunming's eyes remained indifferent as she nodded in agreement. She really couldn't be bothered to correct the Americans, who always mangled the pronunciation of her name, making it sound like donkey. Their tongues, as far as she was concerned, might as well be tied in knots. Now that you're the leader of Blackwatch, will you still be taking on mercenary assignments? Nick Fury continued, pressing on with a question that weighed heavily on both himself and S.H.I.E.L.D. At this stage, SHIELD's ability to deal with supernatural crime and alien incursions was woefully inadequate. The results were far from what they'd hoped. After all, it often took someone with superpowers to handle someone else with superpowers. By now, SHIELD's so-called top-tier assets had dwindled to just that mysterious woman who vanished after leaving behind a pager, and the newly recruited Captain America. Hardly enough for the challenges ahead. If possible, Fury wanted to continue leveraging the reputation and power of the Superwoman. Even if she wasn't exactly one of their own, her presence alone could keep enemies in check. I don't think mercenary work is an accurate description. When you can't handle it, and we come in to clean up the mess, it's more like wiping your noses for you. If we're the ones solving everything, what's the point of having S.H.I.E.L.D. at all? Liu Yunming let out a cold laugh, calling out the wordplay the other side was trying to employ. I think cooperation is a much better term, she said, sitting tall and raising a finger as she explained. The power in a mercenary relationship usually rests with the one paying, making true equality impossible. Although she'd been given an unofficial S.H.I.E.L.D. title before, in reality, Liu Yunming only took on missions she personally wanted. Cooperation, on the other hand, was built on equality, shared interests and values, with deep trust and understanding forged through long-term partnership. The key lay in that word, long-term. Blackwatch was newly established. Though they boasted formidable strength, they needed time to grow, and they needed a shield. Simply put, she wanted all, force, connections, everything. S.H.I.E.L.D. could act as a shield, or as their spokesperson, or handle a host of tedious matters they couldn't be bothered with. If she could, she'd rather swallow S.H.I.E.L.D. whole, but clearly, Blackwatch's appetite wasn't that big, at least not yet. This world was anything but simple. So, what exactly do you mean by cooperation? Nick Fury frowned, clearly puzzled. Have the government recognize our independence and legitimacy? Blackwatch would, to a certain extent, coordinate with S.H.I.E.L.D., helping you handle problems within our capabilities. For a fee, Liu Yunming added with a wide, easy grin, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Blackwatch had only just been formed, but even its regular combat members, including the many shadow guards, already numbered in the tens of thousands. Even with Tony Stark's industry backing them, supporting so many people would require an astronomical sum. Moreover, the aerial fortress needs renovations and perhaps even expansion. And where will the money for that come from? Naturally, the fastest way is to shear some wool off others. It may look similar to hiring help, but the balance of power has already started to shift. That doesn't sound much like cooperation to me. At least I don't see any real benefit in it. Nick Fury shook his head, a wry, half-smile playing on his lips as he made the remark. Good grief, they want independence and money. Looks like we've just invited a new boss into the house. It's easy enough to recognize the legitimacy of an organization, but acknowledging its independence is a far bigger leap. Suddenly, an independent mini-nation pops up, acting on its own? Sovereignty and unity. Does that mean they'll be claiming territory too? Would other countries accept that? Isn't this just making trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury felt a headache coming on. This was way beyond anything S.H.I.E.L.D. had the authority to handle. Nick, just because someone's a good person doesn't mean they deserve to be bullied. You know exactly what I mean. A flicker of sarcasm glinted in Liu Yunming's eyes, her laugh cold and full of meaning. Nick Fury was clearly uncomfortable. Had Superwoman finally dropped her mask and decided to show her true colors? Most troubling of all, he couldn't think of a good way to solve this. To put it bluntly, if it ever came to a physical confrontation, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be finished. And if they tried to sway public opinion, that wouldn't fix the root of the problem either. The message was clear. I'm talking things through with you calmly now, but if you don't agree, I'll show you the power of my iron fist. If Superwoman were really pushed into committing superpowered crimes, unless they brought Carol back, Nick had no idea who could possibly keep her in check. Unfortunately, even with Captain Marvel's strength, any battle between them would be catastrophic, with no guarantee of victory on either side. At least for now, S.H.I.E.L.D. still had no technological means of counterbalancing Superwoman. All right then, I want to know, who are the members of the Black Watch organization? Are they all people with supernatural abilities? Nick Fury sighed, his tone resigned. S.H.I.E.L.D. had no intel on this group whatsoever, no idea about its members or its headquarters. If he could learn something from this conversation, it would be a small victory. Tony and I are the founders. After that, Dr. Banner and Dr. Betty joined us. You mean Bruce Banner? Nick Fury asked in surprise. Damn, he was supposed to be a core member of the Avengers Initiative. And then there was Tony Stark. Nick had planned to hack into his island mansion system and talk to Tony face to face. After all, Iron Man was famously headstrong and hard to rein in. But now, both of them had joined Black Watch. How was he supposed to put the Avengers together like this? Apart from the leadership, Black Watch also has some shadow guards. You can think of them as being on par with SHLD's regular agents. Liu Yunming answered honestly, holding nothing back. S.H.I.E.L.D. would find out sooner or later, and she never intended to hide forever. A complicated look flickered in Nick Fury's eyes. What exactly were these shadow guards? They possessed skills on par with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Clearly, this was a force within Black Watch not to be underestimated, one that existed alongside their public leadership. He was actually tempted to ask how many shadow guards there were, but thought better of it. After all, he'd never reveal how many agents S.H.I.E.L.D. had, either. So, does this mean we've reached an agreement? Seeing Nick Fury lost in thought and silent for a long time, Liu Yunming asked with a trace of doubt. I'll do my best to make arrangements, but whether I can actually secure true autonomy for Black Watch, well, that's still up in the air. Nick Fury sounded weary, his words tinged with hesitation. You'll succeed. Liu Yunming's lips curled into a knowing smile, her tone full of meaning. Very well. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Let's keep in touch. She nodded at Steve, then rose from her seat and walked toward the window at the side of the reception room. As she passed by Hill, she reached out and gave the tall, striking agent a playful smack on the rear. Not too hard, not too soft. Too hot-tempered, gorgeous. That habit of reaching for your gun isn't a good one. Before Hill could even react, Liu Yunming vanished like a gust of wind, leaving Hill standing there, stunned and at a complete loss. Wait, what just happened? Why did she smack my butt? Hill rubbed her backside in disbelief, utterly baffled. It didn't really hurt, but the insult stung more than anything. Did this Superwoman have a screw loose, or something? Maybe Superwoman's got her eye on you. Who knows? I might even assign you to go undercover at her side. Nick Fury said, a faint, teasing smile on his lips. Director, that's not funny at all. Hill's face darkened. She simply couldn't comprehend how someone so strikingly beautiful could act with such wandering hands. She holds a grudge, doesn't she? Nick Fury remarked, his words layered with meaning. It was just a reflex, sir. Hill replied calmly, refusing to be cowed. Drawing her gun in the face of danger had been pure instinct, not malice, just vigilance. To put it plainly, it was fear, trying to give herself some courage. As if she could actually unload a clip into Superwoman? What a joke. This was. Someone who could shrug off vehicle-mounted heavy fire and take a direct hit from a helicopter's missile without a scratch. A freakishly powerful force. That's why we should remember, don't provoke that troublesome woman, Nick Fury said, rubbing his brow in exasperation. At least not until they found a way to deal with Superwoman. For now, they needed to keep things cordial. I can hear you, you know. Suddenly, a voice drifted in from outside the window, growing clearer and closer. Damn it, I forgot Supergirl has super hearing. Just how many powers did these damn comics give her? Nick Fury finally lost his composure, grumbling under his breath, while Agent Hill couldn't help but stifle a laugh. All right, let's leave that aside for now. I think we're going to have a lot to do very soon. Captain, welcome to the 21st century. Nick Fury stood up, taking Steve's hand in a firm, solemn handshake. Standing before this hero of the world, a symbol of honor, courage, and sacrifice, a fearless champion of freedom. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury knew he had to show the utmost respect. After all, Nick Fury himself had grown up listening to stories of Captain America. Back in those turbulent times, when citizens faced injustice, people pinned their hopes on a spiritual leader. Even though by then, Captain America had already been declared lost. This isn't the first time someone's welcomed me to a new world, Steve sighed wistfully, managing a resigned smile. In fact, society today is pretty good. Much more inclusive, with far less racial discrimination. Coulson began with a warm smile, but his words trailed off as the director's burning, withering glare fell upon him. Rogers kept a straight face, nodding gravely in agreement. If even a guy like Fury could become director of S.H.I.E.L.D., surely there must be less discrimination these days. Back in the old days, someone like him would have been sent to pick cotton at this hour. Captain Rogers, welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury shot Coulson a glare, then gave Steve's hand a solid shake. Even though the Avengers' initiative had been borrowed, he'd finally found the second piece of the puzzle, and the most crucial one. The team's leader, Captain America. Steve didn't stay long with Black Watch. Since waking up in the surveillance room of Stark's private medical facility, he'd gone through just 3 days of rehabilitation before plunging straight into the campaign to wipe out the Red Room's secret agents. As a soldier, Rogers' memories were still rooted deep in the era of World War II, when the British and American allies fought tooth and nail against the Nazis. But waking up so suddenly, he was struck by just how much the world had changed. Modern society felt alien, and he longed, perhaps in vain, to regain the sense of familiarity he'd once known. Black Watch was a private organization, independent from any government or nation, with a guiding principle of avoiding external control. But in terms of connections and resources, it was relatively thin. By contrast, S.H.I.E.L.D. had a far more formidable foundation. S.H.I.E.L.D. is fundamentally different from intelligence agencies like the CIA, FBI, KGB, or Mossad, which each represent the interests of their own countries. S.H.I.E.L.D. is managed directly by the World Security Council and was established as a special unit to combat supernatural events. The International Security Council provides S.H.I.E.L.D. with funding, supplies, and intelligence support. In handling numerous cases, S.H.I.E.L.D. holds absolute priority. Most importantly, S.H.I.E.L.D. was one of the organizations Peggy helped to found. Considering all these factors, Steve turned down the invitation to join Black Watch and instead chose S.H.I.E.L.D. In truth, Steve's understanding of Black Watch was quite limited. Most of what he knew came from Liu Yuming's enticing proposals when she invited him to join. So, Black Watch's predecessor was the Red Room from the former Soviet Union, the secret spy organization led by Dreykov. Nick Fury's face was filled with shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. The information he was now hearing from Captain America was almost too much to take in all at once. Superwoman had orchestrated a superhero operation that included S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and yet, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he hadn't heard a whisper about it. And hadn't the Red Room been destroyed as early as January this year? Supposedly, it was a mission carried out by elite agents Romanoff and Clint. If that were the case, didn't it mean SHLD's attempt to assassinate Dreykov with an explosion was a complete waste, a wild goose chase from start to finish? The intelligence division had failed spectacularly. That's right. The one who died in the explosion was just a body double for Dreykov. We found 2 more doubles in the Red Room base, both disguised through some kind of advanced medical alteration. Steve nodded, holding nothing back. He understood perfectly well that Superwoman wanted him to deliver this message to S.H.I.E.L.D. What about Agent Romanoff? Nick Fury's expression turned grim as he glanced over at Coulson. It was obvious Natasha knew far more than she had let on, yet she'd been back at headquarters for days without mentioning a word. Besides, if the tens of thousands of Black Widows from the Red Room ever gathered, they form a force powerful enough to make every nation and organization wary. S.H.I.E.L.D. could not afford to ignore that threat. Had they known about this in advance, they wouldn't be caught so off guard. But now, all those Black Widows had become the shadow guard of Black Watch. Who could S.H.I.E.L.D. even complain to? Then again, could anyone really prevent this from happening? Superwoman's sheer power alone was enough to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. at a loss. Not to mention that she had the backing of Tony Stark, a major tycoon, and a giant who turned green and furious when provoked. Natasha's on assignment in the Middle East. She's currently in silent mode and can't be reached, Coulson replied with an awkward smile. Damn it, she's clearly avoiding me on purpose. Nick Fury's face darkened. Anyone would be upset if their subordinate kept something this important from them. But Agent Romanoff did leave a message before she left this morning. Coulson smiled lightly, completely unfazed by his boss's volatile temper. Why didn't you say so earlier? Nick Fury shot him an irritated glare, his annoyance plain to see. I was just about to tell you, but then the captain walked in. Coulson rubbed his hands together, looking a bit embarrassed. When he first heard that Captain America had arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D., he'd maintained a calm exterior, but inside, he could hardly contain his excitement. At that moment, he still had a limited edition Captain America card tucked in his jacket pocket, hoping for a chance to get it signed. Nick Fury massaged his brow and nodded helplessly, signaling for Coulson to continue. Natasha said all those Black Widows left behind by the Red Room are victims. They were rounded up by Dreykov from all over, forced to undergo brutal training, and many have already perished in that hellish place. She knows their pain all too well. That's why she doesn't want those girls to suffer the same fate. They'll be settled properly by Blackwatch, working as mercenaries and staff, and the chemical control over their minds will be lifted. The Red Room may have been under the former Soviet Union, but since the USSR collapsed long ago, technically, this organization isn't under any state's jurisdiction. The Black Widows who've joined us aren't obligated to answer to any other power. Joining Blackwatch is the better choice. Coulson gave his report earnestly. He'd known the director would be furious the moment he got wind of this headache-inducing news. That's it. Fury's gaze grew steadily more dangerous. Oh, and one more thing. Agent Romanoff said she considered recruiting the Black Widows for S.H.I.E.L.D., but she was worried Superwoman would turn her into Swiss cheese. She did her best, but decided to drop the idea. Coulson added this calmly and matter-of-factly. Fury's expression shifted dramatically. Even with his darker complexion, the storm of emotion was still written all over his face. In the end, he let out a long, heavy sigh. Thinking it over, Natasha's reasoning did make sense. Trying to poach talent from Blackwatch would only antagonize Superwoman. A reckless move by any standard. All right, I get it. You all have work to do. Coulson, show the captain around S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill, help me draft a report. Fury waved them off, rose to his feet, and headed toward the door. This matter was far too important. He needed to report it to the International Security Council immediately. When it came to the newly established Blackwatch organization, led by Superwoman, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the relevant nations had to make a swift decision. High above the open seas, the massive Blackwatch airborne fortress hovered silently within the stratosphere. After the battle ended, Lu Yunming, along with Tony and a host of shadow guards, set about repairing and renovating the fortress. During the mission to destroy the Red Room, Lu Yunming needed to quickly neutralize the fortress's defensive weaponry. She unleashed the Icon Illusion, using the Icon form doppelganger, and single-handedly obliterated every external weapon system on the fortress. As a result, the Blackwatch fortress now resembled nothing more than a floating mansion, stripped of all means of defense. The version of the Icon form that Lu Yunming used, shaped through biological modeling magic, was quite different from the kind wielded by the mystic adepts of Kamartaj. At first glance, the two seemed almost identical. Both summoned illusions through energy manipulation to confuse their foes' senses. But in truth, Lu Yunming's mutated version created doppelgangers, not of ephemeral light and shadow, but of tangible bioenergy constructs. These duplicates retained 10% of her original powers, whether strength, speed, or other abilities. They could unleash impressive force. Take her laser heat vision, for example. Her true form could release temperatures reaching a scorching 11,000 degrees Celsius, instantly melting any defense. Even though the doppelganger's laser vision reached only 1,100 degrees, given enough time, it could still burn through composite metal fortifications with ease. It just took a little longer. As her own power increased, so did the strength of the doppelgangers she conjured with the Icon form. If Lu Yunming had possessed this ability during the Manhattan incident, the military forces surrounding the city blocks would have been utterly dismantled in an instant. These doppelgangers lacked independent thought. Their bodies were pure energy constructs. When using them, Lu Yunming simply issued mental commands, and when their energy ran out, they would dissipate on their own. However, there was a limitation. These doubles could not stray too far from her original body, or they would vanish immediately. With their help, Lu Yunming could issue repair orders to the fortress's systems with ease, controlling them as naturally as moving her own limbs. My God, this is unbelievable. You know, Lou, I've never seen anyone with powers like yours. It's beyond anything I thought possible, shattering the boundaries of what I know. Tony was gaping in astonishment. Nearby, unable to resist, he reached out and poked one of Li Yunming's doppelgangers, only to find its texture indistinguishable from that of a real person. The revelation sent shockwaves through his mind. As a top MIT graduate and a genius inventor, Tony had always prided himself on his deep understanding of science. However, watching hundreds of clones methodically transporting supplies and repairing the walls, his worldview was shaken as never before. It turned out that this world was far less simple than it appeared on the surface. This greatly ignited Tony's competitive spirit. He decided to develop even more models of Iron Man suits, and ideally build an entire Iron Legion, remotely controlled by Jarvis, to achieve coordinated, large-scale combat operations. This world is vast beyond measure, and in those unseen corners, there are things you could never imagine in your lifetime. The future holds infinite wonders. Just wait and see. With one steady hand, Li Yunming gripped a chunk of collapsed metal wall and, with remarkable ease, hefted it into place to patch the damaged section. If Tony were ever to witness the mystical arts of the masters in Camartage, who knows how astonished he would be. At this stage, 1/10 of the repairs to the Blackwatch Fortress had already been completed. Thanks to the assistance of a large number of shadow guards and clones, the project, originally estimated to take a year, was completed in 1/10 of the expected time. While damaged facilities were being restored, the airborne fortress was also being expanded and upgraded far beyond its original design. The old turbine engines were replaced with Tony's newly developed anti-gravity engines, and the nuclear power core that supplied energy for the entire fortress was switched out for a massive arc reactor. In addition, Li Yunming planned to upgrade the Blackwatch's main control system, and in this field, Tony was nothing short of an expert. Originally, they intended to simply link Jarvis as an external shared system, but since the organization was by no means a personal possession, Tony decided to write an entirely new AI from scratch. The name was already chosen, the Red Queen. The name Blackwatch had always struck Tony as oddly ominous, and now, with Red Queen, there was an even more distinctive hint of dark humor. To this, Li Yunming simply smiled and said that's exactly what she liked. For the fortress expansion, Tony envisioned tripling the original volume, giving it a diameter of about 3 kilometers, and transforming it into a sprawling airborne city, capable of housing and employing tens of thousands of people at once. Of course, all the repair materials, weapons, equipment, and the endless array of spare parts will be wholly supplied by Stark Industries. The funds required for such a colossal fortress overhaul were astronomical, but Tony dismissed it with a wave, saying it was no big deal. When it came to cracking the chemical neural control agent, it was clear that Melina alone was stretched too thin. But with the addition of Dr. Banner and Dr. Betty, the pace of research sped up dramatically. It was expected that within half a year, all the Black Widows who had once been controlled would be completely freed, regaining their autonomy at last. All in all, everything was moving steadily in a positive direction. In the Triskellion's top-floor conference room, the heart of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury burst in, all urgency and purpose. His steps were firm, each stride radiating a sense of pressing importance. Without hesitation, Nick pulled a small, specialized signal jammer from his pocket. He pressed the activation button before placing it squarely on the conference table. Next, he used a remote control to draw all the curtains shut. The room immediately plunged into near darkness, making it impossible for anyone outside to observe what was happening within. Once he'd secured the space, Nick Fury pulled out a chair and sat down, lighting up a cigar with a practiced motion. Smoke curled around him, half veiling his face. His single eye gleamed with a profound, contemplative light, as if he were wrestling with a momentous problem. What could be so urgent that it can't be said over the phone? Why drag me here in person? He muttered under his breath, impatience clear in his tone. Just then, another voice sounded from within the room. A shadowy figure slowly stepped out from the gloom. It was a man well into his 50s, of average build, dressed in a gray suit with shoes polished to a mirror shine. His hair was streaked with gray, his face deeply lined with age, yet he radiated a rugged strength. Behind the frames of a stylish pair of reading glasses, his eyes were piercing and unfathomable, as though nothing could escape their scrutiny. "Did you get what I sent you?" Nick Fury asked with a casual smile, taking a leisurely drag of his cigar. "Yeah, I did. My kid loved the toy you picked out, though it could have been a little less conspicuous," the figure replied, stepping into the light and revealing himself fully. The middle-aged man standing before Nick had sharp, deep-set eyes and a presence that commanded the room, despite his unassuming frame. He wore a tailored charcoal suit, cut impeccably, exuding a quiet authority. His features were rugged. The lines time had etched into his face, only adding to his air of experience, hinting at stories untold. Still, on a crowded street, his appearance would be nothing remarkable, almost forgettable, really. At a glance, he seemed perfectly ordinary. Look closer, and he seemed even less remarkable than you first thought. Alexander Pierce, the Secretary of the World Security Council, was Nick Fury's old friend and direct superior. Hey, it's not my fault the thing's so big. That's how they make it. What was I supposed to do? Ask the manufacturer for a special mini version. Nick Fury grumbled, flicking his cigar ash with a hint of annoyance. All right, so what is it you need? You know I'm a busy man, Pierce said, striding forward. He snatched the cigar from Nick's hand without so much as a second thought and seated himself, all business. You've heard about Supergirl by now. Black Watch is demanding autonomy. I want to know, what's the World Security Council's position? Nick Fury didn't mince words. He shifted in his seat and got straight to the point. The Security Council has always believed that anyone with supernatural abilities should be kept under control. Pierce spoke with absolute composure, spreading his hands as he spoke calmly. No matter whether she possesses powers like Superman in the comics or not, she still needs to eat, drink, and live her life, doesn't she? Even if Superwoman can disregard the regular army, so what? She still needs a place to live, a steady income, and perhaps, once in a while, a taste of love. If we start from these angles, there's no existence that can't be controlled. S.H.I.E.L.D. has always handled this well. Calling me back just for this, it's not like you, Nick. Pierce, if you knew she destroyed the former Soviet secret agent organization, the Red Room, and took in tens of thousands of agents at S.H.I.E.L.D. level as her subordinates, you wouldn't be so sure. Nick Fury's expression was grave and serious. What? Pierce clearly thought he'd misheard and asked uncertainly. Nick Fury went on to explain the whole process, how Superwoman destroyed the Red Room, recruited a group of Black Widows, and established the mercenary-style Black Watch organization. Pierce, sitting across from him, fell into a long silence. No wonder Nick Fury had rushed to call him back for a face-to-face talk. So this was a bombshell. So, what measures do you plan to take against this Superwoman? Pierce fixed his gaze on Nick, and after a long pause, asked in a low, serious voice. For God's sake, what measures can I take? She rips tanks apart like they're sheets of paper, holds up commercial airliners weighing hundreds of tons with her bare hands, and flies faster than a cruise missile. She can shoot lasers from her eyes, hot enough to melt through aerospace-grade titanium alloy. You tell me, what am I supposed to do? The combined force of all of SHIELD's regular assets wouldn't even be enough to withstand a single punch from her. Nick Fury's agitation grew as he spoke, his arms flailing to illustrate his point. The pressure had been mounting on him for some time. Superwoman had become a problem he simply couldn't solve. Let me make this very clear. Based on our analysis of her power levels, unless we use nuclear deterrence and hope she stands still for the blast, there's simply no way to restrain her. Nick Fury's voice echoed in the conference room, heavy with helplessness and anxiety. Alexander Pierce watched his old friend's emotional turmoil without interrupting. Only after Nick had calmed down did he speak slowly. She's an American citizen. Doesn't she have any friends or family? Yin-Meng Liu. Her mother died in childbirth when she was a child, and her father was killed in a car accident. Her only relative lives in China, under the protection of the Divine Spear Bureau. My handful of friends, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers. Secretary Pierce, where do you think I should even begin to keep her in check? Nick Fury sounded utterly exhausted, letting out a deep sigh. All of Superwoman's acquaintances are celebrities, and she herself possesses top-tier abilities. There's a billionaire genius inventor who managed to craft a groundbreaking suit of iron armor with nothing but his bare hands and scraps in a freezing, filthy cave. There's a man with 7 doctoral degrees, brilliant beyond belief, who, when enraged, transforms into a massive green behemoth capable of leveling an entire town with ease. And then there's the hero of America, the very symbol of the nation, the living legend known as Captain America, a pillar of public morale and a household name. Are any of these three what you'd call normal? Is there even one among them that S.H.I.E.L.D. can simply reach out and control at will? Add to that the thousands of Black Widows and the open support Superwoman receives from the Celestial Spear Bureau of China, a power that can no longer be ignored. No matter how much effort was put into monitoring them, this force still managed to grow right under my nose. How could Nick Fury not be weary? Steve Rogers? You mean the Steve Rogers I'm thinking of? Alexander Pierce looked completely bewildered. Yes, that's Steve Rogers. Captain America himself. The living fossil Tony Stark dug out from the Arctic ice, Fury replied. The very symbol of America. Thanks to the super soldier serum, he's been frozen for over 60 years, and just half a day ago, he officially joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury let out another heavy sigh. Alexander Pierce was stunned, clearly unprepared for the web of complications trailing behind Superwoman. Then we go nuclear. Either force her to behave, or make her disappear for good. After a long silence, he spoke coldly. The world doesn't need instability. If it appears, you eliminate it. Simple as that. The reality is, our nuclear arsenal couldn't even touch her heels. Superwoman flies at speeds over Mach 70. How do you threaten that with nukes? Last time was Manhattan. Are you planning to blow up Los Angeles or Washington this time? Besides, her public image is stellar. She's the very embodiment of justice, saving civilians left and right. Even many of the soldiers who fought in Manhattan sing her praises. We have neither the justification nor the authority to lay a hand on her. And most importantly, she's still willing to sit down and talk, instead of standing up and unleashing those damned, incomprehensible powers of hers. Nick Fury slammed his hand on the table, his patience wearing thin. Haven't we found the Red Room's base yet? Alexander Pierce asked, frowning deeply. According to Captain Rogers, it's a floating steel fortress suspended in the air with anti-radar and stealth materials. Even SHLD's satellites can't lock onto its exact location. Nick Fury said wearily, slumping back in his chair. So, when nothing works, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. Why did you call me here? Do you want me to put on Uncle Tom's boots and kick Supergirl's ass myself? Alexander Pierce rapped his knuckles on the table, his eyes sharpening with impatience. What about psychological profiling? Is there anything she cares about, like love? Superheroes are still people. They may not fear weapons, but as long as they still have human emotions, they're not without weaknesses, are they? As the Secretary of the World Security Council, he was adept at controlling his emotions and quickly regained his composure. Love? Don't kid me. We're talking about a monster who can crush a tank into a ball of scrap. Love? I agree. If someone has feelings, they're bound to have weaknesses. But we just don't have the time to dig up secrets buried that deep. Nick Fury shook his head and stubbed out his cigarette. Nick, I don't believe you called me here just to complain without a plan. Alexander Pierce's gaze shifted, and a faint smile touched his lips. All right, Mr. Secretary, that's the full list of troubles caused by Supergirl. Now, let me tell you what I'm thinking. Nick Fury ran a hand over his eye patch, forcing a wry smile. You're always like this. Never show your hand until the last moment. Go on then, let's hear what kind of genius plan SHLD's coldest director has come up with. A look of disdain flickered across Alexander Pierce's face. He knew this old friend too well, devious, cunning, utterly ruthless. First, we back down. There's no need to make an enemy of Supergirl, nor should we try to control her, at least not until S.H.I.E.L.D. has enough power. Until then, everything must be settled at the negotiating table. Second, the Black Watch organization does more good than harm for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the world. We can hire them for missions, pay them, and let them handle the tougher problems. And finally, we simply can't afford the consequences of falling out with Supergirl. Give her what she wants, deepen our cooperation, and build trust through personal connections. We've already threatened her family, however indirectly. That's undeniable. So we have to show real sincerity now. At the very least, when it comes to her autonomy, we need to find a way to give her the green light. Nick Fury's expression grew grave as he spoke, his tone earnest and deliberate. Alexander Pierce stared in disbelief. What the hell kind of balance of power plan was this? Wasn't this just capitulation? Deepen personal ties? Who would believe that? I know what you're thinking, but trust me, this is the best course of action for now, Nick Fury said, fixing his old superior with a deep, serious gaze. Don't try to keep pushing the limits. No one can bear the consequences of angering someone with Superman's power. Alexander Pierce was silent for a long moment. At last, he let out a sigh. Since you've already made up your mind, just try to report and submit it. Why did you want to meet in person? I wanted to give you a heads up, Nick Fury replied meaningfully, his words loaded with implication. This world is vast, and people's minds are even more intricate and unpredictable. Not everyone will handle things with reason. I trust your judgment. Let's do it your way. I'll handle the rest of the council. Alexander Pierce's eyes flickered with something unspoken. After a brief pause, he nodded in agreement. In the outskirts of Russia's capital, Moscow, an old, dilapidated building stood quietly. Inside, a frail, sickly old man lay bedridden. His eyes burned with resentment and bitterness as he stared unblinkingly at the television, where the news was broadcasting Tony Stark's declaration. He was Iron Man. The old man was Anton Vanko, once one of the world's foremost scientists, a brilliant researcher and chief engineer at Stark Industries. Anton Vanko and Howard Stark had once together created a marvel that stunned the world and defined an era, the arc reactor. This nuclear energy technology had revolutionized power supply, its unmatched output, leaving all contemporaries in the dust, setting the world ahead by 50 years. But the glory was short-lived. Not long after the arc reactor was unveiled, Anton Vanko was expelled from the company and deported, forced to return to the Soviet Union. All because he had hoped to profit further from this technology. Was I truly wrong? Anton Vanko had never been able to understand. Wasn't this kind of innovation exactly what that booming age needed? Scientists have to eat too, have to live. If he could create such brilliance with his intellect, why shouldn't he be allowed to profit from it? Howard Stark was nothing but a damned thief, a robber, a liar. When Anton first heard of his old rival's death, he'd been delighted. But now, seeing Howard's son step into the world's spotlight again was more than he could stomach. That stage should have been yours, Anton Vanko rasped, looking at his son, Ivan Vanko, struggling to get the words out. Don't listen to what they say, Ivan replied, his eyes clouded with emotion as he tried to comfort his ailing father. I'm sorry, my son. All I can give you is my knowledge. Anton Vanko wanted to say more, but before he could finish, his life quietly slipped away. A man who had never found success, trapped in jealousy and resentment, passed away in sorrow. Staring at his father, whose eyes would never open again, Ivan let out a furious howl. In that moment, he made a silent vow. The Stark family would pay, settling the blood debt that had been owed for decades. The arc reactor, he would reclaim both the property and the honor that rightfully belonged to his father. Back then, after Anton Vanko was expelled from Stark Industries, he returned to the Soviet Union in despair, clutching his painstakingly designed blueprints. These documents contained all the data required to perfectly recreate the arc reactor, but because the Soviet authorities looked down on Anton, he had no desire to offer them this technology. Ivan Vanko's weathered face was set with anger and resolve. He would fulfill his father's dying wish, perhaps even surpass his father's achievements by building a miniature arc reactor identical to the one glowing in Tony Stark's chest. 2 years later, 15,000 feet over Flushing, New York, inside a massive military transport plane. Tony Stark, ever the showman, was dressed in his newly developed Mark V Iron Man suit, standing near the rear of the aircraft. The cargo bay doors slowly opened, revealing the city below ablaze with lights against the night sky. At the edge, Pepper Potts, secured by a safety harness, stood with the Mark V helmet cradled in her hands. Tony, are you sure about this? It's dangerous. The wind pressure could make it impossible to breathe. Pepper squinted against the fierce gusts, struggling to reason with him. It was the opening night of the Stark Expo in Flushing, and Tony wanted her to toss his damn helmet out of the plane. Pepper could hardly believe it, torn between exasperation and disbelief. Her adventurous, unpredictable boyfriend was as lovable as he was infuriating. Of course, it's going to be epic, isn't it? Tony's face lit up with excitement as he grinned back at her. Wind speed is 30 knots. Altitude 15,000 feet. Airspace cleared. You're authorized to descend to the designated zone. The pilot's announcement crackled over the intercom. Pepper, quick, throw it. I want to make a dramatic entrance for everyone. Tony urged her, maneuvering his suit closer to the very edge of the open ramp. You're impossible. Pepper sighed in defeat, pressed a kiss to the helmet, and then hurled it out into the night. Timing it perfectly, Tony leaped after it, cutting his thrusters and plunging straight down in freefall. He quickly caught up to the helmet, slipping it over his head in midair. With remarkable agility, the Iron Man suit responded instantly, the thrusters and gravity working together to accelerate his dive. He streaked through the clouds in a cascade of dazzling fireworks. Then, just before hitting the ground, he powered up the suit, landing squarely at the center of the expo's main stage with a dramatic superhero pose, fist to the ground. The crowd erupted in wild applause as Tony, ever the showman, initiated his signature mechanical suit removal sequence, the entire process slick, seamless, and spectacular. It wasn't until he appeared under the spotlight, dressed in an expensive suit, that the room once again erupted in enthusiastic applause. The crowd chanted Tony's name over and over. He had transformed from notorious billionaire playboy into the universally recognized Iron Man. God, it's good to be back. Did you all miss me? Tony waved to the audience below, asking his question with characteristic humor. Aboard a military plane, Pepper watched the live broadcast of the expo and Tony's flamboyant performance on the monitor. A faint smile appeared on her face, but it was soon replaced by a trace of melancholy. Over the past 2 years, Tony had gradually handed over the full management of Stark Industries to her, retreating to his home to tinker with his suits. He would occasionally disappear for a few days, his whereabouts unknown, but would soon return, no longer as relaxed as before, his eyes always carrying a deep anxiety and exhaustion. Pepper sensed that something was wrong and wanted to have a serious conversation with Tony, but he always brushed her off with some excuse. Looking back now, it seemed that Tony's change began right after Li Yunming's sudden departure. Superwoman had completely vanished from public view 2 years ago. Crime in the city had surged, and many citizens called out for her return, but there was never any response. Colonel Rhodes even used military satellites to try to track down Liunming, but to no avail. Stark's industrial satellites, Jarvis's advanced searches, military surveillance satellites, and Air Force radar. Every resource was deployed, yet no trace could be found. Even now, online forums and videos still held out hope for Superwoman's return. Of course, there were also plenty of conspiracy theorists hinting that the military had captured Superwoman for human experimentation. These rumors spread wildly. Government agencies, the CIA, FBI, and S.H.I.E.L.D., all stepped forward to deny them, but made no difference. Even China's own division of Divine Spear had publicly raised questions, hoping for an answer from the American side about Superwoman's whereabouts. Other countries, too, were highly concerned about her disappearance and continued to await developments. In these 2 years, there had been occasional friction between East and West, mainly in the realm of politics and diplomacy. Fortunately, the emergence of Iron Man had deterred those with restless ambitions, preventing these tensions from escalating into military conflict. In a sense, Tony had played a crucial role in easing relations between East and West. That was why he often patrolled in his Iron Man armor. The crime wave triggered by Superwoman's disappearance had been forcefully suppressed once again by Iron Man. Though it couldn't quite match the neighborly charm of Iron Man, the city's favorite hero, the 5 manhwarerecap's suit was built with cutting-edge technology. It was powered by a third-generation palladium arc reactor, cycling energy at a faster rate and delivering even greater power. The exterior had been refined with an aerodynamic, streamlined design. Thanks to this, the Iron Man armor could reach flight speeds of up to Mach 5, allowing it to race to the scene of any crime in the city within moments. Beyond the standard arsenal, arc pulse repulsors in the palms, a chest-mounted energy beam, miniature armor-piercing missiles, micro-incendiaries, and compact shoulder cannons. The 5 manhwarerecap's boasted a new addition: laser beams fired from miniature projectors in the eyes. While these lasers weren't powerful enough to cut through steel in an instant, they could easily handle ordinary criminals, an innovation inspired by Liu Yunming's laser eyes. A detachable booster pack had been mounted on the back, giving the suit an extra burst of speed, while 2 deployable, remotely operated micro-drones could be launched from the waist to carry out independent reconnaissance or combat operations. Signal connectors were installed on the legs and elbows. When activated electronically or by manual touch, they triggered 4 2-centimeter-thick alloy plates to spring from hidden grooves, snapping together to form an impromptu shield. If the outer armor were ever breached, the shield could protect vital areas from fatal damage. When it came to fighting crime, Tony Stark never hesitated. He wasn't lethal, but breaking a few bones with a blast of energy was all in a day's work. At that moment, during the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo in Flushing, Tony was addressing the crowd with easy confidence. This year's expo will last an entire year. It's the first one since 1974. People and companies from all over the world have come together to provide resources to the best minds. They're here to share their visions for the future, to help create a better tomorrow. Remember, none of us here, including myself, are what truly matters. What matters is what we leave for the future. So I want to say, welcome to the Stark Industries Expo. With arms thrown wide and voice ringing with enthusiasm, Tony's speech brought a fresh wave of applause from the audience. And now, let's welcome a guest from history, someone who can explain it all to you. Please welcome my father, Howard Stark. As his words faded, the stage screens flickered and shifted to footage drenched in the hues of the past. Howard Stark appeared, larger than life. Tony, having finished his opening speech, walked slowly backstage. The smile faded from his face, replaced by a somber expression. He pulled a palm-sized device from his pocket, pressed his finger to it, and soon a message appeared on the screen. Palladium poisoning detected. Bloodstream infiltration, 19%. That's right. After prolonged use of the palladium arc reactor, Tony's body had begun to show serious adverse effects. At this stage, the symptoms weren't too obvious yet, but if things continued, he would eventually have to face death. Clearly, as time passed, Tony's voice itself had started to count down, poisoned by the very element keeping him alive. If he removed the reactor, he would lose the magnetic field that kept the shrapnel from piercing his heart, leading to inevitable heart failure and death. If he kept using it, he'd suffer from chronic poisoning. The result would still be death, only a matter of time. No matter how many approaches he tried, Tony couldn't find a new, viable element to replace palladium. The whole situation had become a vicious cycle with no way out. That was also why he stepped down as CEO of Stark Industries, entrusting all management responsibilities to Pepper. Of course, more importantly, after 2 years, the expansion and upgrade of the Black Watch's airborne fortress was nearly complete. The Shadow Guards worked tirelessly and without complaint, and Tony was more than happy to pay them extra for their dedication. Tony let out a self-mocking laugh as he put away his testing instruments. He still had a chance. He wasn't ready to give up just yet. Lou, damn it. Did you go sunbathing and get lost or what? Tony glanced up at the night sky through the expo hall skylight, muttering in mild annoyance. He remembered that day 2 years ago, when Lian Ming suddenly told him she was heading into space to bask in the sun. He thought she was joking, but from that day onward, the Superwoman vanished without a trace. Using Stark Industries surveillance satellites with their powerful zoom lenses, Tony once caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure streaking away from Earth at incredible speed. But for the sake of secrecy, he had Jarvis delete the original footage. That was why Pepper could never find any information about it. The opening ceremony of the Stark Expo in Flushing had ended in a resounding success. Tony, utterly exhausted, wanted nothing more than to go home and collapse onto his soft, comfortable bed for a long, deep sleep. Lately, he'd thrown himself completely into upgrading his armor. He hadn't shut his eyes in 2 whole days. The Mark V Iron Man suit was packed with features, true, but for Tony, a genius who demanded perfection, it still fell short of his standards. Geniuses are never content with the present. They're like fearless climbers, always scaling higher, yearning for a broader horizon. Standing still was never his style. Satisfaction was something he simply didn't need. On his way to the parking lot, Tony was suddenly surrounded by a crowd of exuberant fans. Countless signs shot up from the sea of people, each one covered with cheers and declarations of admiration for him. Tony! Tony! Their shouts rose and fell like waves, echoing all around. Tony put on a polite, practiced smile, deftly sidestepping a few women who tried to slip him their numbers, and patiently signed autographs for several children whose faces were flushed with excitement. At last, with the help of his bodyguards, he managed to break free from the jostling crowd and slip into the car. Just then, a graceful woman with striking beauty, an enforcement officer, appeared out of nowhere. Her eyes were captivating, and she walked lightly up to the car, handing over a summons with words that were perfectly polite yet brooked no argument. She informed Tony that he was required to attend a hearing in Washington at 9 a.m. the following day. With no other choice, Happy slammed his foot down on the gas pedal, and the car shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. They raced down the road, barely making it to the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing just in the nick of time. Mr. Stark, may we return to the topic we were discussing earlier? Mr. Stark? Please, are you listening to me? Senator Stern's anxious voice rang out, mingling with the heavy thud of his gavel striking the table, a sound that finally roused the drowsy Tony's attention. Tony's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze weary and unfocused as he stared straight ahead. It took a long moment for him to snap out of his daze and realize he was sitting in the middle of a hearing. After days of relentless work without rest, his mind was utterly drained. At this point, he was so exhausted that all he wanted was to collapse onto the nearest soft bed and sleep for days. I'm here, darling. Tony forced himself to rally, flashing his signature mischievous grin. Even when he was too tired to move a finger, he couldn't resist cracking a joke to liven up the mood. The teasing endearment caught the audience off guard for a split second. Then the room erupted in a burst of warm laughter. Could you please pay attention to what I'm saying? Senator Stern sighed helplessly, dealing with the legendary Iron Man, who was also a famous entrepreneur, philanthropist, and billionaire, often left him at a loss. Of course, no problem. Tony spread his hands and shrugged nonchalantly, putting on an easygoing air. There's a key question here. Do you possess a highly specialized kind of weapon or equipment? Senator Stern pressed on, maintaining a smile as he locked eyes with Tony. Ever since Tony had publicly declared himself Iron Man, the Mark series of iron suits had ceased to be a secret. Their cutting-edge technology and revolutionary significance soon drew intense scrutiny from both government agencies and the military. Unlike those sudden, inexplicable awakenings of supernatural abilities, the tech behind the iron suits could be replicated. Their extraordinary mobility and near-invulnerable defenses, capable of withstanding conventional firepower, made countless eyes light up with desire. The Department of Defense quickly realized that if this advanced technology could be deployed to armed soldiers, it would bring about a seismic shift in the current global balance of power. This, then, is the core reason why the Senate Armed Services Committee has its sights set on Tony. 2 years ago, the sudden disappearance of Supergirl awakened dormant ambitions in many hearts. Without the protection of this superpowered force, the American government grew increasingly brazen and unrestrained. In their eyes, Tony Stark was nothing more than a lucky arms dealer and businessman. The title Iron Man was just a name people used for him. Did anyone really believe he could stand against the might of a powerful nation? They racked their brains, scheming how to wrest Tony's technology from his grasp. I don't have any special weapons or equipment on me. In fact, I shut down my weapons development division 2 years ago, Tony replied, his tone light and composed, denying the accusation without a moment's hesitation. Are you certain about that? Senator Stern's face darkened instantly, and his voice dipped a few notches lower. Of course, though I suppose it depends on how you define weapon, Tony replied, raising his eyebrows with an innocent expression, as if genuinely perplexed by the question. Iron Man is a weapon. Senator Stern cut straight to the heart of the matter, dropping all pretense. I have to disagree with you. First of all, let me state for the record, my invention is absolutely not a weapon. Tony shook his head, his stance unwavering and resolute. Then I'd very much like to hear how you would describe this suit, and how you'd explain its many functions, Senator Stern countered, skillfully tossing the question back with the finesse of a seasoned politician. I'd say it's more like a high-tech prosthetic. That's honestly the most accurate description I can offer, Tony replied, his eyes glinting mischievously as he flashed a sly smile. With that, the room erupted in another round of laughter. The scene descended into chaos, and Senator Stern's lips twitched in frustration as he silently cursed. High-tech prosthetic, indeed. What kind of prosthetic could stop machine gun fire, withstand tank shells, and even deliver a backhand to a tank? It's a weapon, Mr. Stark, plain and simple. There's no need to quibble. That much is obvious to everyone here. Do you understand? Senator Stern's patience was wearing thin. He knew all too well that Tony Stark was a master of debate, able to argue black was white, and he had no desire to waste time sparring with him. I believe this weapons technology should benefit the American people first and foremost, Senator Stern declared, raising his voice, his tone firm and unyielding, attempting to moralize and pressure Tony from the highest ground. After all, when you invoke for the good of the nation, for the good of the people, who could refuse so easily? You made me laugh. Don't even think about it. Get that unrealistic idea out of your head right now. Tony shot back without flinching, his tone firm and unyielding. No matter how grandiose their words sounded, it couldn't hide the real aim of these politicians, to profit from war and exploit the nation's hardships. I am Iron Man. The suit and I are one and the same. Handing over Iron Man is handing over myself. That's no different from being forced into hard labor or being pimped out. Of course, in some states, pimping yourself out is actually legal. Tony's irreverent humor sparked another round of laughter in the room. The Iron Man suit would never be turned over to anyone. There was simply no room for negotiation. Tony felt supremely confident, knowing that without deep analysis, no country, not even America itself, could hope to replicate this groundbreaking technology in less than 20 years. Just cracking the problem of the miniature arc reactor alone would be enough to leave most so-called scientists stumped and discouraged. Senator Stern, seeing the situation, could only sigh and bring out another weapons manufacturer, Justin Hammer. Tony cast a quick glance at the blond man striding confidently into the chamber, and a cold, disdainful smile played on his lips. Justin Hammer did have some talent, and he was a consummate businessman, exactly the type the American government loved to work with. At the moment, he was a primary supplier and partner to the Department of Defense, and fairly well known in the industry. Hammer Industries did have a certain international reputation, but compared to the true tech giant that was Stark Industries, Hammer was little more than a clown. After all, Hammer's company was famous for nothing so much as copying and stealing technology. If Tony cared to, he could stay 50 years ahead of them, technologically speaking. The rest of the meeting devolved into endless bickering. Justin Hammer, speaking for the Department of Defense, did his best to persuade Tony to hand over the Iron Man technology. His arguments were uninspired, echoing the same tired rhetoric as the long-dead Obadiah. It was the same old line. Tony's inventions shouldn't belong to him alone. They should benefit all of humanity. He even claimed that Iron Man couldn't bear the responsibility of protecting the nation single-handedly, nor was he capable of it. A lion who wishes to rule the savannah can't do it alone. He needs allies and comrades, Hammer lectured. Tony listened to these long-winded speeches, struggling to stay awake. He also knew very well that if Lou were still at his side, none of these people would dare to force him so brazenly to surrender his technology. It had only been 2 short years since Superwoman's disappearance, and all these petty clowns had come crawling out of the woodwork. Even so, he didn't feel the least bit intimidated. The power Stark Industries displayed on the surface was merely what he allowed the American government, top brass, and various factions to see. Nothing but a showpiece. There was no way he would lay all his cards on the table so easily. At this moment, Tony found himself dearly missing his formidable bodyguard at home. He resolved that, the next time she showed up, he'd make sure to dock 2 years' worth of pay for her unauthorized absence. Soon after Justin Hammer wrapped up his speech, the military called up Tony's friend, Colonel Rhodes. In truth, Rhodey had been half-coaxed, half-fooled into attending this hearing. His main task was to read an assessment report on the Iron Man technology. Rhodey had poured a great deal of time and effort into the report, laying out a clear, rational, and objective analysis of his views on Iron Man and delving deep into the pros and cons of the technology. However, Senator Stern instructed him to read only selected passages, aiming to ramp up the pressure on Tony. As Tony's friend, Rhodey sincerely hoped Iron Man would join the command structure of the U.S. military. Not only would this help ease the mounting tensions between the government and Stark Industries, it could also allow for a measure of technological sharing, giving a real boost to their armed forces. Clearly, Tony scoffed at the idea and wasn't having any of it. Though he didn't voice an objection, his facial expressions and body language left no room for doubt. He was a hair's breadth from flipping them the bird right then and there. Sensing Tony's attitude, Senator Stern cut straight to the chase and had Colonel Rhodes reveal imagery captured by military satellites. The footage showed that several countries and regions had begun replicating and manufacturing their own versions of the Iron Man suit. If such suits were ever deployed, they would dramatically alter the nature of modern warfare, leaving America in an alarmingly vulnerable position. Senator Stern was certain that, faced with a crisis of national proportions, Tony would have no choice but to do the right thing. Unfortunately for him, Tony had other ideas. Without so much as a flicker of emotion, Tony signaled to Jarvis to hack into the system and play footage of failed experimental attempts at building Iron Man copies in various countries and regions. Compared to the grainy aerial shots shown earlier by Rhodey, these videos were crystal clear. First up was a hulking mech from Korea, awkward, clumsy, and crude. After just 2 steps, it toppled face-first into the ground. In the ensuing chaos, its external Gatling gun unexpectedly triggered, with tragic consequences for the cameraman, who lost his life on the spot. Next came Iran's ungainly hybrid contraption, part aircraft, part suit, which crashed spectacularly right after takeoff, exposing a complete lack of technical prowess. The final entry was a suit produced by Hammer Industries. At first glance, it actually looked decent, pleasing to the crowd's eye. But during testing, the suit twisted the test pilot's spine with horrifying force, leaving the scene too gruesome to watch. Most countries might need 5 to 10 years to develop a decent product, but as for Hammer Industries, I'd say they'll need at least 20. Tony gave a little shake, grimacing as he spoke. The screams coming from the video were enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Rhodey kept his head down, but the smile tugging at his lips was impossible to hide. Tony, this one's on you. Copy the Iron Man suit technology? What a joke. No one could manage that in the short term. Utterly impossible. Just look at these clips, explosions everywhere, or some poor guy getting taken out by his own suit right on the spot. What kind of design is this? It's a catastrophe, not a technological threat. I'd just like to say, you're welcome, Tony said, standing up with a cool, self-assured smile. What do you mean? Senator Stern asked, baffled and a little lost. Iron Man can prevent nuclear threats. That makes us safe, and the United States safe as well, doesn't it? Tony shot him a disdainful look, stating the obvious as if it were a simple fact. In reality, with Jarvis's detection radar and the flight speed of the 5 Malawian Quatch's suit, even if another country launched a nuclear strike first, Tony could intercept it in advance, redirect the missile, or destroy it before it hit. You want my invention? Keep dreaming. I've done you a huge favor. I alone can maintain world peace. What do you want from me? I refuse to cooperate with these clowns. Goodbye. Tony flashed his signature grin, gave a peace sign, and strutted out of the hearing room with his usual swagger. Yet behind that proud and confident gaze, a shadow flickered, just for a moment. Damn it, Tony. Senator Stern shot to his feet, face flushed with anger, cursing loudly and even flipping Tony the finger, his calm and composure utterly gone. Tony just smiled in response, as though to thank him for his support, eyes straight ahead, head held high, brimming with confidence. Noon at Malibu Beach, on the west side of Los Angeles. The sunlight poured into the gym of a luxurious villa. Up on the boxing ring, Tony Stark was working up a sweat, throwing punches with abandon. Ever since his escape from that cave in Afghanistan, he'd been committed to training and staying in peak physical shape. After all, piloting the Iron Man suit required more than just brains. It demanded a strong body, too. Jarvis's fully automated control system was advanced for its time, but its judgment and reflexes were still not enough to handle complex emergencies. As a sparring partner, Happy was fully geared up, protective pads in place over his somewhat pudgy frame, trading blows with Tony, round after round. Out of the suit, Tony's fighting ability was no different from an ordinary man's. Maybe even less, and without his gadgets, he'd have trouble taking down even a common thug. Although Happy had put on some weight from everyday life, his background as a professional bodyguard still made handling Tony a walk in the park. At that moment, the door to the gym swung open. Pepper Potts walked in, followed by a young woman cradling a stack of documents in her arms. She had deep burgundy wavy hair, fair and striking features, and was dressed impeccably for the office. Her white blouse and pencil skirt accentuated her graceful figure, and the sharp sound of her high heels echoed crisply across the floor. Happy's eyes went wide, completely transfixed, and, as a result, Tony caught him off guard with an elbow right to the nose. Shit, what kind of move was that? Happy rubbed his nose, utterly baffled as he cursed. Sorry, it's called mixed martial arts. It's just been trending for about 3 weeks, Tony replied, still catching his breath but grinning. Lately, he'd become fascinated with this intensely practical combat technique, and his response just now had been pure instinct. I'd say it's more like dirty boxing. It's been popular forever. Happy shot back, still fuming. Why did you get distracted? First rule of fighting. Keep your focus on your opponent. Am I not worth your full attention? Tony smirked mischievously, clearly quite proud of his successful sneak attack. Tony, there are some things we need to discuss. Pepper settled onto the sofa, picked up a glass, and took a sip of water. Her expression was anything but pleasant. You made a spectacle of the military committee at the hearing. The Department of Defense has handed this year's entire contract to Hammer Industries. I don't suppose you're surprised. Ever since she became CEO of Stark Industries, Pepper had been run ragged, her days filled with meetings, business trips, and inspections. When Tony shut down the weapons division, company stock plummeted to a historic low. But once he announced himself as Iron Man, the shares bounced back. Watching the chart was like riding a roller coaster. Obadiah's death had temporarily soothed the shareholders, since the company was still profitable. But trouble was quick to find them. The Iron Man armor technology remained Tony's private property, not a public asset. Government agencies, the military, and a slew of organizations all set their sights on this technology, covertly sabotaging Stark Industries at every turn. In the first half of the year, the company lost a massive number of contracts, especially the Department of Defense's weapons manufacturing. Profits plummeted, and panic swept through the shareholders, who began demanding the reopening of the weapons division. Pepper, cornered by these mounting pressures, had no choice but to turn to the former CEO Tony for a solution. Don't worry, darling. Right now, energy is Stark Industries' most lucrative sector. They'll need me sooner or later. Tony finished his training, peeled off his gloves, and tapped the arc reactor in his chest, his tone light and unconcerned. He'd seen the military's pressure tactics too many times to be fazed by any of this. But the other divisions of the company are affected too. We can't just rely on energy to make money, can we? Pepper couldn't help but roll her eyes, a hint of resignation in her tone. Stark Industries had its hands in many fields, and most of them had taken a hit. Orders and projects were slipping away, which was hardly a good sign. She couldn't simply lay off other departments and focus only on energy, could she? Large-scale layoffs might spark even bigger problems. New technology will always be in demand. Lost orders? We can make up for them elsewhere. Tony remained perfectly calm, sitting beside Pepper as he tapped a few times on the touch panel embedded in the table, pulling up an image of a shield emblazoned with a dragon's head. Go on, tell me more. How do you plan to do that? Pepper asked, her face full of curiosity and puzzlement at the unfamiliar symbol. Tony only smiled, saying nothing, as he navigated the touchscreen to reveal 2 encrypted folders behind the dragon-headed shield. At first glance, they looked like any normal folders, but the access level was far from ordinary. Only he could open them. After scanning his iris and fingerprint, speaking a passphrase, and entering a string of passwords, the folders opened to reveal a trove of encrypted corporate documents and data. Pepper's eyes widened in shock, clearly taken aback, as she stared at the screen filled with a dizzying array of corporate files, feeling utterly lost in the fog. My God, what is all this? She gasped, hand covering her mouth. Stark Industries partners. Enterprises under Blackwatch. There are 4,675 in total, spanning almost every sector you can imagine. Of those, 1,745 are working on new energy technology, basically a scaled-down version of my own work. Tony looked quite pleased with himself, tapping his arc reactor twice against his chest with a crisp metallic click, then explained with a meaningful glint in his eye. 2 years ago, in the early days of Blackwatch, a large number of Black Widows were called back. From these secret agents scattered around the world, Tony had acquired the information and access to a vast network of companies and businesses formerly controlled by the Red Room. Tony set Stark Industries up as a partner to these firms, quietly conducting business over the past 2 years without any public announcement. After the Obadiah embezzlement scandal, Tony realized he couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. Stark Industries continued its original operations, while the enterprises under Blackwatch focused on new energy development. After all, ever since he became Iron Man, Tony had become everyone's target. Governments, the military, private corporations, terrorist groups, the CIA, FBI, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. They were all scheming to infiltrate the company. If it came down to economic warfare, Tony was confident he could shake the entire U.S. economy. But if these people tried both soft and hard tactics, Tony wouldn't mind letting the Hulk take a stroll through the White House. You mean all these companies can share business and technology resources? Pepper's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked. She had heard about the Black Watch, the group formed by Supergirl, but had never come across their name in public. Quiet, without any publicity, a virtually unknown organization. Yet, to her surprise, the companies under its command were so vast that they even surpassed the scale of Stark Industries. Of course, pick a few. So long as they're profitable, neither shareholders nor investors will complain, Tony said casually, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. His tone was light, almost playful. In the past 2 years, aside from developing Iron Man technology, he had also taken over the management and coordination of every company under Blackwatch. That was one of the reasons he'd chosen Pepper as CEO of Stark Industries. He simply couldn't handle it all himself. Looks like you're more than capable of solving problems on your own. At that moment, a familiar voice broke in from nearby. Tony looked up and saw a familiar face, Natasha Romanoff. She stood to the side, arms wrapped around a stack of files, smiling with an effortless charm. Dressed in professional attire and radiantly beautiful, it was no wonder Happy was so easily distracted. Hey, Agent Romanoff, long time no see. How have you been? Did you change jobs? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. not paying enough, so you've come to moonlight at my company? Tony's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but he quickly composed himself, teasing her with a grin. Natasha rolled her eyes flirtatiously and replied with a smile. Knock it off, Stark. I'm just here to carry out my assignment. With Lou out of town, do you know how many eyes are watching you right now? Unlike in the original story, where Black Widow was assigned to infiltrate Stark Industries, the two of them had fought side by side 2 years ago, utterly destroying the infamous Red Room. That made them comrades in arms, and their relationship was anything but distant. As for the businesses under Black Watch, Natasha knew a bit about them, but simply chose not to say anything. I know, but with you here, I feel much more at ease. A S.H.I.E.L.D. super agent like you should have no trouble dealing with those small fries, right? Tony joked, grinning mischievously, showing not a hint of anxiety. I'm serious, Natasha said, her expression turning grave. There's intel that the Department of Defense and the military are preparing to use force to make you hand over the Iron Man technology. You have to understand, they're not as reasonable as S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha's tone was solemn, her warning crystal clear. Let them come. I'll knock their teeth out. Tony's eyes flashed with a steely resolve, his voice dropping to a low, confident growl. Sorry, but he never shies away from a challenge. Before she left, Lian-Ming handed over the authority to command the Black Watch's shadow guards to him. Inside Stark Industries, more than 1,000 Black Watch shadow guards stand ready every day. If any faction dares to infiltrate or use dirty tricks, Tony will make sure they learn what true professionalism looks like. Wait a minute, you two know each other? Pepper, unable to hide her jealousy, finally found a chance to speak up. The young woman in front of her was someone she had personally interviewed, a newly recruited consultant in Stark Industries' legal department. She had an impressive resume, advanced degrees, and radiated intelligence and capability. Pepper had planned to groom her as a senior assistant, never expecting that she already knew the big boss. We've actually known each other for 2 years, Tony replied with a nonchalant hum. Allow me to introduce her, Natasha Romanoff, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Tony nodded, introducing her as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Miss Potts, I was assigned to secretly protect you and Mr. Stark. I'm sorry for not telling you the truth, Natasha said directly, dropping any pretense. A flicker of suspicion crossed Pepper's face. She knew her boyfriend's colorful past all too well. Could this be another old entanglement coming back to haunt him? Agent Romanoff, show them what you can do. That'll be more convincing, Tony said, sipping his green leafy drink and nodding toward Happy, who was standing in the boxing ring. All right, let's hope I don't leave this big guy with lasting trauma, Natasha replied with a playful smile, slipped off her heels, and stepped onto the ring. Try not to hurt him, okay, Tony added quietly, a strange look on his face. I'll be gentle, Natasha replied with a sly smile over her shoulder. With a graceful sway of her hips, Natasha Romanoff glided onto the boxing ring. Her allure was both enchanting and unhurried, her emerald eyes captivating, almost as if they could speak. Happy stared at her, utterly mesmerized by her charm. Aside from Lian-Ming, he'd never met a woman who combined beauty and poise quite like this. Superheroines were out of reach, but this woman seemed to have a special connection with the boss. Was she a cover girl, perhaps? Happy couldn't recall ever seeing her on the cover of Time, but he knew one thing. He was smitten. Standing far enough away, Happy hadn't overheard the conversation that had just taken place. A wide grin stretched across his face as he asked, "Do you have any experience with boxing?" Natasha nodded without hesitation. She had much more than experience. Several world-class boxing coaches had learned the hard way just how skilled she was. Fitness boxing, maybe? Aerobics? Yoga? Happy continued with an admiring smile, clearly impressed. Natasha, Happy is my personal bodyguard. He's a former boxing champion. You don't have to hold back. He can take it. Tony grinned mischievously from below the ring, fanning the flames. Really? Natasha gave the chubby man before her a once-over, skepticism in her voice. From a professional's perspective, the man might look overweight, but he had decent muscle beneath the surface. Still, that was about it. She'd taken down plenty of big guys before. As long as he wasn't a super soldier like Steve Rogers, there was nothing to worry about. With Tony vouching for him, she decided to take things a bit more seriously. Of course, 1994, American Pro League, 65-kilogram boxing champion. Happy Hogan, that's me. Happy planted his fists on his hips and shot Tony a look that said, "You get me," his voice brimming with pride. "Tony, didn't you say she's an agent?" Pepper leaned in and whispered, confusion etched on her face. "That's right. Top-tier agent. The best of the best. She could take down those WWE muscle-bound guys barehanded." Tony lowered his voice conspiratorially, as if sharing a secret. "Just wait and see. Happy's about to get clobbered." Pepper shot Tony a reproachful glare, but deep down, she felt a wave of relief. She had to admit, Natasha's looks, charm, and aura all surpassed her own, giving her a real sense of insecurity. First rule of the ring: never take your eyes off your opponent. Seeing Natasha a bit distracted, Happy offered a friendly reminder, deliberately slowing down his punch as he lightly extended his gloved fist toward her. But in the blink of an eye, everything changed. Happy's whole body spun around, and his heavy frame crashed hard onto the mat. That simple punch had triggered Natasha's instincts. In one fluid motion, she twisted his wrist with a single hand, lifted her legs to clamp around Happy's head, and spun her body to the floor, executing a textbook judo takedown that left her opponent utterly helpless. "Oh my God!" Pepper's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't even registered Natasha's movements. Happy's face turned red and his neck bulged as he was trapped between those lethal, beautiful legs, nearly passing out. He tried to struggle, but it was useless. Thankfully, Natasha, realizing the boxing champ's true level, released him as soon as she had him pinned. "I told you, she's a professional. She can keep you safe." Tony shrugged, looking at Pepper with a face that begged for praise. "No, Tony, I think it's best if she sticks with you. At least she can keep those desperate people from doing something reckless." Pepper shook her head seriously, her tone grave. Jealousy aside, Tony's safety was what truly mattered. After weighing the pros and cons, she knew this was the right decision. With a boyfriend as unpredictable as hers, there was no telling what sort of trouble he might get himself into this time. "I'm the CEO. My word is final," she declared, adding an extra note of authority. Tony felt deeply moved. Pepper was truly irreplaceable in his life. Running the company had worn her out these past 2 years, yet she never stopped thinking about him and his well-being. In truth, there were always invisible agents watching over him around the clock, ensuring his safety from the shadows. After all, the existence of the Shadow Guard was a top secret of the Black Watch organization. With Lou gone, it was up to him to protect it. Bringing Pepper into this would only complicate things and add unnecessary worries. It was just the floor being slippery. "I didn't lose," Happy insisted stubbornly as he climbed to his feet, peeled off his boxing gloves, and rubbed his aching neck. But his actions betrayed him. Without another word, he hurried off the ring, making it clear he had no intention of sparring with Natasha again. It was the last bit of pride he could cling to as a man. Yes, you're the strongest, Happy. You've got to believe in the strength within you. Don't be misled by appearances," Tony teased, grinning as he walked over and clapped his friend on the shoulder. Happy shot him a death glare, as if to ask, "Why didn't you warn me she was that tough?" Tony just shrugged with an innocent look, shaking his head as if to say, "I tried to warn you. It's not my fault you didn't listen." "Well then, Mr. Stark, Miss Potts, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to legal," Natasha said, slipping on her heels with a resigned sigh. She'd only come over to say hello to Tony, after all. Many of the Black Widows hidden within Stark Industries were familiar faces. Security wasn't much of a concern anymore. The sisters trained in the Red Room were all cut from the same cloth. Even if they weren't quite her equal, they weren't far off. They'd all been taught by the same master. What she knew, they knew. Tony was about to say that sounded fine, maybe even suggest catching up over dinner later. He hadn't had time for a proper gathering with old friends in years. Work had kept him far too busy. But before he could get the words out, Pepper cut in. "No, you don't need to go back to legal. Just stick with Tony from now on." Don't worry about the paperwork. I'll call your department head and HR myself. Let's go together. Ranfield from Human Resources should still be in the office, Pepper said briskly, smiling as she took Natasha's hand and led her toward the door. All right, I suppose, Natasha replied with a helpless glance at Tony, who could only return a look of, I'm not the boss here, indicating there was nothing he could do. The real reason for her visit, in fact, was an assignment from Nick Fury with 3 main objectives. First, to infiltrate Stark Industries, protect Pepper, and handle some of the trouble coming from malicious business competitors. Second, keep a close eye on Tony and make sure nothing happens to him. S.H.I.E.L.D. is already aware of the palladium poisoning, and their research department is racking their brains to develop a remedy. Third, try to get involved and see if there's a chance to invite Tony to join the Avengers Initiative. All of these plans are based on the fact that Supergirl has been missing for 2 years. Otherwise, Lou's formidable superpowers would make anyone who dared to snoop around meet a terrible end, and Natasha wouldn't even need to be here. Steve has already joined the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Operations Unit. Over the past 2 years, he's taken part in multiple anti-terror missions, his extraordinary physique letting him thrive in the field. Nick Fury even considered sending this American icon over to lend a hand, to show S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sincerity. However, considering Captain America's straightforward and direct approach, he's not suited for covert surveillance and protection, so in the end, he was assigned to the periphery, ready to step in at a moment's notice if anything went wrong. All in all, staying close to Tony doesn't conflict with the mission at hand. Watching the 2 beautiful women walk away, Happy wiped the sweat off his forehead with a towel and sidled over. Boss, do you think I stand a chance? He asked in a conspiratorial whisper. With who? Tony frowned, not catching on right away. Natasha. That's such a lovely name. Happy grinned foolishly, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. Oh my God, you've got a thing for her. Tony's eyes went wide, looking at his friend in disbelief. She's classy and gorgeous, isn't she? Way more refined than those cover models you usually date. Happy nodded matter-of-factly. All I can say is good luck. Tony rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Of all people to fall for, Happy just had to pick the agent who could take down burly men with the ease of plucking a chicken. Well, Tony had to admit, a woman like that did have her charms, but it takes a certain kind of man to handle it. Hey, Tony, as long as you don't try to steal her from me, we're good. Happy grinned like a blooming flower, completely unaware he was about to step on a landmine. Steal her from you? Not a chance. That's way more woman than I can handle. In the lounge area, Tony downed a nasty-tasting glass of green juice in one go. After a quick glance to make sure no one was watching, he pulled an encrypted satellite phone from his briefcase. He dialed a string of numbers, and soon, someone picked up. What's up, boss? Came a playful voice, English laced with a thick Russian accent. Yelena, your sister just came to the company. That bald shield spook is up to something, and I want you to keep an eye on her, Tony said, lounging on the sofa as he poured himself a glass of whiskey, sounding utterly relaxed. He wasn't anybody's fool. In a way, those titles, billionaire, inventor, playboy, philanthropist, were all built on a mind sharper than most could imagine. He could see right through whatever tricks S.H.I.E.L.D. was playing. Tony didn't like that organization. There was a vague, inexplicable sense of unease about it. Wow, boss, you're really making me spy on my own sister? Isn't that a bit? Yelena rolled her tongue dramatically, putting on the air of a righteous soul forced to bow to a wicked superior, chattering on and on without end. I've arranged for you to attend MIT. No entrance exams, you can enroll directly. While you're at school, you won't have to take on any missions. It's a paid leave until you graduate. Tony grinned, tossing out an offer no one could refuse. All right, boss, it's a deal. I'll bring Lasher along too, and I promise my sister won't suspect a thing. Yelena cheered excitedly, agreeing without hesitation. She had never properly attended school. Her education came from Red Room instructors. She hadn't even gone to high school, let alone college. She'd always dreamed of living a normal student's life, enjoying the delight of campus days. After hanging up the satellite phone, Yelena chuckled slyly like a little fox. It's just my sister. She can be put on hold for a while and picked up later. She won't blame me, right? Monaco City, the capital of the Principality of Monaco, lies in Western Europe at the southeastern edge of France. The entire city is built atop a vast cliff where the Alps stretch down to the Mediterranean, earning it the nickname City on the Cliff. With its picturesque scenery, cool and pleasant climate, and perpetual spring, it's undoubtedly a top destination for relaxation and holidays. But what truly puts Monaco on the map is its world-famous Monte Carlo racing circuit. As the shortest track in the Formula One circuit, just 3.3 kilometers long, it weaves through ancient city streets and the iconic tunnel. The narrow course demands extraordinary skill from the drivers as they navigate its complex terrain, making victory here a coveted honor for racers everywhere. On the street, A luxurious Rolls-Royce, escorted by local police, slowly pulled into the hotel parking lot. Word seemed to have gotten out early. Spectators drawn by the biennial Formula One race had already gathered nearby. Before long, Tony, dressed in a sharp suit and sporting sunglasses, stepped out of the car and waved to the crowd, instantly winning a wave of enthusiastic cheers. As a public figure, Iron Man's arrival undoubtedly brought even more attention to Monaco's racing festivities. Pepper Potts followed closely behind, and Happy, carrying a red and white metal case, stuck to Tony's side like a shadow. Inside the hotel, the atmosphere was electric. Wealthy elites from all over the world mingled. Expensive champagne flowed freely, and beautiful women graced every corner. "This is Europe. Let's just go with the flow for the next 20 minutes, Tony whispered to Pepper. "What do you mean by going with the flow? Instead of resting, you insisted on coming to Monaco. Are you trying to work yourself to death?" Pepper shot him a stern look, her words sharp and unyielding. She knew all too well the habits of this workaholic. If this great inventor managed to get 20 hours of sleep in an entire week, it would be a blessing. Anyone else would have ended up in the hospital by now. It was hard to imagine that this was the lifestyle of a billionaire. He was being downright irresponsible with himself. "All right, sweetheart, I'm just bored and restless. I wanted to unwind a little, watch some racing. I promise I won't do anything reckless," Tony said, his face drooping, sounding utterly pitiful. He wasn't exaggerating. After being on high alert for so long, exhaustion had set in, wanting to relax now and then was only human. Pepper was here on business, while Tony insisted he was just tagging along to enjoy a bit of vacation. "Fine. As long as you behave yourself and don't do anything foolish." Pepper's expression softened, her tone tender as she gently brushed Tony's cheek. "Don't worry, I'm the very picture of innocence," Tony replied, grinning and waggling his eyebrows, though his eyes wandered around the hotel lobby. Happy, meanwhile, felt so awkward he wished he could disappear into the floor. If Tony counted as innocent, then there must not be a single honest soul left in the world. "Mr. Stark, did you have a pleasant journey?" At that moment, Natasha appeared in a red dress, her smile warm as she greeted them with practiced ease. Since she'd accepted this assignment, she'd arrived in Monaco ahead of time, handling the hotel arrangements, dining reservations, sightseeing plans, and, most importantly, Tony's security. Though the two already knew each other well, in public they kept up the proper appearance of boss and subordinate. Natasha was the epitome of professionalism. Her work and her composure were both flawless. "Of course, it's a pleasure to see you," Tony replied, matching her formal tone with a polite smile. "Don't try to outmaneuver me, little shield agent. There's a photographer from the Monaco Racing Club who'd like to take some pictures of you. Is that all right?" Natasha gave Tony a meaningful look, gesturing to the person behind her. "Of course, go ahead and arrange it. Just make sure I look good in the photos, or I'll have to send him a cease and desist," Tony said, waving his hand with a half-joking smile. "Tony, are you enjoying the view? She's gorgeous, just your type." Pepper shot her boyfriend a glare, snapping his attention away from Natasha's shapely figure. "Darling, it's all just for show. You know exactly who she really is," Tony protested, feeling wronged. Compared to his wild days, sneaking a glance or two hardly made him a bad boyfriend. He was practically a model of self-restraint now. All right then, Pepper suddenly felt a twinge of regret. After all, she really couldn't trust this troublemaker to behave. On the surface, the two of them laughed and posed for the cameras, striking all the official poses, but in reality, Tony's waist was nearly bruised from Pepper's pinching fingers. If only someone could understand. Damn it, what a predicament. Along the way, Tony ran into quite a few wealthy businessmen and partners from the tech industry, greeting them with casual nods. Here, far more people recognized him than he recognized them. Many of the well-dressed, self-important bosses were complete strangers to him. This was the very definition of pointless socializing. At last, Tony and Pepper took seats at the bar, only to spot an unwelcome face, Justin Hammer. "Hey, Tony, how have you been lately?" Justin greeted him with obnoxious familiarity, blatantly ignoring Tony's look of disdain. Beside him stood a tall, attractive woman. "Oh, it's you, Justin Hammer. Shouldn't you be tinkering with your medieval suits of armor? Or are you here hoping for some inspiration?" Tony's eyelid twitched as he spoke with clear annoyance. "Come on, don't act so superior. This isn't a place where only you get to show off your fancy cars," Justin sniped back with a sarcastic grin. Tony rolled his eyes, staring up at the ceiling, refusing to engage with this idiot, but Justin just kept rambling. "Let me introduce someone. This is Miss Christine, head of Hammer's news division." "Oh, you mean the reporter you got fired for Vanity Fair, using your connections?" Tony replied coolly. Justin stepped aside, revealing the woman standing behind him. He would do anything to get under his rival's skin. "Hi, Mr. Stark. Long time no see." Christine greeted him with composure, showing not a hint of anger at losing her previous job. After all, she'd found something better now. From celebrity gossip to being a private reporter for an arms dealer. That's quite the career shift, Tony remarked, his gaze fixed on his glass. He couldn't be bothered to look at this woman he'd once had a one-night stand with, especially since she'd slandered one of his good friends. Mr. Stark, about that interview. I'm sorry. It was never my intention, Christine said, a flicker of regret passing across her face, gone as quickly as it came. Her tone was perfectly calm. But if I hadn't interviewed that classmate for Brown, I would have lost my job on the spot. In the end, you still lost your job after the interview. That's what I call poetic justice, Tony replied coldly, glancing at her without the slightest hint of mercy. You're right. Thanks to you, I'm now working at Hammer Industries, covering military tech and weapons news, Christine said with a helpless shrug. She didn't regret interviewing Lu Yunming. After all, when the world's most famous superwoman took the world by storm, she was the first reporter to score an exclusive interview. After all, that mysterious woman was notoriously elusive. Finding her was no easy task, which only added to her rising fame in the industry. Later, Christine couldn't help but wonder why the editor-in-chief of Vanity Fair would send her to interview Superwoman with such provocative questions. The answer she received was simple. It grabs attention. Truth be told, Christine and Lu Yunming never really had any conflict. Their paths rarely crossed, and they were barely more than acquaintances. Yet, seeing her junior suddenly gain superpowers and become a global sensation still sparked a twinge of jealousy in Christine's heart. Back when Christine was named Vanity Fair's best reporter, Lu Yunming was just a struggling freelancer, barely making ends meet. Now their roles had seemingly reversed overnight. A truth Christine found hard to swallow. I agree with you. In the future, you do better to focus on Hammer Industries weapons research instead of churning out knockoff products that don't make the cut, Tony said with a deadpan face, his tone laced with sarcasm. In fact, I'm here to interview the real CEO of Stark Industries, Miss Pepper Potts, not a former CEO like yourself. If possible, I'd love to have a private chat with Miss Potts, Christine added with a radiant smile, her tone casual, as if nothing were amiss. Meanwhile, in the pit stop of the Formula One racetrack, Yelena, dressed in an orange staff uniform and a baseball cap, was wrestling with a race car tire. The tire weighed tens of kilograms, yet she hefted it into the storage area as if it were a pebble. Her speed and strength were almost superhuman. Thankfully, no one seemed to notice. I swear this is the last time. If it weren't for that acceptance letter, I wouldn't be here doing grunt work, Yelena huffed, tossing a car part onto the ground and giving it a couple of frustrated kicks. Quit complaining. I didn't get anything out of this. I only ended up here because you sweet-talked me into it, Elikil retorted, wrinkling her cherubic nose in mock annoyance. To ensure her boss's safety, she'd arrived in Monaco 2 weeks early and managed to get hired at the pit crew after an interview. But because she was new, despite her skills far surpassing most of the staff, she'd been stuck with all the heavy lifting. Did she really look that brawny? In comparison, Elikil's only job was handling some light support work. Just because she looked cute? Where's the justice in that? This isn't fair. We get paid the same, but your job is way easier, Yelena grumbled, wiping the sweat from her brow. And look at Antonia. She's working as a greeter. Imagine having to wear a metal mask under this scorching sun until your skin peels off. At least you get to stay in the shade, Elikil teased, raising an eyebrow with a playful smirk. I'm so jealous of her, you know. Just because that metal mask looks cool, the F1 organizers want to use her image to attract viewers. She's on camera all the time, Yelena said dejectedly, still incredulous that she'd lost to a girl who hid her face behind a mask. All right, enough of that. There's breaking news. The plan's changed. The boss is going to compete, Elo here said, shaking his head helplessly. He suddenly pulled out his phone for a quick glance, then hurriedly added, "Oh, for crying out loud. Does he ever stop?" Yelena buried her head in her hands and let out a dramatic, tortured sigh toward the ceiling. At the Monaco racetrack, the crowd in the stands erupted with a thunderous cheer that seemed to shake the very air. A number of racers and onlookers blinked in confusion, turning toward the source of all the commotion. There, striding into the track with swagger and flanked by a crowd, was Tony Stark in a blue racing suit, flashing a peace sign as cameras snapped and fans swarmed. 2 local Moroccan police officers, breathless and red-faced, struggled through the sea of people like ducks fighting their way through thick reeds, doing their best to keep everyone in line, worried someone with bad intentions might seize the chaos. But Iron Man's popularity was just off the charts. On one side, fans waved posters and shouted at the top of their lungs for autographs. Elsewhere, someone with a camera nearly pressed it right up to Tony's face, desperate for a photo. Some slipped him little notes, furtive and mysterious, who knows what they said. Most people, though, were simply there for the spectacle, thinking, hey, look at this billionaire putting on a race for us folks earning less than $3 grand a month. Now that's entertainment, way better than some celebrity meet and greet. Being a superhero isn't just an empty title. It's a heavy responsibility. Sure enough, a few sharp-eyed spectators from New York instantly recognized Tony and greeted him with the most enthusiastic applause. Many of them had lived through the terrifying Manhattan incident, losing homes and possessions, some more, some less. But at least they'd survived, hadn't they? It was during that rescue that Iron Man's two manhwarecaps suit made its debut. He might have been less flashy than Supergirl's heroics or the rampaging Green Giant, but Tony's popularity never lagged behind. The racer originally slated for the 5th track was so furious his face turned green. With a sharp thud, he hurled his helmet to the ground. His spot in the race had just been yanked away, with no chance to protest or negotiate. Tony, truth be told, could be downright unreasonable at times. Arrogant, never caring too much about what others thought. More often than not, he marched to the beat of his own drum. Why the sudden change of heart, swapping the spectator's seat for the driver's? The answer was heartbreakingly simple. Blood tests showed palladium poisoning, already at 53%. At this rate, he had only a few months left to live, and there was no cure in sight. There were only two options in front of him. Either remove the reactor, let the shrapnel clog his arteries and die of a heart attack, or keep using the reactor and get slowly poisoned to death. Tony gritted his teeth and thought, fine, I'll choose to be poisoned. At least I won't die on the spot. What's wrong with a little indulgence before dying? After all, the race car driver who got replaced walked away with a pretty generous compensation. At this very moment, Pepper was sitting at the dining table, waiting for Tony. When she saw the footage on TV, her jaw nearly hit the floor in shock. What did she see? Tony, dressed in a racing suit, climbing right into the cockpit of an F1 race car. Why do so many people watch F1 races? Aside from the adrenaline rush, let's be honest, it's a game of life and death, a 50-50 gamble. Normally, if there's an accident, a race car slamming into something at high speed, the driver's chance of survival is almost non-existent. Pepper was frantic with worry. She immediately called Natasha over and asked, her voice trembling, Natasha, did you know he was going to race? I just found out myself, Natasha replied, exasperated beyond words. She had never felt so helpless in her life. Seriously, how could someone be so reckless? Still, she understood. If you're a billionaire genius inventor with only a few months left to live, chasing a thrill might be the only way to suppress or drown out the fear of death. But this was something she absolutely couldn't tell Pepper. Tony had given strict orders for everyone in the know to keep quiet, afraid of causing unnecessary trouble. He can't race. It's way too dangerous. Pepper shook her head fiercely, her face grave. Normally, she could tolerate Tony's antics, but racing was a whole different level. If something went wrong, there would be no turning back. I get it. So how can I help? Natasha, still in her secretary role, couldn't overstep her bounds. She couldn't just charge in, knock Tony out, and drag him back, could she? Granted, she probably could pull that off, but she'd scare half the people there to death, and her shield cover would be blown to anyone paying attention. Call Happy. We're going to the track together and dragging that idiot back here, Pepper said with commanding force, springing to her feet and striding out with fiery determination. Inside the track, mechanics and officials had double-checked every detail of the car, confirming it met all the requirements for the race before quickly clearing out. As the start lights flashed green, 10 Formula One race cars shot out like arrows from a bow, tearing down the track at breakneck speed. Tony, behind the wheel of a blue car, held a steady position in the middle of the pack at the start. He darted left and right, overtaking rivals and taking corners with practiced ease. His driving skills were truly impressive. He used to be a true car enthusiast, famous for his impressive driving skills. The underground garage of his Malibu beachside villa was packed with all kinds of luxury vehicles, lined up in neat rows. But after the invention of the Iron Man suit, his interest in cars gradually waned. Compared to the 5 manhwarecaps Iron Man armor, which could soar through the sky at Mach 5, the speed of these Formula One cars now seemed positively sluggish, like snails inching along the track. The race soon entered its most thrilling phase. After squeezing through a narrow section, the track widened dramatically and the distance between the cars started to stretch out. Tony was still holding 5th place at this point. After all, he wasn't a professional racer, and compared to those who made a living on the circuit, he was still a notch below. Boss, we found the body of a pit crew member. Someone's taken his place. You need to end the race immediately and return to a safe area. At that moment, a cold, urgent voice crackled through the communicator. Tony, still gripping the wheel, paused for a split second, a look crossing his face as if to say, I knew it. You need to make a left turn in 1 kilometer and pull into the clear isolation zone. Our people will meet you there. The voice on the comm continued, calm and precise. The track was too long to be fully staffed, and Tony didn't like having his enjoyment spoiled by a security detail following him everywhere. So he hadn't allowed his protectors to shadow him for the entire event. This meant that even when the security team noticed something was wrong, they were simply too far away to intervene in time. Damn it, can't I just relax for once? Tony slammed the steering wheel in frustration, but he still decided to heed his protector's advice, gradually easing up on the gas. After all, he wasn't wearing any of his gear at the moment. He was as defenseless as anyone could be. But who could have predicted? Before he even reached the turn, disaster struck the moment he exited the tunnel. A burly man in work overalls, looking crazed, suddenly shoved aside the trackside barrier and strode right onto the circuit. He moved as if nothing were out of the ordinary, completely ignoring the high-speed cars flying past him. In one swift motion, he tore open his shirt, revealing a glowing reactor embedded in his chest, and strapped to his torso, something that resembled an armored vest. With a press of a button, the circuits exposed on the armored vest erupted in blinding light. Two whips, crackling with powerful electric arcs, unfurled from his sleeves and sizzled against the ground. Just as a race car hurtled straight toward him, the burly man, like a demon unleashed, raised the electric whips high and brought them down with all his might. With a sharp, jagged crack, the superheated whip sliced through the car as easily as a knife through butter, splitting it clean in two. The wreckage tumbled and rolled across the track, finally slamming into the barrier with a violent crash. Whether the driver survived was anyone's guess. And then, Tony's car came speeding onto the scene. He had just arrived on this stretch of road and hadn't figured out what was going on yet. Unsurprisingly, his race car was also sliced in two by that whip crackling with electric currents. The front was gone in an instant, the body somersaulted several times through the air, and finally crashed heavily into the wreckage of the car ahead. Tony's clothes weren't just any ordinary racing suit. They were specially tailored from advanced materials. Thanks to that, in a streak of sheer luck, he escaped with only some torn and strained muscles, despite his car being totaled. Nothing too serious. The burly man approached with a savage grin, the look of a hunter who knows his prey has no escape. He held the electric whip in his hand, closing in on Tony at an unhurried pace. Tony struggled to climb out of the wreck, quickly realizing he was under attack. Without a second thought, he bolted for cover. He'd come here seeking excitement, not a death wish. Luckily, he put in some physical training lately. He was a lot more agile now than before. Not quite on par with a pro athlete, perhaps, but he darted left and right, narrowly dodging the brute's attacks several times, looking for all the world like a startled carp leaping frantically out of the water. "Boss, the sniper's in position. Should we take the shot?" The voice over the comm was blunt and to the point, clearly aware of Tony's crisis. "No, I want him alive. I want to know what the hell this thing is. And just who's pulling the strings." Tony felt a bit more at ease as he rolled out of harm's way, putting more distance between himself and the attacker, barking out the order irritably. Suddenly, a Rolls-Royce luxury car barreled in from the side like an enraged bull. With a thunderous crash, the burly man was slammed hard against the wall. Tony reacted fast. Like a nimble monkey, he scrambled up the wire fence just in time to avoid being hit himself. "Tony, are you okay?" Happy rolled down the car window and shouted anxiously. "I'm starting to wonder if you were aiming for me." Tony shot back with an eye roll, clearly annoyed. If he hadn't dodged in time, his own luxury car might have flattened both the attacker and himself. "Shit, I was just trying to scare him." Happy protested, flustered. He'd never deliberately hit anyone with a car before. This was a first, and he was clearly rattled. He didn't mention the fact that he'd floored the gas pedal just moments ago. "Are you out of your mind? Why did you sign up for this damn race?" Pepper's voice was trembling on the edge of tears as she yelled at Tony, shaken to her core. She hadn't felt this kind of gut-wrenching fear in ages. The last time was when Obadiah unleashed the Ironmonger and battled Iron Man in the streets. "For the record, I was attacked. This has nothing to do with the race itself." Tony was just as frustrated. He'd only wanted a little fun, a spontaneous thrill at the racetrack, and instead walked right into an assassination attempt. "Get in the car right now. We're leaving this place." Natasha's face was solemn as she flung open the car door and shot out like a bolt of red lightning, clutching a police baton she'd snatched from who knows where. She hadn't had any time to look for gear and just grabbed the guard stick on the fly. Dressed in a red dress, she looked utterly out of place. Tony sighed, about to do as he was told, when suddenly the car door gave a loud snap and was sliced clean in two. "What the hell?" Tony stared at the half a car door left in his hand, his expression as if he'd just bitten into something foul. He couldn't help but wonder, is this nightmare ever going to end? An attack like this was nearly impossible in the U.S. After all, Black Watch's shadow guards, SHIELD agents, and countless security agencies kept the city's intelligence under tight control. But Monaco was a mess. Anyone could just waltz in. The big guy, though slammed hard a moment ago, had only suffered some internal bruising. His metal vest had absorbed most of the damage. Now he was moving around as if nothing had happened. Happy hurriedly tried to reverse, hoping to ram the guy again. But before he could hit the gas, the Rolls-Royce's tires were struck by that searing electric whip. A few sizzling lashes, and the tires were completely shredded. Natasha tried to get closer to help, but the electricity was too fierce. Each attempt was forced back by the crackling whip. "Toss me the case now," Tony shouted to Pepper. Pepper was nearly paralyzed with fear. She was an office woman, after all, and had never seen chaos like this. Gritting her teeth, she summoned every ounce of strength and threw the red and white metal case out of the car. Tony reacted in a flash, stomping on the case's button, grabbing the mechanical handle that popped out, and yanking it upward. The case began to unfold and transform. This was the 5 Malawian kwacha's portable suit, a streamlined version based on the 4 Malawian kwacha's. Compared to the heavy 3 Malawian kwacha's, it was much lighter and could even shrink down to the size of a briefcase for travel, a true lifesaver in a crisis. In the blink of an eye, Tony donned the distinctive suit of Iron Man, dark red and metallic white interlocking, fitting snugly to his form. So stunning you couldn't look away. The crowd in the stands erupted, leaping to their feet and cheering at the top of their lungs. It was the first time they'd ever witnessed Iron Man suiting up live. Everyone knew that Tony in his armor and Tony without it were two completely different people. The third-generation arc reactor in his chest provided an immense surge of power, enough to run over 20 aircraft carriers at once. Metal tendons and artificial muscles gave him superhuman strength, over 20 tons at least. Even in this lightweight 5 Malawian kwacha suit, Tony could flip an ordinary car as if it weighed nothing. He kicked the Rolls-Royce to a safe distance, signaling Natasha to protect Pepper and Happy, then turned around, his gaze sharp as blades, locking onto the attacker with unwavering intensity. "You bastard, you've ruined my vacation. I'll make sure you do some serious soul-searching in prison." Tony tightened his armored fist, teeth clenched, his voice laced with venom. Inside the Monaco racetrack, the wreckage of 2 Formula One cars blazed furiously, thick black smoke billowing straight into the sky. The air was heavy with the acrid stench of burning metal, making every breath feel labored and harsh. On the track, 2 figures faced off, the tension so thick it was as if electric currents were crackling tangibly in the air. Tony Stark, clad in his red and silver 5 Malawian kwacha's Iron Man armor, fixed a cold, unwavering stare at the burly man standing a short distance away. His repulsor was primed and ready, orange energy flickering in his palm, threatening to erupt at any moment. Confronted with the culprit who had shattered his holiday in good mood, Tony had no intention of holding back. "You really think you can win?" Tony's voice carried through the armor, tinged with mockery and disdain. The burly man grinned, blood still smeared at the corner of his mouth, his electrified whip crackling like a venomous serpent ready to strike. With a swift motion, he lashed the whip through the air, drawing a blinding arc of electricity that, astonishingly, blocked Tony's repulsor blast head-on. Tony hesitated for a split second. This was the first time he'd faced an enemy capable of neutralizing his repulsor fire. But his reflexes were razor-sharp. His other arm shot up instantly, readying another repulsor blast. Yet the burly man was even quicker. The electrified whip lashed out, lightning fast, striking Tony's arm. A deafening crash rang out, sparks flying everywhere. The whip sliced a deep gash into Tony's armored arm. An electric current surged through the suit, sending a jolt of pain straight to his skin. "Damn it," Tony muttered, staring in disbelief at the damaged armor. The 5 Malawian kwacha's was designed for mobility, but its defense was anything but weak. Yet the gold titanium alloy had been sliced open with ease. A chill of foreboding crept into his heart. "Boss, need a hand?" Yelena's voice crackled through the communicator, her tone light and teasing. "No, I've got this." Tony bit down, his tone resolute. He needed to vent the rage that had been simmering inside, and the man before him was the perfect punching bag. It's about time these guys learned that Iron Man isn't someone you mess with. He took a step back, repulsor raised again, energy beam blazing toward the burly assailant. At the same time, 2 circular devices sprang from his shoulders, emitting a deep, ominous hum. The burly man seemed to know Tony's gear inside out, parrying each energy blast with practiced ease. However, the moment his eyes caught the devices on Tony's shoulders, a flicker of caution flashed across his face. He didn't like Tony, and in fact, he harbored a deep-seated hostility toward the entire Stark family. Yet, he had to admit, Iron Man's level of technology was genuinely daunting. "Okay, I'm done playing." Tony suddenly let out a sardonic laugh, clasped his hands at his waist, and sprang backward, putting some distance between himself and the burly attacker. The electric whip was now just out of reach. A sudden, piercing hum erupted from the device mounted on Tony's shoulder. The longer it went on, the more intense and grating the sonic waves became. The sonic cannon, a specialized piece of equipment developed during the earlier days of Stark Industries' weapons division. General Ross's experimental unit had been equipped with these specifically to combat the Hulk. Generally speaking, when the sonic cannon was unleashed at full power, even someone as tough and resilient as the Hulk would be rendered immobile, let alone an ordinary person. The only reason the attacker's eardrums didn't burst on the spot was because Tony had modified the cannon, enhancing its sustained output rather than its initial burst. He had ingeniously miniaturized this weapon and integrated it into the 5 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit, replacing the older microgun launchers. It turned out to be surprisingly effective against hot-headed types like this. The burly man clutched his ears in agony and collapsed to his knees. The electric whip slipped from his grasp. "Did you really think this was a turn-based game, you idiot?" Tony said coldly, charging up his palm repulsor and aiming directly at the glowing circular device embedded in the man's chest. That was the power core for the electric whip. Destroy it, and the brute would be utterly helpless. With a sharp blast, the energy beam struck true. The device on a man's chest shattered instantly. The electric whip's light fizzled out, and it fell away as nothing more than 2 ordinary wires. At that moment, shadows vaulted over the track's outer barrier, swiftly encircling the fallen man. They were clad in black tactical suits, faces concealed behind white masks, every movement sharp and efficient. 2 of them pinned the brute down, while the other 2 swiftly produced tranquilizers and injected them into his neck. "Damn it, couldn't you have waited until I was sliced in half before showing up?" Tony snapped, eyeing the masked women with clear annoyance. "Ah, boss, we knew you could handle this kind of trash," one of the masked women replied with a playful tone and a hint of a distinctive accent. "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. What matters is I believe I'll dock your pay," Tony retorted coldly, stepping over to the brute and yanking out his power generator. "Hey, you can't do that, boss. You were the one who insisted on handling this yourself. Why should my pay suffer?" The masked woman's face fell, her voice thick with protest. She hadn't been late at all. The special ops team had been stationed in the stands and the pit area long before the attack. Even some of the event security staff were actually Blackwatch operatives. More than 4 snipers lay concealed in hidden positions. If the boss hadn't personally given the all-clear, this guy would have been taken out the instant he showed any sign of hostility. Tony ignored her complaints, crushing the energy generator in his hand, his expression dark and brooding. To his shock, the device's design was nearly 75% identical to the miniature arc reactor in his chest. This meant someone out there had already mastered Iron Man's core technology, a revelation that boded nothing but trouble. "Yelena?" At that moment, Natasha walked over, her gaze fixing on one of the masked women, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. You got the wrong person. Yelena's not here." The masked woman quickly shook her head, deliberately lowering her voice. "Even if you try to disguise your voice, I can still recognize you," Natasha replied, narrowing her eyes in resigned exasperation. "Shouldn't you be in school? What are you doing here?" "I'm almost there, almost. As soon as this mission is over, I'll report to MIT." Realizing her cover was blown, Yelena simply removed her mask, revealing a strikingly pretty face. "The boss promised me. If you don't believe me, just ask him." She glanced at Tony, her eyes pleading for help. "Yes, she's telling the truth," Tony replied absent-mindedly, his attention still fixed on the fragments of the energy generator in his hand. "All right then, thanks, Mr. Moneybags. In a bit, you'd better give me a full account of what you've been up to these past 2 years. If you dare run off, I'll donate every single one of your treasures hidden at Mom Melina's to the local vagrants." Natasha shrugged, then shot Yelena a look full of playful threat. Yelena could only glare resentfully at Aloxer, who was snickering beside her, and left the racetrack, practically on the verge of tears. The Monaco police arrived quickly, and the attackers were swiftly taken into custody. Blackwatch had no law enforcement authority in other countries. If they tried to take the assailants away themselves in broad daylight, it would have caused quite an uproar. Therefore, the Shadow Guards decided to hand over the sedated strongman to the local police. Most importantly, Tony was determined to play the long game and reel in the big fish. With Lou absent, all manner of troublemakers seemed to crawl out of the woodwork. Whether this was a lone act or someone was pulling strings behind the scenes required careful investigation. To that end, Tony personally visited the Monaco prison, hoping to extract more information from the attacker. However, aside from revealing that he was from the Russian Federation, the man refused to say anything else. Using Blackwatch's clearance, Tony tapped into the Red Queen intelligence system and finally uncovered the attacker's identity. Ivan Vanko, son of the late Soviet scientist Anton Vanko. Ivan Vanko was himself a physicist who had previously been sentenced to 15 years in prison for illegally selling former Soviet weapons to Pakistan. Anton Vanko once worked alongside Howard Stark and participated in the development of the arc reactor. However, accused of espionage, Anton was deported, while Ivan ended up in prison for arms dealing. Damn, so there really is a family grudge here, a mess left behind by his own father. At last, Tony understood why his adversary possessed technology so similar to the arc reactor, and he could also grasp the depth of Ivan's hostility toward him. Ivan Vanko was undoubtedly talented in technology, but Tony was confident he surpassed him. It was simple. Iron Man's technology had never stood still. Tony was always striving for better, constantly improving his designs. Tony believed that crushing Ivan with superior tech wouldn't be difficult. This was a solvable problem. But to his surprise, the situation escalated rapidly. News of Iron Man being attacked during a car race and his armor being damaged spread like wildfire across the internet. Although the burly Russian was ultimately defeated, anyone could see that his technology was already a serious threat to Iron Man. With a little more time, a good work environment, and the right resources, he could easily manufacture tech products on par with Iron Man's. The American government was the first to panic. This was outrageous. Tony had refused a hand over his weapon technology, and the government had failed to replicate his cutting-edge creations. Yet now a stranger had managed to do it. Senator Stern publicly criticized Tony's arrogance and questioned whether Iron Man was still capable of protecting the public. Tony Stark, the genius inventor, billionaire, and playboy, now found himself at the center of a storm. His Iron Man armor had once been a symbol of heroism, second only to Superwoman in the public's eyes. But now, a burly Russian with a crude electric whip had effortlessly torn through his armor. This wasn't just a challenge to his technology, it was a personal affront to his character. Technology that had remained unrivaled for 20 years had suddenly been duplicated, making Tony's previous boasts seem like a joke. The Monaco trip ended quickly, and Tony, along with Pepper and the others, soon returned to the seaside mansion in Malibu. No sooner had they landed than Pepper, as the CEO of Stark Industries, was bombarded with phone calls. Shareholders, investors, agents, and countless journalists all swarmed in, deeply unsettled by what had happened in Monaco. Pepper, exasperated, could only keep reassuring everyone, promising that this incident would not undermine the foundation of Stark Industries. People tend to trust what they see with their own eyes, so Tony's vague explanations couldn't ease their anxieties. Some unscrupulous newspapers even took things further, raising the question, has Iron Man lost the ability to protect the people? To make matters worse, sensational news about the Black Watch began to surface. People looked at each other in confusion, having never heard any rumors or news about this organization. As more information was released online, the name Black Watch began to crop up with increasing frequency across major websites. It was clear that those operating behind the scenes had never given up trying to uncover the secrets of Black Watch. They were especially interested in finding out what sort of organization Black Watch truly was. 2 years ago, Secretary General Alexander Pierce brought up the issue of Black Watch applying for autonomous independence at the International Security Council, expressing his support and approval. After that, S.H.I.E.L.D. essentially chose to remain silent on the subject of Black Watch, sealing off any information. Descriptions of the organization, its nature, and related materials were exceedingly rare, even within intelligence agencies like the CIA and FIB. Delving deeper would only lead to a dead end, shrouded in mystery and unsettling uncertainty. Somewhere, in a deeply hidden underground base, in a dimly lit conference room, several indistinct figures sat around a long table, their silhouettes outlined only by the faint glow cast above the tabletop. The Russian's been caught. A deep male voice broke the silence. There's no need to repeat such widely known news here. A woman replied with a mocking tone. You covered for him, bent the rules, sacrificed over a dozen loyal soldiers, and in the end, let Tony Stark steal the spotlight in front of the entire world again. Enough! A third voice snapped sharply, cutting through the tension. Our intelligence gathering on Black Watch's shadow operatives was forced to halt. Another calm voice continued, picking up the thread. Their counter-surveillance skills exceeded all our expectations. Our tracking teams lost them almost immediately. So these are the elite squads you're all so proud of? The woman's voice came again, laced with contempt. Your people wouldn't have done any better. Do you really think those Black Widows trained in the Red Room are just for show? The man retorted. Silence, a commanding voice thundered, silencing the bickering. Though this operation incurred some losses, the intelligence we gained is far more valuable than anticipated. The plan is moving forward faster than we expected. The next mission will determine our ultimate success or failure. The conference room fell briefly silent until the authoritative voice rang out again. Ladies and gentlemen, the truth is now within our grasp. Let us press on together and unveil the final curtain. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! The group shouted in unison, their voices brimming with fanatic devotion. Meanwhile, in the underground garage of a Malibu seaside villa, Tony sat in one of his luxury cars, fully absorbed in studying the materials on alternative elements. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper, and his body so frail that it seemed a mere gust of wind could knock him over. Palladium coursed recklessly through his veins, infiltrating most of his blood vessels, and the level of poisoning had reached a staggering 80%. If things continued this way, relying on the palladium arc reactor to keep himself alive would be nothing short of suicide. Forget about lasting a few more months. He probably had only a handful of days left. Rhodey hurried down the stairs, his expression full of anxiety. He quickly unlocked the security door and, the moment he saw Tony, blurted out urgently, "Tony, you need to get upstairs right now. You have to get a grip on this mess before it spirals out of control. Listen, I've spent the whole day on the phone with the National Guard. It took everything I had to convince them not to roll in here with tanks. They're dead set on busting through the gates and making off with your Iron Man suits. Ever since the incident in Monaco, the military have been circling like sharks drawn by the scent of blood, itching to make their move. If Rhodey hadn't been working tirelessly behind the scenes, those soldiers would have already stormed the Villa District. Now, while the special forces hadn't yet crossed the line, they had already set up a tight perimeter and sealed off the area. You get it, right? They're out of patience for word games. This time, they're ready to use force." Rhodey was so worked up that his voice unconsciously rose a few notches. He was deeply worried for his old friend. After all, they'd known each other since high school, and their bond ran deep. Tony, the billionaire, genius inventor, and Iron Man, had been acting so out of character lately that Rhodey couldn't help but wonder what on earth was going on. Haven't they always wanted to get rough? It was only a matter of time before things fell apart. I say let them try. Let's see what happens when they attack a private citizen's home. Let's see the fallout when they go to war with Iron Man just to steal my suits. Imposing martial law, occupying my house, arresting me, even attacking me. Let them do as they please. But only if they truly have the skill and the guts to bear all the consequences. Tony's face was as dark as a thundercloud, leaning back in his luxury car seat, refusing to yield an inch. Ever since the Monaco attack, he'd anticipated things might come to this, and had quietly deployed 3,000 shadow guards and teams around his Malibu villa. Not only that, but over 100 state-of-the-art armored vehicles and heavy tanks were disguised and on standby. In the sky, dozens of Quinjets hovered, while a dozen F-22 Raptors waited in formation 20 kilometers away, fully armed and ready. Stark Industries, before shutting down its weapons division, had already perfected production lines for both the F-22 and F-35 fighter jets. Although this was a joint project with Boeing, Tony himself was deeply involved in the design of both the F-22 and F-35 fighter jets. As long as he wished, achieving mass production would not be difficult for him. If necessary, he could even deploy 10 Jericho missile launchers throughout the surrounding jungles. Did the military really think he was powerless, a sitting duck at their mercy? Even if the weapons development division was shut down, did they really believe he'd have no stockpiles left? That was pure wishful thinking. However, he would never strike first, because that would be walking right into their trap. The military's provocation was nothing but bait, waiting for him to step into the snare himself. "Tony, are you really going to go to war with the country?" Rhodey stared at his old friend, his face full of shock and disbelief. He didn't buy into Tony's bravado, and as he glanced around, he struggled to understand where Tony's confidence came from. Was it really just these few Iron Man suits? They don't represent the country. Those disgusting guys are just in it for their own gain. Tony slammed the car door with anger, his words sharp and unrestrained. "You once said that no one could possess this kind of technology within 20 years. But guess what? Someone pulled it off just yesterday. And it wasn't just theoretical. It was the real deal." Rhodey stepped forward, placing a hand gently on Tony's shoulder, his expression grave. "Tony, the key issue now is that the Department of Defense believes Supergirl won't be returning to Earth. You've lost that layer of protection. Now they're planning to move against you. Do you understand? You can't possibly take on an entire army by yourself." The corners of Tony's mouth curled up in a cold, mocking smile. Did those bottom feeders really count as an entire army? But his confidence quickly faded, and his gaze drifted to a photo on the wall, a group shot of friends enjoying hot pot at Lian Ming's house. He fell into deep thought. In truth, with the Blackwatch Shadow Guard deployments, Stark's own arsenal, and the support of the airborne fortress, he'd be more than a match for several divisions from the Department of Defense. If pushed to the edge, he could even let Banner unleash the Hulk. Then we'd see who really suffered the greater loss. But these were just fleeting thoughts, fantasies that offered Tony a brief sense of relief and satisfaction. In reality, he couldn't allow himself to act so recklessly. After all, he wasn't Hitler, and he would never do something so insane. He just wondered if he could hold out until Lou returned. Lou is my friend. She's just gonna catch some sun. She'll definitely be back. She saved my life once, but that doesn't mean I have to live forever under her protection. I'm an independent individual. I am Iron Man. The world recognizes that. I have the ability to handle most problems and fend off threats from other nations. Deep down, Tony harbored his own pride and had never been one to rely on others for long. He had to admit, though, that Supergirl's reputation was certainly useful. When Liu Meng was around, he didn't have to worry about threats or enemies and could devote himself wholeheartedly to his research. But now, he could only rely on himself. All right, Rhodey raised an eyebrow, at a loss for words about this strange idea of Superman recharging through sunlight. Buddy, you don't have to shoulder the burden of saving the world all by yourself. You can absolutely share the responsibility with others. He patted Tony's shoulder, his tone earnest and sincere. Most people might misunderstand me, but Rhodey, you have to trust me. I know what I'm doing. Just give me some time, and I promise I'll take the Iron Man technology to the next level. I'll leave those imitators so far behind they won't even see my dust. They'll be utterly hopeless. Tony stood up, his voice calm but resolute. Unhurriedly, he walked over to his workbench, removed the arc reactor from his chest, and started replacing the palladium plates inside. This thing's been in your body the whole time. And another thing, I have to ask, what's going on with that tattoo on your neck? Rhodey stared thoughtfully at the smoking metal, then shifted his gaze to the dark lines creeping up under Tony's chin, suspicion clouding his eyes. It's just a minor scratch, don't worry. Leave the rest to me. Tony waved his hand lazily, trying to brush off the concern. He really didn't want to tell his friend about the palladium poisoning. Unless things got truly desperate, he would never give up hope for survival. Meanwhile, at the Hammer Industries district in Queens, New York, Justin Hammer was giving Ivan Vanko a tour of his facilities. You can work here in peace. Sometimes it's good to be invisible. No one will notice you, right? Ever since Ivan had attacked Tony Stark in Monaco, he'd been thrown in jail by the local police. As Stark's longtime rival, the cunning Justin Hammer had quickly set his sights on Ivan, this hot commodity. Before anyone else could react, he had spent a fortune bribing the prison guards, secretly breaking Ivan out of jail. Of course, all this happened with the tacit approval of the American government. Otherwise, with those petty tricks of Hammer's, the FBI alone could have easily uncovered everything. They're all here. This is what I wanted to show you. I'm absolutely thrilled. These can be deployed in combat at any moment. Hammer led Ivan to an area filled with rows of Iron Man suits, introducing them with unabashed excitement. Ivan looked at these seemingly impressive machines, but a flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes. He harbored a deep hatred for the Stark family and despised Tony Stark's arrogance. Yet he couldn't help but admit to the excellence of the Iron Man suit. By comparison, these so-called suits in front of him were nothing but piles of scrap metal, utterly worthless. Their designers had obsessed over appearance, while the inner workings were a complete mess, rendering them utterly useless. With his skills, given a little time, he could craft weapons and equipment far superior to these. Maybe I messed up some numbers, got too eager to mass-produce the prototype, and ended up with, well, never mind. I'm just impatient by nature. Come on, take a look around if you want. Hanemo recalled the poor soul who'd thrown out his back during a suit test. He abruptly cut himself off, and then changed the subject with a laugh. Ivan strode straight to the computer and got to work without a word. A glint of calculation appeared in his eyes as he realized these seemingly useless rejects might yet have some value. Wait, you can't just start operating it like that. I set up a password. But before he could finish, he fell silent, watching in disbelief as the burly man easily cracked the system password and firewall, hacking right into the main control program. Your software is a disaster, Ivan said bluntly, not bothering to hide his contempt. This fool had poured so much money into research and got absolutely nothing to show for it. Well, you're impressive, I'll give you that. Hanemo took a deep breath. Instead of blaming Ivan, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew he'd struck gold with this man. Ivan had no desire to waste words. He dragged over a stepladder, climbed up, and began examining the scrap metal closely. With a firm tug, he managed to yank the helmet right off one of the suits, making Han M.O. wince in distress. After all, Even if these machines couldn't compare to Iron Man's suit, each one had cost a staggering $125.7 million to build. That's where the pilot sits, but I haven't been able to find any volunteers, Hanemo said with an awkward laugh, trying to cover his embarrassment and guilt. The suit that had its tester was still sitting in the last row. A pang of regret crept into his heart. Was it really a wise decision to let this mysterious stranger into his factory? What do you want these suits for? Ivan reattached the helmet, then turned to look at Hanemo calmly. In the long run, I want to use them to win a 25-year weapons production and sales contract with the Department of Defense. I want to make Iron Man's technology look outdated. I want to go to the Stark Expo and utterly humiliate Tony on his own turf. Do you understand what I mean? Hanmo's expression was wild, his hands stuffed in his pockets, ambition blazing in his eyes as he spoke. I can do it. No problem. A faint smile appeared on Ivan's face. Iron Man's enemy was his enemy as well. With this fool providing him with materials and facilities, he would make Tony pay the price. Excellent. I knew it. You are my savior. Hanemo clapped his hands in exaggerated delight, his face plastered with a false smile. Both men knew perfectly well that theirs was a relationship built purely on mutual exploitation. Simple and direct. As long as their plan succeeded, each would get exactly what he wanted. Night fell on a Malibu coastline, where luxury cars lined up outside the seaside villa, one after another. Glamorous women, dressed in striking makeup and revealing outfits, streamed in and out of the villa's grand hall. Tonight was Tony's 39th birthday. Inside his private lounge, Tony gazed into the mirror at the web of dark lines etched across his torso, his heart heavy with melancholy. In just a week, the palladium poisoning in his system had surged to 89%. This might very well be the last birthday he'd ever celebrate. Tony, pick a watch. Pepper asked me to bring them to you for tonight, Natasha said as she entered, carrying a box. Her manner was languid, stripped of her usual sharpness and poise. The two were already well acquainted, so in private, there was no need for pretenses. Should I just cancel the party? Tony frowned, ignoring the offer as he threw out the question. Maybe you should. You know how many eyes are watching you out there. S.H.I.E.L.D. has already shielded you from a lot of trouble, Natasha replied, tilting her head with casual indifference. The military, the government, secret research labs, and every sort of special agency all coveted Tony's Iron Man technology, as if it were already theirs for the taking. This time, S.H.I.E.L.D. had gone to extraordinary lengths, deploying countless agents just to keep Tony out of trouble, something they had never done for anyone else before. Of course, Natasha understood Tony's importance all too well. He was not only brilliant, with the formidable Blackwatch organization behind him, but most crucially, there was also that superwoman, whose return could happen at any time. If not for SHLD's coordination, the special forces deployed by the military would likely have already been taken out by the Shadow Guard. As an agent trained by the Red Room, Natasha knew better than anyone just how formidable the Shadow Guard's power was. Sir, the party is ready to begin. Miss Potts is waiting for you in the foyer, Jarvis's voice reminded him. Tony rubbed his cheeks vigorously, forced a charming smile, and strode out with his head held high. In the deep, boundless expanse of space, dark as ink, the blazing, brilliant sun burns fiercely, its immense form radiating an almost suffocating sense of pressure. Viewed up close, the sun appears as a colossal ball of fire, its terrifying heat so intense that it could instantly vaporize the moisture from any object. At the nearest distance to this blazing star, there lies a planet tinged with a shade of gray. Mercury, its surface remarkably similar to the moon's, yet far larger in scale. The Europeans named it Mercury after the swift-footed messenger god in ancient Roman mythology, a fitting name, for Mercury is indeed the fastest planet orbiting the sun. Its atmosphere is so thin as to be nearly non-existent, unable to retain heat. As a result, temperatures at the equator can soar to a blistering 437 degrees Celsius during the day, only to plummet to a bone-chilling minus 172 degrees Celsius at night. The extremes are staggering. The environment here is relentlessly harsh. An endless landscape of craters stretches in every direction, utterly inhospitable to the emergence of life as we know it. At present, humanity can only observe and explore Mercury through high-powered telescopes and unmanned probes. The distance between Mercury and Earth can be as little as 78 million kilometers, or as much as a staggering 218 million kilometers, an expanse so vast that sending crewed spacecraft there remains an extraordinary challenge. Even clad in the heaviest protective gear, astronauts would stand no chance against the planet's ferocious conditions. At this very moment, in Mercury's near orbit, a cocoon of energy floats, glowing softly with a gentle white light. Drawn by the planet's gravity, it circles Mercury in a continuous orbit. From afar, It looks like a miniature white sun. Positioned between the sun and Mercury, this energy cocoon is bombarded directly by the star's fierce radiation. The violent solar winds surge like massive, unstoppable waves, crashing relentlessly toward the cocoon. It drifts like a solitary boat caught in a raging sea storm, seeming as though it could be overturned at any moment by the merciless forces. Yet this white glowing cocoon is astonishingly resilient. Despite the furious onslaught of solar winds, it remains steadfast and unmoved. More than that, its luminous membrane continually absorbs the onrushing energy, transforming it into an unknown white force that slowly streams into the cocoon's core. How long this cycle has continued, no one could say. In the timeless, spaceless void of the cosmos, everything seems suspended in stillness. Until, at a certain moment, the cocoon's white glow begins to dim. Suddenly, a slender arm, frail in appearance yet brimming with hidden strength, bursts through the glowing membrane, reaching out from within the cocoon. In the next instant, another arm appears, followed by a head, then both legs, emerging one after another. As the last traces of white light fade away, Liu Yunming gradually takes shape, materializing in the vast, black expanse of the universe. She stretched out luxuriously toward the sun, letting out a deep yawn. In that instant, an explosive surge of energy raced through every fiber of her body. Clenching her fists, she could truly feel this newfound strength, far greater than anything she'd ever known before, and a satisfied smile crept across her face. 2 years had passed. 2 whole years since she left Earth and came to Mercury, the planet closest to the sun. To grow stronger as quickly as possible, Liu Yunming had chosen the most direct and brutal path, basking in the sun at close range. To be honest, the beginning was excruciating. The energy from the star was so intense that she had nearly been incinerated by the searing heat. With her previous abilities, venturing anywhere near the sun's core to absorb energy was utterly impossible. So, in her quest for rapid self-improvement, Liu Yunming settled on Mercury's orbit. Here, she endured the planet-shattering radiation head-on, using her mutated biomatter to constantly convert the incoming energy. Those searing nuclear rays felt like razor-sharp blades stripping her to the bone, the pain so intense it was as if her body was being torn apart. Even so, she forced herself to withstand the agony, cocooning her entire form in energy before slipping into a state of hibernation. Her body of steel granted her a resilience beyond compare. She needed neither food nor drink, not even breath itself. And so, Liu Yunming continued her internal transformation, channeling and adapting to the relentless, high-intensity energy that bathed her. Over these 2 years, the microscopic biological star within her grew steadily, reaching the size of a ping-pong ball, a leap in both size and essence. Name: Liu Yunming. Level: Early Subcelestial Father Tier. Status: Active. Gender: Female. Template reference: Superman's Man of Steel, 65%. Source of superpowers: cosmic rays causing genetic mutation. Super strength: maximum muscle force, 200,000 tons. Super speed: max running speed on land. Sublight: Mach 50, 17 kilometers per second. Super durability: can withstand nuclear explosions to a certain degree. Super regeneration: can absorb energy for rapid healing and limb regrowth. Flight: Mach 100, 34 kilometers per second. And sublight speed travel in the vacuum of space. Un super laser vision, 20,000 degrees Celsius. Enhanced ice breath, minus 273.15 degrees Celsius, with increased range. X-ray vision, can see through the human body, metal, and reinforced concrete buildings, but not through special metal like lead. Super hearing, able to pick up any sound within a 50,000-meter radius. Lifespan: 1,130 years. Anti-magique constitution. Superbrain, evolution level 15%. Microscopic biological star, development level 5%. Energy absorption, energy conversion, energy refinement, energy feedback. Biomimicry magic, imitation, development level 20%. Memory fragments, 20%. Among all these figures, the most dramatic increase was in her muscle strength. 2 years ago, her muscle strength was only 1,500 tons, but now it had skyrocketed to a staggering 200,000 tons. Had she possessed such power during the capital city air disaster, she could have effortlessly lifted a civilian airliner weighing over 100 tons with nothing but the tip of a single finger. The temperature of her laser vision had grown even more astonishing, reaching an incredible 20,000 degrees Celsius. Almost no metal could withstand such heat. Her freezing breath had become equally fearsome, able to halt all thermal activity in molecules and atoms, leaving particles utterly devoid of kinetic and potential energy. What's more, the advanced version of her freezing breath had seen its range dramatically expanded. Even compared with the legendary casket of ancient winters from Jotunheim, it was by no means inferior. At maximum output, she could freeze the entirety of New York City in an instant. Her super hearing had quintupled, her lifespan had tripled, and even her super regeneration, a power bordering on the miraculous, had been greatly enhanced. In the past, she had always envied the healing abilities of Wolverine and Deadpool. Though her stats could never fully capture the scope of this power, beings in the universe capable of truly injuring Supergirl were exceedingly rare. Her flight and movement speed, super brain, microscopic stellar biology, and shape-shifting magic had all grown, if not quite as dramatically, still by leaps and bounds compared to before, progress that defied imagination. Overall, the potential for growth hidden within a superhuman body of steel was nothing short of terrifying. Now, Li Yunming was the very definition of a Supergirl, her strength already approaching that of Superman from the early days in the DC Man of Steel movie. In truth, Li Yunming longed to stay on Mercury, basking in the sun. She yearned for the day her body of steel reached full maturity, 100%, and dreamed of what kind of extraordinary existence she might become then. But there were still many matters on Earth that required her attention. Over the past 2 years, Li Yunming had recovered many fragmented memories and had come to realize that the current timeline had entered the events of Iron Man 2 in the movie universe. Tony, after prolonged use of the arc reactor, was suffering from palladium poisoning, the toxins nearly spreading throughout his body. She was genuinely worried that he might end up losing his life because of it. The sun would always be there, but if she lost her brothers and friends, that would be a disaster. After all, unlike the Flash, Superman possessed no power over the Speed Force to turn back time. If something truly unexpected happened, she would have to make the arduous trip to Kamar Taj, borrow the Eye of Agamotto from the Ancient One, and use the Time Stone to save Tony's life. But in doing so, the resulting temporal deviations and their consequences would be utterly unpredictable. As a traveler between worlds, her greatest advantage lay in her ability to foresee the future. However, once the future was rewritten completely, the lurking dangers would spiral out of control. Until she had become truly invincible, she preferred to play it safe, like choosing the sidewalk over recklessly running a red light. In the end, Li Yunming basked in the warmth of the sunlight once more, lifted her chin high, clenched her fists, and in an instant transformed into a dazzling streak of light that vanished into the depths of the universe. Silently, she declared in her heart, "Earth, I'm coming home." At that very moment, in a luxurious villa in Malibu, Tony, dressed in his Iron Man suit, was standing atop the bar, gleefully DJing for the crowd. Not long before, in the lounge, he had casually posed a hypothetical question to Natasha. If this were your last birthday party, how would you celebrate? Natasha was aware of Tony's palladium poisoning, but per SHLD's orders, she'd been feigning ignorance all along. Nick Fury hoped Tony would overcome adversity on his own, because that was the kind of true superhero the Avengers Initiative needed, not a playboy who always left chaos in his wake. He still hadn't given up on recruiting Tony to the Avengers. However, Natasha and Tony had known each other for quite some time, and had even fought side by side, so it was hard to see him as an enemy or stranger. After a moment's thought, she gave her answer: "Do whatever you want with whomever you wish. Just don't leave any regrets behind." Had Tony not known Natasha's character so well, he might have mistaken her words for an intentional tease. After some reflection, Tony decided to let loose for once. With perhaps only a few days left to live, joy or sorrow, each day was still a day. Even superheroes deserve the occasional break. It wasn't as if he had to be a superhero every single moment, not even while brushing his teeth, taking a dump, or showering. And so, the unusual scene of Iron Man moonlighting as a DJ was born. The crowd went wild at this down-to-earth side of Tony, with beautiful women of all kinds cheering and screaming for him. Natasha even climbed on stage to play with the gauntlet of his suit, her face radiating a genuine, heartfelt smile. Tony became even more playful, encouraging the women to toss bottles into the air while he blasted them with repulsor rays, turning it into a high-tech shooting game. Perhaps the most amusing moment was when Tony, having installed a recycling system inside his Iron Man suit, relieved himself after drinking too much. The urine was then filtered by the suit's internal system and converted into pure water. Rhodes was also present at the birthday party, but his purpose was to make sure Tony fulfilled his responsibilities as Iron Man, developing more advanced technology to reassure both the government and military. Unfortunately, by this point, Tony was already hopelessly drunk and could not be reasoned with. Neither Pepper nor Rhodes' words made any impression on him. They went in one ear and out the other. Seeing this, Road couldn't help but grow angry. He had just promised the generals at the Department of Defense that Tony was reliable, only to turn around and witness Iron Man using his repulsor to blast watermelons in a scene that was nothing short of farcical. How could anyone not worry? He strode quickly into the underground lab, used the access Tony had granted him, and swiftly assembled the Mark III Iron Man suit, putting it on himself. If Tony chose to indulge himself, then Road would have no choice but to don the suit and shoulder the responsibilities of a superhero himself. Back in the grand hall of the seaside villa in Malibu, the birthday party was spiraling into utter chaos. Tony, laughing wildly, was controlling the Iron Man suit, using the palm repulsor to shatter whatever the glamorous women threw his way. Bottles, watermelons, metal trays, even tables and chairs became targets in this impromptu skeet shooting. The energy in the room was feverish, reaching a boiling point. Iron Man seemed to have reverted to his old playboy self, recklessly venting all his pent-up frustration. Pepper stood in the corner, her eyes filled with disappointment. The man she once saw as capable of anything was falling apart before her eyes, leaving behind nothing but a raving madman. Natasha, meanwhile, stood silently to the side, carefully avoiding the flying glass shards, her expression complex as she watched the scene unfold. I'm only going to say this once. Suddenly, a thunderous shout cut through the party's clamor. Road, clad in the Mark III Iron Man suit, had appeared in the midst of the wreckage, though no one had noticed him enter. Everybody out now. His eyes blazed with anger and disappointment as he swept his gaze sharply across the room. The rowdy crowd fell silent in an instant, as if someone had grabbed them by the throat. Under Road's piercing stare, the beautiful women and trust fund party boys scattered in a panicked rush. Tony frowned, glancing at the red and gold Mark III suit, thinking to himself that it was already obsolete. Other than the Mark V, which was being repaired, and the conceptual Mark VI, this 2-year-old relic was inferior even to the Mark IV he wore now. Tony wasn't the least bit surprised to see Road show up in the armor. In fact, he was more amused than anything. You don't deserve to wear the Iron Man suit. Take it off. Now. Road glared at Tony, not bothering to hide his anger. Was this really Iron Man? Was this the superhero who was supposed to protect the public? To Road, Tony's behavior was nothing short of childish. If you're not willing to fix the problem, then I'll go straight to the source and fix it myself. Hey, little go. Don't let the music stop. Tony, utterly unconcerned, microphone in hand, turned and slurred at the DJ, who was so frightened he'd taken cover under the table. Okay, Mr. Stark, right away. The short-haired man replied helplessly, pulling up a rousing instrumental track from his computer. Rhodey had finally reached his limit. Piloting the 3 Malawian Quatches, he charged in and seized Tony in a headlock, trying to force him to surrender immediately. If it were just bare hands, Rhodey could have easily handled Tony. This weakling wouldn't stand a chance, not even with 3 or 5 clones. But without real combat experience in the armor, he was no match for Tony. Even drunk, Tony could easily overpower him. The fight crashed through the upper floor and sent them tumbling downstairs, from the sauna to the gym, with Rhodey on the losing end the entire way. Put the suit back now. There's still time to keep anyone from getting hurt. Hovering in the 4 Malawian Quatches, Tony looked calmly at Rhodey, who was sprawled on the ground. Sorry, brother, but Iron Man doesn't need a sidekick. With its metallic tendons and hydraulic power, the Iron Man suit could unleash over 20 tons of force, and the luxury villa was soon left in ruins. Before the eyes of the birthday party guests, Rhodey and Tony exchanged punches and kicks, as if locked in some wild, turn-based brawl. If you want the suit, just take it. Tony knocked Rhodey down again, tossing off the words with indifference. When it came to piloting experience, he left Rhodey hopelessly outmatched. But Rhodey was now well and truly fired up, raining iron fists on Tony's face in a relentless barrage. Pepper tried to intervene from the sidelines, but the chaos was far beyond anything a single woman could handle. Natasha, as calm as ever, took in the scene, then slipped outside. She needed to report every detail back to Nick Fury. In the midst of the fight, Tony was accidentally struck by a heavy table, crashing into the fireplace and ending up almost wedged inside. The Iron Man suit lay in the roaring flames, its blue-lit eyes shining with an unusual darkness. Tony raised his arm, aiming his arc reactor pulse cannon squarely at Rhodey. Rhodey didn't back down. He began charging up his own palm repulsor. Stand down, Tony. We don't have to do this. If you want to be War Machine, then fire. Tony's words dripped with provocation, as if he were deliberately escalating the conflict. Just as the two were about to unleash their energy blasts on each other, a shadow appeared in the hall, so swift that even Jarvis's radar couldn't track it. The newcomer hovered mid-air, a cascade of golden-brown curls, a form-fitting blue suit accentuating his stunning figure, and a blood-red cape billowing in the breeze. Tony gazed at that familiar figure, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. He was genuinely afraid that he might be hallucinating from drinking too much. No one truly knew how much pressure he'd been under lately. Sometimes, he even doubted whether his failing health would hold out long enough for Liu Yunming to return. After all, in the comics, it takes Superman a very long cycle to absorb stellar energy. Boss, long time no see. How have you been? Oh, that's a silly question. Judging by your appearance, things aren't going so well, are they? Liu Yunming's eyes sparkled with mischief as she teased him with her trademark humor. On her way back from the edge of the atmosphere, she had already taken stock of the entire scene below, using her super hearing and vision to survey everything. I'm not dead yet. It's really good to see you again, Lou. If you'd stayed away any longer, I would have had to dock 2 years' worth of your salary. You know there's no such thing as paid leave that long at Stark Industries. Tony, suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, leaned against the ruined remains of the fireplace and laughed heartily from the bottom of his heart. His personal bodyguard was back. It felt as though all the crushing weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Now, he just wanted to sleep and let someone else deal with the rest. Don't worry. With me here, neither the military nor the government, no organization at all, will be able to steal your inventions. Liu Yunming replied with a gentle laugh, but there was a steely resolve in her gaze. That's wonderful. I'll be looking forward to it. Tony waved lazily, picked up a bottle from the floor, and poured himself a drink. All right, it's time to settle a few matters now. Liu Yunming's gaze grew icy cold as she landed steadily on the chaotic floor. She turned, her voice flat and indifferent, and spoke again. Isn't that right, Colonel Rhodes? Damn. Rhodes' pupils contracted sharply as an overwhelming pressure crashed over him, like a monstrous tsunami threatening to swallow him whole. He nearly dropped to his knees. That fierce, unstoppable aura made him feel, just for a moment, as though he were standing before an immense mountain, its peak lost in the clouds, so vast he couldn't even glimpse the summit. He could die. It was a primal, instinctive sense of danger. Rhodes tried to step back, only to discover that he couldn't move an inch. An unseen force pressed in around him, squeezing and constricting, until the shell of his Mark III armor groaned under the strain. A pained groan escaped his lips. Good grief, this was Superwoman herself. There was no way he could ever handle someone this terrifying. Colonel Rhodes, you've crossed the line. Liu Yunming fixed him with a frosty stare, her words cutting through the air. I understand your abilities are limited, and you've already done your best to delay the American military's assault. That's admirable. After all, you and Tony have been friends since high school, and it's your mutual support that's brought you both this far. But as a friend, you're just not qualified. Rhodey was clearly unconvinced, but under the grip of the biological field, he couldn't get a single word out. He could only stand there stiffly, like a mummy, his face flushing red and then turning pale by turns. Don't be so defiant. It may look like you've done Tony plenty of favors, but hasn't he also given you the green light more than once? Whether it was selling top-tier weapons to the Department of Defense at rock-bottom prices, or turning a blind eye when those damned blood-sucking politicians try to slander his character, Tony never made things difficult for you. It might seem like you're always cleaning up his messes, but in truth, he's constantly lowering his own pride and boundaries for your sake. And why? Is it just because you're one of his few friends? Because your rank in the military gives you that ridiculous sense of superiority? Liu Yunming stepped right up to Rhodey, narrowing her eyes and locking him in a steely gaze. Her voice sounded as if it was squeezed out through clenched teeth. After this tirade, even the drunken Tony couldn't help but blush. He lay on the ground, feigning unconsciousness, not daring to utter a sound. Maybe he wasn't quite as good as Lou made him out to be. He'd always been rather headstrong. Rhodey's pupils contracted as he, too, fell in a deep thought, wondering if he had overlooked something obvious right before his eyes. When I say you're not much of a friend, it's because your friend is dying of poisoning, and you didn't even know about it. And then, while I was gone, you showed up as the military's clown messenger, telling him to take on that damned responsibility. Liu Yunming's tone was icy cold as she moved her fingers, and, to everyone's shock, the 3 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man armor on Rhodey's body began to disassemble itself. Piece by piece, the components detached in perfect order, floating in the air, finally leaving his body exposed. To a superhuman with a body of steel, this armor was nothing more than an oversized toy. It offered no real protection. If she wished, a single thought from her could compress Rhodey into a ball of flesh. Though she didn't care much for this military colonel, he was, after all, Tony's childhood friend. The Iron Man suit is unique to Stark Industries. Be it patents or production rights, the military has no claim to any of it. If Tony hadn't set those permissions, Do you think you'd ever get to wear that armor? I don't like you pretending to be Iron Man. Take it off now. At this moment, Rhodey was completely dumbfounded. His brain froze up. It took him a long while to process what had just happened. He was screaming inside. You've already made me take it off. You tore it apart, piece by piece. Isn't it a bit late to be telling me now? But suddenly it hit him. He stared at Tony, who was still playing dead on the floor, and his shock was plain to see. Poisoned? Dying? He had no idea anything like this was happening. A wave of guilt crashed over him, slicing through him with the pain of 1,000 knives. Lu Yunming glanced at him coolly, then waved her hand to release the biological field, leaving Rhodey sprawled on the floor, dazed and helpless. Now that everything's been said, the rest is up to you to think about. Why didn't you tell me? You're dying. Why, Tony? Why didn't you say anything? Pepper was beside herself with anger, gripping Tony by the shoulders and shaking him. She was truly terrified. This was more frightening than anything she'd ever faced. Iron Man, company profits, public responsibility. They could all go to hell. Nothing in the world mattered more than Tony's life. See, this is exactly why I didn't want to tell you. Seeing his girlfriend's tear-filled eyes, Tony's heart ached. He stopped pretending to be tough and hurriedly lifted his faceplate to comfort her. Lu, you really know how to make trouble for me. He shot Lu Yunming a dramatic eye roll, sounding annoyed, but in truth, he felt an unexpected warmth inside. It had been far too long since he'd felt such genuine concern from a friend. Tony, let me help ease the symptoms of your palladium poisoning for now. Lu Yunming stepped over, knelt down, and gently pressed her palm to Tony's head. Her voice was soft and calming. What? You can do that? My God, Lu, you're incredible. That's the best news I've heard all day. Tony was stunned, then broke into a wide, genuine grin. This wasn't the wry, bitter smile he'd worn so often lately. This time, he was truly happy. He'd tried countless combinations of elements, searching for a cure to the palladium poisoning, but nothing had worked. Who knew if anyone could help? It might hurt a bit. Just bear with it. Lu Yunming ignored Tony's protests and focused, channeling biotic energy deep into his body. Ever since the late stages of developing her own ironclad form, theoretically, her mutated biotic energy could absorb and neutralize any substance. But this kind of delicate maneuver, threading her energy through his blood vessels and nerves, was a first for her as well. Fortunately, with her supervision, X-ray sight, and powerful brain working in tandem, even the most complex structures could be unraveled in an instant. Hey, no problem. What could possibly be worse than a slow death, right? Tony shrugged, completely unfazed, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly choked up. His face turned visibly red, and under Pepper's anxious gaze, he let out a cry of agony. Aya! It felt as if countless steel needles were being driven through his body, piercing every nerve ending. The pain was beyond description. This torture lasted a full minute. All right, you're stable for now. A moment later, Lu Yunming withdrew her hand, her tone calm and even. Tony's blackened veins began to fade before their very eyes, leaving only a stubborn trace of poison near the arc reactor in his chest. He was left gasping, every muscle twitching from the pain, his whole body drenched in sweat. Thankfully, his suit's filtration system quickly purified it all. Hurriedly, he activated the automatic release on his Iron Man armor, tore open his shirt, and checked his chest. Lu, I have to say, meeting you in this life has been my greatest luck. You saved me for the second time. Tony's expression was solemn as he spoke with genuine sincerity. Pepper also looked over with gratitude. In the past, she'd felt a little jealous. After all, Lu Yunming was stunningly beautiful, and bodyguards like her usually ended up as Tony's lovers. At least that was the usual pattern. But now, she could see clearly that these two were nothing more than good friends, like brothers. There was nothing messy or complicated between them. How could there be? For heaven's sake, they're not even the same kind of being. This is only a temporary fix. It doesn't solve the root problem. As long as you keep carrying this thing with you, palladium poisoning will come back eventually. Lu Yunming smiled helplessly, tapping the reactor on Tony's chest, as she explained. Haha, as long as you can help me clean it out a few more times, I think I'll have enough time to figure out a solution. All traces of despair vanished from Tony's face, replaced by confidence. He was, after all, the world's greatest inventor, Iron Man. There was nothing he couldn't build, no problem he couldn't solve. Here's a tip for you. S.H.I.E.L.D. has what you need. Your father left behind some files that can help you solve the poisoning problem. Lu Yunming didn't mince words. She glanced meaningfully at the shadowy corner where the villa's wall met, then spoke directly. With the awakening of her fragmented memories, she'd regained much of her knowledge of the Marvel Universe's storyline. There was no denying it. Howard Stark was a great scientist. He had laid out everything for his son in advance, opening a doorway to the future. What? Tony was in disbelief. It felt like he'd received a flood of information today. He didn't bother to ask where Lu Yunming had gotten her intel. He just wanted to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. as soon as possible and claim his father's legacy. As Tony debated whether to ask Natasha about it, a lonely figure started to walk toward the front door of the hall. "Rhodey, what's with the disappearing act? You just want to leave the suit behind." Tony grinned as he looked his friend up and down, teasing him. "Damn it, Tony. This is all my fault. I can't believe I didn't know you were being poisoned." Rhodey was crestfallen, cursing himself in frustration. "I know, but you don't have to apologize. You were always terrible at chemistry since high school, so it's normal you didn't notice." With Pepper's help, Tony stood up, grinning mischievously as he joked. "No, what I mean is it's your fault." "Why?" "Because you didn't tell me you were being poisoned. You hid it from me and made me look like an idiot." "Don't doubt it. You really are an idiot." "Ha ha ha." The two of them continued to banter, using their playful insults to ease the tension between them. In truth, Tony had never blamed Rhodey from the very beginning. Allowing him to put on the Mark III armor was entirely Tony's own decision. It was all part of a plan to lull certain people lurking in the shadows into a false sense of security, to silence the military and the Senate, and above all, to keep Rhodey out of trouble. Otherwise, did you really think Rhodey could just stroll into the underground lab, assemble the suit in broad daylight, and not encounter a single security guard or Iron Legionnaire to stop him? Jarvis is no simple-minded AI, and the Iron Legionnaires are far from mere showpieces. Without Tony's explicit approval, Rhodey wouldn't have even passed the security protocols, let alone dreamed of wearing the suit. "Take this thing with you. Let those clowns quiet down for a while. I have plenty on my plate right now, so I really don't have the time to bother with them." Tony gestured casually at the pile of scattered armor parts on the floor, his tone completely natural. Jarvis had already analyzed it. Lu Yunming's control over her powers was remarkably precise. Every single disassembled piece of the suit was still perfectly intact. Reassembly would restore the Mark III to its original state. "Tony, let it go. She's back now, and I doubt anyone over there would dare make a fuss," Rhodey replied, shaking his head and nodding in Lu Yunming's direction. The whole world knew just how much of a deterrent Superwoman was. Whether it was the government, the military, or any secret agency, they were surprisingly united on one thing concerning her: back down and keep the balance. In simpler terms, they decided to play it safe. It was only after the Department of Defense concluded that Lu Yunming would never return that they began coveting the Iron Man technology so brazenly. But now, those same people probably wouldn't dare. "Don't turn it down. I can build as many as I want. This is just outdated tech, after all. Put on, get out there, and hand it over." Tony patted his chest with an air of indifference and the confidence of someone with deep pockets. He had always been exceedingly generous with his friends. Rhodey was tempted, to be honest. From the very first moment he laid eyes on the suit, he thought it looked incredibly cool. On any other day, he would have agreed in a heartbeat. He could soar through the sky in the armor, and the military would be satisfied. What was not to like? But now, as he glanced at the elegant young woman beside him, he felt a flicker of uncertainty. After all, a moment ago, the Mark III had been torn apart into pieces, utterly defenseless, in a fit of Superwoman's rage. He was, in fact, relieved that the scattered fragments weren't body parts. "If you're sure about this, Tony, then I won't try to talk you out of it. After all, it's yours. But honestly, those greedy types will never be satisfied with such a small token. So I'd suggest adding a little extra insurance inside the suit." Lu Yunming shot Rhodey a cold glance before speaking with calm detachment. "Hey, of course I know that. You don't have to spell it out for me. And besides, this kind of groundbreaking tech will keep those fools busy for ages." Tony's eyebrows shot up in delight, and he grinned so wide that even his teeth couldn't hide his satisfaction. With the crisis of palladium poisoning finally behind him, he was in an exceptionally good mood. Jarvis's security protocols were the highest level. The suits could be handed over to the Department of Defense and the military for research, but only as obsolete models. Tony absolutely hated the feeling of being boiled like a frog in warm water, so he made sure to leave a few surprises inside the armor. "Oh, right, Tony. Today's your birthday. Let me give you a present." Lu Yunming suddenly remembered something. She walked to the entrance of the villa's main hall and beckoned everyone over. "I'm sure I'll love it." Tony followed her without a second thought, convinced she'd stashed something amazing outside the villa. "This is something truly special, though it's a bit of a hassle," Lu Yunming said to herself as she looked up and pointed toward the sky. Immediately, everyone followed the direction of her finger, and in that moment, even Tony, every face froze in stunned disbelief. Outside the villa, on the beach beneath the cliffs, Natasha stared up at the night sky, her expression filled with shock. She tapped her comm earpiece. "Boss, I think you need to look up at the sky. What's there to see? Is she out of her mind?" Nick Fury's confused voice crackled over the comm. followed by a burst of astonished expletives. At the same moment, people all over the world, in every corner and country, enjoying the peaceful night, happened to glance up at the moon. In unison, they let out cries of disbelief. There, in the cloudless night sky, high on the face of the moon, a gigantic message was faintly etched. "Don't try to steal my steel armor. Go fuck yourself." Every letter stretched for hundreds of kilometers, so massive that they could be seen crystal clear from Earth. The sight was utterly breathtaking, like witnessing the end of the world. People stared, slack-jawed, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Did she seriously carve words onto the moon? Nick Fury roared in terror. Was this even humanly possible? He mentally compared this feat to Carol's powers and realized, with a jolt, that Superwoman had gotten even stronger since her return. Damn it, is this ever going to end? How could S.H.I.E.L.D. possibly maintain balance now? How are they supposed to respond? How is this any different from an alien invasion of Earth? And that's not all, boss. Superwoman's back, and she told the billionaire there's something in S.H.I.E.L.D. that can cure his palladium poisoning. Our plan failed before it even started. Natasha's voice was cold and mechanical, utterly indifferent. She had long sensed that SHLD's secret machinations would ultimately come to nothing. Yeah, I know. I've actually received other pieces of intel that are making the authorities panic, Nick Fury replied. His voice sounded strained rather than surprised. What is it? Natasha asked, her curiosity piqued. Could there really be anything more terrifying than broadcasting a message to the whole world by carving it onto the moon? 10 minutes ago, at the American military base in Japan, an abandoned aircraft carrier disappeared from the shipyard. And at the exact same moment, over 1,000 National Guard troops stationed along the Malibu coastline to monitor Iron Man vanished without a trace. Guess what happened next? That same abandoned carrier suddenly fell from the sky and crashed straight through the White House banquet hall, perfectly avoiding the president's office. Then, one after another, fully armed National Guard soldiers started marching out from that damn carrier. Over 1,000 of them. The president was so terrified his heart nearly stopped. The clueless White House agents were left speechless. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought they were a bunch of temps hired to cook dinner. Damn it, throwing a 70,000-ton carrier around like a shot put. Who else but Superwoman could pull that off? Nick Fury's nerves were shot, his emotions in turmoil. When he first heard the report, he was utterly stunned. A 70,000-ton derelict carrier dropping out of the sky? It sounded she had long sensed that SHLD's covert machinations would ultimately come to nothing. Yeah, I know. In fact, I've received some other intelligence that's enough to send the authorities into a panic. Nick Fury replied, his voice edged with discomfort rather than surprise. What is it? Natasha asked, her curiosity piqued. Could there really be something even more terrifying than etching words on the moon for the whole world to see? 10 minutes ago, at the American military base in Japan, an abandoned aircraft carrier went missing from the reclaimed shipyard. And at the very same moment, over 1,000 National Guardsmen stationed along Malibu's coastline, tasked with keeping an eye on Iron Man, vanished without a trace. Guess what happened next? That abandoned carrier came hurtling out of the sky and crashed straight through the White House's grand ballroom, landing with uncanny precision just short of the president's office. And then, one after another, those missing guardsmen marched out of the blasted hulk, fully armed and ready for action. The president was so frightened his heart nearly stopped. A bunch of clueless Secret Service agents were left standing around in utter confusion. Anyone looking on would have thought they were last-minute hires brought in to cook for the party. Damn, who else but Superwoman could toss a 70,000-ton aircraft carrier like it was a shot put? Nick Fury's heart was pounding, his nerves were shot. He could hardly stay composed. The first time he'd heard this report, he'd been utterly dumbfounded. A 70,000-ton derelict carrier falling from the sky? It sounded like the punchline to the wildest joke he'd ever heard. But then came the kicker. Superwoman had seared the words, "I can do anything," right into the carrier's armored hull with her heat vision. Was this a demonstration for the American government, or an outright declaration of war? It was impossible to judge her intent. If it was just a show of force, who in their right mind would toss a carrier for fun and flatten the White House ballroom, leaving the place in utter shambles? That was taking things way too far. But if it was war, she hadn't harmed a single soul from start to finish. Her message was crystal clear, physical intimidation, and a warning. Our Superwoman sure has quite the temper. I'd wager those politicians and top brass won't be getting much sleep tonight, Natasha quipped, the corners of her mouth lifting with intrigue. If the government and military had chosen to turn up the heat slowly, like boiling a frog this time, but if someone like General Ross had been in charge, more radical and reckless, the result could very well have been a bloodbath. This isn't a laughing matter, Agent Romanoff. This means we have absolutely no way to keep Superwoman in check. She can do whatever she pleases, and all we can do is stand by and watch. Nick Fury rubbed his temples in frustration, fighting off a throbbing headache. He'd always known this day might come, a day when they'd have no answer to Superwoman. But people always hope they'll find a way to beat the odds. He truly hadn't expected Supergirl's reaction to be so extreme. Merely threatening Tony Stark had somehow escalated into a global incident, and the rate at which Supergirl's powers were growing was downright unnatural. In just 2 years, her destructive capacity had jumped from lifting 1,300 to 1,600 tons to tossing around 70,000-ton aircraft carriers like toys. What's more, she seemed to do it all with effortless ease. How could that be reasonable? It wasn't reasonable at all. Nick, you should have realized from the start that even 2 years ago, the authorities were already powerless against Supergirl. Stop trying. It's not the first time, is it? If this had been anything more than verbal pressure, if there had been even the slightest real harm, I dare say those military officials' heads would have been delivered to their desks by morning. Natasha's face remained calm as she spoke in an even tone. Supergirl's very existence was deterrent enough for everyone, not to mention the mysterious Black Watcher lurking in the shadows, someone who had yet to reveal any moves at all. Nuclear deterrence? Even Iron Man could intercept a nuclear missile. Supergirl would only be more capable. If things were to escalate to the point of being a global threat, what then? Go to war? Don't be ridiculous. We need to have a talk with the American government. It's time for those would-be rulers, those Luthers drunk on dreams of power, to wake up. At the very least, we can't afford to have another enemy like this. Nick Fury's face darkened. After a brief silence, he spoke up. This time, I think they'll listen. They're the sort who won't cry until they see the coffin. Natasha said with contempt, seriously doubting whether those people had any sense at all. Nick silently pulled a special pager from his pocket, rubbing his fingers over the buttons again and again. Right now, the only one with a real chance of standing against Supergirl was Captain Marvel, floating out there in space. Thanks to the Pegasus project, she'd absorbed the energy of a light-speed engine explosion and mutated, gaining unimaginable power to manipulate photons. Any cosmic battleship, any enemy, all would be reduced to ash before such overwhelming energy. But could Carol really defeat Supergirl? If she could even fight her to a standstill, or just fall a bit short, Nick Fury would have negotiating leverage. But if she lost, it would mean all-out war with Supergirl, a price far beyond what ordinary people could bear. So he hesitated, unsure if he should activate the pager. After a long silence, Nick Fury finally put away. Suddenly, he thought perhaps he should reach out to some of his old friends. Maybe he could get some useful information. What's my next assignment? Natasha raised an eyebrow, asking lightly. Life was what it was. If you can't fight it, you might as well enjoy it. Nothing for now. Just stay by Pepper Potts' side and keep her safe. I'll have someone deliver what Stark wants to him, and then we'll launch a full-scale manhunt for Ivan Vanko, who attacked Iron Man in Monaco. Nick Fury spoke coldly, his expression unreadable. 2 years ago, we backed down. Now we'll just keep our heads down again. After all, this time S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't overstepped. If anything, we're helping out by dealing with the trouble. Lending a hand is better than doing nothing. Iron Man's technology is impressive, but it's not essential. There's no need to jeopardize our relationship over a trivial matter. Besides, some people who've been causing chaos need a little reminder to behave themselves. Understood, got it. At the entrance to the Malibu beachside villa, Tony's eyes were wide with disbelief. He kept rubbing his face, trying to snap himself awake. He desperately wanted to know, was he drunk or had he dozed off? How else could he have seen a line of words on the moon? That was the moon, a celestial body the size of Asia. It's not like a protest banner where you can write whatever you want. I couldn't think of anything you might be missing, so I gave you this. Hope you like it. Lu Yinming grinned, bumping Tony's shoulder with her fist. I really don't know what to say. Tony finally snapped out of his shock, shaking his head in disbelief. His eyes were filled with astonishment, but the evidence was right in front of him. There was no room for doubt. He always told people Lu was a good friend, but deep down, he sometimes felt a bit intimidated by this young woman. She was just too powerful, on a level that far surpassed the Hulk. It was hard to even comprehend. But today, he realized he'd been too narrow-minded. Isn't it great to have a friend like this? Someone who can step in when things get rough, who's even willing to pull off the impossible when you need it most. That's pretty awesome. Lu, thank you for all of this. Tony said sincerely, bumping her arm with his fist in return. From this moment on, he no longer felt the need to hide or put on a front. This was his good friend, Tony Stark's friend. Anyone who disagreed could come and experience the combined power of technology and mutation. Lu Yinming responded with a gentle, knowing smile. This was her favorite superhero from her home on Blue Star, beyond the fourth wall, and the first person she met upon awakening in this strange world. It meant a lot to her. Damn, the military brass are going to lose their minds tonight. I can already picture the looks on those generals' faces. Rhodey wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, cracking a mischievous joke. What was I thinking back then, trying to snatch the Iron Man suit for myself? Was I just trying to cover for my friend and choose the best outcome? Or was it just my ego talking? Colonel Rhodes, I've got nothing against you. Tonight, I'm just stating the facts. You need to trust your friends more. Don't just focus on appearances. No one can force him, except himself. Liu Yunming narrowed her eyes at Rode, speaking earnestly. Her gaze was almost devoid of emotion. There was no dislike, but neither was there fondness. It was the kind of look that made Rode feel like he was being watched by a hungry wild animal. Okay, I get it. It's my fault, Tony. Rode quickly waved his hands, offering an awkward, apologetic smile. You owe me one, Tony said, winking with a mischievous glint in his eye. Lou, thank you, really thank you. If it weren't for you, I honestly don't know what would have happened to Tony. Pepper stepped forward, warmly hooking her arm through Liu Yunming's, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Don't worry, I'm not interested in him. Liu Yunming glanced at the tall beauty beside her and, almost involuntarily, spoke up. Pepper sometimes looked at her with a hint of caution and wariness in her eyes. Anyone could guess what sort of misunderstanding was brewing in that mind. What was that? Pepper asked, puzzled, not quite catching it. I said, I'm not into men. Liu Yunming let out a resigned sigh, explaining with a helpless expression. What? The three of them exclaimed in perfect unison. Even Happy's mouth dropped wide open in shock. Dude, don't tell me you're gay. Tony leaned back in mock surprise, his face alive with gossip. The rest of them were equally intrigued. A juicy piece of news, if there ever was one. Hidden in the shadows, Natasha's eyes widened, and she perked up, eager to catch every word. I don't like women, either. Let me put it more professionally. There's a reproductive barrier between me and ordinary humans. For example, could a human date a wheel of cheese? It's basically a crime scene, get it? So, Pepper, you really don't need to worry. Tony truly loves you. Liu Yunming, for once, scratched her head, pursing her lips as she tried to explain. She wasn't a superhuman in the traditional sense. She could control her own strength with precision. Even if she tried to retract all her bioenergy, held still, and relaxed her muscles, at best she'd just avoid hurting others, but she'd still be tougher than Diamond. And her weight was, frankly, absurd, far more than she appeared on the surface. If an excavator dropped on her head, it would just leave a Liu Yunming-shaped dent. Who needs romance when you could be getting stronger or roaming the world at will? Everyone's expressions changed. They'd never truly considered just how terrifying Supergirl's defenses were. In theory, if Liu Yunming fell from space to Earth with her biofield deactivated, she'd hit with the force of a meteorite. Oh, Lou, no need to explain. Same-sex relationships aren't discriminated against here. This country is pretty open-minded. Tony gave her a look of understanding, his tone full of playful mischief. Even Pepper's expression had changed. She had never seen Lou show the slightest interest in any man before. She used to think it was simply disdain, but now it seemed there might be a story behind it all. Rhodey and Happy dared not utter a word. After all, Superwoman was nothing like Clark Kent with his gentle temper. Push her too far, and you might end up on the receiving end of a punch. Tony, do you want to take a trip into space? Liu Yuming's voice was silky and unsettling, her smile growing more mischievous by the second. Suddenly I feel like we should have a drink. Isn't this a day worth celebrating? Tony quickly changed the subject, pretending not to have heard her, and headed for the living room. His awkward steps looked like he was marching in place, arms and legs moving stiffly in unison. Pepper stifled a laugh, while Rhodey and Happy couldn't help but grin. This family was nothing if not entertaining. Meanwhile, hiding nearby in the shadows, Natasha's mouth twitched in disbelief. Boss, did you catch all that? MHM, we can't rule out the possibility she's gay. Natasha, I need you to— Nick Fury's voice crackled in her earpiece, but before he could finish, she cut him off. Wait, what do you mean you need me? Director, hold on. You're not seriously asking me to seduce Superwoman, are you? Come on. With her ridiculous strength, she could crush me like a piece of tofu. Please, don't make me do this. I'd end up as a pile of meaningless mush. Natasha's exasperated outburst was tinged with panic. She'd never faced a mission this absurd. It's not just you. Every attractive woman in S.H.I.E.L.D. is eligible. You never know. If it works, we'll have a powerful ace up our sleeve. Nick Fury analyzed with a straight face. At least I'm not asking you to hit on some ugly guy. She's pretty easy on the eyes. Consider it a fair trade. Damn it, Nick. This is pure fantasy. I absolutely refuse. I'm the director, you're the agent. Do I need to remind you of the protocols? With clenched teeth, Natasha cut off the communication. She had no intention of sticking around for another second. This mission was beyond anything a normal person could handle. Yet not far behind her, a mischievous face poked out from the bushes, Yelena, grinning wickedly as she watched her sisters retreating back. At dawn, in a luxurious villa, Lu Yunming sat up in the enormous bed, rubbing her eyes. She gazed at the sunlight, streaming through the window, and stretched contentedly. Even after 2 years of slumber and orbit around Mercury, she kept her habit of sleeping, though her steel body had no real need for rest. Her Kryptonian-like super genes were incredibly powerful. All she needed was sunlight to grow stronger, replenish her energy, and heal her wounds. According to the lore of the DC Universe, aside from her own kind and a handful of ancient monsters, hardly anyone could challenge her. What's more, Kryptonians were formidable warriors with a love of conquest. They thrived on destroying other civilizations and seizing resources to expand their territory, ruthless to the core. Kryptonians like Kal-El are exceedingly rare, especially those born naturally. Growing up on Earth, he enjoyed a happy childhood and received a good education from his adoptive parents, which instilled in him a deep respect for human life. Even when faced with the attacks and insults of his enemies, he manages to hold back from killing. Humans on Earth have sometimes taken advantage of Kal-El's kindness, attacking and berating him. Yet Superman continues to protect humanity as steadfastly as ever. Ordinary Kryptonians, by contrast, are genetically engineered through the Codex of Life, with their careers and life paths determined from birth. Take General Zod, for example, quick to invade civilized planets, slaughtering everyone in his path, driven by a violent nature. This is also why, in the DC Universe, Krypton is destined for destruction by design. But Li Yunming is not a traditional Superman in any sense. Rather, she is more like a hybrid, a fusion of multiple abilities and supermutant genes. She doesn't possess a cruel streak, nor does she have a weakness to kryptonite. To put it simply, she's a human with extraordinary supernatural powers. Even though ordinary humans seem utterly weak in her presence, she has no ambition to become a ruler or dominate the world. After everything she's been through, her inherently lazy and pleasure-seeking nature has crystallized into her ultimate goal, to happily live as a carefree slacker. Becoming stronger is simply a way to deal with the hidden threats lurking across the universe, not because she's spoiling for a fight. Last night, Natasha came by, her probing intentions clear in every word. But faced with a superwoman whose mind works like a supercomputer, the elite agent's thoughts were laid bare. S.H.I.E.L.D. still worries that the superwoman might pose a threat to Earth, hoping to forge even deeper ties and cooperation with her. After all, in the past 2 years, Blackwatch has gained autonomy under the United Nations, free from national oversight, but this has mostly led to indifference and suspicion. When the superwoman is absent, any agreements become nothing more than empty words stripped of meaning. Li Yunming covered her ears, pretending not to hear. Once upon a time, back in her hometown, she'd already endured days of being exploited by bosses and towing the company line. She would never willingly return to that kind of life. She wants to taste every delicacy in the universe, fly to every corner, and experience the customs and cultures of alien worlds. Then, she dreams of finding a beautiful, mild-climate planet to build a big house, where she can bask in the sun on an open-air terrace. As for matters on Earth, she'll look out for her friends, deal with those who threaten her, give as good as she gets to anyone who insults her. And as for the rest, she couldn't care less. Natasha was surprised by this response. Shouldn't someone with such terrifying power be domineering, ruling over all? Otherwise, what's the point of so much power? Yet this news put S.H.I.E.L.D. at ease. At least Nick Fury genuinely has no desire to make an enemy of the Superwoman. At this stage, even the things Superwoman has done, including making certain people disappear without a trace, are still within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capacity to accept. As long as she doesn't cause massive destruction, whatever she demands, money or assistance, the International Security Council is willing to provide. That's their stance. Faced with this, Lu Yunming has only one attitude. Don't mess with me, or I'll toss you into space. Nick Fury immediately voiced his agreement. If it were him, he'd do the same thing. Lu Yunming smirked mischievously, though she certainly kept her true thoughts to herself. The political landscape on Earth is far too fragmented and complex to usher in the space age quickly. Adapting swiftly to the evolving environment is essential. Ruling by force is not the way forward. Wherever there is oppression, humanity has always risen in resistance. Take away their freedom, and no matter who you are, even if they're overpowered, people will still fight back. At the very least, they'll hide their resentment, bide their time, and when you're at your weakest, they'll bare their fangs. Outwardly, Blackwatch has quietly amassed a fortune since its inception, staying under the government's radar and keeping a low profile. In reality, though Black Watch's development hasn't slowed down in the past 2 years. The Shadow Guard, originally Black Widow's secret agents, have always thrived on infiltration, espionage, and brainwashing. In these 2 years, just how deeply they've infiltrated and how much power they've seized. Even Liu Yunming herself doesn't have all the answers. When she first returned, she relied on her super senses to get a general grasp of the situation. To put it simply, if she wished, Black Watch could now unleash a wave of terror on par with the Second World War. But destroying the world holds no appeal. The real thrill lies in defying the heavens, the earth, and humanity alike. With her abilities growing ever stronger, Earth itself is starting to seem a bit too small for her. Yet there's no doubt, to truly usher in an era of universal spaceflight, Earth's governments must unite. Even a genuine united government would suffice, anything but the current sham. So the road ahead is long, and there's no need to rush. At that moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Liu Yunming yawned, curiosity piqued, and activated her X-ray vision to glance toward the entrance. Normally, her supervision and superhearing are entirely under her control. Unlike Kryptonians, she doesn't need to bask in a yellow sun to awaken her powers, nor does she suffer from the overwhelming noise that comes with it. Clark was born naturally, so his body is different from genetically engineered Kryptonians. When his powers awakened, the reaction wasn't too dramatic, well within tolerable limits. But for someone like General Zod's lieutenant, Farah, the real awakening of Kryptonian super genes is a painful ordeal, collapsing to the ground in agony. Liu Yunming has it much easier. Whenever the noise becomes overwhelming, she simply turns off her powers and returns to normal hearing. She keeps only her danger sense active. Even in the worst-case scenarios, her superhuman reflexes are more than enough to handle whatever comes her way. It's incredibly useful. Looking through the main gate, she saw Tony standing there in his Iron Man suit. "Good morning, Lou. Did you sleep well? Got a minute? I want to show you something." Tony greeted her with a knowing smile as Liu Yunming, still in her pajamas, opened the door. The fortress expansion is finished. Liu Yunming's sleepiness vanished instantly, curiosity lighting up her face. "Come on, Lou. You really have a knack for ruining surprises." Tony rolled his eyes with a helpless sigh. In truth, the Blackwatch Airborne Fortress had been completed just yesterday, on his own birthday, in fact. But with the chaos of the dinner party, he'd completely forgotten to mention it. "All right, let's go right now." Liu Yunming replied with a gentle smile. The truth was, she'd already caught sight of that giant flying saucer hidden high above the clouds when she returned to Earth. Compared to the mansions and villas on the ground, she much preferred basking in the sun way up in the sky. "Well, it seems you can't wait another second," Tony said with a wry smile. None of his surprises ever seemed to work on Supergirl, which always left him feeling a bit defeated. Liu Yunming changed into the standard Homelander uniform, grabbed Tony, and with a thunderous launch, soared straight into the sky. In less than a minute, they had flown from Malibu, Los Angeles, all the way to the open skies above the ocean. She found Tony's Iron Man suit much too slow. Mach 5 was simply embarrassing, so she wrapped him in a biofield and shot forward at breakneck speed. Along the way, shockwave clouds and sonic booms erupted one after another, rumbling like C4 detonations, but Tony couldn't feel a thing. That left him feeling even more frustrated. Imagine that. After pouring so much money and effort into building a cutting-edge suit of armor, it was nothing but scrap metal compared to Supergirl. Before long, the two of them reached a massive structure floating high above, shrouded by clouds. The original Red Room Airborne Fortress looked like a cylinder piercing through 3 enormous intersecting crosses, twisted together at odd angles. A rough, unfinished skeletal structure. It wasn't pretty, but it was functional, in keeping with Slavic tastes. Now, however, the fortress was almost unrecognizable. The Blackwatch Fortress had kept its original central framework, but had been greatly expanded outward. 8 sealed bridge pods had been added, their exterior clad in the same gold titanium alloy as Iron Man's suit, massively boosting defense and impact resistance. Hidden within the outer metal shell was an optical camouflage curtain, the latest stealth technology from Stark Industries. When fully activated, the entire fortress could enter stealth mode. Though still in the experimental phase and not yet publicly announced, even the most advanced American radar systems would have a hard time picking up its presence. A massive metal ring slanted downward from the main structure, encircling the core at its center. Its surface was layered with concentrated solar panels, capable of absorbing radiation as an auxiliary power source. On the reverse side, it boasted Stark Industries' most advanced technology, 6 large, high-efficiency plasma thrusters. The entire fortress was at least 3 times larger than before. From a distance, it resembled a gigantic, high-tech flying saucer. Inside, a large-scale arc reactor had been installed as its primary power supply, resolving the enormous energy consumption issue once and for all. A new generation of anti-gravity devices minimized the influence of Earth's gravity, allowing the fortress to remain airborne and glide slowly through the sky. So what do you think, Lou? You helped me intimidate those politicians by carving on the moon, and in return, here's a brand new fortress for you. The two of them touched down on the fortress's landing pad, and Tony couldn't wait to show off. This really feels like living in a floating city. Not bad at all. Liu Yunming gazed up at the colossal structure before her, intrigued. This was even better than she'd imagined. Yes, it's a compact floating city, 3.5 kilometers in diameter. Tony spread his arms wide, feeling the fierce wind at that altitude, and launched into a spirited introduction. I've divided the fortress into living quarters and work areas. The living quarters are at the very center. Over 14,000 bedrooms, plus kitchens, bathrooms, and every facility you can think of. The air purification system ensures a constant supply of oxygen, while atmospheric water harvesting technology extracts moisture from the air, filters it specially, and makes it safe to drink. Every room's outer wall is shielded against radiation, impacts, and explosions, and the interior walls are completely soundproof. Whatever you do inside, no one will ever know. Tony gave a sly wink, grinning mischievously. Besides the original features, I've added plenty of research labs, medical bays, training rooms, and a built-in hangar. Externally, there are 45 defense turrets, 79 rapid-fire Vulcan cannons, and 128 missile launch ports. Tony kept boasting, the words "praise me" practically written across his face. Liu Yunming couldn't help but twitch at the sheer scale of the firepower, enough to annihilate a city the size of New York. Soon, they arrived at the fortress's massive metal entrance. Tony keyed in the access code, and the communicator sprang to life with a cold, mechanical voice. Welcome to Blackwatch Fortress. Initiating identity recognition. Identification complete. Chief Engineer of Blackwatch, the most popular Iron Man, the wisest of all, Tony Stark. Supreme Commander and most formidable warrior of Blackwatch Alliance, Yunming Liu. I am Red Queen. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Is this the Red Queen? Liu Yunming asked in astonishment, pointing at the vivid virtual image before her. She remembered that just 2 years ago, Blackwatch's intelligence system was little more than an antivirus program, capable only of handling relatively simple commands, while the rest of the work fell on Jarvis, who had to toil endlessly to keep everything running. But now, the Red Queen could actually speak, and she appeared as a cool, striking young woman. Well, it wasn't the red-haired girl in a flowing dress she'd imagined. Definitely not what she expected. That's right. I've upgraded and optimized the Red Queen into a pseudo-artificial intelligence program, mainly responsible for keeping the systems of the airborne fortress running smoothly, Tony explained, his eyes twinkling with pride. She has the same functionality as Jarvis and can even ask questions. Her intelligence is a bit lower, though. Sometimes she malfunctions or gets confused about her tasks, but I'm working on it. It's nothing major. I specially designed her voice synthesis, cold, seductive, matching the fortress's vibe perfectly. How does that old saying go in Chinese? Show no mercy to your enemies, but always have your comrades' backs. Liu Yunming could hardly keep from retorting. Who on earth taught you that kind of Americanized translation? The meaning was similar, yes, but the nuance was completely different. Good friends can do more than just put their arms around each other's shoulders. They can even play pranks together. So what do you think? I figured you'd like it. After they entered the oxygenated zone, Tony shed his armor with a flourish, looking every bit the proud creator. He had poured his heart and soul into the Blackwatch Fortress, designing its structure, supervising construction, inspecting the materials himself. He'd never been this meticulous, not even when he was a CEO. It's not bad. Honestly, she sounds like a femme fatale, like she'd pull a knife on someone at any moment. Liu Yunming replied with a wry smile, taking in her surroundings with a keen eye. Exactly. That's the effect I wanted. Liu, your description is spot on. Tony beamed, laughing with theatrical delight. He always hoped his creations would win the approval of his friends, basking in their praise and admiration. Once the Red Queen had finished her scan, the hatch slid open automatically, revealing a corridor brimming with futuristic style. Shadow guards clad in black tactical suits and marked with dragon shield insignias stood at attention on either side of the passage. The moment they spotted Liu Yunming, each one brought a clenched right fist to her left chest in salute, eyes unwavering, their demeanor icy and disciplined, executing their duties with absolute precision. Some of these shadow guards, once Black Widows, had witnessed Liu Yunming's bold destruction of the Red Room and held her in deep reverence. Others had been recalled from across the globe. They too knew of the Superwoman from television and news reports. For the one who had turned the tide, steadied a collapsing world, and granted them their freedom, her image would be forever etched in their hearts. Lou, to be honest, I'm a little jealous. They never treat me with such respect. I have to complain to you. They actually tease their own boss. It's making me feel seriously unsafe. Tony put on a look of utter anguish, his voice full of dramatic conviction as he aired his grievances. I think you're enjoying every minute of it. Lu Yunming couldn't even be bothered to tease him. Could this notorious playboy really be worried about being surrounded by women? But she had to admit, the shadow guards were highly disciplined, orderly, attentive, and well-trained to perfection. If she remembered correctly, it was that young girl, Yelena, who was in charge of their drills. Tony had once mentioned arranging a college life at MIT for her. All right, let's not be so formal. At ease, everyone, Lu Yunming said with a mischievous smile, waving her hand at the welcoming shadow guards. Okay, all you lovely ladies, don't treat your leader like some circus act. We're going in to have a look around, so you can all return to your posts now, Tony said playfully, giving a theatrical little bow and gesturing for them to proceed. The shadow guards obeyed instantly. Apart from two left to stand guard, the rest quickly returned to their duties. This assembly was only for a simple welcoming ceremony, organized specially for Superwoman's first inspection since the fortress expansion was completed. The two of them entered the corridor and walked for what felt like nearly 800 meters before reaching the heart of the complex, the fortress main control room. Along the way, every shadow guard who saw Lu Yunming lit up with excitement. After all, the last 2 years have been stifling for them. Tony was certainly a genius, but Iron Man's deterrent power paled in comparison to Superwoman's. The government and the military dared to openly threaten Stark Industries. One could only imagine the gulf in influence between the two. Lately, the shadow guards have been run ragged, not only keeping Black Watch's original enterprises afloat, but also having to clean up a never-ending stream of trouble for Stark Industries. Infiltration, espionage, surveillance, subterfuge, even ambushes and kidnappings. Their missions over the past 2 years had been enough to make anyone's head spin. Fortunately, there were enough shadow guards to go around. Aside from burning through mountains of cash, there weren't any insurmountable problems. Their lives, for the most part, could proceed as normal. Inside the control room, Tony approached the console and called up a virtual interface, his fingers dancing rapidly across the display. In a matter of moments, a three-dimensional holographic image of the airborne fortress shimmered to life at the center of the room. From the outside, the new fortress looked sleek and minimalist, almost like an alien starship. But a glimpse inside revealed just how complex its structure truly was. What's that? Lu Yunming asked curiously, pointing at a particular image beneath the fortress. The exterior of the entire fortress was visually harmonious, dominated by smooth, streamlined lines and very few sharp edges. Yet, at its base, there was a conspicuously prominent structural feature. It looked a bit like a thruster, but considering the plasma engines already installed beneath the fortress's circular solar panels, adding another thruster seemed rather redundant. Li Yunming wasn't an expert in mechanics. Despite having a super brain, she couldn't make much sense of it all at first glance. Actually, I took a few scenarios into account and made some modifications to the bottom of the fortress, incorporating a few ideas I had, Tony explained. Okay, to be honest, I equipped the fortress with a high-powered, giant arc pulse cannon, Tony said, stroking his mustache, making no attempt to hide the truth. When he first designed the thing, he'd referenced the energy circulation systems from his Iron Man suit. But right now, it was just a prototype, more for show than any actual use. You mean something that works like your repulsor? Li Yunming was starting to understand, but still asked with some confusion. Sure enough, Tony had once again concocted some unreasonable piece of black tech, shrinking the arc reactor, enlarging the repulsor, almost as if he were playing a game. That's right. It's an oversized version of the repulsor. It can provide propulsion to keep the fortress stable. But most importantly, this device can unleash a superheated energy beam, capable of striking targets on the ground from an altitude of 20,000 meters. However, due to insufficient energy, it can't actually fire yet, Tony added, his fingers dancing deftly over the virtual keyboard as he brought up a more detailed schematic. You mean an orbital weapon? Li Yunming's eyes lit up with interest. But that spark quickly dimmed. Orbital weapons refer to weapon platforms deployed in planetary orbit, capable of targeting and striking critical enemy facilities anywhere on the planet's surface. Depending on their power output, such weapons could even threaten targets below sea level or underground. They're a new concept weapon system designed to counter strategic threats from orbit or even beyond. Typically, these weapons would be satellite platforms encircling the Earth, firing lasers or deploying physical nuclear warheads at ground targets. Once activated and set to attack mode, the destructive power of an orbital weapon would be unimaginable. capable of leveling a city in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for defense. However, back on Blainstar, her old home, such weapons remain squarely in the realm of science fiction. At least for now, nowhere near capable of world-shattering force. It wasn't that the basic theory couldn't be achieved, but rather that, even if built, such weapons simply wouldn't wield that kind of power. If the ground were struck by a so-called orbital weapon, the most anyone would feel was a brief flash of light, less intense than the sun on a tropical beach. Launching physical missiles from orbit wouldn't compare to the strategic weapons fired by a nuclear submarine, and the costs were astronomical. For now, there was simply no reason to build them. MHM, it is indeed a kind of space-based weapon, but its operational limits are extremely high, and it consumes an enormous amount of energy, Tony remarked, sounding casual. Interesting. I always thought such weapons only existed in theory, Liu Yunmeng mused as she sifted through the virtual images. That's true. Until I built it, it only ever existed in theory. But who am I? I'm Tony Stark, the top mechanical engineer of the 21st century. Tony flashed a smile, unabashedly showing off his pride. However, at this stage, the arc reactor simply can't support the energy demands of the main cannon. If I force a launch, the fortress would immediately lose its levitation power and drain every bit of stored energy. Unless it's at a sufficient altitude, the fortress would crash to the ground like a meteorite, extremely dangerous. He rubbed his brow in frustration as he continued explaining. He had planned to surprise Li Yunmeng with something even greater, but clearly, the current technological bottleneck was not so easily overcome. Isn't that already amazing? You have the concept and the prototype. I believe you can make it work, Li Yunmeng said with a gentle smile, patting Tony's shoulder in encouragement. How wonderful, she thought. When it's finished, you can rain down judgment from the sky, and if the energy runs out, you can threaten with a meteor strike. Its deterrence would far surpass that of nuclear weapons. This, no doubt, was one of the reasons the military dared not take action lightly before finding the Blackwatch headquarters. Of course, I'm a genius. Just give me some time, and I'll make the reactor circuit spin even faster. That way, the fortress will have enough basic power while also being able to launch ultra-long-range strikes on ground targets. Tony thumped his chest with pride, brimming with confidence. Oh, and theoretically, if I can fine-tune the energy output of the arc pulse main cannon, this fortress could break free of Earth's gravity and ascend into space, Tony added, as another thought struck him. But as of now, we haven't completed all the tests, so there are still plenty of risks, he said, shaking his head with a sigh. Technological progress is always a step-by-step journey. There are no shortcuts. A solid foundation combined with extraordinary imagination is what enables humanity to create a powerful future. For now, though, what was needed was time. Originally, Tony couldn't solve his palladium poisoning, and believing he had little time left, he put many air fortress projects on hold. But now, he intended to head straight to S.H.I.E.L.D. and see just what the old man had left for him. With the tour of the Air Fortress's control room complete, Tony Stark was the first to leave. He was ready to have a serious talk with S.H.I.E.L.D. and to put research on the new element at the top of his agenda. The palladium poisoning was like a venomous thorn deeply embedded in his heart. Although the symptoms had eased for now, a complete cure remained a formidable challenge. Tony knew he had to find a solution as soon as possible, or else the aura surrounding Iron Man would gradually fade away. Meanwhile, Li Yunmeng continued her tour of the other renovated facilities inside the airborne fortress. Yelena had left to study at MIT, while Elosiel was secretly protecting Pepper and Tony on behalf of Stark Industries. Familiar faces were few and far between. Most of those who remained were Black Widows returning to the Blackwatch Fortress after completing undercover missions around the world. But soon enough, she spotted Melina, clad in a white lab coat and tinkering with some experimental equipment. This former Black Widow, who had survived 4 rounds of the Red Room's merciless training, possessed a natural gift for scientific research. Hi, Chief. Long time no see. I thought you'd gone back to Krypton. Melina greeted her with a gentle wave and a warm smile. Melina, there's no Krypton in this universe. Strictly speaking, I'm a superhuman with supernatural abilities brought about by genetic mutation, not Superman, Li Yunmeng replied, stepping forward to embrace the elegant woman with a polite smile. Well, to be honest, I'd rather not have a civilization in the universe that's always looking to invade others, Melina said with a shake of her head. The terrifying Kryptonian lore from the comics always left her uneasy. A race of super beings who could grow stronger just by basking in sunlight. It was simply unreasonable. If they really appeared in this world, humanity would stand no chance at all. By the way, you've arrived at just the right time. I've recently developed a special serum and have been running some tests on pigs, Melina suddenly remembered, grabbing her tablet from the desk. She swiped her finger across the screen and handed it over. Li Yunmeng took the tablet, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she studied the data. Leech serum, she asked, surprised, lifting her head. That's right. This is a super serum synthesized from gene cells extracted from leeches, Melina replied calmly, her tone certain. For the past 2 years, Melina, together with Dr. Banner and Dr. Betty, have been working tirelessly to develop an antidote to counteract the neural circuit inhibitors. A year and a half ago, their efforts finally bore fruit. Tens of thousands of Black Widows, including the Mimic Master, Antonia, received muscular injections of the antidote. The results were remarkable. Almost every Black Widow regained her autonomy. But there was one exception, Serval Melantis, the Black Widow who controlled a Middle Eastern oil company. After receiving the serum, she underwent a bizarre mutation. The neural control wasn't broken. Instead, the serum dramatically enhanced her muscle strength, to the point where she could lift over 500 pounds. You have to know, Serval is a slender young woman, standing at less than 170 centimeters tall. This abnormal muscle strength piqued Melina's curiosity. She examined Serval's body and extracted her genetic information, discovering that the antidote hadn't actually failed. Instead, after being injected, a certain substance had resonated within her, triggering a mutation in her genes. Upon further research, Melina found that this mysterious substance was actually cellular tissue from leeches. Serval had a peculiar habit. Whenever her stress became overwhelming, she would calm herself by letting a swarm of leeches crawl over her body and feed on her blood. The remnants inside the leeches turn out to be the very culprit responsible for her genetic changes. Without hesitation, Melina decided to take this further, beginning a deeper line of research based on both the antidote and the leeches. After more than a year of relentless effort, the first generation of leech serum was finally completed. Experiments on pigs revealed astonishing results. These land animals, without any changes to their physical appearance, began to adapt to an underwater environment. They could hold their breath for over 15 minutes, and all aspects of their physical resilience improved dramatically. When sulfuric acid was poured onto a pig's skin, it took 5 minutes before it even started to dissolve slowly. Melina began to question whether this creature was still even a pig. What's more, this pig's strength had grown to rival that of a young calf. It could slam into an iron gate with such force that the metal would buckle. But as for slowing the aging process, the effects are only skin deep. It doesn't do much to extend one's lifespan, Melina explained, a trace of regret in her voice. The side effect is a dramatic increase in appetite. This little pig once devoured 3 times its usual amount of food in a single sitting. Dr. Banner refused to allow human trials, so up to now, the leech serum has only been tested on animals. With Serval's experimental data, the serum's compatibility with human physiology has reached 83%, and the success rate is as high as 68%. Even in cases of failure, the side effects on the human body are minimal, just a period of weakness. A hint of bitterness crossed Melina's face. Clearly, she was troubled by the inability to proceed with human trials. From a scientist's perspective, she wished this technology could be perfected. As things stood, while the serum had some impressive capabilities, its shortcomings were still glaringly obvious. The animal testing phase would soon come to a close, and then the project would move into its third stage, preliminary human trials. Only by doing so could they collect data more efficiently. Melina even entertained the thought of injecting herself. I hope you'll grant permission for preliminary human testing, even if I have to be the subject myself, Melina said, stepping forward to face Li Yunming, her tone solemn. To be honest, today seemed like a perfect opportunity. Dr. Banner had taken his girlfriend, Dr. Betty, on vacation. Perhaps she could take advantage of their absence. But no, Melina quickly dismissed the impractical idea. She was not a cold-blooded beast without any moral boundaries. Now that the leader had returned, she would let the leader make the decision. Lu Yunming's face remained serene, but inside, a storm was raging. Wasn't this essentially a different kind of super soldier serum? It dramatically enhanced all aspects of the human body, slowing aging, boosting physical resistance, and extending lifespan. Although the improvements in each indicator weren't overwhelming. In a sense, if humanity could successfully utilize it, the leech serum would prove even more perfect than the unstable super soldier serum. How is Seville doing now? Lu Yunming asked with curiosity. After receiving an injection of the improved antidote, she's back to her normal self. She's out there in the training field, showing off her strength, Melina replied with a gentle smile. She found it amusing to recall the girl's excited face as she swung a 50-kilogram dumbbell in one hand as easily as if she were spinning a windmill. Well done. Keep refining the research. I want every shadow guard to be injected with this serum. I'll have a detailed discussion with Dr. Banner to ensure the third phase of the plan goes smoothly. Oh, by the way, I've asked Tony to give you a raise, Lu Yunming said, her eyes filled with approval and without a trace of hesitation in her praise. No need for a raise. I already have more money than I could spend. As for the next stage of research, you're the boss. I'll follow your lead, Melina replied with a soft, amused chuckle. Back in the days of the Red Room, Black Widow agents had been injected with similar enhancement serums. If the injection succeeded, these seemingly delicate women could match the strength of a robust adult man. Under the serum's effects, the lactic acid produced by their muscles would transform into other elemental substances. Endurance, resistance, and physical recovery would all improve significantly. However, that serum was crude and provided only modest enhancement, while carrying tremendous risks. Those who couldn't adapt to the serum died on the spot. In comparison, under controlled conditions, the leech serum was far more stable, carried minimal risks, and left almost no side effects, yet still provided extraordinary results. The arrival of the leech serum marked another major technological breakthrough for Blackwatch. In truth, even before founding Blackwatch, Lu Yunming had planned for this, though back then, she'd set her sights on the super soldier serum. But after learning about its high failure rate and instability, she'd shelved the idea for the time being. Now, with the emergence of the leech serum, she saw hope for arming every Shadow Guard and elevating Blackwatch's overall strength. After all, compared to those alien civilizations lurking in the vast and endless cosmos, Earth's power was simply too fragile. Blackwatch couldn't depend solely on her. Universal enhancement was essential. Lu Yunming never saw herself as the Clark Kent type, a perennial good guy who could be dragged into court, locked behind bars, and still devote himself to protecting the weak. What she sought was a strength so formidable that it would quash any inkling of curiosity or threat. She craved lasting peace above all else. Any enemy daring to disrupt Earth's beautiful home, be they alien or human, would face devastating retribution, with no mercy spared. Lost in thought, Lu Yunming wandered to the fortress's training ground. Dozens of Shadow Guards were there, sweating as they sparred and honed their combat and marksmanship skills together. But the real spectacle lay at the room's center, where two figures faced off in a tense standoff. Alexei stood shirtless, his powerful muscles on display, thick arms locked tightly around the neck of a Shadow Guard. Over the past 2 years, this former Red Guardian had pushed himself relentlessly, shedding all excess weight and regaining his formidable physique. He had since risen to become a squad. Lu Yunming never saw herself as a goody-two-shoes like Clark Kent. She couldn't bring herself to protect the weak with unwavering devotion, even after being sued, thrown in jail, or otherwise wronged. What she wanted was power, enough strength to make others shy away from even thinking of testing her limits, and a peace that would last. Any enemy reckless enough to threaten the beauty of Earth's home, whether alien or human, would be met with ruthless, devastating force. No merci, no exceptions. Lost in thought, Lu Yunming found herself at the fortress training ground. Dozens of Shadow Guards were hard at work, sweating as they sparred and honed their skills in both hand-to-hand combat and marksmanship. But all eyes were drawn to the center of the room, where two stood locked in a fierce standoff. Alexei, shirtless and displaying his impressive physique, had his thick arms tightly locked around the neck of one of the Shadow Guards. Over the past 2 years, the once burly Red Guardian had kept up his training, shedding the weight he'd gained and regaining his formidable build. He had also risen to become a squad leader among the 12 permanent Shadow Guard teams of Blackwatch. In his own words, his confidence had taken a serious blow after that showdown with Steve Rogers, the American captain. Alexei was determined to reclaim his pride on his own terms. The girl he grappled with, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, fought with everything she had, aiming her attacks at his most vulnerable spots. But Alexei, having been injected with the super soldier serum, was far beyond the physical limits of any ordinary human. It wasn't long before the Shadow Guard girl succumbed to his chokehold and slipped into unconsciousness. Yeah, victory number 109. Alexei threw back his head, beaming as he pumped a triumphant fist in the air, muscles rippling, his laughter booming across the room. But just as he was about to say more, the girl who'd been knocked out suddenly sprang up and locked her arms around his neck in a surprise counterattack. Her move was so quick and crafty, it caught everyone off guard. After a lengthy struggle, Alexei finally managed to break free, using his superior physique to toss her to the mat. Serval, you're stronger than you look. If I hadn't been dosed with super soldier serum, I'd have been out cold ages ago, Alexei said with a laugh, rubbing his neck as he helped the girl to her feet. One day, I'll be stronger than you, Captain, the girl shot back, refusing to admit defeat. I'll be waiting, Alexei replied with an easy wave of his hand, clearly in high spirits. Standing just outside the training ground, Lu Yunming couldn't help but shake her head in amusement. At least that big lug wasn't wasting his talents anymore. Still, after her gene mutation, Serval was clearly more than just an average shadow guard. She'd actually managed to match Alexei in strength for quite a while. If there hadn't been such a physical gap between them, the one flat on the mat might have been Alexei himself. Seeing this, Lu Yunming felt even more confident about the leech serum. After a brief discussion with Melina about the progress of the leech serum project, Lu Yunming left the lab. She walked through futuristic hallways, bathed in the glow of advanced technology, and soon arrived at the command center. This used to be Dreykov's office, but after a major expansion, it now covered an area as large as a basketball court. New amenities have been added: a bar, kitchen, restroom, and even a hot spring bathhouse. The recreation room was equipped with the latest gaming consoles and sports facilities, giving everyone a way to relax and unwind in their free time. Yet, what Li Yunming appreciated most was the transparent skylight. With a simple command to the Red Queen, the armored defense panels and sunshades overhead would slide open automatically, letting sunlight pour in. The sky was breathtakingly blue, energy practically overflowing. She lounged lazily in a soft chair, savoring the tranquility, until a harsh red alarm suddenly blared from the control panel on her desk. Red Queen, what's going on? Lu Yunming frowned, eyes fixed on a blinking red dot in the virtual display, her mind swirling with confusion. Could it be an enemy intrusion? After all, Star Technology kept this massive floating fortress hidden around the clock. Radar and the naked eye alike couldn't detect it. Unless a plane or some craft crashed into it at close range, the fortress was all but invisible. What's more, there were 17,000 meters above the open ocean, far from any regular flight paths. Who would be flying around out here for no reason? The odds were next to nothing. Commander, quantum energy tides detected. A massive tsunami appears to be forming. The cause is unknown. Signs of undersea earthquakes, landslides, and volcanic activity have all been ruled out. The Red Queen's voice was cold and mechanical. The Blackwatch airborne fortress was linked to over a dozen space surveillance satellites, providing comprehensive ground signal coverage. So, when satellites caught a whiff of something abnormal, the Red Queen immediately reported to Lu Yunming. Where exactly? Lu Yunming rose to her feet and moved to the window, her brow furrowed with worry. Quantum energy tides? What on earth was that supposed to mean? Coastal areas of Kyushu, Shikoku, and the Kanto region on Honshu in Japan, as well as the eastern coastline of China, will be struck by a massive tsunami in 5 minutes. According to calculations, the affected area spans 327 kilometers. Tokyo will be the hardest-hit city. Estimated casualties exceed hundreds of thousands. The Japanese, is it? Lu Yunming's interest faded, and she relaxed back into her chair, tension draining from her body. Save them? Not in this lifetime, especially not for the Japanese. A country riddled with nuclear wastewater and genetic mutations. She couldn't even muster the interest to intervene. Frankly, not wiping them out altogether was kindness enough. She was a superhuman, not a deity. With a disaster this widespread, with so many people at risk, she couldn't possibly save everyone. Better to give them a fair chance. Let them fight for survival in the face of catastrophe. Perhaps this would serve as a wake-up call, a lesson for such a base nation. You built the Yasukuni Shrine of Infamy. You refused to acknowledge your history of aggression. You massacred countless innocent civilians. Do you see now? Retribution is upon you. Wait, did you say the affected area includes the East China Sea? Lu Yunming was startled, suddenly sitting upright as she pressed on urgently. That's correct. The tsunami this time is immense in scale. The coastal regions along the East China Sea will suffer a certain degree of damage. How severe is this certain degree of damage exactly? Lu Yunming narrowed her eyes, her expression grave. Because the energy surge originated in the Pacific, the Japanese archipelago will serve as the first line of defense, bearing the brunt of the tsunami. Calculations indicate that after striking Japan, the tsunami's aftershock will reach the eastern coast of China, producing waves about 10 meters high. This could put some fishermen's lives at risk. So, in other words, the aftershocks will only affect the shoreline and won't reach the inland areas, correct? Lu Yunming double-checked. That's right. Should I send the warning and data intelligence to the relevant authorities in both Japan and China? The Red Queen's voice remained as cold as ever. No need for anonymity with the Chinese side. Send it immediately under the name of Blackwatch. Lu Yunming's tone was resolute, her decision made in an instant. Mobilize all Blackwatch forces nearby, including the Shadow Guard station at the base. Send everyone out, head to the target location, and prepare for rescue operations. To save a single life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda, let alone when it comes to a place so similar to her own homeland. She had her preferences, but she could never fully consider this place as her true home. Not every traveler from another world necessarily feels a fondness for this world, China. But at least for her, lending a hand where she could was hardly a big deal. Besides, the Black Watch Alliance was about to step onto the global stage, and China's strong support was crucial. Extending another olive branch was one of her aims as well. On this point, S.H.I.E.L.D. had played a little trick. Although Secretary Alexander Pierce submitted an application to the International Security Council, he kept the truth about the establishment of Black Watch by the Superwoman hidden from most countries. This was information Liu Yunming only learned after returning to Earth. Especially during her 2 years away, S.H.I.E.L.D. had only provided rather basic, one-sided application materials. So, after 2 years, Black Watch's request for independent authority was still stuck in the review process. The major powers remained ambiguous, not agreeing, but not outright rejecting it either. Tony understood all this well. In fact, the solution was simple. Just come forward and admit it openly. Unfortunately, Liu Yunming had left in haste, and Tony had decided to wait for her return before making a move. That's why, if she truly wanted to secure this crucial vote, instead of going through the motions, she had to handle it herself. In the future, Earth will cast aside its former divisions and become a true human community. This is the ultimate goal of Liu Yunming's dreams. If some people still think Black Watch is nothing to fear and want to play the slow game, then it's time to remind the world what it truly means to be a superhuman. With all due respect, Commander, Black Watch's resources are limited. We cannot cover every disaster zone. Should we prioritize certain areas during the rescue efforts? The Red Queen's voice chimed in again, tinged with a hint of confusion. As an ordinary artificial intelligence, she was different from Jarvis. She lacked the ability for nuanced, independent thought and could only follow preset protocols. This made her responses somewhat rigid and mechanical. Prioritize the most severely affected regions in the Celestial Empire, Liu Yunming said firmly, her gaze sharpening without a moment's hesitation. A tsunami is a natural disaster, and time is running out for the governments of the affected nations. As for the island nation, let them rely on their own luck. You heard it yourself. Black Watch's resources are limited, and we can't help everyone. Command confirmed. Transmitting information under the Black Watch organization's name. Southeast Asia Shadow Guard Special Response Unit has received the order. The Fortress's Quinjet Squadron is preparing for takeoff. No sooner had the Red Queen finished speaking than the entire fortress was bathed in red alert. Every Shadow Guard, whether in training or on security detail, sprang into action. They swiftly donned their gear and ran in orderly lines toward the hangar, assembling in under a minute. Except for those stationed too far from the disaster zone, every available Shadow Guard received their orders. In quick succession, over 40 Quinjets roared into the sky, racing toward the regions threatened by the tsunami. Commander, our surveillance satellites just detected that, at a tourist spot in the island nation's Four Seas archipelago, there are over 1,200 Celestial Empire tourists gathered. They're directly in the path of the first wave of the tsunami. Recommendation: abandon rescue operations there, and instead use the terrain at coordinate A493 for interception. Red Queen, you really are the Red Queen. Why didn't you say so earlier? Liu Yunming, just about to head out, clicked her tongue and stopped, shooting back a sharp retort. Unbelievable. Truly living up to your name, cold and ruthless Red Queen. She turned, retrieved her specialized communication earpiece from the drawer, and said sternly, sync the exact coordinates to me. And by the way, cue up some jazz. We got work to do. Understood, Commander. Music swelled in the background as Liu Yunming gathered her mutant bioenergy, tracing a circle with one hand. In a flash, a portal shimmering with white light opened, and she stepped through, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, at the Security Department's information section in the Celestial Empire's capital, Chief, we've just received an early warning from Black Watch, a civilian organization. In a few minutes, the eastern coastal region of our country will be struck by an unprecedented, massive tsunami. The staff member in charge of communications reported anxiously. What's the National Oceanic Administration's assessment? The middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit asked, his face clouded with worry. Reporting, sir, the Oceanic Administration says they haven't detected any signs of undersea volcanic activity or seismic waves. The staff member responded without delay. This Black Watch is that the special institution that once applied to join the United Nations and become an autonomous, independent organization. The man furrowed his brow, recalling something, and quickly pressed for details. We can't confirm. The organization's code and identification number are unknown, and there's no information in our database. But I'd say it's highly likely. The staffer reviewing the data shook his head. Back then, when the Black Watch Alliance had applied for independence and refused interference from other nations, it caused quite a stir. Our country had participated in the discussions and cast a vote of abstention. Chief, I suspect this is just someone playing a prank. Another staff member spoke up with certainty. There had been rumors about Blackwatch having ties to Superwoman, but she had never come forward to acknowledge it, and had disappeared for 2 years. During that time, Director Zheng Xian of the Divine Spear Bureau had personally sought out Tony Stark, hoping for concrete information. Unfortunately, he was told everything was classified for now. Who would joke about a tsunami for no reason? When it comes to such things, it's better to be safe than sorry. Immediately, notify all areas at risk in the name of the Ministry of State Security. Spread the word, and make sure they're prepared. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with resolve as he gave the order. As the one responsible, with the safety of a nation and its people at stake, he couldn't afford to take chances. Even if it turned out to be a hoax, vigilance was essential. Yes, sir. Then inform the Divine Spear Bureau to urgently activate the Jingwei Plan and have them look into what exactly this Blackwatch organization is. Understood, sir. The Japanese government received the tsunami warning from our authorities soon after, but didn't give it much thought. As an island nation frequently visited by earthquakes and tsunamis, they had grown accustomed to such alerts, so few paid them any mind. They simply notified the Coast Guard and sent out a lukewarm warning to coastal islanders, then carried on eating and drinking as if nothing had happened. A response that was almost nonchalant to the point of being careless. At that moment, on a picturesque little island among Japan's Shikoku archipelago, a number of stunning, shapely women in bikinis were running along the sun-drenched golden sands. The cerulean waves lapped gently at the shore, painting a picture of perfect tranquility. The delightful scene captivated the men basking in the sun nearby, their gazes fixed and unblinking as the beauty of youth danced before their eyes. Tourists lounged on the beach, soaking up the sun, or splashed joyfully in the sea, savoring their rare holiday. This was one of the remote islands of Shikoku in Japan, sparsely populated, with most of the locals making a living from fishing. However, with harsh weather striking frequently, the fishermen often returned with poor catches, leaving many families struggling to put food on the table. And so, someone proposed transforming the island into a tourist destination. Blessed with a mild climate and breathtaking scenery, azure seas and clear skies, far removed from the clamor of city life, it soon became a dream getaway for travelers. After several years of expansion, the island now welcomes hundreds of thousands of visitors from across the globe each year. Even during the off-season, over 1,000 tourists from China alone gather here, and together with the islanders and visitors from other countries, the population swells to over 4,000. Not far offshore, a massive luxury yacht drifted on the waves, with handsome men and beautiful women frolicking in the water, filling the air with laughter and excitement. On the yacht, a striking young woman with a flawless figure leaned comfortably against the railing, sipping expensive champagne as the sea breeze brushed her face. Nearby, burly men shouted and called out, vying for the lady's attention. Parents with children feasted heartily on succulent lobster, while young girls devoured their meals with mouths gleaming from savory juices. Yet, no one noticed the straight line that had appeared on the distant horizon, drawing steadily closer. At that moment, a blinding arc of white, like a welder's torch, suddenly split the sky, crackling with sparks as it slowly unfurled. From within that glowing circle stepped a tall, blonde woman clad in a blue bodysuit, golden armor at her shoulders and waist, and a crimson cape flowing behind her. The image of Superwoman was instantly recognizable, and her sudden arrival drew the attention of every tourist. For a heartbeat, silence reigned. Then the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, the Chinese tourists especially enthusiastic. Liu Yunming paid little heed to the crowd. Instead, she gazed into the distance, using her supervision to spot an enormous wave hurtling in from dozens of kilometers away. These were no ordinary waves. They towered as high as a 15 or 20-story building. A deep, rumbling sound rolled in from afar, like the world's most ancient beast unleashing a mighty roar. However, the wave was still too distant for the tourists to sense the unusual sound. They had no idea that a cataclysmic disaster was bearing down upon them. Clearly, in just a few minutes, the entire island and the surrounding sea would be swallowed by a terrifying tsunami, leaving no hope for survival. Besides the vacationers, many fishermen were still out at sea. After all, tourism depended on seasons and weather. There weren't visitors every day of the year. During quieter times, the islanders still relied on fishing to make a living. At noon, many fishermen returned to the small island and gathered under simple shelters by the sea, enjoying fresh fish, shrimp, and crab. After half a day of hard work, these people appeared exhausted, but their sun-darkened faces still shone with joy. It seemed to be a bountiful day. The fishermen had come back with boats brimming with their catch, at least 3 times more than usual. Out on the water, quite a few fishermen still lingered in their boats, unwilling to settle for the morning's haul and hoping to make a little extra profit. They were tirelessly casting and hauling in their nets, caught up in the busy rhythm of their work. Attention, fishermen along the coast. This is an emergency broadcast. A possible tsunami has been detected in this area. All fishermen are urged to return to the island immediately. Seek higher ground and avoid staying out on the water. Ensure your own safety. At that moment, the loudspeakers mounted atop the village's telephone poles crackled to life. The voice coming through wasn't particularly urgent. It sounded almost like the usual daily announcements. Clearly, after receiving a warning message from the Celestial Empire, the authorities here, though somewhat sluggish in their response, at least made a show of sending out an emergency notice to the surrounding islands. However, most of the fishermen listened in utter confusion. The sky was clear, the sun blazed down. How could there possibly be a tsunami? Just then, the sea level suddenly began to drop, exposing the sand and earth beneath the waves. Those with experience recognized this as a telltale sign, a warning that a tsunami was imminent. Some of the more timid fishermen had already started running back toward the village, while others hesitated, lingering on the shore as if hoping to glean more information from the restless sea. Tourists from the Celestial Empire, gathered near the island, also received the alert. Unlike the perfunctory local announcement, the Celestial authorities sent a mass emergency message to every user of domestic phones through all major mobile carriers. Their language was direct, their tone grave. Many tourists who had been enjoying themselves at sea were already making their way back to their luxury yachts. But it was too late. From her vantage point in the sky, Lian Meng's expression darkened as she saw the monstrous wave rise on the horizon, surging toward them like a moving mountain. At this speed, less than a minute remained before the tsunami would slam into the entire coastline, surging inland with unstoppable force. Most crucially, she had never faced a natural disaster of this scale before. She had prevented air disasters, lifted commercial airliners, and even managed to haul abandoned aircraft carriers through the air. Yet none of those feats could compare to the catastrophe unfolding before her eyes. This was a tsunami. The sheer, terrifying power contained within it was beyond even the Red Queen's ability to calculate. Yet perhaps not all hope was lost. It's often said that humans are insignificant before the might of nature. But what if one is Superman? She wanted to see if she could block the tsunami, or at least buy enough time for people to escape. Floating in midair, Lian Meng began to ignite the microcosmic biological star within her, summoning vast reserves of bioenergy. In an instant, over 1,000 clones formed from pure, white energy burst forth from the original body, spreading out in a single sweeping line to stand between the tsunami and the people on the shore. The tourists and fishermen stared in shock at the breathtaking scene that had suddenly unfolded before them. Even the most clueless among them now realized that something was terribly wrong. Panic seized the crowd as everyone scrambled to escape toward the inland, but the speed of the tsunami was far beyond anything human legs could outrun. Within just a few heartbeats, the monstrous wave crashed forward with terrifying force. The towering wall of water blotted out the sky, carrying with it an overwhelming, wild power that in an instant swallowed the entire coastline. The raging waves surged like untamed beasts, smashing seaside houses with ease and sweeping away everything that dared to stand in their path. A thunderous roar echoed all around, shaking the very air. Despair was written on the faces of the tourists and islanders at the shore. Watching the sky-darkening tsunami bear down on them, they were so petrified that even their attempts to flee became stiff and clumsy. A massive luxury yacht, looking like nothing more than a toy, was hoisted high by the cresting wave, only to be sucked into the churning heart of the sea by a relentless current. On board, frantic passengers called for help. A couple, unable to reach the cabin in time, clung tightly to a metal mast with their young daughter in their arms. After finally managing to take a family vacation, they were now caught in a disaster of catastrophic proportions. The little girl, her wide eyes filled with fear, shrank in her mother's embrace, tears welling up as she silently prayed to any god who might hear her. Just as it seemed the whole boat and everyone on it was doomed, the enormous yacht suddenly began to rise, floating up and away from the raging tsunami, as if held aloft by an invisible force. The shaken passengers, still reeling from the sea's assault, suddenly realized that their entire vessel was flying. Clinging tightly to the railings, they looked out and spotted a familiar figure hovering not far from the yacht. "Mommy, Daddy, look, it's Super Sister," the little girl cried out excitedly, waving her chubby hand toward the figure ahead. The parents managed a relieved smile, hope rekindled in their hearts despite being soaked to the skin. Other passengers on the yacht cheered as well, the terror of the disaster easing ever so slightly with the spark of hope. Liu Yuming's forehead was beaded with sweat, veins standing out as she strained to support the yacht with her biofield. Pouring every ounce of strength, she had to keep the giant vessel away from the abyssal depths below. This was her first time lifting such a colossal object, over 1,000 tons, remotely after 2 years of absorbing solar energy. Unlike when she had used both muscle strength and her biofield to drag a derelict aircraft carrier, this time she relied solely on her biofield, pushing her mastery of energy control to the absolute limit. Liu Yunming could effortlessly lift a 70,000-ton aircraft carrier and hurl it away, thanks to her formidable muscle strength combined with the assistance of her biomagnetic field, which helped distribute force and maintain balance. If she relied solely on the biomagnetic field, the result would be far less impressive. She felt as though her brain's blood vessels might burst from the strain. Gritting her teeth, Liu Yunming channeled her mutated bioenergy, slowly dragging the massive luxury yacht toward her. Then, the moment her hands touched the hull, she summoned all her strength, launching the entire yacht into the heart of the island's rainforest. With the biomagnetic field support, the vessel landed steadily on solid ground, and every passenger aboard was saved from disaster. There was no time to greet the still-shaken travelers on the yacht. Liu Yunming now had to face the terrifying tsunami, surging toward her like a wild beast. Even as Liu Yunming rescued the large yacht, over 1,000 clones, projection illusions crafted in the likeness of Icon, the master of illusion, were already intercepting the monstrous waves about to engulf the island. From each clone's mouth burst a chilling breath of frost. Even though each one possessed only a tenth of her strength, the seawater instantly froze into solid ice wherever they breathed. But the tsunami's reach was vast. Wave after wave crashed forward. As soon as one surge was blocked, another immediately followed. Even though the 1,000 clones formed a protective ring around the island, it was nearly impossible to completely fend off the force of the massive waves. Just as a few fishermen were about to be swept away by waves smashing through the ice barrier, Liu Yunming clenched her fists, straightened her back, and with her chest swelling, drew in a deep breath as she faced the sea. In the next instant, an overwhelming current of icy air erupted from her mouth. Her true form's strength vastly surpassed any of her clones. With a blast of absolute zero cold, she froze more than 2 kilometers of ocean surrounding the island, turning the sea into towering glaciers in the blink of an eye. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. The fishermen, who hadn't managed to escape, stared in dumbfounded awe at the breathtaking spectacle before them, surrounded by air that grew colder and colder, lost for words. The Chinese tourists, whether sheltered on the yacht or fleeing to the island's high ground, were equally struck with disbelief, watching as mighty walls of ice rose around the island on all sides. It was as if they'd been transported into a colossal castle of ice and snow. Their hearts thundered with awe at the unimaginable power before them. Many people in China had seen videos online of the Superwoman lifting a passenger plane to avert disaster, but none of that could compare to witnessing this in person. Some only half believed in her supernatural abilities, but never truly understood their extent. Especially since Liu Yunming had vanished for over 2 years. Her once explosive fame was gradually replaced by other news, and many doubted just how powerful the Superwoman really was. But today, once again, Liu Yunming showed the world that since she bears the title of Superwoman, she is destined to possess a power worthy of that name. At the same time, the maritime authorities of Wa Country finally detected the terrifying, colossal tsunami. The government of Wa Country issued an emergency evacuation order, mobilizing rescue forces through the Ministry of Internal Affairs to rush to the disaster area. Their primary rescue targets were high-ranking government officials and members of major conglomerates. Coastal regions across Honshu Island sounded their alarms. Under the protection of local authorities and the self-defense forces, citizens began evacuating to air raid shelters and higher ground. Tokyo, bearing the brunt of the disaster, was thrown into chaos as masses of people desperately tried to escape, crowding every street and alley in a frantic bid for survival. Inside the Prime Minister's residence, pandemonium reigned. Bodyguards hurriedly escorted the country's top leaders on helicopters. As for directing and evacuating the public, don't be ridiculous. This was a tsunami capable of swallowing the entire city. When life and death are at stake, let the foolish masses fend for themselves. Meanwhile, out at sea, countless vessels lingered. Some scrambled to anchor in harbors, while others pushed their engines to the limit, racing toward the shore. But clearly, it was already too late. Whether it was massive cargo ships or self-defense force warships, all were instantly swept into the churning ocean by the towering waves. Those who fell into the water didn't even have time to cry out. The overwhelming force and pressure crushed the air from their lungs, and they drowned in an instant. In Tokyo, People stared in horror as waves taller than skyscrapers surged toward them, leaving only despair in their eyes. The dreadful tide, oppressive and unstoppable, tore through streets and avenues, submerging ground-floor shops in seconds. Countless homes and buildings were destroyed, and everywhere echoed with screams and cries for help. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. This city, often stifled by heat, could not escape its fate of destruction. Tokyo was finished. Breathing heavily, Li Yunming laid a trembling hand over her chest, her gaze fixed on the massive, mountain-like iceberg she had conjured, finally allowing herself a small sigh of relief. This was the first time she had unleashed her full strength without restraint. To save others, she could no longer afford to hold back. She had nearly depleted a third of her core energy reserves. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The true battle was about to begin. The force of the giant tsunami was not so easily stopped. Violent shock waves continued to pulse from the depths of the Pacific, giving birth to new, monstrous waves. The terrifying tsunami once again battered the thick ice barrier at the perimeter. Cracks quickly spread across the once impenetrable glacier, and seawater surged fiercely through the widening gaps. The 1,000 or more doppelgangers she had conjured were already beginning to falter. Created from her own energy, their reserves were limited, and after the recent surge, these avatars had nearly reached their limits. Li Yunming could indeed continue creating new avatars, but faced with a massive tsunami, such efforts would undoubtedly put an enormous strain on her body. The rate at which the microscopic star organisms converted and produced energy was far outpaced by her consumption. Long before the tsunami subsided, she would be utterly exhausted and left in a state of complete weakness. Soon, the outer glaciers were all swept away, and towering waves surged forward, relentlessly battering against the island's final line of defense. The survivors felt the violent tremors and piercing noise, and were once again plunged into the depths of despair. A bikini-clad girl, shivering from the cold, huddled against the lookout of a large yacht, her heart filled with regret. She had met a young, handsome socialite at a high society gathering, not exactly infatuated, but drawn to his lavish, spending and air of confidence. This time, she and a group of so-called socialites had been invited to the island for a banquet. The wealthy young men footed the bill, while the girls traded on their charms. It was all consensual, and no one was foolish enough to refuse. But none of them had expected to be caught in such a terrifying tsunami. Watching the superwoman fight with all her might to hold back the waves, the girl felt a wave of shame and inadequacy. She made a silent vow that, if she survived, she would find a stable job and rely on her own hard work to support herself. As the monstrous waves rolled in and the final icy barrier was shattered, seawater and chunks of ice scattered in every direction. The fishermen hiding along the shore scrambled away, clutching their heads, with no thought left for gawking at the spectacle. A natural disaster that even a superwoman couldn't hold back. How could they hope to survive? Only one thought remained: run. Li Yunming's face was pale as she sensed the speed at which the tsunami was forming ahead. A feeling of melancholy and helplessness washed over her. Even after splitting into more than 1,000 avatars, she had managed to shield only this small island. The surrounding isles had long since been swallowed by the sea. A sense of powerlessness surged within her. Even with 65% of the strength of a steel body, it seemed impossible to stand against such a terrifying force of nature. But now is not the time to give up. Alaxel, how much longer until the rescue team reaches the designated coordinates? Wiping seawater from her face, Li Yunming tapped the comm's earpiece anxiously. According to the original plan, Blackwatch's support was supposed to head for the southeastern coast of Hua country. But after learning that over 1,000 Hua tourists were stranded on the island, she had the Red Queen notify the nearest shadow guard to come to their aid. "Boss, hang in there. I'm 15 minutes out. My foot's already through the floor of the gas pedal." A strange click of the tongue sounded over the comm's channel, and Li Yunming's expression instantly darkened. She recognized at once which habitual class cutter it was. "Yelena, didn't I tell you to stay on campus and provide intel? Who said you could run off?" Li Yunming clenched her fists, her voice trembling with anger. "Oh, come on, boss. You're all out there saving lives and fighting natural disasters, and I'm stuck on campus playing house with those people. It's so boring." Yelena stuck out her tongue, her tone turning a bit playful, almost pleading. Back when Li Yunming and several other superheroes had rescued her from the Red Room's hellish lair, it was Superwoman whom Yelena had grown closest to. Compared to Natasha, Li Yunming felt more like an older sister, an irreplaceable bond for a girl who'd grown up starved of family and affection. When she heard that Li Yunming was protecting thousands of tourists alone on the island, Yelena grew anxious, desperate to help in any way she could. Fina, if you don't want me to dock your pay, just make sure you stay safe. I can hold the line here a bit longer, but we need to get these people to safety as soon as possible, Lu Yunmeng sighed, giving in at last. Truthfully, she wished this girl, who hadn't endured the Red Room's cruelest trials of forced sterilization and deadly survival games, could live like a normal person. That was why she'd sent her to school in the first place, but clearly, Yelena wasn't one to sit still for long. Roger that, boss. We'll be there as soon as we can, Yelena replied, her voice resolute. Lu Yunmeng gazed at the crumbling iceberg and the seawater flooding onto the island. Drawing a deep breath, she unleashed another blast of icy breath, fiercer than before, straight at the roaring waves breaking through the ice. The surging seawater froze once more, forming a new, even thicker layer of ice that continued to block the oncoming waves. Meanwhile, at the National Disaster Response Command Center in Huagua's capital, every staff member was on high alert, monitoring the massive tsunami thousands of kilometers away. Once Black Watch's warning came through, the relevant national departments immediately sprang into action, setting up a temporary command center to coordinate the tsunami response. But with the tsunami forming so quickly and sweeping such a vast area, many people along the eastern coast barely had any time to evacuate. This was a dire sign. It meant the rescue efforts had to accelerate even more. Reporting in, Commander. 16 large military transport planes have taken off with emergency supplies. The Eastern Field units are now at the highest level of combat readiness. All personnel are on standby, and the temporary rescue forces are already mobilizing and rapidly assembling at key locations. Armed police, fire brigades, and civilian rescue organizations are fully deployed, working with local governments and township offices to rescue and shelter disaster victims. The Navy's East Sea Fleet Rescue Team has reached the outer perimeter of the disaster zone, but due to shockwaves, they can't approach the coastline for now. The helicopter squadron has arrived and is currently rescuing the disaster victims. Inside the command center, staff members were reporting on the emergency response to the sudden, massive tsunami. Every face in the room was clouded with gravity. This unprecedented natural disaster had caught the nation completely off guard. The officials from the Earthquake Bureau and the Oceanic Bureau ought to be put on trial. Are they just sitting around doing nothing? They still haven't figured out what caused the tsunami. An elderly man, his hair white as snow, slammed the table in fury, his temper flaring. Sir, according to information sent back from the Earthquake Bureau, this tsunami was not triggered by an undersea earthquake. Although tremors were detected, the epicenter was very shallow and didn't reach the ocean floor. Satellite monitoring has revealed an unidentified physical phenomenon in the South China Sea region. It's not naturally occurring. A young staff member stepped forward cautiously, lowering his voice as he gave his report. What kind of unnatural phenomenon? The elderly man asked, his brow furrowed. Please take a look at this. The young staffer handed him a tablet. On the screen, the location displayed was the outer edge of the East China Sea, right where it meets the Pacific, where a strange, fist-sized white light had appeared. A high-powered telescope revealed that the white light actually formed the shape of a pentagram. It looked just like a door, opened out of thin air. What on earth is that? The old man stared at the tablet in shock and confusion. He had lived through the years of war, witnessed the changing tides of society and development, and in more recent times had even heard of a few supernatural occurrences. Yet never had he seen anything as bizarre as this. The analysis team ran some tests and found that this cluster of white energy is emitting waves that are disturbing the surrounding sea, which led to the formation of the giant tsunami, the young staffer explained. Is there a response plan? The elder asked, his tone heavy with concern. Sir, this is beyond what we can handle. We've already reported it to the Divine Spear Bureau. They're the specialists, the staffer replied in a hushed voice. The Divine Spear Bureau was a specialized agency responsible for handling all supernatural phenomena throughout China and even Asia. To ordinary people, the organization was shrouded in mystery, rarely mentioned, and even less understood. Though the Divine Spear Bureau's deification task force had made a few appearances in the public eye, it was only ever enough to lift a corner of their enigmatic veil. All right, keep monitoring the disaster situation and leave the rest to the professionals, the old man said after a moment's silence, waving his hand impatiently. As a veteran from an older generation, he found it hard to accept all these so-called superpowered individuals. It all seemed as strange and unfathomable as monsters and ghosts. But at his level, he understood just how serious the situation was. At the very least, the departments that dealt with natural disasters were powerless to handle something this inexplicable. Chief, we've just received a distress message. Over 1,000 of our citizens are trapped on one of the tourist islands in the Japanese Shikoku archipelago. At that moment, the staff member in charge of information processing suddenly reported. What? What are we waiting for? Start the rescue operation immediately. The elderly man's face drained of color as he issued the order without hesitation. In the Celestial Empire, the lives and property of the people are held above all else. This is the foundation and guiding principle of the nation. Even if it were just 100 people, or even 10, the country would never abandon a rescue mission, let alone over 1,000 lives. Wait a minute, something's not right, Chief. The female staff member responsible for natural disaster data analysis spoke up, doubt clouding her voice. What is it? The old man frowned deeply, unable to make sense of the situation. Judging by the speed of the tsunami, most of the islands in the Shikoku group should have been swallowed by the sea long ago. I just received a briefing. Tokyo has already been flooded by the tsunami, and the coordinates of the Shikoku archipelago sit squarely in the tsunami's path. By the timeline, the location should have been submerged several minutes ago. The data analyst reported, her confusion evident. A massive tsunami can sweep across thousands of kilometers, and its speed is truly staggering. Geographically, the Shikoku Islands are among the first to be hit, making the existence of survivors almost impossible. She was, after all, a specialist in interpreting natural disaster data. Is it possible there's a mistake? Hearing the professional analysis, the old man asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. It wouldn't be the first time such confusion occurred. In previous earthquakes, collapsing buildings and landslides often altered the landscape, leading survivors to misreport their coordinates. And at sea, with no fixed landmarks, errors and false reports were even more common. Chief, we just verified the signal source. The coordinates are accurate. The survivor who sent the distress signal is the only son of a prominent entrepreneur from E province, and he used a satellite phone. The information officer answered carefully. The old man grew even more perplexed. One report said the island had long been submerged, while another insisted there were still over 1,000 survivors. Could they all be floating on the ocean? But he quickly dismissed the idea. Facing a mega tsunami that could destroy entire cities, even an aircraft carrier would be at risk of sinking. To report such an exact number of survivors suggested they were gathered somewhere relatively safe, perhaps on the island itself, or on a large vessel. But that seemed nearly impossible. What on earth is going on? Can't we even get a clear picture of the situation? The old man's patience snapped as he slapped the table in frustration. I think you should take a look at this. The staff member, eyes wide with astonishment, hesitated as he spoke while reviewing the surveillance footage. The elderly man tapped a few times on the control screen, and soon, the satellite remote monitoring feed was displayed on the large central screen. Everyone present in the Natural Disaster Response Command Center, including the old man himself, gasped in shock, a chill running down their spines. What did they see? A blonde woman, dressed in a blue bodysuit and wearing a red cape, floated in midair, unleashing streams of freezing air to solidify the tsunami before their very eyes. An island, encircled by towering glaciers. A large yacht, stranded in the midst of the island's rainforest. Tourists, taking shelter on high ground and aboard the yacht, waving their arms frantically for help. Enormous waves surged relentlessly, pounding toward the shore in one mighty onslaught after another. Yet the supernatural cold held them firmly at bay, never allowing them to cross the coastline. Could such a feat possibly be within human capability? Superwoman! That's Superwoman! One of the staff members suddenly leapt to his feet, shouting in excitement. Superwoman? What are you talking about? The elderly man looked at him, utterly baffled, as if faced with an unsolvable riddle. He simply couldn't make sense of what he was witnessing. Chief, do you remember the plane crash incident in Beijing 2 years ago? The CY-3462 flight that almost went down. That's when Superwoman caught the passenger jet with her bare hands just before it crashed, saving over 300 people on board. Not a single casualty in such a massive disaster. No one could believe it. Another young staff member explained, his voice trembling with excitement. Over the past 2 years, Superwoman had faded from the public eye. Though some of her old videos still circulated online, their popularity had long been overshadowed by celebrities and major news events. A few still remembered the plane crash, but it was rarely mentioned anymore. It simply wasn't something people liked to talk about. Meanwhile, in America, the spotlight had shifted to billionaire Iron Man, Tony Stark. This shift in focus had gradually pushed Superwoman out of public view. In Los Angeles, where crime ran rampant, even the LAPD chief had publicly expressed hope that Superwoman would return to aid their efforts. I always thought that story was made up. Damn it. Turns out it was true all along? The old man, wrestling with disbelief, finally burst out in a curse. Of course he knew about it. The infamous 712 air disaster, which almost crashed into a crowded city center and could have had catastrophic consequences. Yet, miraculously, every passenger walked away unharmed. Although the newspapers had described Superwoman's involvement, he was too old to keep up with online videos and had always assumed it was just a sensational story to attract readers. It's real. With her here, those survivors on the island are definitely safe. The young staff member was practically beaming with joy. So Superwoman had returned, and she'd appeared right at the epicenter of the tsunami. The news was electrifying. The memory of that heroic moment, when she turned the tide and saved everyone from the air disaster, still lingers vividly in people's minds. It's a scene that countless people find impossible to forget. She looks so young. Can she really withstand a tsunami? The elderly man voiced his doubts, but as he watched the surveillance footage on the big screen, he found himself at a loss for words. It was hard to imagine that a girl about the same age as his granddaughter could possess such astonishing strength. She can handle it, just watch. She's our Superwoman, someone replied enthusiastically. 2 years ago, she vanished without a trace. We all thought that damned beautiful country had done something to her, maybe even forced her into something. We even supported her online back then. And now she's back. The staff cheered excitedly. The command center buzzed with energy, as if it were a massive fan gathering. Judging by her looks, she must be a Westerner, maybe mixed race. She's not even from China, so why are you all so thrilled? The old man frowned in confusion, glancing around at the roomful of people celebrating as if it were New Year's Eve. Sir, you're right. Superwoman has half of our Chinese blood flowing in her veins. Injustice knows no borders, nor does saving lives. Wouldn't you agree? A young woman said, her eyes shining as she gazed at the screen, utterly unbothered by the question. The old man gave a wry smile and stroked his chin. It seemed he was a bit out of step with the modern world. He had always scoffed at the so-called idol. Stars, believing they did nothing but entertain the masses, grab attention, and rake in money, without contributing anything meaningful to the country or its people. But if this was the sort of person people idolized, someone who could hold up a collapsing world and turn the tide in times of crisis, he thought perhaps that wasn't so bad after all. Meanwhile, at the Spear Bureau Command Center, Zhang Xian stood before the three-dimensional projection, staring tensely at the images of Xie Town. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. She hasn't forgotten her half-Chinese heritage. She's out. They're fighting with everything she's got. We can't just sit by and do nothing. All members of the deification squad, listen up. Target the Japanese archipelago. Move out immediately to support Superwoman. Without hesitation, he issued the order to deploy. Yes, sir. Weather Witch, Vector, Soldier One, Ravager, and Saber all stood tall, saluting in unison. It had been a long time since they'd answered a call like this. Now, mobilize all other Spear Bureau forces besides the deification squad. Get everyone to the scene at once. I want to see for myself what kind of monster could trigger such a massive tsunami. Zhang Xian's expression darkened as he stared at the surveillance feed, at the swirling white pentagonal energy, his voice cold and determined. Although most of the tsunami's force, triggered by the bizarre energy surge deep in the Pacific, had been absorbed by the Japanese archipelago, there was still a considerable distance between the wave and China's eastern seaboard that gave them ample time to muster their defenses. However, as the energy fluctuations intensified, the tsunami, towering like a mountain, continued to threaten the Huaguo region with devastating force. To counter this, the Divine Spear Bureau was determined to eradicate the source of the tsunami once and for all. This mysterious, hidden force could no longer remain in the shadows. It was time to bare its sharp fangs. Hundreds of armed helicopters rose into the sky in formation, while dozens of warships, speedboats, submarines, and even an aircraft carrier sped out of the harbor, all heading toward the target location. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yunming, on whom so many hopes had been pinned, seemed to be in quite a predicament. She hovered midair, her face deathly pale, clearly enduring tremendous hardship. Towering waves crashed relentlessly toward the coastline, and the thick, frozen glaciers were battered by the terrifying impact. In just a few minutes, the newly reformed ice sheets were shattered to pieces. She kept channeling her bioenergy, exhaling blasts of frigid air from her mouth, gale-force gusts that battered back the waves and sealed the breaches. From a distance, she looked like a massive ice-making machine at work. Of the thousands of clones she once commanded, fewer than 100 now remained. Each spectral, white energy body was growing faint, gradually turning transparent. Each clone, endowed with a tenth of her original power, possessed the muscle strength to lift 20,000 tons, enough to destroy a small city if they acted together. Yet even so, faced with the raging tsunami, they seemed pitifully frail. Dozens of figures in the face of this colossal wave were like a handful of leaves, at constant risk of being swept away and swallowed whole. The icy breath unleashed by these few remaining clones could only block part of the openings where the ice had given way to the sea. Lu Yunming narrowed her eyes, summoning the microscopic biostars within her to spin at high speed, rapidly extracting mutated bioenergy to replenish her body and keep pace with her relentless expenditure. After holding back the tide for a while, she suddenly abandoned her efforts to freeze the seawater and, with a sharp whoosh, shot forward through the air. Reaching the vicinity of a giant iceberg ahead, she instantly activated her biofield. White, mist-like energy swirled and quickly coalesced into a colossal female hand, as tall as a dozen stories, its sheer size enough to envelop the entire surface of the iceberg. The sight was breathtaking. A giant seemed to seize a boulder in its grasp. Then, with a burst of strength, she hurled the iceberg back toward the oncoming tsunami. This was bio-sculpting magic, materializing energy into form. Its principles were akin to the secret arts of camouflage. By thought and imagination, one could guide bioenergy to create any desired shape. Compared to simply covering the glacier with a biofield, this sculpting magic consumed much less energy. She had unlocked this new technique after reaching 20% mastery of sculpting magic. If she wished, she could conjure a full-bodied giant with limbs and all. Of course, that would be unnecessary. Bigger shapes meant greater energy expenditure. It might look impressive, but when it came to real work, it was simply overkill. Veins stood out on Lu Yunming's beautiful face as her emerald eyes were veiled by a surge of white light. She summoned her strength, and with both arms outstretched, she hurled an iceberg the size of the Empire State Building straight into the surging waves. The colossal block of ice momentarily slowed the oncoming tide. Dozens of her duplicates, as soon as the original had shoved the iceberg forward, swiftly rushed in to fill the gap, unleashing torrents of freezing breath that instantly sealed the breach. Then, one by one, their figures began to fade, dissolving into countless shimmering motes of light and drifting away on the wind. Lu Yunming paid no heed to her exhausted clones. Instead, she flew straight above the waves, crashing into the iceberg, her eyes blazing with brilliant white. Twin beams of searing energy burst from her gaze, scorching down to the ocean's surface. The intense heat, over 20,000 degrees, cut through the water in an instant, piercing all the way to the seabed. As her gaze swept across, the white light traced a circle on the sandy floor below, 4 times the size of a soccer field. With a flick, Lu Yunming shut off the beams and soared high into the air, then plunged down like a cannonball, crashing headlong into the churning waves. Her body shot toward the ocean floor at breakneck speed. She kicked off hard with both legs. She shot downward like a human meteorite, driving herself into the depths with crushing force. A thunderous explosion shattered the silence below. Under the force of Lu Yunming's overwhelming might, a vast stretch of seabed, more than 400 meters across, collapsed completely. Her strength was almost divine, like the hammer of a god or a massive meteor plunging from the heavens, carving out a cavernous pit hundreds of meters deep in the ocean floor. The collapse triggered a furious backflow of seawater, and above, a massive whirlpool began to spin across the surface. Where moments before a raging tsunami had threatened, it was as if an invisible hand had gripped it by the throat, bringing its assault on the island's coast to a sudden halt. The sea level around them dropped by dozens of meters, and the whirlpool's pull countered the tsunami's force as much as possible. Lu Yunming fixed her gaze below. Her X-ray vision pierced the water effortlessly, revealing the state of the seafloor. She knew full well that a single pit wasn't enough to stop a tsunami of this magnitude. At best, it would buy them a little time. Indeed, even for a superhuman, trying to halt such a colossal tidal wave with sheer physical strength was proving just a little bit difficult. Yelena, are you ready? Lu Yunming's face was still deathly pale, but a sly glint sparkled in her eyes. Hovering in the air, she looked exhausted as she spoke in a calm, measured voice. Boss, this is the Black Watch Alliance's exclusive satellite, broadcasting live coverage for you around the world. Yelena's playful voice chimed in through her earpiece. Lu Yunming's eyes narrowed, white light flickering anew. Energy surged from her skin, forming a mighty force field, her presence roaring skyward. It was time to go all out. Showing a bit more of her true power would make things more convincing. Otherwise, it would simply seem too much like make-believe. Very soon, an overwhelming and terrifying aura began to spread outward, seemingly starting to affect the surrounding environment. As she traced circles with her hands in the air, a colossal spatial portal, over 400 meters in diameter, appeared between the ocean's surface and the collapsed seabed. Raging seawater surged madly into the portal. On the other side, the portal opened onto Africa's largest uninhabited desert, scorching and arid. In an instant, endless torrents of seawater cascaded down from the gaping hole in the sky, pouring into the parched sands below. High in the Himalayas, at Taj, the sanctum of the mystical arts, the ancient one, who had been casually sipping tea in a cross-legged pose, suddenly opened her eyes wide in shock. She sensed a source of power more formidable than anything she had ever encountered, one that forcefully established a connection with the fabric of space itself. Unlike the dimensional energy borrowed by sorcerers, this was an unfamiliar force, gentle yet as weighty as a mountain, and akin to the dimension itself. With deft hands, the Ancient One formed a mudra and activated the Eye of Agamotto at her chest. Instantly, the time stone shimmered with a crystalline green glow. After a brief moment, she reopened her eyes as if she had just let out a breath of relief and murmured softly, "Remarkable. Has it really reached this level?" At the same time, every organization, be it S.H.I.E.L.D., the Spear Bureau, or those hidden in the shadows, was stunned by this world-shaking spectacle. If the earlier destruction of the seabed by a white laser beam had showcased Supergirl's overwhelming strength, then now, with the endless seawater pouring in as if vanishing into a bottomless abyss, there was an air of unfathomable mystery. Inside the office at the Triskelion in Washington, Nick Fury wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he watched enormous volumes of seawater being siphoned away in the surveillance footage. Yet, the measuring instruments could not analyze this phenomenon, and his expression grew considerably more grave. What now? What new surprise is this? Is this another new ability of Supergirl's? Great, he thought. All the data and calculations painstakingly gathered to prevent Supergirl from going rogue, overturned once again. Just how many unknown powers does this person possess? Above the Four Nations archipelago, sweat beaded on Lee Yun-Ming's forehead as she strained to maintain the massive output needed for the spatial portal. The impact of the giant tsunami was greatly reduced. Aside from the continuous flow of seawater pouring into the gateway, the ocean surface was already beginning to calm. "Today is truly your lucky day," she muttered with a wry smile, watching as the fishermen on the island's high ground and the crowds of tourists on yachts erupted in cheers. But as soon as the words left her lips, fatigue overwhelmed Lee Yun-Ming. Her strength drained, her body limp, she could no longer sustain her flight, and she slowly descended onto the summit of an iceberg below. With the mutated creatures gone, the portal at the seabed closed completely, and the remaining dozens of her clones dissolved into motes of white light, gradually fading into the air. Liu Yuming's face appeared somewhat pale. She spread her arms to brace herself against the protruding ice, her expression blank as she silently surveyed the chaos around her. A hero in decline, quietly lying atop the glacier, gazing weakly up at the sky. Such a scene truly spoke for itself. In this moment, Superwoman seemed to shed all the powerful aura that once surrounded her, leaving behind only the pitiful image of a wounded creature, vulnerable and forlorn. Yet beneath the surface, though Liu Yunming looked uncomfortable, deep within she was gleefully laughing at the whole charade. She couldn't help but secretly praise her own convincing performance. While she appeared utterly drained, in truth, she was nowhere near exhaustion. 2 years had passed, undercurrents swirling beneath the surface. Those who once chose to lie low and stay out of trouble were now starting to emerge one by one. Her fragmented memories made it hard to recall many of Marvel's main storylines. But being schemed against day after day was growing tiresome. If she didn't let those rats hiding in the shadows see Superwoman's weakness and her limits, how could she possibly lure them all out in one fell swoop? In reality, saving the tourists on the island would have been a simple matter. Just open a portal, and everyone could be sent away in an instant. But if things were that straightforward, there would be no point to the bait. Most importantly, she was fully confident in protecting all those tourists threatened by the tsunami, even without using her full strength. She would never put human lives in real danger. It was perfect, showcasing the power of Black Watch, displaying Superwoman's limits and demonstrating sincerity to China as well as the coastal nations of Southeast Asia. She had accomplished all 3 objectives. At that moment, in the distant sky, over 100 Quinjet fighters were speeding towards the island. Meanwhile, at the command center for China's natural disaster response, the staff broke into cheers and jumped with excitement. After several seconds, they all turned to the big screen and burst into applause for Superwoman. Over 1,000 Chinese tourists have been rescued, and thousands of Japanese islanders have been spared, all thanks to Superwoman single-handedly standing against the tsunami. This remarkable feat, broadcast live, quickly spread online, allowing the world to once again witness the incredible might of a superhero. At Spear Bureau's command headquarters, Zhang Xian clenched his fist, then slowly let out a long breath. He had just received word that, besides the 1,200 Chinese tourists rescued from the archipelago, Spear Bureau's search and rescue team had reached the designated waters. The deification squad had managed, with special techniques, to temporarily seal that mighty energy surge, bringing the tsunami to a complete halt. Although the scope of the tsunami had been vast, the impact on China had been relatively mild. Apart from some ships and buildings along the coast suffering damage, casualties had been kept to within double digits. In stark contrast, the situation in Japan was dire. More than 10 coastal cities were swallowed up by the tsunami, and vibrant metropolises like Tokyo and Osaka were destroyed in an instant. The Prime Minister's residence was completely submerged under seawater. The infamous Yasukuni Shrine was ravaged by the raging waves, leaving the so-called spirits' memorial tablets soaked together with a foul, muddy sludge that reeked in the air. Even the pitiable Japanese emperor was not blessed by the protection of Amaterasu. During evacuation, he was caught by the tsunami and disappeared without a trace. Neither his life nor his body could be found. All 24 American military bases in Japan were utterly consumed by the tsunami, with scarcely a single soldier surviving the disaster. Japan's upper echelons of government suffered a near-total collapse of their command structure, plunging the nation's citizens into panic and chaos. Large-scale protests and demonstrations erupted across numerous cities, escalating into serious clashes between civilians and local police and military forces. According to conservative estimates, the death and injury toll from this tsunami in Japan has exceeded 460,000 people. Meanwhile, stranded Chinese tourists on the Japanese archipelago were gradually rescued and brought to safety. The successful defense against the tsunami brought an overwhelming sense of hope and encouragement to the people. On China's major online platforms, nearly every well-known streamer was sharing stories about Superwoman's heroic stand against the tsunami and her rescue of stranded tourists. In the news sections, anchors spoke with passionate fervor, while those in the superpower community were even more roused, their voices filled with emotion. The comment sections overflowed as netizens left their messages. Many celebrities from the film, television, and music industries reposted on Weibo, expressing their concern for those affected by the disaster, while also mourning the heavy civilian casualties in Japan. A great number of netizens called for updates on Superwoman, but live feed from the scene were quickly disrupted by mysterious electromagnetic interference, leaving the screens blank. And this was only the reaction within China's cyberspace. The Western internet was in an even greater uproar. After a 2-year disappearance, Superwoman's very first act upon her return was to face down a tsunami and shield the tourists in its path. Countless netizens expressed their concern and wished their own governments would send aid to support Superwoman. Of course, they had no idea that just a day earlier, Superwoman had dropped a 70,000-ton decommissioned aircraft carrier right in front of the White House. Naturally, the American government, embarrassed by the incident, imposed a strict blackout on all related information. Both political parties found rare agreement and refrained from debating the potential dangers posed by Superwoman. The president even issued a statement declaring that Superwoman was America's treasure, an irreplaceable presence, and expressed his hope that she would remain with them. Upon hearing of Superwoman's return, Los Angeles' criminal underworld collectively shuddered. Damn it, is there nowhere you aren't? Those mysterious cases of criminals vanishing into thin air were hardly a secret among their circles. With her X-ray vision, super hearing, unstoppable strength, and defenses that made her nearly immune to all physical attacks, Superwoman had become the true nightmare of the criminal underworld. For example, the criminal organizations entrenched in Hell's Kitchen, New York, have been keeping an unusually low profile lately. After all, no one can say for sure whether Supergirl will swoop down from the sky to mete out justice while they're committing a crime. Even though Los Angeles and New York are separated by thousands of kilometers, they wouldn't dare take that risk. Many criminal gangs are thinking of packing their bags and fleeing, unsure if there's still enough time to make their escape. But all these developments are beyond Li Yunming's knowledge. After standing in the way of the tsunami that struck the four-island archipelago, she was left utterly drained. When a squadron of Quinjets from the Black Watch Alliance finally arrived at the scene, she was still slumped against the iceberg, lost in a deep sleep. It had to look convincing. Otherwise, those old foxes might not be so easily deceived. The Red Queen AI had already sent word ahead to the authorities in China, informing them that Black Watch was dispatching shadow guards for emergency rescue along the coast. Once the nature of the Black Watch organization was made clear, the Spear Bureau expressed their warm welcome, and the highest echelons of China's leadership offered high praise. With a fleet of over 100 ships, Black Watch's rescue teams scoured the nearby waters, searching for and rescuing those swept overboard. Once the situation was largely stabilized, the shadow guards withdrew swiftly. After all, this was China's territorial waters, best not to overstep their role as guests. The exhausted Lin Ming was picked up by Ailua Sir, who rushed there after receiving the news. Even Yelena, who was studying at MIT, came along. By the time the members of the Divine Warriors team arrived at the vacation island of the Four-Island Archipelago, they had, unfortunately, missed a long-overdue reunion. Tony managed to secure the inheritance left to him by his father, Howard, without a hitch. Shield handed it over cheerfully, with Natasha delivering it to his home in person. In his rush to research a substitute for the new element, Tony cut off all outside contact, causing him to miss the tsunami rescue mission, leaving him pounding his chest in frustration. Damn it, such a perfect chance to be in the spotlight, snuffed out before it even began. So, on his own behalf, he donated $300 million and a 10,000-ton cargo ship filled with supplies to the region in China hit hardest by the tsunami. He then took a photo and posted it in an official Stark Industries statement. What else can you say? He truly lives up to his reputation as the ultimate show-off. In a concealed meeting room within the high-level offices of the Great Hall in Beijing, a dozen stern-faced elders, each dressed differently, but all radiating an air of authority, sat around a round table. A virtual projection system before them displayed detailed reports on the massive tsunami that struck Japan. The mood in the room was heavy, each person's expression serious and contemplative. Gentlemen, today's agenda is to discuss the appropriate response and strategic direction in the aftermath of the disaster in Japan. The elderly man seated at the head of the table was of modest stature, dressed in plain clothes, yet he exuded an imposing presence that brooked no argument. He put down the control tablet in his hand and spoke calmly, "Here, everyone is free to speak their mind. Nothing is off limits." An elder sitting to the left of the conference table, his expression resolute, began, "Comrade Liu, things are getting out of hand in Japan. I believe this is a good opportunity. Strike fast against chaos with chaos." His tone was filled with decisiveness and resolve. "I agree with Comrade Zhang Fajin's suggestion. The Japanese invaded our nation years ago, slaughtered our citizens, and were barbaric and cruel by nature. They must be given proper guidance." At the end of the table, an elder in military uniform, wearing a national emblem and shoulder epaulettes, slammed his palm on the table, his expression stern as he spoke. "In the past, our attempts at cultural outreach and military intervention haven't worked well. The truth is, they have never once acknowledged the countless crimes they committed back then. But now, with their so-called emperor and prime minister gone, we may never have such a chance again." Another elder in uniform echoed the sentiment. However, a senior woman with graying hair furrowed her brow and said with some uncertainty, "To instigate war is unwise. It's not the act of the prudent." There was a trace of worry in her voice. From ancient times, China has been the ancestor of the Japanese people. Even their country's name and culture were gifts from our own ancestors. In my view, Japan is an inseparable part of China. We need to reclaim our lost lands and swiftly assimilate those Japanese who remain wild and uneducated. A middle-aged man in civilian clothes clearly had a different, more radical proposal. "It's a bold idea, but how will the international community see us? How is this any different from outright aggression or kicking someone when they're down? I believe that once disaster relief is complete, our troops should withdraw from Japanese soil immediately." An elder wearing glasses shook his head, offering a dissenting opinion. "We all know where the West stand with us now. Taking over the defense of the U.S. bases in Japan under the guise of humanitarian aid is a blatant provocation to most Western countries. Are we truly prepared to fight a tough battle?" he continued. "After all, Japan is a country recognized by the United Nations. It has full sovereignty. To take over so rashly would go against the policies and principles our nation has long upheld." The elder took a sip of water, his demeanor grave. "Tisk, old Sheen, I don't like hearing that. When did we ever say we wanted to invade Japan? So you're putting China in the shoes of an aggressor, and then thinking through the problem from that angle? Isn't that putting the cart before the horse?" The elder in uniform gave a wry, almost smiling look, his voice tinged with annoyance. "You old Zhao, is that really what I meant? Of course not. We just have to consider the worst-case scenario. You're just being argumentative." The bespectacled elder slapped the table in frustration. "All right, enough arguing." The elder at the head of the conference table spoke slowly, and at once, everyone fell silent. "I agree very much with what's been said about the deep-seated flaws in the Japanese character. They're quick to accept small favors and forget great principles. History has taught us time and again that this nation is never to be trusted. But for us to openly send in troops to take over Japanese disaster zones, to occupy their land, is equally unacceptable. We can take a middle path. Since the Japanese people have lost their homes to natural disasters, why don't we give them a new home?" The elder paused for a moment before continuing. "Sir, Is this what you're suggesting? The elder seated to the left of the table's head suddenly brightened, as if struck by an idea. Our country is vast and rich in resources. We welcome ordinary Japanese citizens to come here. The leader allowed himself a faint, meaningful smile as he spoke. Sir, I propose that each province and city set aside dedicated areas to establish relief stations and refugee camps, with government staff assigned to manage and assist the disaster victims, the bespectacled elder added, his eyes gleaming with insight. At these words, the room erupted in a low hum of discussion. The military ships and rescue teams are fully prepared and ready to set sail at any time. As for the American military bases, since they've already been destroyed by the disaster, of course we should offer our help, shouldn't we? The elder in uniform added with a jovial chuckle. Old Zhao, I'm not sure about that arrangement. After all, the American bases in Japan are still considered their territory. How could we just? The senior woman voiced her doubts, concern etched on her face. Director Luo, this isn't about military conflict. It's about disaster relief. Both North and South Korea are preparing to send troops for rescue operations as well. We're not doing anything out of line. In fact, Russia has the exact same idea as we do. So, when the time comes to receive refugees, we'll still need your coordination and assistance. The elder in uniform interjected, smiling as he cut her off without the slightest hesitation. Left speechless, the senior woman fell silent for a long while, finally letting out a sigh and saying nothing more. Everyone here must have seen the intelligence Superwoman provided to the Divine Spear Bureau. The world needs to end its internal strife as soon as possible, to come together as one and face outward. The true threat comes from beyond this planet, not from a small patch of land right before our eyes. Now let's put it to a vote. Who supports launching a post-disaster relief and reconstruction strategy for Japan? Who is against? The leading elder's tone turned solemn. In the end, the secret meeting reached its decision. Japan had suffered such catastrophic losses that its government leadership had been almost entirely wiped out by the tsunami. The Celestial Empire, being the nearest major power, dispatched a vast array of rescue forces and gradually began to take control of several coastal cities in Japan. 14 helicopter squadrons and 2 carrier strike groups transported the troops of 8 field armies into Japan's interior by means of airborne drops and amphibious landings, with the aim of restoring order. Rescue teams systematically evacuated disaster victims from the most severely affected regions, bringing them back home for medical treatment and aid. 3 independent brigades parachuted into the devastated U.S. military bases in Japan, retrieving survivors from the water and taking over the defense of these installations. The United States issued a strong condemnation of these actions and initially considered sending troops to forcibly retake the bases. Yet, 6 combined arms brigades and naval units from the Bear Nation quietly took up positions in the Bering Strait. This maneuver left the Americans wary and unable, at least for the time being, to redeploy forces in a way that could threaten the Celestial Empire's troops now stationed at the former U.S. bases. And so, Japan found itself carved up by the Celestial Empire and the Bear Nation, both eager to divide the spoils. A colossal tsunami had just struck, and the international landscape was shifting with tremendous force. Night fell over the Valle d'Aosta region in Italy. Amidst the snow-laden woods, an ancient building steeped in history glimmered with faint light. This was Bard Fort, a fortress complex constructed by the House of Savoy in the 19th century. Perched over the narrow gorge above the Dora Balti River in the Aosta Valley, the fort had, for centuries, served as a key point for controlling the historic route between Italy and France. At first glance, the fortress appeared weathered and unassuming, but there were secrets within. Beyond the creaking gates, the interior opened up into a spacious, modern facility filled with advanced technological equipment. Researchers in white lab coats worked busily at sophisticated computers. Had Liu Ming been present, she would have immediately recognized this as the Hydra base in Europe that appeared at the beginning of Avengers: Age of Ultron. To study Loki's abandoned scepter and extraterrestrial technology, Hydra agents embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. had secretly established this research site. Of course, in the current timeline, the castle remained under Hydra's control, but their focus had shifted more toward harnessing the Tesseract to develop weapons of unprecedented power. At the center of the laboratory stood a bald man in a black trench coat, wearing a single-lens smart eyepiece. He watched in silence as, inside a containment chamber, a long-haired man with a metal arm, restrained in a chair, howled in agony under a surge of electrical currents. Footsteps echoed from behind, but the bald man didn't turn. Instead, he tilted his lips into a faint, dismissive smile. "Pierce, your timing is less than ideal." "What's wrong with him?" asked a middle-aged man in a suit, Stepping forward, curiosity piqued as he pointed toward the man enduring the electric shocks inside the chamber. He triggered some memory fragments during the mission and started to recall certain things. But that's all right. I'll make sure he forgets. The bald man spoke with a stony expression, his voice unwavering with confidence. Strucker, you'd better handle this. We're desperately short-handed right now. Steve Rogers' return caught us completely off guard. We've had to move everything underground, and you have no idea how agitated that makes me. Alexander Pierce's face darkened, his smile cold and insincere as he spoke. Well, he is Captain America, the very symbol of the United States, and Hydra's greatest enemy. I honestly don't know how your intelligence division operates. That playboy actually managed to dig the old popsicle out from under the ice. Baron Strucker shot a scornful glance at his companion, his tone dripping with disdain. Hey, who could have predicted that relic would survive for decades in a frozen wasteland? Pierce shook his head, a hint of self-mockery in his voice. All right, so what brings you here this time? I doubt you came just for him. Baron Strucker asked, his tone noticeably cool. Of course not. What I need is an immediate assessment of Superwoman's power levels. Pierce's eyes lingered thoughtfully on the unconscious, dark-haired man inside the isolation chamber. His tone was calm, yet held a commanding finality. Hey, you better get your hands on a DNA sample. Our operatives didn't recover a drop of Superwoman's blood, not even a strand of hair, during the Manhattan incident. What's the point of measuring someone who shrugged off a direct hit from a Stinger missile without a scratch? So far, we've been forced to rely on theoretical calculations to estimate her capabilities. And let's be honest, a monster who can lift a 70,000-ton aircraft carrier into the air, whatever numbers we come up with, it's not like we'll actually be able to deal with her. Baron Strucker frowned, clearly puzzled. No, today she hit her limit. Pierce replied, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. On the upper level of the Black Watch helicarrier, in a quiet office, Liu Yunming sat at the edge of her bed, her face pale, yet serene, cradling a cup of specialty fruit tea from China, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. News had already been released about Superwoman's critical exhaustion, but in truth, her energy reserves were only half depleted. Her magic-resistant constitution rendered her immune to all magical attacks, but it also dulled her resonance with psychic energies. Even without dimensional communication, she could still become a dimension unto herself, supplying the energy needed for her biomorph magic. Never underestimate the perpetual cycle of micro-powered stellar generation within her. By mimicking the sun's internal processes, she could generate a steady, inexhaustible supply of energy. Though her power ceiling had yet to reach the realm of invincibility, as long as she wasn't drained in a single blow, she could recover swiftly every time. It was precisely her unique constitution, sacrificing her own lifespan to forcibly seize Zysoren's dark magic, that allowed her to finally comprehend the principle of the so-called core engine and create a reactor of her own. Otherwise, with this current mutated superhuman template and no system to assist her, her rate of improvement would have been agonizingly slow. Watching the bustling figures on the Sky Fortress's landing pad, Liu Yuming's lips curved into a faint smile. The bait was set. Now, she only had to wait for the fish to bite. Before long, Liu Yunming rose from her desk and made her way through the corridor to the lounge. Just as she was about to enter the password, a mechanical voice sounded nearby. Commander, I'm glad to see you've recovered. According to medical monitoring, your health is excellent. Thank you for your concern, Red Queen. But you know your creator was never weak. So what's this talk of recovery? Liu Yunming shot a glare at the virtual projection, rolling her eyes in mock annoyance. This is something I, the Red Queen, find hard to understand. Your complexion looks poor, yet the energy readings inside your body are unusually active. I do not comprehend this phenomenon. The Red Queen dutifully explained her confusion. Hey, you gotta learn to be a little smarter. Take a look at Jarvis, then look at yourself. I'd almost mistake you for a glorified smart speaker, Liu Yunming teased with a laugh. My data processing speed may not match Jarvis's yet, but I believe I can surpass him in the future, the Red Queen replied earnestly. It was then that Liu Yunming remembered she currently looked as frail as an invalid. She quickly summoned her mutated bioenergy, and instantly her cheeks were aglow with health. This little trick was all about appearances, intimidating to look at, but it could mimic weakness just as easily as it could mimic a feverish glow. Red Queen, now open the sunshade. I want to bask in some sunlight. This AI spoke with words of concern, yet wore a deadpan expression as if collecting a debt. What a fascinating combination. Who knew what Tony was thinking when he programmed the AI's personality? Cool, yes, but sometimes a bit too much, especially with those oversized, cartoonish eyes that seem to stare right through you, giving off a chilling glare. Command confirmed. The rooftop shades have been retracted for you. Today's weather is ideal. Abundant sunshine, comfortable temperature, perfect conditions for a sunbath. The Red Queen delivered her recommendation in an icy tone, as if she were saying, "Just follow orders, you wretched monkey." Well, such is life. Lu Yunming rolled her eyes and strolled into the room. With a casual wave, a beach lounger floated over, as if by magic. The massive tsunami that erupted in the depths of the Pacific had now mostly subsided. The Celestial Empire's government was already focusing relief efforts in post-disaster reconstruction on the worst-hit regions of the Japanese archipelago. With the involvement of the Bear Kingdom, the Celestial Empire managed to withstand the pressure from the West, and together, the two superpowers almost carved up Honshu Island of the Japanese nation. In response, the Western countries, led by the United States, launched economic sanctions against the Celestial Empire and the Bear Kingdom. Both sides exchanged blows, neither willing to back down. Today, you snatch my orders. Tomorrow, I overturn your pot. Every move between these masters is sharp and perilous, with tension at every turn. The Celestial Empire and the Bear Kingdom gained a great advantage, treating these minor skirmishes with indifference, countering each move with practiced ease. In contrast, the United States found itself in something of an awkward position. Although they urgently dispatched their Navy and Air Force from nearby waters to hold on a 56 military bases stationed in Japan, they still lost 24 bases, which significantly weakened their strategic presence in Asia. As a permanent member of the UN Security Council, standing on equal footing, the United States tried to rally votes for support, but in the end, had to withdraw its proposal for reasons that remain unclear. In the end, the Security Council declared support for the legitimacy of the actions taken by the Celestial Empire and the Bear Kingdom. As for the Japanese nation, devastated and defenseless, it had no right to voice any opinion. The impact of the tsunami was vast, with economic losses impossible to fully estimate. Fortunately, the Japanese nation bore the brunt of the tsunami's force, so the Celestial Empire and other coastal countries suffered comparatively little damage. For the heroic courage of Superwoman, who stood her ground and shielded the island resorts around the archipelago, saving over 1,000 tourists from the Celestial Empire, the government expressed its heartfelt gratitude. At the same time, the Celestial Empire's government extended its highest respect to the Black Watch organization for reaching out and offering aid to the tsunami-stricken areas. They hoped that, after the relief efforts ended, they would once again have the honor of inviting Superwoman to visit the Celestial Empire. From this point on, the organization that had remained hidden from the world for 2 years began to emerge into the public eye, gradually becoming known to the people. In response, Lu Yunming, speaking on behalf of Blackwatch, conveyed her thanks to the Celestial Empire and said that she would be sure to visit if she had the time. She wasn't fond of such formalities, but returning to see Aunt Luyu would not be so bad. This relative in name, at their last meeting during an exchange event, always looked at her with gentle affection, as if searching for a once-familiar presence. Before that, the two had not seen each other for at least 20 years, and Lu Yunming was not the original person, possessing only memories at best, but unable to truly feel them. In contrast, Aunt Luyu's affection was genuine and heartfelt. It was impossible to fake. With her super hearing, Lu Yunming could generally tell if someone was lying. This relative of hers had never shown any sign of panic, only fondness and longing. As for the aftermath and recovery work following the tsunami, it would inevitably involve the conspicuous sight of massive cargo ships delivering supplies. Tony also received an invitation to the award ceremony and an official letter of appreciation. Without missing a beat, he took down the plaque gifted by the Celestial Empire, which had been hanging beside the Stark Industries headquarters logo, and snapped a photo of it together with the letter and the invitation for the memory. Then he broadcasted it everywhere: the company's official website, his personal Twitter account, and even a newly registered WeChat account. Tony was showing off in the most flamboyant way possible. However, what really caught people's attention was that the Bureau of Divine Spear, who were the first to arrive at the tsunami's epicenter, and used the Divine Team to seal the unknown energy fluctuations, never revealed the true cause behind the formation of a massive tsunami. Moreover, they steadfastly refused investigative aid from all other countries, inevitably stirring up suspicion and speculation. The Red Queen, acting under the Black Watch's banner, once questioned the Bureau of Divine Spear about it. Zheng Xian's answer was evasive, hinting at secrets too heavy to share. Lu Yunming had also heard a report from Yelena. Although Yelena had officially enrolled at MIT, she still firmly maintained control over Black Watch's intelligence network. Rumor had it that the abnormal energy reaction detected deep in the Pacific was no natural event like a volcanic eruption or an undersea earthquake. It was something supernatural. Upon entering the area, the Bureau of Divine Spear's investigative forces instantly sealed off the region, erecting signal jammers and energy dampeners. Even agencies like S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't get a read on what was truly happening inside. This piqued Liu Yunming's curiosity. She pulled out her phone and sent Zhang Xian a private message. His reply came almost instantly, asking where she was and if she needed a ride, hinting that the Bureau of Divine Spear might require her assistance. Compared to other national organizations, Zhang Xian seemed to place more trust in Superwoman. Liu Yunming frowned, realizing this wasn't the kind of major issue that could be laid out in a simple text message. She decided she'd pay them a visit once her energy was fully restored. As she was mulling over her reply, the door to the command center's lounge suddenly swung open. Tony strode in, dressed in beach shorts and a shirt, with the swagger of someone who answered to no one. "Hey Lou, I heard your time of the month. Are you telling me even Superwoman has to deal with that once a month?" Tony whipped off his sunglasses, grinning mischievously. "Damn it, you're the one on your period." Liu Yunming was so furious her face twisted, and she let loose a string of curses. That sour-faced guy always looked so dignified, but once he got to know him, he'd start making these outrageous jokes. She absolutely did not want to deal with that sort of thing. It was nothing but torment. No way, not in this lifetime. Thankfully, cosmic rays had triggered a super gene mutation in her, erasing certain biological inconveniences without a trace. Tony burst out laughing, nearly doubling over, his laughter echoing through the room. He'd never seen Lou lose her composure like this before. As Superwoman, she'd always been the image of power and confidence. "What are you really here for? Don't make me drag you out for a spin. You know, the kind where I don't bother with any of those biological safety precautions." Liu Yunming's eyes grew increasingly dangerous as she clenched her fists, her words coming out through gritted teeth in a barely veiled threat. Normally, she wouldn't have reacted so strongly, but in her weakened state, her emotions seemed unusually sensitive. Hey, easy now. Come on, I'm just here to tell you. Look, even though I gave the 2 Malawian Quatches iron armor to Rhodey, don't be jealous." Tony tried to stifle his grin, looking utterly smug as he spoke. Liu Yunming was bewildered. Jealous? Of what? Where did that even come from? To deal with the military and those Senate politicians, I had to throw them a bone, give them a little taste. "It's just my way of saying I'm open to negotiations," Tony explained. "This way they get what they want. Sure, it's not cutting-edge tech, but it'll keep them from pestering me. I get some peace and quiet," he added, a trace of relief in his voice. "Besides, the basic tech behind the 2 Malawian Quatches will keep them busy for at least 5 years, Tony said with a dismissive wave. He wasn't one to compromise easily, but if it meant helping a friend, even if it led to misunderstandings, he'd do it without hesitation. Liu Yunming had fiercely stopped Rhodey from taking the armor, even threatening to use her powers, so Tony felt it was only fair to clear things up. He didn't want to let down a friend's goodwill. To him, those suits were just toys. What did it matter if he gave one away? He could always build something better. But friendship, that was something he'd never take lightly. And besides, there was a little surprise hidden inside that armor. Rhodey would be fine using it, but if anyone else tried anything sneaky, they were in for quite a shock. And then, Liu Yunming asked lazily, leaning against the glass. "And then he owes me a favor. So really, there's no need for you to be jealous. He traded a personal favor for a high-tech prosthetic." Tony shrugged, pulling a face that was all mischief. "Seriously? That's your logic?" Liu Yunming couldn't help the twitch at the corner of her eye. She'd never met anyone quite so unpredictable. "No, you're overthinking it. I'm not jealous," Liu Yunming replied coolly, her face expressionless. With that, she flopped back in her chair and closed her eyes, clearly done with this nonsense. "No witties. Daddy Tony's got a brand new suit of armor customized just for you." Tony shook his head, stepped up to the main console, and tapped away at the keys, talking to himself with a flourish. Liu Yunming froze in surprise. She was getting an armor suit too? She already had incredible powers, but who could say no to an Iron Man suit? It was every guy's dream, like watching a digger at work, every single day. "Where is it? Hurry up and show me." Liu Yunming's eyes sparkled as she zipped in front of the console, so fast she nearly made Tony fumble the password. All right, don't get too excited. Come on, let's check out your new outfit." Tony grinned broadly, clapped his hands, and threw his arms wide, as if he were about to embrace the whole world. As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual projection of the command center appeared on the display platform. Now presenting to you, the latest, most dazzling piece of technology developed by the genius chief engineer, inventor, philanthropist, and the smartest man in the world from Stark Industries. Tony Stark stood proudly at the center of the stage, his face beaming with satisfaction and pride, as if awaiting applause and bouquets from the entire world. His voice resonated with confidence, as though this moment marked the pinnacle of his career. "The Supergirl Armor 1.0, Tony announced loudly. With a deft tap on the virtual keyboard, a metallic object, awash in a sleek blend of red and blue, slowly rose up from the display platform. Yet the instant this metal object was fully revealed before Li Yunming, her expression froze. What? It's just a tiny round shield? Are you serious? The corners of Li Yunming's eyes twitched uncontrollably, her heart brimming with confusion and disappointment. She had imagined a dazzling suit of iron armor, but what stood before her was nothing more than a palm-sized round shield. What could this possibly do? Stop a bullet? Where was the promised spectacle? Just a moment ago, she'd been filled with eager anticipation. Now, it felt as if she'd starved for 3 days, finally managed to cook a pot of congee, only for someone to ruin it at the last second. Wasn't it supposed to be a suit of armor? Tony, are you messing with me? Li Yunming narrowed her eyes, the emerald green of her irises shimmering with suspicion as she questioned him in utter bewilderment. She genuinely couldn't see any connection between this thing and a suit of armor. Her mind flashed to Tony's most famous creation from her previous life, the 5 Malawian kwacha's Iron Man suit, renowned for its folding and storage function. As for nanotechnology, she knew Tony still needed time to achieve that level. But the small round shield before her, barely larger than her palm, lacked any familiar mechanical elements. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed nothing more than a finely crafted shield. Hey, Lee, you don't trust Tony Daddy's genius? That really hurts my feelings. Tony pulled a comical face of distress, all the while continuing to tap away at the virtual keyboard. Red Queen, I request to temporarily lift the security protocol restrictions for Supreme Commander Li Yunming, he said, tapping the high-tech headset on his ear. Applicant detected. Tony Stark, Chief Engineer of Blackwatch. Identification code 1798663A. Applicant system permissions are lower than those of Supreme Commander. Security protocol override request denied. The Red Queen replied in her signature cold, mechanical tone. Oh, come on, Liu, trust me. I promise you'll be amazed. Tony looked over at Li Yunming in helpless resignation. Though the Red Queen wasn't a high-level artificial intelligence like Jarvis, she was just as uncompromising when it came to following her program directives. Furthermore, the systems of Blackwatch and Stark Industries were already in a state of delicate balance. Especially when it came to crucial matters like security protocols, the two sides kept their operations strictly separate. Any action that could potentially harm the Supreme Commander would be preemptively terminated, even if Supergirl possessed such formidable defenses that she could ignore most weapons. Red Queen, disable the security protocol. Looking at Tony's expectant gaze, Li Yunming nodded slightly, then waved her hand and gave the order. Of course, she trusted Tony, though she couldn't rule out the possibility that this old schemer was secretly working on some kind of anti-Superman technology behind her back. Biometrique signature reconnue. Blackwatch Supreme Commander, Yunming Liu. Command confirmed. Red Queen's voice was as cold as ever, but impressively efficient. Liu, don't resist. Just stand still, Tony called out loudly as he hit the confirmation key on his keyboard. Barely had he finished speaking when the metallic object, which had been in the shape of a circular shield, began to morph and extend outward. The round shape gradually shifted into a polygonal form, and then, from its back, blue plasma flames shot out as it flew straight toward Li Yunming, enveloping her upper body in a flash. The moment the mechanical metal touched her skin, a wave of blue and red swept rapidly over her entire body. Chest plate, abdominal armor, shoulder guards, arm guards, leg armor, and finally, the helmet and faceplate snapped perfectly into place. In mere moments, the streamlined, high-tech suit of armor covered her from head to toe, the whole process smooth and seamless. Curious, Li Yunming flexed her limbs and fingers, marveling at the mechanical sensation. The suit fit her body perfectly, surprisingly comfortable. There was a power boost, maybe 10 tons or so, but for a Supergirl whose muscle strength topped out at 200,000 tons, it was like adding a drop of water to the ocean, practically negligible. If she went all out, the suit would be as fragile as paper. But none of that mattered, because the design of this armor was absolutely her style. The look was reminiscent of the Homelander's iconic suit, but with pronounced angles and a striking, mechanical edge. The helmet wasn't the traditional oval, bald design of earlier MK suits. Instead, it fit closely to her head and face, almost like a mask, barely more than a centimeter thick. The most interesting detail was at the back of the helmet. A seam left her golden-brown curls spilling out for all to see. The faceplate shimmered a deep blue, and the eye slots glowed with a white light from the display screens within. Supergirl Armor 1.0, gold titanium alloy and metallic fiber construction. There'll be upgraded versions down the line, Tony explained with a hint of pride. It uses folding storage technology, so you can shrink it down to shield size when you're not wearing it. Just keep it on you as a chest guard or something. Too bad I don't have your DNA. So for identification, I have to rely on basic features like your appearance, voice, and iris scan. Otherwise, this suit of armor can be operated completely independently of the system, Tony said, wearing an expression that practically begged for praise, brimming with pride as he introduced his creation. Liu Yunmeng raised an eyebrow. When it came to DNA, she wasn't even sure what category she belonged to anymore. Her body, upgraded through the system's templates, was neither human nor Kryptonian. She was more like the result of a supergenetic mutation. Even a single strand of her hair was tougher than any metal found on Earth. Unless subjected to lasers exceeding 10,000 degrees, it couldn't be cut or even scratched. Besides, leaking her DNA would be incredibly dangerous. While Earth's current technology might not be able to analyze a Supergirl's genes in the Marvel Universe, there were certainly alien races capable of deciphering such codes. It wasn't that she didn't trust Tony, she just had to guard against other potential threats. Flight capability, communication systems, network connectivity, plus a parachute and shock absorption features, Tony continued, calling up a detailed holographic display of the armor as he went down the list. Both hands are equipped with basic arc pulse cannons. The shoulders have miniature machine guns and armor-piercing incendiary rounds. In terms of functionality, it's not all that different from the MK series Iron Man suits. This Supergirl Armor 1.0 isn't especially heavy on defense. Considering how even missiles can't get through your skin, I figured there was no need for bulky armor. It wouldn't look good, and it'd just get in the way. But the most important feature is that it can boost your absorption and conversion of solar energy. I know how much you love soaking up the sun, so I installed 29 miniaturized military-grade energy absorption amplifiers in this suit. So what do you think? Isn't it a nice surprise? Tony grinned, his tone full of mischief and delight. All right, you're a genius. Are you happy now? Liu Yimeng replied with a smile, genuinely pleased. It really was a surprise. After all, finding ways to grow stronger quickly had always been a puzzle for her. On Earth, it wasn't a big issue. But out in the universe, danger lurked everywhere, and she wasn't invincible. There could be unknown threats anywhere, at any time. Tony's special design for the suit eased some of that burden. She could already feel it. The efficiency of converting sunlight into bodily energy had doubled. Wearing this armor, even beneath the ozone layer, she could absorb and convert solar radiation at nearly the same rate as she could in space. Oh, and by the way, if you ever lose consciousness, the suit will follow a preset route to fly you to a safe location, Tony added, sneaking a glance at Liu Yunmeng before stating it calmly. And if your life is in danger, the suit's backup energy reserves can be fed directly back into your body. This time, the massive tsunami struck with terrifying force, and when Superwoman finally held back the towering waves from crashing onto the island, she was left utterly drained. The sight gave him quite a scare. In his mind, Liu Yunmeng was nearly invincible, a force of nature unto herself. But now, even Superwoman had tired, even she had limits. For those lurking in the shadows, waiting for their chance, this was welcome news. Tony couldn't allow any accidents, couldn't risk his few friends being harmed by opportunistic criminals. So he made targeted modifications and designs for this new suit of armor. At first, he planned to equip it with an emergency medical kit and stimulants for rescue flights. But considering Liu Yunmeng's skin, impenetrable, impervious to needles or blades, even diamond-tipped syringes would simply snap. In the end, he had to abandon the idea. I've always known I'm not invincible, so don't worry, Tony. I appreciate the gesture, Liu Yunmeng said, giving Tony's shoulder a reassuring pat to show she was all right. She could withstand ordinary tsunamis without breaking a sweat, but this one wasn't ordinary, not by any stretch. Suddenly, she noticed the miniature arc reactor embedded in his chest. Only now, instead of the usual circular design, it glowed with a luminous triangle. Tony, did you manage to develop a new element? Liu Yunmeng asked in surprise. Wasn't this the legendary, jaw-droppingly cool element that replaced palladium? If she remembered right, that was the name Tony came up with just to sound impressive, though in the Iron Man movies, it never had an official name. Yes, a radioactive isotope generated by the photon arc ring. My unreliable old man left it behind for me, Tony replied, rolling his eyes with a hint of boredom. Natasha had handed him Howard Stark's legacy, preserved its shield, and if he couldn't develop a new element from that, he might as well go sit at the kids' table for dinner. Once he discovered the molecular structure for synthesizing the new element, he rebuilt the neutrons and particles, and just like that, the new element was born. Jarvis couldn't synthesize it automatically, so Tony went full mad scientist. He blasted a hole in his luxurious villa's wall, rigged up metal pipes, and used a prism accelerator to manually forge the new element that would replace palladium. That's why he'd been holed up at home for days, communications cut off, missing the whole tsunami catastrophe. His father's words, "My greatest creation is you, Tony," had struck a chord, even if Tony could never admit it out loud. Ahem. The coconut-flavored reactor puts out 3 times the power of the original palladium arc reactor. Now I'll never have to worry about poisoning myself to death again, Tony joked, knocking at the white glowing triangle on his chest, a wry smile on his face. In the end, it was his long-gone father who saved his life. The realization left him feeling both lost and quietly grateful. Your father was right about that, Lian Meng said with a laugh, glancing at the man whose words sounded less than sincere. Which part? You know my father? Tony asked curiously. From what he knew of Lian Meng, there was no way she could have ever met his father, who had passed away over a decade ago. Your father will always be your father. Damn it, Lou. You're messing with me. Tony shook his head helplessly, but a flicker of gratitude and relief passed through his eyes. High above the earth, tens of thousands of meters in the sky, a slender suit of blue and red iron streaked through the clouds, roaring with thunderous sonic booms as it broke through the sound barrier. Lian Meng piloted the Superwoman Armor 1.0, darting through the clouds at breakneck speed, relishing the unique sensation, so different from flying with her biological field, and secretly feeling quite exhilarated. No wonder Tony, when he first built the 2 manhwarecaps, couldn't contain his excitement, even though he nearly crashed to the ground after failing to solve the high-altitude, freezing issue. Iron armor truly is the ultimate dream for men. After soaring through the sky for more than 10 minutes, Lian Meng had basically mastered all the functions of the suit. Because the materials used were so lightweight, the armor offered only basic bulletproof protection. It could hardly withstand armor-piercing missiles or heavy bombs. But at full power, its flight speed was staggering. Mach 6. When Tony designed it, he incorporated aerospace-grade titanium alloys into the armor's metal, making it just durable enough to withstand the pressures of a vacuum. So, it could even fly in outer space. However, with only the suit's energy reserves and instantaneous thrust, escaping Earth's gravity remained a challenge. The arsenal was impressively complete. If she unleashed its full firepower, wiping out a squad of terrorists armed with tanks and armored vehicles would be a breeze, almost on par with the 3 manhwarecaps' Iron Man suit. Yet, to Lian Meng, none of these features truly mattered. If speed wasn't enough, she could still don the armor, shroud herself in a biological force field, and simply reach escape velocity to break free from the Earth's gravity and inner space. Not enough defense. Her force field could protect her from every angle, leaving no weak spots. And if all else failed, her steel body's own resilience was nearly unbeatable. If someone did manage to breach the armor, all they'd find was a being unshackled from any shell, a force of nature beyond comprehension. As for firepower, it was irrelevant. Her heat vision could melt anything in its path. What truly caught her interest was the armor's ability to absorb and convert solar radiation. At one point, Lian Meng even tried venturing into space. With no ozone layer to filter the sunlight, she felt the sun's rays directly on her skin, and her absorption rate soared to 5 times the normal speed. Even if she drained her energy reserves in one go, her microscopic biological star could soak up 5 times the solar energy, restoring her to peak condition within just minutes. The only drawback is that the solar receivers and amplifiers have a short lifespan. After continuously absorbing sunlight, their parts need to be replaced every 3 days. It's a pity the technology hasn't reached the level of nanotech yet. Otherwise, replenishing worn components would be vastly improved. Judging by Tony's current pace in developing Iron Man technology, it will still take several years before he can step into more advanced fields. After soaring through the sky for a while, Lian Meng returned to the Black Watch airborne fortress. With a voice command, the Supergirl armor quickly disengaged from her body, shrinking back to the size of a round shield. She folded up the armor and clipped it onto her original Homeland costume using a connector. The color and size blended in perfectly, not detracting from her appearance at all. It was easy to carry and could be deployed at a moment's notice. Tony's design truly fit her needs to a T. Before long, she walked down the corridor and entered the fortress laboratory. Tony sat slouched in a cushy chair, his head resting on one hand as he pored over system data. Blueprints for arc reactors filled the giant screen, diagrams showing parts being disassembled, combined, and swapped in hundreds of possible configurations. Lian, did you have fun? Tony glanced back at her with a smile. It was all right. If only some components were a bit more durable, Lian Meng replied with a sigh, using her X-ray vision to inspect the worn amplifier circuitry. Haha, I'm already working on that. Don't worry too much. In the future, you'll practically live inside that suit. Tony chuckled, utterly confident. The truth is, technological progress takes time, and even now, Iron Man's tech had already surpassed what was seen in the original Marvel movies. Are you planning to scale up the new element and build a Fortress-class reactor? Lu Yunmeng tilted her head, examining the blueprints on the screen. She could tell this genius was once again on the verge of some earth-shaking breakthrough. Of course, if we can use the new element to replace palladium, the stability and propulsion of the Blackwatch airborne fortress will be greatly enhanced. Tony dismissed several alternative designs on the screen, explaining unhurriedly. Palladium was indeed stable, but the new element would provide far greater energy output. If this works, orbital weapons will no longer be a pipe dream, Tony declared, tapping his fingers on the table with confidence. Once the new element achieves energy stability, the Blackwatch fortress will become a colossal superweapon. Not only would it supply all the base's daily energy needs, but it could also target and strike any ground facility at will. Gone would be the days of the main cannon draining all its power and sending the fortress crashing down. Fine then. Blackwatch will become the biggest headache for S.H.I.E.L.D. and governments around the world. Who knows how many nuclear warheads will end up aimed at this place? Lu Yunmeng arched an eyebrow, her tone laced with playful mockery. No one could feel comfortable living under the constant threat of massive, strategic weapons poised to strike at any moment. I don't care. If Blackwatch can strike down crime more effectively and stand up to any potential extraterrestrial threats, what's so bad about having a little extra protection? Tony shrugged, forcing a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. When the time comes, I'll just give the fortress an upgrade and send it straight into orbit. Some of the scum down here might finally get a good night's sleep, don't you think? And if things really go south, I've still got you, right? Lu, you wouldn't just watch me die, would you? He shot her a mischievous wink. Ever since hearing Lu Yunmeng talk about the legends of Asgard and the Nine Realms, Tony hadn't been sleeping well. These past 2 years, both the government and S.H.I.E.L.D., supposed pillars of order, had been nothing but a disappointment. Crime still lurked in every shadow of the city. Destruction happened as it pleased. Lives were lost without consequence. And those organizations, proud of their self-proclaimed guardianship, accomplished nothing. All they seemed to care about was coveting others' inventions, policing their own people, and obsessing over controlling the uncontrollable, never achieving anything truly worthwhile. So why put hope in an incompetent, supernatural defense agency, when you could rely on yourself? Lu Yunmeng glanced at Tony in surprise. Ever since she appeared, Marvel's famed Iron Man had begun to change in unpredictable, radical ways. Sir, incoming call alert. The number is masked. Jarvis's voice suddenly echoed through the system. To better facilitate upgrades to the arc reactor, Tony had linked Jarvis directly with Blackwatch's AI, the Red Queen, combining their computational power for complex calculations. You mean someone managed to call in here? Tony asked, surprised. He knew Blackwatch's communications were built on an isolated network, requiring a cascade of ground-based relays before reaching the central hub. Anyone who could place a direct call to the main system was surely up to no good. No, sir. The call is coming to your residence. I've routed it through the communications system. All right, put it through. Let's see which genius decided to interrupt the great Stark's train of thought at such a crucial moment. Tony frowned, waving away the arc reactor schematics. Call connected. Please hold. Agent Coulson, you'd better have a good reason. Interrupting a genius inventor's work could mean missing out on world-changing technology. Before the caller could respond, Tony cut in first. After all, anyone who could bypass Jarvis with a mass number was almost certainly from S.H.I.E.L.D. Hey, Tony, how are you soon? A voice with a distinctive accent came through on the other end of the line. Who is this? Tony scratched his chin, trying to place this oddly familiar, yet distant voice. Your man in black packs, quite a punch. I was knocked out for a full 48 hours. The voice continued, accompanied by a clear rolling of the tongue. You sound pretty lively for a disgraced physicist, Tony snorted, his tone laced with biting sarcasm. He finally remembered who it was, the clown at the Monaco racetrack, the one with the mechanical vest and the whipping cables. One of the inventors of the arc reactor, Anton Vanko's son, Ivan Vanko. Tony had long suspected that the Monaco prison wouldn't be able to hold him. Getting a call from him now didn't come as a surprise. You're not so bad yourself, Ivan said, chewing on a toothpick, his words tinged with mockery. So what do you want? Tony's face remained impassive as he gestured for Jarvis to start tracing the call, all the while launching into his own stalling tactics. Now, the history of the Stark family is about to be rewritten. Everything your father did to my family over the past 40 years, I'll pay it all back in 40 minutes. Ivan's lips curled into a chilling grin as he spoke, his voice cold as steel. He would never forget the sight of his father, Anton Vanko, dying in misery, ending his legendary life alone in a filthy little room. Those flowers and applause should have belonged to him and his family, not to thieves and liars. Justin Hammer was an idiot, thinking he could control Ivan and make him build so-called iron suits. In truth, the fool had simply handed Ivan the perfect chance for revenge. Just a few taunting words, and Justin had walked straight into his trap, sending 2 hulking bodyguards to watch over him. And now, those men were nothing but cold corpses. What was the point? Ivan would pour all his rage out on the Stark family. Sounds interesting. And then, Tony replied breezily, unfazed. His eyes, though, remained fixed on the main screen, watching for the source of the signal. I know you're close to Superwoman, always hiding under her skirt. But this time, she can't save you. That massive tsunami drained too much of her power. Now the whole world knows. Even Superwoman has her limits. She's not invincible, Tony. I hope you're ready. Ivan's tone grew dark as he let out a low, menacing laugh and ended the call. Sir, the signal trace failed. The final location was somewhere along the edge of Manhattan and nearby administrative districts on the East Coast. Achimapache, no surprise. I don't even have to think twice. The idiot Justin Hammer is clearly being used. Tony sneered. He quickly scanned the latest news about activities in the area, and soon found an article announcing Hammo Industries' upcoming exhibition on the theme of defending peace at the Stark Expo. To be able to spring a criminal like Ivan Vanko from a Monaco prison, anyone with half a brain could guess Justin was behind it. Since the opponent had already thrown down the gauntlet, it was time to meet the challenge head-on. But as Tony turned, ready to begin assembling his latest Iron Man suit, an awkward expression flickered across his face. He saw Liu Yunmeng wearing a forced smile, her face seemingly gentle, but her words laced with thinly veiled anger as she spoke through gritted teeth. What the heck do you mean by under my skirt? Oh, damn it. I'm already using my built-in earpiece. Your superpower is just too unreasonable. Tony smacked his forehead in regret and sighed helplessly. Clearly, he hadn't expected Liu Yunmeng's abilities to be so formidable, able to pick up on his conversations even through his internal comms. Ivan Vanko, son of Anton Vanko, who inherited the original arc reactor technology, Liu Yunmeng narrowed her eyes, giving a succinct summary of his so-called tragic past. Anton Vanko was a Soviet spy who infiltrated Stark Industries, exploiting the new energy reactor to make illicit profits. Once your father, Howard Stark, discovered this, he had him expelled from the company and later deported by the U.S. authorities. After returning home, with the Soviet government uninterested in the direction of his technology, Anton's work on the arc reactor was shelved. Anton Vanko never achieved any success, and disheartened, died in obscurity on the outskirts of Moscow. His son Ivan blamed the Starks for his father's misery and plotted to take revenge at the Stark Expo, targeting both you and your company. Am I wrong? It seemed that after exhausting himself holding back the tsunami, Tony's moment of weakness had emboldened all sorts of shadowy figures to crawl out of hiding. If you don't show a power capable of wiping out the entire Earth in a blink, do you really think you can handle a Supergirl who's almost at the level of a junior Superman? Oh, Ivan's getting cocky now. Just you wait. I'm going to crush you like the bug you are. My God, Lou, where did you get all this intel? Tony's eyes flashed with surprise as he asked in confusion. I remember when that mad scientist ambushed me on the Monaco racetrack. You were sunbathing somewhere near Mercury's orbit. After the Monaco incident, Tony had taken careful steps to shield Stark Industries from public backlash, having Jarvis-Seal away all data related to Ivan Vanko. He'd even scrubbed most key information from the internet. Even Black Watch's shadow operatives only knew the bare minimum about the attacker. To be able to so casually reveal these hidden secrets, one can't help but imagine. Could it be that little rascal, Yelena? Tony was well aware that this mischievous girl never behaved, even at school. MIT was his own alma mater, and the professors there had already called him several times to complain. Skipping class, sending male classmates to the infirmary, never paying attention in lectures, and most infuriating of all, she always topped the class in every exam. Suspect her of cheating? Yet they could never find a shred of evidence. She broke the rules, ran wild everywhere. Who in the world could you reason with about this? If it weren't for the fact that she'd been recommended by the Stark family, the creme de la creme of America's financial elite, MIT would have surely given this student, who'd joined without ever sitting an entrance exam, a taste of discipline. Did you forget about my super brain? Li Yunmeng smiled softly, tapping her temple with a finger. Of course, it wasn't really a super brain, just fragments of memory coming to life once again. She discovered that whenever she encountered a pivotal moment in the Marvel Universe, those shards of memory would repair themselves automatically. It wasn't about growing stronger to reclaim her past. It just happened. Honestly, sometimes I really want to know who on earth designed Superman's powers. They make absolutely no sense. Tony muttered in a dispirited tone. These days, all he could think about was how to upgrade his Iron Man armor technology, the arc reactor, the Black Watch helicarrier. He was running himself ragged. He hardly had time to ponder or analyze Superman's abilities. In Tony's eyes, Lee Ming was someone blessed with immense power, but also remarkable self-control. Not like the Hulk, who lost all sense of reason. Nothing but anger and more anger. So he wasn't particularly worried about any calamity breaking out, and he certainly had no real intention of building some kind of anti-Superman armor. Did people really think you could whip that up just by sketching a few blueprints? What a joke. Right now, his real concern was those extraterrestrial civilizations. The stronger Supergirl became, the safer Earth would be. I can find that bastard's hideout in 5 minutes, Lee Yun-ming said, expressionless, flexing her fist with confidence. Finding him wasn't even a challenge. He was obviously holed up somewhere in Hammer Industries. All she had to do was fly over, and he'd be right there. Whiplash was just a minor player. Those intimidating armies of iron soldiers controlled by the system looked menacing, but to someone with a body of steel like hers, they were no more threatening than scraps of paper. She could tear through 200,000 tons of force just for fun. But the mastermind pulling the strings behind it all, that was no trivial matter. After all, Tony Stark now was no longer that hapless slob from the original story, always trapped and tormented by schemes and bad luck. If not for his extraordinary talents and his identity as a titan of industry, the American capitalist machine would have devoured him down to the last crumb long ago. With the Blackwatch Alliance as their backing and top-tier scientists like Dr. Banner and Dr. Betty joining the team, Tony was already far stronger than he had been in the original timeline. Even so, the attack in Monaco and the subsequent pressure from the American military still took place, which was highly unusual. Taking down Whiplash would be easy, but flushing out the rats, hiding in the shadows would be much harder. The Black Watch was going all out to investigate, gathering evidence and intelligence, but it clearly wasn't time for a full confrontation just yet. Lou, I want to handle this myself this time. Tony shook his head, his expression resolute as he refused. He might look down on Ivan personally, but that comment about hiding behind Supergirl's skirt had seriously gotten under his skin. Was he supposed to count on Lee Yun-ming to save him every time trouble came knocking? If things really got desperate, sure, he'd shamelessly hide behind her if he had to. What did it matter if it kept him alive? But right now, he didn't believe he would lose. I'm going to show that bastard that the Stark family will never be outdone by the Vanko family. Tony refused to believe that, with his level of technology and the power he'd accumulated over the past 2 years, he couldn't handle a down-and-out scientist. All right, I respect your decision. I'll go to the Tech Expo with you. Lee Yun-ming nodded, her tone calm and matter-of-fact. Don't be too quick to refuse my help. This guy's confident. He might have cooked up something none of us expect. You're Iron Man, sure, but you can't protect everyone all at once, can you? She might not step in to take down Ivan Vanko herself, but she had to be on guard for any dirty tricks. In the original story, Whiplash's army of iron soldiers, including his own suit, were all rigged with powerful explosives. If Tony hadn't drawn most of the attention, the casualties from Ivan detonating those suits would have been unimaginable. Now, though the timeline and events had shifted, the broad strokes were similar, and she couldn't afford to ignore the unpredictable variables. All right, Tony said after a moment's thought, agreeing with her suggestion. He realized she was right. No one could predict everything. The Iron Man armor was powerful, but even he couldn't cover all the bases. Red Queen, assemble the latest Iron Man armor. I want to see just how he plans to defeat me. Tony's tone was serious, his eyes determined. Command confirmed. Signal recognized. Level 2 clearance. Blackwatch Chief Engineer, Tony Stark. Assembling latest Iron Man armor components. Please stand by. Ever since the Blackwatch's airborne fortress had been expanded and upgraded, Tony had moved all his main engineering equipment and assembly stations there, making it easier to build and upgrade his suits. Of course, there was still a backup assembly platform in the basement of his Malibu beach house, operated by Jarvis, fully automated and linked to the global network for remote control. As long as he wished, Jarvis could have the Iron Man suits delivered to any corner of the globe via automated drones. Meanwhile, at the Stark Industries Expo in Flushing, New York, Happy drove Pepper right up to the entrance of the exhibition hall. As the current CEO of Stark Industries, Pepper took the joint exhibition of Hammer Industries and the Department of Defense very seriously, especially with the latest in weapons technology on display. Although she couldn't stand Justin Hammer and found him utterly unimpressive, she still had to show respect for the Department of Defense. Natasha, dressed elegantly, accompanied her as a close protection detail, ensuring Pepper's safety at every step. Soon after, lively music burst forth on stage. Justin Hammer, full of swagger, strutted to the center in rhythm with the beat. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, showing their respect for this tycoon of the military-industrial complex. It was well known that Tony Stark could look down on Justin Hammer and even embarrass him in public, but for everyone else, that simply wasn't an option. especially since this year, Hammer Industries had tied its fortunes to the government and the Department of Defense, both in weapons R&D and sales. Plenty of companies came to the expo eager for a partnership. Yeah, that's more like it. Thank you all for coming. Justin Hammer beamed, signaling everyone to quiet down. Today was his moment in the spotlight, a symbol of his victory over both Stark Industries and Tony Stark. It was to him a milestone of historic proportions. Ladies and gentlemen, for far too long, this nation has sent brave men and women to the front lines to risk their lives. Then Iron Man appeared, and we thought we'd never have to lose another life again. But, unfortunately, he refuses to share his advanced technology. That's not fair. It's just not right. What a terrible shame. Justin Hammer cast a meaningful glance at Pepper in the crowd, a malicious grin curling on his lips. Pepper rolled her eyes, brimming with disgust. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Where did this fool get the nerve to challenge Tony Stark in front of the whole world?" To this day, Iron Man's technology remains at the very forefront of the world. But today, my friends, the newspapers and all the media are in for trouble. They might just run out of ink trying to cover today's story. Justin Hammer spread his hands, convinced of his own wit, and waited for the audience's cheers, but none came. The silence was awkward, even chilly. Thick-skinned as ever, he didn't mind at all. He signaled for the podium to be removed and, hands on hips, swept his gaze over the crowd like a king surveying his court. Ladies and gentlemen, today I am proud to introduce the new face of the American military, Hammer's Iron Soldiers. With a grand gesture, Justin Hammer set the stage, and dozens of armored suits slowly rose from below the display platform. They represented the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps. These steel armored suits closely resembled the MK series in appearance, but their headgear made it clear they were unmanned drones, operated entirely by system commands. With their matte gray exteriors, towering frames, menacing cannons, and synchronized movements, they delivered a truly stunning spectacle for everyone present. Even Pepper couldn't hide her astonishment. She never expected Hammer Industries to be capable of producing such weaponry. Only Natasha remained composed. S.H.I.E.L.D. had no shortage of advanced technology. Not to mention Blackwatch's floating fortress. She'd seen armored suits as formidable as Iron Man's before. Though this is a groundbreaking new technology, real warriors are still essential on the battlefield. Justin Hammer spoke with his hands in his pockets, nearly strutting across the stage with an air of self-importance. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor today to present the very first prototype of the Iron Soldier, the all-purpose threat response battle armor, and its pilot, Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes of the U.S. Air Force. At Justin Hammer's emphatic announcement, a heavy, gray-black suit of armor slowly rose from the center of the display platform. It was the three Manhwarequach's Iron Man suit that Tony had given to Rhodes to hand over to the Department of Defense. The suit's appearance had been dramatically transformed. Thick, reinforced armor plating, a fearsome Gatling heavy machine gun, a formidable arsenal. Except for the head, which still retained the MK series signature style, the entire suit looked more like a heavy tank than anything else. Now, it had a new and resounding name, War Machine. What? Pepper exclaimed in shock. She knew Rhodes had taken the three Manhwarequach's suit, but she never expected to see it showcased at an exhibition hosted by Hammer Industries. Rhodes had been Tony's friend since their school days. Even under pressure from the military, she never thought he'd publicly embarrass Tony at the Stark Expo. The Department of Defense ordered Colonel Rhodes to cooperate with Hammer Industries. Otherwise, they would assign the three Manhwarequach's suit to another pilot, Natasha whispered, leaning over to explain. As a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, she was privy to some of the inside story. Rather than let someone else operate the suit Tony had given him, Rhodes chose to take matters into his own hands. Well, I just wish Tony could see this mess. Someone's beaten him at his own game. Pepper sighed, a look of helplessness on her face. Lately, Tony had been locking himself away in the lab, tinkering with devices that were impossible to decipher. Pepper had been shouldering the responsibilities of running Stark Industries, and the two of them scarcely saw each other anymore. A few days ago, she noticed the dark circles under Tony's eyes and the unhealthy pallor of his face. It broke her heart to see how much he was neglecting his health for the sake of his work. Unfortunately, Tony was a proud and stubborn man, and he rarely allowed his vulnerable side to show. As Rhodes maneuvered the heavy-duty two Manhwarequach's suit to complete a crisp salute, more than 20 Hammer Iron Soldiers followed in perfect unison, their synchronized salute drawing thunderous applause from the crowd. Justin Hammer raised his hands high, basking in the feeling of absolute triumph. But clearly, not everyone shared his sentiment. Just as he was about to say something, a sharp, urgent sound tore through the air from afar, catching the attention of every spectator, who turned with curiosity to see what was happening. A blazing trail of light streaked rapidly closer, and in moments, a crimson and gold armored figure descended from the sky, landing steadily center stage at the expo. A wave of wild cheers erupted throughout the hall. Nearly every audience member rose to their feet, clapping and shouting in excitement. The unexpected arrival of Iron Man, Tony Stark, sent shockwaves through the convention center, stirring a frenzy of excitement. Unlike the polite, perfunctory applause that followed Justin Hammer's showmanship, the crowd's enthusiasm for Iron Man was nothing short of extraordinary. Pepper Potts, sitting in the audience, couldn't help but smile knowingly. Her boyfriend always had a knack for showing up at just the right moment. Most of those present were really here for Tony. After all, if they could establish a connection with Stark Industries, who would bother with Hammer Industries, which lagged a whole tier behind? Justin Hammer wore a look as sour as if he had bitten into a lemon, but he couldn't very well complain. When it came to fame and popularity, he was worlds apart from Tony, so all he could do was force a smile, wave awkwardly to the crowd, and try to keep the atmosphere upbeat. But Tony paid Justin Hammer no attention whatsoever, heading straight for Rhodes. "We've got trouble," Tony said in a low, serious voice. "Tony, you're not here to take back the suit, are you?" "I've just finished the upgrades," Rhodes asked, a little uncertain. He knew his friend's personality all too well: flamboyant, proud, self-obsessed, and never one to pass up a chance to take center stage. Showing up at Hammer Industries Expo in the latest Iron Man suit to steal the spotlight? That was classic Tony, and Rhodes wasn't the least bit surprised. However, today the audience included several high-ranking military officials, and many politicians were watching the live broadcast as well. If Tony wanted to stir up trouble, his wealth and status as a top American tycoon would probably shield him, but for Rhodes, a mere lieutenant colonel, it could spell disaster. Before Tony could reply, the applause and cheers in the hall had yet to die down when a second figure cut through the air. With her golden-brown wavy hair, a striking blue bodysuit accentuating her powerful physique, golden armor at her shoulders and waist in perfect balance, and a blood-red cape billowing behind her, she made a dramatic entrance. Liu Yunmeng relaxed her legs and touched down softly, descending gracefully onto the stage. Superwoman's appearance instantly sent the entire venue into an uproar. The thunderous roar of the crowd was so deafening it felt like it could shatter tempered glass, and the enthusiastic applause simply refused to die down. Everyone's admiration for this superhero was plain as day. "All right, Tony, if you really want, I could take off the suit right now," Rhodey said, his expression complicated as he gazed helplessly at Liu Yunmeng, who was waving to the audience. "Damn it. I'm here to complete a mission for the Department of Defense, not to step into the ring with Superwoman. Forget the Defense Department or even the White House. When you're up against someone who can lift an aircraft carrier weighing tens of thousands of tons and fly with it, all those authorities have to step aside. Now you realize you're in hot water? Huh, Rhodey? Bit late for that," Tony teased, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. "Serves you right for acting so smug, lecturing me like some self-righteous hero. Those bold words on the moon's surface are still fresh in everyone's mind." "All right, Tony, quit messing with him. We have a problem to solve," Liu Yunmeng said with a raised eyebrow, amusement flickering in her eyes. She was here to lend Tony her support. Hadn't people started doubting whether Superwoman was exhausted after holding off that massive tsunami? Showing up here was the best way to silence those rumors. "Hey, you totally stole my thunder." "Those cheers and applause were obviously meant for me," Tony muttered, feigning a pout in mock jealousy. "That's not my fault, is it?" Rhodey quipped with a smirk. "You're not the problem. Ivan Vanko is," Tony replied, shaking his head. He waved to the crowd, his tone turning serious. On the way over, Jarvis had already scanned the entire Manhattan area and locked the target down inside the Hammer factory. The Blackwatch Shadow operatives were already on their way to apprehend him, but Tony had a bad feeling. The operation was likely to fail. After all, Vanko had laid his trap well in advance. There was no way he'd be caught off guard. "What do you mean? Vanko's still alive?" Rhodey asked in shock. After the Monaco incident, Ivan Vanko, the assailant, had been locked up in the most secure prison in the Principality of Monaco. Rhodey had personally followed up on the case. Tony was his friend, after all. Once he ensured that this terrorist couldn't possibly get out, he hadn't paid much more attention. "Listen, I think Hammer must have teamed up with that mad scientist," Tony said coldly. "Look at these suits. Given Justin Hammer's company's tech level, the best they could manage would be to twist a metal limb or two. There's no way they could churn out so many prototypes in such a short time on their own." Scanning radar showed that all the Iron Soldiers produced by Hammer Industries were powered by secondary arc reactors. This technology wasn't just beyond Hammer. It was out of reach even for the biggest military-industrial giants. Tony finished speaking and strode right up to Justin Hammer, locking eyes with him in a steely stare. "Now, the exhibition is over. That's my call." His tone was unyielding, utterly resolute, leaving no room for argument. What? Justin Hammer was caught off guard, stunned into silence for several moments. When you decided to work with Ivan Vanko, that terrorist, you should have expected this, Tony said coldly. I don't know what you're talking about. Justin shot a nervous glance towards Superwoman, forcing a smile to mask his unease. Has Ivan Vanko been discovered? That was his first panicked thought. But the next moment, he reassured himself. Surely they were just suspicious. There couldn't be proof. Start evacuating the venue immediately, or I'll do it myself. Tony had no patience left for this fool, his words blunt and commanding. Come on, today is Hammer Industries' big day. We're about to land the Defense Department's largest weapons contract. Justin, though clearly unsettled, deliberately raised his voice, making sure the entire crowd could hear him. As long as the new armored weapon demonstration went off without a hitch, he'd make sure Vanko vanished without a trace. So, you're refusing? In that case, sorry about this. Tony clicked his tongue in mock regret, then activated his suit's arsenal, revealing its inner weaponry. As the armor's panels shifted and unfolded, a host of heavy armaments locked into place. A rattlesnake heavy missile, armor-piercing rockets, miniguns, an arc pulse cannon, and 2 black railguns rising from his shoulders, all targeting every Hammer Industries Iron Soldier on stage. The Mark VI Iron Man suit was designed around the 3rd-generation new element reactor, boosting energy output to more than 5 times that of the original arc reactor. Beyond its standard weapons, it now featured powerful laser and electromagnetic arms, devastating technology that could only be fueled by the new reactor's immense capacity. Tony's intention was clear the stage in an instant, leaving his opponents zero chance to react. But fate had other plans. The moment he assumed an attack stance, the Iron Soldiers on stage suddenly lit up with flashing red warning lights. A shrill alarm began to sound, its urgency mounting with every second. A clear sign the robots were about to self-destruct. Right here and now. There were over 10,000 people seated in the exhibition hall. The consequences of detonating those suits would be catastrophic. That's such an old trick, Tony scoffed, sweeping his gaze over the scene. He remained utterly unfazed, showing no sign of panic. A cold smirk played at his lips. As if on cue, a sharp electric crackle split the air. Twin beams of searing white light swept across the stage, effortlessly slicing the Iron Soldiers into pieces. Liu Yunming had made her move. The laser beams burned with an intensity exceeding 20,000 degrees Celsius. Even the ultra-heat-resistant aerospace titanium alloy stood no chance against such overwhelming, destructive force. Relying on her superhuman vision and lightning-fast reflexes, Liu Yunming could precisely sever the detonation wires of the suicide devices, turning these mechanical bombs into nothing more than piles of useless scrap metal. Watching as the expensive combat suits his company had painstakingly built were reduced to worthless heaps of metal, Justin Hammer felt his heart twist in agony. Over $3 billion, gone just like that. Tony could hardly keep his nose from tilting skyward with pride. See, I'm not fighting alone here. Still, to prevent any unpredictable disasters, he immediately used the loudspeaker system to start clearing all the spectators from the venue. Meanwhile, in the main control room of Hammer Industries factory in Manhattan, New York, Ivan Vanko wore a mocking grin. Tony, you've lost, he murmured, glancing at the security feed that showed a black-clad woman swiftly taking down one factory guard after another. His fingers danced over the keyboard in a flurry of motion. Then, without hesitation, he stood up and hurried out of the room, vanishing into the now powerless corridors. At that very moment, several hidden metal doors embedded in the plaza surrounding the Stark Expo began to slide open with a low rumble. Hundreds of Iron Soldier suits of all shapes and sizes shot into the sky. Tonight, the Stark Expo exhibition hall was more lively than ever. A true spectacle where cutting-edge technology and superhuman powers collided in a dazzling display. It started with Justin Hammer unveiling Hammer Industries' Iron Soldier products, earning him thunderous applause from the crowd. Though nobody particularly liked that fool who ruled over the military-industrial complex, who wouldn't want a little more security for themselves. With Iron Soldiers fighting on the front lines, the American military could cut down on casualties, sparing countless families from the heartbreak of loss. But what happened next left everyone utterly stunned. Iron Man and Superwoman arrived in a flash, sending the atmosphere soaring and nearly blowing the roof off the hall. Just as the audience was reeling from the spectacle brought by Iron Man and Superwoman, the Iron Soldiers produced by Hammer Industries suddenly glowed with ominous red lights, only to be instantly sliced into fragments by Superwoman's laser vision. Everyone was frozen in shock by the sight. What on earth was happening here? Had the guests at the expo just been treated to a farcical brawl between corporate giants and superpowered beings? Many in the audience couldn't help but wonder, did Stark Industries destroy Hammer's Iron Soldiers in broad daylight out of pure business rivalry? Had Stark stolen the technology, built his own first, then called in Superwoman for a show of force after finding out about Hammer's plans? The audience sat in utter silence. None of them were surprised that the Iron Soldiers were no match for Superwoman. After all, anyone capable of etching words onto the surface of the moon with a laser is hardly threatened by a few robots cobbled together from some tech and circuit boards. Those things are nothing but scrap metal. Yet what truly surprised them was the question: what exactly was today's main event? Inside, the audience's curiosity was running wild, their imaginations staging a flurry of mini soap operas. Rumors and conspiracy theories churned in their minds, each more dramatic than the last. Sir, radar has detected 375 steel soldiers, signal identified as Hammo Industrial Technology products. Jarvis's voice came through Tony's earpiece, and Tony's expression instantly grew serious. Even if Hammo Industrial's technology wasn't top tier, sheer numbers like these could cause unimaginable chaos. If every one of those steel soldiers was rigged with a timed explosive like the one on display, then everyone attending the Stark Expo would be in grave danger. He had to destroy all those metal hulks before they could do any harm. But that was easier said than done. For a moment, Tony couldn't help but envy those supernatural beings with their unreasonable powers. His Iron Man suit, for all its brilliance, still had its limits. Need a hand? You know, that might seem like a lot, but for me, it'd take just seconds to clear them out. Li Yunming glanced at Tony, lowering her voice as she spoke. Really? Is this it? This was Ivan Vanko's so-called trump card against the invincible Superwoman? As the saying goes, quantity breeds quality, but a few hundred Hammo steel soldiers were nowhere near a real threat. There just weren't enough of them. If she wanted to, she could wipe them out in seconds, flying at full speed. It made one wonder if the mastermind behind all this had been overestimated. Tony shook his head firmly. No, like I said, this is between the Stark and Vanko families. I'll handle it myself. He flashed a confident smile, turning down her offer. He'd boasted that he would deal with Ivan Vanko on his own, and he wasn't about to go back on his word. Red Queen, request to lift AP-31 protocol. Tony tapped his earpiece and spoke up again. Identity recognition. Blackwatch Chief Engineer Mr. Tony Stark, requesting to lift AP-31 protocol. Identity confirmed. Level of clearance. Protocol lifted successfully. Blackwatch helicarrier has arrived at the designated airspace off the coast of New York, initiating containment bay. Shadow Guard Steel Legion deployed. Li Yunming listened with curiosity to the Red Queen's voice. As the Supreme Commander of Blackwatch, she actually wasn't very familiar with the organization's recent developments. After all, it was better to hand over the management of Blackwatch to a professional than to keep it with someone powerful but ill-suited for leadership. That's why, besides being the chief engineer, Tony was also the organization's second-in-command, with authority second only to hers. For the past 2 years, Tony has been handling everything himself, while she's been the very picture of a hands-off boss. Lou, I'll show our enemies the true meaning of despair. Tony flashed a wide grin, throwing his arms open in his signature pose. At that moment, the night sky echoed with the sound of something slicing through the air. From afar, pinpricks of starlight could be seen drawing closer, their numbers swiftly multiplying. Beneath the canopy of stars, more than 40 silver and black 3 Malawian Quatches production model Iron Man suits streaked across the horizon, their plasma jets carving brilliant trails through the night, a dazzling meteor shower, breathtaking in its spectacle. In a matter of seconds, they'd encircled the heart of Flushing's central venue. Unlike Tony's personal 3 Malawian Quatches suit, these mass-produced armors looked nearly identical on the outside, but each was outfitted with a different array of weaponry. Beyond the standard arsenal, every suit bore an added titanium alloy shield and a formidable heavy electromagnetic cannon, thick and imposing. The sight of them descending in perfect formation, bristling with power, was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The crowd erupted once more, their thunderous cheers threatening to shake the very foundations of the arena. No doubt about it now. Tony was here to crash the party. Now this is a real Iron Legion. Tony wore a half-smile, glancing at Justin Hammer cowering in the corner, still rattled from Supergirl's sudden attack. What a joke, using the same name as me. Not even close. Today, right here, he was going to show the world what it truly meant to be Iron Man, what it meant to safeguard peace on Earth. Incredible, Tony. Are these your toys? Rhodey was completely floored. No wonder his friend was impossible to pin down. He'd been busy with these marvels. Each suit here was far more advanced than the one he was wearing. How is that even fair? You know, you got a point. I really don't need to play the lone hero. Tony shrugged, winking mischievously. He preened, clearly pleased with himself. I'm an engineer, after all, aren't I? I should be making the most of my talents. 2 years ago, Stark Industries alone could have produced this mini Iron Man suits, but the costs, for both production and maintenance, would have been astronomical. He could afford it, sure, but he didn't want to burden Pepper, who worked so hard to run the company. But after 2 years of groundwork, Blackwatch had successfully absorbed the worldwide assets of the Red Room's secret agent network. A network of countless small and medium enterprises, plus several large corporations, and with the Stark Group, America's top military-industrial giant. At the core, they built an unprecedented commercial and economic empire. To put it bluntly, there was more money than they could ever spend. Building 10 airborne fortresses like Blackwatch? Child's play. With both wealth and a formidable elite force at his disposal, why should he keep saving the world alone? Anyway, the master control programs for the Iron Man suits are Jarvis and Red Queen. Without special identity verification, nobody should even think about activating these armors. Lu Yunming's expression remained calm, but as she looked at the silver and black 3 Manhwarequach's production suits, she couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise in her heart. If her memory served her right, this was almost exactly the plot from Iron Man 3, except instead of unmanned suits, these were operated by shadow guards. Had events that were supposed to happen years from now really advanced to this stage already? Boss, Captain Yelena of Shadow Guard Iron Legion Team 1 has reached the designated position. Please issue your orders. At that moment, one of the mass-produced Mk3s landed in front of Lu Yunming. The faceplate slid open, revealing a distinctly baby-faced young woman. Yelena, your advisor has called me 6 times. All because you skipped class. And now you've snuck out again today. Tony's eyes widened as he scolded her sternly. He didn't have children, but these young Black Widows were all about the age of his own kid. Sometimes, worrying about them was even more exhausting than upgrading an arc reactor. What? It's my free time now. I don't have any classes tonight. The day's over, and I can do what I want. Yelena protested, pouting and trying to defend herself. But your mechanical engineering professor just called me and said you have a guest lecture tonight. Right now. If this happens again, I'll revoke your authorization to operate the suits. Tony stepped forward, locking eyes with the increasingly guilty-looking girl, enunciating each word. Okay, it's my fault, Yelena mumbled, her voice much softer now, lacking any real confidence. These suits were just too much fun, being able to fly freely through the sky. Taking that away was like taking away her very life. Tony, the situation on site is more important. Let's deal with her later. Lu Yunming shot Yelena a glare, then suggested. The young woman immediately pouted, looking even more aggrieved. Ivan Vanko was still on the loose. The threat to the entire exhibition hall hadn't been resolved. This was no time for a casual chat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's about to be a major battle right here. So the showcase is over. I ask all guests to exit in an orderly fashion and leave the exhibition hall for your safety. Any questions will be addressed later via the official Stark Industries account and press releases. Tony nodded, then announced loudly to the crowd. The audience instantly quieted down, only to erupt into even greater excitement. Many began to speculate. Was Iron Man about to go to war with Hamo Industries? Could they really get to witness something like this? Tonight's show was truly something special, worthy of the Stark Expo, an event that only happened once every few decades. But in the end, it was only under the guidance of the 3 Manhwarequach's mass-produced iron suits piloted by the Shadow Guards that the audience reluctantly began to leave the venue, one after another. Yelena, you're in charge of sweeping up any remaining enemy air units. Do your best to make sure no wreckage falls on the crowd below. Elasher, keep order on the ground and ensure the safety of the civilians. Tony began issuing orders with steady efficiency. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. This time, nearly the entire standing force of Blackwatch had been mobilized. In addition to the new Iron Legion of mass-produced suits, more than 300 Shadow Guards stationed in the New York area had also been deployed. He was genuinely curious now. Who would really come out on top? Boss, did you see that? Natasha put away her phone, which she'd been using to record video, and began guiding Pepper out with the crowd, speaking as she moved. My eyes work just fine. In 2 years, Blackwatch has managed to build an entire Iron Legion made up solely of Iron Men. Nick Fury sat in his office, clawing at his scalp in frustration, feeling the situation slip further out of control. Mass production of Iron Man suits had been expected, but every single one piloted by Black Widows as capable as Romanoff? That was a whole new level of trouble. What sort of force was this? A superwoman, an Iron Legion, secret agents from the former Soviet Union, and, as research leads, 2 gamma radiation geniuses, Dr. Banner and Dr. Betty. The power of the Blackwatch organization had reached a level that made the entire world uneasy. And to this day, no one had even figured out where that floating iron fortress was hidden. No wonder Tony Stark, the perennial troublemaker, could so brazenly defy Congress and the Department of Defense. Faced with terrorists, supernatural crimes, or alien invasions, a swarm of Iron Men could swoop in at any moment. Who wouldn't be baffled by that? Don't worry, boss. After all, things have never really been under SHLD's control. Natasha's words were cool and cutting as ever. Over the Stark Industries Expo in Flushing, New York, flames shot skyward, and the roar of artillery shattered the night, lighting up the pitch-black sky. The Blackwatch Iron Legion was locked in fierce combat with the Iron Soldiers produced by Hanmo Industries. One after another, the three Manhwarequach's mass-produced iron suits moved through the night like hunters, relentlessly destroying Hanmo's Iron Soldiers. On the ground, more than 300 members of Blackwatch's Shadow Guards, each wearing a dragon head shield insignia, stood at street corners wielding custom shields, maintaining order and guiding civilians as they evacuated the exhibition area. Now and then, fragments of Iron Soldiers would crash down from above, but before any civilians could be harmed, the Shadow Guards intercepted the debris with their special shields. They moved in teams of 3, constantly on alert, ensuring the safety of everyone around them. The aerial battle was ferocious beyond imagination. On the surface, 43 Manhwarequach's Iron Man suits faced off against 375 Hanmo Iron Soldiers, a staggering numerical disparity. In terms of quality, even though the Iron Soldiers manufactured by Hanmo Industries had been upgraded by Ivan Vanko, the improvements were rushed, and the technology remained far from mature. By comparison, the mass-produced 3 Manhwarequach's Iron Man suits of Blackwatch were crafted entirely from tempered fiberglass, advanced composites, and gold and titanium alloy. Their power source was a second-generation palladium arc reactor, with each suit costing an astounding $110 million, amounting to over $4 billion in total for all 40. For the same investment, the Hanmo Iron Soldiers were utterly obliterated, reduced to nothing but dust in an instant. 7 o'clock. 12 pieces of scrap metal approaching. The voices of the Shadow Guards crackled with excitement over the tactical comms channel. "Leave them to me. Let them taste my cannon," one of the Shadow Guards replied, barely able to contain her thrill. "There are 3 squads at 12 o'clock, and the civilians haven't been evacuated yet. Who can help over there?" another Shadow Guard asked urgently. "I'm on it. I'm on it," came a chorus of eager responses, each voice overlapping with the next. Tony listened to the chatter on the channel and felt a familiar itch. He longed to join the fight himself and put his latest suit to the test. But as the overall commander on site, and with Ivan Vanko yet to appear, he knew he couldn't act on impulse. Only a king can challenge a king. Meanwhile, Li Yunmeng found herself bored. Using her supervision, she swept the battlefield, incinerating any Iron Soldier remnants the Shadow Guards hadn't managed to block with her laser eyes. This time, she wasn't the main force. She was the final safeguard. Backstage in the exhibition hall, Justin Hanmo rushed in, grabbing a staff member by the collar and demanding anxiously, "What's going on?" "Sir, someone has altered the critical programming of our software system," the staffer replied truthfully. "The Iron Soldier Legion is being controlled externally. We can't override the program. At least, not yet," another staffer called out nervously from behind a computer. How could this happen? Justin Hanmo was incredulous. Hadn't he stationed 2 burly guards to keep an eye on Ivan Vanko? Now, his company's Iron Man suits were under total external control, wreaking havoc on the outside. He could already imagine the company's stock price plummeting to unfathomable lows. He cursed his own greed for ever trusting a scoundrel like Ivan Vanko. What mattered most now was regaining control before the Iron Soldier Legion caused irreparable damage. If he could do that, there might still be a glimmer of hope for Hanmo Industries. Just as he was at his wit's end, Pepper and Natasha arrived, flanked by a squad of Shadow Guards in sleek black tactical suits and officers from the NYPD. "Is it him?" one of the officers inquired. "That's right, arrest him." Pepper fixed her icy gaze on Justin Hammer and spoke with a cold determination. All this chaos was caused by this fool, she thought. Though she couldn't fight alongside Tony like a warrior, leading the police and Shadow Guards to apprehend the culprit was well within her means. "Wait, you can't just..." Justin Hammer barely managed to protest before Shadow Guard stepped forward and, with a swift karate chop, knocked him unconscious. No one had the patience to listen to his nonsense. If the boss hadn't advocated for healthy competition, Hammer Industries would have been devoured by Stark Industries long ago. With thousands of companies rallying against him, even as the second-largest military contractor in America after Stark Industries, Hammer Industries stood no chance. Still, it wasn't too late. "Do you need us to carry him out for you?" The Shadow Guard cocked her head, looking at the NYPD officers as she asked. The police exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for words. This woman was truly a force of nature. Well, knocking out a suspect wasn't exactly illegal. Best to just pretend they hadn't seen anything. Meanwhile, on the stage, the eyes of the two Malawian Quatch's heavy armor suit suddenly flared with a menacing red glow. "Shit, what's happening?" Rhodey shouted suddenly, his voice cutting through the tension. "Sir, you have been targeted by the weapons system of the upgraded 3 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man armor. War Machine. I advise immediate evasive action." Jarvis's voice chimed in right on time. Tony instantly noticed that the 3 Malawian Quatch's suit, which had been modified by Hammer Industries, had turned its shoulder-mounted Gatling gun directly toward him. "Is that you, Rhodey?" Tony called out desperately, trying to figure out what had gone wrong. "Damn it, it's not me. I can't move. I'm locked out." Rhodey struggled to regain control, panic clear in his voice. Every joint in the heavy 2 Malawian Quatch's suit had been forcibly sealed. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't budge the armor with sheer strength alone. Tony realized at once that this was one of Ivan's so-called surprises left for him. Clearly, after collaborating with the Department of Defense, Hammer Industries had allowed Ivan to install some hidden tricks in this Iron Man suit. But, interestingly enough, Tony had come prepared. "Get out. Leave now. The entire system's been hijacked by that bastard," Rhodey shouted, now fully understanding the danger. "Jarvis, downgrade the 3 Malawian Quatch's suit system to secondary authorization and take full control of the operating panel," Tony ordered calmly, not the least bit flustered. "Understood, sir. Highest authorization has been downgraded to level 2. Full control of the operating panel has been assumed." With Jarvis's response, the red glow in War Machine's eyes instantly faded, and the suit powered down into standby mode. In the next moment, the suit of armor seemed to fall apart, piece by piece, clattering noisily to the ground. Indeed, this was the gift he had left for those greedy fools. The plug-in program was hidden deep inside the armor, completely dormant and unnoticeable under normal circumstances. But once Jarvis activated the command, the plug-in would swiftly invade the main system. As long as the original code remained unchanged, control over the suit would always stay in his hands. Moreover, this little plug-in had another function. It recorded all the data and information from the suit, and even monitored the surroundings through external cameras. After being handed out for so long, it was only natural for the suit to have accumulated a good deal of inventory, wouldn't you say? "I feel like even wearing this suit, it's nothing more than playing pretend like a child," Rhodey sighed, looking helplessly at the scattered pieces all over the floor. With all those elite scientists at the Department of Defense, not one of them managed to spot the tampering done by Ivan Vanko. And of course, it was even less likely for them to notice the special access Tony had built into the system. A bunch of useless good-for-nothings. And then, as if that weren't enough, they actually deployed all those bomb-rigged Iron Soldiers right in the most crowded exhibition hall. What a ridiculous farce. "All right, buddy, now you see just how unreliable those people are." Tony, noticing his friend's dejection, hurriedly pulled him up and tried to cheer him up. "Damn it, I never want to wear this suit again." Rhodey shut his eyes tightly, as if out of sight, out of mind, and spoke with utter frustration. "Come on, don't be so grumpy. Next time, I'll give you an upgraded suit, custom-made for your status. Something you can even wear to a nightclub to pick up girls, huh?" Tony quipped, his face lighting up with a playful grin. "It's not the suit. I'm just not strong enough. Honestly, even without your safety net, Supergirl could have torn this armor apart like peeling an orange," Rhodey replied with a wry smile. Why was he still bothering with this useless contraption? He might as well just be an ordinary person. The world of superhumans was never meant for regular people to meddle in. "It's not impossible to become stronger," Lu Yunmeng murmured. Her gaze lowered as she picked up the 3 Malawian Quatch's arc reactor from the floor, turning it thoughtfully in her hands. "What?" Rhodey and Tony immediately looked over in surprise. "Really, Lu? You have a way to make ordinary people as strong as you, or at least stronger than most." Tony's eyes lit up with hope as he stepped forward, his voice full of longing. Who wouldn't want to become extraordinary? After all, superhumans were called super for a reason. They possessed powers ordinary people could never even dream of. Tony was, no doubt, a genius, but physically he was still just a regular person, and with a gaping hole in his chest, shrapnel in his veins, his life hanging by a thread. If he could, all he wanted was to regain his health. Nothing else mattered to him. "There is a way, but it comes with risks," Lu Yunmeng replied calmly, her face serene and untroubled. Just moments before, pieces of her memory had once again shifted and reassembled. Scenes from Iron Man 3 began playing vividly in her mind. Though the fragments were scattered, she clung to a crucial detail, a name, something about an extremis. Well, her recollection was muddled. She needed a moment to think it through. "Are we talking about biological mutation or something else? Like the Hulk?" Rhodey asked, curiosity piqued. He knew a bit about the Hulk, despite how the Green Giant had been intimidated into inaction during the Manhattan incident by Supergirl. Rhodey still found himself pondering over it. In a way, the Gamma mutation really was incredibly formidable. Of course, that was only true if one could control their own mind. Rhodey, being a soldier at heart, hoped for the strength to protect his country. Mutation didn't scare him. He could accept it. Something like that, but it still needs to be verified. And it seems this method is closely connected to Tony, Lu Yunming mused aloud, draining the last of the arc reactor's energy before tossing it aside, her mind deep in thought. Me? Seriously? Biomutation isn't exactly my field of expertise. Dr. Banner would know much more about that. Tony protested, incredulous. He was a top-tier mechanical engineer. After all, biotech wasn't even in his wheelhouse. Had he accidentally created something outrageous without realizing it? Enough of that for now. When this battle is over, I think I'll be able to help you, Lu Yunming said, shaking her head and pointing meaningfully at her own chest. She had no intention of revealing any part of her knowledge of the future until her own thoughts were in order. It's time to clear the field, Tony. After a moment's thought, Lu Yunming called out, then shot into the sky, leaving Tony and Rhodey standing bewildered in her wake. Half-finished sentences and cryptic hints. How she loathed Riddlers. Oh, by the way, the novel is expected to enter the Multiverse storyline next week. The first alternate world is on its way. The others won't be far behind. Stay tuned. Soaring high above, Lu Yunming's keen eyes swept across the battlefield below, where the fighting still raged. All in all, the mass-produced 3 Malawian Quatch's iron suit from Blackwatch utterly overwhelmed the armored soldiers manufactured by Hammo Corporation. A single Shadow Guard, piloting one of these suits, could take on 5 times as many enemies at once, and rarely suffered even minor damage to their armor. Hammo Corporation's weaponry lagged far behind Stark Industries in both technology and performance. No matter how many troops they fielded, their complete defeat was only a matter of time. That's why Lu Yunming didn't bother to intervene. This battle was not only a test for Tony, who wanted to resolve the issue on his own, but also a trial for the standing forces of Blackwatch, a perfect opportunity to demonstrate the organization's formidable power to the outside world. If Superwoman were to step in, the fight would be over within minutes. While that would certainly be intimidating, it would do little to highlight Blackwatch's strength in the eyes of the public. Ivan Vanko had provoked Tony, and it was time for whoever was pulling the strings behind him to surface. Sure enough, she soon spotted a subtle thermal fluctuation atop the globe-shaped installation at the center of the expo. Lu Yunming soared over to investigate, and her brow furrowed immediately. There, strapped along the metallic frame of the globe, were more than a dozen blocks of clay, each one blinking with a red light. High explosives, small in size but devastating in force. With so many of them, the entire structure could be blown to pieces in an instant. Without hesitation, Lu Yunming activated her X-ray vision and scanned the area frame by frame. Her expression grew darker with every passing second. Beneath the expo, stretching for several kilometers in every direction, she detected a dense network of those same clay explosives, along with several enormous timed bombs, each the size of a cabinet. Looking into the distance, she saw bombs everywhere, so many it made her scalp tingle. When had all of these been planted? Such a massive operation could not possibly have gone unnoticed. Yet, in reality, neither the Stark Industries security team nor Blackwatch's Shadow Guards had detected a thing, and even she had only realized something was amiss upon arriving at the scene. If these bombs were to detonate, the entire Stark Expo would be reduced to ashes in a heartbeat, like a firework vanishing into smoke. Not quite on par with a nuclear blast, perhaps, but more than enough to send nearly all the military brass, senior government officials, wealthy capitalists, and innocent civilians at the expo straight to their doom. What a ruthless plan. Lu Yunming gritted her teeth in anger, then drove her fist hard into the floor. With this staggering number of timed explosives, there was no way to clear them all in such a short time. Even for her, it would take far too long. Teleportation portals? She couldn't open nearly enough. Trying to disable them by force would only trigger a premature detonation. The bombs had been buried at such tricky angles that, even moving at her top speed, there was no way she could remove them all within a single minute. Worse yet, the countdown on the bombs had already dipped below 60 seconds. There was simply no time to evacuate the crowd inside the venue. At the same time, a seed of doubt took root in her mind. There was no way Ivan Vanko could have orchestrated a bombing of this scale by himself. Inside the exhibition center, Tony instructed a few Shadow Guards to remove Rhodey's Iron Man suit and take it to the warehouse. Since the suit was an older model, it couldn't be taken apart without a proper disassembly platform, so the guards had to unscrew it by hand. Fortunately, they were skilled and efficient. Soon, Rhodey was free to move again. The 3 Malawian Quatches has now become a thing of the past. especially after being tampered with by people from Hamo Corporation, which felt like a total desecration of the technology. Even though Tony had solved the problem of remote control by implementing a more advanced security protocol, he still decided to destroy this set of armor and build an entirely new one for Rhodey. "Tony, we got a big problem." At that moment, Leah Ming's voice crackled through the comm channel. "What's going on, Lou? What did you find?" Tony's brow furrowed as he immediately pressed for answers. If Superwoman herself was calling it a big problem, it was sure to be anything but ordinary. But then, no matter how many times he tried to call her, his headset was met only with harsh static. Even the signals from Jarvis and the Red Queen had gone dead. Clearly, someone was deliberately jamming communications in the area. "Damn it," Tony cursed under his breath, frustration boiling over. Signal jamming, rigged iron soldiers with explosives. His opponents had no shortage of dirty tricks. As if things couldn't get any worse, a piercing sound sliced through the air. From a distance, a hulking, oddly shaped silver-gray suit of armor soared into view and landed slowly atop the auditorium stage. The faceplate slid open, revealing the weathered face of a middle-aged man. "It feels good to be back," Ivan Vanko said, eyeing Tony with mocking amusement. For years, ever since childhood, his father had filled his head with tales of the Stark family's schemes and betrayals. But Ivan was no fool, quite the opposite. After all, it took brilliance to build an arc reactor alone. From a logical standpoint, whether it was Howard Stark or his own father, Anton Vanko, the only real difference was their nationality and political stance. Both were simply fighting for their own countries. There was no need for personal vendettas. In fact, merely exiling his father from the country instead of killing him could almost be considered merciful. But emotionally, Ivan could never forget the image of his father, his mentor, his provider, the man who raised him, crushed by disappointment and denied his life's ambitions. As a son, Ivan's desire to seek justice for his father was only natural. "So it's really you, here to challenge me one-on-one." Tony narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and steely. Several shadow guards, unarmored, drew their weapons to assist, but Tony waved them off. Against another armored opponent, ordinary firearms would be useless. Meanwhile, the Black Watch's Iron Legion was still busy evacuating civilians, locked in fierce combat with the unmanned Iron Soldiers. Everyone was stretched thin. With Rhodey's armor dismantled, Tony was the only one left standing here. "You can think of it that way. I told you, what your father did to my family over the past 40 years. I'll pay it all back in 40 minutes. Now, we got exactly 37 minutes left. Let's settle this once and for all." With a toothpick clenched between his teeth, Ivan drew two thick, energy-charged whips from the back of his armor and lashed them against the floor. Searing arcs of electricity blazed, lighting up the room with a blinding flash. Tony let out a grunt of annoyance, unwilling to waste words, and immediately activated every weapon system in his suit. This bastard had laid such an elaborate trap, waiting for him to fall right in. There was no way this fight would be over so easily. Without the advanced artificial intelligence of Jarvis backing him up, the Iron Man armor was left with only its most basic systems, making it clumsy and unresponsive. Tony tried to fire armor-piercing rounds to take his opponent down quickly, but the controls lagged, allowing Ivan to dodge with ease. He attempted to operate the shoulder-mounted railgun, aiming and preparing to fire, but before he could react, Ivan's energy whip lashed out, slicing the railgun's barrel clean in two. Damn it! Tony maneuvered the suit to retreat, putting some distance between them, all the while charging the arc pulse cannon in his hands. But before he could launch an attack, Ivan's whip coiled around the suit, yanking Tony off his feet and slamming him hard into the ground. It had to be said, after his upgrades, Ivan Vanko was nothing like the reckless attacker in a shabby vest on the Monaco racetrack. The increased output of his arc reactor had given his whip-armored suit a tremendous boost in power. When it came to raw mechanical tensile strength, Tony's 6 Malawian Quach's armor was completely outmatched. After all, Ivan's suit was optimized for close combat, while Tony's armor was built with versatility in mind. "I told you you've lost, Tony," Ivan sneered, energy whip tightening around Tony, his mask sliding open as he let out a triumphant laugh. "Did you really think those unmanned Iron Soldiers were all I had up my sleeve?" "What do you mean?" Tony gritted his teeth, fighting against the electric surge coursing through the whip, struggling to stabilize his suit. "Beneath the entire Stark Expo, I've planted thousands of timed explosives. In just a few minutes, this place will be reduced to rubble." Ivan's expression twisted into a cruel smile as he delivered the chilling news. "That's impossible. How could you pull something like that off alone?" Tony's face grew grim as he quickly zeroed in on the real problem. The Expo's security was handled by the Shadow Guard, who prided themselves on thoroughness, especially when it came to safety inspections. After all, lives were at stake. There was no room for error. Could there be a traitor within Blackwatch? Tony's emotions flickered. He admitted he lacked the talent to manage a spy organization. At best, he could raise their tech level and pay their salaries. Especially considering that the Shadow Guards were formerly secret agents from the Red Room's Black Widow program. Unifying their thinking was nearly impossible. These women had endured inhuman treatment and brutal training from childhood. Their minds were nothing like those of their peers or anyone else. With that kind of background, it was inevitable that a few extremists would emerge. Wait, suddenly, something struck him. The plans for the Stark Industries Expo had, in fact, been put on the agenda as early as 5 years ago, with several outsourced companies involved in constructing and maintaining the venue. The situation was rather complicated. Among those involved were not only technology companies and major military-industrial enterprises, but also the government and the military itself. To ensure that no secrets would be leaked, Stark Industries systems operated independently of Jarvis's control. As long as someone had the main system's authentication and approval from the Stark Group, Jarvis would not flag these suspicious individuals. Moreover, the timing devices had been specially treated on the outside. Without switching to a different scan mode, they could not be detected by ordinary means. This was indeed where the problem lay. You're too naive, Tony. Did you really think I'm the only one who wants you dead? Ivan sneered, baring his teeth in a mocking grin. He had prepared for this day for many years, but it wasn't until after his father's death that he finally put the plan into motion. Today, this place will become your grave, Tony. Not only will you die, but tens of thousands of innocent people will lose their lives, paying the price for your arrogance. You're finished, and so is the entire Stark family. Ivan let out a manic, triumphant laugh as he tightened his grip on the energy whips. The golden titanium alloy shell of the Iron Man suit was already showing signs of damage under the relentless heat. If not for the specially reinforced thermal insulation layers, this heat would have cooked a man alive inside. Tony fell silent. According to the readings from his suit's radar scan, this madman wasn't lying. There were at least 70 small-timed explosives planted near the main exhibition hall alone. His mind raced, desperately searching for a solution, but it was clear time was running out. Don't count on Supergirl. I've calculated her speed, and with the number of bombs buried here, she couldn't possibly defuse them all in time. So, when it's over, she'll be the only one left standing. Supergirl can't help you, Tony. With a surge of confidence, Ivan manipulated his whip-armored suit, lashing out with both energy whips and ensnaring the Mark VI Iron Man armor, squeezing tighter as he shouted. Is that so? Well, I believe in her. You have no idea what Supergirl is capable of, so stop dreaming. Tony grinned, utterly unflustered. He released his grip on the energy whips, and from his suit's wrist, 2 round transceivers snapped into place, aiming directly at the rapidly approaching Ivan. In the next instant, the sonic cannon roared to life. In this high-stakes clash of technology and raw power, the Mark VI Iron Man suit's dual sonic cannons fired with pinpoint accuracy, striking Ivan's whip-armored suit. Sonic weaponry was renowned for its unique penetrating force and devastating impact at close range. After all, even the Hulk had nearly been knocked out by General Ross's supercharged sonic cannons. For an ordinary man like Ivan Vanko, the effect was even more overwhelming. Sound waves can penetrate even the tiniest gaps, so much so that even titanium alloy armor struggles to withstand their force. Yet, against all expectations, the Whiplash armor remained completely unscathed. Instead, it only tightened its energy whips further, intent on crushing Tony on the spot. How is this possible? Tony's face darkened as he felt his suit creaking under the pressure. He spoke in utter disbelief. Tony, I've upgraded my entire suit. That little trick of yours won't work on me anymore. Ivan Vanko's mocking voice crackled over the public comms channel. He had once been instantly defeated by this very weapon at the Monaco F1 racetrack. How could he not have learned from that humiliation? As a genius scientist, Tony Stark might be classified as S+ level intelligence in this world, but Ivan's intellect was no less formidable, an impressive S-. The Whiplash armor had abandoned most conventional firearms in favor of titanium alloy whips surging with high-voltage currents. In every sense, it was an optimized suit designed for close-quarters combat. With much of the ammunition storage eliminated, the Whiplash armor boasted plating far thicker than the MK series Iron Man suits, granting it exceptional defense. The only weapons capable of piercing its defenses, the Gauss railgun, had been destroyed. Armor-piercing missiles had been dodged, and neither the palm repulsor cannons nor standard machine guns could do any real harm. That's why, when Tony first unleashed his barrage, it was as if he were giving his enemy a gentle massage. Really? I don't buy it. Tony grinned, baring his teeth, and suddenly cranked up the power. If brute force won't work, then let's try something that cuts straight through. Ivan Vanko felt his head buzzing violently, an intense stabbing pain lancing through his ears as blood spurted from within. His eardrums had burst. The disorienting dizziness robbed him of control over his energy whips. He fell to his knees, giving Tony the opening he needed. With a swift kick from the 6 Malawian kwachas, Ivan was sent flying. "You think you're the only one who can upgrade, old man?" Tony sneered coldly. The technology behind the sonic cannon had been perfected years ago. General Ross's anti-Hulk equipment was, after all, a Stark Industries purchase. As the inventor and originator of the sonic cannon, how could Tony possibly have stopped improving? If he could build the main arc repulsor cannon for Blackwatch, then miniaturizing an ultrasonic cannon without sacrificing power was well within his reach. With the whiplash armor sent flying and 6 Malawian kwachas finally freed from its restraints, Tony closed the distance swiftly to keep Ivan within the weapon's effective range. "You're cheating!" Ivan Vanko cried out in agony, clutching his head as he struggled to his feet. But Tony gave him no chance. 2 glowing metal devices snapped out from his wrists, unleashing searing red beams. In an instant, the whiplash armor's arms were severed, taking Ivan's own with them as they clattered onto the floor. A blood-curdling scream filled the air. Blood spurted everywhere as Ivan collapsed to the ground, thrashing about in a mad frenzy. But it was clear he had fallen completely into defeat, utterly stripped of any ability to fight back. "Hey, don't make excuses, man. I call this little gadget the Macho Man Mark I. How about it? Packs quite a punch, doesn't it?" Tony, grinning from ear to ear, strode forward in his armor and introduced his creation with evident pride. A high-energy laser weapon can wrap its target in temperatures reaching thousands of degrees in an instant. Whether it's titanium alloy armor or thick steel plating, it slices through it all with ease. This technology wasn't a recent breakthrough. In fact, the Stark Industries Weapons R&D division had already sketched out the prototype some 20 years ago. The only issue was that the available power supplies simply couldn't sustain such high energy consumption, leaving the project trapped in simulation and conceptual phases. But ever since Tony synthesized a new element for his arc reactor, energy output multiplied several times over, and the dream of high-energy laser weaponry finally became reality. This shot was almost like a toned-down version of Superman's heat vision, though it only lasted a dramatic 5 seconds. Unless he returned to the lab and reloaded at the engineering station, he'd only get to use it once per battle. Still, Tony was more than satisfied. A trump card only needs to work once. "Got any last words?" Tony strode over, reached out, and yanked off Whiplash's mask, eyeing him coldly. "You've lost, Tony. Ha ha ha. You can't stop the time bombs. All of us are going to perish here. You've lost. You've lost. Ha 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 ha." Ivan, his arms mangled and lying helpless on the ground, had stained the floor around him a deep red. He spat out a mouthful of blood and burst into wild, maniacal laughter. "Are you some kind of broken record?" Tony scoffed. He'd expected a face-off between bitter enemies to be charged with rage. At the very least, some choice insults. Yet here he was, getting nothing but repetition. Not in the mood for more words, he had his armor deploy a mini-cannon and fired a single, precise shot right between Ivan's eyes. This genius scientist, so full of potential, still couldn't escape his inevitable demise. Iron Man may be a superhero, but that never meant he wouldn't kill the bad guys. When it came to enemies who threatened his life, Tony Stark was sorry, but he had absolutely no intention of showing mercy. "All right, now to find out where Pepper is. Damn this electromagnetic signal jamming." Tony cursed under his breath, muttering to himself as he shot into the sky, his armor slicing through the air. He trusted Supergirl to handle the thousands of time bombs scattered throughout the venue, but he wasn't about to just sit and wait for things to work out. With the suit's protection, even if the bombs went off, he'd be safe, but Pepper was only human. She couldn't possibly withstand that kind of blast. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Liu Yunming hovered in the night sky, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. She pushed her X-ray, vision and super sight to the limit, relentlessly hunting down every last-time bomb hidden beneath the ground and inside the buildings. In theory, the range of her supervision could reach a diameter of 5 kilometers, which meant she could take in the entire Stark Industries Expo at a single glance. For 1,796 micro and medium-sized time bombs, there were simply too many, and there were only 45 seconds left until detonation. There were still 27,000 people on the ground who hadn't evacuated. Liu Yuming's superbrain raced, desperately searching for a solution. All right, her superbrain told her, use your superpowers. Damn it. She tried to see if she could use her laser vision to cut around herself and flip over an entire section of Earth, or perhaps use her super speed to whisk tens of thousands of people out of harm's way. But in the end, all these options were useless. There simply wasn't enough time. This was the problem with not having Superman-level powers. Her biofield just couldn't expand to shield everyone. She could only blame herself for not soaking up enough sunlight. The communications blackout was expected. After all, if the mastermind could plant so many timed explosives right under the noses of Stark's security system and Blackwatch's shadow guards, it made sense they'd also jam electronic signals. Up till now, she still hadn't spotted any suspicious individuals. Either the culprit had blended into the crowd, or they'd set everything up in advance and slipped away to avoid detection. Just as she was at her wit's end, Liu Yuming's superbrain finally came through. First, she stretched out her hand, gently caressing the air for a moment. Then, an object appeared before her, as if composed of several crystal-clear, faceted planes. Meanwhile, high above, the battle between the Blackwatch Iron Legion and Hamo Corporation Steel Soldiers was drawing to a close. The vast majority of the enemy Iron Soldiers had been utterly destroyed. A few still struggled on, but it was only a matter of time. Not a single member of the Blackwatch's mass-produced 3 Malawian-Quatch's Iron Legion had fallen. The Shadow Guard girls had fought with near-perfect efficiency, achieving almost 0 casualties. Yelena, 11 o'clock East. 3 Iron Soldiers are heading toward the crowd. Intercept them. The area of electromagnetic signal jamming wasn't large. It only covered the main expo hall, so the Blackwatch Iron Legion's communications were completely unaffected. I got it. Look was already on it. I want to fly a bit longer. If I land now, it'll be ages before I get to be in the suit again. Yelena grinned from ear to ear, piloting her 3 Malawian Quatches in elaborate aerial loops, thoroughly enjoying herself. By now, the outcome of the battle was certain. 40 against 375. The overwhelming superiority in tech and skill had already decided the result, so she let herself relax completely. Compared to other Black Widows, this batch of Yelena's trainees hadn't endured brutal wilderness survival eliminations, so their minds remained more like those of ordinary girls. After all, she was still young. By normal standards, she'd still be in school.